Chapter 1. Special Mission. In the vastness of the cosmos, a brilliant flash akin to a celestial star briefly illuminated the expanse before it swiftly traversed the void, revealing a resplendent blue planet. Ahead, as the radiance gradually retracted, a solitary figure hovered silently before this azure orb. This individual was Whis, the bearer of the angelic staff. At this moment, Whis gazed upon the blue planet, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Have we finally arrived? Is this Earth? How intriguing. I wonder what grand personages instilled such apprehension in you all. Whis' contemplative thoughts drifted back to the previous day, within the hallowed halls of the Omni King's temple, where the grand priest stood, a serene smile adorning his visage as he beheld the distant stars, murmuring, "Whis, you have come." With utmost respect, Whis bowed and replied, "Indeed, esteemed grand priest. May I inquire why you summon me with such urgency?" The grand priest replied nonchalantly, "That fellow Beerus is likely still in slumber, isn't he? And you, my dear, do not seem preoccupied with anything of consequence." At these words, Whis was momentarily taken aback, pondering. This is rather uncharacteristic of the grand priest. When has he ever summoned me to assign a task, employing such a tone? It appears almost conversational, prompting a flicker of unusual curiosity within Whis. Surely, there must be some underlying reason for this. The grand priest then cleared his throat lightly. "There is nothing else of note. I merely have a special task for you to undertake. I wonder if you have any particular thoughts regarding this matter. What sort of inquiry is this, without any context?" Whis' perplexity deep in this truly did not align with the grand priest's usual manner. Yet, as the angel of the seventh universe, he had maintained a certain decorum and composure throughout the years that he thus replied with a measured tone, "Please, do not hesitate to relay your instructions, esteemed grand priest." Observing Whis' profound respect, the grand priest chose not to linger on the matter, clearing his throat once more before elaborating. "The situation is as follows, Whis. A childhood friend of mine, someone very dear to me, has been in slumber for quite some time. Yesterday, I sensed that he might have awakened, and he is likely within your seventh universe. Since you seem to have some leisure time on your hands, could you perhaps make a trip to look after my good friend and brother?" At this revelation, Whis exhaled deeply. "Ah, so you wish for me to play the role of caretaker. That is certainly within my capabilities. After years of collaborating with Lord Beerus on various endeavors, even managing to coexist with such a temperamental deity as him, I cannot fathom that attending to the grand priest's cherished friend would pose any difficulties." Just as Whis sighed in relief and raised his gaze to observe the grand priest's expression, an unsettling sensation coursed through him, causing a slight jolt of surprise. He realized that when the grand priest uttered the words "good friend" and "brother," there was an unsettling distortion in his countenance. How could this be possible? How could such an occurrence transpire with the high priest? Given the high priest's composure and demeanor, it was indeed perplexing that he would exhibit such a peculiar attitude towards friend. This only deepened Whis' suspicions. Could this task truly be as straightforward as it seemed? Whis then inquired, "Esteemed high priest, since your childhood friend has awakened, why must you assign this task to me?" His words struck a chord with the high priest, who arched an eyebrow, instantly aware of his indiscretion. He quickly regained his composure and spoke to Whis in a gentle and serene tone. "You know well that a new universe is on the verge of formation, and I am presently swamped with responsibilities. Moreover, that fellow, my dear friend, has only just awakened. His powers have yet to fully return. Establishing a good rapport with him now would greatly benefit you in the future." At this point, Whis was utterly bewildered. His powers are not fully restored, and yet I must foster a relationship with him? Who exactly is this individual? I implore you, esteemed high priest, to elucidate. Seeing himself unable to evade the inquiry, the high priest sighed and explained in detail, "There is nothing to it, really. His name is Luo Hao, my childhood friend and companion. To be honest, he is the finest friend I have ever known, bar none. However, this lad can be rather eccentric at times. Most would find it difficult to tolerate him. Nevertheless, Whis, among my many offspring, your talent and abilities are unparalleled. I am quite confident in trusting this task to you." The high priest's lavish praise only served to heighten Whis' confusion. This was entirely uncharacteristic of the high priest. Yet, one thing became abundantly clear. The individual who had awakened was indeed someone of great significance, given that he shared such a close bond with the high priest and had grown up alongside him. Consequently, Whis refrained from further hesitation and asked, "What, then, is the objective of this task, esteemed high priest?" It appeared that Whis was genuinely willing to undertake this challenging assignment, which brought a measure of relief to the high priest. He replied nonchalantly, "In truth, there is but one requirement for this task. As long as this fellow remains within your seventh universe, you are to fulfill all his requests. Yes, that is the sole stipulation, nothing else seems to be required. A peculiar task accompanied by an equally peculiar demand. What an odd assortment of circumstances. Suddenly, Whis pondered a pressing question and bowed respectfully, saying, "Esteemed High Priest, I have but one query." The High Priest smiled warmly. "Very well. Ask your question, and whatever I can do to assist, I shall certainly endeavor to help." What? Without even posing his question, such a promise had already been made. Could it be? Upon contemplating this, Whis became more resolute in his thoughts and inquired, "Pray tell, esteemed High Priest, how formidable is this individual? Particularly in comparison to yourself, this." The High Priest momentarily paused, then, with great conviction, addressed Whis. "Need you even ask? As the chief steward among the deities of the cosmos, what manner of being could possibly stand alongside me? Whis, do not be so astonished. That fellow is in no way my match. How could you even harbor doubts about this?" Chapter 2. The Awakening of Luo Hao. At this juncture, Whis surreptitiously observed the High Priest. Those words were resolute. The wandering gaze and erratic demeanor of the High Priest stirred a sense of unease within Whis. It appeared that words and deeds were not quite aligned. Nevertheless, this was no longer the crux of the matter. Just as Whis prepared to press further, he noticed the grand doors of the Omni King's palace suddenly parting slightly, revealing a charming little head peeking through. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the Omni King himself, seemingly eavesdropping on the dialogue between Whis and the High Priest. The Omni King's clumsy attempt at mischief was rather unbecoming. Unperturbed by the glances exchanged between the High Priest and Whis, the Omni King anxiously inquired, "High Priest, what did you just say? I couldn't quite catch that." Whis was about to step forward to pay his respects when the High Priest cleared his throat. "Indeed, as you surmised, that individual has awakened." Upon hearing this, the Omni King fully emerged from behind the door. He stood frozen for a moment before exclaiming, "You mean Luo Hao? That fellow has awakened?" Receiving a confirming nod from the High Priest, the Omni King, without further ado, solemnly addressed Whis and the High Priest. "I shall be entering seclusion for a while. Even if the entire universe were to collapse, do not rouse me. Farewell." With that, he swiftly retreated, his head disappearing through the door's crack. The massive doors of the Omni King's palace slammed shut with a decisive clang, indicating that they would likely remain closed for an extended period. Whis was left in a state of utter bewilderment. How peculiar! There was certainly something amiss. The most illustrious deities in the cosmos, the Omni King and the High Priest, were engaging in such furtive behavior, suggesting that events unknown to him were unfolding. This mission was steeped in an aura of mystery. Thus, Whis resolved not to inquire further, maintaining his posture of respect while fixating his gaze upon the High Priest, awaiting any additional revelations. With the Omni King's unexpected interjection, even the previously composed High Priest seemed to lose his poise. He sighed in resignation. "Very well. Since it has come to this, I shall divulge the truth to you. However, this is an absolute secret. It must remain confidential." Whis nodded vigorously, realizing that there truly were secrets at play. Well, he had finally satisfied a modicum of his curiosity. Since ascending to the position of the mightiest angel in the universe, life had become exceedingly monotonous. His partner spent the entire day in slumber, waking only to indulge in meals, leaving Whis bereft of any special recreational activities. The tedium of his days had lingered far too long, and now, to his astonishment, he had acquired some fresh intel from the Grand Priest and the Omni King. Perhaps this mission would indeed provide a diversion from his dreary existence. That for the Grand Priest's so-called childhood acquaintance? Did he truly believe there was anyone Whis could not handle? Such underestimation was laughable. After much contemplation, the Grand Priest exhaled deeply and remarked, "Whis, it is not as complicated as it seems. You are aware that we once had a total of 18 universes, correct?" Whis nodded. "Indeed, I am familiar with that. It is part of the history of our cosmic realm." The Grand Priest solemnly continued, "Do you understand why only 12 universes remain now?" Once again, Whis nodded. "Is it not said that 6 were obliterated due to the Omni King's displeasure? Is there an issue with that?" The Grand Priest spoke earnestly. "In truth, you are aware of only one aspect of the situation. The disappearance of those 6 universes is directly linked to a certain individual named Luo Hao. These words. Whis was left utterly astonished. What? The 6 vanished universes are directly connected to the target of his current mission? This task was no ordinary assignment after all. Initially, he had perceived this as a mere caretaker role, but upon hearing the Grand Priest's account, Whis felt a sense of bewilderment. A simple caretaker task had suddenly transformed into a life-threatening endeavor, and the leap in gravity was indeed considerable. However, the Grand Priest quickly reassured him, in reality, is not as daunting as it seems. As long as you can fulfill all his requirements, he is not excessively demanding. Though his temperament may be somewhat eccentric, as long as he remains within the seventh universe, it should not pose a problem. Observing Vis's glum demeanor, the Grand Priest offered further comfort. Do not be so pessimistic. This individual has only just awakened, and it will be some time before he reaches other universes. During this interval, if you establish a good rapport with him, I believe he will refrain from wreaking havoc in other realms. With this revelation, Vis comprehended the rationale behind such peculiar demands. He then inquired, so, Grand Priest, your implication is that as long as we keep him within our seventh universe, he will only cause disturbances here and not in other universes. Is that correct? The Grand Priest, taken aback by Vis's astuteness, felt a slight awkwardness as the steward of this universe. With a casual glance at Vis, the Grand Priest suddenly vanished in a flash of golden light, leaving no trace behind at this moment. The vast square was left desolate, save for Whis, who stood there in a state of bewilderment. Is this a stroke of fortune or misfortune? How could such an event occur? Yet, only moments ago, he had confidently accepted the task now. It was too late to reconsider. The Grand Minister had vanished, and Lord Zeno was in seclusion, leaving him to confront everything alone. Now, was found himself envious of Beerus, who spent his days in peaceful slumber. Regardless of the circumstances, that fellow always managed to sleep through it all, leaving Whis to shoulder the burdens and uncertainties alone. Especially when it came to the so-called childhood friend of the Grand Minister. Why did he have to awaken in Universe 7? Such audacity! Should he return to the Destroyer realm and rouse Lord Beerus to discuss the matter? It seemed a daunting task indeed. However, he quickly dismissed that notion. The Grand Minister had clearly stated that this was a confidential matter not to be divulged to outsiders. If he were to awaken Beerus, it would necessitate revealing everything to him, thus compromising the secrecy of the information. It appeared that he would have to face this challenge with his own abilities. Yet, Whis was no coward after all. Among the Grand Minister's offspring, he considered himself among the top. Nonetheless, what was meant to happen would inevitably unfold, and avoidance would serve no purpose. He was determined to uncover the identity of the entity that could compel both the Grand Minister and Lord Zeno to act with such caution. His thoughts shifted back to the vastness of space above Earth, and with a graceful leap, Whis descended to the planet's surface. Aha! I have found you. It turned out that on the second floor of a noodle shop in West City, a young boy named Luo Hao stretched lazily. These past few days have been quite peculiar, he mused. Strange dreams have been swirling around me, and surreal memories incessantly flood my mind, leaving me feeling somewhat frazzled throughout the day. Each dream felt oddly familiar, as if he had lived those experiences himself, and he sensed subtle changes within his body, imparting an unusual sensation. Clearly, this was no ordinary dreaming. The strange transformations in his body left him perplexed. Just last night, he had dreamt of a weeping child, and gradually, those memories had grown clearer. At that moment, Luo Hao breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he might have awakened some latent memories or remarkable legacy, as long as it wasn't the onset of madness. His greatest fear was that these phenomena could signify a dissociative disorder that would spell disaster for him. Now, freshly groomed, Luo Hao approached the floor-to-ceiling window adjacent to his bedroom, casually brewing a cup of his favorite milk coffee. With his profound gaze fixed on the horizon, he sought to untangle the complex thoughts that had occupied his mind these past few days. That a myriad of figures continually materialized. Within his mind, deities, supreme beings, angels, and destroyers. What an incongruous assembly. Yet, each character appeared so vivid and authentic. Could it be that these were indeed the echoes of memories from a past life? Luo Hao endeavored to untangle his tumultuous thoughts. It seems there is also a technique known as the art of unrestrained freedom surfacing within his recollections. What then could this be? Might it also be an unparalleled skill cultivated in a previous existence? Well, at least this notion carries some weight. If there exists a technique, then that is reassuring, for it suggests he is not merely an insignificant individual. This is how one embarks on a splendid journey through life. At that moment, Luo Hao raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering. Someone is observing me. Who could it be? Not far from Luo Hao, in the air, Whis was quietly suspended. At this moment, Whis's brow was furrowed in confusion, as he gently waved the scepter in his hand, which conjured up all the information about Luo Hao before him. Gazing at the entirety of this data plunged Whis into a state of utter bewilderment. Name, Luo Hao. Age, 16 years. An ordinary human from Earth. a student at West City High School, an orphan who, due to an inexplicable inheritance, has lived a life of comfort until the age of 16. The most distinctive characteristic of this individual is his passion for the culinary arts. At the tender age of 14, he astonishingly seized the opportunity presented by his spare time during classes to establish a modest noodle shop, thereby embarking on a venture that would see him become a well-known young entrepreneur in the vicinity. Is this fellow truly the one he is meant to care for? At this moment, Whis furrowed his brow even more tightly, for after a period of investigations, he had found no remarkable qualities in the seemingly ordinary earthling named Luo Hao from any angle. He had perused the scan information on Luo Hao 3 times using his probing technique and could discern nothing that warranted his attention. Perhaps a closer encounter might yield more definitive insights? Whis pondered, and in an instant, he materialized behind Luo Hao. Luo Hao was gazing into the distance, and upon noticing a slight movement, he nonchalantly remarked, "Ah, Whis, it's you. What a surprise." Yet, Whis, who had just appeared behind him, was taken aback. This individual, despite lacking any discernible special traits from his appearance or information, had managed to detect his presence without turning around, and even called him by name. Could he truly be a hidden powerhouse? As Whis observed the young man slowly turning around, he was greeted with a broad smile. "I can't believe it's really you, Whis." Whis stood there, momentarily stunned, his bewildered gaze fixed upon Luo Hao, uncertain of how to respond. However, Luo Hao seemed to grasp Whis' thoughts, flashing him a warm smile and saying, "Hey, Whis, there's no need to be so tense. As you've discovered, I'm merely an ordinary earthling." Whis' lips twitched as he inexplicably asked, "How did you know of my presence?" Luo Hao chuckled lightly. "Oh, that's simple. I saw your reflection in the glass in front of me." Whis glanced at the nearby window and, indeed, his own reflection was visible. At that moment, he felt a sense of relief. Had he truly been overthinking the situation? This fellow appears to be an ordinary earthling, startling himself in the process. As Whis wiped the sweat from his brow, a sudden realization struck him. "Wait a moment, how do you know me? I have never set foot on this planet before." At that moment, Whis grasped the crux of the matter. The real question is not how this young man discovered my existence, but rather how he could possibly know me. Observing the puzzled expression on Whis' face, Luo Hao shrugged and remarked, "This is quite a lengthy tale. It would be better for us to sit down and discuss it at leisure. By the way, Whis, would you care for a drink?" Whis, with utmost respect, bowed slightly and began to respond, but Luo Hao interrupted him directly. "No need for such formalities. I hold no official title or position, so referring to me as sir feels overly distant." Whis, however, offered a gentle smile, thinking to himself, this individual indeed lacks any pretentiousness, contrary to what the high priest had described. Perhaps he is truly an amiable person. He then inquired, "How should I address you?" Chapter 4. A noble? Who is a noble? Luo Hao strolled over to the coffee table, pouring a cup of coffee for Whis as he spoke. Let us not be so formal. Our meeting is serendipitous, henceforth. We shall converse as equals. You may call me Luo Hao, and I shall call you Whis. This will facilitate our exchange. Now, Whis, do take a sip of the coffee I brewed and let me know how it fares." The young man truly does not seem as inaccessible as he had imagined. Since the other party wishes to engage in an open and honest conversation, Whis certainly has no objections. Although he is an omnipresent angel, confronting such a peculiar task is indeed a novel experience for him. After all, Whis is currently overwhelmed with questions, reaching a state of near explosion. If he fails to comprehend the situation, he might very well succumb to frustration. This is Whis' most straightforward thought. Observing that the other party has prepared a cup of coffee for him, and inhaling its peculiar aroma, Whis still appears somewhat incredulous. How can such an ordinary planet produce such a fragrant beverage? It is truly something I've never encountered or seen before. Across from him, Luo Hao noticed the naive expression on Whis' face, and suddenly, those inexplicable memories began to make sense. It turned out that Whis was quite the glutton, suggesting he had not experienced anything truly exquisite before. When it comes to deliciousness, Earth is reputed to be the second best in the universe, and no other planet dares to claim the top position. Well, it seems this young man is fortunate to have found his way to me. In light of this, I should extend my hospitality. After all, Whis is a genuine angel and the offspring of my childhood friend. I, too, was an elder of this fellow in my past life. Observing Whis tightly gripping his scepter while seated on the sofa, appearing straight as a rod and clearly in a state of heightened tension, Luo Hao casually remarked, "Whis, here with me, it's as if you're in your own home. There is no need to be so anxious. I am not a fearsome beast. Furthermore, you are quite a formidable angel." Is it really necessary to be so tense and affected? Whis considered this. After all, he had yet to forge a deep connection with Luo Hao. Acting in a manner that might tarnish the dignity of an angel could be perceived as impolite. Luo Hao casually patted Whis on the shoulder and said, "Whis, relax a little. After all, you are in my home, and there is no need for such anxiety." At that moment, due to Luo Hao's gentle pat, Whis' smile became completely frozen on his face. It was not due to any overt aggression from Luo Hao towards Whis, but rather the seemingly trivial gesture from Luo Hao that stirred a tempest of emotions within Whis' psyche. It is only thanks to Whis' composure that he did not erupt in outrage like others might have, although it was not a significant matter. Whis alone understood the true implications behind the casual slaps delivered by this young man across from him. This fellow had inadvertently shattered the essence of his own mastery of the ultimate freedom technique. How could this be possible? This is a family technique personally imparted by the Grand Priest, the method of the supreme instinct, which has led Whis to believe he has attained an extraordinary level of mastery. Given his current proficiency in the supreme instinct, it would be an impossible feat for Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, to inadvertently disrupt it. For now, his comprehension and skill in the supreme instinct have reached a level of instinctive evasion, indicating that his opponent is certainly not an ordinary earthling. Whis would never accept the notion that the readings on his staff indicate anything less than extraordinary. A crucial thought then crossed his mind. This individual appears to have just awakened, yet possesses the ability to breach his supreme instinct. If this being were to awaken completely, what a terrifying existence that would entail. It is no wonder that the Grand Priest and the Omni King have been so reticent regarding this individual. It all makes sense now. Observing the myriad expressions on Whis' face, Luo Hao paused in contemplation, suddenly realizing why Whis' demeanor was so animated. With a broad smile, Luo Hao remarked, "Hey, Whis, must you be so alarmed? I understand your dilemma, and I can offer you a reasonable explanation. The technique you are employing is indeed the supreme instinct, correct? It is impressive that this fellow has delved into it to such an extent. To be frank, this technique was co-created by me and that fellow in our youth. I never anticipated that he would pass this little divine art, which we devised as children, onto you progeny. Quite remarkable indeed." Upon hearing this, Whis' earlier composure was completely shattered, replaced by a tumultuous wave of emotions. "What? That fellow? Are you referring to my father, the Grand Priest?" Without a moment's hesitation, Whis posed this question, watching as Luo Hao vigorously nodded, seemingly affirming his inquiry. At that moment, Whis found himself wiping the sweat from his brow. It was the first time someone dared to refer to his father, the Grand Priest, in such a familiar manner. Evidently, their relationship was quite profound. Luo Hao had seemingly provided him with a reasonable explanation. It turned out that the supreme instinct was a wondrous technique collaboratively created by this individual and his father during their youth. With such an explanation, Whis felt a sense of relief. Since the techniques were devised by others, it was entirely reasonable for him to effortlessly dissolve his own mastery of the ultimate freedom technique. As Whis absorbed this immense amount of information, his expression gradually returned to a state of calm. Observing that Whis had seemingly come to terms with the situation, Luo Hao smiled and said, "By the way, Whis, what was it you asked me earlier? I might have just awakened, and many of my memories are still fragmented and not fully connected. Perhaps our conversation could aid in the restoration of my memories. Your presence is truly fortuitous." At that moment, Whis recalled the initial question he intended to ask. That Luo, his name is Luo Hao. However, he still hesitated to utter it. Having been conditioned to show utmost respect before his father, the High Priest, and the King, suddenly addressing such prominent figures as equals made Whis feel somewhat timid. Noticing the peculiar gaze directed at him by Luo Hao, Whis steeled himself and decided to inquire directly, "Why do you know my name? How could you recognize me at a glance?" Chapter 5. Luo Hao, this fellow is indeed a glutton. After speaking, Whis slapped his forehead in frustration, realizing his own foolishness. The other party had made it abundantly clear that he was merely in the awakening phase and was a close friend of his father, having grown up together. In light of that, it was only natural for him to recognize Whis, and he felt truly foolish for not grasping that sooner. Seeing Whis' awkwardness and inner turmoil, Luo Hao couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Wasn't this fellow reputed to be one of the foremost angels? How had he managed to reduce him to such a state? Could it be that the information was simply too overwhelming for him to digest at once? Had the High Priest not explained things clearly before his arrival? Well, it indeed seemed a challenge for Whis. Luo Hao then gestured towards the coffee before Whis. "Take your time, Whis. There's no need to be anxious. Why not sample my brew? I made it myself, and I hope you enjoy it. With this opportunity to break the ice, Whis hesitated no longer. He picked up the cup and took a hearty sip, only to find his expression freeze in astonishment. In his heart, he could only think, delicious, or rather, truly delightful, or even, exceedingly wonderful, observing Whis' astonished face. With his brows twitching uncontrollably, Luo Hao was momentarily taken aback. What's the matter with this fellow? It's just a cup of coffee. Yet he displays such an odd expression over it. Indeed, there is no one quite like him. After standing there in a daze for a full 3 seconds, Whis finally gulped down the coffee in a single swallow. He then eagerly drained the entire cup, letting out a long sigh of satisfaction. This is truly delicious. Exquisite. In all my years, I have never tasted such a delightful beverage. Luo Hao, you are truly a genius. I never anticipated your exceptional talent in the culinary arts. It seems that embarking on this mission was indeed fortuitous. Dear father has been quite considerate of me. Oh dear, I accidentally revealed my innermost thoughts. Observing Whis' awkwardness, Luo Hao responded with a beaming smile. Mr. Whis, would you care for another cup? Seeing Whis nod vigorously, Luo Hao mused. This fellow is indeed, as I remembered, an insatiable foodie since childhood, willing to forsake all in the presence of delectable fare. Ah, this is the angelic Whis I hold dear. As Whis continued to indulge in cup after cup of coffee, he gradually emerged from his earlier state of embarrassment, regaining his usual poised demeanor. At that moment, the elegant Whis was gently savoring the 18th cup of coffee that Luo Hao had brewed for him, remarking, "This is truly delightful. Even after so many, I find myself still wanting more." Luo Hao sighed softly. "You are quite the glutton. I never expected that. Well, since it pleases you, indulge a bit more. However, my supplies are limited. I doubt I can brew many more for you. Should you desire more, I shall venture to the supermarket to procure some." Whis felt a slight blush creeping to his cheeks. "I feel rather embarrassed to impose on you during my first visit." "Oh, it is no trouble at all," Luo Hao replied, casting Whis a knowing glance. "Now that you're here, how could I not treat you well? By the way, Whis, having shared so many fragments of my memories, I am beginning to recall quite a few past events. What brings you to me this time?" Noticing that they were finally approaching the crux of the matter, Whis' expression shifted slightly, shedding his nonchalant smile. And he became earnest. "I have come bearing a task from the esteemed high priest. I am assigned to look after you." "What? Look after me?" Luo Hao was momentarily taken aback, but then it dawned on him. "Ah, so you are here to attend to my needs. You have truly gone through a lot, Whis. However, what exactly does looking after me entail? Could you clarify?" Whis silently chastised himself for being so inept as to reveal his mission objectives to the other party. After all, this was supposed to be his most closely guarded secret. However, it seemed that the other party was quite candid, embodying the essence of true friendship, which rendered the need for concealment unnecessary. Resolutely, Whis promptly relayed the task assigned to him by the Grand Priest, articulating it verbatim to Luo Hao. Upon learning that a god of destruction angel from the 7th universe had been appointed to assist him, and that as long as he remained within the 7th universe, all his requests and wishes would be fulfilled, Luo Hao contemplated for a moment, drawing a long breath. Well, it appears that Guan is indeed considerate. He must be concerned that I might encounter dangers before my powers are fully awakened, should I leave the 7th universe too readily. Moreover, if I were to face peril in another universe prior to that, he would surely come to my rescue. If that is the case, it seems Guan remains loyal, not forgetting the bond forged in our childhood. With this thought, Luo Hao felt a sense of relief wash over him, as he observed Whis' eager expression. Luo Hao furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What is it, Whis? Do you have something else on your mind?" At that moment, Whis' curiosity was ablaze. "Oh, Luo Hao. It's not that I wish to pry, but the way you refer to my father, the Grand Priest, speaks volumes about the unbreakable friendship you once shared. Could you perhaps share some stories from your childhood? My father has always kept those memories shrouded in secrecy, never revealing them to us siblings. I am genuinely intrigued to know what he was like as a child. This is a rare opportunity for exclusive insights. Would you be willing to share?" Luo Hao twitched his lips, responding with reluctance. "That might not be appropriate, Whis. After all, we are discussing matters concerning your father, the Grand Priest, and to do so covertly seems to contradict my principles." Yet, Whis' eyes sparkled with anticipation, sensing that Luo Hao was indeed aware of something, and if he was aware, there must be a way to coax the information from him. At this moment, Whis gazed intently at Luo Hao. "In that case, very well. My mission this time is to fully cooperate with you. Whatever your requests may be, I shall unconditionally execute them, provided you reveal some secrets about my esteemed father. I am genuinely curious. After all these years, I would be the first to grasp my father's mysteries. Please, enlighten me. Chapter 6. The Sniveler? The Crybaby? Observing Whis' unwavering determination, a glimmer of clarity suddenly appeared in Luo Hao's eyes. Do you truly wish to know, Whis? Are you willing to agree to any conditions? Whis nodded vigorously. Of course. As long as you are willing to speak, I will comply with anything you ask. Yet, Luo Hao began to mutter to himself, in truth. That rascal doesn't dare to confront me, as we are far too familiar with one another. Throughout his life, there has been little concerning his trivial affairs that I am unaware of. At this point, he noticed Whis' eyes sparkled even brighter. Luo Hao continued to murmur. I actually promised him that from the moment we came of age, I would not casually divulge the nicknames he bore as a child. Crybaby and Sniveler. This is a secret shared solely between brothers, and I would never speak of it indiscriminately. Upon hearing this, Whis, seated directly opposite, was fervently wiping his brow. Sniveler? Crybaby? The esteemed high priest has these two illustrious nicknames? Well, it seems that only this individual, a childhood friend of my father, could know such tales. Nevertheless, these secrets ought to remain buried within my own heart. If I were to disclose this information, I would not need anyone else to take action. The high priest himself would surely eliminate me before I could even take a breath. This thought consumed Whis at that moment. Meanwhile, Luo Hao appeared to be lost in thought, having opened the floodgates of conversation, continuing to speak to himself. It seemed he had descended into profound reminiscence as he murmured, back in the day, that rascal stole the female teachers. Suddenly, he became aware of his own words, hastily covering his mouth in feigned alarm. I cannot say that. This matter must remain undisclosed. We have a pact. How could such a secret be shared with others? Very well, Whis, do not attempt to extract my words any further. I shall never reveal such secrets to you. Glancing at Whis, who was now drenched in sweat, it was evident that he could barely keep up with his own frantic wiping. Is this what you call withholding secrets? You have already expressed your thoughts. It is no wonder that such theatricality is required. At this moment, Whis has come to a profound understanding of why the high priest harbors both affection and resentment towards this individual, exhibiting an air of inscrutability. Observing the high priest's expression from that time, coupled with Luo Hao's current demeanor, has led Whis to a deep realization. If he were to find himself entangled with such a childhood friend, he too would feel quite helpless. One can only hope that this individual can indeed maintain a tighter seal on his lips. Should the high priest become aware that he has stumbled upon certain secrets that ought to remain undisclosed, it seems unlikely that Luo Hao would face any mortal peril. Whereas Whis might find himself facing the high priest's wrath and possibly meet his demise on the spot. The fact that this fellow would unearth matters as trivial as pilfering from a female teacher indicates that these two individuals truly share a bond akin to brotherhood. In the depths of Luo Hao's profound gaze, Whis perceived a glimmer of clarity, and thus, his heart found solace. This esteemed individual possesses quite the sense of humor. Although he presently exists as an ordinary inhabitant of Earth, deep down, he is undoubtedly a person of exceptional stature, perhaps even a tad presumptuous. At this moment, Whis has come to terms with everything, gradually adopting a composed demeanor, engaging in casual conversation with Luo Hao. Meanwhile, Luo Hao is somewhat perplexed. The angel has arrived. All necessary explanations have been provided. They have met, yet he lingers here, refusing to depart. However, true to Luo Hao's character, he is reluctant to issue an outright dismissal. Yet, this fellow shows no inclination to rise and leave, which poses quite a dilemma. He seems to have mentioned earlier that as long as he remains in the seventh universe, anything is possible. Could it truly be? Surely not. He has his own life to lead. If such a companion were to shadow him continuously, how would that impact his studies, his business, and his daily existence? Observing Whis, who continues to engage him in polite conversation, Luo Hao harbors a favorable impression of this angel. His temperament aligns perfectly with Luo Hao's preferences. Nevertheless, the prospect of an unexpected guest seamlessly integrating into his life evokes a peculiar sensation. Casually, Luo Hao inquires, by the way, Whis, what is your mission this time? Whis replies with a radiant smile, my task is, of course, to take good care of you. As long as you remain in this universe, everything is negotiable. And what follows? What follows? Naturally, there is no further development. As an angel, my duty is to stand by your side. Henceforth, I shall reside here. Luo Hao, where do you think would be most suitable for my living arrangements? With that, Whis, showing no hesitation, begins to explore Luo Hao's home. Upon hearing this, Luo Hao concedes defeat. This fellow is not only overly familiar, but has entirely disregarded the notion of being a guest. In Whis' eyes, Luo Hao is akin to his father's childhood friend, yet that seems a remnant of a past life. After all, he has been reincarnated. He is merely an awakening earthling now. Contemplating this, Luo Hao's mind races, and he devises a rather unconventional plan. He rummages through his nightstand and retrieves a yellow object. Handing it to Whis, "Here you go, Mr. Whis, take this." Whis, slightly taken aback, asks, "What is this?" "I merely stated that I would care for you here." "Why are you giving me this?" Luo Hao chuckles softly. "It's quite simple, really. I do not employ idlers. As you know, I am in the culinary industry, managing this small noodle shop during my academic breaks, and I am the sole proprietor. I find myself quite overwhelmed. Currently, I am in need of a server. Here, put this on. This is your first uniform. Try it on and see if it fits. Since you will be residing here often, why not lend a hand at my establishment?" At this moment, Whis stood utterly frozen in place. "What? I am a genuine angel. And you expect me to serve as a mere waiter in an ordinary noodle shop on Earth? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Observing the sincere expression on Luo Hao's face, it became evident that this fellow was earnest. Meanwhile, Luo Hao smugly mused, "Humph, let this dignified angel toil as a waiter in my establishment for a few days. I cannot believe he would actually remain here for long. My life, my future do not require the company of an angel. Let us see how this fellow responds." Chapter 7. The noble angel taking up the role of a waiter. Whis' countenance shifted through a brief struggle and transformation. Subsequently, he calmly donned the work uniform that Luo Hao had handed him, which turned out to be a yellow checkered apron. Well then, it was indeed fitting. Wearing the apron certainly made him resemble a noodle shop waiter. In that fleeting moment, Whis' mind battled countless thoughts, ultimately recalling the task assigned by the high priest. He realized that fulfilling this mission was his primary objective, as he had come here to attend to this significant individual. Since working as a waiter in the noodle shop was not a matter of shame, he resolved to embrace the role. After all, he could enjoy free food and drink here. What was there to lose? Witnessing Whis' swift acceptance left Luo Hao somewhat speechless. This fellow has quite an amiable temperament. Could it be that today's top-tier deities are such adaptable beings? Nevertheless, it mattered little. To be honest, his small noodle shop genuinely needed a waiter. And since this fellow was willing, he might as well stay. After all, this was a kind gesture from the high priest. And employing other means to drive him away seemed inconsistent with Luo Hao's character. Suddenly, a flicker of memory ignited in Luo Hao's mind. And he directly inquired, "By the way, Whis, don't you have several sisters serving as angels in other universes?" Whis vigorously nodded. Yes, I have 3 sisters. But what does that have to do with my role as a waiter here?" Upon hearing this, Luo Hao felt a profound sense of relief. I shall certainly devise a few strategies to dismiss this little angel. If a stunning female angel were to accompany me daily, it would be more befitting of my so-called lofty status." While Whis adjusted the newly acquired work attire, Luo Hao was lost in contemplation, pondering how to usher Whis away, so he might replace her with Bados and other enchanting female angels. In this awkward moment, the doorbell rang abruptly, chiming insistently, creating a cacophony. Whis paused momentarily, glancing at Luo Hao. Who could that be? Luo Hao sighed in exasperation. Judging by the manner in which the bell is being rung, it must undoubtedly be that girl. Bulma. No one else could be so persistent. Bulma? Whis inquired with curiosity. Who is she? Luo Hao shrugged and replied, "A high school classmate of mine, my deskmate. A girl named Bulma. She has been pestering me for several days, and I never anticipated she would come directly to my home today. It is indeed quite bothersome." As he spoke, the doorbell rang even more frantically, prompting Luo Hao to offer Whis an apologetic smile. Noticing Whis' lack of reaction as he continued to adjust his work attire, Luo Hao hastily approached the door. This girl is as impatient as ever. As he opened the door, a beautiful young lady stood there, her expression a mixture of displeasure and charm. "Luo Hao, I knew you were home. Why did it take you so long to answer? Moreover, what is the meaning of this? Why have you been avoiding me?" "Humph, caught you red-handed now." Luo Hao, with a wry smile, replied, "Bulma, let us take it slowly. I have been preoccupied, you see." "Preoccupied? As a single fellow, what could possibly occupy your time? Are you really going to make me stand at the door without inviting me in to sit?" Luo Hao scratched his head. "Well, I suppose you may come in." With that, he stepped aside to usher Bulma into his room. Upon entering, Bulma continued to murmur, "Luo Hao, what on earth are you up to? What time is it?" Shouldn't you be open for business? Is your noodle shop not operational anymore? Luo Hao shrugged. There is someone at home. He then gestured towards Whis, who stood ramrod straight. It seemed that Bulma only just noticed Whis. Oh, I didn't realize there was another person here. How did I overlook that? Meanwhile, Whis remained speechless, thinking to himself, am I not standing here quite visibly? This girl seems to have eyes only for Luo Hao, completely disregarding my presence. However, Whis chose to overlook this and simply offered Bulma a gentle smile. This is indeed Whis' signature smile. Upon seeing Whis' expression, Bulma was momentarily taken aback, then immediately tugged at Rohao's clothing, exclaiming loudly, Oh, Rohao, is this really your friend? I've never seen someone like this before. Quickly tell me, where did you find this avatar uncle? Avatar uncle? At this remark, Whis' smiling face abruptly froze in place. Can this girl speak? What does avatar mean? Well, even if I fail to comprehend that, why does she refer to me as uncle? Am I truly of such an advanced age? Whis, feeling rather insecure, touched his face, noting the absence of wrinkles. Surely, I do not appear to be an uncle. Observing Bulma's astonished expression, Luo Hao earnestly explained, All right, Bulma, cease your frivolity. This gentleman is neither an avatar nor an uncle. He is called Whis. Bulma immediately pouted and retorted, You mysterious fellow, have been avoiding me these past couple of days and have hidden a handsome uncle at home. What on earth does this mean? Could it be that you? At this, Luo Hao swiftly covered Bulma's mouth with his hand, exclaiming, You speak so indiscriminately. This newcomer, Whis, is my newly recruited waiter for the restaurant. As you are aware, I manage the establishment alone and have been quite overwhelmed. I've been conducting interviews these past few days and have just signed a contract with Mr. Whis. Must I seek your approval for every matter? Upon hearing Luo Hao's clarification, Bulma appeared enlightened. Why didn't you say so earlier? I see now that you were short-staffed and hired a new employee. Hee. You should have mentioned it sooner. I thought you were up to something mysterious. Luo Hao, slightly exasperated, replied, What could I possibly be up to? You, young lady, are quite something. At such a tender age, how can your thoughts be so impure? Bulma, feeling rather helpless, responded, If you were in need of help, why didn't you ask me? Luo Hao countered, I have sought your assistance before, yet you refuse to endure any hardship. What have you done at my restaurant besides sneaking free meals? Chapter 8. Bulma, why do I feel he resembles an avatar? At this point, it seemed he had struck a nerve with Bulma. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she circled around Whis, murmuring, Uncle Avatar, you are quite handsome. Did you really come to apply as a waiter? Luo Hao, with a hint of annoyance, replied, You truly lack discretion, my dear. I have informed you that this gentleman is called Whis, and do not underestimate him. He is, in fact, a genuine angel. This statement may very well be one of the most candid remarks made by Luo Hao, as he solemnly acknowledges the esteemed position of Whis. At this moment, Whis stands tall and proud, exuding the aura befitting an angel. However, Bulma, with a hint of skepticism in her tone, interjects, An angel? Really? He resembles more of an avatar to me. Instantly, Whis unconsciously activates his innate energy, prompting Bulma to clap her hands twice, only to find herself grasping at air. Irked by the situation, Bulma exclaims, Luo Hao, this guy claims to be an angel, yet he possesses no wings and lacks a halo. I suspect he is a fraud. Have you even investigated his identity? You must refrain from employing individuals of dubious provenance in your establishment. What if he turns out to be a criminal or a fugitive? That would spell disaster. We cannot invite a wolf into our fold. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Luo Hao responds, All right, Bulma, what brings you here? I have already entered into an agreement with Mr. Whis, so you need not concern yourself further. Seemingly reminded of a pressing matter, Bulma shifts her focus away from questioning Whis' identity and the debate over whether he is an avatar or an angel. With an air of pride, she pulls out an object resembling a large pocket watch from her small handbag and presents it to Luo Hao, exclaiming, Luo Hao, look at my research achievement. I have finally succeeded in creating it. Luo Hao scratches his head in confusion. What exactly is this contraption that has warranted such a grand display? You came all the way to my home to show me this? Bulma, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger at Luo Hao's apparent forgetfulness, discards her supposed demure demeanor. With one foot perched on his coffee table and one hand on her waist, she shouts at him. Did I not tell you that I found a 2-star Dragon Ball in my home warehouse? Luo Hao nods. Yes, you did mention that previously. What of it? Bulma continues, her frustration mounting. Did I not inform you that I researched the texts? This Dragon Ball is a miraculous item, of which there are 7 in total. If we gather them all, we can grant a wish. Have you forgotten? Luo Hao ponders the matter seriously, recalling that there indeed was such a conversation in the past. However, at the time, Bulma had spoken casually, and he had merely listened without retaining the information. And then what? Bulma's frustration boils over. You, of all people, could forget something so crucial. Through the energy waves emitted by this two-star ball, I have created this device called the Dragon Ball Radar. As long as we possess it, we will be able to ascertain the precise locations of the remaining Dragon Balls, enabling us to successfully gather all 7. What do you think? Isn't my idea quite innovative? Once 7 Dragon Balls are gathered, any wish can be granted. Haha, my dreams could finally come true. Indeed. Luo Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead. It seems you had such a plan back then, but what happened? However, Bulma replied with a hint of annoyance. Didn't you promise me that as long as I could create the Dragon Ball Radar, you would accompany me in the search for the Dragon Balls? Have you completely forgotten? Luo Hao patted his head, realizing that he indeed uttered those words. Yet the passage of time had caused him to forget. Must we truly embark on the quest for the Dragon Balls? At that moment, Bulma had vented her frustration and ceased her anger towards Luo Hao. She pressed a few buttons on the radar, revealing 7 flickering lights at its center. Look. This one is near my home, quite close. And this one is the farthest at 8,000 kilometers, with several scattered in all directions. With the latest aircraft I've designed, we can swiftly gather the Dragon Balls. You promised me this, so don't back out. Luo Hao shrugged. It seems I did say that, but what about our studies? What studies? Bulma retorted sharply. You, with your noodle shop, have become so muddled. It's the holiday now. Shouldn't we seize this opportunity to search for the Dragon Balls? Don't give me any more excuses or justifications. This quest for the Dragon Balls was our agreement. If you dare to change your mind, I possess a special method of entanglement, and I won't let you off the hook. Bulma's threat proved effective, as Luo Hao recalled the moments shared with her over the years, leaving him with only a bitter smile. Having been an orphan since childhood, Luo Hao had a profound understanding of human nature. He was resolute and decisive, unyielding in the face of challenges. Both his past memories and present experiences shaped him into someone fearless. Yet, in his dealings with Bulma, he had indeed faced a setback. This girl, lacking in other abilities, had developed a keen interest in Luo Hao ever since her academic prowess overshadowed that of this genius girl, seeking every means to draw him closer to her side. This may very well be the nascent stirrings of young love among the Navi adolescents. Yet, Luo Hao remains blissfully unaware of this budding affection, instead finding himself tormented by Bulma's relentless pursuit. Due to the complexities of Bulma's family background, she resorted to some unusual tactics, ultimately transferring into the same class as Luo Hao and even becoming his deskmate. Although this perplexing situation burdened him greatly, it also became a source of incessant frustration. Bulma had a knack for dragging him into her affairs, wielding the 3 formidable tactics of any girl: tears, tantrums, and threats of self-harm. Whenever Luo Hao dared to refuse her requests, she would incessantly nag him, escalating from mere murmurs to persistent complaints, culminating in tears and dramatic displays of distress, even threatening her own well-being to extract compliance from him. With such a constantly entangled school beauty by his side, Luo Hao found himself in a state of both agony and reluctant joy. Chapter 9. With Whis by my side, what wish cannot be fulfilled? During this time, although he had awakened memories from his past life and lost all interest in the quest for Dragon Balls, facing the relentless Bulma left him utterly perplexed. Consequently, he raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, all right, you win. I seem to recall there is indeed something to attend to. I shall accompany you in your search for the Dragon Balls. Does that suffice? Finally receiving a satisfactory answer, Bulma contentedly stowed away her dragon radar and clapped her hands, declaring, now, that is more like it. At least you know how to be sensible. With that, she dashed into Luo Hao's kitchen like a general celebrating a victorious campaign, grabbing a can of beverage and drinking it with gusto. Seeing the newfound tranquility between the two, Whis discerned the underlying dynamics of the situation. It appeared that this pair of youths had indeed woven an intricate web of entanglements. Acknowledging the context and recognizing his role as a newly arrived angel, Whis contemplated the necessity of intervening. Given Luo Hao's apparent reluctance to accompany Bulma on her quest, he pondered whether it was time for him to step in. With newfound confidence, Whis adjusted his apron and addressed the pair, his tone gentle and soothing. I must say, it is truly remarkable that such a thing as Dragon Balls exists on your planet. They are said to grant any wish. Could that possibly be true? However, why seek distant shores when treasures lie close at hand? Bulma cast a puzzled glance at him. Her curiosity piqued. Why is this uncle still here? Angel uncle, do you have any questions? Well, The girl has finally learned to speak kindly and no longer refers to herself as Avatar, which has somewhat improved Whis' complexion. Resembling a pot bottom, with a broad smile, he declared, I have already introduced myself. I am a magnificent angel, an omnipotent being. With my divine powers, I can accomplish anything for you. Is there any need to seek Dragon Balls and summon Shenron to fulfill your wishes? Should you have any inquiries, simply approach me. For I am the greatest deity in this universe. As he spoke, a radiant light flickered in his hand, and a splendid angelic scepter materialized within his grasp. He waved the scepter gracefully, striking what he deemed the most stylish pose, and confidently proclaimed, With me, Whis, present here, what wish remains unfulfilled? Little girl, feel free to share your desires with me directly. There is no need to gather the Dragon Balls, for I can bring all your wishes to fruition. At that moment, the entire room fell into a profound silence. Bulma pointed at Whis, yet her gaze was directed towards Luo Hao, inquiring with a tone of skepticism. Is what this uncle says true? He isn't deceiving me, is he? Luo Hao, looking at Bulma with an expression he deemed genuinely sincere, suggested, Why don't we give it a try? Amidst their somewhat insincere exchange, Whis nearly faltered in his performance. Did these two truly consider themselves actors or con artists? Well, I am, after all, a legitimate angel of the seventh universe. What is there in this universe that I cannot accomplish? Moreover, even at my lowest, I, a dignified angel, far surpasses the so-called dragons summoned by your mere earthly Dragon Balls by countless magnitudes. You two oblivious youngsters dare to question my integrity. It seems I must demonstrate my true capabilities to avoid further embarrassment. Initially filled with doubt, Bulma found herself compelled to believe when Whis conjured a magnificent staff out of thin air. Since Luo Hao had suggested she give it a try, she was indeed curious to see if she could meet an omniscient angel. Why exhaust herself searching for elusive Dragon Balls? With her arms crossed, Bulma pondered her deepest desires. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she turned to Whis, saying, Uncle Angel, how about? Just then, Whis interrupted, wiping the sweat from his brow. Bulma, may I propose something? Just call me Whis. No need for prefixes like uncle or angel. After all, Luo Hao and I are good friends, and we address each other by our names. Isn't it better to keep it simple? Bulma glanced at Luo Hao, who shrugged and replied, That's right. It's best if you just call him Whis. Otherwise, it feels a bit odd with all this uncle and nephew business. It lacks charm. I call him Whis, and he calls me Luo Hao. Doesn't that sound better? After a moment's thought, Bulma agreed. All right, Whis, I'm ready to express my wish. Upon hearing this, Whis straightened his posture, exuding confidence as he declared, I am a true angel. What extraordinary challenge could a young girl from Earth present that I cannot fulfill? Don't be ridiculous. Seeing Whis brimming with confidence, Bulma felt a surge of anticipation and promptly stated, Whis, could you grant me the most delicious cake in the world? The previously vibrant expression on Whis' face immediately froze. You want me to be a chef? That seems a bit challenging. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and candidly replied, I'm sorry, but I cannot cook. Wait, you can't prepare food? Bulma's expression was one of profound disappointment. Since you cannot cook, can you assist me in defending myself against classmates who bully me? This time, Whis responded succinctly, No? What? Not that as well? You can't cook, nor can you fight. Whis then weakly explained, We angels are truly a neutral race. We shall not partake in any conflicts or battles. This is a matter of principle for our angelic lineage, one that we shall never compromise. And this is absolutely indisputable. Observing Whis' earnest demeanor, Bulma began to ponder whether her request was perhaps a bit excessive. Consequently, she immediately conceived a simpler wish. Maybe my previous request was a bit too demanding. Since you cannot assist me in combat, yet you claim to possess unparalleled strength, a depth of skill beyond measure, could you impart a few techniques to me, enabling me to triumph over that fellow? Chapter 10. Bulma surprisingly sets her sights on the angelic staff without hesitation. Bulma directed her delicate fingers towards Luo Hao, saying, As long as you can teach me enough to defeat him, that would suffice. He often bullies me the most. If you could impart just a bit of skill, I would be able to handle him. At this moment, Whis was utterly dumbfounded. Bulma, what are you saying? You want me to impart a few martial arts techniques to defeat Luo Hao? Surely, you jest? In truth, Whis was fervently wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Pondering to himself, this young lady truly dares to be so audacious. Not only would I struggle to contend with Mr. Luo Hao, but even if our esteemed Supreme Kai were to personally intervene, it would be uncertain whether he could gain the upper hand. How could you possibly entertain such a wish? As Whis' expression shifted dramatically, Luo Hao maintained his gentle smile, observing how Whis would navigate this predicament. At this moment, Bulma was genuinely displeased. This guy can't do this, nor that, yet claims to be an angel capable of fulfilling all wishes. He's clearly a charlatan. She approached Luo Hao and softly inquired, "Are you certain this fellow isn't a fraud? Not merely an actor?" Luo Hao nodded vigorously, affirming, "Certainly, Whis is indeed an angel. I can vouch for that with my integrity. Bulma, please do not press him further. Your requests seem rather excessive." Upon hearing Luo Hao's words, Bulma paused for reflection. Were her demands truly so unreasonable? Well, even if they were, she decided to smile brightly. "Mr. Whis, it appears I may have been a bit unreasonable. Please forgive me. I'm just a young girl who doesn't quite grasp the situation. Let us do this. I want to say I'm not giving you a chance. I will state one final, minor wish, and should you fulfill it, I shall retract all my previous judgments about you. That should suffice, yes? This wish, I believe, could be granted with just a flick of your hand." At that moment, Whis let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, this girl possessed some sense and did not pursue him relentlessly. Although her requests were not overly difficult, they were indeed beyond Whis' capabilities. Nonetheless, it seemed this girl had granted him a glimmer of hope. Whis promptly regained his earlier spirited demeanor. Since the other party had indicated that her final wish could be fulfilled with a mere gesture, he assumed a gallant posture. "Very well, Miss Bulma. As long as your wish is not too outrageous, I shall certainly do my utmost to assist you. Now, what is your final wish?" Bulma extended her small hand and lightly pointed. "Asking you to perform other tasks does seem a bit taxing. I'm uncertain of the extent of your angelic powers. How about this? Simply relinquish your staff to me. That wish shouldn't be too difficult to fulfill, correct? And as I mentioned, it merely requires a slight motion on your part for the staff to become mine. Is that agreeable? This scepter is truly exquisite. Luo Hao, what do you think?" Upon hearing this, Whis was utterly frozen in place. What a joke. This is a top-tier artifact, and this girl truly dares to speak so boldly. This object is exquisite and captivating, yet it remains beyond the reach of an ordinary mortal from Earth. Only a true angel, sanctioned by the High Priest, is permitted to wield the sacred angelic scepter. Ordinary apprentice angels have longed for the opportunity to even touch this genuine treasure. Yet this girl dares to request that I bestow the scepter upon her? At this thought, Whis suddenly retracted her vibrant and expressive demeanor, offering a faintly self-mocking smile. "What has come over me? Ever since I arrived on Earth and met Luo Hao, I seem to have misplaced all sense of composure. Moreover, the cultivated demeanor I have honed over the years appears to have been cast aside today. What is happening to me? Does this enigmatic planet possess any extraordinary magic? It has ensnared a dignified angel in utter disarray. How absurd it is for me to be quarreling over such trivial matters with a mere girl." In an effort to alleviate his own embarrassment, Whis ensured that Roheo would not find amusement in his predicament. With a sudden seriousness, Whis remarked, "Miss Bulma, I am now certain that your quest for the Dragon Balls is indeed a wise decision. What say you, Mr. Roheo?" Observing Whis' earnest gestures, Roheo clapped his hands and addressed Bulma. "Since Whis has already given his assent, let us prepare to embark on our journey tomorrow." Whis, wiping the sweat from his brow, mused, "What do you mean I have consented? Do you think that without my approval you would not proceed? Truly, after all this time spent in contention, you have no regard for me as an angel." Yet, upon reflecting on the recent events, he faintly grasped why the Grand Minister had dispatched him to this planet rather than coming himself. The notions of a new universe's birth and the king's seclusion were likely mere pretexts. If even a girl who shares only an ordinary relationship with Roheo proves to be so formidable, one can only speculate what may transpire when he regains his full strength. Upon hearing that Roheo had genuinely agreed to join her in the search for the Dragon Balls, Bulma's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "That's splendid. I shall return to prepare, and we shall set off tomorrow." Just as she was about to depart, Roheo called after her, "By the way, have you requested permission from your father for this quest?" Bulma turned back with a smile, replying, "Of course. Initially, my father, Dr. Briefs, was opposed. However, upon learning that you would accompany me, he readily consented without hesitation. Do you have any further doubts?" Thus, it became evident that Dr. Briefs harbored immense trust in her choices. Roheo had little more to say. "In that case, let us meet at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and may we not part ways." Thus, Luo Hao, Whis, and Bulma officially embarked on their journey across Earth in search of the Dragon Balls. Much like in the original manga, their quest led them to encounter friends such as Goku, Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha, Puar, and Oolong, as they faced numerous exhilarating adventures together to gather the Dragon Balls. Chapter 11. Bulma summons the eternal dragon throughout their quest. Any improper advances directed at Bulma by certain individuals were effortlessly quashed by Luo Hao in their infancy. During this endeavor, Luo Hao also realized that the fragments of memories he regained, the acceleration of his divine power, and the comprehension of his techniques had all progressed remarkably, gradually dispelling his thoughts of attempting to oust Whis. It appeared that having this little angel by his side indeed served a significant purpose. It was no wonder that the high priest had sent him, clearly with thoughtful intentions, recognizing the consideration of his dear friend. He felt it would be ungrateful to engage in any peculiar actions that might undermine the high priest's goodwill. However, Whis proved to be an exceptionally amiable companion. Despite the eccentricities exhibited by Master Roshi, Yamcha, Oolong, and others, Whis seamlessly integrated into the group. He appreciated the kindness of Goku, Krillin, and the others, never dwelling on minor oddities. Throughout their journey, Whis generously shared his wisdom, often providing guidance on martial arts to Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, and the rest. Although Whis' abilities far surpassed those of Goku and his companions, he consistently managed to convey kindness in subtle ways. All of these actions were keenly observed by Luo Hao, who regarded having such an attendant as a commendable choice. Indeed, it seemed that this individual was quite suited to serve as a steward, a thought that resonated deeply within Luo Hao's mind. Presently, Whis' guidance to the Z warriors appeared to yield little tangible effect. However, as Goku and the others embarked on their true journey of cultivation, the benefits of Whis' subtle instructions would gradually manifest. The remarkable achievements that lay ahead would be attributed to these seemingly casual pieces of advice from Whis, leading to an astonishing enhancement of their combat prowess, a reality that even they would find hard to believe. In this regard, Luo Hao remained skeptical, pondering that Whis likely did not invest genuine effort into their training. Rather, out of sheer boredom, he casually offered a few remarks, which he presumed to be Whis' true intent. Yet, in the future, these individuals would undoubtedly express boundless gratitude towards both him and Whis. Why include himself in this gratitude? The answer was simple. Whis' kindness and selflessness had earned Luo Hao's respect. This individual, generous in spirit, is willing to guide those of lesser abilities among the Earthlings. In this regard, the truly significant figure, Luo Hao, is equally magnanimous. He does not hesitate to impart his profound understanding of the art of unrestrained mastery to Whis in a clandestine manner. As for the heights that Whis, this celestial being, may ultimately attain, that shall depend upon his own destiny. This extraordinary technique, cultivated by Luo Hao in his previous life, stands as an unparalleled supreme art within this universe. Even now, despite the might of the Grand Priest, his prowess merely ranks among the top 5 in this vast cosmic expanse, and he would not dare to claim invincibility. However, the fact that Whis has been sent to engage with him signifies that Whis holds a position of considerable significance in the Grand Priest's esteem. Since the feelings have been thoroughly expressed, Luo Hao is not one to owe a debt of gratitude to anyone. Indeed, the principle of reciprocity applies here. If you honor me with a foot of respect, I shall return it with a yard. Though unspoken, it is evident that Whis' future achievements will surely surpass all the angels, and only time will reveal the extent of this ascendancy. Thus, this peculiar assembly of individuals, through a series of fortuitous events, has successfully gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. The forthcoming days will be devoted to making wishes upon these orbs, and the most exhilarated among them is Bulma. In truth, she harbors little interest in the specific wishes that the Dragon Balls can grant. Her primary intention is to find an excuse to invite Luo Hao out, to share experiences and adventures together, which fills her heart with immense joy. Although she laments that this delightful journey will conclude upon the dragon's appearance, Bulma remains optimistic, believing this marks a promising beginning. She increasingly senses that she has secured a cherished place in Luo Hao's heart. Perhaps it is the intuition and sensitivity of youth that guide her. Come forth, dragon! With Bulma's spirited call, the sky darkens, and the assembled Dragon Balls emit a soft golden glow. In an instant, a colossal green dragon materializes before them, astonishing the group of friends with its grandeur. This is indeed the dragon, majestic and imposing, with an air of solemnity. The transformation of the sky into darkness during the summoning leaves the companions in awe. Yet, as the magnificent figure emerges, the spell is immediately broken. The green dragon, glistening with sweat upon its brow, stares in bewilderment with its crimson eyes at the silently smiling Luo Hao and Whis. Who is this dragon? This aloof being, summoned forth, perceives the extraordinary nature of Luo Hao and Whis. Their presence exudes a subtle divine power, imperceptible to the likes of Goku and his friends. yet unmistakably palpable to a member of the dragon lineage. It dawns upon the dragon that these two are indeed formidable figures. How could such terrifying beings summon it? What madness has befallen this world? Since my creation and existence on Earth for so many years, I have truly never encountered a being endowed with such formidable divine power. At this moment, the dragon was constantly wiping the cold sweat from its forehead, entirely disregarding the companions who had summoned it below. Instead, it bowed respectfully to Luo Hao and Whis. All the customary opening remarks it typically employed were forgotten, and it timidly uttered, "My lords, may I inquire what your command is?" Was the dragon stuttering? At this juncture, Oolong furrowed his brow and remarked, "Bulma, the dragon we summoned must be a fake, right? Why is it stuttering?" Bulma also frowned slightly, at a loss for words. However, the awkwardness of the moment was soon overshadowed by the dragon's imposing presence. As the group began to deliberate on which wish to realize, amidst the hushed whispers, Luo Hao and Whis exchanged a knowing glance. Acknowledging that this being was indeed a true dragon, capable of sensing the extraordinary divine energy within them. Chapter 12. The dragon conjured a cup of coffee and then vanished. Whis smiled gently. "Indeed, I too sense that this creature is markedly different from those deceitful impostors. It can perceive the divine energy within our bodies, indicating it is not a counterfeit." Observing that the two eminent figures had no intention of entangling themselves with him, the dragon sighed in relief. Just as it was about to inquire further, Luo Hao waved his hand lightly, saying, "Dragon, since you have been summoned, feel free to grant any wish without concern for us. Whis and I are merely ordinary individuals present here, so do not mind us." The dragon, feeling greatly relieved, addressed Bulma, Goku, Oolong, and the others with a serious tone. "Humans who have gathered the Dragon Balls, state your wish. Any wish can be realized." It then stood silently, awaiting their response. Meanwhile, the companions below continued their hushed discussions, ultimately failing to reach a consensus, as each person's wish varied greatly. Observing their ongoing debate from above, the dragon felt a sense of helplessness. Did these individuals summon me without having contemplated their wishes? Engaged in such deliberation, it was truly excessive. Did they not realize that my time in this world is limited? Why must they dawdle so? Gradually, the dragon of the abyss, previously drenched in cold sweat, began to perspire profusely once more. Were it an ordinary individual confronting a commonplace human, the dragon could easily disregard them, vanishing at the appointed time and leaving them to wait another year without a care. However, before him stood two extraordinary figures of immense power, rendering the dragon's predicament quite precarious. Departing was not an option, nor was staying. As his divine energy waned, the dragon stammered to Lord Luo Hao, "Esteemed sir, it appears that my time is indeed limited, nearing its utmost threshold. If you do not articulate your wishes soon, I may very well cease to exist." It was evident that the dragon had truly pushed his powers to their limits, and if wishes were not expressed forthwith, they would have to await the next opportunity. Upon hearing these words, the crowd engaged in fervent discussion paused momentarily, and a profound silence enveloped the world. At that moment, in a curious twist of fate, Whis yawned and remarked, "I truly find myself longing for a cup of coffee right now." This statement has undoubtedly provided a respite for the dragon. Behold, a cup of perfectly tempered coffee gracefully descended from the heavens, landing directly in Whis's hand. The dragon's eyes glimmered with a fiery light as he declared, "Your wish has been granted, farewell." With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving the onlookers in awe. The 7 Dragon Balls, which had transformed into the dragon, reverted to mere ordinary stones, scattering swiftly in all directions until they vanished from sight. The sky promptly regained its natural hue, while Whis, still in a state of bewilderment, gazed at the cup of coffee in his hand, pondering, has this fellow truly fulfilled his own desire? I merely expressed a wish for a cup of coffee, and he actually took the bait. The cunning dragon, I shall deal with him next time we meet. Whis sighed with a wry smile, taking a sip of the coffee conjured by the dragon, and remarked, "Alas, Luo Hao, this dragon is truly stingy. This is clearly nothing more than a cup of ordinary instant coffee, devoid of any sincerity. The next time we cross paths, I must ensure he receives his due." However, Luo Hao displayed an expression of resigned acceptance, prompting Whis to realize that the Dragon Balls they had painstakingly gathered had been so carelessly utilized. Yet, Whis was quick to respond. He suddenly gulped down the instant coffee in one breath, handing the empty cup to Luo Hao without a word, and then turned and fled, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. The companions, feeling their pride deeply wounded by Whis's audacity, each grabbed their weapons and embarked on a frenzied pursuit. Observing their behavior, Luo Hao couldn't help but smile faintly. Indeed, they were a kind-hearted bunch. Having such companions in this place, living together for a while might truly be a wise decision. Thus, the grand journey in search of the Dragon Balls reached a splendid conclusion. Although the ending was somewhat absurd, it allowed everyone to experience the power of the dragon. It seems the legend is real. Bulma's efforts were not in vain, and it ultimately benefited that rascal Whis, as everyone returned to their respective homes. The most aggrieved of them all was Bulma. Ever since Whis had committed that misdeed, every time she laid eyes on him, her gaze burned with fury. She relentlessly employed her signature tactic, constant nagging and grumbling, torturing Luo Hao's fragile nerves daily in his noodle shop. In the few days since returning to West City, Bulma had focused all her ire on Whis, adopting a full-on assault mode. Yet, this angelic figure was notoriously good-natured, no matter what Bulma said or did. He always responded with a sincere smile, remaining unfazed and unperturbed, devoid of any argument. Ultimately, Bulma found herself out of options against Whis' unyielding demeanor. She resorted to petty pranks and even retrieved the formidable laser gun she had crafted at the age of 6, intending to teach Whis a small lesson to vent her frustrations. However, she ultimately realized, to her dismay, that no matter what means she employed, she could inflict no harm upon Whis, nor could she manage to put him in any sort of predicament. With Bulma's clever mind, how could she possibly concede defeat? However, in the end, Bulma found herself utterly subdued, realizing that in terms of intellect, capability, and strength, she was indeed leagues behind Whis. At this point, she began to entertain the notion that perhaps he truly was an omnipotent angel. Yet, this angel merely presented himself daily at the noodle shop run by the Luo family, adorned in his signature apron, radiating a warm smile. Occasionally, when engrossed in work, he would sport a couple of unintentional streaks of flour on his face, resembling a diligent waiter in a bustling restaurant. Since Whis' arrival, the business at the Luo family's eatery had experienced a remarkable surge. Chapter 13. Luo's surrender to Bulma. Previously, Luo had managed this modest establishment during his spare time, but with Whis' involvement, the shop had flourished, which undoubtedly facilitated Whis' seamless integration into Luo's life. The one who bore the brunt of frustration was Bulma, yet she soon concocted a more ingenious plan. Since she found herself at a loss against Whis, why not redirect her efforts toward this fellow named Luo? After all, it was she who had brought Whis back. Her initial intention was to foster a closer bond with Luo. She felt that being in his presence invariably brought her joy. Perhaps young Bulma did not yet comprehend the essence of love or affection. She simply knew that she enjoyed this pursuit. In her interactions with Luo, Bulma employed an entirely new strategy. After her previous failures against Whis, she realized her usual tactics had little effect on the thick-skinned man. However, having shared a school and a desk with Luo for an extended period, she unleashed many of her ultimate moves. For instance, one evening during a particularly busy period, Bulma stood quietly before the tirelessly working Luo. She refrained from scolding or engaging in petty quarrels. Instead, she gazed at him with eyes full of melancholy, unwavering in her attention, regardless of what he said or did, resembling a forlorn lady of the inner chambers. This, however, sparked a flurry of discussions among the diners within the restaurant. After all, a stunningly beautiful school bell casting a mournful gaze at Luo Hao, without a hint of noise or disturbance, inevitably elicits a peculiar sensation, provoking a myriad of inexplicable associations. Had this young man done something unspeakable to the young lady? Or had some unresolved issue arisen between them that ignited the imagination? Why did this young girl's eyes brim with such sorrow? Moreover, how could the proprietor of this modest eatery remain so indifferent? Was he truly devoid of compassion? Amidst this atmosphere, Luo Hao felt himself teetering on the brink of collapse. As an angel, Whis could effortlessly disregard Bulma's subtle provocations, yet as an ordinary earthling, Luo Hao found it impossible to overlook Bulma's maneuvers, especially given their close camaraderie and friendship. Nevertheless, Bulma continued to entangle him with her silent treatment, leaving Luo Hao feeling utterly overwhelmed. Initially, he had merely been an observer to the spectacle, but now, with Bulma's focus squarely on him, he opted to yield. After all, it was not in his nature to quarrel with a young girl. Ultimately, pressed by Bulma, Luo Hao had no choice but to lay his cards on the table. All right, Bulma, just say what you need to say. Please, spare us from this daily torment, would you? Upon witnessing Luo Hao's capitulation, Bulma's mournful expression transformed into one of radiant joy, just from her ability to change her demeanor in an instant. Luo Hao felt she ought to be nominated for an Oscar. It would be a disservice to her talents otherwise. With a casual gesture, Bulma pointed to Whis, who was bustling about nearby, and declared, Luo Hao, this server is bullying me. and you must seek justice on my behalf. Ah, so it was merely this trivial matter. Luo Hao had anticipated a more outrageous demand from Bulma, yet it was just this minor issue, which he deemed easily resolvable. He patted his chest and said, "All right. I understand that the previous incident concerning the Dragon Balls has become a sore point for you. I promise to handle him when I have the chance. Surely that will satisfy you?" However, Bulma retorted with a scoff, "Given your bond with him, do you really think you'll be able to manage that? Don't deceive me. I am not a child of 3. Luo Hao shrugged helplessly. "Then, what must I do for you to relent?" With a gleam of determination in her eyes, Bulma promptly replied, "I demand compensation. He has stolen my wish, and I will not stand for it. You too must compensate me. If the compensation is satisfactory, we can consider this matter closed. Otherwise, I shall pursue this relentlessly, and it will never end." It appears that Bulma has indeed made up her mind. After contemplating, Luo Hao mused, "In light of this, it seems reasonable to request some form of compensation. For it was Whis who pilfered everyone's wishes. Moreover, Bulma was the one who initiated the quest for the Dragon Balls, and it was her invention, the Dragon Radar, that ultimately led to naught. One cannot help but feel a tinge of guilt towards her." With this in mind, Luo Hao resolutely proclaimed, "Very well. Voice any demands you may have, and Whis and I shall endeavor to fulfill them. Is that not agreeable?" Witnessing Luo Hao's unexpected acquiescence, Bulma felt a surge of confidence, for Luo Hao is not one to offer promises lightly. Yet, once he spoke, he would invariably make good on his word. This is precisely one of the reasons why Bulma particularly enjoys spending time with Roheo. After a moment of contemplation, Bulma remarked, "I don't desire much else. You know I have a penchant for technological marvels. Just a few high-tech gadgets would suffice to bring me joy, and we can let this matter slide. However, do not attempt to placate me with mundane items. After all, our family is the wealthiest on earth, and I seek things I have never encountered before." Upon hearing this, Roheo found himself in quite the predicament. Yet, having already made a promise, it seemed uncharacteristic of him to retract his words. "Very well, then. You shall return tomorrow evening, and Vados and I will provide you with a satisfactory response," he declared. "This is your word. Do not renege on it." Roheo spread his hands in exasperation, replying, "When have I ever deceived you, my dear?" With her desires fulfilled, Bulma strutted home like a victorious little rooster, pride radiating from her every step. After the noodle shop closed, Roheo summoned Vados to his rooftop and recounted the entire situation. With a wry smile, Vados replied, "It seems this girl has ensnared us." Roheo sighed lightly. Who could argue otherwise? "What should we do, Vados? We must devise a solution promptly." Fortunately, her demands were not excessively unreasonable. Vados tapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Roheo, you truly place me in a difficult position. With their family being the richest on earth, where shall we procure more advanced technological equipment?" Chapter 14. Vados, let us borrow something from Frieza. Roheo pondered for a moment. Suddenly his eyes lit up with realization. "Of course, I just remembered. According to my memories from a past life, the 12th universe possesses a time machine, doesn't it? Why not?" Before he could finish his thought, he noticed Vados' expression shift dramatically. He immediately raised his voice by an octave, exclaiming, No, absolutely not. I have promised the Grand Minister that as long as you do not leave the 7th universe, you may do as you please, but please, do not entertain such notions." Confused, Roheo inquired, "What is the issue?" "It is merely a visit to the 12th universe. With your influence, how difficult could it be to procure a time machine?" Vados, now devoid of his usual composure, murmured to himself, "No, absolutely not. Do not be hasty. I have a plan." Observing Vados' demeanor, Roheo couldn't help but feel perplexed. Is it truly such a dramatic affair to visit the 12th universe? However, Vados does not appear to be feigning. "Well, if you have a plan, do share it with me." Thus, Luo Hao gazed intently with his sincere eyes fixed upon Whis, whose face grew increasingly flushed as he struggled to devise a suitable solution. At last, Whis could no longer contain himself. At that moment, a distant aircraft soared towards them, effectively alleviating the excruciating embarrassment of Whis. As Luo Hao focused his gaze, he was astonished to discover that it was Bulma returning. What on earth was this girl doing flying her craft in the dead of night? Soon, the answer became apparent as Bulma hovered her aircraft mid-air, casually grasped a shotgun, and tossed it to Luo Hao, declaring, "Here, this is a gift for you." Luo Hao, perplexed, responded with a look of confusion. "What does this mean? Why have you come all this way in the middle of the night to give me a shotgun?" Bulma, visibly irritated, retorted, You really are hopeless. You cannot even protect yourself. It's bad enough that you are weak. But to have such a useless companion by your side is unacceptable. Whis, wiping the sweat from his brow, thought to himself. Is this what it means to be caught in the crossfire? I seemingly have said nothing. Bulma continued. I heard that the security in this area has been quite poor lately, with ruffians frequently vandalizing and robbing. She added, now take the shotgun and ensure your safety. Remember to uphold your promise to me. With that, Bulma piloted her aircraft away, disappearing without a backward glance from Whis and Luo Hao. The girl truly possesses an extraordinary imagination. Luo Hao gazed helplessly at the double-barreled shotgun in his hands and sighed. Well, at least Bulma has thought it through. She is mindful of her own safety. However, if Bulma were fully aware of her own capabilities, she might deem it futile to even summon an army. Bulma's interruption sparked a realization in Whis, who had been blushing earlier. He suddenly clapped his arm and exclaimed, Ah, I have indeed found a solution. And I must thank Miss Bulma for her reminder. Luo Hao slung the double-barreled shotgun Bulma had gifted him over his shoulder, casting a dubious glance at Whis. Speak up. What is your plan? Do not try to deceive me, or else. Rest assured, Whis declared confidently, patting his chest. I remembered that Lord Beerus has a subordinate named Frieza, a notorious space pirate throughout the universe. When Miss Bulma mentioned that the local security was poor, it reminded me of him. Since he is infamous as a cosmic marauder, he likely has a wealth of advanced technology. Why not approach him to borrow some? Fulfilling Miss Bulma's wishes in the process? What do you think? Luo Hao pondered for a moment. Borrowing high-tech equipment from Frieza does seem like a feasible plan, but Whis, will he be willing to lend it? Whis smiled nonchalantly. Hey, with me, Whis, personally involved, is there anything I cannot accomplish? Do not underestimate me. This is in the 7th universe. Noticing Luo Hao's skeptical expression, Whis sighed and clapped his hands. All right, Luo Hao, since that is the case, let us go together. Shall we? You can oversee the situation, and I assure you that I will successfully complete this task. I will undoubtedly bring back some advanced equipment for you to present to Miss Bulma. Is that acceptable? Seeing Luo Hao's lack of objections, Whis gently summoned his angelic staff, and with a slight gesture, Frieza's image and that of his legion appeared before them. Whis pointed, Behold, this is the infamous Frieza. And behind him is his army. Their technology and equipment far surpass that of Earth. Any item we acquire from them will suffice for your report to Miss Bulma. Luo Hao surveyed the scene. Very well, Whis. I appreciate your efforts. Let us proceed. Whis chuckled, as you wish. With a graceful movement, he stood before Luo Hao and instructed, Place your arm upon my shoulder. I shall now take you there. Luo Hao expressed no objections and placed his palm gently upon Whis' shoulder. In that moment, Whis struck the ground lightly with his staff, and an ethereal radiance akin to that of twinkling stars emanated from his entire being, enveloping both individuals. They were instantaneously transformed into a magnificent meteor that transcended time and space, vanishing from their original location. This journey marks the inaugural interstellar expedition for Whis and Luo Hao, with Whis dedicating his utmost effort to navigate this endeavor. In a flash of brilliance, the duo swiftly transcended the confines of the Milky Way. During their voyage, Luo Hao inquired, Whis, your speed is quite impressive. To which Whis replied, Indeed, we angels are capable of achieving the first cosmic velocity, meaning that no one in this universe can surpass our speed. However, Luo Hao smirked and retorted, Is that so? I recall a certain ability known as instantaneous teleportation. Surely, you angels are not devoid of it? Upon hearing this, Whis' expression fell. According to the divine decree, the destroyers and angels are prohibited from employing instantaneous teleportation at will. Luo Hao continued, Then, if you were to exert your full speed, how long would it take to reach Mr. Frieza? Chapter 15. Frieza prostrate on the ground. Whis pondered, counting on his fingers, approximately 18 minutes. It seems that this fellow's fleet is indeed quite distant, necessitating such a lengthy journey. Luo Hao gently shook his head. No matter. Allow me to lead the way this time. Just provide me with their coordinates, and I shall utilize instantaneous teleportation to transport you there. Whis looked puzzled. It's merely a matter of several minutes. Luo Hao, can you truly not endure that? Luo Hao grinned enigmatically. I shall guide us there, and on our return, you shall take the lead. How does that sound? At this moment, Whis regarded Luo Hao with skepticism, pondering if he harbored some ulterior motive. Very well. Since you are willing to use instantaneous teleportation, I shall not stand on ceremony. On our return, let me pilot our flight. After all, in the past, I had always been the one to escort Lord Beerus without ever leading him astray. With that, Whis hesitated no longer and promptly relayed the coordinates of Frieza's legion to Luo Hao. Chanting a spell within his heart, Luo Hao vanished in an instant alongside Whis, who was straining to maintain his flight in midair. It was evident that Luo Hao had fully grasped the essence of instantaneous teleportation. His execution flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hindrance, indicating that his strength and divine power had recovered significantly. If Luo Hao were to fly at full throttle now, it was uncertain how far he could outpace Whis. However, to directly fly there would indeed compromise the pride of Whis, the so-called first angel. After all, with instantaneous teleportation, who would still resort to cosmic flight? In the depths of the cosmos, upon an unnamed planet, Frieza sat within his spacecraft, orchestrating the operations of his entire fleet. Beside him, Dodoria stood attentively, reporting on the progress of their forces. My Lord Frieza, we require only 30 more minutes to conclude the war on this planet. Soon, it shall belong to the Frieza force. Frieza assumed an elegant posture and inquired, how long until Cooler's forces arrive? At that moment, the ever-obedient Zarbin wiped the sweat from his forehead, dutifully responding, My Lord Frieza, Lord Cooler's army will arrive in approximately 46 minutes. However, by that time, we will have already secured a complete victory, rendering any reinforcements irrelevant, as our mission will be fully accomplished. Dodoria, eager to flatter, chimed in. Even the wisest of Lord Cooler could not have anticipated that you, my lord, would deploy the Jinyu force for this assault. Truly, it is an overkill for this planet. With the might of the Jinyu force, concluding the battle within 30 minutes is absolutely assured. Frieza cackled gleefully. Cooler, once I have triumphed. Do you still wish to partake? Not a chance. This planet can fetch a handsome price, haha. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, the lights of the command chamber began to flicker ominously and then extinguished completely. What is happening? Frieza's expression soured as he realized a malfunction in the energy supply of his command ship. Dodoria, what is the meaning of this? Dodoria, startled, fell to his knees. Forgive me, my Lord Frieza. I shall investigate immediately. He swiftly opened the hatch and vanished in an instant. As Dodoria departed, a string of curses crossed his mind. Which incompetent fool is on duty today? They can't even manage the energy control of the command ship. Thankfully, my Lord Frieza is in good spirits. Otherwise, I would bear the brunt of this failure. If I discover which fool allowed this negligence, I shall not hesitate to eliminate them on the spot. In haste, Dodoria dashed into the energy room of the spacecraft. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find the two subordinates who should have been on duty inexplicably unconscious. While standing before him were two peculiar figures, one tall and wielding a staff, the other slender and bearing what appeared to be a double-barreled firearm. Where did these two fellows come from? When did they appear on our battleship? Why did the entire ship not sound a single alarm? Doria thundered, You two scoundrels. How did you gain entry? Who are you? The two individuals across from him seemingly had no intention of acknowledging his inquiries. The one wielding a staff murmured, This must be the control center of their ship, right? Yet, judging by the intensity of the energy, it appears to align with high-tech equipment. The other, who carried a double-barreled shotgun, nodded in agreement. Indeed, given the technological sophistication of this vessel, it should suffice to report back to Bulma. Shouldn't we now seek out the owner of the ship to discuss matters? The staff-wielding individual vigorously nodded. Yes, as long as they consent. We could take the ship back with us. The two continued their leisurely conversation, igniting Doria's fury to its zenith. You two rascals, I am addressing you. Just as he exclaimed this, his vision blurred, and the two nonchalantly conversing figures vanished entirely from his sight. Doria stood there, utterly bewildered. What is happening? How did they arrive? How did they depart? I didn't even notice, despite my own capabilities. He slapped his rather dull head in confusion as he returned to the command room. Upon opening the hatch, Doria was instantly taken aback, for he discovered that the recently confident Lord Frieza was now prostrated on the ground, displaying utmost reverence towards a certain direction. Following the line of Frieza's gaze, Doria lifted his eyes to find the very two miscreants causing chaos in the energy chamber. What on earth is happening? At this moment, Doria's already muddled mind struggled to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Sabo, standing beside him, was discreetly urging Doria to pay his respects. However, Doria, bewildered, merely pointed at the two individuals across from him and, gazing at Frieza's peculiar posture, muttered to himself, What on earth is going on? Only to be sharply reprimanded by Frieza, who barked, Silence. You imbecile. Chapter 16. Whis, Frieza, may I borrow your spaceship? Then, adopting a sycophantic tone, he addressed Lord Beerus. I never expected your esteemed presence. My apologies for the lack of proper welcome. Please, convey any commands you may have. The entire command cabin fell into an utter silence. At this moment, Frieza dared to steal a glance ahead, only to discover that reality diverged from his expectations, despite the earlier scene instilling him with profound trepidation. The figure standing in the center was not the terrifying god of destruction, Beerus, but rather a slender, ordinary youth, carrying what appeared to be a double-barreled shotgun. Who was this individual? Based on the radiance and velocity observed moments ago, it is unequivocally the handiwork of Lord Beerus. Subsequently, I glanced behind this youth. He must be the servant of the god of destruction, Lord Beerus. If memory serves me right, his name is Whis. His staff, energy, demeanor, and attire, yes. It is indeed him. Oh, it appears that this time, it is not the god of destruction, Beerus, who has arrived. At this moment, Frieza felt an inexplicable confusion stirring within him. It had always been Whis guiding the way for Beerus's descent. Such a familiar radiance, such a recognizable maneuver. Yet only beings like Beerus and Whis could produce such an effect. I never expected that this time it would retain its original flavor, its traditional method. Albeit with the god of destruction replaced by a youth bearing a hunting rifle. What on earth is this peculiar operation? Nevertheless, this revelation allowed Frieza's previously anxious heart to settle completely. As long as it was not Lord Beerus, there seemed to be room for negotiation. Frieza had initially feared that his recent lack of diligence or some transgression against Lord Beerus's authority had prompted this inquiry. It appeared that if it was merely Beerus's attendant accompanied by another individual, it likely was not a grave matter. At this moment, Frieza had entirely shed the obsequious tone and submissive demeanor he had previously displayed. Gradually regaining his composure, he straightened his posture. And a confident smile returned to his face as he greeted Whis. Greetings, Mr. Whis. Why didn't you accompany Lord Beerus this time? Whis disdainfully cast a glance at the so-called Cosmic Emperor. You truly are oblivious, Frieza. Given your lack of discernment, it is a miracle you have survived this long. The individual before you is far more formidable than Lord Beerus, and you fail to perceive it? Oh, you shall soon learn the consequences. At that moment, Dodoria wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurried to Frieza's side, ingratiatingly stating, My Lord Frieza. It was these two rascals who were causing a ruckus in the energy chamber of our spacecraft. Just as I was about to apprehend them, they suddenly fled here. Do you wish for me to subdue them immediately or eliminate them outright? Frieza's expression darkened slightly. It is indeed them? Could they really be causing trouble in the energy chamber? How strange. However, considering the presence of Mr. Whis, who is Lord Beerus's attendant, it would be prudent to treat this matter lightly. Offending the attendant of Lord Beerus would not serve my interests. As Frieza hesitated, Dodoria, ever dutiful, activated the device on his forehead. After a series of beeps, Dodoria was utterly taken aback. He pointed at Whis and Luo Hao, exclaiming, My Lord Frieza. These two rascals dare to cause chaos aboard our cosmic warship. Allow me to capture them. The individual wielding the staff had a combat power of 0, but the one accompanying him was considerably stronger. Frieza blinked in surprise. Ah, this fellow possesses considerable strength? Dodoria struggled to suppress his laughter. The one bearing the primitive weapon has a combat power of merely 5. Oh, how amusing. My Lord Frieza, their combat powers are 5 and 0. And yet you treat them with such deference? At this moment, Dodoria seemed to realize he had misspoken, inadvertently touching upon Frieza's sensitive spot. A terrifying aura of murderous intent emanated from Frieza's eyes, causing Dodoria to break out in a cold sweat. Without a moment's hesitation, he prostrated himself on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in apology. I am deeply sorry, Lord Frieza. It was my loose tongue that led to this blunder. However, Frieza showed no inclination to dwell on Dodoria's indiscretion, thinking to himself, I shall deal with this indiscreet fool later. Yet he pondered the presence of the destruction god's servant, who had arrived in his command room alongside another individual. What could this signify? According to Dodoria, the two had come from the energy chamber. Did they harbor any interest in his spaceship? Meanwhile, observing the commotion, Luo Hao subtly signaled Whis, suggesting that he should handle the matter with his subordinate. As a figure of significance, Luo Hao found the antics of these clowns beneath his notice. Whis sighed softly, conceding, Very well, it seems I must intervene. With a gentle smile directed at Frieza, Whis remarked, Frieza, I have heard that you have been performing admirably of late. The tasks assigned by Lord Beerus have been executed quite well. Frieza, displaying an understanding of the situation, nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, indeed. I am grateful for your commendation, Mr. Whis, and I hope you will speak favorably of me to Lord Beerus. I am immensely appreciative. The two engaged in a courteous exchange. Yet Luo Hao's impatience prompted him to cast another glance at Whis. With a resigned cough, Whis continued, "The reason for my visit is to discuss a matter with you." "What matter?" Frieza inquired directly. Whis replied, "It is nothing significant, merely a request to borrow your spaceship." "What?" Frieza's emotions began to churn violently. Contemplating the implications of such a request, how could this individual dare to ask to borrow his vessel? Is this a loan? Isn't this attitude akin to brazenly attempting to rob me? Do they truly believe that I, Frieza, the sovereign of this universe, am to be trifled with? If it were Lord Beerus who had come, it would be a different matter altogether. Yet here you are, a mere servant of a destroyer, parading around with a child of unknown origins, possessing a power level of only 5, attempting to plunder my spaceship? Not a chance. Chapter 17. Frieza, defeat me, and the entire fleet shall be yours. However, now is not the moment to sever ties with this servant of destruction. Frieza, with a glint in his triangular eyes, quickly devised a plan. "Mr. Whis, this spaceship holds significant value for me. Let us make a deal. If you desire it, I cannot refuse your request. Simply agree to one condition, and the ship is yours." Whis paused for a moment, contemplating. This nefarious individual appears surprisingly perceptive. Refraining from excessive negotiation and merely presenting a single request in exchange for the spaceship. It seems this journey was not in vain after all. With a smile, Whis replied, "Very well, Frieza. What is your request?" Frieza clenched his fists, declaring, "It is quite simple. If you can defeat me, not only this spaceship, but my entire fleet shall be yours." Upon hearing this, Whis was momentarily taken aback. This Frieza truly lacks awareness. To challenge me and Luo Hao to defeat him is as effortless as crushing an ant. Typically, I follow behind Beerus, assisting with daily tasks. In essence, both the destroyers and the Kais are considered disciples of Whis. These two supreme deities of the universe were cultivated under my guidance. Yet, this subordinate of Beerus, Frieza, dares to boast in my presence? Does he truly perceive me, a distinguished angel, as a soft target? Nevertheless, it is essential to acknowledge that as an angel, there exists an unyielding principle that must be adhered to. Despite their immense strength and elevated status in the universe, their sole mandate is to maintain neutrality in all matters, serving only to supervise and uphold order without intervening haphazardly. Although Whis could easily reduce this presumptuous being to cosmic dust with a mere breath, such an act would violate the strict codes of conduct for angels. Contemplating this, Whis found himself in a bit of a quandary. Then, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes. Yes, there is Luo Hao beside me. This esteemed individual is neither an angel nor a destroyer, and thus would not be bound by the cosmic laws. This individual currently appears to be merely an ordinary 16-year-old boy from Earth. Indeed, with him around, is there any need for my intervention? Whis, with a cunning smile, remarked, "Luo Hao, it seems I must rely on you now, for I have already endured his disdain." Luo Hao, adopting a posture of resignation, replied, "Whis, you truly are something else. You claim this fellow is a subordinate of Beerus, yet it seems your influence here is rather limited." Whis, displaying an air of indifference, responded, "You may say whatever you wish, it matters not to me. In any case, I cannot intervene. If you seek the equipment here, you must defeat him yourself." With a chuckle, he added, "I am confident that with your strength, vanquishing this insignificant Frieza should pose no challenge." Luo Hao sighed in exasperation. "Well then, it appears I have no choice but to take matters into my own hands. What a bother. I merely wished for a spacecraft, yet this fellow insists on offering his entire fleet to me. To refuse would seem rather rude, wouldn't you agree?" Whis, taken aback, inquired, "What? His entire fleet?" Luo Hao chuckled again. He stated that should I conquer him, his fleet would be mine. Did you not hear him? The two continued their banter, seemingly oblivious to the growing ire of Frieza, who had reached the limit of his patience. These two imbeciles. One possesses such feeble combat power, while the other is but an ordinary attendant, yet they truly believe they can toy with me. Am I so easily bullied? Frieza, without further hesitation, transformed, his aura shifting dramatically as he assumed his final form before their eyes. With an air of triumph, Frieza declared, "Mr. Whis, it is only out of respect for you that I shall engage this challenger in my complete form. I am a man of my word. Should my fist be victorious, everything my fleet possesses will be yours. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The negotiations are off." It was evident that Frieza was resolute in his intention to battle Luo Hao. Meanwhile, Dodoria, wishing to atone for his earlier misstep, pondered for a lengthy moment before voicing his thoughts. He exclaimed, You, with your pitiful combat power of merely 5, dare challenge our Lord Frieza? Truly, you are courting death. Are you not aware that our Lord Frieza's power is an astonishing 530,000? This is utterly laughable. At that moment, Dodoria sensed a wave of murderous intent emanating from Frieza, who cast a cold glare in his direction, hissing, "You fool, be silent. I have now transformed into my ultimate form. To be frank, my full power boasts a staggering 12 million. What nonsense about 530,000? Do not utter nonsense if you are unaware of the facts. Speak another word, and I shall obliterate you on the spot." At that moment, Dodoria realized he had misspoken once again and instinctively directed his scouter towards Frieza. With a resounding bang, the scouter on Dodoria's forehead disintegrated into mere fragments. Indeed, Frieza's power was unfathomable. Even the scouter could not withstand the force and exploded upon contact, indicating that Frieza's strength surpassed their expectations. Meanwhile, Zabon, quick to assess the situation, though he typically was not on good terms with Dodoria, wasted no time and urged, "A fierce battle is about to unfold here. We must depart immediately." Dodoria, recognizing the gravity of the situation, acquiesced. Having already committed 2 grave errors today, lingering here could indeed result in their annihilation. As the three grappled with their dilemma, Luo Hao raised his fist, playfully addressing Whis. "Are you certain you wish for me to engage? I must forewarn you that my strength has only recently recovered to a mere 2 or 3/10. My control over it has yet to reach perfection. Should any mishap occur." Chapter 18. Whis and Frieza discuss reasoning. Whis chuckled, "Fear not. I shall ensure there are no repercussions. What chaos could you possibly unleash? With a legitimate angel like me present, what cannot be rectified? Very well. Given such assurance, I feel at ease." Casting a glance at Frieza, Luo Hao contemptuously remarked, "It appears Mr. Frieza enjoys reasoning quite a bit, and I too appreciate a good discourse. However, to strike directly seems somewhat unfair. After all, this was Whis' suggestion, and one must afford you some dignity." With that, Luo Hao nonchalantly chose a direction and unleashed a punch, sending forth an invisible ripple that gradually expanded along the trajectory of his strike. At that moment, the previously calm and smiling Whis felt his pupils constrict to the size of pinpricks. This individual had delivered such a seemingly casual strike that the entire command chamber of their spacecraft was plunged into darkness, altering the very fabric of the universe itself. Was this merely an assault that restored 2 or 3/10 of his power? Gazing along the trajectory of Luo Hao's strike, one could witness the instantaneous obliteration of everything in its path. Planets, armies, stars, and galaxies were all reduced to a vast, gaping black hole by the force of his punch. The once magnificent expanse of the cosmos and its celestial bodies had been utterly annihilated in the wake of this single blow. The stars that had previously adorned the trajectory inexplicably vanished, resulting in a peculiar alteration of the surrounding light. There was neither explosion nor roar. Everything simply ceased to exist in an instant. On the opposing side, Frieza nearly had his eyes pop out of their sockets in disbelief. What is this absurdity? That strike appeared to have been delivered with such casual ease. Fortunately, he was not the target. Otherwise, he might have believed, as Doria claimed, that this individual was merely an ordinary fighter with a power level of 5. How could that possibly be true, given the sheer might of this attack, delivered without any build-up, explosion, or apparent power? It was nothing short of a monstrous existence. Is this truly all? What a farce. Not only would he himself stand no chance, but even if his entire army and all the elite forces of the Zeta organization were to unite, it would pale in comparison to the overwhelming might of such a strike. Even the destruction god Beerus himself could not wield such fearsome power and terrifying destructive capability. This transcends the very existence of a destroyer. Yet, this being has clearly stated that he has only restored 2 or 3/10 of his power. If he were to unleash 5, 6, or even 10/10 of his strength, would this universe still endure? From where did Whis find such a perverse individual? No. I should have anticipated this. Since Whis can serve as the attendant to Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, and now he has become the subordinate of another person, that individual must undoubtedly be a challenging presence to deal with. And that scoundrel, Dodoria, claiming that the opponent's power level is merely 5, such a statement is surely a facade. Indeed, he suddenly realized that his so-called detector could only sense the energy and power of ordinary mortals, but had no capability to detect the divine power of true gods. He had been far too careless, having offended such a terrifying figure. Fortunately, he had left himself a margin of safety due to the identities of Whis and Beerus. Otherwise, according to his usual demeanor, he would have met a death he couldn't even comprehend. However, It appears there is no opportunity for regret now, as he discovered that the direction in which Roheo had punched was precisely aimed at the planet he intended to conquer. Moreover, all of his elite troops, fleets, spacecraft, and resources he had brought to seize the place had vanished without a trace. Now, it seemed he was left with only this battered spaceship beneath his feet. Along with Dodoria and the bewildered Sabo, what on earth was he to do? In the command chamber, the only sound was the chattering of Frieza's teeth. This fellow was indeed rendered speechless, unable to utter any boastful words. Fortunately, the direction of the attack was not aimed at him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been truly unpredictable. Opposite him, Whis was wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his lips twitching as he remarked, "Roheo, I merely suggested that you teach this fellow a lesson, not to create such a tremendous commotion. Half a star system has already collapsed." Roheo, with a helpless wave of his hand, replied, "I apologize, Whis. I mentioned earlier that I had just awakened, and my strength is not fully restored yet. Especially since my control over it seems somewhat off, I inadvertently exerted a bit too much force. I will be more careful next time." Whis continued, "You call that a bit of strength? You have obliterated half a star system. What would happen if you unleashed your full power? Would there be any existence left in our seventh universe?" Then, Whis recalled a crucial point. "Indeed, we came here to borrow a ship and acquire equipment. With that punch, you have not only destroyed the ship's equipment, but everything else as well. Before us lies only an emptiness and a terrified Frieza. How shall we explain this to Miss Bulma?" Roheo clenched his fist and offered Whis a rather good suggestion, by the way. "Whis, you just mentioned that you would cover for any issues. You are a full-time, all-capable angel. After all." Whis forced a wry smile, saying, "I was merely being courteous. Who would have known you would be this formidable? Indeed, even the formidable Lord Beerus does not possess abilities akin to yours. At most, he may obliterate 1 or 2 planets that do not meet his approval, but he cannot annihilate half a galaxy with a mere gesture. Alas, it was indeed my overconfidence that led to this predicament." However, Luo Hao gazed at him with a beaming smile. "Whis, given the circumstances, why do you still stand on ceremony with me? Do you not possess the power of time reversal as an angel? Must you still hide your capabilities?" Upon hearing Luo Hao's inquiry, Whis vigorously wiped the sweat from his brow. "Very well, you rascal, you have been waiting for me here. My time reversal ability is not to be employed lightly. You are compelling me to defy the principles of angelic conduct." Luo Hao continued to smile brightly. "In that case, let us venture to Universe 12. It would be delightful for me to revisit the past, wouldn't it?" The moment Luo Hao expressed his intention to leave Universe 7, Whis promptly surrendered, declaring with conviction, "What regulations and requirements? They are mere trifles. Let us address the matter at hand. Since you have a request, I shall certainly fulfill it." Indeed, only 2 minutes had elapsed, making it an opportune moment to utilize the time reversal ability. Could such a trivial matter daunt me? Although it would deplete a significant amount of my divine energy, every effort is worthwhile. Chapter 19. Frieza's willingness to gambit and submit. Witnessing Whis' expression shift as swiftly as turning the pages of a book, Frieza found himself utterly astounded. This individual, seemingly an ordinary attendant of Lord Beerus, harbors such formidable destructive power and possesses the ability to reverse time. Could he indeed restore everything to its former state? If so, this capability is even more terrifying. It appears that the most formidable force is not Lord Beerus himself, but rather this attendant. He must be the true heavyweight. However, if this significant figure can truly achieve all he claims, then the one known as Luo Hao must possess a status and identity far surpassing that of Lord Beerus. Well, it seems I am quite fortunate to have encountered such an extraordinary individual. I should certainly strive to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. With his support, what are Lord Beerus and the God of Destruction but mere illusions? At this moment, Frieza was already calculating his own interests in his mind, while Whis hesitated no longer. He gently tapped his staff 3 times in midair and murmured a spell, his body radiating divine light. In an instant, the time reversal ability swiftly rewound the events that had just transpired, akin to a videotape being rewound, returning everything to 5 minutes prior. This extraordinary technique truly astonished Frieza, Dodoria, and Zebon, leaving them utterly speechless. The vanished fleets, the disappeared planets, the lost galaxies all gradually returned to their original states, step by step. This individual truly possesses the ability to manipulate time. Is this the power of an angel? I had indeed underestimated Beerus's companion. This is a figure of terrifying significance. At this moment, the hearts of the onlookers were somewhat reassured, as it appeared that the one wielding the shotgun was genuinely willing to engage in reasoned discourse. However, it was clear that our group had been undeniably narrow-minded, particularly Frieza, who, bolstered by Beerus's backing, had long existed in a state of arrogance, acting as a brazen representative not only among the Frost Demons but also within the Zeno organization. After witnessing this confrontation, which could restore everything to its original state, Luo Hao felt immense joy and remarked to Whis. Whis, I truly did not anticipate that you would possess such profound techniques. I have indeed underestimated you. However, now that you are by my side, I feel reassured. May I practice my skills more frequently from now on? As soon as these words were spoken, Whis began to wipe the sweat from his brow and remarked, My dear friend, to speak candidly, this temporal rewind is exceedingly taxing on divine energy. And the utilization of such a skill is also subject to a cool-down period. Caution is imperative. We must exercise the utmost prudence. Should it be overused, I might inexplicably vanish into the cosmos, even without your intervention. As you are aware, we angels cannot unleash our full power, for our strength is nearly depleted. Until we recover, we lack the capacity to initiate another temporal rewind. Surely, you would not wish for my sudden disappearance, would you? Oh, in that case, it indeed poses a threat to your existence, so we must tread carefully henceforth. With that, Luo Hao shifted his gaze towards the trembling and disoriented Frieza, stating, Mr. Frieza, regarding our earlier agreement at this moment, Frieza, as if abruptly awakened from a stupor, wasted no time and promptly seized the quaking Dodoria and Zarbon by their collars, exclaiming, You two imbeciles, instantly relay the order to cease hostilities. Gather all army units immediately and heed my command. Did you not hear the directives from Lord Luo Hao and Lord Whis? Why are you dawdling? Hurry. Thus, the conflict on this nameless planet came to an inexplicable conclusion amidst an eerie atmosphere, and the soldiers of Frieza's army assembled with bewildering promptness. This planet had been conquered, and the remaining resistance forces, once engulfed in despair, found themselves inexplicably witnessing the sudden retreat of their ferocious adversaries. What on earth is happening? Amidst the collective bewilderment and confusion of the crowd, this remarkably high-rated planet has inexplicably restored its former tranquility, with war vanishing abruptly. On a highland of this unknown planet, the execution capability of Frieza's army is commendably efficient. Within mere minutes, the entire fleet of ships is meticulously aligned in the square. The spectacle is indeed breathtaking. Various colossal warships and spacecraft, down to the weapons, gear, and helmets used by individuals, are systematically arranged before Luo Hao and Whis, each piece in its rightful place. Indeed, this is a case of true sportsmanship. It appears that Frieza is, after all, a man of his word. With an impassive expression, Whis observed the performance of those below, while Luo Hao casually remarked, Whis, your companions truly excelled. It seems Beerus has quite the discerning eye. Although this little underling of his is somewhat audacious, he remains remarkably trustworthy. Observe how he has adhered to our requests without compromise. Whis, with a slight smirk, replied, Perhaps he is merely intimidated by you. This fellow is certainly not one to be trifled with. Is that so? Luo Hao countered, expressing his disagreement with Whis. At that moment, Dodoria, seated behind Frieza, struggled under the weight of his cumbersome armor, dragging it along. He called out to Sabo, Sabo, you rascal, why don't you lend a hand? Hurry up. I only have this last piece of armor left to don. Everything else is ready. Meanwhile, Luo Hao, resting one hand on his forehead, remarked with an air of exasperation. Hey, you, the rotund pink fellow, yes, you. You need not remove the armor you've already donned. I have no desire for such items infused with your essence. You may take those with you. Just leave the rest behind. Whis wiped the cold sweat from his brow, pondering the sincerity of these individuals. If Luo Hao did not intervene, would they not offer up their battle attire and undergarments as well? If that were to come to light, Bulma would likely not be in danger herself, but Luo Hao might find himself thoroughly exasperated. It seems that sheer force is indeed the ultimate truth. With a beaming smile, Luo Hao approached Frieza, gently patting him on the shoulder. In that instant, Frieza's face turned a sickly shade of green, fearing that Luo Hao intended to settle the score with him. In a swift motion, Frieza prostrated himself on the ground, exclaiming, My Lord Luo Hao, I have complied with your every demand. Please do not punish me further. Chapter 20. Luo Hao. I borrow, not steal. Luo Hao clapped his hands together, contemplating. It seems Frieza is genuinely terrified. He then stated, It is nothing. I merely offered a compliment. You are a reasonable and trustworthy individual, and with that, our misunderstanding is hereby resolved. However, I must clarify that these items are borrowed, not stolen. As you can see, Whis is present. Their worth is recorded under Beerus's name. Should you have any objections, feel free to confront Beerus directly. Do not spare me any courtesy. Haha. Whis, with a hand on his forehead and a look of disbelief, retorted, "You, my friend, speak with such grandiloquence, proclaiming it as borrowing. How utterly shameless. You have clearly intimidated others before plundering their forces and equipment, and yet you wish to charge it to Beerus's account? If only Lord Beerus were awake at this moment, for if he were to grasp the intricacies of these events, it would be remarkable if he did not unleash his wrath upon you. However, upon further reflection, if Beerus truly dared to trouble you, it would merely be inviting his own downfall. Given your prowess, by the time Beerus awakens, I dare say even 10 of his kind would stand no chance against you. Hee. Perhaps we shall witness a splendid spectacle in the future." Beside them, Frieza trembled, uttering, "I dare not. Truly I do not. I willingly concede these armaments to you." "My lord," Luo Hao, with a resigned gesture, replied, "Please, spare the formalities. Simply call me Luo Hao. I have made it clear to Whis that I am merely an ordinary earthling, devoid of any lofty titles. I find it rather awkward to be addressed as Lord." Frieza, unable to voice further jests, harbored resentment within. Originally, the intelligence gained from the Golra Legion's operation would have allowed for the conquest of this lucrative planet, yielding a handsome profit. However, the emergence of these two figures has completely derailed my plans, resulting in the loss of both my forces and resources. What a disastrous venture this has turned out to be. As he pondered this, he noticed countless dark spots appearing in the sky. Could it be that Golra has arrived? A wave of anxiety washed over Frieza. Surely he wouldn't engage in any reckless actions that would implicate me. In that moment, he cast aside his cautious demeanor before Luo Hao and, with an apologetic expression, soared into the air to confront Golra's fleet. Amidst the atmosphere, Golra's voice echoed with a mocking tone. "Frieza, my dear brother, how swift you are in your endeavors. Yet, why have you not fully conquered this planet? Do you wish for me to partake in your spoils? Perhaps my arrival is indeed timely." With that audacious laughter, Frieza began to sweat profusely. This fool truly lacks awareness of the situation, still daring to challenge me. Frieza retorted coldly to the fleet above. "Golra, you scoundrel. Silence yourself." From the sky emerged a figure strikingly reminiscent of Frieza, who continued to taunt him. "Frieza, what is your army doing? Lining up for my inspection? Such an orderly formation. Who would have thought your command over your subordinates had improved?" As Golra mocked him, his form materialized directly before Frieza, who stood prepared for battle, and with a chilling smile remarked, "I merely had a few words. Do you truly wish to engage me? Is it necessary for you to dirty your hands in the conquest of such a commonplace planet?" At this moment, Frieza was there wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "Gula, my dear elder brother, could you perhaps refrain from speaking so much?" Gula, with a face full of skepticism, replied, "Oh, this is not like you at all. When did you start addressing me as brother? What scheme do you have in mind? Speak up. Let me tell you, you're no match for me now." Frieza, however, with a look of resignation, approached Gula, who was watching him with wary eyes, and recounted the events that had just transpired. Gula's expression immediately shifted between uncertainty and suspicion. "Frieza, are you trying to deceive me? Is this some sort of trap? Not only do you wish to plunder the planet I have my eyes on, but now you also aim for my fleet?" Frieza shrugged his shoulders and replied, "Gula, don't blame me for being unbrotherly this time." He pointed a finger and continued, "You've seen that fellow down there. I need not elaborate on his prowess. However, his former identity is that of Lord Beerus's attendant. An attendant to a god of destruction willingly accompanying someone to reason with me. Do you think I jest?" Gula's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glimmer of doubt. It was indeed unprecedented for Frieza, usually so obstinate, to approach him with such gravity. Moreover, Gula had long harbored a lingering concern in terms of strength, cunning, and capability. Although Frieza was a prodigy of the frozen demon race, he still fell short in many respects. Why did Frieza receive such unwavering support from their father, King Cold? Was it not due to the stroke of fortune that allowed him to cling to the powerful god of destruction, Beerus? With that backing, no matter what mischief Frieza engaged in, he would remain unscathed. Now, although Beerus himself was absent, the angel Whis, who frequently accompanied him, was indeed present. It appeared that Frieza's assertions held substantial weight. Better safe than sorry, this was Gula's guiding principle. Since Beerus's attendant was here, if he wished to establish a connection with the god of destruction in the future, he must not offend those who accompanied him, regardless of their strength. As for the enigmatic figure Frieza had mentioned, he deemed it trivial. After all, it only concerned a minor loss of fleet equipment. Should he manage to align himself with significant figures thereafter, Gula would be able to stride confidently through the cosmos, regardless of the veracity of Frieza's words. One must take the gamble. Indeed, in terms of cunning and capability, Cooler undoubtedly surpasses Frieza. Had Frieza possessed such foresight and intentions earlier, he would not have found himself in this predicament. In Chapter 21, Cooler offers all his advanced technological equipment. The two brothers whispered to each other in midair, and Cooler swiftly descended before Whis, kneeling respectfully and stating, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Whis. My brother Frieza has informed me of your keen interest in our battleships. I have also brought a portion of my forces and am willing to contribute all my advanced technology, hoping you will graciously accept it." He then awaited Whis's response. Whis couldn't help but smile wryly, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. When he first arrived, he had approached Frieza amicably, only to be met with resistance. Frieza insisted that Luo Hao demonstrate his prowess before complying. Yet, this Cooler had immediately opted for submission, revealing the remarkable talent within their cold and malevolent race. However, whether to accept these offerings was of no consequence to him. He gestured towards Luo Hao, stating, "I am merely an attendant this time. Whether I find your offerings of interest must be determined by Luo Hao, as I seek his opinion." Cooler scrutinized Luo Hao, pondering. This individual does not appear to possess any extraordinary abilities. However, since he is favored by Lord Beerus, he must have his own merits, though they remain unknown to me. Cooler, unlike Frieza, did not exhibit arrogance. Instead, he respectfully stated, "Please, Mr. Luo Hao, guide us." Luo Hao pondered for a moment before responding, "Whis. One pig can be raised, and two pigs can be herded. Since Mr. Cooler shows such sincerity, let us accept his offerings with a smile and dispense with further formalities." Whis shrugged, "Very well. As long as you do not leave this universe, you may proceed as you wish. Moreover, their genuine desire to present these resources to you is certainly agreeable to me." Subsequently, Cooler commanded his fleet to arrange all the spaceships and advanced technology in an orderly manner before Luo Hao and Whis, akin to Frieza's display. In turn, Luo Hao graciously allowed Cooler a modicum of dignity, casually pointing to a small spaceship and saying, "Mr. Cooler, thank you for your generous gift. We shall decline this spaceship, as you need to return home, along with your many troops. This vessel shall remain with you." Cooler, taken aback, responded, "Thank you very much, Mr. Luo Hao. I am truly grateful." Frieza and his numerous subordinates, totaling over 2,000, were crammed into a small spacecraft designated by Luo Hao, resembling a sardine can, utterly packed to the brim. As the vessel swayed and floated into the air, Whis let out a sigh, remarking, "Luo Hao, your taste is truly surprising." Luo Hao merely smiled faintly in response. "It's quite generous of me, Whis, to have provided them with a ship, considering that Goldo has shown some sense." Suddenly, the spacecraft, now hovering in the air, unleashed its engine's power to the maximum, roaring away from the planet, vanishing without a trace. "Are we truly that frightening?" Luo Hao glanced at Whis with a hint of resignation. Whis looked skyward and mused, "Only the heavens know." Then, with a smirk, he turned to Luo Hao. "Look at this vast array of ships and equipment. How do you intend to bring them back?" It seemed a formidable challenge, as there were only the two of them to pilot or control the craft. Luo Hao chuckled, "Do you really expect me to devise a solution? You see, I am but an ordinary boy from Earth. What means do I possess to transport all this equipment back? If I had a way, what need would I have for you, an angel?" At his words, Whis's expression of schadenfreude froze in place. "Are you implying?" Luo Hao nodded earnestly. "Of course, this relies on you, Whis. Do your best." Whis's demeanor instantly fell. "Seriously? You expect me to handle all this equipment? What can I possibly do?" Luo Hao continued with a grin. "Oh, come now, Whis, spare me the pretense. I know you possess a unique ability to create an expansive hidden space. Simply enlarge that space and encompass all this equipment within it. When we return, your special skill will allow us to transport everything back." Whis protested one last time, but using that ability would preclude instantaneous movement. Luo Hao maintained a playful gaze. "That's why I utilized instantaneous movement to arrive here. You can envelop them with your divine power and then slowly return. Did I not mention that I would lead the way here, and you would guide us back?" Whis's expression turned sour as he realized he had been played. "Fine, this fellow truly treats me like a beast of burden. This is outrageous." In the depths of space, a cramped spacecraft sped forward, filled to capacity. Inside, Sabo angrily swatted away a foot that had intruded upon his personal space, exclaiming, "Which scoundrel dares to thrust their filthy foot in my face?" Yet, Beside them came a resigned exclamation from Duoloria. All right, Sabo, please do not be so picky. Do you think I am eager to encounter you? It is simply unavoidable. The number of individuals aboard this vessel is overwhelming. Look, I too am being jostled. Alas. Whoever you are, could you refrain from pressing your posterior against my face? Reflecting upon this situation brings a sense of despondency. Initially, an extensive force was mobilized to assault this planet, yet inexplicably, they fell victim to a robbery. All vessels and equipment appear to have been thoroughly plundered, leaving only this diminutive mothership behind. However, with so many individuals crammed into this small spacecraft, how could it not feel congested? Yet, there seems to be no alternative. Sabo lamentably remarked, if only I possessed the capability to survive in outer space, would I be here, squished in like sardines with you all? Doria, ever ungracious, retorted. Feeling cramped? If you're uncomfortable, you can head to the command room. Lord Frieza and Lord Cooler have ample space. Do you dare to go? Amid their bickering, a chilling voice emanated from the corner, as Captain Jinyu sternly admonished, are you two finished? It is already cramped enough without your incessant chatter. Just endure a little longer. We shall soon arrive at planet Frieza 3, where we should find sufficient equipment to expedite our departure from this star system. Honestly, hey, GIs, could you refrain from your wandering hands? You're touching my ribs. It is indeed unfortunate to be crammed in this tin can with such a motley crew. Where can I seek justice for this predicament? Upon witnessing Captain Jinyu's authoritative demeanor, the remaining subordinates voiced no objections. Chapter 22. Cooler. This loss will be charged to you meanwhile. Within the command room, Frieza and Cooler exchanged glances laden with unspoken grievances. It was Cooler who first broke the silence. Didn't you always look down upon these insignificant subordinates? Why bring them along this time? Cooler asked with a mocking glint in his eye, eyeing the woeful Frieza. Frieza, with an exasperated roll of his eyes, replied, is this my fault? These soldiers are, after all, borrowed from my father, King Cold. Should there be any losses, I would find it difficult to explain myself upon my return. He added, otherwise, their deaths on that planet would bear no consequence for me. Cooler took a delicate sip of his red wine, sighing in resignation. You really have a knack for getting entangled with such terrifying individuals. Frieza, still irritable, retorted, I had no choice. Cooler then adopted a serious demeanor, speaking of which. ISNT you're backing that destroyer known as Beerus? Why not seek his assistance? ISNT the destroyer reputed to be the greatest deity in this universe? Even our father, King Cold, dares not act recklessly in his presence. Observing Cooler's incessant prattling, Frieza snapped, just say what you mean directly. Humph. Can't you see that the individual beside him is none other than Lord Beerus's attendant? They are undoubtedly a unified front. Why provoke them of all people? Surely, you can discern the gravity of the situation. Enough. I have no patience to engage in idle chatter with you. It is evident that a few words have already caused Frieza considerable distress. However, Gula, with a nonchalant demeanor, placed his wine glass upon the table and remarked, since you are being so candid, I shall not beat around the bush. As you can see, the fleet I have brought is of a brand new model. I need not elaborate on its capabilities. The detectors were recently procured from my father, King Kurd, for which I have yet to settle the payment. Therefore, all the losses incurred this time shall be attributed to you. Frieza, instantly infuriated, retorted, on what grounds? Why should I be held accountable? Had I not advised you against making an impulsive decision, not only would you have lost these assets, but your very existence on that planet would have been uncertain. Gula responded with a calm demeanor. I am indeed grateful for your counsel, for you are my most cherished younger brother. However, let us be clear, the expenses for this loss must be charged to you. Frieza was about to bare his teeth and retaliate. But Gula placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, stay composed. This is not the moment for you to unleash your wrath. We still possess this solitary spacecraft, and the two of us can survive in the cosmos. However, our soldiers behind us, should anything happen to this vessel, would face dire consequences. I would be curious to see how you would explain this to our father. Gula chuckled. In the past, you had Lord Beerus backing you, and our father always favored you. Now, even the servants of Beerus dare to raid us. If our father were to learn of this news, you would surely face severe repercussions upon your return. This statement undeniably struck a sensitive chord with Frieza. Having lost the formidable backing of Beerus, the repercussions of this operation, coupled with the losses incurred by Cooler, were sufficient to cause Frieza considerable distress. He pondered how many years of relentless struggle it would take to settle this interminable debt. In the past, he had wielded his influence over the Frost Demon clan with unparalleled arrogance, largely due to the formidable might of Beerus, the god of destruction. Now, however, he found himself vulnerable, having been directly confronted at his Achilles' heel. Yet, the prospect of seeking vengeance filled Frieza with trepidation. What a farcical notion. That individual's power evidently surpassed even that of a god of destruction, even during Beerus's peak. He could not obliterate half a galaxy at will without the necessity of accumulating energy and time to unleash his devastating force. This individual seems to have achieved the formidable power of a deity of destruction with but a mere, understated strike. Now, as we delve into this matter, let us redirect our gaze towards Whis and Luo Hao. In stark contrast to Frieza and the Gula Legion, a radiant light, akin to the brilliance of stars, momentarily illuminated the cosmos, their velocity surpassing that of Frieza and Gula by an unfathomable magnitude. However, what is most surprising is that while a dazzling brilliance graces the forefront, a large green square trailing behind emits an elongated tail of flame. Within this unique transport space of Whis lies a myriad of warships, equipment, and spacecraft. Meanwhile, Luo Hao adopts a leisurely demeanor, resting one hand casually upon Whis' shoulder, shifting into a more comfortable posture. His gaze is fixed upon the lengthy trail of flames behind them, and he expresses his admiration with a soft click of his tongue, saying, "Whis, you truly are remarkable. I never anticipated that with such an extensive array of equipment, you could achieve such extraordinary speed. I must admit, I have underestimated you." Whis retorts, somewhat irked. "Spare me your flattery. It's merely because you find it easy to bully someone as accommodating as myself. Humph, do not think for a moment that I am unaware. If the roles were reversed, your speed would surpass mine by an immeasurable margin. It's simply due to your laziness, isn't it?" Luo Hao, unfazed by the revelation, dismisses the accusation with a wave of his hand. "All right, Whis, let us not dwell on complaints. I know you merely desire a cup of coffee. Here's the deal. Upon our return to the 7th universe, I shall personally brew you a cup. Would that suffice?" Whis' eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly responded, "Not sufficient. I want 10 cups. Luo Hao sighed in resignation. "You are quite the glutton, aren't you? Very well, considering your efforts this time, I shall grant you 10 cups. It was unexpected how readily Whis accepted the offer, for he was typically rather stingy. Ever since their initial encounter, where Luo Hao had generously treated him once, it had taken numerous days of camaraderie for Luo Hao to brew a cup of coffee for Whis, a fact that had long left Whis feeling somewhat disgruntled. This fellow has also attempted to brew this peculiar beverage on his own. It remains uncertain whether it is due to incorrect proportions or inadequate temperature, but he has been unable to replicate the flavor that Luo Hao achieved. This predicament has caused Whis considerable contemplation. After residing on Earth for some time, this angel's palate has become rather discerning, elevating his expectations for food and drink to a lavish standard. Yet, should Whis return to his realm of destruction on Beerus's planet, it is questionable whether he would still adapt to life there. Chapter 23. Whis seems certain of Luo Hao's identity, however, just moments ago. When he impulsively requested 10 cups of coffee, Luo Hao, without a moment's hesitation, acquiesced. It appears this young man is in remarkably high spirits. Seizing the opportunity, Whis' mind shifted as he pondered a question he had long wished to pose, but had not yet articulated. Luo Hao's lips, however, were tightly sealed. Despite Whis' relentless efforts, Luo Hao remained unyielding, leaving Whis in a state of vexation akin to a cat's clawing at his heart. Now, it might truly be a fortuitous moment, perhaps. With Luo Hao's good mood, he might divulge certain information. Whis casually inquired, "Oh, Luo Hao, I find myself quite curious. That maneuver you employed to intimidate Frieza seems somewhat familiar, does it not?" Luo Hao, with a hint of resignation, replied, "I did not intend to frighten him. It was merely a matter of not mastering my power. With more practice, such errors will not recur. However, I must say, I am grateful for your time reversal ability. Otherwise, I would feel remorse towards the surviving life on that planet. If my momentary lapse had resulted in such carnage, it would leave me speechless." It seems Luo Hao's spirits are indeed elevated today, as he has even responded to some of Whis' inquiries. From these few exchanges, Whis gleaned a substantial amount of information, suggesting that Luo Hao was once a figure of considerable terror. The mere flicker of his power could obliterate half a galaxy. What sort of being must he have been? Although such destructive capability may not be particularly remarkable for a true angel or destroyer, considering that even the Grand Zeno can erase an entire universe with a mere gesture, there is little to astonish in that regard. However, Luo Hao is merely one who has recently awakened, and according to his own words, he has only regained 2 to 3 tenths of his strength to wield such capabilities. One cannot help but wonder what he would be like if he were to restore his full potential or regain all his memories. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated Whis' mind. Could it be that this individual is? Suddenly, Whis recalled that the high priest had seemingly mentioned that this individual had a direct connection to the 6 obliterated universes. If all of this were indeed true, then the identity of this fellow named Luo Hao would become unmistakably clear. If I am not mistaken, he truly is. Contemplating this, Whis shivered involuntarily and immediately voiced his inquiry. Luo Hao, if my conjecture is correct, are you, by any chance, the god of destruction? This inquiry was no longer phrased as a question, but rather as a statement of certainty. With unwavering confidence, Whis was convinced that this individual was none other than one of the 3 legendary titans of the cosmos, the long-lost god of destruction. There could be no other explanation for the terrifying power he exhibited upon awakening, surpassing even that of the god of destruction. Moreover, his intimate relationship with the high priest and the palpable tension surrounding him from both the high priest and the Omni King only fueled Whis' conviction. If he were not the god of destruction, then who could he possibly be? Whis, being a true celestial angel, was not entirely clear on some ancient matters. Yet he possessed a profound understanding of the divine hierarchy. In a typical universe, there exist angels, gods of destruction, and supreme Kai. Thus, within this temporal realm, the high priest serves as the steward of all deities. The high priest also assists the Omni King in managing the balance of the cosmos, which would necessitate the presence of a leading figure among the gods of destruction, namely the god of destruction himself. However, this matter had remained shrouded in secrecy between the high priest and the Omni King, never to be mentioned. Given the peculiar behaviors exhibited by this individual before him, Whis could not fathom believing that he was not the reincarnation of the god of destruction. Upon witnessing Whis' resolute conviction regarding Luo Hao's identity, the expression on Luo Hao's face plunged Whis into yet another state of bewilderment. For from behind him came Luo Hao's languid voice. The god of destruction? Who is that? I have no recollection of such a figure. How could you possibly think I am the god of destruction? Is he particularly formidable? At this utterance, the spirited Whis deflated like a punctured balloon. Well, given your response, I must admit I was indeed mistaken. But aside from the god of destruction, who else could you possibly be, a figure of such prominence? Why can't I seem to recall? However, judging by the manner in which this individual spoke, it appeared he bore no connection to the god of destruction whatsoever. Whis felt a sense of exasperation creeping in, casting a sidelong glance at the indolent figure behind him, and solemnly remarked, Well, we have been acquainted for quite some time now. I suppose we can regard each other as close friends? Luo Hao nodded. That is certainly the case. Given all the assistance you have provided me, you have proven to be a most diligent and dedicated friend. This solemnly remarked. Since we are good friends, we ought to be partners who share everything. Don't you agree? Luo Hao simply nodded in acknowledgement. This turned around and exclaimed loudly. Surely you must reveal your true identity to me. After all this time, is there any amusement in keeping it a secret? Are you not aware of my insatiable curiosity? I have speculated endlessly, yet remain in the dark. Cannot you offer me a straightforward answer regarding who you truly are? How frustrating. Observing Vis's melancholic demeanor, Luo Hao pointed ahead and cautioned, Vis, pay attention to the path while flying. No sooner had he spoken than the immense tail flame trailing behind them collided directly with an unknown planet, transforming it into a cloud of cosmic dust. In that moment, Vis hurriedly adjusted their flight path to avert a collision with the second celestial body looming ahead. Vis's spirits surged. The sheer audacity of colliding with an uncharted planet in the vast universe was indeed a rare mishap. It was evident how tumultuous Vis's emotions were, as he struggled even with the basic act of piloting. Witnessing Vis's forlorn expression, Luo Hao felt a pang of sympathy. He suppressed his usual playful demeanor and replied gently, Vis, you have truly misconstrued my intentions. It is not that I have withheld information. Rather, I myself have yet to fully recall my past. I have only just begun to awaken certain memories and fragments. As for deeper revelations, I require more time to gradually piece them together. The memories I can currently access are merely remnants of the High Priest's childhood and snippets related to Daquan and Shaoqian. It is only through your presence that I have been able to connect these fragmented recollections. I assure you, I have not intentionally concealed anything from you. Chapter 24. Luo Hao. Brother, you have flown past the mark. Upon hearing Luo Hao's words and gazing into his sincere eyes, Vis pondered. Could it be that he has truly misjudged this individual? After all, as one who is gradually recovering lost memories, how could he possibly recall everything in an instant? It seems he genuinely remains unaware of his own identity. Perhaps he had been a bit hasty and felt a twinge of guilt towards Luo Hao. After all, the one suffering the most from this incomplete recollection must be Luo Hao himself. With that thought, Vis indeed felt a flicker of remorse. But then he recalled what Luo Hao had just mentioned, Daquan and Xiaoqian. This appears to be yet another monumental revelation. Immediately, Whis recalibrated the flight trajectory, averting a catastrophic collision reminiscent of a stellar impact. Although the planet that had just been obliterated harbored no life, rendering its destruction inconsequential. The annihilation of a planet teeming with life would surely cast him, this celestial being, in the role of a harbinger of destruction. This indeed contravenes the guiding principles of their angelic lineage. When it comes to taboos, one such as Whis, who steadfastly upholds these principles, would never dare to breach them lightly. Yet, the words spoken by Luo Hao earlier ignited a profound curiosity within Whis. Daquan? Xiaoqian? Who might they be? They appeared to be individuals of the same caliber as his father, the Grand Priest. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck Whis. Daquan and Xiaoqian? Could you be referring to Lord Quan Wang? He promptly voiced his inquiry. Luo Hao, as if recalling something, responded, "Oh, did I mention that?" Whis affirmed with certainty. "You did. Referring to Daquan and Xiaoqian, it must pertain to Lord Quan Wang. If one of them is indeed Lord Quan Wang, then who is the other?" Luo Hao thoughtfully tapped his forehead and remarked, "Let me ponder that for a moment." Soon, he seemed to recollect something, exclaiming, "Ah yes. The Lord Quan Wang you speak of must be Xiaoqian, a delightfully round-headed little fellow. Am I correct?" Whis vigorously nodded in agreement. "At last, we have connected the dots. Wow, after such a lengthy circuit, I finally learned that Lord Quan Wang was once affectionately called Xiaoqian. How charming that is. Yet, such a statement seems to be one only Luo Hao could make. Were it anyone else, I dare say a mere flicker of divine light would have them erased from existence by Lord Quan Wang in an instant. But returning to the matter at hand, why is it that upon hearing of your awakening, even Lord Quan Wang retreated into meditation? Have you instilled some profound psychological shadow upon him? And who, pray tell, is Daquan? Yet, this question remained unvoiced by Whis. Meanwhile, Luo Hao murmured, "Is it possible that there is but one Lord Quan now? That cannot be right. The bond between Daquan and Xiaoqian has always been exceptionally strong. I recall that my childhood companion Daquan was exceedingly protective and affectionate towards Xiaoqian. Why then? Is there now only one Lord Quan? This is perplexing." Whis quickly inquired, "What is the relationship you speak of between Daquan and Xiaoqian? That seems to be the crux of the matter." Without hesitation, Luo Hao replied, "Of course, they are biological brothers. Xiaoqian's elder brother is none other than Daquan. Why does it seem as though you are unaware of this? There is something amiss." Whis found himself utterly ensnared in a state of confusion. Conversing with this individual truly taxes the mind. He had initially sought to glean more about ancient matters, only to encounter this enigmatic figure named Daquan. If his conjecture held any merit, the Daquan spoken of by Luo Hao must indeed be the legendary Lord Daquan Wang. Yet, why had he never heard a whisper of any tales regarding Lord Daquan Wang since his birth? Furthermore, the subject of the great destruction god remained shrouded in secrecy. It seems imperative to find an opportunity to inquire earnestly with his father, the Grand Priest, about this bewildering conundrum, especially the fellow behind me, who clearly possesses extensive knowledge. Yet due to his recent awakening, struggles to recall many things and can only provide me with a few elusive clues. The more I ponder, the more it gives me a headache. Alas, here I am, having accepted this perplexing task, filled with numerous aspects that I cannot comprehend. It seems this might indeed be a test bestowed upon me by the esteemed divine officer. Just as this thought crossed my mind, I was startled by a soft sigh from Luo Hao behind me. "Whis, what on earth are you up to?" Whis was momentarily taken aback. "What is it, Luo Hao?" He then observed Luo Hao's expression of resigned amusement. "Brother, you've overshot it, haven't you?" With Luo Hao's gentle reminder, Whis seemed to awaken to a realization. Glancing at his coordinates and the solar system behind him, he couldn't help but smile wryly. "What on earth is happening to me? I am so distracted that I am making blunders even while navigating through the cosmos. I had clearly reached my destination, yet I merely brushed past it, allowing this fellow behind me to witness my folly. Well, since it has not resulted in any significant error, I suppose it could be worse." In a sudden burst, Whis slammed on the brakes midair and turned sharply towards Earth, muttering to himself, "Hey, it's your fault for providing me with such an overwhelming amount of information that my mind has completely lost its sense of direction." Luo Hao chuckled lightly. "All right. I'll take the blame. What about the coffee? Whis immediately retorted with fervor. 10 cups. Not a single one less. Early that day, as the small noodle shop had just opened its doors, Bulma strode in with great enthusiasm. Observing this unexpected guest, both Luo Hao and Whis exchanged glances of bemusement. This girl truly was impatient, arriving so early. Was she here to collect debts? Whis, leisurely polishing his dishes behind the counter, thought to himself that he had already taken care of his business, and she would not find him. He leisurely sipped his promised coffee, leaving her to handle her own matters. Seeing Whis's look of schadenfreude, Luo Hao felt he had little to say. Thankfully, the efforts of the previous day had not been in vain. Otherwise, being cornered by this girl at the door could indeed have posed quite a dilemma. To their surprise, Bulma did not come in to directly demand payment. Instead, she chose a seat by the window and called out loudly to Luo Hao. Luo Hao, first make me a bowl of noodles. I'm starving. Alas, I came so early that I forgot to have breakfast. Luo Hao thought to himself, well, not only is this girl here to collect debts, but she also intends to dine at my establishment. Having such a dining companion left Luo Hao feeling rather helpless. However, with business at hand, it was unreasonable to refuse. With a beaming smile, he replied, all right, what would you like to eat? Chapter 25, Bulma. I've noticed something awry with your development, Bulma retorted. The usual, bring me a bowl of egg noodles. Given your culinary skills, what else could you possibly make that is worth eating? Your egg noodles seem to be the only dish of merit. Luo Hao, resigned, patted Whis on the shoulder, saying, it's your turn. Whis's expression of glee swiftly transformed into one of dismay. Why is it always me? I handle the menial tasks, wash the dishes. And now I must also cook noodles? Aren't you the owner of this establishment? Luo Hao declared with conviction, indeed, I am the owner. And you are the one who handles the menial tasks. If I don't assign you, who else would I? With a huff, he urged, hurry up, stop dilly-dallying. And go. Whis paused momentarily, contemplating the validity of Luo Hao's words. Could it be that he was indeed being treated like a mule? Well, since it was his responsibility, he resolved to dedicate his efforts to the task at hand. Thus, he entered the kitchen, where his voice soon echoed, Miss Bulma, would you like 1 egg or 2? Outside, Bulma retorted, of course, just 1 egg. I'm on a diet. I cannot eat 2. Soon, Whis emerged bearing a bowl of fragrant egg noodles, a culinary skill he had diligently acquired during his time learning from Luo Hao. Although his craftsmanship was still leagues away from Luo Hao's mastery, it sufficed to impress Bulma, who had come merely to indulge in a free meal. Observing the lack of activity around him, Luo Hao, having just opened the door, settled across from Bulma and inquired, Bulma, what brings you here so early? Is it merely for the noodles, or is there something else on your mind? With a playful grin, Bulma replied, what else could it be? I'm here to keep an eye on you too. I feared you, and Whis might sneak away. Humph. Once I finish my noodles, we shall discuss the matter of the debt you owe me from yesterday. It became evident that she had indeed come to collect her dues. Wary of Whis and Luo Hao concocting an excuse to abscond. Such a perspective, however, was rather petty. Luo Hao then remarked with sincerity, oh, why are you only having 1 egg? Eating just 1 egg may lead to an imbalance. What do you mean by that? Bulma inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Yet, as she inhaled the steaming aroma of the egg noodles Whis had brought, she dismissed her query, stating, while your skills may not quite match Luo Hao's, they are still quite acceptable. After all, Whis, you are still a novice. Keep practicing. Whis, with a hand resting on his forehead, wore an expression of exasperation, contemplating. This girl really is particular, critiquing my noodles while seemingly forgetting she has never paid for a meal here. These thoughts could only linger in Whis's mind. Should he voice them, it would likely provoke Bulma to chatter at him for half an hour, leaving him no respite. After all, Whis had already experienced Bulma's relentless verbosity. Bulma blew on her steaming bowl of egg noodles, poised to indulge, only to notice that the fellow across from her, Luo Hao, was staring blankly at her chest. What was that rascal up to? A blush crept across Bulma's face as she hastily covered her chest with 1 hand and retorted fiercely, what on earth are you looking at? Yet, Luo Hao feigned innocence, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. I warned you not to eat just 1 egg. It could lead to an imbalance. Clearly, your development is somewhat questionable, as I can't shake the feeling that one side is larger than the other. It would be best if you consumed 2 eggs instead. Before he could finish, Bulma's face reddened to the hue of a ripe fruit. She buried her forehead deep into the bottom of the bowl, obscuring her expression. Was it joy or fury? Her small head trembled uncontrollably. While Luo Hao remained oblivious to the brewing storm, continuing his soliloquy. This girl, honestly, I'm merely offering a kind suggestion. If she doesn't want to heed it, so be it. Yet she insists on concocting all these excuses. Suddenly, Whis sensed an ominous wave of hostility emanating from Bulma. This was not good. Was she about to explode? The best course of action was to retreat. Having grown accustomed to their playful banter, Whis swiftly vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Luo Hao began to notice Bulma's unusual demeanor, observing her body trembling as if she were preparing to unleash some formidable attack. Momentarily taken aback, he pondered, had he misspoken again? Glancing back at Whis, he saw him vanish like a rabbit struck by an arrow. How ungrateful. Turning back, he noticed Bulma's complexion shifting from red to blue, then to pale, and finally to a shade of black, resembling a canvas of chaos. With all her might, Bulma bellowed, "Luo Hao, you scoundrel! I shall have your head." Luo Hao replied, feigning innocence, "I am merely looking out for you. Is it such a crime to speak the truth in this day and age?" Bulma, her fury reaching a boiling point, retorted, "You insufferable brat! How dare you continue?" In a sudden motion, she pushed her bowl forward, retrieving an assault rifle from who knows where, aiming it directly at Luo Hao, unleashing a flurry of gunfire. Realizing the trouble he had caused, Luo Hao understood that this young girl was intent on confronting him. It was no wonder that Whis had fled so swiftly. Evidently, he possessed a remarkable sensitivity to danger and hostility. Amidst the chaotic gunfire erupting within the restaurant, a group of local thugs, initially poised to indulge in a free meal at the newly opened noodle shop, found their bravado waning. The ringleader, with his flamboyant red hair, disdainfully remarked that the establishment was run by an ordinary high school student, merely a pretty boy, and that their dining there would be a favor to him, as they wouldn't need to settle the bill afterward. It had been a while since they had savored a free meal, and he urged his companions to follow him inside. Just as they were about to push the door open, the sound of gunfire echoed, piercing their ears. Suddenly, a stray bullet, seemingly appearing from nowhere, severed a portion of the ringleader's vibrant hair. Startled, he instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, "Good heavens! Is this a den of iniquity? Brothers, retreat." Recently, he had heard whispers of the poor security in the area. Initially believing it was merely their own mischief stirring up trouble, it appeared they were the genuine victims. The gang of thugs, who moments earlier had strutted about with bravado, was now reduced to a panicked scramble, vanishing from sight. Before long, the gunfire within the restaurant began to subside, and Bulma, fuming, carelessly tossed the emptied assault rifle onto the dining table. Chapter 26. Luo Hao, I have prepared a multitude of treasures for you. Gazing at the still-smoking barrel, she seethed, "Luo Hao, you scoundrel, do not let me see you again. If I do, I shall strike you each time." Subsequently, she found herself, inexplicably, slurping up her egg noodles in the very restaurant she had just ravaged. After venting her frustrations, this girl surprisingly indulges herself in a feast. Meanwhile, Whis, who has narrowly escaped this unexpected calamity, quietly appears behind Bulma, shaking his head in resignation. "Very well," he muses, "it seems I must once again clean up this mess." How utterly excessive. The unscrupulous employer, refusing to pay himself, compelled him to toil at such menial tasks. He, a veritable angel, found himself reduced to a mere server, yet was expected to foot the bill for the flirtations of a young couple. Upon this realization, Whis discovered her mood to be exceedingly bleak. However, behind her, Luo Hao gently patted her shoulder. "Whis, this is entrusted to you. Thankfully, it's only for 5 minutes and the scope is quite limited." With a face full of grievance, Whis turned to him and lamented, "Brother, is my time reversal ability meant for such occasions? Is my angelic power truly so undervalued?" Luo Hao, glancing helplessly at the battered bar and the damaged entrance, as well as the scattered tables and utensils strewn across the floor by Bulma's chaotic tirade, sighed in resignation. "Whis, I appreciate your efforts, but I am at a loss. If I possess the ability to reverse time, would I still require you? Very well. I promise to grant you an extra cup of coffee. Will that suffice?" Upon hearing this generous offer of an additional cup of coffee, Whis's eyes lit up. "All right. As you wish." Thus, Whis promptly summoned her angelic staff, restoring everything to its state prior to Bulma's fury. Having an angel by her side proved quite advantageous. Yet as Whis secretly gritted her teeth while casting the time reversal spell, she pondered, "Where has my dignity gone? Once again, I have been swayed by Luo Hao. A single cup of coffee has cost me another instance of time reversal. How do I account for this trait? It seems I am the one at a loss. This fellow must be acting with intent. Had he not provoked Miss Bulma, how could we have arrived at this situation?" He likely relies on my presence, but next time. Even if he presents me with 10 cups of coffee, I shall refuse to allow him to utilize time reversal again. This individual is becoming increasingly outrageous. Regardless of Whis' jests, Luo Hao approached Bulma once more, pulling from his pocket a detector obtained from the Frieza force. Here, do not be angry. This is a small gift I have meticulously prepared for you. Take a look. It surely cannot be found on Earth. This should resolve our issues, right? Having just finished a bowl of egg noodles, Bulma, brimming with indignation and ready to confront Luo Hao, caught sight of the little device he offered, and her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh, this appears to be something I have never encountered before. It resembles an eye mask of sorts. What is this? Her curiosity and desire for knowledge completely overshadowed her initial intent to reprimand Luo Hao. Furthermore, she paid no heed to the fact that the entire restaurant had reverted to its previous state. Ever since Whis appeared beside Luo Hao, many extraordinary events had transpired. Without Whis' unique abilities, she would not have felt at liberty to wield weapons within this modest eatery. Although she remained skeptical of Whis' claims of being an omnipotent angel, Bulma could not overlook his remarkable capabilities, recognizing him as an exceptionally kind and capable individual. As for other matters, she found herself unable to acquire clear information and thus chose not to inquire further. Her thoughts were solely occupied by Luo Hao, this peculiar dining companion. Given that he had produced an entirely new technological marvel, it seemed this lad was earnest, indicating that he had not entirely forgotten his promise from yesterday. However, the audacity he displayed by asserting that one of her breasts was larger than the other, attributing it to her insufficient egg consumption, was utterly intolerable. This was something even an uncle could overlook, but an aunt would certainly not. Bulma's temperament was not one to be easily placated, and she seized this opportunity to extract some recompense from Luo Hao. In her mind, she perceived him as a toothpaste tube. With a little pressure, something would surely emerge. With this thought, she tucked the detector into her pocket and declared, "Not enough. Far from enough. Do you think this trinket?" See, upon hearing those words, Bulma was once again consumed by fury. "I am renowned as a prodigious girl, a veritable academic achiever in my school. Ever since you, that scoundrel, transferred here, you have usurped my position as the top scholar. I am still the daughter of the world's most famous billionaire, a privileged young lady and a campus beauty. And yet I, a former academic elite, spend my days indulging you, and you dare to accuse me of being clingy? Humph. Luo Hao, what merit do you possess to treat me in such a manner? It appears my admonishments have yet to resonate with you. Allow me to demonstrate the true art of persistent nagging." As Bulma prepared to unleash her full prowess, Luo Hao immediately conceded. All right, it's all my fault. Is that satisfactory? I have prepared something quite substantial for you. Take a look first, and if it fails to meet your expectations, then you may unleash your wrath. Bulma, her eyes glimmering with intrigue, considered his words to have merit. With a delicate hand, she extended it toward Luo Hao, demanding, "Bring it forth. What treasures do you possess? Show me at once. If it pales in comparison to the device you just presented, do not expect to escape unscathed." Luo Hao, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Alas, this place is simply too cramped. I cannot retrieve it." Yet Bulma's eyes sparkled with skepticism. "Are you merely making excuses? This is the main hall of your noodle shop. Surely it is not too small?" Luo Hao nodded earnestly. "Indeed, it is small. I truly cannot accommodate it here." Whis, in agreement, nodded vigorously. "Yes, I can attest to that. This space is indeed insufficient." Chapter 27. The magnanimous Bulma relents with an air of authority. Bulma seized Luo Hao's hand and dragged him to the small courtyard behind the noodle shop. "Surely this space will suffice? Can you not procure a plethora of innovative high-tech devices here? Do not attempt to deceive me." Observing Bulma's earnest demeanor, Luo Hao shrugged. "It genuinely is too confined. You must find a larger area, or else." "Very well," Bulma interjected, producing a universal capsule and swiftly revealing a flying device. "Let us depart to my residence. My home is spacious. Humph. Let us see what tricks you might conjure." With a whoosh, the flying apparatus ascended into the sky. Meanwhile, Whis smiled subtly, his form shifting as he kept pace with Luo Hao and Bulma. Before long, the trio landed in the expansive plaza in front of Bulma's home. Bulma pointed with conviction. "Here, this space is ample enough, is it not? This is the largest open area adjacent to our villa. It must accommodate your needs. All of my father's experimental equipment has been moved to and from here, and there is even the largest warehouse nearby. Can it truly not fit? Do not inflate your claims beyond reason." At that moment, Luo Hao sighed in resignation. You truly possess such limited insight, my dear. Indeed. I find it quite impossible to let go. If everything is piled up here, it seems you might as well give up on it altogether. Upon hearing this, Bulma thought to herself, goodness, this fellow is truly troublesome. She then dragged Luo Hao onto the aircraft and soared to an expansive area. As soon as they alighted from the vessel, Bulma pointed towards an open space and declared, "What do you think? This should suffice, right? This is the largest golf course in my estate. Humph, if you can fill this place, I shall grant you any request. Including settling the score for the arrow you mentioned today. Everything will be forgiven. How does that sound? As long as you can fill this space, I shall be exceedingly magnanimous." Observing the vast expanse of grass, indeed a colossal golf course, Luo Hao nodded. Well, this location is somewhat acceptable. But are you certain that your family's golf course is truly expendable? What? You believe you can fill our entire golf course? Bulma inquired incredulously. Very well. Let me make a decision today. This golf course will henceforth belong to you. As long as you can fill it, even if it ends up in ruins. I will not hold you accountable for any damages. Does that sound agreeable? With Bulma's consent, Luo Hao nodded. In that case, prepare yourself to receive the equipment. I reckon you'll have your hands full for quite some time. Bulma appeared quite pleased. Am I truly such a burden to you? She questioned, puzzled. Just as she was about to express her irritation, she noticed Whis smiling faintly beside her, murmuring something incomprehensible. Suddenly, a beautiful angelic staff materialized before him. With a gentle touch of the staff, a pale green glow enveloped the air, and an array of items began to descend from the heavens as if it were raining. At this moment, Bulma was utterly astounded. Initially, she found it peculiar that a few detectors, armor, hand cannons, and helmets were being discarded. However, as time progressed, the items being jettisoned grew increasingly larger, first, miniature spacecraft, followed by sizable vessels, and ultimately, colossal ships. My goodness! It seemed as though there was no end in sight. As the cacophony of clattering continued for nearly half an hour, the entire golf course had transformed into a veritable mountain of equipment. What an astonishing array of peculiar and high-tech equipment this is. Bulma's jaw had completely dropped to the ground, her eyes bulging from their sockets. Devoid of any semblance of grace or the discerning perspective expected of a wealthy heiress, she stood in a state of sheer astonishment, utterly speechless in front of this mountain of advanced technology. After what felt like an eternity, she managed to force her dislocated jaw back into place, stiffly turning her neck to address Luo Hao, exclaiming, "You rascal! Have you robbed a wealthy magnate? How could you possibly have amassed such a collection of spaceships and high-tech gear? What on earth have you done? And you, Whis? Have you too entangled yourselves with someone you ought not to have provoked?" Luo Hao shrugged and replied, "Well, the story is somewhat lengthy, but to summarize, a friend of Whis has a fleet. We intended to borrow a spaceship for your research purposes. As it turns out, he was rather generous. He said that if we could defeat him, he would gift me his entire fleet. Accidentally, I managed to defeat him, and true to his word, he bestowed his fleet upon me. Initially, there wasn't this much, but then his elder brother came to assist, and I ended up receiving his brother's fleet as well. Hence, we've accumulated such a vast collection of equipment. What do you think? Are you satisfied with this gift? You once mentioned that if I filled your golf course, we could consider our past grievances resolved." Having said that, Luo Hao attempted to leave with Whis, casually remarking, "What a sight to behold, the daughter of a tycoon." Utterly flabbergasted by such trivialities. At that moment, Bulma was overwhelmed beyond her capacity to comprehend, and even if Luo Hao were to jest, she would not take offense. The sheer volume of equipment before her was staggering. With a swift glance, Bulma seized the corner of Luo Hao's garment, declaring, You cannot leave." Luo Hao, bewildered, responded, "What is the matter? The items have been delivered, and isn't this meant for your golf course?" "Surely." Bulma gazed at him with a forlorn expression and said, "All right, all past matters are hereby forgotten. Consider it a significant favor I owe you." It was indeed a rarity to witness Bulma, the proud young lady, relent in such a manner after all these years. Recognizing her concession, Luo Hao chose not to press further. "The items are here. What else do you require?" Bulma gestured towards the towering pile of equipment, stating, "As a young woman, how am I to transport all of this back home? At the very least, you must assist me in moving these items into our laboratory to ensure their proper placement. Leaving them out here, resembling a heap of junk, is quite unsightly. Wouldn't you agree?" As Luo Hao contemplated, it seemed that Bulma's words held considerable merit. It was indeed somewhat unreasonable to expect a girl to manage such an abundance of equipment alone. Subsequently, Luo Hao's gaze shifted directly to Whis. At that moment, Whis shuddered slightly, thinking, surely, not me again. Chapter 28. Bulma's tireless pursuit of high technology. The tranquil days passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, several years had elapsed. Notably, Bulma had seldom troubled Luo Hao during this time. Ever since she had acquired an impressive array of advanced technological equipment from Luo Hao and Whis, Bulma had wholeheartedly devoted herself to the pursuit of scientific excellence. Of course, the training of individuals like Goku and Krillin continued steadily. They had resolutely taken Master Roshi as their teacher and had undergone remarkable growth through various battles, ultimately vanquishing the Red Ribbon Army's Tao Pai Pai. Their climactic confrontation with the Demon King Piccolo also facilitated Goku's genuine maturation. In truth, the one who reaped the most rewards during this period was Bulma. During a later quest for the Dragon Balls, she finally managed to gather them all once again, fulfilling her modest wish to maintain her youth. Given that the dragon's power was limited, it could only slow the aging of Bulma's youthful visage, rather than granting her true immortality or eternal youth. Nevertheless, for Bulma, this outcome surpassed all her expectations. This technological visionary resolutely dedicated all her efforts to the research of her advanced equipment. Undoubtedly, the incident involving the heist of Frieza's assets propelled Earth's technology to unprecedented heights, particularly in the realms of medicine and space exploration, marking a truly multidimensional leap forward. As for Dr. Briefs, he was notably inspired by the equipment of Frieza's army and successfully created a supergravity chamber for Goku and Krillin to train together. Consequently, Earth entered a phase of peaceful and steady development. Following his successful graduation from university, Luo Hao, along with Whis, transformed their modest noodle shop into a uniquely distinguished large-scale dining club. This is not due to a lack of funds. Rather, it is purely a personal passion. Among his accomplishments, the most noteworthy is Whis, who has ascended from a humble server at a small noodle shop to become the actual overseer of the entire dining club. Whis considers this to be the most prudent decision of his angelic career. Being a true Epicurean, Whis has found his culinary desires thoroughly satisfied since the noodle shop's elevation under Luo Hao's guidance. Regardless of the new dishes, beverages, or spirits introduced, Whis is always the first to indulge in the exquisite offerings. From that moment on, he has cast aside all dissatisfaction stemming from this perplexing task. Here, one can indulge in fine food and drink, and partake in various amusements, seamlessly integrating this formidable angel into the fabric of earthly society. Perhaps sharing a meal together is indeed the most profound form of communication and connection between individuals. Over the past few years, Luo Hao has not remained idle. Through his experiences on Earth, his memories and abilities have gradually awakened and evolved, though these revelations are not easily shared with outsiders. However, throughout the years, aside from relishing the plethora of delectable dishes available on Earth to satiate his culinary desires, the greatest amusement for Whis has been witnessing Luo Hao's continual missteps in matters of the heart. For this fellow, his emotional intelligence could scarcely be described as zero. It is more akin to a negative value. After all, he is an exceptional young man, having been charming and radiant during his school days, and now managing an expansive dining club that has undoubtedly attracted the attention of many blossoming young ladies. Yet, he remains oblivious, akin to a block of wood, utterly devoid of romantic sensibilities. In Bulma's words, Luo Hao is a product of pure reinforced concrete, adorned only with a coat of colorful paint when it comes to matters of affection. For him, notions of charm and subtle glances are mere nonsense. While friendship is no issue, discussions of romance and personal matters send even the boisterous Bulma into a frenzy of exasperation. After so many years of companionship, Bulma has become entirely accustomed to Luo Hao's mannerisms and ways of handling affairs, and in this regard, she has completely come to terms with it. This fellow truly occupies one's thoughts. On a sunny morning, Bulma unusually set aside her hectic work, driving her limited edition supercar with a roar into the parking lot of the Luo Hao Dining Club. With a sudden screech of brakes, she eagerly leaped from her vehicle and glanced over, exclaiming, "Oh, Mr. Whis, what are you doing?" Whis, adopting a demeanor of utter disillusionment, replied, "What else could I be doing? As you can see, the flower beds here require watering, and I am attending to that." Bulma rolled her eyes dramatically, sighing, "You two are something else. I refrained from commenting when it was merely a small noodle shop, and you were the only one doing odd jobs. Now, clearly, your business has grown significantly and has become a renowned dining club. Why must all the menial tasks still fall solely to you, Mr. Whis? Have you not voiced your concerns to Luo Hao? Is that rascal not pushing things a bit too far? Her words seemed to strike a nerve with Whis, who indignantly responded. Who could disagree? Whether it's watering plants, cleaning, tidying up various corners, or delivering dishes, it all falls to me. Everything in the establishment appears to be my responsibility. Even accounting and collecting payments. That guy is clearly just a figurehead. Seeing Whis so passionately upset, Bulma felt a twinge of sympathy. Surely. Luo Hao must provide you with some recognition? Recognition? What nonsense. Whis, usually composed, let a curse slip. That scoundrel Luo. Do you know what he said? He spoke of the capable doing more work. I am a powerful angel with ample divine strength. So he believes he can leave everything to me without worry. How outrageous. After all these years of working alongside him, I have yet to receive a single salary while the workload remains unrelenting. At this moment, Bulma playfully remarked. Yet you still unconditionally assist him. If you truly wish to leave, wouldn't that be possible? Whis immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, replying weakly, alas. What can I say? This fellow brews such delightful coffee. Otherwise, I wouldn't be serving this rascal. With that, he tossed the hose to the side. And in a flash of brilliance, he regained his spirited demeanor, courteously addressing Bulma. Miss Bulma, what brings you here with such exuberance? Noting the seriousness of the conversation. Bulma smiled mysteriously. Is Luo Hao home? Chapter 29. Bulma confidently strode into Luo Hao's bedroom. Whis nodded. Yes. He is hiding in his room under the pretense of training. Who knows what he is actually up to? Bulma casually shut the car door behind her, exclaiming, Humph, that guy has been training for so many years. Yet he hasn't achieved anything noteworthy. Despite hosting the martial arts tournament for years, he has never secured a commendable rank. Just last year, even Son Goku managed to triumph over Piccolo in the tournament and successfully married Chi-Chi, while this fellow remains utterly oblivious. However, during this period, Son Goku has been rather relentless, often dragging Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan to our gravity room for intense training. I wonder how strong they intend to become. Sigh. It's a long story, so I won't dwell on it here. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude. The mountain of equipment you brought back last time has been mostly sorted out. I have a surprise to share with you all. Come, let us find Luo Hao. I fear I might startle him. Observing Bulma's triumphant demeanor, Whis felt an inexplicable sensation. Is this girl about to stir up more trouble? Has it only been a few years of peaceful living? He mused. Well, let us see what she is up to this time. With her usual assertiveness, Bulma strode confidently into Luo Hao's bedroom, seemingly unfazed by any potential awkwardness. She kicked the door open with a resounding bang and stormed in with great flair. At that moment, Luo Hao, still in a state of confusion with foam in his mouth, was brushing his teeth in his pajamas. Upon witnessing the whirlwind of energy that was Bulma burst into his room once again, he could only wear a look of exasperation. This has become a habit, hasn't it? As a young lady, should one not exhibit a sense of modesty? Just then, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Luo Hao, quickly change your clothes. I have significant technological breakthroughs to share with you. Hurry up, and do not concern yourself with trivial details. Observing the casual attire Bulma tossed over, Luo Hao felt a wave of exasperation. Sigh. Even in haste, must you not grant me a moment's privacy to change? Bulma, with a hint of irritation, retorted. What are you pretending for in front of me? Hurry and change. Is there anything I haven't seen? At that moment, Luo Hao could only feel a mix of disbelief and dizziness. This girl truly regarded him as a comrade, displaying no sense of decorum. With no other recourse, he changed while addressing Bulma. Must you not at least avert your gaze? Feigning modesty, Bulma turned her head away, peering out at the scenery as she murmured. This is the greatest technological revolution I have achieved in my life, and you, of all people, are here being finicky. I thought of sharing it with you at the very first opportunity. Enough of the chit-chat, just don't be surprised when you see it. I must thank you and Whis for bringing back those items. They have helped me overcome numerous technological challenges. Otherwise, to realize my dreams, I might have had to wait several more decades. Haha, I am indeed the perfect genius, the one and only. Furthermore, even my father, Dr. Briefs, and my mother, Bulma, are unaware of this latest research. If they were to find out, they would surely be astonished. Witnessing Bulma's unshakable confidence, Luo Hao felt a sense of helplessness. What madness was this girl indulging in? Although the equipment he and Whis had brought back had indeed led to monumental advancements in medical and interstellar travel technologies for Earth, it held little exceptional research value for Bulma. Could it be that she had truly developed something akin to Iron Man or the Hulk? If that were the case, it would only indicate that they had inadvertently wandered onto the wrong set. However, It seemed that such entities did not exist in the Dragon Ball universe. Yet, he believed the mystery would soon unravel. Just as Luo Hao slipped on his second shoe, Bulma burst in like a whirlwind, seizing him and unceremoniously tossing him into her supercar. She greeted Whis, saying, "Mr. Whis, come and see." Whis, with an exasperated eye roll, replied, "That car seems to accommodate only two. Are you suggesting I hang on to the back?" Bulma grinned mischievously. "You can fly. I am well aware. Enough of the delay. Come along with me." With a sudden press of the accelerator, the vehicle sped away, yet Whis could not help but voice his grievances. "That fellow, Luo Hao, seems to be flying even faster than I am. Why can he ride in a car? Must I fly solo?" However, upon further contemplation, he realized that his mission required him to remain grounded and follow closely. Alas, it is true that one must bow their head when under a roof. Nevertheless, visiting Bulma's residence might indeed present some delightful culinary surprises to satisfy his cravings, which could turn out to be a fortuitous circumstance. With this thought, Whis' previously melancholic gaze brightened instantly, and with a flash of white light, he arrived at the doorstep of Bulma's home even before Bulma and Luo Hao. As he stood there, surveying his surroundings, Bulma's mother, Begini, approached, presenting him with an ice cream cone the size of a basketball, smiling gently. "Mr. Whis, are you here waiting for Bulma again? Don't fret, have a sweet treat to soothe your throat." Whis graciously expressed his gratitude, pondering how every visit to Bulma's home seemed to come with such extraordinary perks, which was rather delightful. The briefs, being such kind and gentle souls, left him perplexed as to why they would raise a daughter like Bulma, who possessed such a fiery temperament. As an authentic angel, he found little interest in delving into such minutiae. After all, with desserts at hand, he was more than willing to wait a little longer. Before long, Bulma and Luo Hao dashed through the door at breakneck speed. Bulma, with one hand grasping Luo Hao and the other tugging at Whis, hurried towards her private laboratory. With a sharp click, the laboratory door swung open, revealing an impenetrable darkness within. At that moment, Bulma appeared all the more mysterious. While Luo Hao and Whis were left in a state of bewilderment, what on earth could this girl be up to at such an early hour? Suddenly, the lights flickered on, illuminating the vast warehouse. Chapter 30. Bulma creates the time machine. Before them lay a chaotic scene, revealing Bulma's laboratory. Was it possible that something earth-shattering awaited their eyes? As their confusion deepened, Bulma led them to a device shrouded in a massive canvas. With a vigorous tug, she unveiled an egg-shaped contraption that stood before Whis and Luo Hao. "What is this?" they asked, bewildered by Bulma's sparkling eyes. Luo Hao pondered for a moment. "It resembles the spacecraft piloted by that fellow, Frieza." Whis nodded vigorously in agreement. "Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance to Frieza's baby carriage. Could it be that Miss Bulma has a peculiar fascination with transforming Frieza's baby carriage into a shielded version? What does this truly signify?" The two individuals began to chatter around this circular contraption. "A baby stroller? Frieza's baby stroller? What peculiar thought process are you two exhibiting? Can you not see? This is the most magnificent technological marvel of our era," Bulma exclaimed, rolling her eyes as she addressed the pair of ignorant fools. Observing their foolishness, she no longer felt inclined to keep them in suspense and declared sternly, "This is my newly crafted time machine. Surprised, are we? This is indeed a genuine time machine. With it, we can traverse the fabric of time at will. Impressive, isn't it?" Upon hearing Bulma's revelation, Luo Hao pondered thoughtfully. "This time machine is quite remarkable. Bulma, if it is indeed a true time machine, then your scientific achievement is truly extraordinary, worthy of admiration. To my recollection, aside from the 12 universes, there has yet to be another capable of creating a second time machine within the entirety of the cosmos. It appears you have indeed accomplished a magnificent invention, deserving of your astonishment." Meanwhile, Whis was left utterly stupefied. "Bulma, what did you just say? You have actually constructed a time machine? Are you not aware that time machines are considered a taboo throughout the universe? How could you create such a thing? This is truly astonishing." Observing the stark contrast in their reactions, Bulma crossed her arms and addressed the two befuddled individuals. "Humph. I am unconcerned with any cosmic taboos. All I know is that this has been my dream for many years. Moreover, I owe a debt of gratitude to you both. I had always faced a significant bottleneck in terms of materials and energy, ever since you brought back so much equipment and materials. I have finally overcome these obstacles and challenges. If the time machine is indeed a taboo, then Whis, you are its greatest accomplice. Without your extraordinary cosmic materials, I could never have manufactured such a remarkable time machine." Upon hearing this, Whis retracted his nonchalant demeanor and asserted earnestly, Miss Bulma, this is no trivial matter. If this truly is a time machine, it is undoubtedly the greatest taboo in the universe. You must understand that the existence of a time machine can cause chaos across parallel dimensions. This means that if we were to carelessly traverse the past, even the slightest change could result in a monumental butterfly effect. In other words, such an occurrence is strictly forbidden in both the human realm and the divine realm. While I might turn a blind eye to ordinary teleportation, when it comes to time machines, there can be absolutely no leniency. Even a seemingly frivolous character like Whis, who often exudes a carefree and nonchalant demeanor, can articulate the gravity of the time machine with utmost seriousness, leaving Bulma, who was previously brimming with enthusiasm, instantly deflated like a frostbitten persimmon. This is her dream, her most remarkable invention. The years of hard work have all been devoted to the development of the time machine. Yet it seems her creation has transgressed the sacred laws of the universe. Although she harbors 100 grievances in the face of the solemnity exhibited by Whis, she has come to understand through their years of acquaintance that he is indeed an extraordinary being. His prowess, experience, and capabilities place him among the ranks of the divine. Given Whis' serious demeanor, this matter cannot be trifled with. Though Bulma may occasionally display the petulance of a spoiled heiress, she is not one to dismiss wise counsel. Since Whis has articulated his concerns with such gravity, it appears that her invention must be relegated to the confines of a museum. She had initially been eager to showcase her abilities before Rohan, only to find herself confronted with an insurmountable obstacle. Alas, what was the purpose of bringing Whis here? It seems he is particularly intrigued by the time machine. What now? A bucket of cold water has left Bulma feeling utterly deflated. Observing this scene, Rohan suddenly seems to recall something and poses a question to Whis. Wait a moment, Whis. Your earlier statements were quite serious and seemingly valid. But why do the Kais possess time rings? How do they have the ability to traverse time and space? This statement immediately illuminated Bulma's mind. Indeed, someone possesses a time ring. She might not fully comprehend the nature of the Kaioshin, but she firmly believed in Luo Hao's words. Why does the Kaioshin possess the ability to traverse time and space? Whis let out a slight sigh and promptly elucidated. Are you referring to the Kaioshin? They are deities of guardianship and creation. Their divine status is hardly inferior to that of the destroyers. At the very least, they exist on an equal plane. However, Bulma was entirely unconcerned with the origins of the Kaioshin and pressed on. I don't care what they are. Why do they possess time rings that allow for temporal traversal? Whis continued to clarify. Strictly speaking, their time rings do not facilitate temporal travel in the conventional sense. Instead, they enable the exploration of future timelines to observe the trajectories of cosmic development. That is their duty. As for traveling to the past, that is absolutely forbidden. Even with the divine power of a Kaioshin and their sacred artifacts, one cannot achieve the ability to return to the past. This is the fundamental distinction between a time machine and a time ring. Miss Bulma, you must understand that this matter is no jest. Each instance of your temporal traversal would create an additional parallel universe. The emergence of each parallel universe can inflict irreversible damage upon our primary timeline. You should consider yourself fortunate. It is only because I am here that this is the case. Otherwise, what would happen? Bulma immediately inquired. Chapter 31. Luo Hao accompanies Bulma to the future. Whis sighed. Otherwise, should this matter come to the attention of Lord Beerus, the Destroyer, he would unhesitatingly obliterate both your time machine and Earth, leaving you with no residual threats. Humph. This falls within the realm of the Kaioshin's knowledge. But if the Enforcer, the Destroyer, discovers that you have invented such a machine, the consequences would likely be dire. Bulma immediately shot back. Is that so-called Destroyer really that formidable? Is he stronger than our Luo Hao? This statement seemingly struck a chord with Whis, who let out a soft sigh. Compared to Lord Beerus, that Roheo is indeed insignificant. Ha ha ha. Then there should be no problem. Immediately, Bulma's eyes twinkled with understanding. I see your point. So, if the time machine were to traverse freely into the past, it could be the greatest taboo of our universe. Is that correct? Whis nodded vigorously. Indeed, Miss Bulma, I am utterly serious about this matter. If you were to venture into the past and provoke a reversal in the flow of time, countless unforeseen events could unfold. This is undoubtedly the gravest of taboos. Such actions must not be undertaken. Bulma continued in alignment with Whis' words. Since we cannot return to the past, how about we explore the future? Surely that cannot be deemed a taboo, right? You mentioned that the Kais can observe the development and trajectory of the universe in future timelines. This time machine, after all, is a product of my meticulous invention. I assure you, I shall not venture into the past. I merely wish to glimpse the future, just a fleeting glance. To satisfy my curiosity, is that too much to ask? I promise I will not cause any trouble. This should be acceptable, no? Following that, Bulma playfully leaned against Rohao. Rohao, will you accompany me? There surely can be no issue with that, right? No matter what unexpected situations arise with you by my side. I know you can help me resolve them. Initially, Rohao had little interest, for a person of his stature regarded the time machine as merely a trivial tool. If the need arose, he sensed that with the restoration of his abilities, he could effortlessly tear open a rift in time and space with a mere gesture, making time travel a trivial endeavor for him. However, his memories and powers had yet to be fully restored. Yet this time machine seemed to whisper a calling of purpose to him, appearing to be a significant opportunity for the recovery of his strength and recollections. Thus, Rohao nodded. Very well, since you are so earnest, I shall accompany you on this journey. Perhaps witnessing the world of the future will bring me some unique surprises, and I could use a break from the monotony of tending to this restaurant daily. Besides, Whis, like an international guardian, watches over me constantly. I scarcely have the chance to explore other universes. Truly excessive. Two individuals, unaware of the gravity of their decision, joyfully resolved to employ the newly acquired time machine. Meanwhile, Whis found himself ensnared in a state of helplessness. If only that girl Bulma were involved, the use of the time machine would be unnecessary. However, her reasoning appeared sound. And to his astonishment, she had even enlisted the help of Rohao. Given Rohao's desire to participate, Whis felt powerless to intervene. Nevertheless, he made an attempt to dissuade him. Rohao, I advise against utilizing this time machine. It is, after all, considered a taboo within the realms of time and space, especially for someone of your ambiguous stature. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I cannot assure you that I will be able to bear the consequences on your behalf. Rohao chuckled lightly. Whis, you worry too much. This time machine evokes within me a subtle sense of purpose. Perhaps it represents a new opportunity for me. He paused briefly before inquiring, by the way, what did your mission entail? Whis reflected for a moment. The Grand Priest stipulated that as long as you do not leave Universe 7, you may do as you please, and any wish you have will be fulfilled. Indeed, Rohao replied with a broad smile. Consider it Bulma's years of hard work. It seems rather discouraging to diminish her enthusiasm. Moreover, we would merely be using the time machine to glimpse the future, which would not infringe upon your mission or our agreement. Isn't it a wonderful idea to take a break and clear our minds? We could explore the future Earth, perhaps discover new culinary delights. Don't you wish to partake in such an experience, Whis? It seems that this has stirred the unpredictable nerves of Whis. Just moments ago, he was resolutely standing his ground, willing to risk his life to prevent these two from infringing upon the sacred taboos of the cosmos. However, upon hearing the words of Luo Hao, it appears that there is merit in considering the possibility. As long as one does not return to the past, venturing into the future is hardly a grave matter. After all, the Supreme Kais of various universes frequently utilize time-space rings to observe the unfolding of the cosmos. As a dignified angel, could he not also take a glimpse into the future? Even if a minor error were to occur, it would hardly be catastrophic, would it? Moreover, Luo Hao has mentioned that there may be delightful new culinary experiences awaiting him in the future. Given this, it seems that the principal is not entirely inflexible. With this thought in mind, Whis shed his earlier solemn demeanor and exclaimed with a bright smile, Very well, if we are to go, then I shall accompany you. Bulma, wearing a displeased expression, retorted, Whis, can't you exhibit a bit of awareness? Can't you see that this is my date with Luo Hao? I painstakingly constructed the time machine to prevent you from intruding upon our intimate moments. Humph, you call yourself an angel, yet you claim to be unable to traverse time at will? So now, are you willing to forsake your principles for a morsel of delicacy? Are you truly a genuine angel? Luo Hao, do you intend to bring this fellow along? At that moment, Luo Hao had yet to respond when Whis, with a tone of righteous indignation, declared, no matter what you two are planning, do not even think about shaking me off. Who knows what mischief you might engage in with the time machine? In this regard, I must take on the role of a supervisor. Yes, a supervisor. Furthermore, my duty is to accompany Luo Hao, so do not harbor any illusions. This is a matter of principle. I am an angel who adheres to principles and will faithfully fulfill my mission. Besides, you two can completely disregard my presence regarding your romantic or private affairs. I am not one to indulge in gossip. Chapter 32. Whis, I am but a third wheel. Observing Whis's shameless remarks and demeanor, Bulma felt a sense of powerlessness. However, At least this fellow had consented to allow them to utilize the time machine to glimpse the future. In this way, Bulma's arduous efforts over the past few years have not been in vain. Although she cannot venture back to explore the world as it once was, there is a slight sense of regret. Nevertheless, the past is merely a collection of events that transpired over the course of a year. Whether one observes it or not holds little significance for Bulma, as she finds nothing worthy of remorse. However, the prospect of witnessing her future self, the future of Luo Hao, and the world yet to come ignites a profound sense of exhilaration within her. With this in mind, and having reached a consensus, Bulma dispelled any lingering doubts and swiftly commenced a flurry of operations at the control panel. The time machine emitted a resonant hum. Luo Hao paused momentarily, surprised. Wait, are you saying that Bulma will be ready immediately? I merely wanted to discuss it first. I need to recharge the time machine after all. This device consumes an immense amount of energy. I anticipate it will be ready in 3 days. In the meantime, you all should prepare as well. It seems rather inappropriate for the restaurant to remain closed for so long. 3 days from now, at 10 o'clock in the morning, we shall depart from here, and I expect everyone to be punctual, Bulma declared with a bold confidence. Luo Hao, however, was taken aback. What? We have to wait 3 days? Haven't you already completed the construction? Can't we take a look now and return? As Luo Hao expressed his skepticism, Whis nodded vigorously in agreement from the side. At present, this fellow is buried in a colossal ice cream from Bulma's family, indulging to the point of forgetfulness. Bulma rolled her eyes dramatically and retorted, What do you two understand? This is a time machine, not some ordinary rocking chair toy. Don't jest. This contraption consumes an immense amount of energy. I had to dismantle the energy cores from several of your flagship warships just to gather enough power for a single journey through time. Currently, it's merely recharging, which will take at least 2 days, and I still need to make some adjustments. Didn't Mr. Whis say we can only travel to the future, not the past? You so-called gods have quite a few demands. Then, Luo Hao pointed at Whis, saying, He is the god. It has nothing to do with me. Bulma casually remarked. What a lunatic. Ignoring Whis entirely, she continued to savor her delectable ice cream, indifferent to their chatter. 3 days later, the trio, a pair of humans and one so-called angel, gathered here for their clandestine journey through time, oblivious to the novel experiences that awaited them. The only thing that astonished Bulma was that Whis was carrying an enormous backpack, reminiscent of a mountaineeress. With a skeptical expression, she inquired, Whis, are you fleeing from something? We are merely traveling to the future. What purpose does the large pack serve? Whis retorted, somewhat irritated, who knows what the future holds? Is it not wise to be thoroughly prepared? Thoroughly prepared? Luo Hao spread his hands in exasperation. Whis is primarily worried about not being able to enjoy the coffee I brew. He even brought along our coffee machine. It's truly beyond me. A god, so easily tempted, is indeed a rarity. Bulma sighed. Fine, carry whatever you wish. It shouldn't significantly impact my time machine. She then unplugged the charging cable from the time machine, opened the hatch, and plopped down inside. All right, enough chatter. Luo Hao, your seat is in the back. Hurry up. We're setting off. I'll adjust the equipment. Let us set the time for 10 days ahead. Whis levitated, inspecting the internal structure of the time machine, which surprisingly resembled a compact 2-seater vehicle, well-crafted indeed. It appeared that Bulma had genuinely put thought into designing this time machine as a dual-passenger model. Suddenly, Whis recalled a crucial question. You two have seats, but where do I sit? Bulma, somewhat irritated, replied, Time is of the essence. Initially, I designed a time machine intended for 2 travelers, but you insisted on joining, leaving me with no choice. There is indeed a trunk behind the seat. You may endure a bit of discomfort and sit in there. Wes's expression immediately soured. You two are being rather excessive. Clearly, you view me as a mere third wheel. Subsequently, Wes cunningly shoved the enormous package behind him into the time machine's trunk, declaring, This should suffice. Bulma, with a look of disdain, retorted, What are you attempting to accomplish? Are you not aware that our family thrives on the capabilities of the universal capsule? Could you not create a capsule to contain your coffee machine? Wes, however, merely chuckled awkwardly, remaining silent. Rohio interjected on Wes's behalf. This fellow is excessively lazy. I suggested he purchase a brand new coffee machine, but he refused, insisting on using the same model that has served in the store for over a decade, claiming it embodies the familiar taste and quality. As for anything new, he finds it unpalatable. Despite being an angel, he is quite particular. A slight deviation in flavor is utterly unacceptable. Am I not correct? Wes chuckled, Of course, now that I am on Earth. I intend to indulge in its lifestyle and cuisine. Since we are embarking on a journey, I should be allowed to indulge just once. Bulma gaped. You've placed the coffee machine in the trunk. Where, pray tell, will you sit? Surely you can't expect us to squeeze together. Having you as a third wheel is already bothersome enough, and if you insist on positioning yourself between us, this time machine will become exceedingly cramped. Which I find quite unacceptable. Whis, with a hint of irritation, retorted, Humph, to put it plainly, neither of you intended to include me. Luo Hao quickly raised his hands in surrender. It's not us, it's her. I harbor no such disloyal intentions. Whis chuckled mischievously. No matter, I am an angel. And I shall not hold a grudge against this little girl. Who are you calling a little girl? Bulma exclaimed, her voice laced with anger. Chapter 33. Bulma and her companions arrived 10 years into the future. In a swift motion, Whis exited the cockpit of the time machine, gracefully hovering above it. All right, Miss Bulma, you may initiate the time machine now. This should suffice, no? He remarked. I shall not intrude upon your little world. As long as I can keep pace with the time machine, you cannot shake me off, regardless of your destination. Does that sound agreeable? Bulma, taken aback, exclaimed, Whis. Have you lost your mind? This is a time machine, not an ordinary aircraft. According to my theoretical calculations, if we engage in time travel, we will encounter spatial storms. Without the protection of the cockpit, your life could be at risk at any moment. If you lose your grip, you could become lost within the rifts of time and space, and no matter where you end up, rescuing you would be impossible. Whis clapped his hands. You little one. I didn't expect you to care so much. Quite commendable, indeed. For this, you shall receive some rewards in the future. Rest assured, I am a bona fide angel. If I cannot withstand a mere spatial storm or rift, I might as well return for a complete overhaul. Enough of the chatter, let us set off promptly. I will support your time machine. This is my limit. Otherwise, I would hesitate to awaken Lord Beerus and have him obliterate your time machine and all its schematics on the spot. This is a violation of the law. Akin to bringing a policeman along to commit robbery. Have you not considered how outrageous that is? At this point, Bulma, observing Whis's unwavering confidence, decided not to press further. She promptly sealed the time machine's hatch and activated the start button, which emitted a resounding hum as it slowly ascended into the air. Then, Bulma turned the time control dial to 10 years ahead, smiling as she said, Luo Hao, let us venture 10 years into the future and see what awaits us. Luo Hao shrugged and replied, So we're merely going to have a look at what the future holds? I must admit, I'm quite curious about this time machine as well. Curiosity aside, I have an inkling that I possess the ability to traverse time and space, though the specifics remain elusive to my memory. Noticing the unfriendly shift in Bulma's demeanor, Luo Hao promptly rectified his statement. All right, you are the most extraordinary scientist. No one can rival your prowess in this domain. He continued, let us hasten and activate the device. I am genuinely eager to witness what the world will be like a decade from now. As for that fellow, Whis, you need not worry about him, given his capabilities. Your time machine would be akin to child's play. Upon hearing Luo Hao's reassurances, Bulma hesitated no longer. At the moment when the energy surged, she decisively pressed the activation button. In an instant, this pinnacle of human technology, accompanied by an idler angel, vanished in a rush before the eyes of all present. Indeed, it disappeared quite abruptly. In the future timeline, behind a colossal rock, a rather unsavory figure stealthily gazed towards the distant arena. What is taking these fools so long? He muttered with exasperation. Clad in a black martial arts uniform, sporting a wild hairstyle and a small mustache, the burly man continued his sardonic soliloquy. I truly wonder where these golden beings emerged from. Their power exceeds my expectations. How could I, as Satan, a world champion in martial arts, be reduced to hiding here and peering around a corner? Fortunately, there are no reporters in the vicinity. Otherwise, my illustrious reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Just as he pondered this, a peculiar disturbance arose behind him. What is that? At this moment, had not the military and journalists already vacated the scene? It takes considerable audacity to remain here amidst their competition. Yet, could there truly be an unusual sound emanating from behind? Turning to investigate, Satan beheld a bizarre object materializing behind him. Strangely enough, it appeared to bear a person, whose attire was quite outlandish, notably adorned with a yellow checkered apron. This is evidently an attire befitting a waiter. What manner of operation is this? Are you not aware that the most perilous Share-A-Game tournament is currently underway here? Once again, where do these audacious individuals come from? Daring to embark on such perilous adventures? It appears I must first refine my appearance. Should these rascals capture my image without consent, the repercussions could be significant. Just as this thought crossed my mind, I noticed the peculiar gaze of a young man with a machine attachment fixed upon me. Instinctively, I straightened my posture. Ready to bark? What are you staring at? However, I quickly reconsidered. It seemed a fierce competition was unfolding nearby. If my voice were to rise above the fray, I might inadvertently attract the attention of that android known as Cell. That terrifying creature is truly formidable. Should I draw his notice, a single careless strike could obliterate me entirely. At this moment, I was ruminating on these matters when, with a resounding thud, the hatch at the top of the strange apparatus swung open, and a man and a woman leaped forth. This is precisely the moment when Luo Hao and Bulma, having traveled through time, arrive in the future, 10 years hence. They surveyed their surroundings, questioning, is this truly the future? Why does it evoke such a sense of desolation? If memory serves, this area was once a quaint little town, part of the suburban landscape. How has it transformed into a barren wasteland? Noticing the confusion etched on Bulma's face, Luo Hao smiled slightly and remarked, it seems we have indeed arrived in the temporal realm of the future. The air here carries an oddly peculiar sensation. Regardless, your time machine has proven its success. We have successfully traversed a decade into the future, have we not, Whis? Upon observing Whis, who remained calm and unfazed, Bulma exclaimed in mild astonishment, you truly are remarkable, not a single injury to be seen. And your attire shows no signs of the temporal turbulence. By the way, why on earth are you still wearing the apron from your shop during this excursion? Is it merely for promotional purposes? Whis glanced down at his outfit and chuckled wryly. Well, I have grown accustomed to this work uniform over the years. I completely forgot to remove it for our outing. However, Miss Bulma, do you have any further inquiries regarding this journey? Chapter 34. The transformation of Son Goku. After a decade, Bulma wore a worried expression, fiddling uncertainly with a device resembling a telephone watch. Muttering to herself, it seems there is no discrepancy in time. This must indeed be the future. Why is it so desolate? It gives me an odd sensation. Could there be an error in the temporal coordinates? If only there were someone to inquire with. Whis rolled his eyes dramatically and pointed to a burly man squatting by a boulder. Is there not a gentleman over there? We could simply ask him. Following Whis, Bulma indeed spotted a robust figure clad in martial arts attire, looking bewildered at the trio. Huh, indeed, there is someone here. At that moment, Whis face-palmed, exasperated. Bulma, my dear, how could you have overlooked such a large individual? Meanwhile, hiding behind the boulder, Satan felt a twinge of annoyance. Am I not visible? Am I to be described as merely a mass? Just as he was about to express his frustration, he suddenly recalled, no, this is not the time for that. He immediately gestured for the trio to approach quietly, signaling for them to remain silent. What on earth is happening here? With expressions of skepticism, Whis, Luo Hao, and Bulma approached the colossal stone, only to discover a timid middle-aged man cowering behind it. He adopted a fearful demeanor and inquired, where did you three come from? Are you unaware that a significant battle is unfolding here? Keep your voices down. Do not attract their attention, or you will be completely oblivious to your demise. Honestly, didn't your parents teach you not to wander off? How many people in the world are still unaware of the Cell games? And of all places to hide? You chose to shelter beside me? If you make too much noise and draw their attention, I cannot guarantee your safety. Do not be deceived by my title as the World Martial Arts Champion. In the presence of that terrifying android, I am utterly powerless. The trio regarded the incessantly chattering middle-aged man with bewilderment, rendered speechless. However, Bulma's cheerful and vivacious nature prevailed. She swiftly leaped in front of Satan. And noticing his frightened expression, she beamed a sweet smile. Hello, sir, my name is Bulma. May I inquire about your name? What precisely is taking place here with the Cell games? Could you enlighten us? We have just arrived and are not well acquainted with the situation. It seems we have encountered 3 oblivious country bumpkins. In this moment, Satan felt a partial sense of relief within his heart. I mean, at such a critical juncture. How could anyone still find the leisure to travel? One careless misstep, and the world could meet its end. With a casual gesture, he pointed towards a distant arena. Do you see that platform over there? The creature resembling a cockroach atop it is named Cell, a formidable android of terrifying strength. He has set up a challenge. And should no one be able to defeat him within a single day, he will unleash his dreadful power to annihilate all of humanity on the spot. Chuckling, he added, as for those golden beings facing him in combat, I cannot ascertain their origins, such is the situation. As the reigning champion of the world, Mr. Satan would certainly not flee from the impending challenge. he stood resolutely at the forefront. At that moment, he struck a heroic pose, causing Bulma's eyelids to twitch in response. The lewd uncle before her seemed utterly terrified, prompting a swirl of conflicting emotions within Bulma. Could it be that my first journey through time has led me to a monumental event? She then cast a pleading glance towards Luo Hao, who merely smiled gently and shrugged, saying, "Whis, it's your turn." Whis rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Again, it's me? Fine. Fine." With a flick of his wrist, the gem atop his angelic staff glimmered, projecting a holographic 3D image before the four of them. "Mr." Satan's eyes widened in intrigue. What are these individuals up to? They even carry a 3D projector? What equipment do young people take with them nowadays? Suddenly, his expression shifted in realization. Wait, this is no ordinary 3D projection, as it displays the very scene of battle occurring at the distant arena. As Bulma scrutinized the figures within the image, she curiously inquired, This fellow bears an uncanny resemblance to Goku, but why does he emanate a golden aura?" Luo Hao chuckled softly. "That must be Goku from 10 years hence." Remarkably, these youngsters have progressed swiftly. In just a decade, they have grown so powerful. Bulma pointed at a figure in the projection that resembled Piccolo, exclaiming, "Look, that chap appears to be the Demon King Piccolo. Wasn't he vanquished by Goku? How could he possibly be here? Has future Piccolo completely allied with Goku?" Luo Hao replied with a light-hearted smile, "Who knows? With this group, anything extraordinary can occur. After all, time can resolve all things." Subsequently, Bulma's gaze settled upon Vegeta, for in this era, she had never encountered him. She casually inquired, "And who is this spiky-haired fellow?" Whis retorted, "So now you seek my knowledge, dear angel? Very well, the name of this broomstick is Vegeta, a prince of the Saiyans, who is now presumably a member of Son Goku's team, likely here to protect Earth." "Ah, so that is the case. I never anticipated that a decade later, our first foray through time would witness such a magnificent battle. Truly, this journey has not been in vain. Who is that lad? Why does he bear golden lightning? He seems somewhat reminiscent of Goku." Whis promptly elucidated, "That fellow must be Gohan, Goku's son." Bulma, perplexed, inquired, "When we departed, Goku had just married, and after 10 years, his son should be merely 9 years old. Remarkable indeed. However, what is the situation here? Why are they engaged in combat with this individual named Cell?" Chapter 35. Whis becomes ineffectual. Observing the group engaged in their lackluster conversation, Mr. Satan stood nearby, bewildered by their discussion. It seems these youngsters are quite familiar with the combatants in the arena. Judging by their tone and manner of speaking, could they be visitors from the past? Is the peculiar device they arrived in a time machine? That cannot be. Today has already presented an abundance of extraordinary occurrences, including the sudden emergence of this creature named Cell, followed by a cadre of formidable golden beings battling against him. And here I am, the world champion, compelled to hide in this desolate place, quietly observing the unfolding events, alongside 3 enigmatic individuals who claim to have traveled here from the past in a time machine. What a chaotic scene this is. Just at the moment when Mr. Satan was lost in his thoughts, Bulma suddenly exclaimed. The sudden exclamation startled Mr. Satan, causing him to respond with a suppressed yet furious tone. "What is the matter, you little girl? Why the theatrics? Are you unaware that scaring someone could be fatal?" Meanwhile, Bulma, with a visage clouded in worry, clutched at Rohayo's sleeve, lamenting, "Why is there no trace of me in this team? Am I to perish prematurely a decade hence? What shall I do?" At this juncture, Rohayo and Whis exchanged amused glances, their laughter ringing in the air. "You lot can still find humor in this. A decade from now, my absence is noted? Given my spirited nature, I would undoubtedly partake in such lively affairs, be it combat or conflict. Am I truly facing some unforeseen misfortune?" Observing the peculiar laughter of Rohayo and Whis, Bulma felt a sense of unease. Whis, however, paid no heed to her grievances. Instead, he activated a projector, illuminating the space with a vivid image that revealed Bulma, concerned and fixated on the unfolding events. "Ah, I see. They have chosen to protect you by keeping you from this battle. Are you reassured now, Miss Bulma? According to my estimations, you are destined for longevity. Rest assured, my predictions are quite accurate. After all, I am an omnipotent angel." Upon witnessing her own image on the screen, Bulma set aside her earlier concerns, focusing her attention on the spectacle of battle. Oh, it appears that Goku is not a match for this creature named Cell. The two were engaged in a fierce struggle, proving to be quite entertaining. Who would have thought such a vigorous bout would occur a decade later? Just as she pondered this, she saw Goku momentarily falter, stepping off the stage to allow another combatant to take his place. Isn't this a sign of defeat? Why has that young lad taken the stage? Bulma queried in confusion. Luo Hao replied, perhaps it is to give his son, Gohan, a chance to hone his skills? Who can say? However, with Whis and me present, this Cell character poses no threat. We shall merely enjoy the show. Rest assured, Mr. Satan, with our presence, your safety is guaranteed. Yet, Mr. Satan looked on with disdain. You think your feeble limbs can protect me? Nevertheless, the fact that you utilize 3D projections to observe the distant battle suggests you are far from ordinary. The climactic battle was on the verge of erupting. After a few exchanges of skill, Gohan successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan with a thunderous aura. A furious wave of energy battered the arrogant Cell, leaving him in tatters. Yet, Cell swiftly unleashed the formidable power derived from his Cell Saga, which included the abilities of Piccolo, and instantly restored himself to his former state. However, the current Cell was no match for Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 form. After several powerful blows, Cell expelled the android known as Number 18 from his mouth. True to the original narrative, the enraged Cell, realizing he could not contend with Gohan, Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks, these formidable Super Saiyans, decided to self-destruct, his body swelling ominously. Witnessing this scene, Bulma gasped, how has he become so enormous? Luo Hao sighed gently. He seems to be contemplating self-destruction. But given his energy, even in an incomplete form, this could obliterate the earth. What shall we do? Bulma, pale with fear, suggested. Should we not hastily board the time machine and escape? Remaining here could spell disaster for us. Luo Hao reassured her with a pat on her shoulder. Do not worry. With Vados and me here, what danger could you possibly face? Trust in Goku and his allies. They will not allow this arrogant fiend to succeed. Furthermore, even if he does, we have Vados with us. Vados? What use is he? Bulma inquired skeptically. Luo Hao retorted, what do you mean of no use? Remember when you were wildly shooting with that machine gun in my restaurant? Who do you think handled the repairs? Bulma interjected, that was Vados. Exactly. Even if this villain possesses the strength to annihilate the earth, we have Vados by our side. He has that skill called Time Rewind, which can revert time back by 5 minutes. Thus, he would be rendered powerless. What is there to worry about? Moreover, do we not have the Dragon Balls? Bulma, who had been trembling in fear and preparing to leap into the time machine, felt reassured upon recalling Vados' special ability. Indeed, while this fool may indulge in food and drink, he seems to have some utility in crucial moments. Vados shot Bulma an exasperated look. You are the fool. You are the one who indulges. I am the omnipotent angel. Kindly show me some respect. Suddenly, Vados seemed to recall something, and with a gentle shake of his staff, he turned to Luo Hao, his expression troubled. Ah, there is indeed an unexpected complication. Luo Hao paused. What is it? Vados, are you not the all-powerful angel? Vados furrowed his brow. This is, after all, a future timeline, distinct from our own. It appears that here, my angelic powers are somewhat diminished. I just attempted to use my time reversal ability, and it seems that I cannot employ it in this realm, though other spells pose no difficulty. However, utilizing the time reversal skill in this future dimension with my current angelic strength is beyond my reach. What? This revelation startled Bulma, causing her to stumble and nearly fall to the ground. So, you're saying, Whis, that you become ineffective in the future space? Chapter 36. Luo Hao effortlessly took hold of the angel staff. Whis retorted with annoyance. I merely indicated that my angelic powers are somewhat compromised. After all, this is a future space, which conflicts with our own and adheres to different laws. Luo Hao chuckled softly. No worries, for I am here. He grasped Whis' angel staff, leaving Whis' heart in tumultuous shock. How could this fellow so easily wield my angel staff? This is indeed a unique artifact belonging to the angelic lineage. Could it be that this individual can wield the angel staff as well? If so, the identity of this person is exceedingly enigmatic. It appears my previous conjectures were entirely misguided. Moreover, these angel staves are assigned in an orderly queue. Even the high priest cannot casually utilize my angel staff. Could this individual? Just as this thought crossed my mind, I observed Luo Hao gently waving Whis' staff in the air, exclaiming, indeed, this is a precious artifact. Rest assured, Bulma, anything unexpected can be entrusted to me. He chuckled. Here, my power shall remain unaffected. Boasting, are we? Bulma retorted, casting a disapproving glance at him. This was the same person who often required her, the valiant heroine, to handle even the slightest matters. Now claiming to possess power surpassing that of the angels? How could that be? However, seeing Luo Hao's confidence, Bulma chose not to dwell on their banter or Whis' astonishment. In a sudden shift of scenes, Son Goku placed one hand on the self-destructing cell while raising his other hand, fingers poised on his forehead, murmuring something under his breath. In an instant, Son Goku and Cell vanished completely from their previous location. Meanwhile, the Dragon Ball warriors stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. At this moment, Bulma found herself devoid of any inclination to dwell on Luo Hao's attempts at bravado and inquired, "Whis, what is the meaning of this?" Meanwhile, Luo Hao casually tossed the angelic staff he held to Whis, saying, "Such trivial matters are best left to Whis." With a hint of exasperation, Whis replied, "Very well. You certainly do not hold back. I was under the impression that you might utilize my angelic staff for something extraordinary. Must I still take on this task?" Luo Hao clapped his hands and remarked, "Oh, let us leave the minor tasks to you. Should any significant projects arise, rest assured, I am here to assist." At that moment, Whis, lacking the mood to engage in banter with Luo Hao, gracefully waved the staff in his hand, and with a shift in perspective, a brand new 3D projection materialized before the onlookers. In this projection, a magnificent golden cloud appeared, within which floated a diminutive celestial sphere, suspended in serene tranquility. As the camera zoomed in, it revealed a plump figure with blue skin and sunglasses. This individual was none other than the leisurely and contented king of the north. The man was indulging in hot pot while singing, relishing the unparalleled comfort of life. In the next moment, a colossal figure abruptly materialized before the king of the north. The king was momentarily taken aback, but upon closer inspection, he realized that it was none other than Sun Wukong, who had used instant transmission to bring the self-destructing cell right before him. The King of Worlds was utterly astonished. "Goku, what is the meaning of this?" Son Goku offered an apologetic smile. "There is no alternative, my lord. The situation is urgent, and I could only sense your aura." As he spoke, he realized that Cell was already in a state of extreme instability, as if on the verge of self-detonation. Without further elaboration, Son Goku let out a thunderous shout, and the golden radiance of his body abruptly retracted, a crimson aura unexpectedly manifesting upon the surface of Son Goku's form. This individual has astonishingly transcended the state of Super Saiyan, directly transforming into the state of Super Saiyan God. Indeed, this is a tremendous leap forward. Goku, radiating the divine power of a Super Saiyan, wore a confident smile. Cell, with your current energy, you can at most obliterate this planet. Do you really think you can inflict any harm upon me? You are far from capable. He chuckled. Rest assured, Lord Kai, with me around, you are in no peril. Just as Cell was about to self-destruct, Goku swiftly moved, pulling another figure behind him. The explosion of this planet is of little consequence, at the most. I can gather the Dragon Balls on Earth and restore King Kai's planet. In the wake of a resounding detonation, which echoed throughout the entire underworld, Goku retracted his transformation into a Super Saiyan God, returning to his normal state. With a long sigh, he acknowledged, "This Super Saiyan God transformation truly drains my stamina. With my current strength, I can only maintain it for about 10 seconds. Any longer would be quite impossible. Nevertheless, 10 seconds is more than sufficient. Cell, I believe your ultimate scheme has been thwarted. Rest assured, Lord Kai, I will gather the Dragon Balls and restore your planet post-haste." However, as Goku spoke, he noticed the absence of King Kai's voice behind him. What? Is it possible that the explosion frightened him into silence? Surely, he is the esteemed North Kai. How could he lack such resilience? Turning around, Goku was utterly taken aback. There was no sign of King Kai, only his pet Bubbles, the gorilla who had once trained alongside Goku on King Kai's planet. How did it come to this? In my moment of panic, did I inadvertently rescue his pet instead of the king? Goku, perplexed, asked a rather foolish question. Bubbles, where is Lord Kai? Bubbles looked at Goku with innocent eyes and made a gesture across his throat, implying that King Kai had met his demise. This blunder was truly embarrassing. Sun Wukong scratched his head vigorously, realizing the gravity of the situation. What a disaster. Initially, he thought he had merely lost the planet of the king of the other world, but in a moment of carelessness, he had not only saved Baburus, but had inadvertently caused the demise of the esteemed king with his recent explosion. How could he possibly explain this? At that moment, from the far end of the long serpent road, a figure of the king of the other world, adorned with a radiant halo, emerged in the Yama Hall. The king bellowed in fury. After finally having a holiday to enjoy life, savoring hot pot and singing songs, you, wretched Wukong, have brought that individual right before me. How could a dignified North King like myself be summoned to the underworld? What kind of decorum is this? Wukong, remember this. I will not let this matter rest. Chapter 37. Cell of the Past. Thanks to the day I assimilated into Piccolo's cells, the resounding roar reverberated through the heavens, and it remains uncertain whether the current Wukong can perceive it within his ears. However, the singular surprise for Sun Wukong lies in the fact that not far from the recent explosion, a fragment of debris is persistently writhing. The wreckage aroused Sun Wukong's vigilance. Oh no. Could it be? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the remnants underwent a dramatic transformation. With a thunderous crash, the entire wreck morphed into a completely new visage of Cell. At that moment, this reborn Cell laughed maniacally towards the heavens. Heh, Sun Wukong. Did you ever anticipate this? I am now an immortal being. As long as there exists even a fragment of flesh or debris, I am indestructible. This is all thanks to the cells of Piccolo that I assimilated years ago. Indeed, the power of regeneration is formidable. Moreover, I sense that my strength has attained a remarkable advancement. With a furious roar, Cell's entire body radiated a resplendent purple-gold hue, crackling with various bolts of lightning. Heh. Behold the emergence of purple-gold lightning Cell. Sun Wukong, if you possess the ability, transform into that form from before. Perhaps I may not be your match, but you must confront me in your Super Saiyan state, and that would mean you have no chance at all. My patience has worn thin, yet I must admit, your previous attack was indeed impressive. I, too, possess the extraordinary learning capability akin to that of you Saiyans. It seems I have mastered instantaneous movement. To deal with someone like you, I must not only vanquish you physically but also inflict profound psychological torment upon you. Sun Wukong paused momentarily. What are you planning? Cell smirked ominously. I now realize that your greatest concern lies with Earth and your friends. Humph. Sacrificing King Kai and the King Kai planet has revealed your vulnerabilities. Sun Wukong, I have finally discerned your most significant weakness. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong replied, Damn it. I have already exhausted my transformation into Super Saiyan God. My stamina is depleted. If I revert to the full power of a regular Super Saiyan against this resurrected Cell, it appears I stand no chance at all. What shall I do? Meanwhile, Cell continued to sneer. Do not even think about buying time to regain your strength. I shall not grant you any opportunity. Heh. This time, I will utilize your instantaneous movement to return to Earth and annihilate that planet along with all its inhabitants before I return to deal with you. Do not worry, with my current power, that is entirely feasible. Just as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong shouted, No, but it was too late. Cell placed his index and middle fingers on his forehead and vanished in an instant before Sun Wukong's eyes. That damn bastard. Sun Wukong cursed furiously, immediately activating his own instantaneous movement to return to Earth. He thought to himself, this is terrible. Earth is truly in grave danger. If Cell were to annihilate the Earth, the Dragon Balls and Piccolo would vanish as well, leading to significant trouble. Should I and all my companions perish here, would it not render King Kai's sacrifice in vain? At this critical juncture, the 3D projection cast by Whis' staff froze in place, prompting an irate response from Bulma. Whis, what on earth is happening? Why is the film only halfway through? How can it stop at such a pivotal moment? Are you experiencing technical difficulties? In response to Bulma's displeasure, Whis scratched his head and replied, Well, this is not my fault. The events over there have concluded, so a halted image is quite normal. The protagonists in those scenes have returned to Earth. Really? They've come back? Bulma asked, her confusion evident. So, what are we to do now? According to Goku, he should not be a match for that Cell at this moment. Whis, shrugging his shoulders, said, That is beyond my concern. Fighting is not my forte. You have your friend Roheo with you, so what is there to worry about? Just as he said this, they noticed an invisible ripple manifesting behind the four of them. In an instant, the previously arrogant and formidable purple-golden Cell appeared behind them in a flash of lightning. With a sinister grin, Cell declared, Heh. Instant transmission is indeed convenient. I have finally returned to Earth. Goku, bid farewell to your friends, for you shall soon reunite in the afterlife. With that, Cell's energy surged violently, preparing to unleash a devastating attack that would obliterate the Earth. Suddenly, he noticed 4 figures standing before him, 3 men and a woman, alongside a peculiar machine, frozen in place. Taken aback, Cell mused, This is clearly Earth. Where did these 4 come from? The scruffy, bearded one seems to be that fool named Satan. Isn't he just a clown? Why has T left the vicinity? And what are the other 3 doing? They appear devoid of any energy or aura. Are they merely ordinary mortals like this buffoon? How unfortunate for them. Yet witnessing the moment of Earth's destruction could be considered a stroke of luck. However, what perplexed Cell was the complete absence of fear or terror on the faces of the two men and the woman before him. They were so composed, as if they were merely observing him with bemusement. Did his presence fail to cast the intended shadow upon these earthlings? Only the one named Satan seemed to possess that brand of fear and despair that Cell relished. At this realization, Cell felt a twinge of doubt. Was his performance lacking? These three individuals appear oblivious to their own formidable nature. However, such matters have become inconsequential. Having resolved to obliterate the entire planet and to see Sun Wukong perish in despair, they have truly fulfilled their desire for vengeance. Without further hesitation, Sheru unleashed his power to its zenith, preparing to launch a colossal blue energy sphere towards the Earth. Meanwhile, the youth across from him, gazing at him with an expression of bewilderment, suddenly materialized directly in front of him. This individual is truly courting death. The sheer force emanating from my body alone would reduce him to cosmic dust. How can he stand before me so nonchalantly? Just as Sheru was engulfed in confusion, the slender, sun-kissed youth opposite him gently extended a single finger. Chapter 38. Sheru was unexpectedly pierced to death by Luo Hao. A solitary finger, devoid of any imposing presence, gently tapped upon the forehead of the purple lightning-imbued Cell. In that instant, a soft yet resonant sound of impact echoed, and Cell felt as though his body were but a fragile bubble, perpetually dissolving into nothingness. The formidable energy and aura he had unleashed swiftly evaporated, as if they had never existed at all. Was it truly possible that he had been vanquished by such a delicate touch? How could this be possible? Accompanied by a sense of unwillingness, Shalu was inexplicably struck down by a mere finger from Luo Hao, unable to even emit a final roar. Luo Hao, on the other hand, casually blew on his finger and remarked, "How revolting. I never expected I would have to engage in such dirty work." Bulma cast a disdainful glance at Whis, who had been shirking responsibility moments before, and said, "Whis, you claim you cannot fight? That fellow was formidable? Yet our Luo Hao dispatched him with just a mere poke. It is precisely for this reason that I understand why Luo Hao is the boss, while you are forever relegated to being a mere assistant." "Humph, so it is. You speak of your fighting skills, but I see you are inept in every regard." Whis, feeling rather speechless, conceded, "Very well. I have been somewhat lenient of late, or I would have shown this little girl a thing or two. However, it appears that this lad's strength is growing increasingly formidable. Although the aura and energy of that man seem trivial to us gods, the fact that he has attained such remarkable power during his training is undeniable. I distinctly recall the last time Luo Hao faced Frieza. He casually obliterated half a galaxy with a single punch. This time, while he merely poked with his finger, there were no residual waves. Given Luo Hao's energy, had he truly unleashed it, that single poke would have annihilated a significant portion of the entire galaxy. Such restraint is uncharacteristic of him. Clearly, he is nearing a full restoration of his peak condition. However, that action earlier felt reminiscent of a destroyer's divine power. Just who is this individual? His current identity has left Whis utterly perplexed. Whether he can wield his angelic staff is uncertain, yet the staff exhibits no sign of rejecting Luo Hao. That gentle poke seemed to channel the destroyer's power to its fullest extent. Even if Beerus were present, he would find it impossible to handle an opponent of this caliber with the same grace, leaving not a trace of energy to spill. This individual's identity grows ever more enigmatic. For now, let us set aside Whis's contemplations and confusions. A greater turmoil enveloped Goku, who had instantaneously returned to Earth. He searched left and right, exclaiming, "Huh? Everyone is still here. Did you see that?" "See what?" Krillin, Vegeta, and Gohan looked at Goku, bewildered. Piccolo let out a long sigh. "You are unscathed? That's wonderful. That guy's self-detonation did not harm you. How did you manage that?" Goku continued to look around, saying, "Did you all really not notice?" "Notice what?" The assembly of individuals finally perceived the expression of Sun Wukong. In an instant, he recounted how he had transported Cell to the North Kai's planet, where he had detonated himself. Utilizing a unique method, Sun Wukong managed to endure the explosion. Yet it tragically resulted in the demise of the North Kai. To everyone's astonishment, Cell, that fiend, had not perished. Instead, at a pivotal moment, he resurrected, augmenting his strength manifold and plotting a profound assault and vengeance upon Earth. The crowd was engulfed in dread as it seemed that Cell had also mastered Wukong's instant transmission. leaving his whereabouts unknown as he prepared to deliver a lethal blow to the planet. They collectively abandoned their perception of energy signatures. Nothing, absolutely no fluctuations in energy. Could it be that Wukong was experiencing an illusion? Sun Wukong, in a state of frustration, scratched his head. How could this be? I distinctly sensed that this fiend's aura had intensified several-fold, and he was quite explicit about his intent to exact revenge on Earth. How could this be mere fantasy? Could it be? Krillin suggested. Perhaps this fellow hasn't perfected his instant transmission and has relocated elsewhere? Vegeta rolled his eyes dramatically, muttering a curse of ignorance. Meanwhile, Piccolo, showing no restraint, delivered a forceful slap to Krillin's bald head, causing him to grimace in pain. Piccolo, what are you doing? I was merely speculating. Your speculations are rather unreliable. Trunks interjected. Uncle Wukong's instant transmission appears to rely on his sensing abilities for localization. If, as you suggest, it were merely erratic or lost, it would hardly be termed instant transmission, would it? Uncle Krillin, could you possibly make your conjectures more credible? Krillin, feeling aggrieved, cradled his head, when suddenly he spotted a swiftly approaching dark dot in the distance and pointed. Hey, what is that? The group turned their vigilant gazes towards the horizon, where a speeding car hurtled towards the arena where they stood. Isn't that the car we saw earlier? Klin was the first to react. Yes. That's the vehicle that the fellow named Satan drove away in when he escaped. What brings him back? Son Gohan, perplexed, inquired. What does that eccentric uncle intend to do upon his return? The crowd was left in a state of confusion, and just then, with a jarring screech of brakes, the car came to a halt before them. Satan leaped out of the vehicle in a swift motion and, after considerable effort, climbed onto the platform where everyone stood. Panting heavily, he greeted Son Goku and the others. You need not wait here any longer. The demon known as Cell should have been vanquished by my hand. You may all go about your business. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly was taken aback in astonishment. What is going on here? How can this be resolved? Even the usually mild-mannered Gohan could not help but exclaim, Mr. Satan, are you here to fool around? You must leave immediately. This place is perilous. Why did he run away only to return? Observing Gohan's demeanor and the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Mr. Satan struck a rather imposing pose and reassured them, fear not. If my observations are accurate, that creature known as Cell has indeed been vanquished by me. Although Mr. Satan's stance was bold, he gradually felt his confidence wane as he spoke. Chapter 39. The hasty conclusion of Cell's game. Witnessing the crowd's mounting frustration, Mr. Satan, deflated like a punctured balloon, quickly attempted to clarify. Well, it seems this incident was somewhat coincidental for me. It is as it is, believe it or not. He then recounted the events that had transpired moments before. Of course, this narrative was crafted with the guidance of Luo Hao, and Mr. Satan had made several modifications. Though the truth was a blend of fact and fiction, it left the audience in stunned silence. According to Mr. Satan's account, the crowd learned that he had been observing the battle from behind a massive rock, poised to intervene at any moment. Naturally, this statement was interpreted by the crowd as utter nonsense. They believed he was merely a coward who had not dared to flee too far. As for the various battles between Son Wukong and Cell in the later stages, as well as the instantaneous movement, Satan confessed that he could not comprehend nor make sense of it. He merely understood that Son Wukong had teleported away and then returned in an instant. At that critical moment, he suddenly detected an unusual fluctuation in his concealed location. Faint and elusive, it seemed as though a shadow resembling Cell had appeared. Just then, for reasons unknown, Satan felt an urgent need to sneeze, and he unleashed a mighty sneeze. This sneeze struck the glass surface where Cell's image had manifested, and with a sharp crack, the glass shattered into fragments. Consequently, the cell within vanished entirely from Satan's sight. It was at this juncture that Satan realized whether this cell had been using some kind of special technique, which had been obliterated by his sneeze. As he observed the aftermath with no further developments, while everyone else remained foolishly awaiting, Satan hastily drove back in his small escape vehicle to relay this astonishing news to the others. The formidable purple lightning cell had, astonishingly, been shattered by Mr. Satan's sneeze. While Mr. Satan spoke eloquently and confidently, the others sensed no trace of Cell's presence. It appeared that, just as Mr. Satan had claimed, the champion of this world had indeed vanquished the android Cell with nothing more than a sneeze. How is this even possible? The only one lost in contemplation was Son Wukong, who furrowed his brow for quite some time before addressing the group. This situation does indeed seem plausible. What? Not only Piccolo, But even Vegeta and Trunks, along with Krillin and Gohan, all rolled their eyes in disbelief. What nonsense is this? Such formidable androids could truly be shattered by an ordinary Earthling sneeze? Have you lost your mind from Cell's recent self-detonation? Yet Sun Wukong provided them with a rational explanation. This is genuinely possible. While I was on planet Yardrat studying instant transmission under Elder Pibara, he once mentioned that beginners using this technique improperly could fall into spatial rifts. Cell had just learned instant transmission from me, and during his first attempt, he might not have fully grasped the technique. At the very moment he teleported back to Earth, he could have inadvertently appeared next to Mr. Satan, and at that time, the fabric of space and mirrors was at its most fragile. In that critical instant, Mr. Satan's sneeze could have shattered his mirror image and coordinates, causing this entity known as Cell to plummet into an infinite spatial rift alongside the destruction of his image and loss of coordinates. As for when he might return, that is known only to heaven and earth. Elder Pibara, who taught me instant transmission, seemed to imply this. Hence, you see, I am exceedingly cautious when employing time travel. I never use instant transmission during battles out of fear that the resulting shockwaves might disrupt my positioning. It seems that Cell's misdeeds have led him to his own demise, truly falling victim to Mr. Satan. With Sun Wukong's exposition, the group reluctantly accepted this absurd rationale. However, Vegeta posed the most crucial question. So, by your implication, the current Cell is indeed lost within the turbulent currents of time and space, possibly never to return, yet could reappear at any moment. Is that correct? Sun Wukong nodded vigorously. Although the probability is low, it remains a possibility. Nonetheless, this affords us a moment to breathe. From now on, we must continue our training diligently to prevent Cell from returning to wreak havoc. Given this, there was little sense in lingering any longer. Kakarot. You sly one, have you been hiding a new transformation? Humph, do not let me surpass you, or I shall show you no mercy. Sun Wukong, however, could only smile wryly. All right, Vegeta, it's not that I am deliberately concealing my abilities. Mastering this transformation is exceedingly difficult. After all this time training, I can only maintain it for a maximum of 10 seconds. Initially, I believed this tactic would serve as my trump card against you. Yet it has now been laid bare. Well, it is rather straightforward. As for the god of super science, Vegeta, you shall grasp it on your own. At this moment, Vegeta let out a disdainful snort and spat vehemently onto the ground. Trunks, let us depart. In an instant, the two transformed into a streak of crimson light, vanishing before the onlookers. Piccolo and Krillin exchanged wide-eyed glances and inquired, Goku, is what you said truly the case? Sun Wukong tightened his fist and replied with a grin. As long as there are formidable foes present, the blood within me continues to boil with fervor. Gohan. There is no time for idle chatter. Upon our return, we must resume our rigorous training. This fellow named Cell could manifest on Earth at any moment, and with him, I find the impetus to evolve. Otherwise, persuading your mother would indeed prove quite challenging. Let us take our leave first. With that, Sun Wukong and Gohan transformed into two beams of light, disappearing from the sight of the gathered crowd. Now, only Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha remained, exchanging uncertain glances amongst themselves. Was such a grand and elaborate tournament of the androids concluded so abruptly? Chapter 40. Bulma arrived at her birthday celebration in the future. The collective effort, the intricate machinations, and the fierce battles that nearly led to the annihilation of Earth all came to an unexpected end due to a mere sneeze from a character named Satan. Observing the bewilderment of the crowd, Satan, unfazed, sang cheerfully as he drove away. The spectators, still dazed on the arena, exchanged glances of resignation, bidding each other farewell before returning home to their respective families. Thus, the incident involving the androids concluded in an inexplicable manner, with Satan emerging as the true hero who saved the Earth. After Satan's departure, a piece of footage mysteriously surfaced, showcasing Mr. Satan executing a move reminiscent of monkey stealing peaches, followed by a devastating black tiger heart extraction, which sent the android Cell crashing to the ground, lifeless. The authenticity of this recording was thoroughly verified by various experts on Earth, confirming that the battle indeed bore no signs of fabrication, having been captured in one continuous shot. This firmly established Mr. Satan as the hero of the world. The origin of the video remains a matter of debate. However, it is generally accepted that anything produced by Whis is of the highest quality, leaving no room for ordinary mortals to uncover any flaws. In truth, the events unfolded differently. The unfortunate Cell had instantaneously appeared before Roheo, who effortlessly dispatched him with a mere finger. However, Roheo soon conferred with Bulma, realizing that although they had vanquished the ultimate adversary, revealing their existence to the others would pose significant complications. They would have to explain their origins, their absence from this timeline, and how Roheo had annihilated the formidable purple cell with such ease. What a waste of breath that would entail. Moreover, the time machine remained stationary, incessantly consuming energy. Bulma proposed that, now that the matters here had been resolved and the future had been clarified, they should promptly return to her seventh universe. Bulma's suggestion was indeed quite sensible. After all, she dared not leave the time machine unattended in this location. Should any unforeseen incidents occur, their inability to return would spell genuine trouble. Given that the dangers had been vanquished, the group agreed that Mr. Satan was conveniently nearby, providing an opportunity to offer him a flimsy justification, allowing him to take the fall and become a hero in the quest to save the world, an appealing option indeed. As for that ridiculous video, it was merely a casual recording by Whis. Indeed, since it was captured by an angel. Even if humans on Earth were to study it for 1,000,000 years, they would never uncover any flaws or weaknesses within it. The absurd rationale for Mr. Satan's heroism, however, was concocted by Miss Bulma. Yet, the one thing Bulma, with her clever mind, failed to anticipate was that, in the end, this ludicrous excuse would receive validation from Son Goku, a truly remarkable synergy amongst allies, resulting in a collaboration that was nothing short of flawless. Thus, Mr. Satan emerged as a superhero capable of saving the world. Perhaps this is the fortune that befalls those with simple minds. In this entire scenario, only Satan himself remains in a state of utter bewilderment. As for whether Mr. Satan's days unfold as he envisions, that remains a matter of personal perspective. Meanwhile, Luo Hao, Bulma, and the auxiliary Whis did not hesitate further. Each took their positions, and the time machine soared back into the sky, humming softly as it vanished from sight. Yet, just as the time machine disappeared, a startled cry from Bulma echoed within. Oh no, I forgot to adjust the temporal coordinates. We won't be able to return to our parallel dimension. It seems we will land a decade into the future. Accompanied by Bulma's voice, the time machine completely vanished within the fabric of this parallel timeline. What the future, a decade hence, holds remains open to interpretation. Outside, Whis wore a wry smile. Bulma, I know you must have done this on purpose. Humph. In a future timeline, a luxurious mega oil tanker glided gracefully across the vast ocean. On the deck of this opulent vessel, a grand celebration was underway. Indeed, this was the birthday of Miss Bulma in the future timeline. She had invited all her friends, chartering the largest cruise ship owned by her family for this magnificent birthday gala. Amidst the tranquil festivities, an unfamiliar time machine appeared abruptly above the deck, accompanied by a ripple in the fabric of space-time, adorned with what resembled an angelic figure. As the spatial ripple stabilized, Bulma's voice emanated from within the time machine. Oh no, this is disastrous. The energy is about to run out, and we may crash. Immediately, Luo Hao's voice followed. No worries. We are positioned right above a cruise ship, so stopping here poses no problem. Won't this cause panic among others? Bulma replied, puzzled. Enough of your chatter. You too. We are securely halted now. Whis interjected with irritation. He then called out, Miss Bulma, I know this was your intention. Look. Your little scheme has succeeded again. We have arrived another decade into the future. Haha, let's see how you plan to return. Bulma, however, displayed a gleeful demeanor, reveling in her success. Returning is quite simple. We have arrived in the future, not the past. As long as it is the future, and as long as I exist, the time machine must also be present. We can easily find a place to recharge and return. Upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable, and Whis found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Roheo opened the time machine's hatch and surveyed the surroundings. The atmosphere here is rather delightful. Bulma, listening to Roheo, also glanced around and remarked, have we rather impolitely intruded upon someone's celebration? Look at the decorations and ambience. It appears a party is underway. Oh. With Bulma's exclamation, she noticed that familiar faces surrounded them. What is going on? Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, how come they are all here? Could it be? Roheo chuckled and replied, Bulma, perhaps this is your own birthday celebration after all. Bulma leaped from the time machine, linking her arm with Roheo's, and inquired, what are these folks doing? Why are they not reacting to our presence? Each one of them is gazing intently at the sky. What could they be observing? With such a commotion. Haven't they noticed us? Chapter 41. Seek assistance from Whis as Bulma pondered in confusion. The The crowd remained oblivious to the three uninvited guests. The time machine's considerable clamor had failed to capture their attention, and they continued to fixate on the heavens. What could they possibly be watching? Bulma's eyes fell upon a certain individual, the one called Vegeta, who appeared troubled as he stared skyward. Could something be occurring in the sky? Bulma then directed her gaze upward, but saw nothing amiss. Just the clear azure expanse, a perfectly fine day. What had happened to everyone? How had the environment changed so drastically over the course of a decade? It was indeed peculiar. However, Bulma soon spotted a figure with long, lustrous black hair that struck her as remarkably familiar. Upon closer inspection, considering his attire and stature, she realized it was Krillin. How extraordinary. She hadn't anticipated that after 10 years, he would have tied up his hair. Quite the transformation, indeed. Bulma approached and tapped Krillin on the shoulder. Hey, Krillin. What are you all looking at in the sky? Krillin glanced at Bulma with a puzzled expression and responded, Miss Bulma, weren't you supposed to be changing clothes with Miss Emily? Why are you still here? You should hide quickly. Don't you know there's a battle occurring in the sky? Goku has already gone to face the enemy, and this foe is exceptionally formidable. You ought to take cover. At these words, Bulma found herself utterly bewildered. What? Have I once again stumbled into the midst of my companions? And this time, they are confronted with a fearsome adversary? Such extraordinary luck. Observing Krillin's indifferent demeanor, Bulma pondered that it seemed futile to extract any useful information from him. Yet, given the collective concern, it must be that something astonishing was unfolding in the skies. In times of trouble, seek out Whis. Bulma surveyed her surroundings and noted that Whis had vanished shortly after making a sarcastic remark. Where has Whis gone? Luo Hao. Have you seen him? Luo Hao chuckled. It appears he has been taken away by someone. Quite amusing, isn't it? Even Whis has his fears. Nevertheless, Krillin was correct. Goku's growth over the past few years had been remarkable, yet the newcomer from the heavens seemed even more formidable. Oh, you can see it too? Of course. Is there any difficulty for me in this? Luo Hao replied, a hint of exasperation in his posture. Bulma, with a look of dismay, remarked, You all seem to see everything. Is it fair to pick on someone who cannot see? It's outrageous. Luo Hao, I insist, I want to see too. Just then, Luo Hao gently patted Bulma's shoulder, saying, No need to look. Goku has already descended. With his words, a blue figure suddenly plummeted from the sky as if hurled from the cosmos, transforming into a blazing streak of crimson light, crashing into the unfathomable depths of the ocean. Nearby, Vegeta coldly shouted, Kakarot, you fool. You still require my presence. Instantly, Vegeta's form underwent a remarkable transformation. A blue aura enveloping him as he ascended into Super Saiyan Blue. He shot into the air, racing towards the unseen adversary. Piccolo swiftly dove into the depths, retrieving Goku from the abyss and placing him on the deck of the cruise ship. At that moment, Krillin exclaimed, It's fine. Goku merely exhausted his energy. He will be all right. He then produced a Senzu bean from his pocket and tossed it into Goku's mouth. Goku chewed and swallowed the bean, immediately regaining his strength and rising gracefully to his feet. That fellow is indeed formidable. Even in my Super Saiyan Blue form, I was no match for him. It's quite rare for Vegeta to charge in, but here we are today. However, everyone, please rest assured. Observing Piccolo, Krillin, Leping, and Tien Fan gazing at him with concern, Goku patted his head and reassured them, Do not worry. That individual harbors no ill intent, merely an overwhelming strength. Truly a terrifying opponent. I shall ascend once more to test my mettle. It is not every day we encounter such a powerful adversary. Suddenly, Sun Wukong unleashed a radiant blue aura, transforming into the Super Saiyan Blue state. He soared into the air, charging towards the adversary hovering above. Observing that Sun Wukong was unharmed and sensing no malicious intent from the opponent, it appeared to be a mere friendly sparring match. The onlookers collectively exhaled in relief. After all, with both Vegeta and Sun Wukong fully engaged in battle against this foe, there should be a reasonable chance of victory, even against a formidable opponent. At that moment, the crowd noticed the sudden appearance of two individuals and a time machine. Among them, Krillin was the most perceptive. Having previously pondered how Bulma managed to return so swiftly after claiming she was going to change her outfit. However, this Bulma appeared significantly different from the one he had known for years. Despite her familiar face, her hairstyle and clothing style had evolved considerably, likely a result of the dragon's blessings. What was the explanation for this stark transformation? Moreover, she was accompanied by a tall, dark-haired man whose origins were unknown to Krillin. His gaze then fell upon the time machine. Isn't this Bulma's remarkable invention, the time machine? Of course, he was correct. Krillin, as always, exhibited his sharp intellect. Bulma continued. You've already learned to answer quickly. Indeed, we have traveled from 20 years in the past. Impressive, isn't it? Wait, why don't I see my present self? Krillin, gradually regaining his composure from the shock, remarked, this truly is a time machine. No wonder it looks so familiar. Bulma proudly patted her chest, declaring, I am indeed a genius. By the way, where has my present self gone? Krillin retorted, isn't it obvious? She has gone to change her clothes. This is your surprise birthday party, after all. I just didn't expect such unexpected guests to arrive. Chapter 42. Whis faces defeat the unexpected visitor, however, failed to pique Bulma's interest. She merely inquired, oh, Krillin, I invented the time machine so early on. Did you not take advantage of it to travel? Krillin, with a furrowed brow, replied, we did suggest to the version of you from this timeline that you use the time machine for a little exploration. However, you mentioned a cosmic regulation that prohibits the reckless use of the time machine. Thus, it has remained in the realms of theory and experimentation without achieving practical application. He continued, I never imagined that the past version of you actually utilized the time machine to arrive here in the present. What an eye-opener for us. By the way, who is this individual beside you? At Krillin's question, Bulma was momentarily taken aback. What? You don't recognize him? This is my classmate, Luo Hao. We've been together for years, and he has accompanied us in our quest for the Dragon Balls. Without him, we would have never met. She looked around, puzzled. Why does it seem like none of you recognize him? Beside them, Piccolo and Krillin exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads in unison to indicate their unfamiliarity with Luo Hao. Luo Hao then patted Bulma on the shoulder and said, I forgot to mention, I am unique and can only exist in our timeline. As for other timelines, finding my likeness would be impossible. I cannot explain why. Perhaps it is simply fate at play. Time and space are truly wondrous. Well, since we cannot explain it, let us not dwell on the matter any longer. Bulma resumed the previous topic, asking, you mentioned there were two unexpected visitors. Who are they? Scratching his head, Krillin replied. One resembles a cat human, and the other is strikingly beautiful, claiming to be some sort of angel. A cat human? An angel? Bulma questioned skeptically, what nonsense is this? Why are there always such peculiar beings from the future? Wait a moment, did you say an angel? And she is beautiful? Krillin nodded vigorously, yes. A ponytailed figure wielding a staff, proclaiming to be a true angel. What is the matter? Oh, then there is nothing to fear. Bulma exhaled deeply, hee. We have an angel too. We brought a male angel with us during this time travel. Rest assured, our angel is undoubtedly far more powerful than the female angel who has arrived here. Since they are both angels, there is likely to be no conflict between them. As for the cat human, I believe Vegeta and Goku can easily handle that. Everyone need not worry. It seems we have once again become the Fire Brigade, appearing at a crucial moment in a pivotal place. The time machine truly was the right choice. Regardless of Bulma's self-admiration, Piccolo let out a cold snort and remarked, what are you two little rascals doing over there? Not far off, two mischievous little heads peeked out from the time machine. They were none other than Trunks and Goten from the future. The two boys appeared quite intrigued by the time machine, rummaging about with great curiosity. Bulma, displaying remarkable generosity, reassured Piccolo, don't worry, it's all fine. The energy of that time machine has been fully depleted. Even if those two little rascals get carried away, there won't be any unusual accidents to fret about. Then, Bulma shifted her gaze to Luo Hao and inquired, oh, where has Whis gone? Luo Hao, with a bemused expression, replied, after chatting for so long, you just remembered Whis? Unfortunately, I must inform you that our angel is currently being overpowered by that female angel. What? How did this happen? Bulma asked, bewildered. Shouldn't you hurry and rescue Whis? Luo Hao shrugged helplessly. I can't interfere. After all, they are siblings. It's a matter of an older sister disciplining her younger brother. What can I say? Is it possible that, having traversed time and space, we could still encounter relatives? What a convoluted situation. Bulma felt her mind struggling to comprehend the chaos. Nearby, Krillin and Piccolo were equally taken aback. An angel? And they are relatives? Siblings? This is all rather perplexing. Following Luo Hao's direction, everyone turned their attention to an unremarkable corner, where indeed two individuals were quietly suspended in the air. The woman was firmly gripping the man's ear, reprimanding him for some misdeed. At that moment, realization dawned upon the group. The two were unmistakably related, their skin tone, head shape, and hair color all matching, confirming their sibling bond. Bulma, however, skeptically questioned, "How do you know they are siblings and not a couple?" Luo Hao replied with irritation, "Forgive me, but I inadvertently overheard their conversation. Whis is truly suffering." "Sigh, you really have no compassion." Bulma, reveling in the situation, retorted, "Isn't Whis always boasting about his strength, claiming to be the mightiest angel? It's quite satisfying to see him facing a day like this." Luo Hao sighed in resignation. "Well, it seems he has become quite the punching bag. Let us not disturb their sibling reunion." Meanwhile, Whis was internally lamenting, "You two rascals. Why don't you hurry and come to my rescue?" "Sister, please stop, it hurts." On the other side, Beerus showed no mercy, her petite hands tightly pinching Whis' ear as she continued to scold, "You are far too mischievous. Do you not know that using the time machine recklessly is a cosmic taboo? You dare to defy the law and engage in cosmic traversing with two mere mortals? If the esteemed high priest were to discover this, I can only imagine the consequences that would befall you." It appears that Sister Bados is genuinely infuriated this time. After all, utilizing a time machine to navigate the fabric of the universe is indeed a grave transgression, a fact that Whis is acutely aware of. Yet, he finds himself burdened with an unspeakable secret mission, leaving him in a state of silent anguish. As he observes Bados continuing to berate him, he swiftly pleads for mercy. "Sister Bados, I acknowledge my wrongdoing, but there are reasons behind my actions. May I have the opportunity to explain?" At this moment, Bados' ire has lessened considerably, for with her status and divine power, her keen gaze can discern the intricacies of the situation. However, the nature of Whis' clandestine mission remains an enigma beyond her grasp. In her eyes, he is merely a mischievous brother who has taken two ordinary earthlings on an impromptu journey through time. How shall we address this? Chapter 43, Reasoning with Xiangpa. Thanks to a fortunate encounter with herself, if she had truly encountered another angel or a different destroyer, the consequences would have been utterly unpredictable. Should this matter reach the esteemed presence of the King of all, it is likely that even their father, the High Priest, would not readily intercede to safeguard this individual. How audacious! The more she contemplated the situation, the angrier Bados became, her grip tightening further. Just as she was on the verge of another outburst, was quickly interjected. "Sister Bados, please do not misconstrue my intentions. I have indeed accepted a clandestine mission from the High Priest, which explains my actions." "Is that so?" This statement immediately quelled Bados' fury. "So, you are on a secret mission. Does that imply that the High Priest is the sort to flout the law, allowing you to traverse time and space with two ordinary earthlings? You must be jesting. If you wish to deceive me, at least provide a more plausible rationale." At this point, Bados' irritation intensified, yet upon seeing Whis' woeful expression, her heart softened. This fellow truly was a source of concern. Could there be some truth to his claims? Indeed, if Whis intended to mislead or placate her, he would surely concoct a more credible excuse rather than such a flimsy one. "Very well, I shall temporarily place my trust in you." Bados finally relinquished her grip on Whis' ear, which had been tugged mercilessly. Whis, in turn, appeared somewhat forlorn, feigning tears that did not even exist. His talent for eliciting sympathy was unparalleled. Noticing that Bados had seemingly passed this hurdle, he surmised that the High Priest's secret mission was indeed effective. "All right. Since I have your ear, may I inquire, Sister Bados, how is it that you find yourself in our seventh universe? Moreover, that figure in the sky, is that not Lord Kampa? What grievances do you hold against this humble planet?" Bados retorted sharply, "Is this not your fault?" "My fault?" Whis replied, bewildered. "How could your arrival in this remote planet of the seventh universe possibly relate to me?" It appeared that he was genuinely unaware of the circumstances. Bados pondered. Having returned from the past, he truly seemed out of touch with the current situation. She sighed. "It is precisely because you are oblivious to the nature of the secret mission you have accepted, aimlessly orbiting this planet day in and day out. Meanwhile, your destroyer, Lord Beerus, spends his days in slumber, contributing little as well." Whis immediately raised his hands in surrender. All right, Sister Bados, please refrain from chastising me. This is indeed a secret mission, and it was indeed arranged by our father, the High Priest. Please, continue. What transpired afterwards? And what followed?" Bados rolled her eyes elegantly and remarked, "Of course, it is your clandestine actions that have captured Lord Beerus' attention, as well as that of Lord Kampa." Simultaneously, both deities directed their gaze towards the enigmatic planet. On this planet, they uncovered a matter of considerable intrigue that piqued their interest. This astonishingly rare culinary planet has ignited a competitive desire between Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus. And then, With childlike curiosity, Whis continued to inquire. What followed? Naturally, it was quite straightforward. Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus resorted to their customary methods to organize a grand cosmic competition, wagering the fate of Earth in a 5-on-5 battle. Ultimately, the outcome saw Lord Kampa's 6th universe team narrowly triumph over your 7th universe team, thereby rendering this planet a loss for us in the 6th universe. That is how matters unfolded. Yet, Whis, in a rare moment of exasperation, exclaimed, "What did you say? Lord Beerus lost this planet to your 6th universe? That is absolutely unacceptable, absolutely inconceivable." This statement aroused Bardoss' curiosity. What could be the issue? Having already been defeated by us, we have come to reclaim this planet for our 6th universe. Do you believe there is any other motive? However, Whis solemnly declared, under no circumstances can this planet be allowed to leave the 7th universe. That is an absolute bottom line. This is directly related to my classified mission. Had it not been for the stipulations of this condition, I would not have recklessly traversed through time with that individual. What mission am I executing? Bardoss grew increasingly skeptical, and Whis, realizing he could not remain silent, candidly revealed to Bardoss, "The Grand Minister once told me that as long as this individual does not leave the 7th universe, any request can be fulfilled. That is the task I accepted. Therefore, under this condition, I shall do my utmost to accommodate that esteemed figure. In truth, I have always been unable to decipher this individual's identity. All I know is that he is a childhood friend of Father. Given that this esteemed figure has awakened on this planet called Earth, it is imperative that this planet remains within the 7th universe. Is it truly that serious?" Bardoss appeared perplexed. Whis perceived Bardoss' lingering uncertainty and mysteriously stated, "Sister Bardoss, I am not afraid to tell you that this individual is directly connected to the destruction of the 6 major universes. Is that information not sufficiently explosive? Thus, this is not a moment for jest." Bardoss retorted sharply, "You divulge such confidential information. Do you intend to drag me into this?" Whis immediately capitulated. No. That was not my intention. I merely wished to convey the gravity of the situation." "Very well." Bardoss rolled her eyes dramatically and said, "Since you treat this matter with such seriousness, I shall refrain from intervening here. As for the agreement between Lord Beerus and Lord Kampa, you may explain it to Lord Kampa. It appears that Lord Kampa is still engaged in battle with 2 blue-haired super scions in midair. As long as you can pacify Lord Kampa, I have no issues here." I did not expect you to accept such a heavy responsibility. You truly surprise me. Sister, do you mean for me to reason with Lord Kampa? Bardoss chuckled. "Of course, as long as you can convince Lord Kampa, I will not interfere further." Chapter 44. Kampa, I have come to collect a debt. Whis bore a comically pained expression. "Very well, if that is indeed the case. I will do my best to ensure that lad moderates his strength and does not accidentally kill Lord Kampa on sight. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to explain." Upon uttering these words, Bardoss's pupils abruptly constricted. "What? Are you suggesting that the individual you brought should show mercy? How is that even conceivable? Do you truly believe you can pose any genuine threat to the god of destruction?" Whis pondered for a considerable time before shrugging his shoulders and responding, "After all, this is a different dimension. My divine powers are constrained. Moreover, it is a tenet of our angelic lineage that we cannot strike recklessly. Exerting full force would result in our obliteration, a fact that Sister Bardoss is well aware of." Bardoss vigorously nodded. "And then? I merely stated that we should reason with Lord Xiangpa." Whis, with a resigned smile, replied, "Indeed, you are well aware of Lord Xiangpa's character. When he is in the right, his reasoning seems to be solely conveyed through his fists. In this regard, Bardoss indeed concurred. Are you implying that the young man you brought possesses formidable strength? Is he the one?" Whis nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, he is the target of our mission. However, it appears he has only partially regained his memories. I hope that when he engages in discourse with Lord Kampa, he will show some restraint." Upon hearing Whis' words, Bardoss felt a tinge of anxiety. Initially, she had intended to witness a humorous spectacle involving Whis, but it turned out to be anything but amusing. Subsequently, Bardoss closed her eyes, grasping the angelic staff, and began to attune her senses. She remarked to Whis, "I have sensed him, and that individual is merely an ordinary earthling. Although there are faint traces of divine power emanating from him, it is not as overwhelming as you have suggested." Whis responded, "I cannot quite articulate this either. If he were merely an ordinary earthling, would I be following him across the vast multiverse without a care? Furthermore, the Grand Priest spoke with such gravity when assigning this mission, and the Omni King has retreated into seclusion due to his awakening. which means he will not be seen here for a considerable time. Such a person cannot be taken lightly. To be candid, Sister Bardos, when I first encountered him, it seemed he had only recently awakened, yet he effortlessly shattered my ultimate instinct technique. At this moment, Bardos's pupils contracted sharply. He had just awakened and could already disrupt your ultimate technique? Vista replied, there is more to it than that. At the last temporal juncture we traversed, this fellow was able to wield my angelic scepter with remarkable ease. At that moment, Bardos opened her mouth wide enough to accommodate 2 goose eggs. No way. Whis continued, there's something else I need to clarify. An audacious individual attempted to provoke him, and with merely a finger, he obliterated that fool to nothingness. In other words, his strength is undeniably formidable, and he poses no challenge when it comes to the divine powers of angels, the destructive powers, or even the destruction of our ultimate freedom technique. Such a terrifying and formidable creature, and you expect him to reason with Lord Kampa? I genuinely feel anxious for Lord Kampa. At this moment, Bados's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as she muttered, Whis, what kind of dreadful monster have you brought? Well, enough said. It seems that individual has already confronted Lord Kampa. By the way, what is his name? Whis shrugged. His name is Luo Hao, just an ordinary human from Earth. Or so he claims. However, once he fully awakens, I truly do not know what his identity will be. This is something only our time-space Grand Priest can clarify. But I lack the courage to ask. Bados pondered for a moment and said, all right, I shall handle this matter. With that, she instantly vanished and reappeared at the center of the battlefield. Meanwhile, above the battlefield's deck, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had completely reverted from their Super Saiyan Blue forms, each gingerly supporting their injured abdomens, struggling to stand. They exchanged glances. This guy is truly formidable. We never anticipated that after years of arduous training, we would not be his match. Across from them, the arrogant fat cat was coldly laughing. You two are quite impressive. But it's a pity you chose me as your opponent. Haha, prepare to bear the brunt of my wrath. Although your presence will enhance our 7th universe's overall rating. Before that, you must endure some hardship. Disrespecting a god of destruction? Truly the perspective of a frog at the bottom of a well. Thinking that a mere hint of divine power grants you the audacity to be so arrogant. With Kampa's sinister laughter, Sun Wukong and Vegeta finally grasped the implication. You are a god of destruction? Isn't Lord Beerus the god of destruction? Kampa snorted disdainfully. What Beerus? I am Kampa. I am the god of destruction of the 6th universe. You may address me as Lord Kampa. Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Kampa further elucidated. As for this planet, in a wager with the god of destruction Beerus from the 7th universe, he has lost this planet to our 6th universe. Henceforth, this planet will belong to us. My rival is to collect the debt, and soon you will accompany this planet back to the 6th universe. With someone as formidable as I safeguarding you, you ought to feel fortunate. How dare you even contemplate rebellion? It is only fitting that you experience a taste of adversity. This, however, left everyone utterly astonished, completely dumbfounded in that moment. What? Our planet has actually been wagered as a stake? And it has been lost? This is utterly unacceptable for the proud Z warriors. Yet, under the overwhelming force of absolute power, it seems they possess no means of resistance. Only able to argue fervently, this is our Earth. We are the masters here. Why should we succumb to your whims, Lord Kampa? Kampa clenched his fist, chuckling. Oh. So you intend to reason with me? Very well. I am the most reasonable among the gods of destruction. Do you see this? My fist. If you can defeat me, then you may dictate the terms. Disregard my previous words. Consider them mere folly. Does this reasoning not align with your desires? Observing the exhausted son Goku, Vegeta bared his teeth and exclaimed, Is this what you call reasoning? What of our universe's god of destruction, Lord Beerus? Kampa let out a derisive laugh. That lad is likely sulking in his realm of destruction, having lost to me once again. It is hardly anyone else's fault. I have given him ample opportunity. Enough of this banter. The reasoning has been established. I hope you thrive in my 6th universe. With that, Kampa burst into a raucous laugh, only to be abruptly silenced halfway through. Chapter 45. Luo Hao. Teach Kampa a lesson, for an incongruous voice rang out. Oh. Is that so? So, Kampa, you wish to reason with us? Kampa glared furiously. Who dares to emerge before me? You shall address me as Lord Kampa. How bold of you to utter my name. It seems you court death. The discordant voice approached Kampa with measured steps. Very well, since we are among so many witnesses. I shall afford you, the god of destruction, some courtesy. If we are to reason, then allow me to be clear. The one with the strongest fist dictates the terms. Kampa sneered derisively. You an ordinary mortal from Earth, presume to offend me, the god of destruction? Truly, you are unaware of your own peril. However, you are correct on one point. Indeed, we are all advocates of reasoning. At that moment, Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances and asked, "Who is this individual?" The being before him is a god of destruction. Even united, we could not match his strength. Please, do not act rashly. Piccolo and Krillin, however, stared intently at Luo Hao, who had stepped forward, contemplating. This fellow is indeed audacious. Does he believe that emerging from a bygone era grants him immunity from death? If he perishes here, there will be no chance of return. Amidst the crowd's growing anxiety, only Bulma, having returned from the past, shouted exuberantly, "Go, Luo Hao. Teach this reasoning-loving feline a proper lesson. I know you excel at reasoning." Humph, this fellow is exceedingly arrogant. Regardless of their so-called status as gods of destruction, how dare they wager our Earth? Truly, while I can endure, my patience has its limits. This time, do not hold back. Feel free to teach him a lesson. By the way, where has that rascal Whis gone? We are in dire need of support, yet he seems to have vanished. Amid Bulma's outcry, a graceful figure emerged before Kampa and Luo Hao. It was none other than Vados. With a swift motion of her staff, she effortlessly pulled the pompous Kampa away. "Lord Kampa, let us consider this matter settled, shall we?" Kampa, upon hearing Vados' gentle admonition, nearly fumed with rage. "Vados, what are you saying? At this critical juncture, we are merely a step away from victory, and you suggest we let it go? Very well, I may overlook other grievances. But how dare this mere earthling defy our divine authority and provoke me? For this affront alone, I shall ensure he learns a lesson." Humph. Who would have thought that a trivial planet like Earth, which I regard merely as a culinary haven, would harbor such insolent beings daring to oppose Lord Kampa? They truly do not understand the meaning of peril. This time, Vados, you need not intervene. I will make them aware of the consequences of offending me. Until I see him thoroughly humbled, I shall remain unrelenting. Yet Vados spoke in a serious tone. "Lord Kampa, I implore you, this is for your own good. Regardless, please reconsider. We can still leave this place, and it may not be too late." Otherwise what? Kampa retorted, rolling his eyes. "Very well, whatever consequences arise, I shall bear them alone. You need not concern yourself." Humph, a mere insignificant planet has dared to rebel. The ownership of this planet belongs to our sixth universe, and no one can alter this reality. Even that arrogant Beerus has had to acquiesce, has he not? By the way, could it be Whis from earlier? Was he sulking with Beerus in the realm of destruction? How did he end up here? Did he perhaps inform you, dear sister, and you, being soft-hearted, intend to support your little brother? This matter is non-negotiable. I have earned this victory through skill. At this point, Vados let out a resigned sigh. "Lord Kampa, I have said all that I can. If you insist on pursuing this path, then the consequences are yours to bear." Bardos contemplated. "I have done my utmost. This fellow is now in a situation where he must act. It appears to be an impossible task to persuade the formidable Kampa to retreat. I can only hope that Whis can persuade him to show mercy and refrain from slaying Lord Kampa on the spot, for otherwise we would have no way to explain the matter to the Grand Priest and the Omni King." Just then, Whis appeared before Rohao, helplessly raising his hands. "Rohao, I wish to discuss something with you." Rohao arched an eyebrow. "What is it?" "I relish a good debate, and if this Kampa wishes to engage in reasoned discourse, I am all for it." Whis immediately wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "What I mean is not for you to engage him in dialogue, but rather to exercise restraint. After all, he is the god of destruction of the sixth universe. If you were to strike him too hard and accidentally kill him, it would create significant complications for the sixth universe." "Oh, so you are here to plead for him, are you? Very well, rest assured, out of respect for you, I shall not strike with full force." Upon hearing Rohao's assurance, Whis felt a sense of relief. However, Rohao then remarked, "This Kampa is indeed exceedingly arrogant, daring to wager my home, Earth, as a stake to reclaim his sixth universe. Humph. Do these gods of destruction believe they can arbitrarily determine the ownership of each universe's planets? Can they treat such matters so frivolously? For this alone, he deserves a lesson. Otherwise, once we return to our universe, I shall have to give Beerus a proper scolding. Heh. To dare use my home as a wager and then lose it is utterly outrageous. Just as Bulma said, this is simply intolerable." Whis continued to wipe the sweat from his brow. "Very well, Rohao, it seems they have indeed acted unreasonably. Once we return to our main timeline, I shall earnestly advise Lord Beerus and Lord Kampa not to commit such elementary mistakes again. However, this time, please just teach Kampa a lesson. Do not let it escalate to the point of fatalities, for I would truly struggle to explain it to Sister Bardos. Bardos. Rohio was momentarily taken aback. That beautiful angel from earlier is indeed Bardos? She is just as stunning as I remember, radiating an ethereal charm. Suddenly, a novel idea struck him. Whis, looking inquisitive, asked, "What is it? What whimsical thought has crossed your mind? Do share." Chapter 46. Rohio's instant infatuation with Bardos. Rohio chuckled. "It is nothing. I simply wish to let this god of destruction, Kampa, off the hook, completely without issue. However, I do have a small request. What do you say, Whis? Can you acquiesce to my wish?" Whis wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, murmuring, "What peculiar request do you have now? Speak it, and I shall fulfill it to the best of my ability, provided it is within my means." Luo Hao chuckled and said, "It's quite simple, really. You will become my brother-in-law, and surely that is agreeable?" Upon hearing this, Whis was left utterly astonished. "Are you implying that you wish to traverse the future timeline?" No, Whis, you are overthinking it. After all, we are but fleeting visitors in this future realm. What I mean is, once we return to our primary timeline, I shall earnestly pursue Bardos as my girlfriend, and I am determined to make her my wife. Heh. I had only heard tales of her beauty and grace before, but witnessing her presence firsthand is far more impactful. Your sister, Bardos, possesses an ethereal charm that captivated me instantly, making her an impeccable match. As long as you agree to be my brother-in-law in the primary timeline, I assure you that I shall not cause any trouble during this time. This left Whis in a state of hesitation. The matter at hand was hardly more than a trifling inconvenience for him, something that could easily be brushed aside with a mere acquiescence. Yet, he soon recalled the temperament of Bardos. If he were to truly return to the primary timeline, and if that rascal Luo Hao were to venture into the sixth universe to pursue Bardos, declaring his willingness to embrace the role of her brother-in-law, it was conceivable that, rather than perishing due to other circumstances, he might find himself hunted to death by Bardos herself. However, the thought soon brought him a sense of relief. If that fellow were indeed to regain his full strength, it seemed there would be little he could do to intervene. Ultimately, matters of the heart require mutual affection to flourish. As for the methods this young man might employ to win Bardos's affection, that would be entirely his own merit. In that case, extending a favor seems reasonable. If questioned, one could simply deny any involvement. Thus, Whis wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and conceded, "Very well. As long as you show mercy this time and do not harm Xiang Pa, upon our return to the primary timeline, I shall earnestly assist you in pursuing my sister. Bardos, I can assure you of that. However, I do have an additional condition." An additional condition? This time, it was Luo Hao's turn to be taken aback. "What peculiar request do you have?" Whis, with utmost seriousness, replied, "It's nothing extravagant. Just 100 cups of coffee, which is non-negotiable. I am prepared to barter my own sister for this sum. 100 cups of coffee is the minimum." Luo Hao was left speechless, inwardly lamenting. "Your sister's affections must truly be of great value to you if you dare to demand such a high price of 100 cups of coffee. Very well, it's a deal." This time, Luo Hao refrained from overthinking. Initially, his banter with Whis was merely a jest, yet he genuinely felt an undeniable spark upon meeting Bardos. However, she is an angel from a future timeline, and any sentiments he harbored could only be explored once he returned to his primary timeline. Ah, indeed, seeing is believing. Nevertheless, the prospect of engaging in a passionate romance with Bardos seemed to be his most fervent desire at present. As for Bulma's potential reactions to this revelation, that remains a matter of personal interpretation. Yet, for Luo Hao, he was quite capable of discerning the nuances of his relationships. His bond with Bulma was more akin to that of friends, lacking any romantic undertones. Perhaps their long acquaintance contributed to this dynamic. But encountering Bardos in the future realm evoked in him a genuine feeling of infatuation. Remarkably, he found himself experiencing a youthful flutter of emotions, reminiscent of innocent love. Nonetheless, all of this would need to await his return to the primary timeline for further contemplation. Reflecting on it, Whis' concerns were indeed justified. He must exercise restraint in his actions. If he were to inadvertently eliminate this god of destruction on the spot, the repercussions in the future timeline would be quite dire. He was aware of certain celestial protocols. Should a god of destruction be vanquished, the supreme Kai of that universe would inexplicably vanish, plunging the entire cosmos into an eerie silence. Furthermore, the ruling angel of that universe would fall into a state of slumber. necessitating the intervention of the Grand Priest and the Omni King to determine the subsequent course of action. The thought of inadvertently causing Bardoss to slumber due to his miscalculation in dealing with Kampa weighed heavily on Luo Hao's conscience. Perhaps this was the essence of affection, caring for those associated with the object of one's admiration. Kampa certainly benefited from Bardoss's presence. Otherwise, well, those considerations could be addressed later. For now, he had to deal with the audacious Kampa. Rising into the air, he hovered serenely, declaring, "Kampa, come forth and let me witness the true extent of your destructive prowess." Kampa merely cast a dismissive glance, thinking, well, the young are often fearless. Since you seek your demise, I shall not hold back. In midair, Kampa maintained a defiant stare at Luo Hao, when suddenly Bardoss's voice rang out behind him. "Lord Kampa, be cautious. Do not underestimate that individual's strength." Upon hearing Bardoss's warning, Kampa felt a surge of frustration. "Are you truly our angel from Universe 6? How can you caution me in such a crucial moment when I stand before an ordinary earthling?" He retorted somewhat petulantly. "Understood. I shall bear the consequences myself." Truly meddlesome. This fellow possesses quite a bit of courage. Luo Hao clenched his fist and remarked, "Very well, if you prefer to engage in reasoning like Kampa. Let us indeed discuss the matter thoroughly. How do you intend to articulate your arguments?" Kampa, with a cold smile, retorted, "For someone with a combat power of merely 5. What need have I for elaborate reasoning? Can you withstand my destructive energy blast before continuing this conversation?" With a swift motion of his hand, a purple-black energy sphere materialized before Kampa. The fact that I must resort to utilizing such formidable destructive energy speaks volumes about you, young man. Should you perish beneath my energy blast, rest assured, it will be devoid of suffering, a small favor I extend to you, this exceedingly arrogant lad. Should you manage to endure this strike, we may resume our discourse. Chapter 47. Luo Hao truly conceals his true self with a piercing whistle. The purple-black energy blast surged towards Luo Hao at a velocity that surpassed the eyes of the onlookers. It appeared that despite Kampa's nonchalant words, he had heeded the warnings of Beerus, opting to unleash a destructive energy blast as his initial assault. After all, the gravity of Beerus's serious admonition indicated that this adversary was indeed far from simple. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that he was a being more formidable than the transforming Super Saiyan encountered earlier. If Kampa were to falter here, he would undoubtedly lose face. For this planet was to become the personal possession of their 6th universe. It would be quite unacceptable if the inhabitants showed him no respect. However, what transpired next left Kampa utterly astonished. That fellow had the audacity to extend his hand to confront the energy blast head-on, a truly reckless act. The moment the destructive blast made contact with Luo Hao's palm, Kampa bellowed in cold fury, "You fool! Are you unaware that my energy blast cannot be deflected or extinguished? Upon contact, an intense explosion will ensue. You seek your own demise, and do not say I failed to warn you." Thankfully, the power I gathered this time is not immense. Otherwise, the force of this destructive energy blast would indeed obliterate this newly acquired planet into cosmic dust. That would be a considerable loss for me. A sudden scene left Xiang Pa utterly bewildered. What was intended as a well-meaning warning transformed into undeniable evidence of his folly. The destructive energy projectile he had meticulously launched evaporated into nothingness upon mere contact with Luo Hao's palm, akin to a fleeting bubble that vanished with a soft pop. The adversary effortlessly crushed it with a gentle squeeze, rendering it less substantial than a mere puff of air. Conversely, his own unleashed destructive force sank without a trace, generating not even the faintest ripple. His earlier boasts and anxieties now served as a stinging testament to his own miscalculation. This individual appears to be quite extraordinary, effortlessly countering my assault. I initially believed there would be little amusement to be had here, yet this fellow may indeed surprise me. Suddenly, Xiang Pa's expression shifted, and he let out a sinister cackle. "You are quite impressive. You have easily neutralized my attack. It seems I have underestimated you. Now, it's time for me to get serious. If you can handle one, what will you do with hundreds?" With that, Xiang Pa raised both hands skyward. And to my astonishment, hundreds of destructive energy orbs, exuding a terrifying aura, materialized around him, enveloping his form. He smirked coldly. "Let us see how you withstand this. Should even one of them misfire and explode, it will trigger a chain reaction. At that point, I wouldn't mind obliterating this entire star system, especially since Bardoss is here. She can merely rewind time once if necessary. However, your contempt for the might of a god of destruction is utterly unforgivable. Prepare to meet your end." With a mere flick of his finger, Hundreds of energy orbs surged forth, hurtling towards Luo Hao. Witnessing this, Vegeta and Son Goku stood in stunned silence. Just moments ago, a single energy orb had nearly exhausted them, forcing Goku to unleash the Super Kamehameha and Vegeta the Final Flash, only just managing to stave off that one attack. Yet, this unknown contender effortlessly obliterated the incoming energy orb with a single hand. It was evident that Xiangpa had not exerted his full power previously. Now, with hundreds of energy orbs rushing toward them, they faced an insurmountable challenge. Gazing into the abyss of despair reflected in their eyes, Goku and Vegeta felt the weight of their inadequacy, a profound sense of helplessness washing over them. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Krillin were entirely out of their depth, merely watching the spectacle unfold in awe. Initially, they had presumed this individual to be merely a companion brought by Miss Bulma, only to discover he was a formidable figure in disguise. If that were the case, perhaps their planet could still be saved. However, the subsequent battle left them utterly bewildered. While Bulma, who was cheering them on, was equally dumbfounded. This guy claims to be a god of destruction. Shouldn't he be formidable? Is he merely capable of launching purple energy balls? And these orbs seem no more than bubbles in Luo Hao's hands, bursting easily. What is the point of this? How dreadfully dull. In fact, Bulma now found herself feeling rather bored, poking Whis, who was wiping his brow beside her. Whis, this battle is truly uninteresting. Why don't we take this opportunity to grab some snacks? I'm actually feeling a bit hungry. You truly possess a remarkable sense of calm. Whis remarked with a hint of sarcasm, yet he promptly embraced Miss Bulma's suggestion. Indeed, this is a genuine birthday party, and there should be an abundance of delectable treats. He then observed a rotund, pink figure hunched over the table, voraciously devouring a mountain of pudding. As he contemplated approaching for a taste, he was met with a glare of hostility from the pink creature, which seemed to convey a stern warning. All these puddings are mine, and anyone who dares to touch them shall face my wrath. Krillin swiftly intervened, saying, Mr. Whis, pay no mind to him. This fellow is Majin Buu. He may have his quirks, but he is simply gluttonous. Fear not, we shall prepare whatever you desire. Whis chuckled, then, I shall have 2 servings of dessert first. Krillin, quick on his feet, miraculously produced a colossal ice cream cone resembling a torch, handed one to Bulma, and stuffed the remainder into Whis's hands. Mr. Whis, please indulge in some dessert. Seeing Krillin's thoughtfulness, Whis ceased to linger on the matter. In an instant, he shimmered and appeared beside Vados, dividing the cone and offering half to her. Sister Vados, do try this. The cuisine of this planet is exceptionally delightful. Vados's beautiful eyes sparkled as she replied, Ah, quite nice indeed. You have a semblance of conscience. Chapter 48, Kappa. Alas, I've hit a wall. Vados took a lick of the cone Whis had presented, her brows twitching with delight. Wow, this is truly delicious. No wonder Lord Kampa is so intent on claiming this planet. Were I in his position, I would not easily relinquish it either. However, the situation in the air seemed precarious, and her gaze shifted to the 2 combatants above. At that moment, hundreds of destruction spheres, forged from the energy of the god of destruction, were hurtling towards Roheo. Roheo's form flickered, and in an instant, it appeared as though he had conjured a multitude of clones, effortlessly grasping the hundreds of destruction spheres in his hands. Then, all his forms converged into one, and he utilized a peculiar force to amalgamate all the energy blasts fired by Kampa. Roheo weighed the object in his hand, perplexed, and turned to Kampa, saying, You mentioned that this object should not be touched, as it would detonate upon contact, and it seems to possess considerable power. Yet, you launched so many at once, and none have exploded. He then squeezed the compressed, radiant, purplish-red destruction sphere, and with a gentle poke, it emitted not even the faintest sound before Roheo effortlessly dissipated the maximally compressed energy sphere with a mere flick of his finger. At this moment, it was the turn of Xiangpa to be utterly astonished. How on earth did this individual manage to completely gather the destructive energy blasts I unleashed? Furthermore, he possessed the strength to consolidate them and effortlessly puncture them with a mere finger. What manner of energy is this? It appears that this individual is indeed no ordinary master. It seems I have encountered a formidable opponent this time. Nonetheless, I cannot afford to lose face here. Having triumphed over Beerus, the esteemed god of destruction of the first universe, would I truly allow myself to be bested by an insignificant being from Earth? Absolutely not. Therefore, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Hey, should I inflict significant damage upon the 7th universe, you, Beerus, shall not hold it against me. The inhabitants of this planet have shown an utter lack of decorum, daring to insult us, the gods of destruction. In an instant, Kampa's demeanor shifted. and he ceased his frivolous attitude. The purple aura within him surged violently, a clear indication that the god of destruction was prepared to exert his full power. Strikingly, streaks of red intertwined with the purple, suggesting that Kampa had attained a novel and profound understanding of destruction's might. Watching from a distance, Beerus let out a resigned sigh. Ah, this truly complicates matters. It seems Lord Kampa is genuinely angry. Just look at him, ready to unleash his full strength. Beside him, Whis chuckled lightly. Sister Vados, the desserts here are indeed delectable. What was that you mentioned? Lord Kampa is going all out? No need to fret. Vados shot him an exasperated glance. What do you mean, no need to fret? If trouble truly arises, won't it fall upon me to use the time rewind? Whis merely smiled serenely. It matters not. As long as Luo Hao does not take this seriously and refrains from exerting his full strength, there will be no issues. This statement left Bardos momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, she felt little inclination to engage with her disappointing brother. Does being from the past exempt you from facing the consequences of events occurring here? At present, you are likely still sulking in the God of Destruction realm alongside Beerus in the 7th universe. However, the battle unfolding before Bardos exceeded her expectations. Indeed, as long as Luo Hao remains unserious, nothing poses a threat. Yet, Kappa has now begun to take the matter seriously. With both hands raised towards the heavens, the god of destruction's power surged uncontrollably. What initially resembled a baseball-sized sphere of destructive energy had transformed into an enormous orb the size of a truck under Kappa's full exertion. Witnessing this formidable energy in midair, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin, who were observing from below, felt the overwhelming force of the energy sphere. If this being were to unleash it, not only would the entire Earth be at risk, but even the entire solar system would likely face devastation, perhaps half of the galaxy itself. It appeared that the god of destruction had barely warmed up against Goku. Should he truly commit, he would indeed be the most powerful warrior in the universe. The realization that they were battling such a formidable deity sent shivers down their spines. In stark contrast, Luo Hao exhibited no signs of seriousness. Observing Kappa as he frantically concentrated his destructive power, he made no move to interrupt or evade, instead choosing to savor Kappa's performance. Despite Kappa's full effort, numerous flaws were apparent. Uncharacteristically in good spirits today, Luo Hao began to offer critiques. Kappa, my friend, what can I say? What purpose does condensing such a massive energy sphere serve? The purity of your destructive power is evidently lacking. Are you often this lazy? Neglecting the rigorous training required of a god of destruction? You see, while the energy appears formidable, its purity and lethality seem utterly negligible. It is no wonder that your strength ranks at the bottom among all gods of destruction. Having been mercilessly chastised by his opponent and directly confronted with his weaknesses, Kampa found himself in a state of righteous indignation. You little rascal, you relished a moment of triumph earlier, and now you dare to critique my training methods. With that, Kampa resolved to demonstrate the true might of a god of destruction. Without further hesitation or concern for the potential devastation his enormous destructive energy sphere could wreak upon the 7th universe, he hurled it towards Luo Hao. Luo Hao, however, merely sighed. Alas, you refuse to heed my words about diligence, and it seems that only through a minor lesson will you grasp the true scope of your limitations. Do you truly believe that achieving the title of God of Destruction renders you invincible? Well, this time I must show some respect to Whis, otherwise it would be quite difficult to explain if I were to eliminate you. It certainly feels like a case of the strong bullying the weak. As the colossal destructive energy blast hurtled toward him, Luo Hao merely waved his right hand nonchalantly. A resplendent, multicolored radiance, akin to flowing light, flashed above his palm. With a gentle motion of his hand, the massive destructive energy blast, launched by Xiang Pa, vanished without a trace. It was astonishing that it didn't even make contact. Luo Hao effortlessly eradicated it with a mere gesture, leaving Xiang Pa utterly bewildered. How did you accomplish that? This is the destructive energy blast I've spent my entire life cultivating. How is this even possible? Xiang Pa mumbled to himself in disbelief. Chapter 49. Wipe the staff clean and return it to me. Meanwhile, Luo Hao waved his palm and remarked, your energy is exceedingly impure. You don't believe me? If you could elevate your destructive energy to a higher level, condensing it to the size of a baseball, perhaps I would take you seriously. But with your current level of power, you are truly embarrassing the god of destruction. In the distance, Bardos's pupils narrowed in shock. This guy can actually use the erasure technique? Whis, where on earth did you unearth this individual? How does he possess Lord Zeno's erasure technique? This is simply unfathomable. After witnessing Luo Hao's subtle movements and energy fluctuations, Bardos was now fully on alert, as her understanding far surpassed that of Xiang Pa. This fellow truly possesses the technique of erasure. If he had merely employed destructive energy during the battle to counteract Kampa's destructive force, it would have been of little consequence to Beerus, who would have dismissed it as trivial. After all, as was mentioned earlier, this individual might be the recently awakened god of destruction. If it were indeed a god of destruction wielding such power, it would align perfectly with logic. However, the maneuver just executed was undeniably the unique technique of Lord Zen, the erasure technique. What leaves Beerus utterly bewildered is the possibility that this being, having traversed through time and space, is the Grand Zen himself. While it seems merely a legend, whispers of Lord Zen having a brother known as the Grand Zen abound. Yet, despite their many years serving as angels, they have never encountered him, nor have they ever had genuine contact. Legends remain just that, legends. Yet, before him stands someone who has indeed manifested the erasure technique. If this is authentic, then Kampa may have inadvertently provoked an adversary beyond reckoning. Forget merely hitting a wall. He might as well have collided with a steel fortress. At this moment, Beerus genuinely begins to break into a cold sweat for Kampa, while Whis chuckles softly, saying, this is merely the beginning. Do continue watching. Before long, they observe Kampa, bewildered in midair, lacking the courage to initiate another offense against Luo Hao. In contrast, Luo Hao clapped his hands and remarked, "If I were to strike you directly, my control over my power is still not at 100%. Should I inadvertently injure you, it would be quite a disservice to the audience below. Thus, I shall borrow a touch of another's power, Whis." Whis promptly responded, "Here, hand over your angel staff. I wish to make use of it." "What? You wish to utilize my angel staff again? Luo Hao, you are quite inconsiderate. My staff is..." Just as he began to speak, a flash of light appeared before Whis, and his staff materialized abruptly in front of him. Whis, taken aback, reached out to seize his staff, only to discover that it completely disregarded his commands, soaring swiftly to Luo Hao's side, circling around him as if the staff belonged solely to Luo Hao, utterly ignoring Whis' authority and direction. At this moment, Whis wore a face akin to that of a bitter melon. "You rascal, have you no shame in seizing my angelic staff once more?" he lamented. However, Luo Hao merely smiled gently. "What can I say? You just mentioned to me to show mercy. If I were to take matters into my own hands, I might inadvertently damage this plump feline. By utilizing your staff, at least I can preserve some semblance of dignity. Wouldn't you agree?" Whis conceded, "Very well. You are often right, but do remember to clean it thoroughly before returning it to me. Otherwise, you can humph all you like." Luo Hao retorted impudently. Whis, holding his nose in resignation, replied, "All right, you always have the upper hand. However, it cannot be without compensation. For every use, 10 cups of coffee, no negotiations." Upon witnessing the gleaming mirth in Luo Hao's eyes and his fist clenched towards the ivory elephant, Whis, lacking conviction, muttered, "Fine, this time it is a complimentary loan. But next time, there will indeed be a fee." He then clamped his mouth shut, unwilling to utter another word, resembling a sulking young bride with a reddened face. How spineless he seemed. Now it appeared he was destined to endure humiliation before Sister Bados. Meanwhile, Bados herself was utterly stupefied, for it was a rare occasion that a being of her celestial stature would display such astonishment and disarray. At that moment, her resolve had reached its zenith, and the ice cream cone in her hand inexplicably tumbled into the sea. Over the years, I have never witnessed her in such a state of disarray. After all, she had not taken to heart the matter of Luo Hao borrowing the angelic scepter from Whis. It was merely a typical exchange between friends. However, what astonished Bardos was the revelation that this individual could, against Whis' wishes, forcibly summon his angelic scepter and, despite Whis' refusal, manage to bring the scepter to his side for his own use. This is the method of her father, the esteemed high priest. How could this possibly be? This individual not only excels in wielding divine powers, but also possesses the formidable erasure technique of the Omni King. Even if all of this remains within acceptable limits, the fact that he can manipulate the angelic staff, regarded as a vital artifact by the angelic race, with such ease raises profound questions about his true identity. With the remarkable abilities exhibited by Luo Hao, Bardos finds herself utterly bewildered. Despite her wisdom, she struggles to fathom who this enigmatic figure may be. Ultimately casting a hollow gaze towards Whis, "Whis, speak to me truthfully. Where did you find this person?" Whis, equally perplexed, raised his hands in surrender and replied, "Bardos, please do not put me in a difficult position. I have shared everything I know. Once again, I will reiterate that he is a childhood friend of Father. As for anything beyond that, I truly have no further insights. I previously mentioned that he could wield my angelic staff and harness the powers of the great destroyer god. I never anticipated that he would also master the abilities of the Omni King. If we genuinely seek to unveil his identity, we may have to consult Father the High Priest for clarity. Let us cease our baseless speculations and instead pray for the safety of Lord Champa. Observing Whis' staff orbiting around Luo Hao, the previously despondent Champa seemed to awaken to a realization. His eyes sparkled with newfound intensity. So, it is you, young man. Huh. I have finally discerned the truth. Humph. Still attempting to deceive me. Without Whis' assistance, would you have so easily dismantled my divine powers? Do not jest. After all this commotion, you turn out to be a mere paper tiger. Chapter 50. Lord Champa, may you seek your own fortune. He then pointed towards Whis, who stood there, bewildered, gazing at Champa. I am merely an observer here. Why are you pointing at me, Lord Champa? Yet, Champa remained unabashed, declaring, Umph. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. The individual before me is nothing but a paper tiger. It is you who have inadvertently exposed yourselves. Are you not a neutral angel? When did you begin to side with humanity? This is utterly outrageous. For this, I shall certainly report you to the High Priest and the Omni King. However, that is a matter for another time. For now, I shall first unmask this paper tiger before me, and then you shall perform your little act for me. I have always maintained that an ordinary human could never be a match for me, Lord Champa. Humph. Now that I have unveiled your ruse, I shall grant you no further opportunities. As Kappa indulged in his self-satisfied and overly arrogant declaration, Bardos could only support his forehead with one hand. His face etched with exasperation as he regarded this individual who, in terms of both knowledge and strength, truly occupied the lowest tier among the gods of destruction. It was astonishing that he believed this formidable opponent before him could only reach such a level of competition with the assistance of Whis, showcasing the remarkable breadth of Kampa's imagination, which was indeed quite expansive. This plunged Bardos into a state of utter speechlessness. Her current inclination was to drag the ignorant and foolish Kampa away from this earth as swiftly as possible, for the embarrassment she endured was truly monumental. Even if she, Bardos, were to personally take the stage and demonstrate her full prowess, she would have no confidence in her opponent. Yet, Kampa had the audacity to point at the adversary and label them a mere paper tiger. This was utterly incomprehensible. The most perplexing aspect was his insistence that this was all orchestrated by Whis. How could that be? Even if Whis harbored such intentions, he certainly lacked the capacity. Could he truly eliminate the immense destructive energy of a god of destruction's full demonstration without making a sound, especially under conditions where he was not exerting himself to the fullest? This is quite an overestimation of Vis. At this moment, Vis was gleefully observing the battlefield, watching Champa. Very well, Master Champa. I can only wish you good fortune. Indeed, Vis had no further explanations to offer to this unfortunate foolish cat. Meanwhile, Luo Hao, gripping Vis's staff, let out a hearty laugh. I see. In that case, if something unexpected occurs, it will be Vis who takes the blame. Vis, with a face full of annoyance, replied, Really? You want me to bear the brunt of it again? Fine, do as you please, at this point. I can no longer intervene. But remember to show some mercy, as you promised me. Luo Hao nodded lightly. All right, since you are willing to take the blame. This matter will be much easier to handle. Suddenly, Luo Hao's expression changed, and an invisible energy surged violently from his body. This is a unique divine power. Even Bardos, Whis, and Kampa have never perceived such an overwhelming and magnificent energy. Kampa, who was about to continue hurling curses, suddenly found himself unable to utter a sound, and it seemed as though his entire body was completely subdued by the terrifying and formidable force of the opponent. How could this be possible? I am the mightiest god of destruction in the universe. How can such a sense of helplessness manifest within me? Yet, my body gradually propelled itself towards this individual across from me, the distance diminishing with each passing moment. No matter how fiercely I struggled or how fervently I harnessed my power, there remained no avenue for resistance. What is happening here? Could it be the strength of this individual? It seems implausible. Such terrifying power appears to be sensed only in the presence of the great king and the high priest. No, this individual before me is undoubtedly extraordinary. Could it be that all my previous conjectures were misguided? However, in the next moment, a scene unfolded before Xiangpa that left him utterly astounded. His body had already floated to the front of the grinning figure named Luo Hao, who extended a large hand and swiftly grasped Xiangpa by the nape of his neck, forcefully pressing him onto his knee. What is this fellow attempting to do? Could it be? Indeed, just as Xiangpa had surmised, Luo Hao seized control of Xiangpa's body, pinning him in midair upon his knee. With one hand grasping Whis' angelic scepter, he audaciously commenced to spank Xiangpa. With a resounding smack, Luo Hao berated him, exclaiming, "This is what you get for straying from the right path. You dare to emerge and plunder planets. You, who frivolously gambles with celestial bodies as if they were mere tokens. I shall teach you a lesson, for I fear you might lead astray." His tone unmistakably resembled that of an elder reprimanding a wayward youth, akin to a disobedient schoolboy being firmly chastised by his parents. Receiving a series of swats with a small stick, while his counterpart exhibited no signs of resistance, even stifling the cries of anguish that threatened to escape. The incessant crackling sound struck against the revered figure of the destroyer, leaving this esteemed deity in a state of profound anguish and indignation. This indeed constitutes a profound humiliation. The adversary has resorted to such an utterly degrading method to subdue him. Yet, no matter how fervently Xiangpa channels his divine power and cultivates his techniques, he is incapable of mounting even the slightest resistance. Most distressingly, he cannot utter a single sound. He had initially intended to hurl a few harsh words. For although he might not triumph in battle, he has never been one to shy away from verbal confrontations. However, at this moment, he is rendered impotent both in combat and in speech. The means employed by his opponent to demean a distinguished destroyer like himself is far worse than being physically subdued. He would prefer a thorough beating to this mortifying experience of being held down and spanked. In a fit of rage, Xiangpa rolled his eyes dramatically, seemingly fainting, which left Whis utterly speechless. This prominent figure truly has an eccentric temperament. His plea for mercy turned out to be this. However, such mercy is hardly desirable in our view, as it has led to the outright humiliation of the esteemed destroyer of the sixth universe, Xiangpa, to the point of unconsciousness. What shall we do now? Upon witnessing Xiangpa's unconscious state, Luo Hao chose not to expose the little trick of the fat cat and casually tossed the angelic staff he held to the astonished Whis. "Here, take it back. I've finished using it. As for the cleaning, that's your responsibility." Whis replied helplessly, "Very well. My angelic staff, the finest of its kind, has been reduced to a tool for disciplining unruly children, and only you, Luo Hao, could accomplish such a feat on the other hand." Luo Hao glanced at the feigned unconsciousness of Xiangpa and smiled faintly. Teaching you a lesson is one thing. But should I truly be compelled to take action against you, it would appear quite unfair." He then casually handed the unconscious Xiangpa to Bados. After receiving Xiangpa, Bados found himself at a loss for words. "What can I say about you, Lord Xiangpa? This is indeed a remarkable humiliation, isn't it?" Observing the expressions of those around him, Luo Hao could not resist adding another jab. "Honestly, your own unruly child is not being managed properly. It falls to me to educate him. Does he not understand that discipline breeds respect? Very well, Bados, out of consideration for Whis, I shall not hold this against you. Hurry and take your wayward child back to your sixth universe. As for the ownership of this planet, do not entertain any further thoughts, otherwise anyone who comes shall face my wrath. As for that one feigning unconsciousness, might you not awaken now?" Unexpectedly, this fellow had seen through him. Just as Kampa was about to open his eyes and unleash his power, he found himself abruptly struck by a swift palm strike to his neck. The assailant was none other than Vados, who could no longer bear to watch. Kampa had already embarrassed himself beyond measure, and observing the onlookers below, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo struggling to contain their laughter, Vados feared that if she did not intervene, they might suffer internal injuries from their suppressed mirth. At this moment, Vados felt utterly speechless and, with a sense of exasperation, decisively incapacitated the comical Kampa once more. With a gentle flourish of her staff, she uttered not a single word, transforming into a radiant beam of light akin to the stars, enveloping the god of destruction of Universe 6, Kampa, as he vanished from the scene. Thus, a terrifying tempest concluded in such a ludicrous manner. Upon witnessing the departure of Vados and Kampa, Whis let out a resigned sigh, pondering that it was likely that Vados and Kampa would never return to the planet Earth. This incident had truly brought disgrace to an unprecedented level. Meanwhile, Whis cast a lingering, reproachful gaze at Luo Hao, conveying an unspoken understanding between them. Luo Hao, feeling helpless, shrugged and replied, "Whis, please do not look at me like that. I made a promise to you. I have shown considerable restraint, have I not? I did not inflict any irreparable harm upon Kampa. Just look at how gentle I was. In the end, it was merely a light reprimand with your staff. Whis, overwhelmed by a sense of futility, reflected, is this so-called restraint? You've rendered his mobility useless and spanked him on the ground. Who taught you such methods? It's remarkable that you even thought of it. Noticing the melancholic gaze of Whis, Luo Hao concluded, nonetheless, this is a rather permanent solution. At least, it is safe to say that Kampa will not entertain any notions or actions regarding this planet for the rest of his life. After all, Earth is my home. At this juncture, Whis was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Luo Hao had a point. Regardless of the circumstances, Earth was the place where Luo Hao had awakened. Since some individuals had set their sights on Earth, it was only reasonable for Luo Hao to employ such measures for the long-term development and safety of the planet. Whis mused with a tinge of melancholy about how he and Lord Beerus would face Kampa in the future, when suddenly, an ear-piercing voice pierced the air. Bulma exclaimed, "What are you two up to? Do not touch that red button." A resounding explosion echoed through the air. Upon glancing back, they beheld the time machine. Their mode of transport, utterly obliterated by an inexplicable force. Amidst the rubble, two forlorn children emerged, none other than Trunks and Goten, who had been frolicking on their time machine moments before. Bulma surveyed the debris with fury, exclaiming, "Did we not agree to refrain from pressing that red button?" Trunks, with an innocent expression, replied, "Aunt Bulma, you cannot blame me. You said not to press it, and I truly had no intention of doing so. I merely brushed against it by accident. Who could have foreseen that the machine would self-destruct? Indeed, you little rascal, you activated the self-destruct button. And now we are in quite a predicament." Glancing at Whis, who was lost in thought, Bulma helplessly raised her hands. "Well, I did install a self-destruct feature on this time machine, and it seems this little one inadvertently discovered it. Now, how shall we return to our own parallel universe? Roheo, do you have a solution?" Just moments ago, Roheo and Whis had been deep in contemplation, exchanging glances of mutual concern. What shall we do now? Piccolo, however, reacted swiftly, darting forward to grasp Trunks and Goten, pulling them before Bulma. "These two rascals have been far too mischievous. I warned you not to let them tamper with your time machine. What are we to do now?" Observing Piccolo's fierce demeanor, one could sense he was subtly providing an excuse for Trunks and Goten. "Indeed, you previously agreed to let these children play, and now that your time machine is malfunctioning, do not place the blame on us." It appeared that this seemingly cold-hearted Piccolo possessed a surprisingly considerate nature. Meanwhile, the most awkward positions were occupied by Goku and Vegeta. What are we to do? Both seemed utterly devoid of solutions. Roheo and Whis gently descended beside Bulma, witnessing the unfolding chaos, and simultaneously uttered, "My coffee machine." They exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing their remarks, Bulma, who had just managed to suppress her anger, erupted once again, "You two imbeciles. How can you worry about your coffee machine at a time like this? The time machine has exploded. We can certainly find another coffee machine. But how do we face the reality of being unable to return to our previous parallel universe?" As the situation reached an impasse, it was Krillin who conceived a brilliant idea. He suddenly slapped his bald head and addressed the group. "I have a solution." As everyone's attention turned to him, Krillin, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "Have you all forgotten? In this realm, Miss Bulma, have you not also constructed an entirely new time machine? How about this? We could utilize the time machine from our dimension to return you to yours. If that proves unfeasible, you may use the materials from your laboratory to fabricate another time machine, allowing you to journey back to your past. Wouldn't that resolve the issue? At most, you would merely linger here for a while longer." Chapter 52. Krillin. "Miss Bulma, I find myself at a loss." Upon hearing Krillin's suggestion, Bulma's eyes sparkled with realization. "Indeed, Krillin, ever since childhood, I have recognized you as the cleverest among us," she exclaimed. "What a splendid idea." However, Whis interjected, "Might you assist me in crafting an identical coffee machine? The coffee produced by that machine is simply exquisite." Bulma shot Whis an exasperated glare and retorted, "Get lost." Krillin, exhibiting remarkable decisiveness, promptly retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Bulma's number. After connecting, the two engaged in a hushed conversation. Soon after, Krillin approached the group, his face contorted in a grimace. What had transformed his earlier enthusiasm into such a dismal expression? "Krillin, do speak up," Bulma implored, her anxiety palpable. Krillin, genuinely at a loss, shrugged and gestured toward Bulma, explaining, "I'm sorry, Miss Bulma, but I am powerless at this moment. I have already contacted you in the present. And then, Bulma pressed, her urgency intensifying. Then, Miss Bulma mentioned that her time machine had seemingly come to the attention of a rogue named Whis. Krillin continued. Whis, taken aback, replied, how is this even my concern? And to be called a rogue? Do we even know each other? Krillin cast a casual glance at Whis, stating, these are your exact words from this dimension, Miss Bulma. You said that the time machine was discovered by a rogue named Whis, and she deemed it a taboo within the fabric of the universe, insisting it must be destroyed. Naturally, Miss Bulma vehemently disagreed. To further complicate matters, that rogue Whis had summoned a formidable entity known as Lord Beerus. With a mere gesture, he obliterated Miss Bulma's laboratory, claiming to have done so with precision, ensuring that such thoughts would never arise again, lest they face dire repercussions. Following this, the rogue vanished without a trace. The group suddenly understood. So that was the case. Whis wore a wry smile, reflecting, well, this is splendid. I have truly become my own worst enemy. Future me seems to have a penchant for gossip. As the sovereign angel of the seventh universe, I find myself in a rather tedious predicament, being present on this remote and impoverished planet known as Earth. To make matters worse, I accompanied Lord Beerus to obliterate their time machine. Is this what they refer to as karmic retribution? No, it appears that this little bald fellow is acting with intent, using others to cast aspersions upon me. This rascal is clearly deliberate in his actions. Yet, reflecting on it now serves no purpose. Krillin then interjected, stating that due to this incident, whenever he mentioned the time machine, Miss Bulma would berate him mercilessly, lamenting that not only was the laboratory for the time machine destroyed, but all her original designs had also been completely annihilated by that so-called god of destruction, leaving no remnants behind. As for how you all wish to respond to the past, that is entirely up to your own capabilities. Upon hearing this, Bulma realized the extent of the situation and her anger dissipated. Initially, she held hope that even without the time machine, with a laboratory and materials at her disposal, she could recreate it with relative ease. Now, however, everything had been utterly devastated. She cast a glare imbued with menace towards Whis, who protested his innocence, asserting that he was not to blame for this. It was the future version of himself that was involved. Well, regardless of the timeline, it seems all of this is somehow linked to me, though it defies explanation. In light of this, I shall adopt a nonchalant attitude. After all, if one is to encounter misfortune, one might as well embrace it. Ultimately, it was Luo Hao who sought to mediate, saying, Bulma, do not hold Whis accountable. He was unaware of the consequences. Who could have predicted such chaos would ensue? Moreover, these two youngsters acted without malice. However, he continued, that said, why on earth would you install a self-destruct mechanism on the time machine? Bulma retorted indignantly, was that my choice? The materials you brought back already contain the contraption. I merely found it rather unsightly, and, feeling too lazy to remove it, left it there. Who could have foreseen that these two would activate it? With a resigned sigh, Luo Hao remarked, no amount of discussion will rectify this. Now is not the time for shifting blame or seeking excuses. We must devise a means to return to our own timeline. Prolonged exposure to the future may yield adverse reactions for this universe's development. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he grinned. I have an ingenious plan that might actually succeed. Both Bulma and Whis perked up. You have a solution? What is it? Allow me a moment of suspense. Luo Hao sighed lightly. I merely suggest we could attempt it. In an instant, a divine aura enveloped Bulma and Whis. As Luo Hao bid farewell, until we meet again, may fate be kind. In an instant, a brilliant flash illuminated the surroundings, and the three individuals abruptly vanished from sight. The onlookers, rendered speechless by this bizarre spectacle, remained in a state of bewilderment for quite some time. However, the first to grasp the situation was none other than Sun Wukong. He scratched his head thoughtfully and addressed the still-dazed Vegeta, saying, well, Vegeta, just as I anticipated. The Super Saiyan Blue indeed is not the pinnacle of our potential. It seems there is still ample room for us to grow. That mysterious figure who just appeared, though he hails from the past, possesses a power that is truly unfathomable. This statement garnered acknowledgement from Vegeta, that proud individual, who surprisingly nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, it was unimaginable that he could incapacitate that terrifying figure without resistance. Did you notice how he wielded that stick to strike the man's backside? Resembling a parent chastising a disobedient child? We have deeply experienced the prowess of that entity. However, Piccolo interjected with a cold snort. Mind your words regarding that creature. He is a true heavyweight, the supreme god of destruction, comp of the sixth universe. If that individual overheard your previous conversation, the repercussions for Earth could be dire. Krillin, confused, inquired. How do you know he is a god of destruction, and a prominent one at that? Piccolo shot Krillin a look of incredulity. Do not forget, I was once the guardian of Earth. Humph, do you think that position is merely honorary? Although the god rank on this small planet is quite low, I can sense the level of divine power and status of others. Consider, above me is the Galactic King, above him is the Kai, then the Grand Kai. Followed by the Supreme Kai, the gods of destruction and angels stand on par with the Supreme Kai. Would you not say his status is considerable? In our universe, the most powerful figures are indeed the gods of destruction. Disrespect towards them can lead to grave consequences. So the hierarchy of divine ranks is rather intricate. Son Goku scratched his head. I thought the Kai was the mightiest deity. Humph, you all are overthinking it. Yet, returning to the matter at hand. Although this Kampa is the god of destruction of the sixth universe, since he has set his sights on Earth, we must be thoroughly prepared. Goku, Vegeta, it seems your training regimen must commence ahead of schedule. This statement struck a chord with both Goku and Vegeta as they exchanged glances filled with fierce determination. The Scion bloodline embodies a true warrior spirit. The stronger the adversary, the greater their impetus for growth and training. Vegeta huffed. Very well, Kakarot. Let us see who can surpass that legendary god of destruction first. Otherwise, Krillin immediately chimed in. We will strive diligently. Vegeta, Goku, it's not just you. Piccolo and I will also intensify our training. Big cast a disheartening glance at Klin, who felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He then turned to Tien and Yamcha, seeking their support. However, these two silent figures were acutely aware of the widening chasm between their power and that of the formidable monsters before them. Yamcha, bored and cradling his head in his hands, remarked, What is the point of all this fighting? My true passion lies in baseball. I have no interest in engaging in such tedious games with you all. In the vastness of outer space, a brilliant blue light flickered like a star, revealing the swiftly moving Bados and the feigning of Death Kampa. Bados, rolling her eyes in exasperation, said, Lord Kampa, we have arrived. There is no need to continue pretending to be unconscious. Speak your mind. Kampa, cautiously opening one eye to survey the cosmic expanse, finally sat up with an irritable expression and exclaimed, What terrible luck! I never expected to encounter such a formidable challenge on this wretched planet. Bados smiled gently and retorted, Oh, Lord Kampa, you are truly flattering yourself. This is not merely a challenge. You have directly confronted a steel wall. Kampa, in a huff, replied, So what if his power slightly surpasses mine? There's no shame in being unable to defeat him. I can easily summon my fellow gods of destruction. I refuse to believe this individual can overcome me. With my entourage, I will surely reclaim my honor. Don't be ridiculous. Bados, this time, genuinely rolled her eyes at Kampa's naivety, saying, Lord Kampa, have you yet to grasp the true severity of this situation? What severity? Kampa replied, still wearing a puzzled expression. This time, Beerus truly harbors concerns regarding Kampa's intellect. Do you not find it peculiar, the individual you are in contact with? At this moment, Kampa was also lost in profound contemplation. Odd, indeed quite strange. I never anticipated that within the entirety of the 12 universes, there exists a character whom even a god of destruction cannot contend with. Reflecting on the battle with Luo Hao, Kampa gradually sensed a distinct flavor to the situation. Indeed, Beerus, observing Kampa's dawning realization, spoke curtly, a being capable of wielding the powers of a god of destruction, who can also employ the erasure techniques of Lord Zeno, and ultimately manipulate Whis' angelic staff with the utmost ease. Could such a being be merely ordinary? Especially his final move, which completely ensnared you. Despite your relatively weaker prowess, you still hold the title of the legitimate god of destruction of the sixth universe. With a mere flicker of divine energy, he rendered you utterly immobilized, leaving you unable to utter a word, akin to an adult chastising a child. Do you truly believe an ordinary individual could achieve this? To be frank, this was only due to Whis' intercession, continually advocating for leniency. Otherwise, it seems we would need to replace the god of destruction of the sixth universe. Is it truly that severe? Kampa's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Have I inadvertently collided with a formidable adversary? Who on earth is this individual? Beerus, growing increasingly irritable, retorted, If I knew who he was, I would have informed you long ago. To be honest, I am equally in the dark regarding his true identity. Then why do you speak with such gravity? Beerus reiterated to Kampa, All I know is that this fellow is a childhood friend of the Grand Priest. As for his actual identity, I remain unaware. So that is the case. Humph. He is a childhood friend of the Grand Priest. What did you say? A childhood friend of the Grand Priest? I have inadvertently provoked such a person? What on earth am I to do? Thus, do not harbor illusions of revenge. It appears you have endured this beating in vain. Upon hearing this, Kampa shivered. Revenge? Do not jest. Given the connections to the Grand Priest and Lord Zeno, seeking vengeance would be tantamount to courting disaster. Very well, from this moment forth, I resolve never to return to the seventh universe. This place is far too perilous. Merely attempting to claim a planet can lead one to encounter such monsters. It is utterly unfathomable. It seems I must intensify my training henceforth to inherit the mantle of the great god of destruction post-haste. Who knows? Perhaps then I shall have the opportunity to seek retribution or reason with someone. At this moment, Beerus found himself utterly speechless, infuriated by Kampa's ignorance. Do you still harbor such delusions? Had it not been for my swift strike that rendered you unconscious, I would truly be at a loss for how to conclude this matter. Kampa, feeling despondent once more, pondered. If I enhance my strength and inherit the title of the god of destruction, will I not be able to stand on equal footing with the Grand Priest? Surely, by then, I could reason with him. He scoffed. You underestimate me. Although the prospect of inheriting the position of the god of destruction seems bleak, as long as I am willing to strive, there remains a chance. A cold splash of reality was delivered by Beerus. Are you aware of the origins of these three individuals? Kampa's curiosity was piqued anew. Where did they come from? Was it not that Fellow who brought them here? Is there a deeper issue at hand? Yes, Beerus replied, recalling. Is it possible that this was a trap set by that scoundrel, Beerus? I wondered why it was so effortlessly handed over to me, and now it appears I have been led into a pitfall. To have such a formidable opponent lurking on Earth, only for me to stumble into misfortune. Well done, Beerus. You truly have crossed the line. In Chapter 54, Luo Hao and his companions arrived at a verdant plain. Hearing Kampa's musings, Beerus felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Kampa, can you please be reasonable? Is your mind merely a vessel for fiction? Your imagination knows no bounds. Do you truly think such a powerful being could be commanded by Lord Beerus? Furthermore, should this truly be a scheme devised by Lord Beerus, if this formidable individual were to discover that the orchestrator was indeed Beerus, do you believe he would fare well in the aftermath? It is utterly absurd. I assure you, the prospects of revenge are non-existent. Even if you were to inherit the position of the Omni King, you would still have no opportunity for vengeance. Why is that? Kampa's mind was nearing a breakdown, utterly overwhelmed. Beerus, lacking interest in prolonging the suspense, revealed the truth. Let me be clear. These three come from the past. They traveled here via a time machine for a visit and happened to cross paths with you. You merely stumbled upon that steel plate. As for revenge, unless you can traverse back to the past, it is an impossibility. But you are aware that indiscriminate time travel is the greatest taboo in the universe. And only the Supreme Kai is permitted to explore future timelines to observe the universe's workings. No supreme god who has inherited a divine title can ever return to the past. If you wish to go back and take revenge on that individual, forget whether you could defeat him. Would you dare to return? Are you not fearful that the laws of time and space would obliterate you on the spot? This explanation plunged Xiang Patcher, who still harbored a flicker of hope, into a state of utter confusion. Why was this not mentioned earlier? There are indeed so many chaotic matters at play. Very well, I concede that I was overthinking it. Bardos, could you expedite your pace? I have resolved to hastily depart from this treacherous realm of the seventh universe. I shall never set foot in this universe again in my lifetime, for it is far too perilous. I can only hope that this fellow Beerus takes heed of his actions. Truly, one wonders from which parallel dimension this terrifying creature has emerged. I consider myself quite unfortunate to encounter such a being on another S territory. If I do not step forward, could this unfortunate soul truly be Beerus? This time, Beerus owes me a significant favor, as I have inadvertently taken the blame for him. In a flash of light, three incongruous figures appeared upon a lush green plain. Bulma inhaled deeply, remarking on the delightful quality of the air, which exuded a sense of tranquility and harmony. Where are we, Luo Hao? She inquired. Luo Hao, however, merely smiled enigmatically, offering no response. Meanwhile, Whis suddenly slapped his forehead in realization, exclaiming, "How did I not think of this? Luo Hao, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Your methods are indeed plentiful." Observing the disjointed dialogue, Bulma, with a puzzled expression, asked, "What does this have to do with our return to our own time and space? And where exactly is this? I must admit, it feels rather pleasant." Whis chuckled softly. "This is a splendid location. I fear you may be startled to learn that we are in the realm of the Kaioshin. The Kaioshin realm? What on earth is that? Where is this place? I have never heard of it before. At that moment, Whis realized that while Miss Bulma was a genius in the realm of technology, her knowledge regarding the divine domain was akin to that of an innocent child. Thus, he patiently began to explain. You are aware that we exist within a vast cosmic expanse, correct? Bulma nodded affirmatively, of course. Within this expanse, there exists the divine realm, the mortal realm, and also the realm of the underworld. You must have heard of these as well. Though Bulma expressed a measure of confusion, she indicated that she could grasp the essence of the explanation. Since she could comprehend it, the matter became quite straightforward. The earth belongs to the realm of mortals, while the netherworld is akin to the afterlife. Additionally, there exist two other domains. One is the realm of the gods, and the other is the domain of the destroyers, which is the territory I share with Lord Beerus, a space exclusively for the destroyers. The other domain is the realm of the Supreme Kai, also referred to as the Kaioshin realm. The place we currently inhabit is the residence of the Supreme Kai, thus designated as the Kaioshin realm. I trust this elucidation is comprehensible to you, Miss Bulma. However, Bulma, now more skeptical than ever, retorted, you've rambled on endlessly, yet it serves little purpose. What I wish to understand is how we can return to the normal parallel dimension. I care not for realms or deities. To me, Luo Hao is the true god. That so-called destroyer, boasting to be the mightiest in the universe, was merely subjected to a reprimanding from Luo Hao. Had you not urged him to show restraint, he would likely have been vanquished on the spot. With that in mind, why should I fear any gods or spirits? Spare me the superfluous details. At this moment, Whis could only wipe the sweat from his brow. Very well, it appears that you, Bulma, have indeed found a true pillar of strength. What does it matter that I have spoken so extensively? Even if all the destroyers were to band together, they would scarcely be a match for Luo Hao. What significance does that hold? What rationale can be applied? Very well, let me simplify. Among all the gods, only the Supreme Kai possesses the undeniable ability to traverse time and space. Upon reflection, Bulma expressed her understanding. It was indeed necessary to utilize the Kaioshin's ability to traverse time and space to return to our past. But is not the Kaioshin the most exalted of deities? No. Whis promptly clarified for this mortal from Earth. In truth, the Kaioshin cannot traverse time and space at will. They must comprehend the intricacies of the universe's development, for the Kaioshin serves as both creator and guardian, unlike the destroyers, who are solely dedicated to destruction. One creates while the other destroys, thus maintaining the delicate balance of the cosmos. Is this clear to you, Miss Bulma? Observing Bulma's impending ire, he continued, very well, I digress once more. To return to the matter at hand. This means that the Kaioshin possess the ability to traverse into the future, but lack the capability to return to the past. Is that succinct enough? Ah, I see. Then, Luo Hao, what is your purpose in bringing us here? Luo Hao pondered for a moment. Ah, at last, it is my turn to speak. After a brief contemplation, he rested his chin on his hand and addressed Whis and Bulma with deliberation. My plan is as follows. It occurs to me that since only the Kaioshin possesses the ability to traverse time and space, he must possess numerous time rings that pinpoint various temporal coordinates. Chapter 55. Bulma, perhaps you should have something to eat, given that the time machine is now beyond repair. What we lack is not the energy to traverse back to our original parallel timeline, but rather the coordinates necessary for such a journey. If we can locate a time node coordinate within the Kaioshin realm's repository that is relatively close to where we traversed from, then perhaps using the Kaioshin's time ring, we can return to that specific time node from whence we came. If such a coordinate is indeed unavailable, we shall then devise alternate strategies. Regrettably, this would be the only course of action. Such a fantastical notion? This idea left both Whis and Bulma quite taken aback. This individual's imagination is truly remarkable, conjuring such ingenious strategies. Whis can only marvel at the audacity of Luo Hao's ideas. Although bold, they possess a significant degree of reliability. Indeed, what we currently lack is precisely a coordinate and a node. If we could locate a similar temporal node coordinate, returning to a parallel timeline of the past may not be entirely implausible. If Luo Hao can utilize divine power to suspend Xiangpa in midair while playfully striking him, then even a casual release of divine energy could potentially rend this very space. However, should one recklessly tear through space without a designated coordinate, it would lead to an infinite chasm of spatial rifts. Encountering an unpredictable spatial storm amidst such rifts would be dire. Even for someone as formidable as the angel Whis, it seems unlikely one would fare well in such circumstances. Though Luo Hao's notion is daring, it is at least grounded in practicality, prompting Whis to immediately endorse his plan. It appears that this visit to the Supreme Kai realm shall not be in vain. Though Whis finds himself somewhat at odds with the current Supreme Kai, perhaps in the future, he may undergo some transformation. For now, Whis can only hope for such change. As for Bulma, witnessing Whis nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain, she shot him a disdainful glare. You, of all people, were only thinking about your coffee machine during that unexpected incident? It's fortunate that Luo Hao was present. Otherwise, the possibility of returning to the previous timeline would indeed have been questionable. Now that everything has been elucidated, you only just grasp the full context. And you dare to claim you are an omnipotent angel? Please, do not allow me to underestimate you. Observing Bulma's scornful expression, Whis promptly asserted with righteous indignation, very well. Since Luo Hao's plan holds considerable feasibility, I shall take care of the remaining details. What? At this point, both Bulma and Luo Hao were slightly taken aback. What do you mean? You'll take care of it? Whis shrugged his shoulders and replied, all right, in this temporal journey, I have primarily been a bystander, contributing little and merely acting as a burden. Now that Luo Hao has devised a novel plan to return to the main timeline, I shall execute the remaining tasks. At the very least, dealing with the Supreme Kai as an angel should facilitate communication. Since we require the other party's divine artifact and temporal ring, it is only prudent to have an acquaintance facilitate the process. After all, with two strangers involved, would it not be too embarrassing to resort to force? By the way, if we can leverage familiarity, why waste breath on unnecessary dialogue? Upon witnessing Whis' confident demeanor, Bulma exchanged glances with Luo Hao, seemingly acknowledging the validity of his words. After all, they were all part of the same hierarchy, gods of equal standing, which facilitated their communication. Although Whis' divine power faced certain limitations in the future timeline, borrowing an ordinary time ring and utilizing the coordinates of another should pose no significant issue. With Whis willing to take on this role, both Bulma and Luo Hao expressed their agreement. In a flash of magnificent light akin to the brilliance of stars, Whis vanished from sight with remarkable efficiency. Luo Hao remarked, Bulma, are you hungry? I have some snacks left over from the party we just attended. Would you like to indulge a little while Whis is away? Bulma's eyes lit up. That sounds wonderful, Luo Hao. You should have mentioned it sooner. Whis may not have many flaws, but his insatiable appetite is one of them. He always tries to outdo me. Ever since he arrived, I've noticed my figure has improved significantly, and I've become quite slender. All right, Luo Hao replied. You complain about being overweight, yet you seem to relish the attention. Before long, the vibrant green meadow echoed with Bulma's enthusiastic exclamations. Luo Hao, you're incredible. Whole lobsters, where did you acquire these? I had no idea. Isn't this pudding? She continued, observing the pink morsel with keen interest. That chubby one seemed quite enamored with it. How did you manage to get your hands on it? Truly impressive. I did not expect you to possess such a unique talent in this regard. Luo Hao sighed in resignation. With all this food, how can you still chatter so much? Thus, while Whis attended to his affairs, the two of them shamelessly indulged in the culinary delights they had brought back from Earth. Just as they finished satisfying their appetites, a radiant light, reminiscent of stars, flashed in the distance, and Whis reappeared before them. Upon closer inspection, Luo Hao and Bulma noticed that Whis' expression was far from pleasant. Could it be that he encountered some trouble? They pondered. It seemed unlikely, as he had departed with unwavering confidence, asserting his status as an angel, alongside the Kaioshin and Destroyer gods, entities of equal rank. Surely, borrowing something trivial would not warrant any refusal. Yet, the grimace on Whis' face suggested he had indeed faced some form of resistance. Empathetic as ever, Bulma offered Whis a cup of yogurt. Whis, don't fret. Have a sip of this yogurt to calm your nerves. What transpired? Please, share your experience with us. Taking the yogurt, Whis gulped it down in one go, savoring the flavor before exhaling deeply. This is infuriating, he exclaimed. The current Supreme Kai is utterly outrageous. Not only is he foolish and rigid, but his servant is simply unreasonable. It has been quite some time since I have felt such intense frustration. These words momentarily stunned Bulma and Luo Hao. Indeed, since their acquaintance, Whis, the angel, had been renowned for his amiable temperament, and nothing had ever truly provoked him to such a degree. Did the god of destruction of this realm actually strike you? Bulma inquired, perplexed. Chapter 56. The Supreme Kai, Shin, Exhibits minimum cultivation and courtesy not at all, Whis retorted, casting Bulma a significant eye roll. Your mind is truly peculiar, girl. How could a servant of a god of destruction dare to strike an angel? After all, we possess status and dignity as deities. We cannot stoop to brawling like ruffians without cause. I merely stated that their ignorance has left me utterly speechless. What on earth transpired? Do clarify at once. Bulma pressed impatiently. Whis sighed, finally releasing the pent-up frustration within him, and proceeded to recount his recent experiences to the duo. According to Whis, upon arriving at the Supreme Kai's residence, the first individual he encountered was not the Supreme Kai himself, but rather his servant, Jebet. This arrogant individual failed to recognize that he was an angel of this universe, exuding an air of aloofness that greatly displeased Whis. However, considering that he was the one seeking assistance, he refrained from being overly presumptuous and elaborated on his purpose for visiting, expressing a desire to meet with the Supreme Kai. Shin. Yet, as a higher deity seeking an audience with a lower deity, the courtesy extended was already quite remarkable. To Whis's astonishment, the Supreme Kai's attendant, Jebet, took advantage of his ignorance and audacity, boldly declaring Whis to be a fraud and demanding his expulsion. How could Whis possibly endure this? Just as Whis was engaging in a theoretical discussion with Jebet, the latter, with his loose tongue, splattered him with saliva. However, as a being of higher divinity and refinement, Whis found himself unable to retaliate, considering that his interlocutor was merely a servant of a Supreme Kai. Anyone in his position would likely have been driven to madness. Whis's ability to calmly return, despite the affront, attests to his immense composure. While the two were engaged in a dispute reminiscent of street brawlers, the Supreme Kai Shin made his entrance. Fortunately, unlike his ignorant servant Jebet, Shin exuded an air of aloofness, maintaining a semblance of decorum and courtesy. Upon discerning Whis's origins, Shin's demeanor shifted dramatically. His reasoning lay in a recent incident involving a rogue named Beerus, who had inadvertently released the menace Majin Buu, leaving him and Jebet in a state of perpetual trepidation, closely monitoring Buu's movements. Given that Whis served Beerus, it was only natural that Shin would not extend a warm welcome to him. Despite Whis proclaiming his identity as an angel, the Supreme Kai appeared to be woefully uninformed. Angel? What on earth is that? He seemed to convey, having never encountered or recognized such a being. However, since Whis declared himself a servant of Beerus, his words carried little weight in Shin's eyes. Thus, the once formidable and self-assured Whis found himself unceremoniously expelled from his own home by both the Supreme Kai and his servant. This is something that even Aunt can endure, but Uncle cannot. Thus, Whis, with a countenance of utter dejection, returned to the dwelling of Luo Hao and Bulma. Upon hearing Whis's lamentations, Bulma was nearly in fits of laughter. So, this is what you meant by the amiable Kaishin? In contrast to Bulma's gleeful schadenfreude, Luo Hao maintained a more pragmatic demeanor. It was a rare occasion for Whis to proactively undertake a task, and if he were to be further discouraged, this fellow would likely become even more lethargic in the future. Thus, he casually inquired, Whis, did you not attempt to reason with those two individuals? Whis, wearing an expression of deep distress, replied, but this is the realm of the future. My divine powers are severely restricted. Those two have summarily dismissed me as a fraud. I would love to engage them in discourse, but my powers are limited. If reason fails and I suffer further humiliation, it would be even more disgraceful. Therefore, since we are discussing reason, I believe it would be more fitting for you to take the lead, as you are the most adept at articulating reason in our acquaintance. I insist, regardless of the circumstances, you must help me regain my dignity, otherwise. Whis was so incensed he could hardly articulate his thoughts. It is indeed a rarity. The Kaioshin has proven to be quite the character, managing to vex the good-natured Whis to such an extent, leaving one to ponder the intensity of their exchange. Luo Hao then placed a pudding into Whis's hands. Very well, indulge in some pudding to soothe your spirits. Since you cannot persuade the Kaioshin, it shall be left to me. Bulma, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, shall we pay a visit to the greatest Kaioshin of this realm and discover what marvels he might conjure? Upon hearing Luo Hao's conversation with Whis, Bulma's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Is the Kaioshin you speak of truly the greatest deity of this realm? Upon receiving Whis's affirmation, Bulma's excitement surged. That is splendid. Are we heading to his homeland? Luo Hao nodded in agreement. What is it, Bulma? Do you have any concerns? With a vigorous swing of her petite fist in the air, Bulma declared, absolutely not. This is fantastic. She then produced a multifunctional capsule from her pocket. Aha, this capsule has finally found its purpose. Meanwhile, Whis and Luo Hao exchanged perplexed glances. What does this multifunctional capsule have to do with visiting the Kaioshin's abode? At that moment, Kaioshin Shin and his attendant, Jebet, were quietly floating above the earth on a luxurious cruise ship. Gazing down at the slumbering Majin Buu sprawled on the deck, the two deities exhaled deeply. Fortunately, since being defeated by Son Goku, Majin Buu has transformed entirely. Indeed, Jebet echoed, reflecting on the situation. This fellow now spends his days solely eating and sleeping, seemingly incapable of inflicting any new harm upon the universe. Shin furrowed his brow and said, Jebet, we cannot afford to let our guard down at this moment. After all, Majin Buu is the most terrifying existence in this universe. Regardless of how harmless he appears, we must remain vigilant and continuously monitor his movements. Do you understand? Jebet nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain, and remarked, Your wisdom, Lord Kaioshin, is truly commendable. Suddenly, Shin seemed to recall something and inquired, Was that brazen charlatan who just passed through from here to our Kaioshin realm? Jebet pondered for a moment before responding. If I am not mistaken, they utilized instantaneous movement from this very location to reach our Kaioshin realm. Chapter 57. The Kaioshin's home was burgled at this point. The Kaioshin exhibited a hint of confusion, for he observed Bulma below, angrily chastising Krillin, Goku, and Vegeta. It appeared that Goku had not led them there. Could there be someone among them capable of instantaneous movement? Who could it be? Something feels amiss, Shin mused. Furrowing his brow, Jebet, filled with concern, remarked, What is there to worry about, Lord Kaioshin? With Majin Buu peacefully slumbering here and everyone engaged in conversation. What more could trouble you? Suddenly, the Kaioshin's eyes widened in realization. Yes, I remember now. We are missing someone. Who? Jebet inquired. Gohan. Have you noticed? He is not among the crowd below. Jebet also came to a realization. That young lad. Ever since the battle with Majin Buu, he has been training with our Kaioshin's divine sword alongside that fellow named Beerus. I believe he recently participated in some sort of universal competition, but aside from that, nothing peculiar has occurred. Besides, that lad clearly cannot utilize instantaneous movement. He surely cannot be the one causing trouble, can he? This reasoning seems plausible. Yet Shin finds himself increasingly perplexed. What exactly is happening? A sense of unease persists within him. His intuition has never led him astray, has it? Indeed. Shin's instincts prove to be accurate. His ominous premonition is grounded in reality. At this moment, the individual in question is absent from home, engaged with Jebet in observing the actions of the demon Buu on Earth. However, his ancestral residence in the realm of the Supreme Kai has undeniably been violated, and by none other than a brazen female thief. The thief in question is Bulma. At this moment, she finds herself in the residence of the Supreme Kai, accompanied by Luo Hao, both of them searching the surroundings with curiosity. It seems that the arrogant fellow from earlier is not at home. Where could they have gone? She mused. Even his servant is absent. I had hoped to vent some frustrations on behalf of Whis, but it appears he's chosen not to partake in our endeavors. I wonder what he is thinking, Luo Hao replied with a shrug of resignation. Perhaps he felt a bit embarrassed after being scolded earlier? It seems the Supreme Kai is indeed away. However, that works in our favor. We are here to seek the artifacts. If we can locate his time ring, we should be able to return to our parallel dimension. Oh, so you mean that everything here is an artifact? Bulma exclaimed. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Hao continued. If we adopt your theory, it can be understood that, after all, the Supreme Kai is the creator and guardian of the entire universe. His divine status is on par with that of the god of destruction and the angels. Hence, the items he possesses must undoubtedly be true artifacts. Is that so? Splendid. We cannot return empty-handed, Bulma declared excitedly. What do you mean? Luo Hao asked, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Bulma did not disappoint him. Of course. We will take everything. Since we have ventured to this treasure trove, it would be against my nature to return empty-handed. Do you remember the last time you and Whis confronted that fellow named Frieza? I ended up profiting immensely from that encounter, didn't I? Now that we have the rare opportunity to visit the Supreme Kai's home, which belongs to a different dimension than ours, why should we hold back? Besides, I have never encountered so many artifacts in my life. Since we are here, do not let me down. My universal capsule is indeed proving its worth. Watching Bulma chatter away, Luo Hao felt a chill run down his spine. True to form, Bulma did not let him down. She casually tossed out a universal capsule. And with a loud bang, a massive cargo truck appeared before them. Luo Hao facepalmed, gazing skyward as he lamented, Bulma, are you truly intent on relocating the Supreme Kai? Bulma chuckled. I don't know about relocating, but I certainly cannot return with regrets. After all, this grand expedition to the future aboard the time machine deserves to yield some souvenirs and local specialties for my parents, siblings, and relatives. It's simply a matter of etiquette, right? Luo Hao, I hope you understand me. If I were to bring back ordinary items, you know our family is the wealthiest in the world, and we have no interest in mundane things. Given that we have reached the divine realm and the Supreme Kai's home, and he is absent, I shall take no blame for my ruthless actions. Immediately, Bulma donned a suit of power armor, the kind typically used by moving companies, and began assisting the Supreme Kai Shin in completely emptying his residence. This girl truly embodies the essence of a super tech prodigy, exhibiting remarkable expertise in both the utilization and dismantling of structures. Astonishingly, she left no stone unturned. Doors, windows, benches, chairs, beds, pots, and pans, as well as flowers and plants, all vanished without a trace. Everything that could be moved was hastily crammed into her enormous dump truck, accompanied by a piercing scream that captured Luo Hao's attention. Upon glancing over, he realized that it was Bulma who had discovered the warehouse belonging to the Supreme Kai. A veritable treasure trove brimming with artifacts. Various time-space rings and divining crystal balls filled the space to the brim. Bulma, unabashed, continued to toss bags and bundles into her truck with relentless enthusiasm. As she plundered the warehouse, her heavy-duty truck soon became completely packed. Now, the Supreme Kai's residence lay in ruins, reduced to nothing more than a pile of rubble and debris. Indeed, this is a thorough heist. One can only speculate that if Bulma's truck were a tad larger, the architectural remnants of the King Kai's realm would leave behind not even a trace of debris. It appears that Bulma possesses quite the talent for thievery. Ever since her last escapade with Whis to plunder Frieza, her desires in this regard have become remarkably pronounced. I can only imagine that when King Kaishin returns, he will be at a loss for how to express his sorrow. Just as the two were about to depart, a sudden ripple in the air revealed the silhouette of Shin. The fellow has returned, seemingly sensing the peculiarities within his abode and wishing to investigate. At this moment, however, Luo Hao's reflexes were swift. It was imperative that the anomalies here remain undetected, for any revelation could spell considerable trouble, regardless of the opponent's strength. He is still a formidable Kaishin. In an instant, Luo Hao executed a rapid movement, and before the situation was fully comprehended, he delivered a precise strike to the neck of the Kaishin Xian. With a smirk, he watched as the recently arrived Kaishin, bewildered and in a daze, collapsed to the ground. Chapter 58. Bulma empties the Kaishin's home at this moment. Bulma patted her chest in astonishment and inquired, "Who is this guy?" Luo Hao, exasperated, retorted, "Who else could it be? You've dismantled the home of its owner, the Kaishin. Who else could it be?" The thought of nearly being discovered was utterly mortifying. Yet Bulma merely chuckled. No matter. She then produced 2 handkerchiefs from her pocket, offering one to Luo Hao while keeping the other for herself. Luo Hao, perplexed, questioned, "What do you mean by this?" Bulma grinned mischievously. If one wishes to be a thief, one must act with professionalism. It would be quite unfortunate to be recognized by the rightful owner without concealing one's identity. What if his associates arrive? Hurry, put it on, and behave. She promptly tied a black handkerchief around Luo Hao's face while securing a white one on her own, exclaiming, "Life should possess a sense of ritual, don't you think?" Luo Hao? Luo Hao could only respond with bewilderment. Does it really require such formality? Adorned with the handkerchief, he indeed resembled a thief. A thief never departs empty-handed, was Bulma's guiding principle. Observing her exuberance and delight, Luo Hao conceded. Perhaps his indulgence alongside Whis had led to this girl's increasingly audacious behavior. Should they ever venture into the realm of destruction, he wondered how many bricks would remain of Beerus's castle. Without a moment's hesitation, Bulma leapt into her heavy-duty truck, prepared to make off with the entirety of the Kaishin's possessions, eager to vacate this troublesome location. As she revved the engine and pressed the accelerator, Bulma's gaze followed Luo Hao's to the pair of patera earrings adorning the ears of Kaishin Xian. "Oh, how could I have overlooked these treasures?" she exclaimed, swiftly pulling the handbrake, leaping from the vehicle, and rushing towards the Kaishin's earrings. Luo Hao, rendered speechless, mused, "You truly possess the demeanor of a plunderer, leaving not even a scallion behind." Bulma retorted, "There are countless other items, but I have never laid eyes on these earrings. They must be quite valuable. Since the Kaishin wears them daily, I believe they are his most prized possessions." Suddenly, Bulma placed one foot upon the face of the Supreme Kai, while with both hands, she vigorously attempted to remove the pair of patera earrings adorning his ears. After a while, exhausted and pouting in frustration. Bulma realized her efforts were indeed in vain. Indeed, these are truly remarkable artifacts, seemingly impossible to remove. Meanwhile, Luo Hao, seated in the truck, found it increasingly difficult to watch. After all, this was the esteemed god of destruction, despite being rendered unconscious by his own hand. The god of destruction's inherent defenses were not something an ordinary girl from Earth could breach. Furthermore, these patera earrings were affixed to the ears of the god of destruction. After numerous unsuccessful attempts, Bulma tilted her head and caught sight of Luo Hao, who was reveling in her misfortune. With an exasperated tone, she chided, "You, why don't you come over and lend a hand? Do you truly expect me to handle this all by myself?" At this moment, Luo Hao hesitated before speaking. "Very well. My dear girl, after plundering from others, do you still believe you have the right to complain? And you even wish to bring an accomplice? However, I must admit, your taste is commendable. Those patera earrings are indeed the foremost treasure of the king of all. Well, since it has come to this, I don't mind playing the villain for once." In a swift motion, Luo Hao appeared beside the Supreme Kai, Shin, and effortlessly removed the earrings from Shin's ears, handing them to Bulma. At that moment, Bulma finally caught her breath, rubbing her flushed arms, and glanced at the pair of patera earrings that Luo Hao had easily taken. She rolled her eyes dramatically and declared, "I'm not interested anymore. You can keep them. I worked myself to the bone for these wretched earrings. How outrageous." "Well, such words could only come from you, Miss Bulma," Luo Hao remarked. "If that's the case, do as you please. I shall not concern myself with you." However, he soon noticed something amiss, for following Bulma's gaze, he discovered that she was fixated on the attire adorning the Supreme Kai's body. "Surely not? Do you intend to take the Supreme Kai's clothing as well? Isn't this a bit excessive?" Indeed, Bulma did not disappoint Luo Hao. With her eyes sparkling, she pointed at the special magical coat lying on the ground, exclaiming, "Luo Hao, don't you think the garment worn by the King of Worlds resembles divine attire? Hee. Wouldn't it be rather unfortunate to leave this behind?" Upon hearing this, Luo Hao found himself utterly at a loss for words, having thoroughly experienced Bulma's relentless nature. "You can't be serious, can you?" he questioned, his voice lacking conviction. However, Bulma vigorously nodded. "Yes, indeed. We must take this." "Why?" Luo Hao inquired. Having long pondered this question, Bulma began counting on her fingers. "You see, Goku married Chi-Chi, and I didn't present them with a suitable gift. When they have a child, I ought to bring something as a welcoming gift, don't you think? I can't think of anything else, and since we are at the King of Worlds' home, it's only fitting to bring a present for the child." "And how does the King of Worlds' clothing relate to this?" Luo Hao weakly posed his final question. Bulma immediately placed her hands on her hips and declared, "On our Earth, we have learned to use extraordinary garments as swaddling for children. This is the finest material for such purposes." Realizing he was too exhausted to argue further, Luo Hao resigned himself to the situation. Without another word, he promptly stripped the special coat from the King of Worlds, and under Bulma's direction, removed his pair of shoes as well. This truly is remarkable. The current god of destruction can only be described as a pitiful sight. Meanwhile, at a considerable distance, the angel Whis, wielding his staff of angelic authority, observes the unfolding events at the god of destruction's domain, utterly astonished. He stands with one hand pressed to his forehead, a myriad of dark lines crossing his face, his head bowed in a manner that is profoundly difficult to behold. These two pests have truly emptied the abode of the king of the realm. The recent journey through time and space alongside them raises questions of right and wrong. Although the time machine has malfunctioned, the visit to the Supreme Kai's realm may very well become the most laughable anecdote in the history of the seventh universe. Chapter 59. Bulma, we are the black and white duo at this moment. Whis finds himself utterly bereft of words, as this audacious duo has truly crossed the line. Regardless of how feeble the opponent may be, they are, after all, deities. The audacity to ransack a god's abode, leaving no stone unturned, including garments and footwear, is beyond comprehension. Whis can only shake his head in disbelief, unable to articulate his thoughts. Meanwhile, the two culprits, exuberant in their mischief, toss the last of their plunder onto the truck. Luo Hao gestures towards the vehicle and remarks to Bulma, "Are we truly going to swagger back to Whis in this heavy truck? It seems rather impractical." Bulma, suddenly smacking her forehead, exclaims, "Of course. How could I have overlooked this crucial detail? Hee, I have already prepared for this." She promptly discovers a button at the rear of the heavy truck and presses it gently. With a resounding pop, the truck, laden with goods, unexpectedly transforms into a compact universal capsule, now presented before Bulma. See? That resolves everything. Luo Hao stands in utter astonishment. If Dr. Briefs were to learn that his ingenious invention was utilized by his clever daughter to assist a Supreme Kai in moving, one wonders how our esteemed doctor might react. Just as the two bask in their triumph, a sudden ripple appears, and the figure of Supreme Kai Shin materializes, his expression one of shock. Pointing at Luo Hao and Bulma, he demands, "Who are you two? What are you doing here?" Bulma and Luo Hao exchange alarmed glances. This is problematic. Fortunately, their faces are obscured by the masks crafted by Bulma, concealing their identities. Nearby, Jebet raises his voice, questioning them with an even more commanding tone. "What have you done here? Where's this place?" The unfortunate Jebet has become so disoriented that he no longer recognizes his own home. In the midst of his furious exclamations, he felt a peculiar numbness in his shoulders. The figure cloaked in a black mask had suddenly materialized beside him in an instant. Meanwhile, Bulma was arrogantly proclaiming, "We, the black and white duo, are from," before she could complete her sentence. Jebet felt an overwhelming sensation as if his divine power had been entirely sealed within him, rendering him powerless. In an effortless motion, the masked individual discarded him into the sky as though he were mere refuse, and Jebet vanished without a trace. Bulma, who had been so vociferous moments ago, seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, hastily covering her mouth and glancing around. "Luo Hao, did I inadvertently reveal anything I shouldn't have? Where has that person gone?" Luo Hao, with an air of resignation, clapped his hands and remarked, "Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, and you managed to rein yourself in just in time. Otherwise, wouldn't it have spelled trouble for your future self on Earth? If the case were solved and these individuals traced it back to Earth, I dare say it would be quite a dilemma for Goku, Vegeta, and you. You would all be in quite the predicament." Moreover, it seemed that Whis was also involved. As he observed from a distance, stumbling slightly, "I was merely a bystander. How could I possibly be implicated in this?" Yet, upon reflection, it was indeed a close call, as Bulma had nearly let something slip. However, she then inquired, "Oh? What about the person who returned just now?" This time, it was Luo Hao who rolled his eyes dramatically. "I sent him soaring into the sky, allowing him to fly for a while, thus granting us a precious moment to escape." As the two conversed, they finally heard the eerie and haunting cries of Jebet echoing from the heights above. The piercing scream startled Bulma, causing her to shudder. "Well, Luo Hao, I never expected you to possess such a wicked sense of humor. Did you truly find amusement in hurling someone into the air?" In truth, Luo Hao inwardly lamented, "Do you think I desired this? It would have been far simpler to knock him unconscious. My concern is that you might have your eyes set on that divine servant's cloak, and before we know it, you would strip both the servant and his attire bare. Where would I then seek justification? This predicament is entirely your doing, leaving me with no choice." Luo Hao sought to divert Bulma's attention. "All right, since they are gods, let them soar through the skies for a while. After all, these deities relish their aerial antics. However, to prevent any ensuing complications, we should rendezvous with Whis. We've already gathered our belongings, and it is paramount that we return to our parallel dimension. Indeed, returning home is our foremost priority." Bulma seemed to have an epiphany as she linked her arm with Luo Hao's. "Let us go meet Whis." Meanwhile, Whis had retracted his angelic staff and extended his right hand, gazing at the distant black dot soaring like a satellite. This fellow truly discarded Jebet as if he were refuse. The poor divine servant is still airborne. If I am not mistaken, Luo Hao must have sealed this individual's divine powers. How long before he can return to the Supreme Kai? Such a pitiful child. Indeed, Luo Hao's earlier statement rang true. To avoid causing trouble for himself and Bulma in this timeline, they should hastily return to their own dimension. Remaining here for even a moment longer posed an increased risk of detection. In an instant, ripples emanated around them, and Luo Hao and Bulma materialized beside Whis. Without hesitation, Whis accepted the time-space ring from Luo Hao, examining one of its markers. Indeed, this should be the time-space closest to the parallel dimension from which we traversed. Once we return there, we should not be far off from our original timeline. Now, Luo Hao, if you would harness your divine powers, we can directly traverse back. This journey had been executed with utmost stealth. He really wished to spend no more time in the realm of the Supreme Kai, as it had instilled a profound sense of psychological unease in him. He cast Luo Hao a knowing glance, to which Luo Hao could only respond with a resigned smile. "Very well, in the future, I must refrain from embarking on any mischief with Miss Bulma at my side. Otherwise, it is not merely Whis who would struggle to cope. I too would find myself in a rather absurd predicament." Bulma, however, seemed unfazed as she clung to Luo Hao's arm, murmuring to herself, "Oh, you reminded me. Shouldn't we take all those bricks and stones from the Supreme Kai's abode as well? Is it possible that they are utterly devoid of evidence?" Chapter 60. Luo Hao and his companions have finally returned to their own parallel dimension. Upon uttering these words, they noticed that Whis and Luo Hao opposite them suddenly froze. Had they spoken amiss? In that fleeting moment of stillness, Luo Hao and Whis seemed to regain their souls, swiftly unleashing the divine power within them. A flash of divine light enveloped Bulma and Whis entirely. In the blink of an eye, the trio vanished without a trace, completely returning to their previous parallel realm. Just before their departure, Bulma's earlier remark had instilled a sense of helplessness in Luo Hao. If he hesitated any longer, that girl might truly commit some outrageous act. At that point, it could very well become irretrievable. This audacious individual, if he were to keep a watchful eye on the God of Destruction's realm next time, might even consider relocating the entire realm back to Earth. Now, that would be beyond my capabilities. Meanwhile, as the three activated the time ring, Jebbet, still soaring through the sky, plummeted like a celestial meteor, crashing down towards the base of a mountain with a thunderous roar. With a resounding boom, after a violent explosion, Jebbet found himself embedded in a massive crater, like a plant uprooted. He struggled for quite some time to extricate himself from the pile of rubble, brushing off the debris from his body. Although this minor injury posed no threat to Jebbet, servant of the God of Destruction, it was a profound humiliation. To have been discarded like trash, how could he endure such indignity? Was that heap of ruins the God of Destruction's abode? At this moment, Jebbet's consciousness began to gradually regain clarity. Surely, that coordinate was correct, and that aura was unmistakable. Could it be that the God of Destruction's residence had been reduced to such a state? Impossible. This was the domain of the God of Destruction. What were those two men and woman talking about? The woman mentioned they were the twin fiends? Was there some formidable interstellar pirate recently emerged in the universe? Yet, even the most audacious of thieves would not dare to target the God of Destruction's residence. That would be akin to searching for death in a latrine with a lantern. Soon after, Jebbet felt the sealed divine power within him gradually merging back into his being. It seemed that this adversary had managed to overcome his seal, indicating that he was indeed a formidable opponent. This is bad. The God of Destruction is in danger. This situation has taken a turn for the worse. Without waiting for his body to fully recover, Jebbet immediately assumed a battle stance and swiftly activated his prized skill, instant transmission. In a flash, he teleported to the side of the Supreme Kai, Shin, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. The man who had previously sent him flying and the woman who boasted arrogantly about being the dual calamity had seemingly vanished from the scene. The sight of the area, resembling a desolate ruin, filled Jebbet with trepidation. How intense must the battle have been to leave the Supreme Kai's residence in such disarray? Where had the Supreme Kai gone? Could he have fallen victim to some sinister fate? The mere thought sent a shiver down Jebbet's spine. If anything were to have befallen the Supreme Kai, the predicament for him as the Supreme Kai's servant would be dire indeed. Lowering his gaze, Jebbet was met with an expression of incredulity. The Supreme Kai, Shin, lay exposed upon the ground, unconscious. Without a moment's hesitation, Jebbet soared forward and cast a healing spell upon the Supreme Kai. As the milky white light gradually infused Shin's body, the Supreme Kai's brow twitched slightly. Witnessing the efficacy of the healing spell, Jebbet let out a long sigh of relief. Despite the robbers' ferocity and malice, at least they had not inflicted harm upon the Supreme Kai, leaving room for redemption. Though relieved, as Shin began to awaken, he instinctively touched his neck, suddenly feeling a chill. What was happening? Where was he? Glancing at his exposed state, then at Jebbet, whose expression was more pained than joyful, and finally surveying the Supreme Kai's home, now a mere shell of its former glory. Shin felt as though he had been struck by lightning, as if something within his heart had been shattered into countless pieces. Is this, perhaps, the sensation of a shattered heart? The wretched self, the bewildered Jebbet, and the desolate ruins, now Shin dares not contemplate further. He can only gaze skyward and roar. Who on earth is it? A lamenting roar echoed across the expanse, while Jebbet, who had just awakened the Supreme Kai Shin, stood beside him with utmost reverence, quietly teasing. According to their introduction, their names should be the twin demons. This is the only fragment of information I could gather. Supreme Kai, are you all right? Perhaps you should first don some attire, for such a disheveled appearance could tarnish your esteemed dignity. Where am I? If it weren't for the current chaos, I would be inclined to strike this insufferable servant into oblivion. However, what had Jebbet just said? That pair had even announced their names, claiming to be the twin demons? Had such formidable characters emerged in the universe recently, unbeknownst to the Supreme Kai? Yet, such musings seemed trivial now. Jebet's observation held merit. His current state indeed compromised the Supreme Kai's dignified image, and it was rather unacceptable. With a whispered incantation, divine energy surged forth, and a splendid new garment enveloped the Supreme Kai Shin. At that moment, he fully regained his majestic demeanor, floating gracefully in midair, surveying his surroundings with a profound sense of speechlessness. These two individuals are indeed formidable. They even remembered to take their own flower pots with them. The ground is strewn with shattered fragments of bricks. Who exactly are these people? Xian found himself lost in contemplation. As the supreme being of the universe, the deity of creation and guardianship, he seemingly had no adversaries. The foes from years past, Bafidi and Depura, had perished in the last battle. In recent years, Majin Buu, under his vigilant watch, had not caused any disturbances. Could it be that a completely new enemy has emerged, setting their sights on the Supreme Kai? They truly possess an audacity akin to that of a bear's heart and a leopard's courage. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. We cannot rest until the truth is unveiled. The pride of the Supreme Kai has truly been tarnished, to the extent of being disgraced beyond measure. Contemplating this, the Supreme Kai's face contorted with indignation. Yet he bore an expression that suggested he was hesitant to speak. Chapter 61. Bulma left a shoe print on the face of the Supreme Kai. Meanwhile, Jebet, observing the change in the Supreme Kai's demeanor, felt a wave of unease wash over him. It seemed that the Supreme Kai was genuinely angered this time. As a devoted servant, he felt compelled to assist his master in some capacity. Suddenly, an idea dawned upon him. With deep respect, Jebet bowed to the Supreme Kai. Addressing him, "My lord, I have a suggestion that may alleviate your concerns." The Supreme Kai, exasperated, retorted, "Speak plainly and quickly. I am in no mood for games." At that moment, he disregarded his usual composure and authority, raising his voice with urgency. Jebet, however, gathered his courage and pointed to the Supreme Kai's face. "My lord, the evidence I speak of is indeed substantial. Those two rascals left a shoe print upon your visage. Surely, this serves as undeniable proof." His voice dwindled to a whisper. Overwhelmed by the delicacy of the situation, the Supreme Kai, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? They dared to leave a shoe print upon my face? How utterly audacious!" With a flicker of divine energy, a mirror materialized in his hand. Upon gazing into it, he confirmed the presence of a small shoe print boldly imprinted on his face. This is a blatant slap to the face. Just as the emotions of Shin had stabilized, he felt an overwhelming urge to roar and strike. This is an unabashed provocation. Jebet, the evidence has been emblazoned on their faces. Do not linger on trivialities. Quickly devise a clever strategy to apprehend this pair known as the Twin Demons. I shall make them acquainted with the true wrath of the Supreme Kai. After pondering for a moment, Jebet suddenly opened his eyes wide. "How about this, my Lord Supreme Kai? Shall we call the police?" With a resounding slap, Jebet was sent sprawling to the ground by the Supreme Kai. "Call the police? I am the greatest deity in the universe. I am the Supreme Kai. Is there any officer who could possibly intervene in our affairs?" At this moment, he glanced at the innocent-looking Jebet lying on the ground and asked, "Oh? My Lord Supreme Kai, how did you know that my sister works as an officer at the Galactic Patrol Headquarters?" Upon hearing Jebet's explanation, Shin, the Supreme Kai, was slightly taken aback. You truly have a sister serving at the Patrol Headquarters?" "Indeed," Jebet said with a sycophantic smile. "Truly, you are the Supreme Kai, able to foresee even this. I recall never mentioning it to you." At this point, the Supreme Kai, with a hand on his forehead, was utterly speechless. I am completely at a loss for words regarding you. However, if this version of Shin, the Supreme Kai, were to discover that the instigators of the burglary at his residence originated from the past, specifically from the 7th universe, alongside an even more formidable figure, the Grand Minister's childhood friend, Luo Hao, I wonder what thoughts would cross his mind? Call the police? Even if you reported it to the Omni King, it is likely no one could render you justice, not to mention the time discrepancy. Of course, all of this is a matter for another time. Now, let us shift our focus back to the primary timeline. In the primary timeline, the three individuals shimmered in midair, a strange wave emanating as they abruptly materialized in the void. One individual, resembling an octopus, clung to another. This was Luo Hao, returning to the primary timeline with Bulma through the time ring. Beside them stood Whis, grinning and seemingly enjoying the spectacle. "Bulma, dear girl, do you not find it rather unladylike to be draped over me in such a manner?" Bulma's face flushed. "I had no choice. Had I not clung to you, I would have fallen. Oh, where are we? Have we returned? Bulma inquired, her voice laced with suspicion. Whis, standing nearby, provided a reassuring response. Indeed, Miss Bulma. Based on my perception, our temporal journey has been remarkably successful. To my surprise, Luo Hao possesses the extraordinary ability to manipulate the time ring of the Supreme Kai, and the coordinates inscribed upon it are impeccably accurate. We have indeed succeeded in returning to our primary spacetime. Remarkably, there have been no unforeseen complications. It is truly a stroke of fortune amidst adversity. As Bulma focused her gaze, she noticed a small island standing solitary on the ground. Where is this? She inquired, pointing. Luo Hao paused momentarily, pondering. Could it be Kame House? Bulma voiced her curiosity. Indeed, this appears to be Kame House. Although we returned via the time ring without any discrepancies in our temporal coordinates, it seems there has been a slight alteration in location. Perhaps this is a consequence of time travel. While the three of them rejoiced at their return to the primary space-time, the small island below was embroiled in a different predicament. There lay a figure clad in peculiar armor, adorned with a scanning device on his face. His long hair cascading to the ground, groaning as he spat blood. Kakarot, you scoundrel! How dare you attack your own brother? Have you forgotten? In response, Goku, cradling his son Gohan, declared fiercely, I care not who you are. In my memories, there is no brother like you. Should you dare inflict harm upon Earth, I shall never forgive you. Krillin, gritting his teeth, added, is this how a brother behaves? To allow your sibling to annihilate the very humans who raised him? Have you gone too far? Amidst his bloodshed, Raditz, clutching his chest, replied with a scoff, but none of that matters now. Heh. I have acquired the most crucial information. Worry not, for although I am no match for you, in a year's time, 2 extraordinarily fearsome scions will arrive on this planet, and then you shall all perish. This planet holds no value. Chapter 62. Piccolo, Gohan shows remarkable potential. Value? Krillin was momentarily taken aback. However, the vital information you just spoke of has already been transmitted to my 2 companions via the scanner on my face. It seems Earth possesses a wondrous entity known as the Dragon Balls. Rest assured, for the sake of this treasure, my companions will hasten to your aid. And you shall all meet your demise, none shall escape. Kakarot, are you truly not considering this? Suddenly, Raditz, still bleeding profusely, glared with fierce intensity as he conjured an energy blast, which soared toward Krillin. Goku's attempts to intervene were futile. All he could do was shout, Krillin, watch out. The energy blast whistled towards Krillin, yet he remained remarkably composed. Crouching low in a martial stance, he focused his energy, and with a powerful kick, he deflected the energy sphere into the air. A resounding explosion erupted in the sky. Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved, realizing that this foe's power seemed to have waned. Meanwhile, Raditz, who was attempting a surprise attack, gritted his teeth in frustration. What bad luck, he thought. After suffering a blow to the abdomen from Kakarot, I never anticipated this little one's combat prowess would have grown so formidable, inflicting such severe damage with a single strike. My energy is severely depleted, and in my current state, it is indeed unwise to linger on Earth. My recent attempt to ambush this loquacious little bald head failed as well. It appears these warriors' strength truly fluctuates with their emotions. Nevertheless, as long as I can escape this place and recover, I will return. Those 2 formidable scions I mentioned are no jest. I trust that Nappa and Vegeta have received my message. With the Dragon Balls as the ultimate prize, I am confident they will not disappoint me. At that moment, kneeling on the ground, Raditz let out a sinister smirk, thinking, humph, you little bald head are indeed impressive, but Kakarot, enjoy your final year. He then retrieved a small remote control from a crevice in his armor, pressing a few buttons with a cackle, exclaiming, I will leave this planet, but I will return. Krillin, anxiously watching this menacing figure, urged Goku, hurry and stop him. If he returns with his allies, it could be catastrophic. Goku, however, wore an excited grin, replying, is that so? The stronger the enemy, the more exhilarated I feel. Forgive my recklessness, Krillin. Raditz cackled. Haha, Kakarot, in that regard, you certainly possess Scion blood. But unfortunately for you, this enemy will surpass your imagination, and soon you will stand petrified in fear, facing your demise. Suddenly, a dark point of light in the sky rapidly expanded, revealing the mini spaceship summoned by Raditz's remote. With a thud, the ship landed beside him. Raditz cast a contemptuous glance at Goku, Gohan, Master Roshi, and Krillin, sneering, per Earthlings, Soon you and Kakarot will meet your end together. He stepped into his ship and closed the hatch, and with a loud boom, the spacecraft ascended, departing from the scene. The planet that brought great frustration to Raditz was initially perceived as merely an ordinary world with feeble combat power. To his astonishment, the inhabitants of this realm possessed formidable strength. Despite his own battle power of 1-200, he found himself at a severe disadvantage, ultimately failing to eliminate even the insufferable little bald man on Earth with his final ambush. Such a dismal failure. However, acquiring crucial intelligence made the journey somewhat worthwhile, didn't it? With this thought, Raditz yearned to flee this terrifying place as swiftly as possible. Just as his spacecraft ascended into the sky, an enraged voice echoed from behind the came house. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Special beam cannon. In an instant, a spiral beam of violet light shot skyward, piercing through Raditz and his ship as they hovered in midair. With a resounding explosion, Raditz's spacecraft shattered into fragments. Severely injured and on the brink of death, Raditz plummeted onto the sandy shores of Kame Island, violently coughing up blood. Pointing weakly at Son Goku, he murmured, killing me will be futile. My comrades will come to Earth and use your Dragon Balls to revive me. With that, he closed his eyes and, with a final push of his legs, succumbed to an irreversible demise. At that moment, Son Goku abruptly turned around. Piccolo, what are you doing? Startled by Goku's fierce shout, Master Roshi and Krillin were equally taken aback. What? The Demon King Piccolo? They quickly stepped aside. Emerging from the back of Kame House, having unleashed the special beam cannon, was none other than the youthful figure of Demon King Piccolo. The individual in question exhaled, manipulating the energy fluctuations in his hands. Humph, Son Wukong. You remain as soft-hearted as ever. You have experienced the terrifying combat prowess of this fellow before. Although he may not be our adversary, he has mentioned that two extraordinarily formidable allies will arrive on Earth in a year's time. If we do not eliminate their forces now, when the three of them unite, we shall face considerable trouble. I, the great Demon King Piccolo, intend to dominate this planet, and I shall not overlook any opportunity to eradicate them. At that moment, Krillin exhaled a long breath, relieved that Piccolo's target was not himself. Meanwhile, Piccolo's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he regarded Son Wukong, who was glaring at him, but instead shifted his attention to Goku's son, Gohan. This young lad possesses considerable potential. To be frank, Son Wukong, I have no favorable impression of you. However, your son's performance was quite commendable. He managed to withstand that tail attack from someone named Raditz in a fit of rage, indeed showing remarkable potential. If I could train him for a year before those two dreadful scions arrive on Earth, he might very well become a formidable ally. Chapter 63. Bulma. I have a surprise for everyone, however. Son Wukong immediately embraced Gohan, declaring, You shall not even think about it. Piccolo, this is my son. Do you really believe I won't teach him? Humph. You may be a good father, but that does not guarantee you will be a good teacher. At that tense moment, Piccolo abruptly lifted his gaze towards the sky. Who is there? Who is up there? Following his angry exclamation, Bulma's voice resounded. Everyone is here. How wonderful. What transpired just now? I could hardly discern it. Descending from the sky were Bulma, Rohio, and the angel Whis. The quickest to react was Krillin, who eagerly waved his hands towards the airborne figures. Miss Bulma, Rohio, and Whis, you have returned. How splendid. At that moment, as he called out, Whis, Rohio, and Bulma landed before the group. The previously tense atmosphere between Son Wukong and Piccolo dissipated instantly. Everyone approached, circling around the three unexpected arrivals. What are you all staring at? Bulma suddenly pointed at the child in Son Wukong's arms. Wukong, is this your child? Son Wukong awkwardly chuckled. Yes, his name is Gohan, sharing the same name as my late grandfather. Miss Bulma, how did you come to be here? Moreover, weren't you off traveling? Why has it taken you so many years? So many years? At this moment, Bulma realized that both Krillin and Son Goku had indeed matured significantly since the time they had departed. There seemed to be a considerable gap of several years. She then cast a puzzled glance at Rohio and Whis, inquiring about the situation. Whis, stepping in to elucidate for Rohio, explained, It's quite simple. When we traveled, we utilized a time machine, which unfortunately crashed. Consequently, using the Kaioshin's temporal ring, there would naturally be discrepancies in the time coordinates, making it entirely plausible for us to return years later. However, we should feel fortunate that we managed to come back at all. I see, Bulma said, patting her chest and speaking in a trembling voice. I was quite startled. Roheo then pointed to the figure of Raditz nearby, asking, "Who is this fellow? How did he end up here?" Moments ago, they had sensed something distinctly unusual about him while suspended in midair. As the conversation unfolded, the once harmonious atmosphere shifted to one of melancholy. With Krillin's explanation, the group learned that this individual was indeed a scion named Raditz, and he was Son Goku's elder brother. He demanded that Goku join their ranks as interstellar pirates, with the intent of annihilating all of humanity. Upon hearing this, Bulma was filled with rage. Is there truly such a terrifying being in this world? Piccolo, you were right to take action and eliminate this wretched creature. Piccolo was momentarily taken aback. But Bulma then expressed her doubts. Is it truly wise to have Gohan train under Piccolo? Goku, have you considered this? Goku, with a frown, replied, Ms. Bulma, you don't understand. I have immense faith in Piccolo's training. However, if I leave Gohan in his care, Chi-Chi will undoubtedly tear me apart when I return home. Oh, I see, Bulma remarked, tapping her head. That explains your unwavering stance. Very well, I shall refrain from further comments for now, as I have a surprise for everyone. A surprise? Master Roshi asked, bewildered. To be honest, we should be grateful you all returned at all. This time, triumphing over the Scion Raditz was largely thanks to the gravity training room you left behind before traversing time. Without that room, given Krillin, Goku, and Piccolo's current abilities, they would stand no chance against Raditz. Indeed, Bulma replied, now, allow me to show you the gifts I brought back, and we can reminisce afterward. With that, Bulma tossed a multifunctional capsule onto the adjacent beach, and with a resounding bang, a colossal transport truck emerged before the group. What is this? They exclaimed. Bulma, with a mysterious smile, responded, these are some local specialties Roheo, and I brought back from a place called the Kaioshin realm in the future. I hope you all will appreciate them. Consider it a token of my heartfelt intentions, a memento of our time-traveling adventure. Suddenly, Bulma ascended the massive cargo truck, incessantly rummaging through its contents. From the truck's bed, her mutterings could be heard. This is for Goku. Oh dear, Gohan has grown so much. This one is for Gohan. This item would suit Piccolo rather well. Outside the cargo box, Piccolo stood in bewilderment and asked, what? Is there something for me too? Miss Bulma is quite generous. After 10 minutes, everyone stood there, holding their gifts and staring blankly at the smug Bulma, a sense of helplessness washing over them. Meanwhile, Whis could no longer bear to witness the expressions of the onlookers, casting a sidelong glance at the sky, silently declaring his disassociation from this woman. Roheo wore a resigned smile. Well, it seems your gifts have thoroughly left your companions in utter dismay. At that moment, Goku surprisingly held a kitchen knife he had borrowed from the Supreme Kai, while Piccolo was dazedly clutching a brick. And Krillin was bewilderedly cradling a flower pot of unknown origin, all staring blankly at Bulma. Master Roshi, too, held a teapot in his arms, exclaiming, is this also your so-called local specialty? A teapot? The most vexed of them all was the turtle, who bore an enormous door panel on his back. Did you really bring back a door panel from the Supreme Kai's realm and placed it on me? Truly, everyone has received something. The only one in confusion was Gohan, watching the unfamiliar lady as she attempted to drape a peculiar garment over him. This is precisely the artifact garment that Bulma had stripped from the Kaioshin before her departure. However, given Gohan's tender physique, it seemed utterly impossible for him to don it. Yet, Bulma, showcasing her relentless spirit, persistently endeavored to fit the garment onto him, leaving Gohan in a state of utter perplexity. Ultimately, it was Luo Hao, unable to bear the sight any longer, who subtly gestured with his fingers, unleashing a gentle radiance that enveloped the divine robe in Bulma's grasp. As if compelled by an unseen force, the sacred attire swiftly conformed to Gohan's form. Perhaps this garment was indeed the most dependable gift among Bulma's offerings. Chapter 64. Luo Hao, how do you intend to train us? Goku, glancing at the kitchen knife in his hand and then at Gohan's unusual attire, couldn't help but express his sentiments. I must thank you, Bulma. Although the design of this outfit is rather peculiar, it appears to fit rather well. After much contemplation, Goku found this the only suitable description. Bulma, however, shot him an indignant glare. What do you know? This is a genuine artifact. Do you understand what an artifact truly is? We encountered a being named Kaioshin Shin in the realm of the Kaioshin. Everything in your possession has originated from the abode of that Kaioshin. Surely, the possessions of a dignified Kaioshin cannot be dismissed as anything less than true artifacts. You lot are utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, nitpicking as if you have the luxury to choose. As Bulma vented her frustrations, Whis gazed helplessly at the sky, while Luo Hao wore a wry smile. Meanwhile, in the distant temple, Mr. Popo observed the trembling deity and inquired with a look of skepticism, "What troubles you, Lord Deity? Are you unwell?" The quivering deity, leaning on his staff, lamented, "It seems we may have stirred a considerable calamity. What could possibly frighten the Lord Deity to such an extent?" Mr. Popo pressed further. The Earth Deity murmured, "It appears that Bulma has truly angered a significant figure, one best not trifled with." At this point, the Earth Deity fell silent, leaving Mr. Popo at a loss for words. Despite repeated inquiries, the Earth Deity refused to utter another syllable, while others remained oblivious. As a deity, he possessed a profound understanding of the hierarchy above him, the Galactic King, followed by the Kai, then the Grand Kai, and ultimately the Kaishin. Moreover, the mysterious aura emanating from the artifacts Bulma had brought back indicated their origin from the Kaishin realm. As the enigmatic energy coursed through him, the deity sensed an ineffable dread. It seemed that this girl had truly transported items from the Kaishin's abode. Could this not spell disaster? That is indeed the Lord of the Kais. At this moment, the deity found himself utterly at a loss, gazing helplessly at the heavens. Meanwhile, on Kame House, Bulma remained blissfully unaware, delighting in her collection of gifts. Observing the lack of reaction from everyone around her, she immediately swore with fervor, "Rest assured, these treasures were brought back with me in Luo Hao, and the rightful owners of these divine artifacts have raised no objections." This is indeed true, for its master, Xian, had been knocked unconscious by Luo Hao. Turning around, Bulma noticed that everyone was still in a state of shock and immediately swore, "Rest assured, I guarantee by the name of Whis that these are absolutely authentic divine artifacts, with no adulteration whatsoever." Whis, who had been helplessly gazing at the heavens, suddenly sensed that his reputation seemed to have shattered into pieces. What was the point of mentioning names now? He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "O Lord of all, what sort of friends have I made?" Thankfully, they were deities from the future timeline. If they were the deities from this timeline, he wouldn't even know how to approach this situation in the future. Alas, at least it was from the future. Whis could only comfort himself in this manner. Seeing the dazed expressions on everyone's faces, Luo Hao appeared to recall something. "Miss Bulma, the gift has been delivered. Shall we discuss some serious matters?" "Oh, what serious matters could you possibly have?" Bulma inquired, puzzled. Upon mentioning serious matters, Whis seemed to awaken. Indeed, without Luo Hao's reminder, he had been completely sidetracked by Bulma's meddling. What a misfortune to forget about the divine artifacts. Whis then asked, "Luo Hao, do you mean?" Luo Hao nodded. "Yes, that is precisely what I am suggesting." "Good, I support that idea." Thus, the two began to engage in a game of charades. The others were left bewildered, until Luo Hao provided the answer everyone sought. "Our journey to the future has indeed yielded significant gains. Not only have we acquired some divine artifacts, but we've also gathered valuable information. Therefore, I have decided to establish a martial arts training class with Whis." "Indeed. This is an opportune moment, taking advantage of the Scion's visit to Earth to enhance your combat skills and techniques. I wonder if you all would be interested." Understanding dawned upon them. At that moment, Piccolo, Son Goku, Krillin, and the others were practically glowing with excitement. The answer was self-evident. Luo Hao then asked Krillin, "How did Goku manage to win? It's quite remarkable that he managed to injure that Scion, Raditz, so severely. It seemed that this young man's strength was not as formidable as it appeared." At this juncture, Son Goku enthusiastically explained, "Actually, that guy had taken my son, Gohan, hostage, demanding that I kill 100 Earthlings within a day." Luo Hao nodded. "Indeed, that does sound like a Scion style." And then, Goku continued, "Gohan was crying and making a fuss, which led me to deliver a heavy blow to him. This infuriated him, and he threatened to kill everyone present." Whis, visibly upset, remarked, "Frieza is becoming increasingly incompetent. What sort of subordinates has he surrounded himself with, creating such chaos? We must ensure that Lord Beerus enforces some discipline. If this continues, it could tarnish Lord Beerus's reputation." As the words of Whis left many perplexed, Sun Wukong promptly elucidated, "This was not an endeavor to rescue Gohan. In a moment of desperation, I engaged that fellow in combat. Unintentionally, I employed the technique you taught me back then, known as the unfettered mastery, or perhaps the supreme freedom technique, and inadvertently delivered a crushing blow to his abdomen. Subsequently, he collapsed to the ground, spewing blood incessantly. That is essentially the crux of the matter." Whis then remarked, "That fellow's final sneak attack on Krillin seemed to have exhausted his utmost strength. Yet it was commendable that Krillin was able to fend it off." At this moment, Krillin, brimming with excitement, interjected, "Finally, it's my turn. Heh. I must express my gratitude for the gravity training room you all established back in the day. Wukong and I often trained there. Although the intricacies and advancements in our skills were modest, our time spent in that environment undeniably bolstered our power. Otherwise, we would have faced true peril this time. However, the might of that scion is indeed formidable. We owe a debt of gratitude to Wukong for his remarkable prowess. Otherwise, we would have been in grave danger. So, Luo Hao, how do you plan to train us?" I can hardly contain my anticipation. Understanding the situation at hand, it became evident that utilizing this opportunity to enhance everyone's strength was a prudent choice. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise in the future, particularly with someone like the god of destruction Kampa threatening our planet, it would be an immense disgrace for Luo Hao. Whis recognized this as well, promptly responding, "Indeed. Everyone must train diligently to prepare for future challenges." Observing the group's skeptical expressions, Bulma quickly added, "You may not be aware, but in the future, we encountered a god of destruction named Kampa, who was incredibly formidable and sought to reclaim our planet for his universe. Can we simply tolerate such a situation? Fortunately, we crossed paths with that version of Sun Wukong. Wukong, while you are indeed powerful, you would still struggle against that god of destruction. I imagine even Chi-Chi would not recognize you in such a state. Thankfully, we managed to confront him, and Luo Hao took matters into his own hands, driving that god of destruction Kampa away. Thus, peace was restored to Earth. Otherwise, we would have all been enslaved by that being from another dimension. Such gravity in this matter? I see now that rigorous training is essential," the group thought, their eyes gleaming with renewed determination. Yet, just as their spirits soared, an incongruous voice emerged from the depths of contemplation, none other than Piccolo, who had been idly holding a brick. With a cold huff, Piccolo stated, "Your training methods may not suit me. I have decided to pursue my own path of cultivation. As for this young lad, Gohan, I shall be taking him with me. Hehe, this is a promising prospect. I hope that a year from now, when those two formidable scions arrive on Earth, they do not disappoint me." Without regard for whether Gohan or Goku were willing, he swiftly embraced Gohan's waist and, with a whoosh, soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Bulma, taken aback, exclaimed, "Luo Hao, why didn't you stop him?" However, Luo Hao waved his hand dismissively. Perhaps Gohan's decision to train with Piccolo is indeed the right choice. It appears that both Luo Hao and Whis had no objections. Though Goku felt a profound sense of reluctance, he could only suppress it. After all, Piccolo once stated that while he is a loving father, he may not necessarily be a competent teacher. Perhaps Gohan truly could achieve significant greatness under Piccolo's tutelage. As Gohan was taken away by Piccolo, the die was cast, and there were no dissenting voices. Only Krillin, with a gleeful grin, remarked, "Goku, I wonder how you will explain this to Chi-Chi when you return." At this, Goku felt as if struck by lightning. "Indeed, I've lost my son, and worse. He has been taken by the Demon King Piccolo. This could spell disaster when I return home." Meanwhile, Krillin, with a mischievous twinkle in his eye, chimed in, "Hey Goku, after all these years as brothers, don't say I never helped you." Internally, he grumbled about Goku marrying so early, while he himself was still single, thinking, "You deserve this, you henpecked wretch." Yet Goku quickly replied, "Oh, Krillin, it's perfect that you're here. This is wonderful." He promptly handed Krillin the kitchen knife that Bulma had given him. Time is of the essence. I must seize every moment to learn martial arts from Luo Hao and Whis. Please take this artifact back home for me. And also, could you kindly explain everything that has transpired here to Chi-Chi? I truly appreciate it. We've been brothers for so many years, and I have rarely asked anything of you." It turned out that Goku was sending Krillin to his home to explain to Chi-Chi. Since he was going there, it would be remiss to arrive empty-handed, wouldn't it? Then, Bulma rummaged through various odds and ends she had obtained from the Supreme Kai, pulling out a so-called artifact mop and handing it to Krillin. "You can take this as well. Consider it a gift for Chi-Chi. It wouldn't be fair to be partial." Balancing a flower pot on his head, with a knife in one hand and a mop in the other, Krillin managed a wry smile and said, "You guys are a bit much. Are you afraid I might not survive a visit to Goku's home? So you've equipped me with some weapons?" Yet, seeing the indifferent expressions on everyone's faces, it seemed they strongly supported Krillin's mission to explain the situation to Goku's family, leaving him with a resigned feeling. Well then, it truly is a case of poor judgment in choosing friends. Just moments ago, I reveled in the misfortune of others. But now I find myself experiencing the sensation of having shot myself in the foot. Nonetheless, Wukong's words hold merit. Those scions are soon to arrive on Earth. And it appears that enhancing my skills truly necessitates a race against time. I might as well make the journey myself, with my abilities. It is unlikely that I would meet my demise. This also constituted Klin's final prayer to himself. Suddenly, he recalled Goten's teacher. Of course, I could bring Goten's teacher along. Surely, Chi-Chi wouldn't erupt in anger at that moment. However, upon tilting his head, he discovered that Goten's teacher had vanished without a trace. After a brief search, he found Goten's teacher engaged in a phone conversation with Lu Ping and Tianjin Fan, discussing matters pertaining to their participation in a martial arts training class. This fellow is indeed cunning and remarkably swift. Klin gritted his teeth and thought, very well, it seems I must embark on this perilous journey myself. Without further hesitation, he adorned himself with his flower pot, brandished a kitchen knife, and grasped a mop, soaring into the air. You all study the training objectives. I shall return shortly. If anything goes awry, do remember to collect my remains. With that, his form flickered and vanished into the void. At that moment, Bulma, clutching her aching stomach from laughter, mused, Goku, you truly are something else. Normally, you appear so foolish and harmless. Yet when the stakes are high, you devise such ingenious plans. I am utterly in awe of you. In truth, this was not Goku's intention to outsmart Klin. He was simply so engrossed in enhancing his strength and mastering new techniques that he wished to waste not a moment. After a prolonged period of growth and participation in various martial arts tournaments, the only technique that could be compared with Raditz was indeed imparted to him by Luo Hao and Whis. Unexpectedly, a kick he executed managed to severely injure the individual named Raditz. Otherwise, the outcome of the battle would have been uncertain. If it were a matter of pure strength, he would undoubtedly not stand a chance against Raditz. With these two formidable beings now returned and present, if he were to return home to deliver news, it would inevitably delay his search for Luo Hao and Whis, wasting precious time for cultivation. Chapter 66. Whis suggests returning to the noodle shop to satisfy their hunger, observing the fervent gaze of Sun Wukong, ablaze with fiery intensity. Luo Hao and Whis felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This individual was indeed a martial arts enthusiast, completely disregarding everything else when it came to the pursuit of training. Noticing the eager glimmer in Wukong's eyes, Whis promptly intervened, suggesting, how about we first head to my noodle shop? It has been a while since we savored Luo Hao's culinary skills. After a hearty meal, we can formulate a new training regimen, if that suits you. Upon hearing of food, Wukong instantly dismissed the notion of training, patting his belly and exclaiming, that sounds splendid. I am quite famished, without a proper meal. How could I possibly muster the strength to train? This remark caused Whis' expression to darken, as he seemed to regret his suggestion. Bulma, ever perceptive, greeted Master Roshi and requested him to relay a message to Lu Ping, Tianjin Han, Krillin, and others, urging them to convene at Luo Hao's restaurant once they were free to discuss their training strategies. Subsequently, after organizing her collection of miscellaneous artifacts, she patted Luo Hao on the shoulder and inquired, shall we set off now? Amidst the myriad thoughts swirling in everyone's minds, Luo Hao felt a touch of exasperation. It was rare to find friends so considerate. Without further ado, with a flash of divine light, he vanished from the spot. At that moment, in Luo Hao's restaurant, Sun Wukong had already devoured 28 bowls of the signature egg noodles, exclaiming in delight, absolutely delicious. Luo Hao, your culinary skills remain as impeccable as they were in my youth. You have not disappointed me. Bring me 10 more bowls. Whis wore a grimace, regretting bringing the insatiable Wukong to their establishment. He had intended to indulge in some comfort food, only to discover that the pace of noodle preparation could not keep up with Wukong's voracious appetite. Meanwhile, Bulma had already taken her leave from the two, as she needed to return home to inform her family about the considerable spoils she had gathered. The damage to the time machine had also dealt her a significant blow. She was determined to work tirelessly to construct a brand new time machine using the remaining materials. It appeared that this time machine indeed held substantial significance, though for now, such thoughts would have to remain a secret from Whis, the so-called angel. As for the question of cultivation, she remains indifferent. Regarding the scions, they are of little concern to Bulma, especially considering that she has the formidable beings of Luo Hao and Whis at her side. No matter how powerful her opponents may be, can they truly surpass the prowess of the one known as Luo Hao? This fellow is destined to be the one who will bring the formidable cat god to his knees in the future. As for aiding Wukong in enhancing his strength, it is primarily to ensure that they do not easily gamble away the earth in their future endeavors. This is ultimately Bulma's intention. Thus, This carefree girl promptly returned home with all the pilfered divine artifacts to honor her parents. After a sumptuous meal, Sun Wukong, Whis and Luo Hao simultaneously appeared in the small courtyard behind their noodle shop. With a sense of solemnity, Wukong felt a twinge of nervousness as they prepared to establish a training regimen for the first time. As the three of them took their positions, Whis, beaming with delight, posed a question. Wukong, I have a query for you. Would you prefer to learn Luo Hao's free-spirited divine techniques, or my mastery of the ultimate freedom? Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong replied, Of course, I wish to learn Luo Hao's free-spirited divine techniques. This response left Whis to swallow the latter part of his words entirely back into his being. Why is this fellow so forthright? Without a moment's hesitation, he seeks to master Luo Hao's whimsical technique. Is his own supreme freedom technique truly inferior in comparison? Yet, Sun Wukong promptly provided the answer that was desired. Miss Bulma mentioned that when confronted by the formidable cat destroyer, Kampa, it was Luo Hao's whimsical technique that made the destroyer weep and wail. At that moment, Whis, it appears that your supreme freedom technique did not prove particularly effective. In the heat of battle, Luo Hao's whimsical technique seems to possess greater prowess. Thus, it is only natural that I aspire to learn the most formidable martial art. The statement indeed left Whis without any irritation. However, it was for the best. Since it was Sun Wukong's choice, he was content with his leisure. By nature, he was quite relaxed, and it would be an arduous task to make him patiently teach a disciple. With Sun Wukong's resolution in place, it could be seen as a small victory for Whis' subtle ploy. Just as Whis was about to speak to Luo Hao patted Sun Wukong's shoulder and said, Wukong, you only know part of the truth, but not the whole. You should first learn Whis' ultimate freedom technique, which is the introductory method to my unrestrained power. Only by mastering the ultimate freedom technique to its fullest extent will you have the opportunity to learn my unrestrained power. Otherwise, how can one expect to run without first learning to walk? Therefore, you must be patient and fully grasp Whis' technique before I can impart my unrestrained power to you. Many things cannot be hastened. Would you not agree? Understanding this, Sun Wukong nodded vigorously, his gaze now fixed intently on Whis. Although reluctantly accepting this reality, every word spoken by Luo Hao seemed to resonate with reason. After all, his ultimate freedom technique was taught by his father, the Supreme Deity. And it was indeed a technique co-created by Luo Hao and the Supreme Deity. If one were to consider that the ultimate freedom technique serves as the gateway to the unrestrained power, it would be difficult to dispute this. It appeared that his plan to take the easy route was now thwarted. Nevertheless, contemplating the grim future, he decided to grit his teeth and endure. Teaching a disciple should not be insurmountable. Sun Wukong was quite perceptive, and with his spirits lifted, Whis inquired, So, Wukong, during this time, how have you comprehended the unrestrained power and ultimate freedom technique that Luo Hao and I have taught you? What has been your method of cultivation that has allowed you to shine so brightly in your battles against the Scions? This struck a sensitive chord with Sun Wukong, who immediately adopted a forlorn expression and remarked, The techniques you have imparted to me are undeniably formidable, yet despite my lengthy practice, this is the only instance where I successfully participated in the battle against Raditz due to an unforeseen mishap. In previous contests, be it the world's martial arts tournament or the decisive confrontation with Piccolo, I have never succeeded, which has left me quite distressed. Is there perhaps a flaw in your teachings? They are indeed powerful, yet they seem ineffective, and I often find myself inexplicably injured while employing your Ultra Instinct technique. Chapter 67. Whis. Let Sun Wukong seek the Kai for instruction. Whis, taken aback, responded, How could this be? That is Ultra Instinct, a unique skill of angels. How dare you claim my technique is weak? Pray tell, how have you practiced it? Have you not followed my guidance to attune yourself to the earth? To the essence of nature? Upon hearing Whis' remarks, Wukong felt a twinge of displeasure and retreated a couple of steps, placing one hand against the wall as he spoke. I have indeed been diligently striving to perceive nature and all that exists. Just as you advised, I often lean against the wall to sense the earth's pulse, or embrace trees to feel the breath of life. However, I frequently find myself inexplicably dozing off during these moments, making it quite difficult to truly grasp anything profound. At this juncture, Whis, with one hand resting on his forehead, wore an expression of utter exasperation, conveying his speechlessness. I meant to perceive nature, to understand the principles. You, my friend, merely leaned against walls and embraced trees to take naps. Given that, it is indeed miraculous that you managed to utilize the Ultra Instinct technique at all. Observing Whis' distressed demeanor, Luo Hao interjected, Didn't you mention that you had trained in the gravity chamber created by Miss Bulma? Is that where your training took place? This time, Sun Wukong nodded excitedly, proclaiming, of course, I have now adapted to nearly 20 times the gravity. However, the gravity chamber truly delivers remarkable results. A brief period of training within it leads to a significant enhancement of my abilities, far more reliable than the Ultra Instinct technique taught to me by Whis. This is a genuine elevation of my power. At this moment, Whis had grown silent, contemplating. You, my dear fellow, are clearly misjudging your training methods. Yet you dare to blame my technique for your shortcomings? In truth, I am reluctant to instruct this disciple, yet these individuals are the hope of Earth. I cannot allow another god of destruction to invade the seventh universe without my intervention. Moreover, despite Luo Hao's immense strength, it would be unwise to let such a deity engage in battle. This fellow is rather reckless. If things go awry, he might even annihilate the entire universe. Where would one seek justice in such a case? It appears that training this disciple is indeed a last resort. I wonder when that mop-headed Vegeta will make his appearance. Perhaps their rivalry could expedite their growth. However, at present, all our hopes rest solely upon the shoulders of Son Goku. Observing Whis in a state of painful dismay, Luo Hao kindly remarked, Whis, could it be that this individual's lack of strength coupled with your exceedingly profound ultra instinct is somewhat too ambitious? Are we not in danger of forcing his growth? Perhaps he should first solidify his foundational techniques, attempting simpler methods before gradually grasping your ultra instinct. This might yield more fruitful development. With this enlightening insight, Whis abruptly slapped his forehead. Indeed, my techniques are meant for teaching the Kaioshin and the gods of destruction. Yet here I am, trying to match wits with an ordinary scion from Earth. If this fellow were to master my ultra instinct in such a short time, would he not then dare to challenge Lord Beerus himself? Realizing this, Whis perceived the true issue. It is not the efficacy of my techniques, but rather the individual's lack of strength, which raises concerns about over-expectation. Suddenly, he recalled someone. Yes, I should seek out the Kai? That fellow holds a lower divine rank and possesses lesser strength. In terms of gradual progression, it would be beneficial for Goku to learn some mystical techniques from him. It may yield significant results. Yes, that's it. Let him study under the Kai for a while, and once he has grown, he can gradually experience the ultra instinct I have imparted to him, leading to true mastery. Resolute in his decision, Whis unveiled a sly smile reminiscent of a cunning fox. Goku, how about this? Given your current strength and level, I have found a more suitable teacher for you. Why not learn from him first? It may lead to remarkable advancements in your power. What? Is that teacher stronger than you? No, not at all. That teacher possesses somewhat lesser strength than I do, but his techniques are perfectly suited for you. Is that so? Son Goku replied, his expression filled with skepticism. Uncertain of Whis's true intentions, Whis promptly clarified, Haven't you trained in the gravity chamber and adapted to 20 times the gravity? The teacher I am introducing to you specializes in this area and practices a technique known as the Kaioken. In simple terms, it requires perfect synchronization of the body's energy and coordination, utilizing additional physical burdens to accumulate power. With your current physical prowess, it is entirely plausible that you could instantaneously double your combat strength. This indeed appears to be the most suitable technique for you at present. Wukong, what say you? The prospect of amplifying one's power twofold in an instant is an incredibly formidable notion. Son Wukong immediately became exhilarated. If that is the case, I am most certainly willing. Where can I find Lord King Kai? I wish to learn the King Kai fist at once. At this moment, it seemed that the scheme had succeeded. Whis let out a long sigh and glanced at Luo Hao. However, Luo Hao regarded Whis with a mocking gaze, remarking, It appears that it is not only I who is indolent. You, too, are quite lazy, relinquishing your disciple son Wukong to the King of Worlds, while claiming that the King's strength is merely a tad inferior to yours. If Son Wukong were to discover the vast gulf between your celestial powers and the King's divine might, he would likely berate you without mercy. Nevertheless, Whis, this decision seems to have been a prudent one, for given Son Wukong's current capabilities, compelling him to grasp the ultra instinct would indeed be an unreasonable burden. Very well. Luo Hao shrugged, continuing, Whis, why not accompany Wukong on his journey? Let him learn the King's fist and hasten his training to elevate his strength. Whis raised an eyebrow, surveying the bewildered Son Wukong before glancing at the staff in his hand, inquiring, right here. At this very moment? This time. It was Luo Hao's turn to wear a puzzled expression. What? Do I need to choose a specific time to learn the techniques from the King of the Universe? Weiss. However, shrugged his shoulders, and innocently replied, "As a neutral angel, I am not well versed in matters of killing." Chapter 68. Whis handed Sun Wukong over to the king of the universe. Upon hearing Whis' words, Luo Hao immediately understood the situation and kicked Whis in the rear, exclaiming, "What are you thinking? I meant for Sun Wukong to make a trip to the netherworld to learn the king fist from that fellow. Not for you to kill him and send him straight to the underworld. Can't you be a bit more creative?" Realization dawned on Whis, who wore a distressed expression. If you were to send him, he would get there much faster. Why should I make the trip? Luo Hao feigned anger, prompting Whis to sidestep. While he muttered under his breath, "Isn't it a bit excessive to require me to deliver him when I can teleport?" Luo Hao retorted, "It's not like that. It's because my new coffee machine is about to arrive. You need to make a quick trip and return so I can test the equipment. By the time you come back, I might just have some freshly brewed coffee for you. After all this time drinking, don't you wish for a taste of something new?" Understanding struck Whis immediately. "Understood, Lord Luo Hao. I shall return promptly." Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, who had been conversing with the two, seemed utterly lost. What? Kill myself? Go to the nether god realm? Seek out the king god? Learn the king fist? What is all this nonsense? And what about a coffee machine? How does any of this relate to my martial arts? Suddenly, Whis approached him with a broad smile and placed a large hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder. "Wukong, let us set off." Without waiting for a response, Whis began to emanate a radiant light akin to stars, swiftly vanishing from sight. In that fleeting moment of disappearance, Luo Hao seemingly heard Sun Wukong's voice echoing. "How do I come back?" The elongated vowel sound trailed off, fading into the horizon. In the backyard, Luo Hao gazed at the distant flash of golden light, marveling. Whis truly operates with remarkable efficiency. It seems that as long as there is food to motivate him, he is far more industrious than I had imagined. Perhaps I should provide him with more delicacies in the future. It might encourage him to work even harder. Meanwhile, high in the air, Whis suddenly sneezed. Who could possibly be speaking ill of me? In the netherworld, at the end of the Serpent Road, the king of the universe was in his abode, enjoying hot pot and singing. Today is yet another splendid day. A loud bang echoed from outside, prompting him to exclaim, "Who dares to interrupt my meal?" The king of worlds stepped outside in a huff, only to find a chubby figure seated on the ground, grimacing in pain. Who is this fellow? And does he not realize that interrupting someone's meal is a grave breach of etiquette? The king cast a disdainful glance at the intruder. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the sky, "Study well, I shall take my leave." In a flash, it vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the seated Son Goku sighed helplessly and remarked, "You are truly unreasonable. Yet, the atmosphere here feels quite different from Earth." It was only then that he seemed to notice the portly king of worlds before him, who appeared equally taken aback. "You are the king of worlds?" Goku inquired. The king, bewildered, nodded. "You come to my realm and inquire about my identity? Is that sensible?" "Of course, I am the king of worlds. No, you must address me as Lord King. You impolite rascal." Goku rubbed his sore backside and sprang to his feet with enthusiasm. "Wonderful. Lord King, I finally meet you. I am Son Goku from Earth, and in a year, we will face an invasion from the terrifying Psiots. I have come to wait." The king interrupted. "You claim to be from Earth? Someone intends to assault your planet? And you come here?" Goku showed no signs of reservation, sniffing the air. "Ah, Lord King, what is that delightful aroma?" The king, irritated, replied, "I was about to dine. Quickly, state your business." Then, noticing Goku's lack of a halo of death, he added, "How is it that you have no death aura? Has some deity smuggled you in?" "Smuggled in?" Goku scratched his head, confused by the king's remarks. "I merely heard that your king fist is formidable and hope to learn martial arts from you." The king of worlds finally comprehended. "So, you wish to learn my techniques? It is quite simple. I have but one rule. Tell me a witty joke. If you can make me laugh, I shall teach you." Upon hearing this, Goku's face fell, and he sighed deeply, pondering the unexpected and peculiar requirement for martial arts training in this realm. For so many years, aside from his penchant for combat, Sun Wukong seemingly possesses no flair for witty repartee. Moreover, to amuse the venerable king of the realm is evidently an insurmountable task. As Sun Wukong pondered with furrowed brows, the king secretly reveled in his amusement. I detest those who seek to gain favors through backdoor means. If you cannot elicit a laugh from me, do not even think of learning my techniques. I care not for your lineage or alliances. Irrespective of your stature, attempting to curry favor here is futile." Just as the king basked in his self-satisfaction, he suddenly found Sun Wukong pointing directly at his nose, promptly giving a grand thumbs up and exclaiming with fervor, "Esteemed king, I have heard that your realm King Fist is unparalleled in the universe." The king, as if struck by lightning, was taken aback. What is this fellow saying? My realm King Fist is unrivaled? Who would believe such nonsense? A raucous laughter ensued. You young rascal, your flattery is utterly devoid of sophistication. Proclaiming my realm King Fist as supreme within this cosmos? How absurd. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he was momentarily stunned. Gazing at the self-satisfied Sun Wukong, "Esteemed king, you are laughing, which suggests you may indeed teach me martial arts." Was this scoundrel awaiting my response? The king of clever quips has been outmaneuvered by this foolish lad? How outrageous. Nevertheless, as the king, one must honor one's word. With a begrudging tone, he remarked, "Very well, since you exhibit such sincerity, I shall accept you. You wish to study martial arts with me, having come from Earth. Do you find the gravity here somewhat overwhelming?" Sun Wukong flexed his ankles. "Indeed, it is quite heavy here. That's right. The gravity here is tenfold that of Earth. To live and learn martial arts here, you must first acclimate to this weight. Thus, whenever you have adjusted to the gravity, return to seek me out." Suddenly, a robust gorilla appeared before the king. The king gestured towards Sun Wukong. "This is Baburus, my pet. For the time being, he will accompany you to adapt to the planet's gravity. If you can capture him without any external assistance, you shall earn the privilege to study my advanced techniques." With a chuckle, he added, "Now, let me indulge in my hot pot before it cools, lest it lose its delectable taste." Just as the king turned to retreat indoors, he was astounded to see Sun Wukong swiftly dash forward, seizing Baburus in his embrace. "Esteemed king, I have caught it." The king was left flabbergasted. How is this possible? You are from Earth. How could you adapt to tenfold gravity so swiftly? Could it be that this fellow is a prodigious genius? Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong provided him with a remarkably straightforward and striking response. "Indeed, it is merely 10 times the gravity. In fact, I possess a gravity training chamber on Earth, where I have already acclimated to the 20-fold gravity. Lord Ko, this poses no challenge for me at all." At that moment, the king of the worlds was utterly taken aback. This peculiar being, who had seemingly emerged from nowhere, had astonishingly adapted to the 20-fold gravity of Earth. How outrageous. He then caught sight of Sun Wukong's elusive gaze. "What are you up to now?" the king inquired warily. Sun Wukong sniffed the air. "What is that delightful aroma?" "King, are you dining? I find myself rather hungry. Might I partake in your culinary expertise?" The king was momentarily taken aback. "Aren't you the one who came here to learn martial arts? How dare you also seek to mooch a meal? This is rather excessive." Sun Wukong, rubbing his stomach, replied, "Oh dear, I only had a bit of noodles before coming, and I still feel rather unsatisfied. If you could spare some food, that would be splendid. You wish for me to learn swiftly and depart, is that not so?" To his surprise, Sun Wukong had struck a chord with the king's unspoken thoughts. "Very well. Since it is thus, come in and join me for a meal. Try my hot pot. It is a new creation of mine, and I typically do not share it with just anyone." With that, Sun Wukong dashed into the king's chamber, where he beheld an extravagant spread of dishes that ignited his appetite. "I shall not hold back, my king." In an instant, he devoured the feast with astonishing speed, leaving the king in awe of Sun Wukong's remarkable talent for consumption. It appeared that this individual was not merely a prodigious genius. He was indeed a remarkable phenomenon when it came to dining. A table laden with hot pot ingredients lay before them, and it seemed that the king had yet to take a single bite before everything was devoured by this extraordinary being. It is indeed a rare occasion for the king of hell to remember his position and bestow some offerings. How fortunate it is for that rascal, Sun Wukong. How outrageous. Wait a moment, what are you doing? I see Sun Wukong has already seized the hot pot base, gulping it down without regard for its scorching heat or tantalizing spiciness, devouring it all at once. Thus, with a satisfied pat on his bulging belly, Sun Wukong declares, "As for the flavor, who can say? Regardless, I am full. Thank you for your generous hospitality, O king of the realm. This fellow truly exceeds all bounds." Well, a rare opportunity for a hot pot has been utterly spoiled by this insufferable little rascal. Very well. Let me swiftly impart the knowledge you seek and send you on your way, alleviating myself of a burden. Thus, the king of the world chose not to dwell on the matter with Sun Wukong. "Come, you wish to learn the King's Fist, do you not? Step outside with me to the courtyard, and I shall teach you the King's Fist this very moment. Not only will I instruct you in the King's Fist, but I shall also impart my ultimate technique, the Spirit Bomb. Once you have learned, be sure to take your leave swiftly." And so it was that 3 days later, Sun Wukong, with a mighty shout, hurled the spirit bomb he had mastered towards a distant boulder. With a resounding boom, it obliterated the stone, leaving not a trace of dust. The king of the worlds marveled, exclaiming, "Your martial prowess and your appetite are equally formidable. You are indeed a prodigious being. In just 3 short days, you have not only mastered my king's fist, but have also perfected the spirit bomb to an extraordinary degree. Very well, I have nothing more to teach you. You may return whence you came. Our meeting is a matter of fate. Are you ready to depart?" At that moment, Sun Wukong gazed at the power he wielded and expressed his most sincere gratitude to the king. "Thank you, esteemed king, for I believe my stay here will be brief. However, it is a privilege to have crossed paths with you, and I am deeply grateful once more." To the astonishment of the king of worlds, this young man displayed a modicum of courtesy. It provided him with a sense of equilibrium. However, he soon noticed that Sun Wukong had seated himself upon the ground, showing no inclination to depart. "What is the meaning of this? Were you not intent on leaving just moments ago, bidding me farewell with such heartfelt emotion? What purpose does your sitting here serve?" Despite his irritation, the king felt reluctant to hastily dismiss him. After all, their time together had fostered a certain bond. Moreover, Wukong's remarkable aptitude and rapid mastery of martial arts had elicited a sense of admiration from the king. Shortly thereafter, Wukong, still seated, had reclined upon the ground. "What is this all about?" The king of the world was utterly perplexed. Just as he was about to inquire, he noticed Sun Wukong had turned over and was now prostrating himself in a gesture of complete submission upon the surface of the entire planet. "What is this rascal up to?" The king of the world, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed sternly, Are you not supposed to leave? What are you doing here?" Sun Wukong meekly replied, "I am here to cultivate. I have imparted all that I can teach you. Do not squander your time here any longer. Hurry back to your Earth and seek out your gravity training chamber. The multiplier of the king of the world fist can still be enhanced, which may provide you with a greater advantage against your adversaries. Truly, do not waste any more time here." However, Sun Wukong tilted his head and gazed at the king with genuine sincerity. "Oh, esteemed king, this little star of yours is indeed a treasure." The king, taken aback, inquired, "What does that mean?" Sun Wukong elaborated slowly. "I once had a master named Whis, who taught me a technique called the Ultra Instinct. Yet, despite my various attempts to comprehend it on Earth, I could never grasp its essence. Since arriving at your king's planet, I have discovered that this tiny sphere has significantly aided my understanding of the Ultra Instinct." Ultra Instinct? The king fell into a deep contemplation. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. "Are you referring to the legendary technique, Ultra Instinct?" Chapter 70. Sun Wukong achieves understanding of Ultra Instinct. The sudden outburst from the king of the universe startled Sun Wukong. "What? The legendary technique? I have never heard of it." He was merely an ordinary fellow with blue skin, perpetually wielding a cane. He claimed that his ultimate freedom technique was extraordinarily potent and urged me to train under him for a while. However, my progress has been sporadic at best, and it seems rather unimpressive. The king of the universe pointed at Sun Wukong and exclaimed loudly, "You are squandering a rare opportunity. Do you even comprehend what the ultimate freedom technique is? It is reputed to be the most formidable technique in this universe, and it can only be mastered by the most powerful deities. For me, it is merely a legend. Had you not specifically mentioned its name, I would have doubted its existence. I have only encountered references to the ultimate freedom technique in ancient texts from the Grand King of the universe. You find yourself in a treasure trove yet remain oblivious, and you have not even learned it. How outrageous. What was it you just said? There is a trend of progress regarding the ultimate freedom technique on my planet? What on earth is that about?" The king was now completely engulfed in a frenzy. "You rascal. You have a master who practices the ultimate freedom technique. Yet you come to me to learn the king's fist? Regardless of the reason, are you trying to drive me to madness? If you have mastered it, just go about your business instead of relaying this to me. Are you intentionally provoking me? Humph. Not even the Grand King of the universe, nor the deity above him, possesses the qualifications to learn the ultimate freedom technique. You, of all people, have been taught and still cannot grasp it? Is this not enough to infuriate a god?" The king continued to rant, his fury mounting, while Sun Wukong stood there, bewildered. "My lord, are you having a fit or have you taken up a new dance?" At this moment, the king felt utterly exasperated and had no desire to continue conversing with this troublesome fellow. "All right. You claim to have gained some insights into the ultimate freedom technique on my planet. Why is that?" Sun Wukong, looking perplexed, replied, "My lord, you ask me? Who should I ask, then? I have trained for many years on Earth without significant progress. Yet here, simply touching the ground of your planet evokes a peculiar sensation within me. I cannot explain why. Just sitting here, I felt a slight advancement in my understanding of the ultimate freedom technique's bottleneck. Lying there, I discovered that my comprehension of the technique accelerated. Subsequently, by lying on the ground, I sensed the entire planet's veins in the traces of its operations. And I felt an extraordinary leap in my progress with the ultimate freedom technique. As for why, I cannot articulate it clearly. At this juncture, the king pondered for a moment before suddenly slapping his forehead. I understand. Upon witnessing the enlightened expression of the King of Worlds, Sun Wukong could not help but inquire. My lord, what have you come to understand? Please, do share your insights. The King of Worlds retorted sharply. Indeed, you are a fortunate individual, having truly mastered the art of ultimate freedom. I comprehend the reason behind your inconsistent progress. This technique can only be grasped by those of divine essence. Without such divine power as a foundation, no amount of diligent practice will yield advancement in ultimate freedom. This planet, which was forged by the great King of Worlds through his divine strength, provides the essential foundation for your practice, thus allowing for remarkable progress in your mastery. You are indeed fortunate. Had I known you possessed such skill, I would have advised against learning the King's fist. It would have been a waste of talent. Such a formidable technique, even if you were to meditate for a millennium upon Earth, would yield little more than your current state. However, should you dedicate time to cultivate your abilities here on my realm, you may indeed achieve significant accomplishments. If you wish to attain even greater heights in the future, you must first cultivate your divine power. Only then will your understanding of ultimate freedom bear fruitful results. Truly, you are a blessed child. I am now quite curious. Who is your master that they imparted such legendary techniques to you? Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied, he is merely a gluttonous fellow, always wielding a staff and claiming his name is Whis. Do you know him, my lord? A staff? Whis. I must confess, I have not heard of him before. Yet, I assure you, this individual is certainly not ordinary. Not ordinary. I see nothing remarkable about him. He simply runs away quite swiftly. From the beginning, Sun Wukong held a dismissive view of Whis, perceiving him as little more than a hedonist with no exceptional skills apart from indulging in pleasures. The only impression he retained of Whis was his apparent fear of Luo Hao, perhaps due to some cosmic balance at play. With a disdainful expression, Sun Wukong continued. That so-called prominent figure is, to my eyes, merely a bumbling fool who lives off others without contributing anything of worth. Furthermore, his employer seems even more excessive, boasting of a technique known as the divine art of free will, or an upgrade of ultimate freedom. I suspect they are merely bragging. I have yet to see any true prowess from them. When it comes to combat, it is still I who must take the lead. These two fellows, one bakes noodles, while the other enjoys coffee. At this point, the King of Worlds was drenched in a cold sweat, exclaiming, enough. I would prefer to avoid attracting misfortune here. Regardless of their identities, it seems my divine status does not allow me to engage with them. Very well, Wukong, you may cultivate here in peace. I shall provide you with the finest nourishment. My goodness, who is this? They have actually delivered such a distinguished figure. I had assumed it to be a minor character. Perhaps someone who gained favor through underhanded means. It appears that this individual's master possesses divine powers that may surpass even those of the King of Worlds. Within my understanding, the King of Worlds is already the highest-ranking official in this universe. However, it seems that even the esteemed King of Worlds lacks the qualifications to learn the art of free and ultimate mastery, does it not? This individual's background is indeed formidable. Thus, it would be wise to avoid provoking him. Although this young man may be somewhat foolish, his heart appears to be genuinely kind. Perhaps the discerning eyes of the powerful are particularly sharp, favoring such a demeanor. In any case, I have imparted all that he wished to learn, and he is welcome to linger here for as long as he desires. Alas, it is wise to cherish life and keep a distance from such influential figures. Otherwise, at the slightest sneeze from them, my existence and that of my realm may vanish without a trace. Chapter 71. Beerus awakened by a nightmare. Speaking of sneezes, there is currently an individual who is particularly troubled by the matter. This person is none other than Lord Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7. On Beerus Planet, the weather remains dark and gloomy, a perfect day for slumber. Lord Beerus is soundly asleep in his castle's chamber, snoring contentedly. Suddenly, two peculiar figures appeared atop Beerus' castle. However, the slumbering Beerus remained entirely unaware of their presence. It is unclear how these two managed to stand so strangely at the foot of Beerus' bed, gazing at the greatest god of destruction in the seventh universe with their cold, penetrating eyes. With a sense of something amiss, the drowsy Beerus slowly opened his eyes. Upon focusing his gaze, he was instantly struck with terror, for the two figures before him were none other than the Grand Priest and the Omni King, both regarding him with an unusual intensity. When did these two individuals arrive at Beerus' planet? Beerus, perplexed, couldn't help but wonder. However, the mere presence of these two esteemed figures instantly dispelled his morning irritability and all his other unpleasant traits. At that moment, Beerus stood before them, clad in an adorably whimsical pajama set, bowing respectfully at a 90-degree angle as he addressed the Omni King and the Grand Priest. "Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit, esteemed sirs?" Yet, the Omni King and the Grand Priest, positioned opposite Beerus, paid no heed to his display of deference. Instead, they engaged in conversation. The Omni King inquired, "Grand Priest, what is the current comprehensive rating index of Universe 7? The Grand Priest answered with a detached tone, "I must inform you, Your Majesty, that it has fallen to a mere 3.5. Such a low score? Should we not consider some course of action?" The Omni King queried. The Grand Priest smirked ominously. "It is entirely at Your Majesty's discretion." "Very well. Given that the comprehensive score has plummeted to 3.5, their existence seems unnecessary," the Omni King concluded. With a flick of his hand, a brilliant light emanated from him, and Beerus observed as the Omni King waved his hand, using his divine power to probe the universe. It appeared that apart from his realm of destruction, Universe 7 had been entirely eradicated, seemingly obliterated by the Omni King's erasure technique. At that moment, Beerus was utterly terrified, feeling as if his very soul had fled him. He dared not confront the two formidable figures before him, instead silently pleading within his mind, "Whis, you scoundrel. Where are you? The seventh universe has been obliterated by the Omni King. Are you merely standing by, reveling in the spectacle? Hurry and assist me." He then caught sight of the Omni King, who had erased the seventh universe, gazing at him with an enigmatic expression. Though Beerus fervently called out for Whis internally, he maintained an outward demeanor of utmost deference, for he stood before the most terrifying entity of all, the Omni King. Soon, a chilling voice resonated through the air, as the Grand Priest calmly declared, "Since the composite score has plummeted to 3.5, and the universe itself no longer exists, is there still a need for a god of destruction in this realm?" It was as if the Omni King had experienced a revelation, responding, "Indeed, if the universe has vanished, what purpose does a god of destruction serve? Let us erase it all completely." In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped Beerus, and he felt darkness consuming him. What? Is everything gone? Has it truly ended? Suddenly, Beerus, sprawled on his grand bed, jolted upright, only to find himself drenched in cold sweat. Gasping for breath, he realized the terrifying truth. Had he merely experienced a nightmare? It was so vividly real. He surveyed his room, his castle, and savored the atmosphere of the seventh universe. Thankfully, it was merely a nightmare. Everything that had been erased by the Omni King seemed to still exist, normally plagued by a notoriously foul mood upon waking. Beerus had now shed his various unpleasant habits. Suddenly, an itch in his nose compelled him to turn towards the window, and he unleashed two tremendous sneezes, indifferent to any potential destruction wrought upon the planets outside. Humph! He felt as if he had awakened from a dreadful dream, pondering whether this foreshadowed some ominous events to come. Why had the nightmare felt so tangible? Moreover, the simultaneous presence of the Grand Priest and the Omni King, both poised to erase him and the seventh universe, gnawed at his thoughts. Could it be that the score of the seventh universe had genuinely fallen below 3.5, inciting the ire of these two titans? Though it was merely a nightmare, it had left Beerus profoundly shaken. After all, if the composite universe score dipped below 3.5, the likelihood of annihilation was indeed significant. As he rubbed his nose, a sudden realization struck him. Seated in his pajamas, he called out loudly, "Whis, Whis, you rascal. Why do you not appear at once? I have urgent matters to discuss." Beneath the jarring echoes of Lord Beerus's voice, it seemed that the entirety of Beerus's planet was devoid of any so-called blind spots. However, after shouting for an extended period, he received no response. Was that insufferable Whis taking advantage of his slumber to sneak off for some amusement? How outrageous! This angel truly lacked reliability. At this moment, Beerus remained oblivious to the fact that he had failed to fulfill the duties of a destroyer god, spending his days in slumber while attributing blame to those around him. Perhaps this was merely a reflection of Lord Beerus's idiosyncratic character. Just as Beerus was on the verge of unleashing his wrath, a faint voice emerged from the doorway of his chamber. It was the oracle fish, precariously leaning against the door frame with its frail body, letting out a resigned sigh and uttering, "Lord Beerus, you have finally awakened." It's the oracle fish. What happened to you? You seem rather weak. Why is that? Beerus inquired. The oracle fish rolled its eyes in exasperation, retorting, "How can you say that? With the two of you, keeping a pet? I must have incurred some dreadful misfortune to find myself entangled in the affairs of your seventh universe's destroyer realm. One destroyer god spends all day sleeping, while the other angel is nowhere to be found. Have you ever considered how I, as your pet, might feel? How many years has it been since you last fed me? I am starving." Observing the oracle fish's emaciated state, Beerus felt a pang of hunger himself. He turned to the creature and asked, "Years without a meal? How is that possible?" Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he exclaimed, "Wait, where has that scoundrel Whis gone? Why is there not a single response?" The oracle fish, with a hint of irritation, replied, "You want to know? Whis was summoned by the Grand Minister a few years back for some special mission and has since vanished without a trace, never to return to the realm of destroyers." What? This revelation left Beerus utterly astonished. So, Whis had not merely slipped away for leisure, but was engaged in a top-secret mission from the Grand Minister, and had been gone for many years. How could such a thing occur in my very own seventh universe? What manner of situation is this? Why did one not bid me farewell before departing? Observing the expression of Beerus, the prophetic fish immediately discerned the thoughts swirling in his mind, and retorted with irritation, "Humph. Lord Beerus, who would dare to engage in a contest with you while you are still in slumber, especially given your notoriously foul mood upon waking? Who knows? You might end up embroiling yourself in even more troublesome matters with Whis. Moreover, this mission is a top-secret assignment orchestrated by the Grand Minister. Do you truly expect to be roused just to be informed of it again?" It seemed there was merit in the fish's words, for at least he had learned what task Whis had undertaken, which somewhat assuaged his concerns. Since it was a mission, it must pertain to something of significance. However, the prolonged absence left Beerus riddled with suspicion. Well, now was not the time to fret over Whis. After all, both the universe and himself were on the brink of annihilation, so what was the point of worrying about tasks and secrets? He promptly turned to the prophetic fish and inquired, "How is it that you find yourself here? Were you summoned by your incessant wailing?" The prophetic fish retorted with even greater annoyance, "And you, after sleeping for over a decade, finally awake. Yet you show no concern for your humble pet. Look at me. I am so famished that I can barely move." Beerus responded with irritation, "You, of all creatures, are here nitpicking? Are you unaware of the kitchen's location? There are countless exquisite delicacies I have left there, prepared for your enjoyment upon my awakening. How could you allow yourself to become so emaciated without even visiting the kitchen?" Upon hearing this, it was now the prophetic fish's turn to feel disgruntled. "And you dare to speak?" Whis had taken all the culinary delights with him when he departed. "As for you, all the various treasures are sealed away by your divine power. I am merely a common prophetic fish. How could I possibly break your seals, Lord Beerus? Please, do not jest." So that is the case." Beerus scratched the back of his head, as if recalling something. Indeed, to prevent the prophetic fish and Whis from pilfering his delicacies, he had sealed them with his divine power before his slumber, unwittingly causing the prophetic fish to suffer. Subsequently, Beerus donned an awkward smile and snapped his fingers in midair, declaring, "Very well, I shall lift all the seals. Henceforth, you may eat and drink freely. I apologize for your hardship." The prophetic fish gazed at Beerus with a mournful expression, "Even if I am but a fish with a memory span of 7 seconds. You cannot treat me so unjustly. For years, you have denied me sustenance. Were it not for the scraps and leftovers in the garden, you might never see me again upon your awakening. However, it is commendable that you, Beerus, possess a semblance of conscience, as you have awakened to inquire about my well-being. Yet, that rascal Whis has vanished without a trace, neglecting to return to the realm of destruction to acknowledge my existence. I cannot fathom what mischief you two are engaged in." Surprisingly, Beerus displayed an unusual patience. "Well, putting aside matters concerning Whis and myself, may I ask you, what is the current comprehensive score of our seventh universe? Are you truly inquiring of me?" The oracle fish responded with a resigned flutter of its delicate fins. "Isn't this the duty of angels and gods of destruction? What purpose does it serve to ask me?" Beerus rolled his eyes and replied, "Isn't Whis away from home? I have just awakened, and you should be the most informed regarding the seventh universe's rating. Hurry and provide me with an answer." His composure was beginning to fray. Observing Beerus on the brink of fury, the oracle fish, in light of his lifting the food seal, decided against prolonging the matter. With a graceful motion, it brought its fins together before its chest and silently chanted an incantation. A peculiar rune materialized above its head. The oracle fish then gently tapped its fins and said to Beerus, "Lord Beerus, as I have foretold. The comprehensive score of our 7th universe has now plummeted to a mere 3. 7. Indeed, it is so. 3. 7. The oracle fish confirmed. What? Beerus exclaimed, his voice ascending an octave in disbelief. It has fallen to 3. 7? How can this be? Before I slumbered, it was clearly at 4. 2. Now it is the prophecy fish that feels discontent. You asked me, and my predictions rarely err, especially in such matters. If you doubt me, feel free to investigate on your own. However, Beerus felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. How could this be? I distinctly had a score of 4. 2 before I slept. So how has it fallen to 3? 7 now? Yet. If the universe's composite index were to drop to 3. 5, there would indeed be a perilous threat of being erased by Lord Zeno. Could that recent nightmare have been a forewarning? But that seems implausible, as he had established contingency plans before sleeping. Though Frieza's subordinate was of modest strength, he nonetheless exerted considerable effort in the destruction of planets. While this individual often wielded his power with the facade of authority to engage in unsavory deeds, at least he had accomplished much in the realm of planetary destruction, which gave Beerus a modicum of confidence. Otherwise, given his propensity for slumbering for decades, the 7th universe would have been thoroughly annihilated by Lord Zeno long ago. Observing Beerus lost in contemplation without flinching, the prophecy fish yawned and rolled its eyes, remarking, "Very well, I shall not linger here to converse with you. Address your queries to whomever you deem fit. Humph, how fortunate that you awoke from that nightmare. Otherwise, I might have been the first pet prophecy fish to perish from starvation in the realm of destruction. Truly, a lamentable fate." Subsequently, the prophecy fish began to float unsteadily, its emaciated belly leading it slowly towards the kitchen. Prophecy fish, you are quite carefree, always preoccupied with eating. While Beerus looked down upon the prophecy fish, he never considered that such a gluttonous nature might be a characteristic of beings from his planet. Chapter 73. I do not mind if cooler acts as my proxy from the prophecy fish to the angels, and now to the esteemed god of destruction himself. It seems that each one possesses the true essence of a gourmet. What was I just contemplating? Ah yes, that rascal Frieza. Has he truly accomplished nothing of substance? The tasks I assigned and the responsibilities I entrusted must have been poorly executed by him. Otherwise, how could the composite score of the 7th universe have plummeted so rapidly? Had he exerted even a modicum of effort, maintaining the universe's composite index above 4 would have been entirely feasible. This must be the work of that scoundrel. Very well. It seems I have slumbered for far too long, allowing him to run amok. With that thought, Beerus raised an eyebrow, his eyes gleaming with determination. And with a snap of his fingers, a 3D projection materialized before him. This is precisely the newly forged communicator, imbued with the essence of a destroyer's powers. On the other end of the communicator, an image of a frozen demon appeared, even that of Frieza. Upon realizing this, Frieza stood in utmost reverence, trembling slightly as he greeted, "Greetings, Lord Beerus. It has been a while. May I inquire about your purpose?" However, upon witnessing the scene in which Frieza stood, the initially questioning tone of Beerus softened. What began as an inquiry morphed into a tone of suspicion. Where exactly are you, you rascal?" Frieza, for once, felt a flicker of concern, overwhelmed with emotion. Is Lord Beerus showing me kindness? I am truly touched. Enough with the pleasantries. Answer my question. Beerus retorted brusquely. This is in our spacecraft manufacturing workshop. Where else could I possibly be? In a spacecraft manufacturing workshop? But why? Beerus's suspicion deepened. Why on earth are you dawdling away here instead of diligently carrying out the tasks I assigned and the planet destruction plan? Do you no longer wish to fulfill your duties, or do you harbor other intentions? These words sent Frieza into a panic, his spirit nearly fleeing. Lord Beerus, you have truly misunderstood me. What? Is there some unusual occurrence I should be aware of? Beerus's tone turned ominously cold. After all, Beerus was not one to take waking up from a good slumber due to a nightmare lightly. If he discovered that this nightmare was indeed a harbinger of terror, he would accept it. However, the cause of this omen was not himself, but rather this frozen demon's failure to heed his directives, resulting in such consequences. Beerus sneered. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I would not hesitate to seek a new agent. I have heard whispers of a brother you possess, named Cooler, who has long desired to establish contact with me. If you, Frieza, are unwilling to comply, I would not mind making Cooler my representative." At this moment, Frieza was drenched in cold sweat from Beerus's words, trembling as he implored, "Lord Beerus, you are truly mistaken this time. It has not been due to my lack of effort in subjugating and destroying planets over these years, but rather an unforeseen incident has transpired. However, as you mentioned, my brother Cooler is indeed present in the spacecraft manufacturing workshop, diligently occupied there." "What? Cooler is also in the manufacturing workshop? Has your frozen demon clan abandoned their piratical ways to become spacecraft manufacturers?" As the divine consciousness of Beerus stirred, another figure indeed materialized before him. It was none other than Gula, who was diligently welding the spacecraft with a welding machine. This fellow is indeed preoccupied with the fabrication of spacecraft. What on earth is happening here? Haven't you, the Frozen Demon Clan, always served the Zeta organization? How could that affluent band of space pirates have fallen to such depths? Moreover, how is it that you two, as prodigies of the Frozen Demon Clan, have descended to the level of spacecraft manufacturing? What is truly going on? If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, then your existence will be rendered unnecessary. I shall personally intervene and reduce you to cosmic debris. Lord Beerus, are you still unaware of the circumstances? Of course, I am not. Beerus retorted with irritation. If you fail to clarify matters, I shall terminate this conversation. And upon our next encounter, I shall address you with my destructive powers. Frieza, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, slightly bowed in deference and respectfully recounted the events of recent years to Beerus. As Frieza spoke, Beerus gradually comprehended why the comprehensive rating of his seventh universe had plummeted so rapidly in recent years. Initially, this agent Frieza was rather diligent in his duties. However, a few years ago, he was ambushed by Whis and a mysterious individual. That heist had resulted in the near-total confiscation of Frieza's Legion's advanced technological equipment. To make matters worse, the unfortunate Cooler had unwittingly joined the fray and was likewise thoroughly plundered. Now, both factions find it a tremendous luxury merely to maintain contact and exchange information, let alone venture into extraterrestrial battles. The most unfortunate of all are his father, King Cold, and his brother, Cooler, who now frequently toil in the spacecraft manufacturing plant, engaged in various supply tasks. In the midst of all these tragic circumstances, Frieza had longed to vent his frustrations to Beerus, yet the god of destruction remained in slumber, leaving Frieza without a suitable opportunity. At last, that chance had arrived. As he poured out his grievances, it became evident that the issue was not Frieza's lack of effort nor that of his legion, but rather that Whis had taken a mysterious individual to undermine Frieza's forces. If this were indeed the case, it would be unfair to blame Frieza for his recent shortcomings in completing missions. The rapid decline in the universe's overall rating appeared to be linked to Whis' interference. Beerus, once again lost in contemplation, found himself in a rather awkward position. However, the minor characters on Frieza's side hardly registered in Beerus's thoughts. With a disdainful snort, Beerus declared, "I care not. Do not present me with excuses. Should I discover any further laxity in your duties, I will not hesitate to obliterate you and your entire legion. You would do well to heed my warning." With that, the communication was abruptly severed. Chapter 74, Beerus. Soon I shall no longer be your subordinate. The previously obsequious Frieza's expression darkened immediately. Humph, Lord Beerus. It is only because I currently lack the strength to challenge you that I address you as such. While his words held a grain of truth, he had already learned of the Dragon Balls. Just wait. Once I use the Dragon Balls to grant myself immortality, what will a god of destruction amount to? At that time, we, the Frost Demons, shall trample you beneath our feet. For now, Beerus could revel in his arrogance. Before Frieza's wish was fulfilled, he still had time to enjoy his status as a god of destruction. Dodoria, how many days until our new fleet can set sail? Dodoria respectfully replied, Lord Frieza. Our new fleet will be ready to embark in 3 days. Do you have any orders? Frieza pondered for a moment before responding, very well. Instruct the Jinyu force to prepare for battle. Gather all the fleets and initiate our previous plan to annihilate planets. Yes, the planet destruction plan. We shall wage all-out war and obliterate every target planet. This is our foremost priority. Execute it immediately. Dodoria promptly performed a standard respectful bow and exited the command chamber bearing Frieza's orders. Meanwhile, the ever-loyal Zarbin interjected, Lord Frieza, have you not received the message from Raditz? Is it not more pressing to seek out the Dragon Balls? Why send the Jinyu force to carry out the planet destruction plan? That matter can wait. Does it truly require such urgency? Observing his trusted subordinate, Frieza sighed softly, cursing inwardly. If not for Beerus meddling and pressuring me, there would be no need for a planet destruction plan. We could simply pursue the Dragon Balls, wish for power, and return to vanquish Beerus, ensuring our triumph. However, now that Beerus has awakened, Frieza deliberated for a moment and decided to adhere to Lord Beerus's commands. Otherwise, he might find himself obliterated by Beerus before he could gather the Dragon Balls to achieve immortality. It was indeed wiser to proceed methodically, allowing the Jinyu force to undertake the mission of annihilating the planets as directed by Beerus. Without providing the explanation that Zeno sought, he inquired, by the way, when can I expect the delivery of the new batch of detectors I ordered? Zeno checked the instruments in his possession and respectfully replied, My Lord Frieza. That set of detectors has already departed from Lord Cold, but it was intercepted en route by Lord Cooler's forces. As for the expected arrival time of the new detectors, it will likely take another year. Frieza immediately cursed, Cooler, you scoundrel. At such a crucial moment, you choose to hinder me. Without the detectors, how could they even consider going to Namek? They would be lost in such a vast planet, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He hastily urged his father, Lord Cold, to expedite the shipment, striving to acquire the latest batch of detectors. Without them, accomplishing anything was indeed disheartening. However, he soon reflected with a sinister chuckle, but leaving those scion brats alive was indeed a wise choice. Without the information relayed by that fool Raditz, how could we have ever learned about the Dragon Balls? He scoffed at Vegeta's foolishness, who had fixated on that insignificant planet Earth, oblivious to the fact that the true origin of the Dragon Balls lay on Namek. Very well, Zeno. I leave this matter entirely in your capable hands. You should have prepared sufficient small spacecraft by now. Reserve enough troops, and as soon as the new detectors arrive, we shall set forth to Namek to seek out the Dragon Balls. I shall credit you with the achievement. Regarding the imbecile Dodoria, he instructed, convey my orders to him. Once they set out, he should hasten to oversee the fleet's manufacturing. It was infuriating that his technology was limited to constructing spaceships and mini-spacecraft, while his father, Lord Cold, possessed the technology for detectors. The feeling of being constrained was truly unbearable. What on earth was that scoundrel Cooler up to? Frieza muttered to himself, as if recalling something. Well then, let us hope this year passes swiftly. Beerus, soon I shall no longer be your subordinate. Amidst his sinister laughter, Frieza inadvertently instilled a sense of vigor in Zeno. Was this merely an illusion? After severing communication with Frieza and Cooler, Beerus sat at his dining table, a cloud of confusion enveloping him. What kind of absurdity was this? This, you scoundrel, how dare you bring an inexplicable individual to rob my subordinates? Seizing all their spacecraft and advanced technological equipment? What on earth is going on? Is it possible that the High Priest has assigned you such tasks as well? This is utterly maddening. My dreams have been dashed. I am truly exasperated. What on earth is Whis up to? Why can I not reach him? No. I must locate Whis, for without him, everything remains inexplicable. At this moment, Beerus had completely regained his composure from the recent nightmare, and it appeared that all the issues stemmed from Whis. He then snapped his fingers in the air, calling out, Whis, Whis, you scoundrel, connect the communication at once. What on earth are you occupied with? How dare you ignore my calls? Even if you are engaged in some clandestine mission, you ought to inform me of your whereabouts or what you are doing. Time swiftly passed, each second ticking away, and Beerus's patience was gradually waning. After a full 5 minutes, the call remained unanswered. Whis, you rogue, what are you up to? How dare you neglect my communication? He then clapped his hands together with a forceful strike, and with a resounding crack, a surge of violet-red divine energy erupted forth, slowly coalescing before Beerus into the semblance of a galaxy. This appears to be a place known as the Milky Way. Based on the manifestation conjured by the divine power of Beerus, he deduced that perhaps Whis was situated within this remote galaxy, indicating he was indeed in the 7th universe. Given this context, one would not expect any unusual occurrences. Thus, why would Whis neglect his communications? It is peculiar. Certainly, something is amiss. In light of this, it is imperative to uncover the truth. Resolute in his determination, Beerus's divine energy surged forth uncontrollably, and the scene before him became increasingly vivid. Chapter 75. Beerus finds himself tired again as the images of the Milky Way, the solar system, and Earth gradually unfolded before Beerus. He found himself gazing upon a small noodle shop in a city on Earth. Suddenly, Whis's figure materialized before him. The sight left Beerus utterly astonished. Is this truly his angel, Whis? In the projection, Whis, donned in a hotel attendant's uniform, paused momentarily upon seeing Beerus's visage reflected before him. Oh, why is Lord Beerus here? Is there something you require of me? Ah, any matters can wait. The shop is quite busy at the moment, and I have no time for idle chatter. Furthermore, you should head off to sleep. Do not disrupt my work. Well then, this will have to suffice. Goodbye. With that, Whis's image vanished entirely from Beerus's view. What is the meaning of this? Beerus, in a fit of anger, pondered. What is this individual up to? Does he truly believe that the patrons of the establishment are too preoccupied to engage in conversation with him? I am, after all, a formidable god of destruction. How can he possibly deem it acceptable to sever our communication and video connection? Is he unaware of the immense divine energy required for a god of destruction to pursue an angel's whereabouts, especially across such vast distances? This fellow actually left me hanging without a word of explanation. It's utterly outrageous. In that moment, Beerus felt his temper rising, and this was simply intolerable. There must be something amiss with this individual, and I must ascertain the truth, no matter the cost. Is it truly necessary to journey to that remote planet for such trivial matters? It hardly seems worthwhile. Very well. I shall reach out once more to uncover what this character is up to. With a forceful exertion of his divine power, Beerus re-established a mental connection with Whis. However, this time, their communication bore no visual representation for Whis. He could only hear the exasperated tone of Whis's voice. Lord Beerus, what is it that you desire? I've conveyed that I am quite occupied. What could possibly be more significant than my summons? Beerus retorted, suppressing his irritation. You vanished for years. What were you doing all this time? At this, Whis paused momentarily, then replied with a hint of surprise. Did the oracle fish not inform you? The oracle fish had indeed shared something, but it failed to mention that you were serving as a hotel attendant on a distant planet. What on earth is going on? Whis sighed resignedly. Alas, it's a matter beyond my control. The Grand Priest has assigned me a mysterious task that I must fulfill. Whis then inquired, Lord Beerus, why the urgency in seeking me? To be brief, I am currently engaged in a top-secret mission that demands my utmost attention. Any negligence could lead to dire consequences. These words plunged Beerus into silence. Given that this matter involved the Grand Priest, it must be of utmost importance, revealing that Whis had his own burdens to bear. Consequently, Beerus resolved not to press further. He then recounted the troubling nightmare he had experienced. It turned out that his subordinate, Frieza, whom they encountered a year prior, had indeed caused a minor issue. However, the submission of equipment and advanced technology was entirely voluntary on Frieza and Cooler's part. We did not coerce them in any manner, so why was the blame being placed upon me? Besides, I am engaged in a highly classified mission. How could I possibly indulge in such trivialities? One must consider our statuses. How could someone of my caliber become entangled with a being from the frozen demon clan? It is utterly laughable. Well then, I shan't delve into further explanations. Lord Beerus, you ought to keep a closer watch on your subordinates. Focus on your own affairs, for the task I am undertaking is of paramount importance. Not just for our seventh universe, but potentially for all universes, which may face immense peril. This is the extent of what I can disclose to you. As for what transpired later, you may directly consult the Grand Priest. Very well, let us leave it at that. With that, Whis once again terminated the communication with Beerus. The bewildered Beerus was left utterly perplexed. What on earth is happening? It seems quite serious, indeed. Could Whis's task truly be of such gravity? It turns out that not only Universe 7 but all universes would be plunged into immense turmoil. This is indeed a significant event. Furthermore, Whis's remarks did not seem to indicate any substantial issues. After all, those who could partner with him on missions must be of comparable stature to angels or gods of destruction. Who else could possibly be worthy of Whis? Shrouded in such mystery, it seems illogical to consider that figures of their caliber, especially with Whis present, would resort to robbing Frieza and Cooler. However, based on his own investigation, Frieza and Cooler had no apparent reason to deceive him. Yet, it was undeniable that their equipment suffered considerable losses. Could there be some other secret hidden within this situation? After a while, Beerus managed to comprehend everything, realizing that knowing too much might not bode well for him. There was a considerable chance that his extensive knowledge could lead to dire consequences, as had happened before. Thus, as long as the universe's rating remained above 4 points and the seventh universe was not whimsically erased by the Omni King, this god of destruction could indulge in peaceful slumber. Suddenly, Beerus yawned, fatigue overtaking him. It seemed that in his haste to find Whis, he had significantly drained his destructive energy, and weariness surged once more into his mind. Remarkably, the great Beerus found himself drowsy again. As exhaustion washed over him, Beerus reassured himself. After all, the plan to annihilate the universe was left to Frieza and Cooler S forces. It should not greatly affect the overall cosmic rating. Moreover, with Whis stationed in the universe, he believed no major mishaps would occur. It appeared that the more one knows, the more one might err. Thus, it would be wiser to return to his slumber, aligning with his true desires. He left a message for Frieza, stating that should any significant matters arise, he could reach out, and Beerus would attend to them in due course. As for Whis, once the task was complete, he would surely return to the realm of destruction to provide a satisfactory explanation. Having unraveled all these intricacies, Beerus yawned again, bypassing even a greeting to the Oracle Fish, and directly retreated to his chamber. There, he lay upon his bed, quickly succumbing to the embrace of sleep once more. Chapter 76, Nappa and Vegeta head to Earth indeed. One cannot deny the vastness of Beerus's heart. However, his slumber would bring trials upon his subordinate Frieza. When Beerus next awakens, he may very well find a mysterious gift awaiting him. At present, he had no inkling as to why Whis was shrouded in such enigma. When the veil of secrets was lifted, it would undoubtedly astonish Beerus. Of course, all of this is a matter for another time. Although Frieza currently harbored his own schemes and calculations, on the surface, his forces operated according to Beerus's directives, obliterating planets and engaging in battles as required. The main contingent had already been dispatched, and they were unlikely to cause significant disturbances to the 7th Universe's overall rating, thereby ensuring Beerus remained untroubled during this interval. Yet, Frieza's subordinates were suffering, as the current supplies and ships were exceedingly strained. What once flowed freely had become a rarity, particularly for Nappa and Vegeta, who were beset by difficulties on an unknown planet. Seated cross-legged on the ground, Vegeta cautiously disabled the communication function on the detector and then sharply commanded Nappa, "Nappa, prepare yourself. We are about to depart." As Nappa, who had just settled down to rest, paused momentarily, he inquired, "What is it, Vegeta? Are we not continuing the conquest of this planet?" Vegeta responded sharply, "Did you not hear my words? Prepare yourselves. We shall depart immediately. Our objective is Earth." Nappa, taken aback, questioned, "Why are we heading to Earth? After conquering this planet, we could acquire new equipment." Vegeta snorted disdainfully, "Humph. It is all that fool Raditz' fault. He was defeated by a being on Earth with a power level of less than 3,000. Nappa chuckled, "In such a remote place there exists someone with a power level that high? How remarkable. Yet Raditz was indeed unfortunate. Despite carrying a precious scouter, such a calamity befell him. Could he not have escaped?" Vegeta scoffed. That worthless fool couldn't even flee, losing both himself and his ship along with the scouter. Such incompetence. Now we must undertake another journey. Nappa sighed. Indeed, that guy truly squandered a ship and a scouter. Those items are exceedingly valuable. I currently lack a functioning scouter and have no idea when the next shipment will arrive at our headquarters. Otherwise, this situation is quite troublesome. These individuals are like moles, evading detection, and without a scouter, pinpointing their location is exceedingly arduous. It's frustrating. Otherwise, why expend so much effort on this distant planet? Vegeta coldly interjected, "Enough, Nappa. Let us cease this idle chatter. Although Raditz's incompetence has cost us a ship and a scouter, we have at least received a crucial piece of intelligence. He has discovered a unique item from Earth known as the Dragon Balls, or Wish Orbs. Collecting 7 of them supposedly grants the fulfillment of any wish." Huh. Nappa, since our planet was shattered by that colossal meteor, this may be our chance to rise and break free from that scoundrel Frieza's control. Humph, Raditz has inadvertently rendered us a significant service. At that moment, Nappa gestured for Vegeta to keep his voice down, cautioning, "Do not speak so carelessly. Your scouter has communication capabilities." Vegeta rolled his eyes, "You imbecile. I have already disabled the communication function. Now, our task is to journey to that planet, locate all the Dragon Balls, and fulfill our long-awaited desire for immortality. Once we achieve immortality, Frieza will finally pay for his misdeeds." Dragon Balls? Immortality? Vegeta, could it be that this is your plan? Certainly. Are you not aware of my plans? Very well, I understand. However, we currently possess only a diminutive spacecraft. Can we manage to depart? Vegeta clenched his fist and bitterly remarked, "That fool Raditz has indeed squandered one of our vessels. Now we are left to squeeze ourselves in." Nonetheless, this individual was vanquished by a band of warriors with power levels around 3,000, suggesting that the inhabitants of that planet should not be underestimated. The last transmission from the probe indicated that those people seemed capable of controlling their combat strength through their emotions. If all goes well, I could venture there alone. Yet, to avert any unforeseen circumstances, it would be prudent for you to accompany me. Although it is a single-person spacecraft, we can manage to fit ourselves within. How infuriating. That rascal Raditz expects us to assist in his resurrection? Humph. The destruction of a precious spacecraft and a probe at his hands is utterly unforgivable. Very well. Once I become the universe's mightiest warrior, perhaps if I am in a good mood, I may consider avenging him. Nappa also clenched his fist, acknowledging. It appears that the humans on that planet should indeed be taken seriously. Raditz, the fool, has met his rightful end. It is a privilege for him that you, Vegeta, would personally seek vengeance on his behalf. Without further ado, the solitary miniaturized spacecraft quietly hovered before Vegeta and Nappa. The two squeezed in, forcibly cramming themselves into the craft. Vegeta, visibly irked, exclaimed, "Nappa, your bulk is excessive. Could you possibly distance yourself from me?" Meanwhile, Nappa, pressed against the wall of the spacecraft, replied helplessly, "Vegeta, I have no alternative. This vessel is simply too small. Aren't we constrained by budget? If there were additional ships, I would not wish to be crammed in with you. Do you have any objections?" Vegeta coldly retorted. Nappa promptly affirmed that he had no objections. "Very well, since we are on a quest for Earth specialties. I can endure this. At most, it will be for 9 months. In 9 months, we should arrive at this place called Earth. Heh, poor creatures. Enjoy these last 9 months of blissful moments." Swiftly, the small, single-person mini-spacecraft carrying Beerus and Vegeta hurtled towards Earth. Chapter 77. Whis, the Pain of Joy. The formidable Scions were about to descend upon Earth in a manner reminiscent of sardines packed in a can, while the inhabitants of the planet diligently prepared themselves for battle against the Scions. They persevered in their arduous training, shedding sweat in their quest to enhance their strength. Meanwhile, Piccolo remained selfless, rigorously training Goku's son, Gohan, with an intensity akin to hellish trials. Gohan, indeed, proved his worth, adapting to Piccolo's training regimen in just 6 months, steadily augmenting his power. Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, shedding their previous lethargy, unexpectedly embraced diligence, spending each day in the gravity chamber at the Capsule Corporation headquarters, fervently honing their skills. After all, the incoming Scion strength remained shrouded in uncertainty, leaving everyone apprehensive. They could not allow Goku to bear the burden alone. They too were Earthsea fighters and needed to contribute their share of effort. In this regard, the collective determination of the group was palpable. Interestingly, the most significant changes, albeit with minimal visible effects, occurred within the enigmatic figure of Roheo. Since their return from the future, Whis had been astonished to discover Roheo's remarkable progress in the restoration of his memory fragments. Without delving into the specifics of his memory capacity or the potential discovery of his true identity, areas in which Whis held little hope, certain scenes from Roheo's restored memories had left Whis profoundly unsettled. The identity of this enigmatic individual is becoming increasingly mysterious. The more information one acquires, the more powerless one feels. Most significantly, the formidable strength of Luo Hao has left Whis utterly astounded. His prowess seems to evolve daily. Initially, Whis could perceive a faint divine power emanating from Luo Hao, along with a subtle yet powerful aura. However, as Luo Hao's power becomes more restrained, he increasingly resembles an ordinary person. In terms of energy and divine might, even Whis, as an angel, can no longer detect the slightest fluctuation of energy, which astonishes him greatly. Even the High Priest or the King of All would find it impossible to completely suppress their power within themselves in his presence. Yet, the ever-increasing pressure emanating from Luo Hao indicates that he is by no means an ordinary individual. The subtle sense of oppression he exudes reveals that he has merely concealed his divine energy and strength within himself. As for just how powerful he has become, perhaps only those at the level of the High Priest or the King of All could truly comprehend it. What is even more terrifying is that this enhancement of strength continues unabated, evolving day by day, which fills Whis with trepidation. It is evident that a significant figure is indeed a significant figure. Wherever they may be, they cannot be compared to ordinary angels or destroyers. Presently, Whis can only comfort himself with this notion. However, although Luo Hao's strength continues to grow exponentially, What astonishes Whis the most is that this individual's growth seems limitless, changing every day, from initial astonishment to horror, and ultimately to a state of numbness. Whis has reached a point where he no longer concerns himself with the question of Luo Hao's ascent in power. This individual appears akin to a bottomless pit, perpetually growing stronger. As for just how strong he can become, Whis has lost interest and ambition in pursuing that knowledge. Regarding Luo Hao's so-called identity, Whis has been diligently seeking information, pondering, and researching since the fragments of memories began to resurface. As time progressed, with the accumulation of increasingly chaotic fragments and an avalanche of information, even someone as astute as Whis, an angel with remarkable cognitive capacity and computational ability, has begun to feel a profound sense of despair teetering on the brink of collapse. What manner of creature is this individual? Regardless of his formidable strength or the chaotic fragments of his memories, he is at least able to gradually restore himself in the seventh universe, which is a comforting thought for Whis. It is no wonder that the Grand Priest approached this task with such gravity, leaving even the Omni King in a state of alarm. Perhaps all of this aligns with some semblance of logic. The most absurd aspect is that Beerus, after a considerable slumber, makes a grand entrance on Earth with an assertive demeanor, ostensibly to defend his subordinate, Frieza. If that is indeed the case, things could become quite entertaining. Ah, Lord Beerus, does your penchant for slumber absolve you of responsibility? If you were aware that this individual delivered a resounding thrashing to Katra upon his recent awakening, I wonder if you would still dare to provoke this now vastly more powerful entity compared to years past? It is merely fitting to describe him as a significant figure. His true identity remains a profound mystery. Since Whis had contacted Beerus, he genuinely worried that the impetuous god of destruction might recklessly venture to Earth, only to confront Luo Hao and demand accountability. With Beerus's audacious and unruly demeanor, should he encounter Luo Hao, it would be Beerus who faced the consequences. Perhaps Whis's prayers and blessings had some effect. After a few days, he discovered that Beerus had not impulsively returned to Earth, allowing Whis a sigh of relief. He subsequently cast a probing spell, only to find that the carefree Beerus, after managing matters with Frieza, had once again succumbed to slumber, prompting another breath of relief from Whis. Whis was acutely aware of Beerus's typical disposition, yet this situation warranted an exceptional approach. Confronted with a being like Luo Hao, it was inevitable that Beerus would suffer losses. However, due to the confidentiality of his mission, Whis could not divulge everything to Beerus, as doing so might breach some arcane taboo. This was a dilemma for Whis. Although he found many aspects of Beerus's character objectionable, after a millennium of partnership, a bond had undeniably formed. Presently, Whis could only hope that Beerus would not recklessly awaken and seek trouble, entrusting his future fate to these small blessings. Consequently, during this time, Whis found his days remarkably fulfilling. Despite bearing the entire workload of the culinary club, he experienced both pain and joy. The joy stemmed from indulging in the diverse delicacies of Earth, while the pain, for an angel, was hardly significant. Chapter 78. Bulma kicked open the door to Luo Hao's home. However, as Whis continued to engage with Luo Hao, their friendship steadily deepened. Through various snippets of Luo Hao's memories, Whis gleaned considerable insights into the future. It appeared that in the future timeline, Beerus's loss of Earth was merely the initial spark of a dispute between the 6th and 7th universes. Eventually, a so-called tournament of power was held. Such an event truly existed, although it emerged slowly within the fragmented memories of Luo Hao. This at least heralded events yet to unfold. Regardless of the perspective from which one examines it, a singular issue is evident. There is a pressing need to enhance the capabilities of humanity across the cosmos. Only by elevating the strength of humankind in this universe and augmenting the cosmic score can the 7th universe progress in a stable manner. The enhancement of others holds little significance for these occurrences. Thus, it is determined that Whis now bears a crucial responsibility to discover and nurture exceptional talents. Cultivating his own cadre, it is likely that these formidable warriors will be fundamental to his and Beerus's standing in the 7th universe. The realization of this has brought great relief to Whis, yet what astonishes him further is that Luo Hao appears equally intrigued by this endeavor. He has taken to utilizing his spare moments to diligently guide the training of Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, Shenron, and Yamcha. As time flows by, swiftly passing like a fleeting dream. 9 months soon elapsed. One day, a colossal Scion spaceship, resembling a comet, descended with a thunderous impact upon a small town on the outskirts of West City. The earth trembled as the spacecraft created a vast crater upon landing. As the hatch of the spaceship gradually opened, 2 men, having embraced in slumber for 9 months, stepped forth from the vessel. It is precisely the two individuals, Nappa and Vegeta, who have descended upon Earth. Nappa, shifting his waist with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "It's quite cramped in here. Fortunately, I activated sleep mode. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't know how to endure these 9 months." As soon as the words escaped his lips, he sensed a chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from Vegeta's direction. This was not good. He had misspoken. It seemed that not only was he cramped, but Vegeta was evidently squeezed even more tightly. Trouble was brewing. In a moment of cleverness, Nappa surveyed his surroundings. He promptly raised his hands towards the heavens and unleashed a formidable attack. With a resounding crash, an unsuspecting little town behind him was obliterated by the explosion of his energy wave, causing the menacing aura from Vegeta to gradually dissipate. At that moment, Nappa wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved. That was close. Thankfully, I acted swiftly and completely annihilated that human settlement. Otherwise, if anyone were to witness this scene of Vegeta and me crammed together in the same spaceship, and if Vegeta were to retaliate, it would likely result in the extermination of everyone, including myself. I'm fortunate to have reacted in time, just as Nappa reveled in his fortune. He felt another sharp gaze upon him. Something was amiss. There was still a task left undone. Suddenly recalling something, he swiftly returned to the spaceship and cautiously retrieved their soul detector, presenting it with utmost reverence into Vegeta's hands. "Vegeta, what should be our next course of action?" At this moment, Vegeta's expression appeared somewhat more favorable. It seemed he had indeed recognized the prevailing circumstances, or else he would have remained oblivious to his own impending demise. However, Vegeta let out a disdainful huff and slowly donned the scouter atop his head. "Since you have already made acquaintance with the natives of this planet, our next visit will be to the mightiest warrior residing here." Subsequently, Vegeta pressed the button on the scouter, and after a series of beeping sounds, he abruptly pointed in a particular direction. "There. Remarkably, this planet harbors a being with a power level of 5,000. It appears we have underestimated them." Nappa was taken aback. "What? A power level of 5,000? How can that be? In this remote galaxy? On this unknown planet? Is there truly someone with such strength? Could the scouter be malfunctioning?" Vegeta chuckled lightly. "Even if the scouter were faulty, it matters not. 5,000 is still within manageable limits. Alas, it's unfortunate that Beerus, that fool, failed to gather proper intelligence and recklessly ventured to this peculiar planet. It seems he is courting his own demise. However, upon meeting that individual, we may discover entirely new insights. The thrilling game has only just begun." Nappa, with an ingratiating tone, remarked, "Then let us proceed, Vegeta." The two ascended into the air, hurtling towards Piccolo's location. In West City, the door of the restaurant club owned by Luo Hao was forcefully kicked open. Inside, a voice filled with impatience echoed, "Who is it?" Immediately, the tone of the voice softened by an octave upon the side of the irate figure at the entrance, none other than the visibly distressed Bulma. "Ah, is that not Miss Bulma?" Whis exclaimed, his face lighting up with a radiant smile. "What brings you here in person?" Bulma, unabashed by her brazen entrance, shot a glare at Whis and angrily inquired, "Where is that scoundrel Luo Hao?" Whis, feigning innocence, pointed upstairs. "He should be training." Bulma huffed indignantly. "At this hour? That guy is still training?" She then stormed up the stairs with resolute strides. Indeed, only Bulma could maintain such a fierce attitude and display aggression towards Luo Hao. With her audacity, she could easily be regarded as a goddess in Whis' eyes, albeit of a rather tempestuous nature. Without hesitation, Bulma burst into Luo Hao's room, finding him lost in thought, gazing at the sky outside. Is this what Whis refers to as training? Bulma pondered, somewhat perplexed. However, Luo Hao withdrew his gaze from the distance, and, with a gentle smile, inquired, "Oh, Bulma, is something the matter?" "Luo Hao, I heard Whis mention that you are training." "Indeed." This time, Luo Hao nodded earnestly. "I am diligently honing my skills. Is there an issue?" This left Bulma somewhat disdainful. It was truly audacious for this fellow to be daydreaming here, yet still have the gall to claim he was practicing. Such a lack of shame is unparalleled. Chapter 79. Should we have Whis eliminate those two scions? However, Bulma quickly recalled the primary mission for her visit and promptly explained to Luo Hao, "Do you know? I just saw a piece of news. Those two terrifying scions have arrived on Earth." "Oh, is that so?" Luo Hao replied with an impassive expression. "You imbecile. I'm talking about those two dreadful scions." "Oh, it's them, is it?" Receiving such a calm response from Luo Hao left Bulma utterly unsettled. "Did you even hear what I just said? Are you not the least bit surprised or excited?" "What is there to be surprised or excited about? Luo Hao retorted. Fine. You have no idea how terrifying these two are. Upon their arrival, they reduced a small town outside West City to ruins. Quickly, turn on the television to see for yourself. With practiced ease, Bulma turned on the television at Luo Hao's house and attentively selected the footage from earlier. Look at how brutal these two are. They've already killed quite a number of Earthlings. Aren't you even a bit shocked? How can you remain so composed? Luo Hao shrugged and said, Miss Bulma, what do you expect me to do? Contact your friends immediately. We must stop them from wreaking havoc on Earth. Isn't that what a guardian of the planet should do? You, who as always claims is incredibly strong. Are you now backing down in the face of these two terrifying scions? Luo Hao sighed lightly. Very well, if my intervention is truly necessary. Perhaps it would be beneficial to stretch my limbs a bit. But before we proceed, shouldn't we observe the situation first? Observing is indeed a good idea. Bulma suddenly recalled something. After all, Goku, Piccolo, and Krillin are present. With you all, it should suffice to provide support from the rear, which might yield better results. Then, Bulma located the footage of the destruction of the town and pointed to it. Look at how despicable these two scions are. By the way, this is quite troublesome. It seems they have already destroyed the entire imaging transmission system there. How can we track them now? Do you wish to see live footage? It was now Luo Hao's turn to question Bulma. Bulma nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. Of course I want to see it. I am very interested in what is happening there. It's just unfortunate that all audio-visual systems are down. Should we head to the site? Luo Hao smiled slightly. With Whis around, is there any need to go to the scene? We can observe what is happening there anytime, anywhere. Suddenly, with a subtle gesture, Luo Hao summoned the angelic scepter, leaving Whis, who was diligently repairing the lock in the lobby, with a wry smile. Here we go again. You truly are relentless. My angelic scepter is swiftly becoming yours. You reach out indiscriminately to seize it without a thought to my consent. This scepter of mine lacks any backbone. The moment you beckon, it appears before you. It's truly infuriating to have wasted my efforts on you. Yet, in this regard, Whis could do little more than vent his frustrations. He held no other resentment. He had previously exerted considerable effort to assert control over the scepter, aiming to reclaim its allegiance. However, his attempts bore no fruit, leaving him disheartened. When he issued commands to the angelic scepter simultaneously with Luo Hao, it inexplicably chose to heed Luo Hao's summons entirely, disregarding its true master, regardless of how much angelic power he infused into it. The scepter seemed to have no connection to him whatsoever, soaring effortlessly toward Luo Hao. This filled Whis with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Well, I am merely a bystander, and I have resigned myself to my fate. During this moment of reflection, the staff inexplicably vanished before him once more. Once again, is it borrowing without permission? After finishing the door lock, Whis ascended to the second floor, where he beheld two individuals engrossed in the 3D holographic projection, each holding an angelic staff. These two fellows are utterly oblivious to the invaluable nature of the divine artifact. Astonishingly, they have ceased even to watch television, opting instead to utilize my cherished treasure as a mere projector. What are these two individuals observing? Soon, from the projection of the staff, they beheld two figures clad in scion armor soaring through the air incessantly. Is this truly what they refer to as a scion? At that moment, Bulma, filled with excitement, pointed at the screen, exclaiming, Whis' staff is indeed remarkable. It allows one to see anything. I am beginning to genuinely believe in your formidable strength. How about this? Why not send Whis to eliminate these two scions? Just as Whis reached the doorway, he stumbled slightly, responding, You have quite the faith in me. Expecting a dignified angel to confront two ordinary scions. Then, Bulma muttered to herself, I wonder if Whis' petite frame can withstand that burly bald man's might. If necessary, you could lend a hand. Perhaps together, you two could impart a profound lesson to these scions. Aren't you both supposedly true masters? Perhaps we still harbor hopes of victory. Otherwise, at this juncture, Whis found himself utterly speechless. As a distinguished angel and childhood companion of the Grand Priest, was he expected to team up merely to vanquish two ordinary scions? Thanks to Miss Bulma's uniquely unconventional thought process, he was left in a state of complete bewilderment. Meanwhile, Bulma paid no heed to Whis and Luo Hao's thoughts, instead intently observing the two scions soaring through the air, casually asking Luo Hao, where are they headed? Luo Hao smiled gently, replying, They are likely seeking Piccolo. Considering Goku is not currently on Earth, they must be looking for the mightiest being on our planet. So, Piccolo is now the strongest on Earth? I had assumed it was you and Whis. Whis, utterly at a loss for words. watched from the sidelines with a cold glare. Well, it seems I am being compared to a mere mortal, which is quite unprecedented. Fine. Given your perspective as an ordinary earthling, I shall not hold it against you. After all, I am Whis, known for my magnanimity. At that moment, Bulma suddenly recalled something. Goku is not on Earth? Where have you taken him? Roheo raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, stating, this was done to prepare for the arrival of these two Saiyots. Whis has arranged for Goku to train in a special location. He likely hasn't received any news yet. Whis shrugged, adding, we should soon receive word of the Saiyots' arrival. I am confident Goku will return swiftly. However, there may be some delay. I trust Goku's training is progressing well, and defeating these two Saiyots should pose no issue, provided he can return in time. Chapter 80. Whis. Please take me back to Earth. The two exchanged glances, perceiving a hint of playful intrigue in each other's eyes. Observing their peculiar demeanor, Bulma's curiosity was piqued once more, prompting her astute and agile mind into action. As she surveyed the scene before her and noted their odd expressions, a realization dawned upon her. Indeed, the Saiyan known as Vegeta seemed somewhat familiar. Wait, let me ponder this for a moment. Yes, I recollect that we encountered this individual named Vegeta in a future timeline, where he appeared to have become a defender of Earth, fighting valiantly for its cause. Exactly. No wonder you two are behaving so strangely and nonchalantly. Presently, he is an antagonist, yet in the future, he will be one of us. In the realm of the afterlife, on King Kai's planet, Son Goku lay alone on the grassy expanse, his eyes closed and arms tucked beneath his head, diligently practicing his Ultra Instinct technique. To be honest, this leisurely existence is quite pleasant. Ever since I began mastering Whis' Ultra Instinct, I have experienced an unprecedented surge in my abilities. At that moment, an unrealistic voice interrupted from the side. Wukong, are you slacking off again? It was none other than the King Kai, who, with an irritated expression, abruptly disrupted Son Wukong's training. Wukong immediately sat up, a look of grievance on his face, and replied, King Kai, what do you mean by slacking off? I am diligently practicing the Zizai Ji Gong here. Can't you see? Well, you always have an excuse. The King Kai retorted, there is something significant I need to inform you about. Son Wukong paused slightly. What is it? Are you going to drive me away again? But I won't be leaving any time soon, as being here greatly benefits my training. It's not that I wish to linger. The King Kai gave Wukong a light tap on the forehead. What nonsense are you talking about? Am I that petty? I merely came to convey crucial information. Crucial information? Wukong's curiosity was piqued. What could be so important that the King Kai himself must deliver the news? With utmost seriousness, the King Kai declared, the two terrifying Saiyots you were worried about have already arrived on Earth. What? Wukong exclaimed, springing to his feet in shock. King Kai, could you please repeat that? The King Kai, somewhat annoyed, replied, do I need to repeat myself? Those two Saiyots have landed on Earth and have apparently destroyed a small town. They are currently searching for your friends. This is the information I have gathered thus far. But here you are, leisurely enjoying the scenery, the King Kai continued. Are you feeling particularly bold or simply oblivious? Wukong awkwardly scratched his head and said, well then, thank you for the notification, King Kai. It seems I must return to Earth immediately. Would you kindly assist me on my journey? The King of the Other World stood there, momentarily stunned. What? Aren't you going back? Goku chuckled lightly. Actually, I don't know how to return. I was brought here by someone named Whis, and as for how to go back, I'm at a loss. The King of the Other World replied with a peculiar expression. Then you should promptly notify the one who brought you here to take you back. Do not think of lingering here. In the future, refrain from visiting my King's planet without reason. Honestly, Goku, with utmost seriousness, bowed to the king and expressed, to be honest, I am truly grateful for your hospitality during my stay. I would appreciate it if you could inform Whis for me. What? The King of the Other World paused in surprise. You want me to contact Whis? Who is he? I don't know him. How can I possibly notify him? At that moment, Goku scratched his head, feeling troubled. This is indeed a dilemma. Is there no other way you could send me back, my lord? The king pondered for a moment. Haven't you ever traversed the million-kilometer snake way? A million-kilometer snake way? Goku looked utterly perplexed, continuing to gaze at the king with a bewildered expression. The king, exasperated, remarked, it seems you truly know nothing. Well, if I must assist you, place your arm on my back and silently concentrate on the name of the person you wish to contact. You will be able to reach him. Then, have that individual come to fetch you, and you can return to Earth. Honestly, you still require my assistance. Noticing the king's disgruntled demeanor, Goku decided against further hesitation. After all, he had grown quite familiar with the king over this time. A modicum of respect remained. However, when it came to business, Goku held no reservations. He placed his hand firmly on the king's back, mentally repeating Whis' name. Meanwhile, on Earth, Whis was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, Goku, is that you?" Goku, equally surprised, exclaimed, "Ah, Whis. I can actually reach you." The king, irritated, interjected, "What do you take me for? Do you think I would deceive an ordinary mortal like you? Speak quickly, do not waste my time." Goku nodded dutifully. "All right, Whis, do you have a moment? I've heard that the two scions have arrived on Earth, and my training here has come to a close. Please hurry and come to fetch me." Whis hesitated. "Goku, can't you return by yourself?" Goku smacked his forehead. "Oh dear, if I were to go back, I would need to traverse the million-kilometer Snake Way. Who knows how long that would take? Wouldn't it be easier for you to come and get me?" Whis, with a hint of frustration, replied, "Goku, it's not that I don't want to come for you. It's that I truly cannot spare the time. My scepter is currently being monopolized by two individuals engrossed in watching videos. As you know, I lack the scepter of an angel and am therefore powerless to act. Think it over yourself. We shall converse later." With a resounding clang, the communication with Sun Wukong was abruptly severed. Sun Wukong and the king of the realm exchanged bewildered glances, each staring intently at the other. The manager of this situation is indeed impeccable. However, Whis has mentioned that his staff is currently being utilized elsewhere. In the grand scheme of things, is watching a video more significant than the Science assault on Earth? This predicament has left Goku feeling somewhat disoriented. As for an alternative route, traversing the snake path for 1,000,000 kilometers, it ought to take just a few hours. Wouldn't it? King Kai calculated with his fingers. "Goku, with your current prowess, you should be able to manage this. It is estimated that in approximately 12 hours, you will reach the end of the snake path. I can assist you further. I will inform the God of Earth to wait for you at the end of the snake path. Once you complete your journey, the God of Earth will escort you back, thus fulfilling my obligation." Chapter 81. Bulma takes on the role of a supportive guide without hesitation. Goku greeted King Kai, immediately propelling himself into the air, swiftly breaking free from the gravitational pull of King Kai's planet and landing upon the snake path stretching for 1,000,000 kilometers. Wow, so this is the snake path, he mused, realizing that during his previous visit with Whis, he had paid it no mind, as he had been directly transported to King Kai's planet. This time, he must embark with full vigor, otherwise, the two scions on Earth may evade him. He pondered their strength. However, the mere thought of engaging in a battle with true masters sent exhilarating tremors through his body. At this moment, Goku had pushed his speed to the utmost limit, maneuvering deftly as he soared along the snake path. Ah, what a delightful sensation! I never anticipated that this would be the location of King Kai's planet. I hope the esteemed God of Earth can successfully return me. Alas, what a bother! Shortly thereafter, King Kai's voice echoed in his ears. "Goku, have you set off?" Goku, racing at full throttle, replied, "Yes, what is it, King Kai?" King Kai sighed with exasperation. "You ought to hasten your pace. I just observed the formidable strength of those two scions. It seems your companions on Earth may not stand a chance against them, and they could very well be in grave danger. I merely offer this as a friendly warning. The rest is up to you. As for that god, he should already be waiting for you at the end of the snake path. Whether you can make it in time depends solely on your efforts. Indeed, it appears that the Earth is truly facing a crisis. However, with Whis and Luo Hao present, Goku remains relatively untroubled. Nevertheless, upon hearing the king's solemn warning, he knows this individual would not casually misrepresent the situation. The prospect of his companions on Earth suffering any harm is something Goku would find utterly unacceptable. From another perspective, the status of Whis and Luo Hao on Earth is exceedingly elevated, far beyond the reach of the king, who can only perceive superficial threats. Had he been aware of the extraordinary existence of these two beings, he would not have harbored concerns regarding any potential danger to Earth, nor would he have felt compelled to caution Goku. Yet, this well-meaning advice invigorated Goku, prompting him to unleash the King's Fist, a technique he had mastered, as he traversed Snake Way, significantly amplifying his speed. After reveling in this newfound velocity for a while, Goku pondered the implications. What if he returned too late, and those two scions fell to Piccolo and the others? Such a fate would render his return rather unexciting. Thus, in a moment of determination, Goku shouted, "Double King Fist." His speed surged once more, propelling him with fervor toward the end of Snake Way. At that moment, Goku experienced an exhilarating sensation. Although the Double King Fist exacted a toll on his physical stamina, he found it entirely manageable. The exhilarating sensation of this surge in power is truly delightful, accompanied by Sun Wukong's hearty laughter echoing in midair. Even the golden clouds below were set into a cascade of immense ripples by his aura's fluctuations, as Sun Wukong journeyed onward. Nappa and Vegeta successfully arrived at the frozen plateau where Piccolo awaited. Suddenly, Piccolo turned sharply, issuing a sharp reprimand to the group. Are you lot ready yet? The adversaries are nearly upon us, and you're still dawdling. Behind him stood Gohan, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu, all busily donning an array of armor and battle attire. Strikingly similar to that of the Saiyans. Gohan complained, Uncle Krillin, could you possibly find me a smaller size? This armor feels a tad too large. Krillin, with a resigned expression, replied, Gohan, make do with it. This is the smallest size available. Look at Kaiatsu, he can't even fit into it. Kaiatsu, that's merely a scouter, just wear it, even if you don't know how to use it. At least it adds to our appearance. And you too. Yamcha and Tien, are you ready yet? Piccolo mentioned that those two are nearly here, so hurry up and don't embarrass us. Yamcha, grinning, remarked, Krillin, you've really outdone yourself. Where did you procure such peculiar gear? Though, I must say, the material of this armor is quite impressive. Krillin, with an awkward grin, responded, before we departed from the Capsule Corp headquarters, I happened to borrow a few items from Bulma's little storage. Surprisingly, I found quite a few good things. Although the styles of these armors may seem a bit outdated, their defensive capabilities are comparable to what we usually train with. Since we're going to battle the Saiyans, it's wise to have some decent gear. Tien held up a larger set of armor towards Piccolo, inquiring, Piccolo, aren't you going to wear a set? Piccolo scoffed coldly. You fool, rest assured, I would never don such bizarre clothing even if it cost me my life. To see you all dressed like this truly opens my eyes. He then looked up at the two dark figures in the sky. They're here. They've arrived. Krillin exclaimed, everyone, put on your scouters. This is advanced equipment designed by Miss Bulma, capable of detecting the strength of our opponents. Although, for us, it seems somewhat superfluous, as we can sense their energy and aura through our own techniques. Still, as a communication device, it serves quite well. At that moment, the scouter emitted Bulma's annoyed voice. Krillin, you scoundrel, you emptied my little storage. Just wait until I settle the score with you. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, for they all heard the voice of Miss Bulma. Krillin weakly inquired, Miss Bulma, can you see what is happening here? Of course, she replied. Who do you think I am? You lot better fight properly. Don't waste my armor and detector, or you'll regret it. Especially you, Gohan. Stop wearing that outdated detector. There should be a smaller one in the storage. Yes, just like that. To their surprise, Bulma was providing off-site guidance from the home of Luo Hao, instructing everyone on how to don their gear. Meanwhile, Piccolo expressed his boredom and then glanced up at the sky, observing Vegeta and Nappa. These two individuals truly possess formidable strength. The aura they exuded moments ago left the onlookers feeling quite uneasy. However, it is evident that the power of these two Saiyans far surpasses that of one named Raditz, as Nappa and Vegeta descended before the gathered crowd. An exchange of bewildered glances ensued, with each party perceiving an aura of peculiarity in the other's eyes. Nappa and Vegeta were utterly perplexed as to why these Earth warriors from a remote planet were equipped with the latest model of scouters, clad in battle attire and armor specifically designed for Saiyans. Who were these individuals? Why did they possess equipment akin to their own? On the other side, Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, Yamcha, and Tien stared at Vegeta and Nappa with a mixture of intrigue and disbelief. Could these two truly be the legendary Saiyans? Why did they appear so disheveled, resembling beggars? Yet, one could hardly fault Piccolo and Krillin for their incredulous gazes, for Vegeta and Nappa's appearances were indeed quite disheartening. Nappa, in particular, was clad in a set of Saiyan battle armor that bore visible scars. A chunk was missing from his shoulder, seemingly blasted away by a fierce attack. And he was also missing a section of his waist guard. Disturbingly, two dark imprints marred his chest, the result of an assault that had evidently inflicted considerable harm. While Vegeta's armor was relatively intact and showed no signs of damage, it sparked amusement among the onlookers. His battle boots bore a conspicuous hole, with his big toe peeking out, swaying back and forth. Is this fellow here to entertain us? Meanwhile, on the side of Krillin and Gohan, everyone stood in a perfectly aligned formation, donned in immaculate and resplendent Saiyan battle attire and armor, presenting themselves before the two extraterrestrial beings. Each individual boasted a gleaming scouter, polished to a shine, radiating a brilliant metallic luster. undeniably indicative of superior craftsmanship. In stark contrast, Vegeta and Nappa shared a single scouter, which sputtered sparks ominously on Vegeta's face, as if on the verge of malfunction. At this moment, one could hardly discern which party represented the cosmic marauders. The roles appeared entirely reversed. Vegeta and Nappa locked eyes with Gohan and Piccolo for a full 3 minutes. Yet the carefully crafted words Vegeta had prepared remained unspoken. It was Gohan who ultimately shattered the tension, gently tugging at Piccolo's cloak and inquiring, "Uncle Piccolo, are these two beggars?" The statement struck both Vegeta and Nappa like a thunderclap, rendering their bodies rigid with disbelief. They had ventured to this remote planet in search of the Dragon Balls, only to be mistaken for beggars by a mere child. This was utterly intolerable. Vegeta, displaying far more composure than Nappa, clenched his fists as Nappa prepared to erupt. With a disdainful snort, Vegeta remarked, "You little brat, what do you know? Where did you even acquire some of our equipment to flaunt it here? Truly outrageous." Nappa, gritting his teeth, retorted, "Humph. We can thank that scoundrel Frieza. Who knows what he has done? It seems like all supplies have mysteriously ceased over the past year. Their equipment is sharper than ours. It's quite disheartening." Yet Vegeta coldly interjected, "Do not engage them in trivial banter. Our purpose here is to seek the Dragon Balls." He activated his sparking scouter and chuckled, "I knew it. To have a battle power exceeding 5,000, it must be a Namekian. Humph, but this is advantageous. The presence of a Namekian confirms the existence of the Dragon Balls. Nappa, eliminate these scornful fools first. As for the Namekian, spare him for now. Once our wish is fulfilled, I shall personally dispose of him. However, it seems Kakarot is not among them. I truly wonder if that fool anticipated our arrival and hid away." Nappa chuckled darkly. "Very well, Vegeta. As you wish. Do they dare look down upon me? Humph. Once I have annihilated them, I shall take all their equipment back. I have been quite impoverished lately. However, Vegeta, to be honest, you really ought to replace your shoes. How did you manage to tear a hole in them last time? It is quite embarrassing." In that moment, Vegeta's facade of calm shattered at Nappa's comment, and he roared in fury, "You fool. I commanded you to kill them. What are you prattling about? How dare they despise us Saiyans? Humph. I cannot allow them to die too swiftly. I recall we have some cultivator seeds left from our last battle, correct? Use them to eliminate the weaklings. And you can take your time dealing with the strong. I shall not grant you any further chances. If your performance does not satisfy me, I will not hesitate to obliterate you on the spot." Nappa, intimidated by Vegeta's imposing presence, fell silent. "All right, I merely intended to offer a friendly reminder. Was it necessary to erupt in such fury?" However, upon witnessing Vegeta's murderous gaze, Nappa curbed his final 2 sarcastic remarks. Indeed, he felt only fear and trepidation in the face of Vegeta, yet he was filled with a sinister grin as he confronted the group before him. "Haha, these are my carefully nurtured minions, allowing you to witness what true terror entails." Though the power of these minions was not particularly formidable, it sufficed against foes whose combat strength barely surpassed a mere 1,000. Meanwhile, in West City, Whis, Bulma, and Luo Hao were thoroughly entertained by the unfolding battle. Bulma, in particular, found herself in fits of laughter upon noticing the hole in Vegeta's shoe, tears streaming down her face as she leaned against Luo Hao. "Luo Hao, that Vegeta is truly hilarious. His shoe has a hole. I can't stop laughing. Wahahaha." The sound of Bulma's joyous laughter echoed throughout the dining club. At that moment, Whis, ever perceptive, brought over 2 buckets of popcorn, one for Luo Hao and the other for himself. He settled cross-legged on the ground, eagerly observing the spectacle alongside Luo Hao and Bulma. After enduring a prolonged stretch of monotony, the rarity of such a thrilling battle was a delightful reprieve. Bulma, in a playful huff, remarked, "Whis, you are exceedingly biased. What about my popcorn? You bring snacks for the movie without considering me? A little courtesy would be appreciated. After all, I am a guest." Whis paused for a moment, realizing his oversight. "Ah, I truly forgot about that," he admitted, promptly offering Bulma his untouched cup of milk tea. "Miss Bulma, please enjoy this while we continue watching. During a break in their battle, I shall fetch you another bucket, if that suffices." Thus, the trio reached an unspoken agreement, silently watching the distant conflict unfold. Chapter 83. Nurtured Minions Battle. Nurtured minions on the battlefield. Nappa approached the crowd with a menacing grin. "Humph, you wretched insects are not worthy of the mighty Nappa's intervention. However, Vegeta has commanded me to dispatch you with my minions. The last 5 seeds I have painstakingly saved. Consider this a gesture of respect." With an even match of 5 against 5, he declared, "To be frank, each minion possesses a combat strength of 1,200, so you had best tread carefully. With that, Nappa punctured the ground with his finger, creating 5 holes to plant the seeds, which he then nourished with 5 drops of nutrient solution, chuckling, prepare to experience true terror. He then stood back, awaiting the growth of his minions. Upon hearing the term minions, Krillin's attention was piqued. Observing Nappa's actions, he seemed to realize. It appears that this Nappa fellow is utilizing some sort of cultivated seeds. We have those too. I believe there are still quite a few left in the warehouse. In a sudden flash, Krillin darted into the warehouse that lay adjacent to Bulma's abode. After a thorough search, he emerged before Vegeta and Nappa, brandishing a large bottle. At that moment, Vegeta and Nappa regarded the bottle with a mix of awe and disbelief, perceiving it as a monstrous curiosity. Could it be that those are cultivators? It seems to contain hundreds of seeds. How is that possible? Earthling, are you certain that what you hold is indeed cultivators? Do not jest. Such a weapon is exceedingly rare. Yet, without hesitation, Krillin casually extracted 5 seeds from the bottle and planted them into the ground with a resounding thud. If I plant more, do not accuse me of bullying you. You truly appear to be country bumpkins, seemingly impoverished. Krillin remarked to go on. That fellow's bottle of cultivator liquid seems rather scant, and have you noticed? The cultivators he produces appear to be rather underdeveloped. Just take a look at mine. Consequently, Krillin positioned the bottle of cultivators behind him, retrieving a bottle of nutrient solution. As he poured the nutrient liquid onto the 5 seeds, they robustly sprouted into thriving cultivators. On the opposite side, Nappa's pupils dilated in shock. This guy truly possesses cultivators, but where did he acquire that vast bottle of nutrient solution? Nevertheless, he mused. The robustness of Krillin's cultivators indeed dwarfed those he had cultivated. Could it genuinely be that the lack of nutrient solution was causing his soldiers to suffer from malnutrition? Vegeta interrupted with a sharp command. Nappa, be cautious. These cultivators are formidable and not to be underestimated. It appears our adversary indeed possesses our equipment. He smirked. Perhaps we have struck gold this time. Not only can we find the Dragon Balls to fulfill our wishes, but we may also receive a significant supply boost in terms of equipment. Indeed, Earth has proven to be fortuitous. I wonder where these ruffians procured such gear. Yet, none of this is of concern. Once we eliminate them, we shall interrogate them thoroughly, and the truth will be unveiled. Show no mercy, let us act swiftly. Nappa replied with a sinister grin. Very well, just a few cultivators. I shall not regard them as a threat. Watch me. With a sudden gesture forward, the cultivators of Naba launched a fierce charge. Without a moment's hesitation, Klin commanded his own more resilient cultivators to advance against Naba's forces. Amidst a flurry of punches, kicks, and explosions, it became evident that Naba's cultivators were no match for those of Klin, who swiftly dispatched them to the ground. The sound of 5 consecutive explosions resonated, inflicting significant casualties on Klin's side, leaving only 2 severely injured cultivators standing amidst the chaos. In that moment, Klin, now speechless, murmured, "This fellow is indeed ruthless. He can even self-destruct. It seems we are still woefully ignorant of such high-tech creations." However, recognizing the potential of this extraordinary weapon, he waved his hand decisively, sending the 2 remaining cultivators hurtling towards Naba. Just as Naba was caught off guard, 2 resounding blasts echoed as Klin's last cultivators detonated themselves on the spot. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Naba's appearance appeared even more tragic. A substantial portion of the armor on his shoulder had been blown away, and his knee seemed grievously injured, charred and blackened. This contraption is truly remarkable. At this moment, Vegeta was at a loss for words. You fool. Despite the formidable strength of the cultivators, you dare to confront them head-on. I am at a loss for words. Must you truly compel me to intervene? To deal with these insignificant insects warrants my personal involvement? However, Daba, wearing a sheepish grin, replied, Vegeta, do not be upset. I shall handle the remainder. Merely a few pitiful insects. When Lord Daba takes things seriously, they will stand no chance of struggle. Daba, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Otherwise, do not blame me. Daba shivered slightly, realizing he had indeed been overly arrogant. From Vegeta's tone, he sensed that the prince's anger had reached its zenith. Very well, you have chosen your demise. Daba then pointed a finger at Krillin's head. You, little bald one, how audacious of you. Fine, you may go first. The rest may consider attacking together or one by one. I do not mind prolonging your suffering. Humph. Little bald one, your fate is sealed. Use whatever tricks you possess. Krillin, undeterred, responded to Daba's provocation by leaping into the midst of the battlefield. I am not called Little Bald One. My name is Krillin. Bring it on, Big Bald One. Daba was momentarily taken aback. This fellow dares to call me Big Bald One. Very well, you are clearly courting death, since you wish to die so eagerly. I shall not hold back. Piccolo interjected with a cold snort. Krillin, be cautious. This opponent is quite formidable. Unleash your full energy. Do not falter here. Krillin was slightly stunned. This guy is strong? Well, thank you, Piccolo. With a fierce shout, Krillin unleashed his formidable power, elevating his combat strength and energy to their utmost limits. The last Scion I faced was swiftly eliminated by Piccolo. This time, I shall not hold back. You have truly chosen poorly. Chapter 84. The growth of Piccolo's combat power as Krillin's energy surged and intensified. Vegeta, watching from the sidelines, scoffed. How is this possible? Combat power of 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. Little bald one, your power exhibits such a significant fluctuation. How can this be? Daba, be wary. This opponent is not to be trifled with. His strength has risen to over 5,600. Over 5,600? How can this be? Daba stood in stunned disbelief. Utterly flabbergasted. This is merely an ordinary earthling, and in this remote star system, how could he possess a combat power exceeding 5,000? He is not a Namekian. Vegeta merely snorted in response. How should I know? Their combat prowess seems to fluctuate with their emotions. Do not underestimate them. With your power level of 7,000, you should have no trouble facing someone with a little over 5,000. However, remain vigilant. Avoid being ambushed or sustaining severe injuries. Defeating him should not pose a problem. Rest assured, for I shall be with you in due course. Higi, I truly did not anticipate that these fellows could surprise us so delightfully. Perhaps we have indeed struck gold this time. Vegeta gazed confidently at the others, his expression laced with disdain. I hope you will not let me down. At this moment, the battle between Krillin and Nappa had escalated into a fierce confrontation, with both sides abandoning any pretense of testing the waters and engaging in a full-throttle assault. The air resonated with the sounds of intense clashes. At this juncture, although Krillin's momentum had reached its zenith and his energy surged to its peak, his overall strength still paled in comparison to Nappa's, a fact that Vegeta had accurately pointed out. During the fray, a figure was suddenly sent flying by a powerful kick from Nappa, crashing into a distant mountain peak. Emerging from the rubble, Krillin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and muttered, "This hulking brute possesses extraordinary strength. I am truly no match for him." Nevertheless, Krillin was not daunted by Nappa's strike. Having adjusted his mindset, he resolved to continue the assault against Nappa. At that moment, Tianjin Fan and Lu Ping were visibly displeased. Lu Ping exclaimed, "What are you doing? You have already lost. It is our turn." Tianjin Fan retorted with bitterness, "Must you monopolize all the glory this time?" Lu Ping shrugged, responding, "Tianjin Fan, you are being rather ungracious. It is only fair that I get my turn, isn't it?" Meanwhile, Vegeta clenched his teeth in frustration, declaring, "You lot, do you think this is merely a game? Are we engaged in some sort of tournament? What nonsense! This is a battle for survival. Naba, do not hesitate. Eliminate them all." Naba, tightening his fists, replied with a sly grin, "As you wish, Vegeta. Although this little one may lack strength, he is quite spirited in combat. As for the rest of them, I cannot speak to their prowess, but I have no qualms about dispatching them one by one on the spot." At this moment, Piccolo abruptly interrupted the quarrel between Tianjin and Lu Ping, coldly snorting, "You two, cease your bickering. Neither of you stands a chance against him. Instead, focus on me." He then removed the heavy cloak and helmet he wore, discarding them onto the ground with a clang. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. This guy is still wearing weighted clothing? No wonder his power level has increased. This Namekian is quite formidable. Piccolo then turned his gaze toward Vegeta's scouter, challenging, "Use your device to measure our battle power. Just how audacious are you scions to invade my Earth?" With fists clenched, Piccolo unleashed a series of roars, elevating his aura to its zenith. The readings on Vegeta's scouter fluctuated. 5, 600, 6, 000, 6, 500, 7, 000. Astonishingly, it kept rising. 8, 000, 8, 380. Nappa, come back. You are no match for this Namekian. Nappa hesitated. This Namekian? Vegeta, is your scouter malfunctioning? Vegeta scoffed, "You fool. This guy's energy is entirely different from those weaklings we faced earlier. You are definitely outclassed. Watch closely. It is remarkable that such a skilled warrior exists on this remote planet. They can indeed manipulate their power through their emotions, quite troublesome." With his full power unleashed, Piccolo smiled slightly. "What's the matter? Are you frightened now? Aren't you the fearsome scions? Is this all the courage you possess?" He chuckled. "Hey, big guy, I assure you, You are not my match. And you, little one, stop merely talking. Do you only know how to bluster here? Let me tell you, if Goku were present, we would team up, and you wouldn't even have a chance to leave this planet. Enjoy your final moments of bliss, for soon you shall have no further opportunities. Vegeta, taken aback, inquired, Goku? You mean Kakarot? Right, I just remembered. Where has that scoundrel gone? Is he at Billy or somewhere else? Tell me, where is that traitor of our Scion race? At that very moment, Goku remained in the underworld, traversing the Snake Way. He had ceased running and flying at a rapid pace, standing at the edge of the path, leaning against a leg, panting heavily, wiping the sweat from his forehead. This is truly exhausting. Using the Kaioken to travel seems a rather foolish plan. If I don't hurry, I may indeed miss my chance. The burden imposed on one's body and the exhaustion incurred from the Kaioken technique are indeed formidable. While it may be feasible for brief encounters, employing it for sustained flight is utterly taxing. Goku, glancing helplessly at his trembling legs and hands, suddenly had an epiphany. Of course. Why have I been relying solely on the Kaioken? Have I truly forgotten the ultra instinct I have comprehended during my 6 months on King Kai's planet? Indeed, I possess the mastery of ultra instinct. With this thought, Goku slowly closed his eyes. The ultra instinct that was taught me should be like this. In an instant, Goku's body vanished without a trace, as if he had employed instantaneous movement. The next moment, at the end of Snake Way, the anxious Earth God was startled by the sudden appearance of a figure beside him. Goku, is that really you? How did you arrive so swiftly? The God of Earth stared in astonishment at Goku. Chapter 85. The corpse of Baba lies before us. Goku, equally bewildered, gazed at the Earth God. Is this what Ultra Instinct feels like? I never expected such miraculous capabilities from it. In that fleeting moment, he found himself at the end of the remaining 23 Snake Way. Truly, it was surprisingly potent. Whis and Rohan are indeed masters among masters. However, lamenting about it serves little purpose now, and the inconsistent efficacy of Ultra Instinct leaves me quite frustrated. Regaining his composure, Goku inquired, Earth God, how do I return to Earth? The god wiped the cold sweat from his brow. You truly do ramble excessively. Those 2 Scions have been on Earth for quite some time. If you don't hurry back, you may find yourself collecting their remains. Quickly, place your arm on my back, and I shall take you back to Earth. Goku complied, and in an instant, they returned to the goddess palace. Upon arriving, Goku opened his eyes in awe. Wow, we are already at the palace. That's impressive. He squinted slightly. It seems a bit distant, but I should make it in time. Goku leapt from the goddess palace, and as he passed by Kirin Tower, the wise Kirin tossed him 2 sins of beans. Goku, restore your energy before proceeding. There should be no immediate danger on their end. Goku accepted the beans and sped towards the battlefield where Piccolo and Krillin were engaged in combat. Just as he set off, Goku popped a senzu bean into his mouth and chewed it vigorously. With a resounding pop, his energy levels surged to their peak. Indeed, senzu beans are remarkable. At this moment, Goku's confidence soared to new heights, and with a fierce shout, he declared, Kaioken. With the strength and speed of his body doubled, he raced at full speed toward the battlefield of Vegeta and Nappa. Suddenly, he found himself suspended in midair, retracting the King Kai Fist technique. How foolish of me. I was about to use the King Kai Fist again, completely forgetting about the Ultra Instinct I had just mastered. What a careless mistake. If I were to fly using the King Kai Fist from this distance, I would surely be left gasping for breath. At this moment, Goku realized everything. Slowly closing his eyes to sense the positions of his companions. Silently, he prayed, may this time the Ultra Instinct demonstrate its unparalleled power once more. Meanwhile, on the distant battlefield, after warning Nappa, Vegeta suddenly heard a warning beep from his scouter. What is happening? Vegeta tilted his head toward the distance. Nappa, change of plans. Nappa, slightly taken aback, asked, what's wrong? Vegeta turned to Nappa and exclaimed angrily, I've detected another fighter with a power level around 8,000. Huh. This truly is a surprise. However, regrettably, that fighter seems quite far from us. Before they can regroup, we must eliminate all the enemies in front of us. Otherwise, allowing them to gather would be quite troublesome for us. I'll handle this, Namekian. You take care of the rest swiftly and decisively. No dilly-dallying. Nappa gritted his teeth. Another fighter with a power level of around 8,000? This is indeed troublesome. At that moment, Piccolo sensed something amiss and shouted, everyone, hold nothing back. Give it your all, or we will be in serious trouble. It seems these Scions are ready to fight to the death. Tien and Yamcha exchanged glances, then unleashed their full power. It appears we truly have to fight for our lives. This is a critical moment. However, Krillin was particularly worried about Gohan. As he noticed Gohan standing there, somewhat stunned by the surge of energy from the others. After all, he was still just a child. Despite a year of special training with Piccolo, he had never witnessed such chaos before and was easily thrown into a state of shock during this melee. Momentarily distracted, Krillin was caught off guard by a swift strike from Nappa, who landed a devastating blow that left Krillin severely injured. One of his arms was broken by Nappa's sneak attack. At that moment, Krillin helplessly clutched his severed arm. "You sly devil." Nappa chuckled maliciously. "This is no fair duel. Vegeta has ordered that we eliminate all of you before that guy arrives." "Heh, little bald head, you are the first, but do not worry. Your companions will soon join you." Gohan, feeling guilty, helped Krillin to his feet. "Uncle Krillin, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault you got hurt." Krillin shook his head, declaring, "It's all right. I still have one hand left. I can handle him." However, Piccolo scoffed, "Two fools. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up." With that, he prepared to charge at Nappa. Yet, as he moved, the figure of Vegeta appeared before him. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, coldly confronting Piccolo. "What are you in such a hurry for, Namekian? Your opponent is me." "Humph. Do not even think of pulling any tricks in my presence." Piccolo was taken aback. Realizing the speed of this diminutive scion was astonishing, his eyes could not keep up. Indeed, he recognized Vegeta as a formidable adversary. Meanwhile, Nappa, from a distance, sneered menacingly. "Do you two have any last words? If not, I wouldn't mind sending you on your way." With that, he summoned a surge of energy in his right hand, preparing to unleash an energy wave towards Krillin and Gohan. At that moment, Tien and Kairatsu attempted to rush forward to intervene, but it was already too late. At this moment, Krillin gritted his teeth and declared, "Ha! I still possess a secret technique. Do you really think you can obliterate me so easily? Dream on." With that, he swiftly positioned himself in front of Gohan, raising one arm towards the heavens as he murmured, "Energy sphere slash." Before long, a disc-like energy wave materialized above Krillin's head, aimed squarely at Nappa. "Humph! Take this, you fool. Here comes my ultimate move, the energy sphere slash." With a resounding hum, the entire energy sphere shot forth with furious velocity towards Nappa. Caught in the midst of gathering energy, Nappa dismissed the approaching thin, circular energy wave, scoffing, "You little bald-headed brat. Your stamina and power have diminished to a new low. What harm could this feeble attack possibly inflict upon me? Don't be absurd." Suddenly, a warning from Vegeta pierced the air. "Nappa, you imbecile. Watch out." Just as he registered the warning, Nappa hesitated, and by the time he attempted to evade Krillin's attack, it was already too late. With a resounding hum, the energy sphere sliced cleanly through Nappa's body, severing the fearsome scion in two, leaving him lifeless on the ground. Incredibly, it had succeeded. Chapter 86, Goku. "It's up to you." Krillin clenched his fist triumphantly. "Ha! You underestimated me, you fool." The onlookers were left utterly astonished. Tien and Yamcha stood there, speechless. Gohan, equally dumbfounded, exclaimed, "Wow. Uncle Krillin, how did you manage to become so powerful?" Krillin chuckled modestly. "I haven't trained in vain this past year. This is my self-developed ultimate technique, capable of slicing through anything." "Humph. That fool was too complacent, thinking that losing an arm would render me powerless." Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. "Nappa, you fool. After all these years of battle experience, how could you fail to recognize your opponent's technique and meet such a pitiful end here?" However, it seemed the Namekian wasn't much stronger than Nappa either. At that moment, Piccolo was still in shock over Nappa's demise, staring blankly. As he observed Krillin's performance, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Vegeta had struck him from behind. This scoundrel showed no honor, daring to ambush him. But soon, Piccolo's senses began to blur. Vegeta's punch was incredibly forceful and heavy. With a thunderous impact, Vegeta withdrew his powerful fist from Piccolo. "Humph. Namekian, don't think yourself superior to Nappa. Huh. I'll dispose of you, a mere warrior with a power level of 8,000. And even if Kakarot arrives later, he won't pose a challenge for me. You underestimate us scions far too much." Suddenly, Vegeta gathered an even more terrifying energy sphere in his right hand, pressing it directly against Piccolo's chest. "Haha, that Namekian, you can rest assured and die?" Originally, he had intended to keep him for last, but it seemed the circumstances did not permit that anymore. However, it mattered little. As long as he obtained information about the Namekians, that would suffice. As for the Dragon Balls, once he arrived on Namek, everything would be settled. Your life or death is of no consequence to me now. You shall perish. With that, Vegeta prepared to unleash the energy in his hand. Suddenly, an unexpected voice erupted from behind Vegeta, shouting, Kaioken. A flash of red light illuminated the scene as Vegeta felt a tremendous impact at his waist. As if struck by lightning. In an instant, he was ambushed, two fists crashing into his midsection, propelling the formidable scion into the air. The energy sphere he had conjured grazed Piccolo's shoulder, barely missing him. Goku, the one who had launched the surprise attack, muttered, that was close. Piccolo was almost eliminated in an instant. This scion's power is truly terrifying. As the onlookers recognized the figure that had appeared behind Vegeta, they collectively exhaled in relief. Goku. Thank goodness you made it just in time. It was a close call. Piccolo, however, coldly scoffed. Son Goku, who asked you to save me? If it weren't for that scion's ambush, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Stubborn as always. Goku observed Piccolo, who was still swaying unsteadily, and replied, all right, you stubborn one. What is the point of saying that? It's meaningless. He then retrieved a Senzu bean from his belt. Dividing it in two, one half tossed to Piccolo and the other to Krillin. You've both sustained serious injuries, but no worries. I'll handle this, scion. I have an inexplicable sense of destiny with him. At that moment, Goku gazed at Vegeta suspended in midair, filled with anticipation. For some reason, this guy always excites me. Perhaps he truly is my lifelong rival. You two focus on healing. I'll take care of the rest. As Piccolo and Krillin consumed their half of the Senzu beans, their injuries healed almost instantaneously. Observing the entire process, Vegeta's pupils narrowed slightly. What is that thing Kakarot is holding? It completely restored that little bald guy's severed arm and this Namekian's injuries. If he had more of those, wouldn't they be practically immortal? This indeed presents quite a predicament. Yet, despite the trouble, compared to my prowess, they remain nothing but insignificant insects. Vegeta laughed uproariously in midair, proclaiming, You pathetic ants have truly provoked me. Come at me all at once. This time, I shall grant you no chances. Humph. Even if you possess such miraculous artifacts, I shall not afford you the opportunity to utilize them. Under a single, decisive strike, do you think there will be a moment to consume such wondrous elixirs? Nonetheless, I have acquired intriguing intelligence. It appears that these items may surpass our medical capsules in efficacy. After I eliminate all of you, perhaps such miraculous beings will still exist on Earth. Carrying a few for self-preservation could be a prudent choice. As a token of my gratitude, I shall obliterate each of you without inflicting any suffering. Be thankful for my mercy. Will you approach as one, or how shall you proceed? Vegeta taunted the crowd, while Goku slowly ascended, adopting a stance of opposition to Vegeta. Is it truly necessary for us to join forces against you? Defeat me first, he declared. Piccolo, gritting his teeth, retorted angrily, You arrogant fool, do you really believe you can confront him alone? Without my assistance, it is impossible. Krillin placed a reassuring hand on Piccolo's shoulder, saying, Piccolo, now is not the time for pride. You felt the terrifying power Goku unleashed moments ago. We are not on the same level as Goku and this malevolent scion. Here, we would only hinder Goku. Let us retreat to his safe distance and observe. I believe that is what Goku intends. Piccolo, with clenched teeth and a sense of reluctant defeat, remarked, Humph. There will not be another opportunity like this. Soon after, Goku soared into the sky, racing towards the horizon. Krillin, Goten, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu exchanged glances. Goku, we leave it to you. They all proclaimed in unison. They then took to the sky, heading in the direction Piccolo had flown. Chapter 87. Goku suffers a nosebleed from Vegeta's assault as Vegeta observed the departing figures. He was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter in midair. Kakarot, your foolishness has truly opened my eyes. Initially, I thought your group might overwhelm me with a full frontal assault, which would have been somewhat overwhelming. However, now that it is only you left, I hardly regard you as a threat. This works in my favor. You once had a chance to triumph, but you have now forfeited it. Once I deal with you, the rest will be no match for me. Hee, you have sought your own demise. Sun Wukong chuckled mischievously. You truly have a knack for boasting, my friend. However, allow me to offer a gentle reminder. Vegeta, taken aback for a moment, inquired, What is it? Do you have some final words to impart? Yet, Sun Wukong merely pointed at Vegeta's shoes, which revealed his toes, and remarked, Next time you visit Earth, might you consider donning a new pair of shoes? Do you truly believe that exposed toes are appealing? This statement caused Vegeta's expression to fluctuate between shades of green, red, and pale white. This is truly a profound humiliation. You, my adversary, have come to engage in a life and death struggle with me, yet your attention is fixated on my exposed toes? What of my toes? Does it truly concern you? No, this individual is deliberate. He seeks to provoke me. In an instant, Vegeta discerned Goku's scheme and swiftly regained his composure. Kakarot, is this your psychological warfare? Alas, it bears no significance for me. Well, I am aware that your previous maneuver can unleash a sudden surge, elevating your power to unprecedented heights. Now, I grant you the opportunity to employ that technique openly once more, lest you blame me for withholding it from you. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku momentarily hesitated. The technique that harnesses my full potential? Oh, you refer to the Kaioken. No, I shan't resort to that against you. While it may temporarily amplify my strength and energy, its flaw lies in its excessive toll on stamina. Presently, I possess a far superior technique to confront you. Allow me to demonstrate what true mastery, imparted by great powers, entails. Vegeta scoffed coldly, dismissing Goku's bravado. Do not feign superiority here, Kakarot. Do not blame me for denying you an opportunity. You are courting your own demise. Yet, inwardly, Vegeta's mind was in turmoil. This fellow exudes such confidence. Could he indeed possess a more formidable technique yet to be revealed? Perhaps it is a trap. Yes, it must be a ruse. His strength pales in comparison to mine, and he is likely setting a trap for me. Caution is paramount. However, on the surface, Vegeta wore a terrifying grin. Heh, I am coming for you. In an instant, he unleashed his full power, charging directly at Goku's face. At that moment, Goku, brimming with confidence, faced the fearsome Vegeta and, astonishingly, did not immediately invoke the Kaioken. Instead, he disregarded Vegeta's onslaught, gradually closed his eyes, and calmed his spirit, murmuring softly, the ultimate technique of free and unfettered intent. This fellow actually intends to confront his opponent using the Ultra Instinct technique. Vegeta, who had charged right up to Sun Wukong, momentarily paused, pondering, that rascal Kakarot. Why does he not assume any defensive or offensive posture, and why has he closed his eyes? Could this truly be a trap? Just as Vegeta was about to unleash a full-force attack, he hesitated. What should he do? A punch seems inappropriate, yet refraining from one feels equally futile. Ultimately, he decided to lightly jab as a probe. If it were indeed a trap, he could still defend himself. Thus, Vegeta's tentative punch gently connected with Wukong's nose. Wukong, without any form of defense or countermeasure, was struck squarely in the face by Vegeta's light blow. With a resounding thud, Wukong was sent flying back. Propelled by the seemingly innocuous strike, soaring 4 or 5 dozen meters before landing unceremoniously on the ground. At that moment, Wukong slowly opened his eyes and murmured, "Oh dear. This time the Ultra Instinct technique has failed. This move is indeed troublesome." Noticing the blood streaming from his nose, he wiped it away and stood up, saying, "The Ultra Instinct is powerful, no doubt, but it is so inconsistent. What a vexation." Meanwhile, Vegeta, who had launched the light punch, stood dumbfounded. Is this truly the legendary technique of your so-called great inheritance, your invincible move? My mere probing attack almost left you severely injured, you scoundrel. You have indeed been toying with me. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have attacked with all my might. This strike could have determined the victor. At that moment, Vegeta was filled with regret, utterly deceived by Kakarot's pretentious display. I am none other than Prince Vegeta. Yet I have been toyed with by a lowly warrior. This is an utter disgrace. However, the ones most distressed were not Vegeta, but the 3 spectators in the Rohio family. At that moment, Bulma gazed at the bloodied Sun Wukong, utterly bewildered. What on earth happened? Turning to Whis, she noticed him covering his face with his hands, seemingly unable to show his face, muttering, "You cannot see me. You cannot see me." Witnessing Whis in such a state, Bulma burst into laughter, asking Roheo, "Is this what you call Whis' proud technique? It seems rather ineffective. Look, Wukong is still bleeding." Roheo provided Bulma with an explanation, effectively giving Whis a way out. He remarked that Whis' technique, in truth, is profound and intricate, but Wukong's realm is too low to fully grasp it, hence its inconsistency. However, if wielded correctly, that Vegeta would be no match for Wukong, would he? Whis? At this moment, Whis revealed a grateful glance through his fingers, acknowledging that this was the only plausible explanation. However, I must commend Goku's audacity. He boldly engaged the enemy using the Ultra Instinct technique right from the outset. Perhaps during his time with the King of Otherworld, he experienced a significant breakthrough in this ability, yet its application in combat still seems somewhat tenuous. With his mood now adjusted, Whis sighed in resignation. Bulma, perplexed by the conversation, pointed at Vegeta's tattered armor and inquired, "Why does this equipment seem so familiar? Did you all borrow it from this guy's lair?" Whis paused momentarily, then fell into contemplation. "It appears we did not pilfer from them. No, it was not theft, but rather a borrowing. Indeed, we are significant figures. How could we stoop to stealing from lesser beings? Right, Luo Hao?" Chapter 88. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, while Luo Hao rubbed his stiff face, finally suppressing the smile he had been holding back. He stated with conviction, "The individual we were seeking was named Frieza and Cooler, and he seems to have no connection to this Vegeta. However, I have heard that this Vegeta and the recently deceased Ba were subordinates of Frieza. Perhaps the multitude of items we borrowed from Whis has hindered their logistical support? Indeed. Acquiring such a vast array of equipment at once must mean they want to be replenishing their supplies for quite some time, especially since these items are consumables meant for combat. All right then, let us not concern ourselves with others' troubles, for he is the invader on Earth, while we are its defenders. As for the tattered state of his attire, so be it. By the way, your little storage has been pilfered by Krillin. Do you have any objections to that?" Bulma exclaimed in indignation, "That Krillin! I shall make him pay for this. Those items were part of my prized collection, and he had the audacity to distribute them as if they were common welfare." Yet she added, "Nevertheless, it matters not, for we are all engaged in battle, contributing to Earth's defense. Thankfully, Krillin did not steal my spaceship. Otherwise, I would truly have a score to settle with him." Then, as if recalling something, Bulma remarked, "It seems Goku is not a match for this Vegeta. Should we not go to the scene and lend a hand? What if Goku cannot prevail? Wouldn't he that put Earth in jeopardy?" Luo Hao offered her a reassuring glance, saying, "Miss Bulma, your concern seems to cloud your judgment. Have we not visited the future? In that timeline, you witnessed Goku and Vegeta, both of whom are alive and well, having become good friends. This is merely their first encounter. Perhaps this battle will forge a bond of mutual respect between them. Let us refrain from interfering this time. Moreover, even if unforeseen circumstances arise, with both Whis and myself present, can you truly harbor any doubts?" Bulma, however, regarded both Luo Hao and Whis with a skeptical gaze, exclaiming, "You two do not strike me as particularly reliable. All right, let us not dwell on this. Focus on the spectacle. Goku is about to unleash his full power. So let us cheer for him." Bulma, seemingly carefree, paid no heed to the possibility of Son Goku's failure. Reassured by her previous experiences in the future timeline where Earth continued to thrive. Thus, she felt no cause for concern. On the outskirts of the battlefield, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Gohan were furrowed brows. What has happened to Goku? He has been struck down by a single blow and is bleeding. Piccolo scoffed from midair, "That fool Goku. Once again, he is merely posturing. This so-called Ultra Instinct technique is evidently unreliable. It is utterly ridiculous. How can he dare to close his eyes against a formidable foe? Neglecting any defensive stance? What is he thinking?" Krillin quickly interjected, however, when Goku first returned, he indeed possessed a technique capable of amplifying his power and speed exponentially. Surely, that must be his trump card? Was that last move merely a ruse to deceive this fellow named Vegeta? While he appears rather dim-witted, his combat experience is extensive, making him a formidable adversary. It seems none of us stand a chance against him. Gohan, filled with worry, asked, "Is Dad going to be all right?" Piccolo offered him a reassuring glance. "You ought to take my lessons to heart. After a year of training with me, you have yet to seize a single opportunity to fight. You must practice more. The energy within you is far greater than that of your father." Is that so? Gohan found himself momentarily perplexed. Indeed, during the recent encounter with Bu, he had been utterly astonished, without any chance to engage. After a year of training, Gohan had developed considerable faith in Piccolo's prowess. If Uncle Piccolo says I am fine, then surely I am. Perhaps through future combat and training, I could become a worthy warrior, he mused. Krillin hesitated before speaking. "Gohan, you have been training with Piccolo for a year now. Once this ordeal concludes, you should return home. Your mother is likely beside herself with worry. Is that so?" Gohan nodded, bowing his head in contemplation. In truth, his aspiration was not to become a martial artist, but rather a competent scholar. Yet, with Earth frequently facing peril, he felt compelled to act. Nonetheless, he could not help but feel a tinge of homesickness after such intense training. Meanwhile, Son Goku, continuously wiping away the blood from his nose, sighed in resignation. "Very well. I had hoped to avoid exhausting techniques, but it seems I have no choice. The ordinary me cannot prevail against you. Vegeta, seething with anger, exclaimed, "You scoundrel! You've caused me to squander such a splendid opportunity. But mark my words, your good fortune has come to an end. Now, prepare to experience the wrath of me, Vegeta." With a sudden burst of energy, Vegeta lunged forward once more, launching an all-out assault on Goku. This time, it was a genuine display of utmost effort, devoid of any reservations. Should there be any delays caused by the peculiar techniques of Sun Wukong, Vegeta would truly be unworthy of his esteemed title as a formidable warrior. Without further hesitation, Sun Wukong activated the double Kaioken technique. With a series of resounding impacts, bang, 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 he engaged in a fierce confrontation, exchanging blows head-on, fist to fist, foot to foot. It was evident that in the double Kaioken mode, Sun Wukong surpassed Vegeta in both strength and speed, causing Vegeta to gradually retreat under the relentless assault. Vegeta was inwardly astonished, recognizing that this fellow's power had evidently increased significantly since their previous encounter. Was this truly the technique he claimed to be immensely taxing on stamina? Yet, trading stamina for enhanced attack and speed was indeed a formidable skill. He never anticipated that Kakarot possessed such a unique martial art. He must remain vigilant and not underestimate his opponent. As he contemplated this, a momentary lapse in focus revealed a vulnerability, which Sun Wukong seized upon with alacrity. Unleashing a barrage of powerful strikes, bang, 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 landing 3 more blows in rapid succession. Vegeta seethed with rage, lamenting the missed opportunity that had been laid before him, now squandered as that wretched Kakarot evaded disaster. Now, his adversary had capitalized on his moment of carelessness, seizing the one known as Vegeta is indeed formidable. I have exerted all my strength and activated the double Kaioken state. Despite my relentless assault, this individual has only sustained minor injuries. It appears his might should not be underestimated. Fortunately, my current stamina depletion remains within a bearable range, but should this prolong, I would find myself in grave trouble. A swift resolution is imperative. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong gazed at Vegeta hovering in the air. Vegeta, in turn, seethed with frustration. This opponent has completely surpassed me in both speed and strength. It seems that engaging him in close combat yields no advantage. Therefore, let him taste my ultimate Gallic gun. With that, Vegeta assumed a stance with both palms directed backward, bellowing at Sun Wukong, "Kakarot, I admit your prowess in close quarters is impressive, but can you withstand my long-range energy attack? Experience my signature technique, the Gallic gun." As Sun Wukong contemplated a swift victory, he noticed Vegeta's intent to engage in a beam struggle. Given his own experience, he had never suffered defeat in such encounters throughout his life. Thus, he resolved to determine the outcome with a single decisive move. Sun Wukong adopted the stance of the Kamehameha wave, and both warriors began to gather energy, unleashing their fierce attacks simultaneously. In the air, Vegeta fired forth his ultimate Gallic gun, while Sun Wukong met it head-on with the double Kaioken stance, unfazed by the impending confrontation. With a resounding clash, their energy blasts collided mid-air, pushing against one another. Remarkably, the forces appeared evenly matched, neither yielding ground. Sun Wukong clenched his teeth. This foe's Gallic gun is indeed no trivial matter. Yet the Kamehameha wave is not to be underestimated. Although Sun Wukong utilized the double Kaioken, granting him a slight edge in power over Vegeta, the Kamehameha wave visibly advanced toward Vegeta, inching closer. At that moment, Vegeta's fury surged, his veins bulging, and the muscles on his forehead throbbed with rage. That scoundrel Kakarot! How dare he possess such formidable techniques? However, as a proud prince, I shall not succumb. Vegeta's fury escalated to its zenith, and astonishingly, the Gallic gun began to intensify. It appears Vegeta is indeed a prodigy in combat. He speaks no falsehoods. In his brief time on Earth, he has remarkably learned to manipulate his power through his emotions. Now his strength surely exceeds the ordinary 18,000, nearing 20,000 perhaps. Following this fierce battle, it is anticipated that Vegeta's power will soar to over 50,000, a testament to his exceptional talent, distinguishing him as the finest prince among the Saiyans. Whether in combat experience or the innate gift for growth in battle, he certainly exhibits remarkable qualities. At this moment, Vegeta grits his teeth, channeling the fury within him, and his power steadily, albeit slowly, escalates. Meanwhile, Goku, utilizing the Kaioken technique at double strength to unleash the Kamehameha wave, finds himself, despite having a slight advantage moments ago, now evenly matched by Vegeta. A sense of urgency grips Goku's heart. having activated the double Kaioken mode. He realizes that if the battle remains unresolved for much longer, it will be his stamina and physical resilience that falter first, recognizing the necessity of decisive action. Goku cries out in fury, his muscles swelling dramatically as a pink aura surges outward. With a fierce declaration, he proclaims, "Triple Kaioken." A resounding explosion follows as his energy amplifies tremendously. In this fierce encounter, Sun Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha wave that utterly overwhelmed the energy blast fired by Vegeta, sending it hurtling back. At that moment, Vegeta, witnessing the Kamehameha wave barreling towards him, grimaced with fury, his eyes bloodshot, and bellowed in despair, "No." The force of Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave propelled both him and his energy blast into the sky. After the assault, Sun Wukong found himself gasping for breath, reflecting on the immense strain of the Kaioken technique. "The burden on my body is considerable, yet this fellow is certainly not finished. Let him experience true power. It seems I cannot rely on the Kaioken alone. If the opportunity arises, I must employ the Ultra Instinct to contend with this formidable opponent." In midair, Vegeta summoned every ounce of strength to break free from the force of the Kamehameha wave. His appearance was now more radiant than ever. The once wavering armor had been reduced to mere fragments clinging to his tattered battle attire, while the sparking scouter had disintegrated into cosmic dust during their clash. A profound sense of helplessness washed over Vegeta, and despite his rage, he let out a low growl. "Kakarot, how can a lowly warrior possess such formidable power? In both close combat and energy clashes, he has completely dominated me. I am the finest warrior among the Scions. When I was born, my battle power was 1200, while Kakarot's was merely 2, yet now I find myself unable to defeat him. No, there must be some mistake." As his strength gradually replenished, Vegeta regained his composure. Indeed, regardless of the peculiar circumstances surrounding Kakarot or any extraordinary events he had experienced, the latter had mentioned that his technique was highly taxing on stamina. "In that case, I have one ultimate move left," he mused. "It seems I must resort to that. Kakarot, you must now regret losing your tail. That is your greatest weakness." With this thought, Vegeta cast aside his earlier despondency, straightened his attire, and surged toward the ground. "Let me show you what it means to be a true Scion." Meanwhile, on the ground, Sun Wukong gazed up at Vegeta, pondering whether he would descend. This fellow truly is a handful. The strain of the Kaioken was immense, and despite that, he still stands. What a terrifying presence. This could lead to genuine trouble. However, given that he dares to descend, he must still possess additional hidden strength. Very well. Let the brave prevail in this narrow encounter. I can only exert my last breath to prevent him from harming the earth. As Vegeta, observing Sun Wukong sweating profusely and panting heavily, contemplated the situation, he felt a chill run through him. Is this the side effect of the technique he spoke of? No. Kakarot is attempting to deceive me again. I cannot afford to be careless. Irrespective of the stance you adopt now, I shall neither launch a reckless assault nor relinquish the opportunity to attack easily. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. As a lowly warrior, the fact that you can contend with me to this extent is already a source of pride for you. However, your fortune has reached its end, Kakarot. Surrender now and cease your struggles. This time, you shall witness firsthand the profound failure of being devoid of a tail. Although creating an artificial moon will greatly deplete my strength, it is a sacrifice worth making. Suffer in despair. Chapter 90. Son Goku was struck by Vegeta and sent crashing into a mountain peak. What is this chaos? Son Goku stared blankly at the triumphant Vegeta and exclaimed, "Whatever techniques you possess, unleash them. Spare me your incomprehensible words." Vegeta replied with bitterness, "Are you still pretending? If that is the case, I shall not hold back. It seems you remain oblivious to the severity of your predicament. Do you not know that we Scions can transform into great apes?" Suddenly, Vegeta paused, recalling something unexpected. Yes, as a lowly warrior, how could you possibly know? Upon transforming into a great ape, you would undoubtedly lose consciousness and rationality. But you are not me. I am of the Scion royal lineage, coursing with royal blood. Even in the form of a great ape, I shall retain my senses. You shall merely wallow in your anguish and fear. Kakarot, brace yourself. With that, Vegeta raised one hand to the sky, fervently gathering his energy. Son Goku, sensing the impending threat, became acutely vigilant. Is he gathering energy again? The previous energy blast was already his utmost effort. Why does this one fluctuate? Moreover, his attack seems directed upwards. What could this possibly mean? As Son Goku remained suspicious yet alert, He observed Vegeta panting heavily as he hurled the amassed energy into the sky. In an instant, a brilliant light flashed, and a colossal full moon hung majestically in the air. Son Goku was momentarily taken aback. What does this signify? Creating a full moon? What purpose does it serve? Yet, he saw Vegeta, breathless, gazing at the moon with fury, shouting Kakarot, well in despair, transform into a great ape. As Vegeta's roar echoed, his body began to undergo a transformation, swelling before their eyes. His black fur, face, arms, and legs morphed into that of a gigantic ape. At this moment, Sun Wukong was utterly bewildered. This fellow has truly transformed into a fearsome great ape. What on earth is happening? The onlookers Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Piccolo, and Gohan are utterly astonished. This creature can turn into a terrifying giant ape. Realizing this, Krillin reacts as if struck by lightning. Indeed, Goku once had the ability to transform into a great ape, but the moon was obliterated by Piccolo, wasn't he it? Turning to Piccolo with a puzzled gaze, he finds Piccolo rolling his eyes in response. What are you staring at me for? That scion has evidently generated a new moon using his own energy for the transformation. Unfortunately, Goku's tail has yet to grow back, which complicates matters. What shall we do, Piccolo? Piccolo smirks. No need to worry, if Goku truly cannot contend with him. I still have a plan to destroy that moon. Without it, that scion will be devoid of abilities. Let's observe for now. Perhaps Goku possesses a strategy to confront him. Krillin expresses profound doubt. I find it exceedingly difficult to believe that there is still a way to combat this monster. Tien hesitantly suggests, should we destroy the moon he has created? Piccolo shakes his head. Now is not the time. At present, the scion's focus is entirely on Goku. If we were to destroy his moon directly, he might become enraged, unleashing all his power upon the Earth. Even if we could withstand it, the Earth would not. If the planet were to explode, it would mean the end of everything. I fear this creature might resort to self-destruction, taking us all down with him, which would be wholly unwarranted. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, an uneasy chill runs through the group. Indeed, this proud scion might actually commit such a deranged act. Very well. Let us continue to observe. Goku had been locked in a standoff with the transformed Vegeta when suddenly, the giant ape Vegeta surged forward with astonishing speed, appearing before Goku in an instant. Caught off guard and unable to defend himself, Goku was struck with a resounding slap, sending him hurtling like a mere fly into the distant mountains. With a thunderous crash, the mountain crumbled into a heap of rubble and debris as Goku struggled to emerge from the chaos. He inwardly lamented, this creature is indeed formidable. The power granted by this transformation is utterly staggering. Despite having unleashed the full might of his Kaioken ×2, he was still sent flying by a single blow. Clearly, his opponent did not intend to finish him off just yet. This transformation into a great ape is truly terrifying. Is this the ultimate power of the scions? Meanwhile, Vegeta, dissatisfied with his previous attack, sneered coldly. Kakarot, do you still believe this is my true power? This is merely an appetizer, and you have already provoked my ire. Humph. Let me be candid with you. Our scion great ape transformation is not simply an enhancement of tenfold strength. Rather, it encompasses a comprehensive upgrade in both defense and speed. Prepare to witness what true terror entails. Initially, I contemplated slowly tormenting you, but congratulations, I have amended my approach. I now intend to obliterate you with a single strike, granting you no opportunity for retaliation. Kakarot, brace yourself for my judgment. With that, Vegeta's crimson eyes glinted ominously as he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a fearsome and powerful energy blast towards Goku. This is precisely the resounding roar of Vegeta in his great ape form. As this strike was unleashed, Sun Wukong's pupils dilated in shock. The power and speed were astonishingly formidable. It was beyond anything he could withstand or confront at present. At this moment, all Sun Wukong could contemplate was evasion. Should he fail to dodge, he would undoubtedly be annihilated by Vegeta on the spot. The velocity of this energy blast was astonishingly swift, exerting an inexplicable and formidable pressure upon Sun Wukong. He propelled his speed to its utmost limit, yet still found himself unable to evade it. With a fierce roar, Sun Wukong exclaimed, Fivefold King Fist. This time marked a complete breakthrough into an entirely new realm. Under the influence of the Fivefold King of Worlds technique, Sun Wukong barely managed to evade Vegeta's ferocious great ape roar. The energy blast emitted by Vegeta grazed Goku's shoulder, streaking past him like a meteor. At that moment, as Goku beheld the trail left by the distant energy blast, the astonishment within him surged like tumultuous waves. refusing to subside. Chapter 91. Goku slowly closed his eyes. The speed and power of this individual are utterly terrifying, far beyond what I can contend with. Just moments ago, I had pushed my Kaioken to its utmost limit, yet I barely managed to evade a fatal strike. My body has only suffered a slight graze from his energy blast, yet it has rendered my left arm gravely injured. This fellow is indeed terrifying. However, upon hearing the roar of the great ape, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Oh, Kakarot, you truly possess a hidden card, managing to evade my lethal attack. I underestimated you. Yet, this realization only fueled his resolve. Though he had initially contemplated granting a swift end, he now decided otherwise. Hiki, I intend to savor the torment. For an adversary as entertaining as you shall not escape this game. With heavy, deliberate steps, he approached Son Goku. The palpable sense of oppression and despair igniting a thrill within Vegeta to annihilate his foe. At this moment, Goku leaned against his severely injured left arm, gasping for breath. His entire body was on the brink of collapse. The strain of unleashing the full power of the Kaioken multiplied fivefold had taken a tremendous toll. Pain coursed through him, rendering his body almost foreign, a source of profound despair. The side effects of the Kaioken had become unmistakably evident. What could he do now? The might of his opponent surpassed anything he could have imagined, a stark contrast to the Vegeta who had not yet transformed into a great ape. Was it truly as this scion claimed, that the great ape transformation is their ultimate weapon? If so, he faced an unprecedented predicament. No, it was not merely a predicament. It was a deadlock. As he beheld the grinning visage of the great ape Vegeta advancing towards him, Goku found himself bereft of any viable strategy against this foe, whose defenses, strength, and speed had increased tenfold. With the Kaioken proving ineffective, what recourse did he have? As Vegeta drew near, Goku, in a moment of despair, closed his eyes. The once formidable scion, the premier protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe, slowly closed his eyes. Indeed, in a situation where even the Kaioken could not be employed, Goku found himself at a loss for a more effective strategy against the terrifying great ape. Behind him lay Earth, the sanctuary he was sworn to protect. Opposite him, Vegeta stood grinning maliciously, raising a fist high. Humph, Kakarot. I thought you were quite adept at dodging. What is the matter now? No more evasion? You've even closed your eyes in despair. Fear not. Even with your eyes shut, I shall show you no mercy. You will perish painfully before me. Prepare yourself. With that, the great ape Vegeta unleashed a devastating punch towards the utterly defenseless Goku. Meanwhile, in the distance, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others stood in stunned silence. Overwhelmed by the turn of events, Goku appeared utterly incapable of resistance. What could they do now? Piccolo, hurry and destroy the moon, Krillin urged. Yet Piccolo murmured to himself. It's too late to eliminate the moon. Goku's stamina seems to have dwindled to its limits. Even if Vegeta had not transformed into a great ape, Goku would still stand no chance against him. This is quite dire, alas. Farther away, the three observers utilizing their staffs were equally taken aback. Vegeta's transformation into a great ape was indeed terrifying. They had initially believed it merely enhanced his strength. But the drastic changes in speed and energy attacks were astonishing. Goku was truly in grave trouble this time. Bulma gently covered her mouth with her hand, exclaiming, "Oh no. Rowan, hurry and save Goku." As Vegeta's colossal fist descended, Bulma gasped and tightly closed her eyes, unable to bear the thought of Goku being reduced to a pulp by Vegeta's brutal strike. However, the subsequent sound prompted her to cautiously open her beautiful eyes, only to find not Goku crushed, but a bewildered Vegeta standing there, dumbfounded. Bulma glanced around, noticing Whis and Rohan still calmly observing the fierce battle unfolding before them. These two individuals exhibited not a trace of tension, nor any unexpected turn of events. What transpired here? Upon surveying the scene, the most bewildered was none other than Vegeta. Transformed into a colossal ape, he delivered a mighty blow, only to discover that he had struck nothing but air. His anticipated strike had seemingly missed its mark, creating merely a vast crater in the ground. Where could that scoundrel Kakarot have vanished to? After searching high and low, he found no sign of Goku, leaving the giant ape Vegeta quite astonished. Suddenly, Vegeta felt a peculiar sensation, prompting him to gaze skyward at a 45-degree angle. There, he beheld Goku suspended in midair, eyes closed, quietly floating. Kakarot, you rascal, how did you accomplish this? You still possess enough energy to evade my assault? Yet, in your current state, how could you possibly escape my decisive strike? As Vegeta pondered this, Goku slowly opened his eyes, initially taken aback. Indeed, I had just despairingly closed my eyes. How did I evade this lethal blow? But soon, he felt a sense of clarity wash over him. As I mentioned earlier, my ultimate technique is called the Ultra Instinct. You truly lack discernment. While I may be at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation, the true mastery lies in Ultra Instinct, allowing you to witness what genuine supreme technique entails. With that, Goku gradually closed his eyes once more, suspended in the air. This is nothing short of an affront to Vegeta in his great ape form. How could he possibly endure such a slight? In an instant, he soared into the sky, unleashing a furious barrage of attacks against Goku, who hovered above. With a series of resounding strikes, Vegeta soon realized that all of his efforts were futile, merely striking at the empty air. In Chapter 92, if you can do it, then you go ahead. Goku, eyes closed, exhibited an astonishing agility, evading Vegeta's relentless onslaught with ease. No matter how much Vegeta elevated his combat prowess, he was unable to inflict even the slightest harm upon Goku. Is this what Kakarot refers to as the Ultra Instinct technique? However, it seems your technique only allows for evasion, not offense, does it not? Vegeta clings to a peculiar glimmer of hope. The technique employed by Son Goku is known as Ultra Instinct. Yet, reality is often harsh, and the brutal truth hits even harder. Despite Vegeta's relentless assaults, the more he attacked, the more astonished he became. This individual's speed was beyond his comprehension. Moreover, there existed a subtle energy within Goku that radiated outward, causing Vegeta's pupils to constrict in awe. Is this the energy of Ultra Instinct? Why does he exude a power akin to the vastness of the cosmos? What is this rhythm? At that moment, Vegeta could no longer fathom the brilliance of Goku, who emanated a stellar energy. Meanwhile, outside the battlefield, Gohan's eyes sparkled with hope. Could it be that his father still had a chance to emerge victorious? Krillin, Piccolo. What manner of technique is this? Why was it not utilized earlier? Yet Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, and Yamcha shared an ancient understanding reflected in their gazes. This must be the Ultra Instinct taught by Whis. Although they had learned this technique from a young age, they had never regarded it with seriousness, dismissing it as the fanciful invention of a mere noodle shop attendant. It was utterly unexpected that, at this critical moment, Goku would truly manifest Ultra Instinct. Furthermore, it appeared that this technique did not disappoint. Even the formidable Kaioken seemed feeble before it. In the midst of the battlefield, Son Goku merely smiled, the corners of his mouth curling up in a genuine expression. Vegeta, you fool, do you think this is merely a technique for evasion? You are gravely mistaken. In a flash, Goku, radiating a brilliance akin to the stars, appeared directly beneath Vegeta's chest and delivered a gentle yet powerful punch, sending the transformed giant ape Vegeta spiraling in midair, curling into a shrimp-like position. With that strike, Vegeta's massive form was propelled backward, hurtling for dozens of miles before he finally steadied himself, crashing down to the ground with a resounding thud. How could this be possible? With a single strike, Vegeta, transformed into a colossal ape, was sent hurtling away, retreating for several dozen miles. Upon regaining his composure, Vegeta lay prostrate on the ground, his enormous simian visage frozen in an expression of sheer, incredulous terror. How could this possibly be the power emitted by Kakarot? It is entirely on a different dimensional level compared to his earlier display. This terrifying blow was so overwhelming that even my transformed giant form could not withstand its devastating force. The devastating technique seemed to have severely injured the transformed giant ape. Vegeta, who now knelt on the ground, continuously coughing up blood. The onlookers had plunged into a state of existential doubt. Is this truly the mastery of Ultra Instinct that Whis possesses? Witnessing such formidable power, it is indeed a technique that excels in both offense and defense. The most astonished among them was Bulma, who observed the entire spectacle while clutching her staff. Although Bulma was undeniably a novice in martial arts, the sight of Vegeta's dire condition left her utterly stunned. Whis, is your Ultra Instinct truly not a deception? How can it be so terrifying? Meanwhile, Whis remained composed, as if conjuring a nail file from thin air, leisurely grooming his nails while he spoke at a measured pace. What do you understand? My Ultra Instinct is the most potent technique in this universe. It is merely that Goku's abilities are so limited that he cannot even unleash 1/10,000th of its potential. Even now, he is still thousands of times away from mastering the entry-level technique of Ultra Instinct, known as Ultra Instinct Sign. However, it is more than sufficient to deal with this scion before us. It is akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito, a gross extravagance. Observing Whis's ostentatious demeanor, Bulma curiously interjected, but wait, Goku's usage of the Kaioken seemed remarkably powerful as well, amplifying his energy several-fold. Is your Ultra Instinct truly superior to the Kaioken? Whis, hardly bothering to lift his eyelids, replied, Miss Bulma, that is your ignorance. What is the Kaioken compared to my Ultra Instinct? It is but a child. Witnessing Whis's self-satisfied expression, Bulma felt her irritation rising. This guy is insufferable. Give him an inch, and he takes a mile. If you call him fat. He gasped for breath. She then disregarded the self-congratulatory Whis and turned to the quietly observing Luo Hao, asking, Luo Hao, tell me, is what Whis said true? Is his Ultra Instinct truly that powerful? Luo Hao smiled faintly. Well, Whis is indeed correct in this regard. The technique known as Kaioken pales in comparison to his Ultra Instinct. Is it really that impressive? Bulma questioned skeptically. However, a single remark from Luo Hao caused Whis's facade to falter instantly. Luo Hao continued, somewhat ruefully. Ultra Instinct is indeed an exceptionally refined technique, yet it is merely an early work of mine. Compared to my current mastery of the art of effortless control, it is as different as clouds and mud. So let Whis revel in his pride. The utterance instantly caused a dejected expression to overtake Whis's face. Was it necessary for you to voice that? Can't you let me pretend for a moment? Inwardly, Whis was fervently critiquing the situation. Observing the flustered Whis alongside the solemn-looking Luo Hao, Bulma rolled her eyes dramatically, exclaiming, I can't be bothered with you too. You may puff up with pride, but really, what are you doing? If you think you're capable, then step up. Should we allow Goku to confront this formidable foe alone? At that moment, Bulma dismissed Whis and Luo Hao's remarks entirely. However, the two had no inclination to engage in a dispute with an ordinary Earth girl, as her understanding was still leagues away from that of a god of destruction or an angel. Chapter 93, Goku executes the Spirit Bomb. Surprisingly, Goku managed to successfully employ the Ultra Instinct technique amidst combat, which greatly astonished Whis. He had never anticipated that, given their current power levels and abilities, they could effectively utilize Ultra Instinct in a confrontation, and it seemed that this young man might indeed possess a remarkable talent. Whis mused silently. Over the years spent on Earth, he had unconsciously imparted the teachings of Ultra Instinct to everyone he could, including Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Piccolo, all of whom had learned from Whis. Even Master Roshi had been fortunate enough to hear Whis's insights on the technique. However, it was unexpected that none of them regarded Whis as a master or an angel, merely seeing him as a subordinate of Luo Hao. In this regard, their comprehension of the profundity and might of Ultra Instinct was utterly lacking, and they had not considered utilizing their free time to cultivate this skill. Nonetheless, even if they were to exert themselves diligently in their training and research, understanding the intricacies of Ultra Instinct with their current abilities would remain an impossibility. Even Beerus, after years of being by Whis's side and learning through both word and example, had only grasped the superficial aspects of Ultra Instinct. Yet, Goku's successful implementation of Ultra Instinct in battle indeed suggested that this young man might possess an innate gift for its mastery. However, the ensuing battle scenes caused 3 lines of stress to appear on Whis' forehead, slowly descending in exasperation. On the battlefield, the transformed giant ape Vegeta lay prostrate, coughing blood. Despite being engulfed in turmoil, Vegeta's years of combat experience kept him vigilant against Goku's relentless assaults or potential ambushes. Kakarot would not be so merciful as to land a heavy blow and refrain from following up, would he? How could this be possible? Gradually regaining his composure, Vegeta made a concerted effort to survey his surroundings, inwardly chiding himself. Could it be that Kakarot is plotting something once more? Why has he refrained from continuing his relentless assault or pursuing me for a decisive blow? This behavior is utterly inconsistent with the principles of a true warrior. Only after confirming that there was indeed no imminent danger nearby did Vegeta slowly lift his formidable head, his crimson eyes gazing into the distance at Goku, who was inexplicably hovering silently in midair, showing no intention of pursuing. What is this rascal up to now? Not only is Vegeta puzzled, but even Piccolo and Krillin are utterly baffled. What is Goku scheming? He possesses a distinct advantage at this moment. Why does he not seize the opportunity to launch a vigorous assault and vanquish Vegeta? What is he hesitating for? In truth, Goku understands the burden of his own struggles. He longs to continue the pursuit. However, often reality diverges from one's desires, and that extraordinary sensation he previously experienced has gradually begun to dissipate. Indeed, the exhilarating evasion and fervent strikes afforded by the Ultra Instinct have inexplicably vanished without a trace. accompanied by a heavy sense of pressure and pain. It has once again enveloped him, leaving him in a rather unfortunate predicament. Is it possible that his ultra instinct can only manifest for a fleeting moment? Moreover, it seems to be inconsistently effective. Observing Vegeta, who is teetering on the brink and lying on the ground, coughing up blood, Goku feels a surge of frustration. Yet, his body is utterly immobilized. What can he do? His left arm suffers severe injury, and his right arm barely manages to lift. Furthermore, the Ultra Instinct has become completely unresponsive. Not only has his technique faltered, but his entire body is gradually succumbing to exhaustion, and his consciousness is drifting into a haze. What on earth can he do? In this moment of melancholy, a flash of insight strikes Goku. Of course, I have that technique. While this opponent is momentarily recovering, why not employ it? Perhaps it could indeed turn the tide. Thus, Goku slowly raises his intact right arm toward the heavens, silently chanting 3 words, Spirit Bomb. Yes, this is the second extraordinary technique he learned from King Kai, the Spirit Bomb. In the face of the unpredictable nature of the Ultra Instinct, perhaps only the Spirit Bomb can deliver a final blow to this formidable scion. In truth, utilizing the Spirit Bomb is Goku's last resort, and its effectiveness remains highly uncertain. After all, if Vegeta had not transformed into a great ape, the Spirit Bomb's power would likely be sufficient to bring him to the brink of death. However, given that Vegeta has now assumed the form of a great ape, whether the meager energy of Earth can inflict fatal damage upon him is indeed questionable. Yet, there is no better alternative. His body teeters on the edge of collapse, and he must treat a dead horse as if it were alive. While this opponent remains unaware, he must swiftly gather energy. This is Goku's current line of thought. High in the sky, a ball of energy the size of a ping-pong ball is slowly coalescing, gradually absorbing the life force of various creatures on Earth. At this moment, Vegeta found himself somewhat apprehensive, ensnared by Goku's erratic mastery of the Ultra Instinct. Although he sensed something peculiar about Goku's demeanor, he could not ascertain the intentions of this enigmatic adversary. Vigilantly, Vegeta scrutinized his surroundings, wary of any potential traps that Goku might lay for him. His stamina had reached its limits, and he could not afford another misstep. Even if he transformed into a more formidable great ape, he doubted he would stand a chance against this band of warriors. Before him stood only Kakarot, and he lacked absolute confidence in securing victory. To compound his distress, a cadre of fighters with power levels of 3,000, 5,000, and 8,000 loomed nearby, casting an ominous shadow over Vegeta's thoughts, filling him with profound regret. He should have vanquished these foes before Kakarot's return. Alas, one miscalculation could lead to eternal regret, and there was no remedy for his folly. In truth, Vegeta had squandered his prime opportunity to eliminate Goku, allowing him to gather energy unimpeded, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. In a typical online game scenario, this would be a blunder of epic proportions for a major boss, permitting a powerful mage to amass energy for their most formidable strike. Meanwhile, Goku furrowed his brow, despite the ample time Vegeta afforded him to concentrate. The energy sphere above had grown to the size of a desk. This was likely the limit of energy that all living beings on Earth could provide. Yet it seemed barely sufficient to confront the colossal ape before him. Goku hesitated, contemplating whether to release this energy sphere, as it constituted his final offensive measure. In the distance, Krillin and Piccolo had spotted Goku's actions and recognized the energy sphere aloft. They were perplexed by the ongoing standoff. The energy sphere had reached its zenith. Yet Goku had yet to launch an attack against Vegeta. What was he waiting for? Meanwhile, Vegeta remained suspiciously vigilant, oblivious to the looming threat that hung over him like a sword poised to strike. What are these two individuals up to? The onlookers are utterly perplexed. Even Piccolo has forgotten the imperative task of obliterating the artificial moon created by Vegeta. Were Piccolo to act promptly and eradicate the artificial moon, Goku's Spirit Bomb would undoubtedly be hurled towards Vegeta without hesitation. This scenario poses no dilemma at all. In his ordinary form, Vegeta would struggle to withstand the collective energy of all Earth's life forms. Even if he were to survive, he would surely suffer grievous injuries, leaving him devoid of any capacity for resistance. Presently, the two find themselves in a state of deadlock. Meanwhile, we observe a disheartened Whis, who, with a furrowed brow, realizes that although Goku possesses extraordinary talent, his Ultra Instinct seems to falter yet again. What can one say about this fellow? His most esteemed technique has, in his hands, become a mere trinket. Have his expectations been set too high? Yet, as the energy sphere gathered in midair, although Whis and Luo Hao remained silent, Bulma was anxiously shouting. Goku, why are you dawdling? That scoundrel Vegeta clearly hasn't noticed your energy sphere. Hurry and let it descend. Blast him. At that moment, Roheo shot Bulma a significant glare. What do you know? Goku is evidently aware that the energy of the sphere is insufficient to vanquish the foe before him. This is his ultimate resort. Vegeta, seemingly in a daze, pondered. Instead of wasting time with such loud outcries, why not extend your hand to the heavens? It would at least provide Goku's energy sphere with a modicum of assistance. His power is contingent upon collecting energy from all of us. Do you think Goku has been idly standing here all this time? Bulma, emulating him, raised her palm to the sky, and suddenly, her entire being underwent a subtle yet remarkable transformation, as if a fragment of energy had been inexplicably siphoned away. So, this is how it works. This is the essence of Goku's energy sphere. Now enlightened to the efficacy of the energy sphere, Bulma turned to Roheo and Whis with skepticism. Why aren't you two aiding Goku? Are you merely here to spectate? I've already contributed my share. Whis, with a wry smile, replied, Miss Bulma, are you certain you wish for us to contribute even a sliver of our power? If that were the case, Goku's energy sphere might obliterate not just the transformed scion before us, but perhaps the entire solar system. Whis explained with a look of exasperation. But Bulma scoffed. You're just trying to frighten me again. Ever since I met you, you've been boasting. I don't believe you. Roheo, lend me a hand. Help Goku. After all, he is our friend. What do you say? Roheo found himself in a quandary. Whis speaks the truth. But after extensive training and the restoration of my memories, my mastery over power has vastly improved compared to my encounters with Frieza, although it feels somewhat perilous. I will nod in agreement. Very well, since this is Son Goku's final measure, I shall assist if I can. Immediately, Whis comprehended, raising his hand towards the sky, only to be reprimanded by Roheo. Whis, what are you doing? Whis sighed in resignation. I shall contribute a fragment of angelic power to Goku. Who knows? He might actually defeat Vegeta in one blow. I shall endeavor to limit my contribution this time. Luo Hao helplessly tapped his forehead and said, Whis, perhaps you should reconsider. It is not that I doubt your capabilities. Rather, your strength is overwhelmingly formidable. If you mismanage your power, it could indeed lead to disastrous consequences. Allow me to handle this. After all this time, I have refined my control over strength to a new pinnacle and will not repeat the mistakes made during the incident with Frieza's equipment. At this juncture, Bulma grew impatient once more, exclaiming, You two fellows, is there nothing you can do besides flattering and boasting about one another? Hurry up. The great ape might notice the spirit bomb in the sky at any moment, and the repercussions would be unimaginable. Very well, let us commence. With that, Luo Hao extended his palm towards the heavens, only to retract it in an instant. A wisp of milky white divine energy vanished into thin air. In the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. The spirit bomb, which had ceased to grow, suddenly surged forth like an invigorated being, expanding from the size of a desk to that of a small mountain, standing in midair like a colossal sun. The energy this time is simply colossal and overwhelmingly powerful. Vegeta, who is still surveying his surroundings, also notices the anomaly in the air. He suddenly looks up and exclaims, My goodness, what is that? It is so enormous, so magnificent, so vast. Could it be that Kakarot, that scoundrel, has secretly amassed such terrifying energy? Surely, it cannot be. The energy contained within this energy sphere is so formidable that even Vegeta, transformed into a great ape, feels utterly incapable of withstanding it. Where, pray tell, does this originate from? From whence has Kakarot amassed such formidable energy? Could this be his trump card? How terrifying. The beings on Earth are so formidable, each one more powerful than the last. Moreover, Kakarot has inexplicably mastered an array of extraordinary techniques, although their effectiveness may vary. Every move evokes a deep sense of dread within Vegeta's very core. This place is exceedingly perilous. Should I manage to evade this attack, I must swiftly depart from this planet and never return. What are Dragon Balls or any such trivialities compared to the preciousness of one's own life? Chapter 95. Is my spirit bomb truly this formidable? At this moment, Vegeta harbors a deep-seated animosity towards that scoundrel Raditz. Having perished himself, he still sends forth an unreliable message, completely disregarding the fighting prowess of Earth's native inhabitants, which fills Vegeta with regret over this undertaking. However, regret aside, and entanglements notwithstanding, Sun Wukong finds himself utterly unable to control the colossal spirit bomb suspended in midair. With a sharp exclamation, he gestures downward with one arm, and the massive spirit bomb, infused with a trace of Luo Hao's divine power, hurtles directly towards the transformed giant ape, Vegeta. In that moment, Vegeta's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. This individual had truly launched that colossal energy sphere towards him. How could he possibly withstand such a force? Yet now, fleeing was utterly futile. He was already ensnared by the immense energy blast. Just as the spirit bomb was about to strike him, Vegeta, in a desperate bid for survival, exclaimed, "Kakarot, do you wish to annihilate this planet along with me?" This statement abruptly jolted Sun Wukong, igniting a profound sense of alarm within him. Indeed, how could the previously feeble spirit bomb suddenly manifest such formidable and terrifying power? Should this spirit bomb detonate, the ensuing shockwave could potentially reduce the entire Earth to cosmic dust, a fate both daunting and uncertain. Yet, the arrow has been loosed, and there is no turning back. Despite his desire to retract it, such a feat lies beyond Sun Wukong's capabilities. Witnessing this precarious predicament, Bulma stood frozen in disbelief. What can we do? Is the Earth destined for destruction? Are we doomed? I am still so young, so beautiful. Whis, Luo Hao, you must devise a solution. Are you not gods? Are you not invincible beings? Will you truly stand idly by as the Earth faces annihilation? Whis, however, merely smiled with indifference. If destruction is to be, then so be it. There is nothing I can do, huh? Consequently, Bulma resolved to disregard the insufferably arrogant individual and turned, tears brimming in her eyes, towards Luo Hao, letting out a resigned sigh. Very well, it seems I have indeed dug my own grave, and there is no recourse for my grievances. Initially, she believed she had mastered her divine powers, capable of controlling them with ease, and thus such an unforeseen event should not have occurred. Nevertheless, Luo Hao underestimated the energy absorption capacity of the spirit bomb, inadvertently drawing upon her divine strength once more, culminating in this dire consequence. However, should it explode, it would not be insurmountable. With Whis present, a mere time reversal could rectify the situation. Yet, the fact remains that this is the Earth that nurtured him, the galaxy he cherishes most dearly. The thought of inadvertently causing the demise of all life within the galaxy and every human on Earth due to a trivial miscalculation weighed heavily on his conscience. Reflecting on this, it was fortunate that he could rectify the pit he had dug. Seeing Whis reveling in his misfortune, Luo Hao suppressed his frustration. "You, my friend, just wait. Your moment will come." Without lingering further, he vanished in a blur, utilizing instantaneous movement to arrive at the battlefield where Sun Wukong and Vegeta were engaged. At that moment, Vegeta found himself besieged by an overwhelming energy hurtling towards him with relentless ferocity, his spirit on the brink of fracturing, dread enveloping his very soul. Though he could not fathom the source of this power, the oppressive force instilled a profound terror deep within him. Suddenly, an unfamiliar figure materialized before him. Who could this be? How did they appear here so abruptly? The next moment plunged the dazed Vegeta into a state of shock as the newcomer turned and offered him a reassuring smile. With a grand gesture, this fellow sent forth an unstoppable energy blast, which was effortlessly swatted into the sky by this lad. In an instant, it transformed into a fleeting streak of light, vanishing as though nothing had transpired. Was it resolved? Was this truly the complete resolution? Vegeta had yet to fully regain his composure, the horrifying scene still vivid in his mind. It was terrifying. This place, Earth, was utterly fearsome, and that rascal Kakarot, whose divine assistance had enabled such a dreadful attack. It was likely that for a considerable time, Vegeta would be haunted by the psychological shadow cast by Goku's energy blast. Perhaps the extent of this psychological trauma had surpassed even Vegeta's imagination, though at present, Goku remained in a state of utter bewilderment. "Is that Luo Hao? What are you doing here? Where did the energy blast go?" Luo Hao clapped his hands and sighed with resignation. "Well, I understand that randomly discarding energy blasts is an uncivilized act, but it was unavoidable. Fear not, dear friends. That energy blast will eventually be dealt with by someone else, so we need not worry about it. These fellows are always so preoccupied with designs. Consider this my gift to them. Goku, stop fixating on these matters. How are you? Are your injuries severe?" Goku remained in a daze. What on earth is happening? I can't comprehend any of this. And how could my energy blast be so terrifying? What exactly is going on? Any further explanations would merely serve as a facade, devoid of significance. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Krillin, who had also just regained their senses, were grappling with what had transpired, just as the others were still reeling from the shock. It was Krillin who first snapped back to reality. He pointed incredulously. "Look, that's Luo Hao. How did he end up here? Was he that energy blast just swatted away by him? Thank goodness he has come to the rescue. How could he have managed to redirect an energy blast that even Goku couldn't control? Could it be that Luo Hao is indeed a formidable master? What do you think? Piccolo, equally bewildered, replied, "This guy has always claimed to be a powerful expert, yet he seems to lack any impressive track record. I truly fail to see how he is exceptionally strong. However, I have sensed that his subordinate, Whis, possesses remarkable prowess. Perhaps it was our Earth that was destined to survive after all." Recalling the terrifying apocalyptic scene from moments ago, everyone felt a lingering sense of dread. Just as Krillin was about to respond, he suddenly sensed a dramatic shift in the atmosphere behind him. What? Suddenly, the presence of Tien Shenron surged to its apex. "What are you planning, Tien?" Krillin inquired, astonished. Chapter 96. The crowd stood before Goku and Luo Hao. However, Tien ignored him, stating, "You are all far too careless. Even in the face of such a crisis, you remain oblivious to its source." "Humph. Piccolo, you have once again become indecisive. What is going on?" "Tien, why are you blaming us?" Both Piccolo and Krillin were momentarily taken aback. Tien assumed a stance resembling a Kamehameha, directing it towards the artificial moon in the sky. And with a resounding blast, unleashed a powerful energy wave. The deafening explosion echoed through the air as Vegeta's fabricated moon abruptly vanished before their eyes. Breathing a sigh of relief, Tien declared, "Without that, I trust the formidable scion will no longer transform. If he cannot change now with his current stamina and power, perhaps we can save Goku and Luo Hao together. The earlier crisis will be averted." Honestly, such a trivial matter led to a significant oversight. Both of you had already suggested eliminating that artificial moon first, yet here you are, merely spectators, causing this delay, feeling inexplicably belittled by Tien's remarks. Piccolo and Krillin exchanged glances, struck by a sense of absurdity. Indeed, it was a simple issue that had escalated into a major disturbance, quite unexpectedly. Meanwhile, Vegeta, who had been in a state of panic, suddenly noticed the scene before him. Those bastards. They've truly destroyed my artificial moon. Gradually, Vegeta reverted from his great ape form to that of an ordinary human. Clenching his fist and gritting his teeth, he growled, "You lot better remember this. I shall show no mercy now. Regardless of who you are, you cannot withstand that terrifying blow from before. But your luck has run out. Now, Kakarot, prepare to perish alongside your friends." With a furious snarl, Vegeta began to amass his energy fervently, unleashing his ultimate technique. His aura intensified dramatically as he bellowed, "This is what you forced me to do. Do not blame me." Luo Hao nodded slightly, observing, "Though this fellow's strength may be lacking, his fighting spirit and indomitable will are commendable. Perhaps he truly is a seed worth nurturing." With this thought, Luo Hao displayed a look of appreciation. "Indeed, my judgment appears quite astute." Meanwhile, Goku, taken aback, though unable to move, bellowed in warning, "Luo Hao, get away. This guy is going all out." Luo Hao was acutely aware of Vegeta's determination to fight with all his might. However, he knew that with his meager energy, he could not possibly inflict any harm upon himself. Nevertheless, he found no inclination to explain this to Sun Wukong. The onlookers, Piccolo, Tien, Krillin, Lu Ping, and even Gohan, were taken aback, sensing the immense gathering of energy and the palpable intensity of Vegeta's resolve. When they observed Luo Hao and Sun Wukong nearby, both elevating their own energy to its zenith, it astonished them further. At this moment, hesitation was not an option. With a swift motion, they accelerated to their utmost speed, encircling Sun Wukong and Luo Hao like a formidable fortress. Was this fellow truly prepared to risk everything? Caution was warranted. Witnessing their comrades stand resolutely in front of the two, disregarding their own peril to shield them from Vegeta's lethal strike, filled Sun Wukong and Luo Hao with a warm sense of camaraderie. Though these companions often exhibited foolishness and lacked strength, their unwavering loyalty in this critical moment led Luo Hao to reevaluate his perception of them. It seemed that these individuals were indeed worthy of some guidance from himself and Whis. Although their current power was somewhat lacking, their intrinsic character suggested that they might very well become the pillars of the entire seventh universe in the future. Strength can be cultivated, but disposition and virtue are invaluable treasures. Vegeta, having reached the pinnacle of his energy and intensity, was momentarily taken aback by the actions of the group. He then revealed a fearsome, sinister smile. "You lot, fully aware that you are courting death, still refuse to retreat and instead rush forward. Are you eager to meet your end? While I am touched by the sincerity of your friendship, in the face of death, all is mere chatter. Prepare to witness my most formidable technique." With that, Vegeta extended his arms outward, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy that erupted from him in a 360-degree explosion. This is a move of mutual destruction. The energy that had just been wildly gathered erupted in an all-encompassing 360-degree explosion, representing the most formidable attack that Vegeta could unleash. In this expansive radius, no life form, no object could escape unscathed. All would be obliterated into nothingness. This was also one of Vegeta's cunning schemes. However, if he were to rely solely on this technique to annihilate a mere cockroach or the individual currently deflecting energy blasts, the damage inflicted upon the onlookers outside would be limited, and he might very well meet his demise on this remote planet. Yet, by drawing these adversaries in with his own accumulated energy and imposing presence, he could ensnare them all within the scope of his grand explosion. Even if it meant exhausting his last reserves of strength, he could summon his spaceship and escape this wretched place. Once he returned to planet Frieza 79 for recuperation and restoration of his vigor, he could return with renewed strength while his foes lay vanquished. By then, with the Dragon Balls gathered, he could fulfill his desire for immortality, and all his plans would remain flawlessly intact. How foolish these Earthlings are. Oblivious to the need for evasion, choosing instead to accompany Kakarot to his demise. With a sense of triumph swelling within him, Vegeta reveled in the success of his cunning stratagem, relentlessly pouring forth energy as if it were without cost. In this moment, he truly held nothing back, even casting aside his own life and potential entirely. The inevitable momentum surged forth like a wild dog unleashed, frantically expressing his sorrow and discontent. Meanwhile, individuals such as Bick and Klin elevated their powers to the utmost, engaging in comprehensive defense. Whether they could successfully execute this crucial strike hinged upon their abilities and resolve. At this moment, however, Luo Hao, closest to Vegeta, regarded Vegeta's move with indifference, his gaze directed skyward, contemplating the vast expanse of the starry sky. And sighed helplessly, "I hope this time it can send them a greeting." Chapter 97. The target of the spirit bomb is the Omni King's palace. Although the others completely failed to comprehend this statement, they could not help but feel a twinge of alarm at Luo Hao's composure. The most anxious among them was Son Goku, who shouted, "Luo Hao, be careful." Yet, Luo Hao's thoughts drifted alongside the super spirit bomb he had propelled into the depths of the universe. Once this extraordinary energy sphere departed from the Earth's atmosphere, it transformed into the first cosmic velocity, traversing the seventh universe with unparalleled vigor. It inherently lacked such energy, however, with Luo Hao's powerful strike. The speed of this energy sphere reached the zenith attainable by ordinary angels, racing through the cosmos with a fervent intensity. Whether by chance or fate, this remarkable energy sphere encountered no celestial bodies or galactic obstructions, gliding effortlessly and unobstructed through the void, leaving not a trace of destruction upon any planet or star system within the seventh universe. In a swift motion, it soared into the realm beyond the seventh universe, the void. After a period of flight, no alterations manifested within this enigmatic expanse. Eventually, this supercharged energy sphere emerged from the mysterious mist enveloping the void. Its destination appeared to be a colossal jellyfish suspended in midair, atop which rested the grand palace of the Omni King. Could it be that this energy sphere's objective is the palace of the Omni King? How could this possibly be? Surely, it must be mere coincidence. Perhaps it truly is a coincidence. Upon the vast plaza atop the colossal jellyfish, the high priest stands solemnly at the entrance of the divine hall, while before him, two figures bow in reverence. One is the fourth universe angel, Kik, performing a respectful gesture, and the other is Lord Katra, the god of destruction of the fourth universe, kneeling on one knee. At this very moment, these two individuals arrived at the temple of the Omni King, presenting their report for the fourth universe to the Grand Priest. As the Grand Priest listened to their account, he suddenly raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharpening with intensity, immediately fixating on a distant point. Could it be that presence belongs to that fellow? No, how could Whis have allowed this? Was it made clear that he was not to leave the seventh universe? How could such a trivial matter be mishandled? After a careful assessment, the Grand Priest's expression gradually softened. Thankfully, it is merely an energy orb imbued with that fellow's essence, and not the individual himself. Very well, it seems there is no cause for concern. However, the Grand Priest's brow furrowed once more. Wait. The energy orb ejected from the seventh universe still carries that fellow's essence? What is the meaning of this? Is that fellow attempting to greet me? Yet, this peculiar mode of greeting is truly bizarre. The Grand Priest's pupils suddenly constricted. No, this is not a mere greeting. The target of this energy orb is the Grand Zeno's palace. What in the world is that wretched scoundrel planning? Has he already caused enough turmoil for Lord Zeno? It has barely been a moment since his awakening, and he resorts to such a confrontational introduction, utterly outrageous. At that very instant of the Grand Priest's indecision, the colossal energy orb launched from Earth was hurtling towards the Grand Zeno Palace, aiming directly for the rooftop of the character depicted in the Grand Zeno insignia. How audacious of this scoundrel! Does he truly intend to reduce the entire Hall of Kings to mere dust? Such insolence! Yet, this is not the time for entanglement. The High Priest, momentarily shedding his lofty demeanor and authority, stiffened as golden radiance surged and flickered around him, with his eyes emanating a brilliant glow. In that instant when Luo Hao's formidable energy sphere struck directly above the Hall of Kings, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of the High Priest's divine power, the energy sphere dissipated into nothingness without an explosion. Remarkably, it was entirely neutralized by the High Priest's divine might. However, the aftermath left the High Priest in a state of bemusement, as the roof of the Hall of Kings had been utterly transformed by this unexpected assault. The once grand character for all now stood reduced to merely king, with the upper portion obliterated by the impact of the energy sphere. Gazing upwards from the base of the Hall of Kings, one could now behold a bizarre vista of the void. What on earth could be done about this? At this moment, the High Priest found himself completely at a loss, reflecting on the rather unconventional greeting gift presented by this individual. A wry smile escaped his lips, as both Katra and Kik, who were nearby dutifully reporting, were also rendered into a state of utter shock. What is the situation? We merely came to report on our duties, yet we were unexpectedly met with such a splendid spectacle. Observing the fluctuating expressions of the esteemed official, both individuals felt a quiet astonishment within. After all these years, it is a rare sight to behold the Grand Priest in such a state of disarray. Adorned with such a myriad of expressions, truly, it is a spectacle not witnessed in a century. To say a century is an understatement. Encountering such a sight once in 10 millennia would be nothing short of miraculous. As they twisted their rigid necks to gaze upon the entirety of the King's temple, they were struck dumb, as if time itself had been halted, and the scene was forever frozen in that moment. The first to regain composure was Kik, who gently pinched his own cheek. In contrast, Katra took a more direct approach, delivering a sharp slap to his face to confirm if he was ensnared in a dream. The sanctuary they revered, the King's temple, had utterly lost its roof from the recent onslaught. Who is this? What audacity! To dare to launch an attack on the King's temple in the presence of both the High Priest and the King himself. Glancing back at the High Priest, one notices that his expression is merely a bitter smile, devoid of any anger or indignation. This is an unabashed provocation. The two have realized that their visit for the report was indeed worthwhile, as they are witnessing such a horrifying scene. However, it was Kik who reacted first. Swiftly communicating to Katra, "My lord Katra, shouldn't we make our swift exit?" Katra, momentarily taken aback, cast a look of inquiry, yet Kik was quick to respond. "It seems we have witnessed something we ought not to have seen. Could we be silenced?" At this moment, Katra felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, this was an unprecedented event in the entire universe. What manner of terrifying individual dares to publicly challenge the authority of the High Priest and the Sovereign Lord in such circumstances? Moreover, the entire unfolding of this event was witnessed by both himself and Kik. Surely, these high-ranking figures would feel humiliated by such an incident and might eliminate the two of them on the spot. After all, silencing witnesses is often the most prudent choice. Yet, on another note, this individual is remarkably audacious, not only bold, but possessing an extraordinary strength that is almost unfathomable. Even the divine power and energy of the High Priest barely managed to preserve half of the sovereign palace, had the High Priest not intervened. It is likely that the entire palace would have been reduced to cosmic dust by that energy blast. Chapter 98. The Sovereign. He must have arrived. This is the temple of the Omni King, the abode of the most powerful artifact in the entire universe. However, one cannot help but wonder about the current state of the Omni King within the palace. While the two pondered these thoughts, they suddenly noticed the Grand Priest before them displaying a peculiar smile. With a long sigh, a golden light emanated from his body, and he vanished from sight, presumably entering the temple of the Omni King directly. At that moment, Kik and Katra found themselves embroiled in a fierce internal struggle, caught between the allure of witnessing the unfolding events and their own precarious existence. Should they venture inside to observe? This was indeed a rare opportunity for gossip. They exchanged glances, both grappling with the life-and-death dilemma of whether to indulge their curiosity or refrain from doing so. Ultimately, the flames of their curiosity ignited with fervor, overshadowing their fears of mortality and the imagined threats of being silenced. Fueled by an insatiable desire to know more, they resolutely followed in the footsteps of the Grand Priest, advancing step by step towards the dilapidated temple of the Omni King. Regardless of the potential dangers, this was an unparalleled chance. Although it is often said that curiosity killed the cat, Katra considered herself a formidable foe to that notion, being a great mouse, after all. She had never heard of curiosity being the demise of a mouse, and thus, she reassured herself with this thought. Locking eyes with Kik, she declared, "We must take a look." Without hesitation, the two boldly strode into the interior of the Omni King's palace. As they approached the throne of the Omni King, an astonishing scene unfolded before them, shattering their previously held beliefs and leaving them utterly bewildered. How could such a scenario unfold involving the Sovereign Lord and the High Priest? What came into view was the usually imperious and fearless Sovereign Lord, now crouched beneath his throne, with only his posterior and legs protruding, trembling in a fit of anxiety, seemingly evading some unseen threat. Even more bizarre was the sight of the High Priest, who typically hovered gracefully in midair, now patiently squatting on the ground. Observing the Sovereign Lord's concealed form beneath the throne, engaged in some unknown discourse, this scene utterly shattered the worldview of Katra and Kik. Did they witness something they were never meant to see? A silent shock coursed through their minds. However, the conversation between the Grand Priest and the Omni King soon reached their ears. They overheard the Omni King exclaiming, "Has he arrived? Is it truly him? How terrifying! That fellow has come to my domain. Did I not vow to retreat and never see him again?" Meanwhile, the Grand Priest, crouched nearby, patiently reassured, "Do not fear. My lord, it is not him." At this, the Omni King vehemently retorted, "Impossible. I can sense his aura. He must be here. Do not deceive me. Tell him I am not present. I implore you. I shall not meet him, even if it costs me my life." The Grand Priest, displaying a look of resignation, replied, "My lord, it is true. I have no reason to mislead you. That presence is merely an energy blast he sent from the seventh universe, and unfortunately, it struck our palace. As for his true self, he remains in a state of incomplete awakening and cannot possibly reach our divine sanctuary. Please, rest assured." Upon hearing the Grand Priest's explanation, the Omni King cautiously lifted a corner of his throne, revealing a small, adorable head, observing his surroundings with vigilance. Upon confirming that the anticipated figure was indeed absent, he gradually exhaled a sigh of relief. Eventually, the Omni King obediently crawled out from beneath the throne. Though his body still trembled slightly, further observation confirmed the absence of the expected presence, leading him to pat his small chest while murmuring, "You nearly scared me to death." He then gazed up at the immense hole in the sky, where he could still sense that presence. However, that rascal was indeed too much. Fully aware of how terrified he was at the mere sight of him, he dared to hurl such an energy blast to instill fear. If not for the fact that he felt utterly powerless against him. The Omni King would have relished the thought of erasing both him and the seventh universe from existence in an instant. Yet, given the existence of that rogue, the plan to eliminate the seventh universe would be no different from courting death. As the Omni King regained his composure, the Grand Priest internally sighed with relief. This fellow was truly excessive, stirring up trouble and launching a dreadful energy blast that destroyed the roof of the Omni King's sanctuary. What was he truly attempting to achieve? How had Whis managed to fulfill his task? Truly, it was astonishing. With a single oversight, such a blunder had unfolded. Thankfully, the Omni King did not seem inclined to hold a grudge. Yet, judging by the expression on his face, it appeared that it was not a matter of unwillingness to do so, but rather a fear of the repercussions. Upon witnessing the restoration of the Omni King, the High Priest exhaled a sigh of relief. However, the two guards flanking the Omni King knelt tremblingly at his side, apologizing profusely. "We beg your pardon, esteemed Omni King. It is our failure in guardianship that has caused you distress." At that moment, the Omni King swelled with newfound courage, pondering, as long as that individual does not arrive, who else in this universe could possibly instill fear within me? He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "This matter does not concern you. It is beyond your capacity to handle." His gaze then fell upon the onlookers, Kik and Katra. "What brings you two here?" Feeling the weight of the Omni King's cold and menacing stare, Kik and Katra shuddered involuntarily, realizing with alarm that the humiliating scene had been witnessed by them. Would they be silenced to ensure secrecy? With such apprehension, the two found themselves utterly speechless. It was the High Priest who stepped forward to extricate them from this predicament, explaining, "The fourth universe has been performing commendably of late. Kik and Katra were sent to report to me, and in light of this unforeseen incident, They intended to enter promptly to safeguard the esteemed Omni King. We hope for your understanding. The Omni King coldly huffed, very well, but I shall deal with you two later. He then directed his attention back to the High Priest. By the way, High Priest, did you not send Whis on that secret mission? How could such an incident occur? What is the true nature of this situation? The High Priest sighed softly. Indeed, it is my oversight. A moment's inattention led to this unforeseen event. Rest assured, esteemed Omni King, I shall provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Chapter 99. The strife on Earth draws the attention of the Omni King. The Omni King immediately grew displeased. Must I wait? No. I demand an explanation at once. I require clarity on this matter immediately. Otherwise, I find myself unable to eat or sleep peacefully. That individual carelessly launched an energy blast that obliterated my palace. Should any further incident arise, should this rogue appear in our void realm, the entire universe would undoubtedly descend into chaos. I was once merely a caretaker for him. Am I destined to assume that role again? At this juncture, the Omni King's words abruptly ceased, as he noticed not only the High Priest's peculiar gaze upon him, but also the astonished expressions of Katra and Kik. What formidable figure had emerged in the seventh universe? And how could it be that the esteemed Omni King was compelled to play the role of a caretaker? The sheer terror of this individual's power had rendered the Omni King himself trembling. This revelation bore an overwhelming weight of significance. The two individuals have now shed all semblance of fear, igniting the flames of gossip to their utmost limits. Observing their expressions, the Omni King remarked with a hint of displeasure. You two are fortunate to have overheard things that were never meant for your ears. I trust one need not elaborate further. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to appoint entirely new angels and destroyers for Universe 4. Upon hearing the Omni King's chilling words, Kik and Katra nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at grain, signaling their understanding and assuring him that they would remain tight-lipped. The Omni King, pleased with their reactions, considered it a stroke of luck for these two to have stumbled upon such forbidden secrets. However, it mattered little to him, should this information escape even slightly. The rulers of Universe 4 would likely have to relinquish their positions. The Grand Minister, observing the atmosphere, sensed that something was amiss. It appeared that the Omni King had been somewhat startled, now speaking somewhat incoherently. To alleviate the awkwardness, the Grand Minister promptly summoned his long-unused angelic staff. Striking it sharply in midair, and a brand new 3D projection suddenly materialized before the Omni King, Kik, and Katra. The projection displayed Whis, leisurely holding his staff, gazing at a distant scene while sipping tea and munching on what resembled popcorn. Seeing Whis so nonchalantly enjoying himself while the mission he was assigned was in disarray ignited a spark of frustration within the Grand Minister. Whis, you rascal seem to be living quite comfortably. Are you unaware of the chaos your taskmaster has stirred? Indulging yourself while we are embroiled in turmoil. Do you treat my directives as mere whispers in the wind? Feeling somewhat deflated, the Grand Minister reflected that Whis had not truly erred. His only obligation was to keep an eye on Luo Hao. As long as Luo Hao remained within Universe 7, Whis' mission could not be deemed a failure. It was his own fault for not articulating the task more clearly. Next time, he must impress upon Whis the necessity of staying close to Luo Hao. Otherwise, should any further mishaps occur, he would find it exceedingly difficult to explain himself to the Omni King. Then, the Grand Minister's staff shimmered slightly, revealing the silhouettes of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. It appeared that these two had been the instigators of the energy blast earlier. Just these two rascals? These weaklings, scarcely worthy of being called ants, managed to unleash such a terrifying attack? The scene flickered again, this time showcasing Luo Hao's figure. This marked the first occasion since Luo Hao's rebirth that the Grand Minister truly beheld his visage and form. In that fleeting moment, the Grand Minister felt no particular emotion. Yet the Omni King beside him could no longer maintain his composure. The Omni King's eyes widened in shock, and his body began to tremble. It is him. Indeed, that fellow. Even if reduced to ashes, I would recognize him. The Grand Minister observed that the Omni King was on the verge of losing his composure and immediately offered a wry smile, explaining, Your Excellency, since you are already aware of who it is, why remain anxious? That individual is still in the seventh universe, has not entered our void realm, nor has he approached the Omni King's palace. It would be prudent to let it go, wouldn't you agree? To the Grand Minister's surprise, the Omni King retorted with indignation, Am I unaware of your relationship? That fellow has always shielded and cared for you since childhood. Yet, he has never shown me any courtesy. How many misdeeds has he committed, all of which I have had to rectify? At this point, the Omni King felt a tide of sorrow and anger wash over him. It seemed that his reputation had indeed taken a hit. Regaining his composure, He continued, "Did you not send Whis to assist Roheo? Where is that rascal Whis now? Are we to allow Roheo to recklessly unleash energy blasts? Look at this. Even my palace has had its roof blown off. If we do not rein him in." I shudder to think of the consequences. I can only pray that Whis diligently fulfills his duty. The Grand Minister, once again, raised his hands in a gesture of calm and reassured the Omni King, "Stay composed, do not fret. Rest assured, Whis is reliable in his tasks." As the Grand Minister offered his comfort, the projection before them shifted to reveal Whis. Meanwhile, on Earth, Whis was leisurely enjoying popcorn and sipping milk tea, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, while secretly reveling in the unfolding drama. This fellow named Vegeta truly has no regard for others. He has even provoked Roheo. I wonder just how much trouble Roheo will manage to stir up. At that moment of schadenfreude, a formless silhouette suddenly materialized in midair, leaving Whis utterly astonished. This is truly the Great King, and the Grand Priest as well. They have jointly emanated the projection of the divine. What on earth is happening? At this moment, Bulma in the room remains utterly oblivious to the unfolding events, her full attention fixed on the projection released by Whis' staff. Meanwhile, Whis feels an inexplicable and overwhelming pressure. What could this mean? How could the conflict on Earth draw the attention of the Great King and the Grand Priest? Both appear formidable. Have I inadvertently stirred trouble? No, I have performed my duties admirably, merely enjoying popcorn, sipping milk tea, and singing without committing any wrongdoing. Moreover, that fellow Luo Hao is securely on Earth, causing no disturbances. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration strikes Whis. Could it be that terrifying super spirit bomb? Chapter 100. The task of repairing the Great King's palace is entrusted to the two of you. Whis then directs his gaze to the figures of the Great King and the Grand Priest, and in an instant, he comprehends everything. The super spirit bomb, having taken flight, has unfortunately landed directly on the Great King's palace. The projection emanating from the Grand Priest reveals the palace's roof utterly destroyed. Witnessing this horrific scene, Whis seems to grasp the entirety of the situation. He stretches his stiff neck and fixes his gaze upon the faces of the Grand Priest and the Great King. From the Great King's eyes, Whis perceives a glimmer of peril. Casting a bewildered glance at the Grand Priest, typically affable, he now bears a countenance as grim as a soot-blackened pot. Oh no, I never anticipated that despite all precautions, Luo Hao would employ such a tactic. This truly spells disaster. However, it appears that these two esteemed figures have not yet fully resolved to impose consequences, suggesting a glimmer of hope for redemption. Whis promptly alters his earlier nonchalant demeanor, kneeling on one knee, humbly bowing to the Grand Priest and the Great King to acknowledge his transgression, vowing to accept guidance, rectify his mistakes, and ensure such errors do not recur. Witnessing Whis' dramatic shift in attitude, even the irate Grand Priest and the Great King are momentarily taken aback. It seems this individual is indeed capable of learning from his mistakes. Consequently, they refrain from further pressuring the unfortunate little angel, considering he is already the Grand Priest's most capable subordinate. With this in mind, the Grand Priest coldly remarks, "Take care of yourself." Without hesitation, he abruptly ended the communication. At that moment, Whis was drenched in sweat, his angelic robe thoroughly soaked. Yet it seemed there was still an opportunity for redemption. Whis wasted no time, swiftly retracting the scepter from Bulma, who had been engrossed in viewing the images. And without so much as a word of farewell, he transformed into a radiant beam of light, vanishing from sight. Bulma, who had been enjoying the moment, suddenly realized that both Whis and Roheo had inexplicably disappeared. She muttered to herself, "Where have those two gone? Leaving me all alone here. What kind of nonsense is this? Hey, Whis, where are you?" At that moment, no amount of shouting would elicit a response from Whis, for he had instantaneously appeared beside Roheo, his mind racing with exasperation. "You truly are a handful. I've barely been gone for a few minutes, and you've already caused such a catastrophe. Goodness. One cannot afford to let their guard down for an instant. While I merely stepped out for a brief respite, you, my dear leader, have turned this into a dire situation. In mere seconds, you've managed to obliterate even the palace of the Omni King. Had I tarried any longer, who knows what further calamities might have ensued. It appears that both the Omni King and the Grand Minister are on the brink of fury, should any more misfortune arise. Let me tell you, it won't just be me in trouble. The entire seventh universe may find itself in peril. As for the future, Whis could afford no further contemplation. He must act swiftly to amend the situation. As long as no further mistakes are made, perhaps they might just navigate through this crisis unscathed. This is the most optimal solution that Whis can currently conceive. At this moment, the Omni King experiences a sense of helplessness. After a brief period of reflection, the Omni King gradually calms himself. He recalls how he was terrified in the presence of Luo Hao. Therefore, it is commendable that Whis, this unfortunate little angel, has executed his duties to such an extent. To demand more from him would indeed be unreasonable. However, upon observing the Grand Priest, whose hands are constantly massaging his temples in apparent distress, it seems he too lacks a viable solution. Well, taking a step back provides a broader perspective. The Omni King can only console himself in this manner. As long as this individual does not depart from Universe 7, perhaps until his strength and memory are fully restored. This remains the most prudent choice, and the Omni King can only find solace in this thought. Meanwhile, the Grand Priest exhales a sigh of relief. Let this unexpected turn of events reach its conclusion here. Perhaps this is the best outcome. As long as it captures Whis' attention. Judging by Whis' demeanor, it appears he maintains a decent relationship with Luo Hao, and as long as there are no significant disturbances, Luo Hao is unlikely to cause any major upheaval. Whis, you have worked hard. The Grand Priest silently prays for Whis to demonstrate greater diligence and competence. Now, all that remains is prayer, for there seem to be no other better alternatives. The reactions of the two esteemed beings left Kornik and Ketla utterly astonished. Is it truly over with just a glance and a single remark? The troublemaker is the one who nearly dismantled the roof of the Omni King's palace, and most importantly, the instigator of Universe 7, known as Whis, uttered not a single harsh word, merely advising him to take care of himself before hanging up. The Omni King did not display any anger, only threatening with a glance. This utterly contradicts the established persona of the Omni King. Has his character truly collapsed in that moment? And did the Grand Priest conclude the matter with just that one sentence? This merely indicates that Whis is your biological son, while Konik is your adopted one, does it not? Yet, in Ketala's mind, endless sarcasm brewed. Had this incident transpired in their fourth universe, the angels and destroyers would undoubtedly have faced complete obliteration from the Omni King's wrath, leaving not a trace behind. As the two continued to ponder their thoughts, an ominous premonition suddenly enveloped them. The Omni King, with an impassive expression, addressed them. Have you two come to report? Gradually, Konik and Ketala regained their composure, and with one knee to the ground, they respectfully replied, Yes, Lord Omni King. The Omni King then inquired, So, has the reporting task been completed? They nodded in affirmation. Indeed. The Omni King cast a glance at the vanished palace ceiling and coldly remarked, Since your task is complete, the responsibility of restoring the Omni King's palace now falls upon you both. You have 3 days, should the repairs remain unfulfilled. I shall not hesitate to erase you on the spot. What is this? It is nothing short of an unforeseen calamity. Upon hearing the decree issued by the king, Konik and Katra were utterly bewildered at that moment. This is not our doing. Why must we be the ones to rectify this? Why should we be the scapegoats? This seems rather unreasonable, does it not? Chapter 101. Only Luo Hao can confront the Omni King at that moment. Ketla, emboldened by an unknown courage, boldly retorted. Your Majesty the Omni King, this appears to be quite illogical. This calamity was not wrought by us. Why must we undertake the restoration of your palace? A glimmer of coldness flickered in the Omni King's eyes. What? Ketla, do you dare to voice dissent? Upon hearing this, Ketla felt an immediate pang of regret. He had just audaciously contradicted the Omni King. Where did he find such audacity? Beside him, Konik swiftly intervened. I apologize, Your Majesty. Ketla did not mean it that way. We are more than willing to restore your temple. It would be our honor to serve you. Thus, they shifted from kneeling on one knee to both knees. Ketla promptly expressed his willingness to restore the Omni King's temple, pledging to exert his utmost efforts over the course of 3 days, hoping the Omni King would not hold his earlier words against him. What a stroke of misfortune. Is this what one would call an undeserved calamity? They had merely come to report their duties, yet found themselves entangled in such a predicament. Although they had encountered numerous intriguing tidbits and gossip, they were ultimately left to bear the consequences of the mischief caused by Whis of the 7th universe. Humph. This debt shall be laid squarely at Beerus's feet, Ketla silently fumed, vowing to reclaim it at the first opportunity. That fellow is merely a defeated foe of mine. While there is no strategy to confront the Omni King, dealing with Beerus, now that is something I can handle. Then, they heard the Omni King's frigid voice once more. 3 days. I grant you only 3 days. Should I find your efforts unsatisfactory, the consequences will be yours to bear. In an instant, a flash of golden light enveloped the space, and the Omni King vanished without a trace. This fellow seems to have found yet another outlet for his dissatisfaction and gloom. Though it remains uncertain who among us might be the unfortunate soul to incur the wrath of the Omni King. Presently, the only solace lies in the fact that, despite entrusting the restoration of the palace to Katra and Kik, they are spared from any unwarranted calamities. As for which universe will bear the brunt of the Omni King's ire, that remains a matter of perspective. The Grand Priest, with a resigned sigh, remarked, "Well, you lot. Of all possible choices, why must you provoke the Omni King, that harbinger of misfortune? This lad may appear harmless and endearing at first glance, but when angered, his wrath is not something an ordinary person can withstand. The only one capable of tempering this little tyrant is likely Luo Hao. Let us hope that one day Luo Hao fully matures and regains his memories. Perhaps he could even persuade the Omni King to amend his peculiarities and flaws. For now, observing the two unfortunate souls, the Grand Priest resignedly urged, "Very well, you should commence at once. 3 days is indeed a rather tight timeline." Upon the Omni King's departure, Kik swiftly returned to his usual demeanor alongside Katra. Counting on his fingers, he stated, "Lady Katra, there is no need for excessive concern. A mere 9 minutes have elapsed since the palace's destruction, and my time reversal ability should allow me to restore it to its state from 10 minutes ago. If I exert myself fully, perhaps the palace can reappear before us unscathed." Just as he uttered these words, he summoned his angelic staff, exclaiming, "Given the time constraints, my time reversal may soon be unable to mend the Omni King's palace." However, the Grand Priest's words struck Kik like a bucket of cold water, abruptly awakening him to reality. "You mischievous lad, always seeking shortcuts. If time reversal could restore the Omni King's temple, would he have granted you 3 days? He is merely angry, not foolish. Are you the simpleton, or am I? Time reversal is not an option." Kik, momentarily taken aback, had yet to voice his concerns when Katra interjected with a question. "What is the matter?" Kik's mastery of time reversal had reached an advanced level, making it seemingly feasible to restore the timeline from 10 minutes prior. Was there a caveat? Just then, the Grand Priest shook his head with a hint of resignation, affirming, "Indeed, as you both surmise, time reversal is a unique skill of our angelic lineage, effective within the ordinary realms of the universe. Even in the event of universal annihilation, time reversal would revert everything to its prior state, without question. However, do not forget where we are. This is the void, the palace of the Omni King. Within the confines of this void and the Omni King's palace, time reversal is rendered ineffective. Do you comprehend? This is the center of the universe. Here, the fabric of space and time is exceptionally stable. It cannot simply be reversed at our whim. Very well, it seems that the burden now falls upon the two of you. As for the materials required to restore the entire royal palace, I shall prepare them for you. Time is of the essence, and the task is demanding. So I urge you both to proceed swiftly." The High Priest bestowed upon the two a meaningful smile, and with a sudden flash of golden light, a pile of bricks and construction materials appeared before Kik and Katra. "Do make haste. Should you fail to complete the task successfully, Lord Wan will not spare you from his wrath." With that, the High Priest vanished in a glimmer of golden light, leaving Kik and Katra in a state of bewilderment. On the battlefield of Earth, Vegeta was fervently gathering his energy, emitting a hissing roar of fury. His rage had reached its pinnacle, and only by channeling all his energy and releasing it in an exhilarating manner could he achieve a transcendence of both body and soul, thus alleviating his torment. He yearned for the obliteration of everything before him, reducing it to cosmic dust to satiate his profound indignation. Meanwhile, the onlookers stood ready. But only Luo Hao observed Vegeta's display with a bemused demeanor. "Is this fellow suffering from constipation?" With Luo Hao's query, perplexed expressions adorned the faces of the crowd. What was this man's thought process? Clearly, the one named Vegeta was on the verge of unleashing a tremendous power. Yet he dared to suggest that he was constipated? Strangely enough, it did seem to bear some resemblance, as Vegeta's strained expression indeed mirrored that of someone in distress. At that very moment, a streak of light dashed across the sky, heralding the arrival of Whis, who descended before the crowd like a radiant star. Observing the tense atmosphere, Whis furrowed his brow slightly. These individuals were still engaged in such antics. It was utterly exasperating, witnessing Luo Hao's playful demeanor as he regarded Vegeta's performance, combined with the latter's hissing roars, pushed Whis's patience to its limits. Chapter 102. Whis, look at the trouble you've caused. With a gentle wave of his staff, Whis conjured an invisible energy barrier resembling an empty bowl, abruptly enclosing the still hissing and furious Vegeta within it. This not only severed Vegeta's momentum, but also confined his energy. Color, and voiced beneath an invisible bowl anchored to the ground. At last, the world has fallen into tranquility. Witnessing Whis' decisive intervention, which effortlessly subdued Vegeta on the spot. The onlookers were left in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Whis possessed such prowess. Had he revealed this earlier, they would not have found themselves in a state of heightened vigilance. With an air of resignation, they exchanged glances, pondering what further intentions Whis might harbor. This lad possesses a disposition that is ignited only by significant matters, as evidenced by the astonishing presence of Whis and Rohan at the scene. One can only wonder what could have compelled them to appear. Upon hearing Vegeta's furious roar, Whis cast a resigned and sorrowful glance at Rohan, extending his right hand and repeatedly gesturing towards him with his fingertips. "Do you realize the enormity of what you have done?" he exclaimed, stuttering through the word "you" 6 times, ultimately finding himself at a loss for words. His skin, which resembled that of a smith, had turned a deep shade of black in his agitation, glistening ominously like the bottom of a pot. The onlookers were taken aback, having known Whis for many years. They had never witnessed such an expression before. It was clear that Rohan had truly vexed him to such an extent that the blue hue of his skin, combined with his furious redness, had transformed into a deep black. Observing the irate and glossy black Whis, Rohan merely shrugged, blinking innocently with his large, doe-like eyes. "What is the matter, Whis? Have I erred once more? Why do you look so distraught? Please, do not be angry. Let us discuss this calmly." Whis, in his heart, roared in indignation. "Calmly? You have demolished the entire palace of Zeno and expect me to discuss this at leisure?" He scoffed, recognizing Rohan's obliviousness, and resolved to unveil the gravity of his misdeeds. With a cold huff, he refrained from further banter with Rohan and, with a swift flourish of his staff, conjured a magnificent 3D projection that materialized before the gathering. "What is this? How breathtaking!" exclaimed Piccolo and Krillin, captivated by the sight of the colossal jellyfish and the splendid palace of Zeno perched atop it. "Where are we? The scenery is exquisite," the crowd marveled, enraptured by the beauty before them. Yet, Whis, irked, interjected, "What are you all gazing at? I directed your attention to the palace in the center of the image. Do you comprehend whose palace that is? It belongs to Lord Zeno, personally overseen by the Grand Priest. Now, observe the state of that palace." Krillin, with a hint of skepticism, queried, "Lord Zeno? Grand Priest? Who are they? It seems we are unfamiliar with them. Though that palace is indeed stunning. And who are those 2 figures? Could they be the Lord Zeno and the Grand Priest you mentioned?" At this moment, Whis was momentarily taken aback. Following the direction indicated by Klin, he focused his gaze and discovered that before the dilapidated palace, there were no signs of the esteemed High Priest or the Sovereign King. Instead, only the unfortunate Kik and Katra remained, both donning the hard hats of laborers, helplessly laying bricks on the ground. Furthermore, Kik appeared to be in a more dire situation than Katra, as he balanced on one leg against the wall of the Sovereign King's palace, utilizing his angelic powers to meticulously stack the bricks that Katra handed him, one by one. Goodness, this was hardly the presence of the Sovereign King and the High Priest. It was evidently 2 masons laboriously repairing the palace of the Sovereign King. This left was utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? His prying had also elicited a response from Namek and Katra, whose eyes, directed at the camera, radiated a fiery intensity. Katra glared at Whis on the screen, exclaiming, "Whis, you scoundrel, what have you done? Here I am, the esteemed god of destruction of the 4th universe, toiling away in the palace of the Omni King. My waist is aching from the strain, and my destructive power is being squandered on mere bricklaying. Whis, what are we to do about this? Should I go and settle the score with Beerus?" In midair, Namek, who was tirelessly stacking bricks against the wall, shouted in indignation, "Whis, you better provide a reasonable explanation. All the years I've spent honing my angelic power have been devoted to building this temple for the Omni King. You know that this is a supreme artifact. Ordinary bricks cannot possibly suffice. Each brick demands the utmost exertion of my divine energy to restore it to its former state. Moreover, the Grand Priest and the Omni King have only granted Katra and me 3 days to complete this task. If we fail, the 4th universe will be mercilessly erased. You are the architect of all this chaos. Whis, you rascal, what mischief have you wrought?" Amidst their accusations and roars, Whis felt a pang of guilt. It seemed he had not only offended the Omni King and the Grand Priest, but had also made 2 unfortunate souls bear the brunt of the repercussions alongside him and Beerus. Just as he contemplated an explanation, he pulled the camera back to point at Piccolo, Goku, and others, sheepishly declaring, "Actually, it wasn't me. It was them." He then pointed at Goku, adding, "That energy blast was his doing. This revelation only served to inflame Katra and Nek's fury further. Whis, you are truly regressing. Who are these people behind you? We are not blind. They are merely ordinary earthlings. Even if they are powerful, could they possibly unleash such a terrifying energy to uproot the roof of the Omni King's temple? Don't be ridiculous. If you think you can evade responsibility with such childish tactics, you are sorely mistaken. Katra was now thoroughly enraged. Humph. If it weren't for the time constraint, I would drag Beerus out of his bed and confront him. Even if there were previous grievances, it should not come to personal vendettas. While Nek and I are here at the Omni King's temple to report, you create such a ruckus and leave us to take the fall. Whis, don't you think you've gone too far? Whis found himself in a predicament and, feeling wronged, replied, I assure you, this truly isn't my fault. I am also a victim in this situation. Chapter 103. A misunderstanding as he observed Katra relentlessly using his destructive powers to carve through the building materials on the ground. A series of furious growls escaped him, revealing the extent of his ire. Meanwhile, in the air, Knik had grown weary of engaging with Whis and finally uttered a resolute statement. Very well, Lord Kara. We find ourselves under your roof, compelled to bow our heads. Rest assured, I shall avenge this affront in due time. Humph, Whis, mark my words. Once I and Lord Kara have the opportunity, I will personally visit your 7th universe to pay you and Beerus a proper call. You too shall face the true consequences of your actions. Do not presume that just because you are the son of the Grand Minister, and I am merely his godson, you can bully me at will. With a cold laugh, he ended the video call with Whis. On the other side of the screen, Whis gazed at the static-filled display, bemusely commenting, Gentlemen, do you truly believe this is a misunderstanding? He then stared blankly at the snow-covered screen, lost in a state of bewilderment. It appears that a considerable predicament has indeed arisen. Meanwhile, Luo Hao, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, patted Whis on the shoulder and inquired, Oh, Whis, what troubles you? Is the opponent truly formidable? Fear not. Should they dare to cause a disturbance, I am here to protect you. Moreover, where are the High Priest and Lord Zeno that you mentioned? I have yet to lay eyes on them. However, I must admit, after all these years of absence, I find myself rather longing for their presence. Whis attempted to ease the stiffness in his neck. Slowly turning his head and forcing a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful, he quipped, Luo Hao, this trouble is indeed significant. Observing Whis's despondent demeanor, Luo Hao shrugged and replied, It's nothing. If the High Priest or that Lord Zeno dares to trouble you, rest assured, I will handle everything. Humph. They cannot stir up any significant turmoil in my presence. Indeed, upon reflection, Whis felt a profound sense of despair. Yes. While these esteemed figures may not hold any power over you, they possess countless means to make my life a living hell. After all, this is my duty. And even if the two lords are aware that this chaos is a result of your meddling and choose not to blame a mere angel like myself. As you can see, Knik and Ketla are intent on tearing me apart. This commotion is truly escalating. While the great powers may disregard you, these lesser beings are an incessant source of trouble, and both Knik and Ketla are known for their vindictive natures among the destroyers and angels. Engaging with them is akin to entangling oneself with stubborn gum, impossible to shake off. Humph. It seems that soon, my days alongside Lord Beerus may become unbearably grim. What shall I do? It is truly a consequence of my own carelessness that I have attracted such a monumental disaster. Reflecting further, I pondered, Ketla and Knik. You unfortunate souls, what ill fate brings you here at such a time? Are you unaware of the terrifying anomaly that exists within our 7th universe? I am at a loss. Had I possessed even a modicum of foresight, such a calamity would not have ensued. The blame cannot rightfully fall upon Lord Beerus and myself. It is solely your doing. Yet, the thought of Beerus ignites my frustration. You wretched destroyer, absent when most needed to shield me from blame, leaving this poor angel to bear the brunt. I can only declare that I am utterly incapable of shouldering such a burden. It is simply too immense. As Whis languished in his despondency, Vegeta, who was fervently gathering energy, seemed to reach the zenith of his power. Oblivious to the invisible energy enveloping him, he shut his eyes and unleashed a wrathful roar, channeling all his anger and strength into an explosive release. A 360-degree, unrestrained outpouring of might. Humph, you wretched scoundrels. I shall leave no survivors. This victory is undoubtedly mine. How dare you disrupt my transformation into a mighty ape and disregard my formidable attack? You lot deserve to perish. After a fervent outburst of emotion, Vegeta, dragging his weary body, slowly opened his eyes, only to be struck dumb by the scene before him. Despite unleashing his full strength, erupting with all his might, and executing a relentless assault, he found that even the nearby earth had remained untouched. Moreover, Kakarot, that blue-skinned individual, along with a character named Luo Hao and that Namekian, were engaged in idle chatter, seemingly oblivious to the presence of their so-called Scion Prince. The overwhelming blow he had just unleashed appeared to have had no effect whatsoever on them. Glancing upwards, he noted that even the clouds in the sky had not been disturbed by his immense power. Was his earlier outburst not a true display of strength, but merely a trivial release? At this moment, Vegeta began to question the very essence of his existence. What in the world was happening? It was evident that his power and energy had reached a critical threshold, where even the slightest movement of his hands or legs could generate an immense force. Upon his return to Earth, he was overwhelmed by an abundance of shocks, having never encountered such an array of the extraordinary since his birth. Yet, everything unfolded before him like a nightmarish vision. Observing the enemy's brazen demeanor, Vegeta felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed almost impossible for him to even utter a word, let alone launch an attack. He clenched his teeth, surveying the group before him, each one exuding an aura of formidable strength, clearly at a disadvantage. Vegeta's mind was singularly focused on fleeing this terrifying planet, intent on recuperating and assembling reinforcements to devise a strategy for the annihilation of all humanity on this world. How could he endure such a grievous humiliation? If he were to provoke or fight back now, he might lose his life, while the adversaries might remain unscathed. With a cold scoff, Vegeta declared, "You shall regret this, all of you. However, this prince shall no longer entertain you. We shall meet again." He then retrieved a remote control for a spacecraft from the tattered seams of his armor, pressing it gently, standing there trembling as he awaited the arrival of the vessel. In this instance, Vegeta finds himself engulfed in despair, acutely aware of his insurmountable odds. Chapter 104 depicts Vegeta as if struck by lightning. His singular thought is to hastily vacate the planet, to escape this nightmarish realm and return to planet Frieza 79, where he can recuperate and contemplate future strategies at leisure. Meanwhile, his adversaries seem utterly indifferent to his intentions, which, oddly enough, brings him a sense of relief. Fortunately, these fools remain oblivious to the fact that upon the brink of death, Scions can recover to their former glory, resulting in an exponential increase in their combat prowess. At that juncture, he would return to effortlessly crush these insignificant insects. "Humph, Kakarot, by that time, I shall afford you no opportunities. You currently regard me as inconsequential, but soon you shall recognize my formidable strength." Vegeta, in his current state, finds himself lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, not so much rendered senseless by his opponents, but rather driven to madness by their sheer folly. The sensation of being overlooked, rendered inconspicuous, is one that the proud Vegeta cannot endure under any circumstances. Yet, such is the reality. With a swift motion, Vegeta's patched spaceship quietly docked beside him. The ship's hatch swung open violently, and upon seeing the tattered vessel adorned with a patch, Vegeta felt a pang of sorrow. Glancing down at his battle boots, he noticed one toe peeking out, leaving him utterly speechless. He had initially come to Earth with grand aspirations of profit, but it now appeared he had not only suffered losses but also endured a significant setback, with that wretched Ba having met his demise here, further complicating Vegeta's predicament. It would be best to vacate this nightmarish locale without delay. That was paramount. In truth, the perception of Vegeta as an inconsequential figure cannot entirely be blamed on the others. After all, during the release of his ultimate technique, he was ensnared by Whis within an unusual energy barrier. Moreover, the residual force of his attack failed to convey any semblance of threat to outsiders. It was akin to shouting in a soundproof room. Upon his emergence, it was only natural that others would dismiss this exhausted scion, a being devoid of menace. The crux of the matter lay in Whis and Luo Hao engaging in an impassioned debate regarding Goku's future training direction. As a bona fide angel, Whis swiftly analyzed the events that transpired that day, ultimately attributing it to a singular issue: Goku's use of the spirit bomb. Had he refrained from employing the spirit bomb, he would not have absorbed that faint trace of energy from Luo Hao. Without Luo Hao's minuscule energy, the terrifying spirit bomb would never have materialized. And if this dread spirit bomb had not manifested, it would not have inexplicably soared to the King of All's palace, causing the very roof of the palace to collapse. The root of all troubles lies within the spirit bomb. Otherwise, even if Goku's energy were to amplify, his energy wave could never reach the palace of the King of All in the void. Although one might wish to blame Luo Hao for meddling, It is undeniable that this is a being beyond the reach of even the Grand Minister and the King of all. Indeed, it is all the fault of that accursed spirit bomb. Thus, Whis resolutely fortified his confidence in training, reaffirming Goku's path towards mastering the Ultra Instinct technique. Goku, he insisted. From now on, you must devote all your energy to my Ultra Instinct. You are aware that it has been this very technique that has saved you from peril in recent times. Any talk of Kaioken or Spirit Bomb is mere triviality. Do not dwell on such inconsequential matters. Goku, scratching the back of his head, pondered, Ultra Instinct, you say? Yet, this technique is often capricious in its efficacy. While it proves formidable when it works, it can also lead to helplessness when it does not, was patiently explained. This is simply due to your current martial arts realm being too low. As you gradually elevate your strength, you will come to understand the true might of Ultra Instinct. In this regard, Whis remained exceedingly confident. However, Luo Hao held a differing perspective. Through his fragmented memories, he recalled some knowledge regarding the Scions. He firmly believed that Goku should not force himself to learn the so-called Angel's Ultra Instinct, as hastily pushing growth would yield no benefits for Goku at this stage. Furthermore, regarding Whis' application of Ultra Instinct, Luo Hao felt that his own technique, characterized by spontaneity, might prove to be even more potent. After all, Ultra Instinct is merely a foundational technique, while his own method is one of expansion. Nevertheless, neither technique is currently accessible for anyone present. At this moment, Goku's priority should be to establish a solid foundation, incrementally enhancing his strength, for anything else would be folly. Subsequently, Whis, with a hint of exasperation, cast a healing spell on everyone. Instantly, Goku felt his power surge, providing him with a vivid comprehension of the Scion heritage. It was no wonder he had always surpassed others. The source of his formidable prowess stemmed from the unique nature of the Scion race. A revelation brought forth by none other than Luo Hao. This individual is indeed all-knowing and all-powerful. One can hardly fathom what kind of terrifying monster he once was. He possesses knowledge even of the slightest traits of the Scions on Earth. While the others engaged in discussions about their future training directions, Vegeta had already summoned his spaceship, preparing to cautiously depart from this planet that had brought him endless nightmares. The moment he stepped into the vessel, his ears perked up at the sound of a statement that left him utterly astonished. He overheard the person named Luo Hao patting Kakarot's shoulder, saying, "Goku, I suggest you pursue the Super Saiyan path from now on. After all, that is the true lineage of the Saiyans. As for other techniques like Ultra Instinct, perhaps you should delve into those once you have established a solid foundation in the later stages." Upon hearing this, Vegeta, who had settled into the cockpit of his spaceship, felt as if struck by lightning, completely petrified in place. What? Super Saiyan? Is that referring to our Saiyan lineage? Am I hearing this correctly? Who is that person? Why does he mention the word Super Saiyan? This presented a fatal allure for Vegeta. In an inexplicable turn of events, he refrained from activating his spacecraft and painstakingly crawled out of the cockpit. Inching closer to the group engaged in conversation, his ears perked up. However, Luo Hao, Whis, and the others remained oblivious to Vegeta's presence, continuing their discussion about the Super Saiyan phenomenon. Chapter 105, Goku. Strive earnestly. Luo Hao raised his hands in a gesture of resignation and remarked, "I suggest Goku pursue the path of the Super Saiyan. Although the progress may be gradual, for you Scions, it is a reliable method to steadily enhance your strength. I believe it will ultimately contribute positively to the overall evaluation of the universe." Initially, Whis had intended to argue further, but upon hearing the mention of the universe's overall evaluation, he fell silent. Could it be that the transformation into a Super Saiyan would indeed have some bearing on the universe's comprehensive assessment? If that were the case, he would wholeheartedly support Luo Hao. Noticing the curious expressions on Whis and the others, Luo Hao shrugged and added, "I possess only fragmented memories. I know that the Saiyan race can transform into Super Saiyans, becoming immensely powerful warriors, and this formidable transformation is an inherent gift of their race. If this transformation is perfected, it would greatly benefit our universe." Now it made sense. Although the others were somewhat bewildered, Whis grasped the essence of it completely. With that, Luo Hao patted Goku on the shoulder and encouraged, "You should strive diligently. It seems you are but a step away from achieving the so-called Super Saiyan form. Indeed, with continued training and the right opportunity, you may succeed in transforming. Perhaps you are destined to become the new hope of this universe. In this regard, Whis and I have witnessed similar occurrences, haven't we, Whis?" At that moment, Whis reminisced about his experiences with Luo Hao and Bulma in the future timeline. realizing that there was indeed some truth to this. Suddenly, everyone paused, astonished to see the previously retreating scion, Vegeta, standing rigidly among them, his ears nearly brushing against Luo Hao's face. What manner of being is this? Was he not intent on departing from Earth? Why does he linger? Moreover, he has mingled with the crowd like one of our companions. What nefarious plans does this wicked scion harbor? The onlookers immediately assumed defensive stances. Yet Vegeta remained oblivious to their reactions, fixated on Luo Hao. Repeat what you just said. Do you know the secrets of our scion race? How did you come by this knowledge? Humph, if you do not divulge it, I shall annihilate you on the spot, regardless of your identity. I cannot allow anyone who knows our great secret to live. As Vegeta's outburst echoed, he suddenly sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding him. A glance around revealed Piccolo, Krillin, Whis, Tien, and others regarding him with expressions of disbelief. Has this fool's mind been damaged by Goku's blows? In such a weakened state, he dares to threaten Luo Hao? Is he unaware of the caliber of this individual? He could crush you with but a flick of his wrist. Although they had not encountered Luo Hao before, the subtle hints shared by Whis had instilled a belief in them. Meanwhile, having received Whis's healing, Goku's energy and injuries had completely returned to their peak state. Observing Vegeta's antics, he clenched his fists and chuckled. Vegeta, given your current condition, you are far from my match. Are you still here posturing? Yet Vegeta remained unfazed by the dire situation, coldly retorting, Kakarot, what do you understand? This is an absolute secret of our Scion lineage. Who is this individual? How does he know of the Super Saiyan legend? I cannot clarify now. I will return to deal with you once I have regained my strength. You have merely discovered a method of healing that enhances your energy, but even with that, you are but a lowly warrior. Once I recover and transform into a Super Saiyan, you will witness true terror. By the way, you have yet to answer my earlier question, he added. Luo Hao rolled his eyes dramatically. Who do you think you are? Just because you ask, must I comply? Ridiculous. The tension hung thickly in the air, and the effects of Vegeta's last attack gradually dissipated. His stamina was slowly returning, rekindling a flicker of confidence within him. Suddenly, Vegeta's eyes darted, a light with a piercing intensity. You fools are truly ignorant. Very well, since this lad knows the secrets of the Super Saiyan, I must take him away for thorough interrogation. If I can extract the truth regarding Super Saiyans, this universe shall bend to my will henceforth. What Frieza? What the Ginyu Force? All of it is but a fleeting illusion. To act decisively is the true path, before this group of fools can react. The real objective is to abduct this individual named Luo Hao. Indeed, seize this person and subject him to intense interrogation to uncover the secrets of becoming a Super Saiyan. Once I attain that power, who cares about Kakarot, Frieza, or the Ginyu Force? They will be as inconsequential as mere clouds. Heh, thoughts must be transformed into action. While their attention is still diverted, with a sudden movement, Vegeta extended his hand and, with a resounding snap, grasped Luo Hao's wrist. Now you cannot escape. These fools are truly careless, allowing me to seize the opportunity so effortlessly. They will regret this. My immediate goal is to take this individual away. Everything must proceed according to my plan. At this moment, Vegeta's mind was filled with visions of a glorious future. Once I become a Super Saiyan, I shall gather the Dragon Balls and fulfill my quest for immortality. At that time, the entire universe will tremble beneath my feet. In this moment, Vegeta's ambition soared to unprecedented heights, yet as he surveyed his surroundings, he was struck dumb by an astonishing sight. The Z fighters, Piccolo, Krillin, Goku, and Tien, were all staring at him with an expression of utter disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment, save for Whis. This fellow is still murmuring to himself, though it remains a mystery what he is uttering. How could these individuals regard him with such a foolish gaze? Should they not be lamenting their own lack of protection that allowed this potential Super Saiyan to come into their midst? What accounts for the peculiarity of their expressions? Chapter 106, Vegeta reduced to a level 2 disability. Nevertheless, he dismissed their thoughts, recognizing that his own modest ambitions took precedence. The spacecraft lay close by. The target was secured. Once he departed this planet, he could easily find a location to intimidate and interrogate, and all would be resolved. Although his physical condition had reached a critical juncture, abducting a couple of individuals posed no challenge. Even a small vessel could accommodate two. And if that hefty fellow could fit, how much more so an ordinary earthling? Every aspect of the plan appeared flawless. Just as Vegeta eagerly prepared to set his scheme in motion, an unexpected turn of events quietly unfolded. He found that the wrist of the individual he grasped, Luo Hao, felt as unyielding as a steel tower. No matter how much force he exerted, he could not budge his opponent in the slightest. Moreover, Luo Hao regarded him with an oddly unsettling gaze, sending an involuntary chill down Vegeta's spine. Does this fellow not realize he has been abducted? He stands there, gazing at himself with a look of utter bewilderment, as if rendered senseless by fear. No, there is something amiss, something decidedly peculiar. But where lies the strangeness? Vegeta, for the moment, could not discern the answer. The immediate consequence, however, left him seething with rage, utterly unable to believe the scene unfolding before his eyes. The shock that coursed through him rendered Vegeta momentarily paralyzed, despite his utmost efforts, even as his body waned to the brink of collapse. He found himself utterly incapable of moving even an ordinary earthling. Indeed, it was an impossibility, no matter how he shifted his perspective or summoned his strength. The opponent's wrist seemed as immovable as if it were forged from steel, betraying not even the slightest tremor. How is this possible? Vegeta cursed inwardly. Even if you truly are a being of iron, with my strength, I could drag you away effortlessly. At this moment, Vegeta was determined. Gritting his teeth fiercely, regardless of the peculiar methods you employ, everything is mere illusion in the face of genuine power. Subsequently, Vegeta channeled every ounce of his remaining strength into his palm. In a flash of brilliance, he grasped Luo Hao's wrist with all his might, intending to pull him onto his spaceship. With a resounding bang, the anticipated occurred. To everyone's astonishment, Luo Hao remained utterly unyielding, showing no reaction whatsoever, while Vegeta, exerting himself to the utmost, found his own arm dislocated from the sheer force of his pull. At that moment, Vegeta's shock reached its zenith. What on earth is this being made of? Why did my strongest strike not budge him in the slightest, but instead left my left arm completely dislocated? What is happening here? Vegeta, supporting his dislocated left arm, stood dumbfounded. Is this not merely an ordinary earthling? His initial plan was to abduct this individual, yet how could such an unforeseen circumstance arise? What manner of being is this individual? What could have caused the dislocation of his own arm? Is it merely an illusion? At this moment, Vegeta still finds himself unable to fully confront reality. However, the faint throbbing pain emanating from his arm leaves his spirit in a state of profound anguish. This individual must possess some peculiarities, otherwise, why would these earthlings gaze at him with such strange expressions? Nevertheless, Vegeta's temper flared. Given his scion nature, which is inherently violent, he was not one to be easily appeased. Rage permeated Vegeta's soul, although he had momentarily alleviated it through an intense release of energy. The current bewilderment stripped him of any semblance of rational thought. His singular objective now was to abduct Luo Hao, for the secrets of the Super Saiyan resided within him. As long as he could take him away, all would be well. If grasping his wrist proved futile, then I shall render him unconscious first. Surely, that will suffice. It would be a trivial task for him to carry away an incapacitated foe. At this moment, Vegeta bore the agony of a dislocated left arm. Yet he managed to emit a cold, mocking laugh. You fools. Even if you wish to thwart me now, it is far too late. In an instant, his form flickered, appearing behind Luo Hao, raising his intact right arm into a blade-like shape, and struck fiercely at Luo Hao's nape. He thought to himself, I shall knock you out first, then take you away. How can these imbeciles still stand by and watch? Witnessing Vegeta's actions, the onlookers were increasingly perplexed. Had this Saiyan Prince been rendered foolish by Goku? What was he doing? Did he truly intend to kidnap Luo Hao? What a ridiculous notion. With so many present, they would worry about any abduction. Yet, concerning Luo Hao, not a single soul harbored any concern. In fact, they silently offered prayers for Vegeta, who had moments ago been their sworn enemy but now elicited laughter through his comically foolish antics. It truly was a case of choosing the wrong target. While they might tolerate him striking a solid barrier, he insisted on attacking an indestructible steel plate, oblivious to the consequences of his own recklessness. Indeed, the repercussions unfolded precisely as anticipated. The moment his palm struck Luo Hao's neck, a resounding crack echoed through the air. Yet, Luo Hao displayed an innocent demeanor, merely tilting his head as if he felt nothing at all. Upon turning to observe, Vegeta found himself in utter disbelief, staring blankly at his fractured hand and then at Luo Hao's neck, bewildered by the outcome. What on earth is this individual? He unleashed his full power in a strike. Yet there was no reaction from the other party, and instead, his own right hand was left fractured. What manner of terrifying being is this? Even after engaging in an intense battle with Kakarot, he sustained no irreversible damage to any part of his body. Now, after merely a tug and a blow, one arm is dislocated and the wrist bone of the other is shattered. What kind of sorcery is this? At this moment, Vegeta stood utterly bewildered. I merely intended to take you away. Was it necessary to reduce me to a state of severe disability? Even amidst the most bizarre occurrences, Vegeta could tolerate the inexplicable. However, the peculiar gazes from those around him completely shattered his composure. What is the meaning behind that gaze? Is it one of pity or disdain? Why do these individuals regard me with such expressions? Is the person before me not an ordinary earthling? Does he possess some extraordinary quality? Chapter 107. Vegeta's energy attack was rebounded. However, for Luo Hao, despite Vegeta's prolonged attention, he remains merely an ordinary earthling, devoid of any detectable energy emanating from him. After spending considerable time battling on Earth, Vegeta has gradually mastered the Z Warrior's technique of sensing energy, allowing him to discern his opponent's location and strength through their energy signature. Although his proficiency in this technique is not yet refined, he can at least ascertain an opponent's strength and position without the aid of a scouter, which stands as his greatest achievement since arriving on Earth. It must be said that a truly remarkable combat genius possesses a unique ability to learn useful skills by quietly observing and engaging in a few skirmishes. He has remarkably acquired the Z Warrior's ability to sense energy, marking him as a prodigy among prodigies. Yet, despite his keen perception, he cannot detect even the slightest fluctuation of energy or strength from this individual named Luo Hao. Why is this person's physicality so extraordinarily abnormal? Vegeta swiftly cast aside these thoughts. You scoundrels regard me with such contempt. Very well, if I cannot attain it, I shall ensure you do not either. Kakarot. If you wish to learn the transformation into a Super Saiyan, you might as well pray for your next life. Since I cannot achieve the transformation, I will destroy it here and now. Although my hands are gravely injured, I can still muster the strength for one final strike. With gritted teeth and bloodshot eyes, Vegeta fixed his gaze on Luo Hao, who looked at him with an expression of mockery. The more he pondered, the more he seethed with hatred. You have forced my hand. He then positioned his dislocated left hand and fractured right hand to unleash his energy attack. Krillin admired Vegeta's determination despite his injuries. With bones so severely broken, he still endeavored to unleash an energy attack. This fellow truly is relentless. Piccolo, shaking his head, could only support his forehead. Well, this kid is indeed a person of unwavering resolve. These individuals astonishingly find the time to critique themselves. Vegeta, now seething with rage, was met with Goku, who extended a hand towards him and uttered a single word. Stop. Kakarot, is this the moment you choose to intervene? Alas, it is too late. I shall afford you no opportunity. You wish to transform into a Super Saiyan? Not a chance. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta unleashed his entire aura and the remnants of his energy once more. Although this excruciating pain had somewhat constrained his power, he remained confident in his ability to obliterate this ordinary earthling before him. Yet again, the outcome defied Vegeta's expectations. With all his might, he expelled the last vestiges of his strength in a concentrated energy blast, only to have it bizarrely repelled by this seemingly mundane human. Indeed, there was no explosion, no deviation. At the very moment of contact with the opponent's skin, the energy was utterly reflected back. How could this be possible? This is a ki blast, which explodes upon contact. How could it possibly rebound? Just as Vegeta was engulfed in confusion, the rebounding ki blast struck him squarely in the face. With a resounding boom, there was no unexpected outcome this time. The energy he had unleashed collided entirely with his own visage. The impact left him in a state of utter bewilderment, as he was overwhelmed by the sensation of being struck. What on earth is this fellow? He cannot be moved, cannot be slain. And even the forceful blasts of energy are effortlessly deflected by him. At last, he has come to a realization. It is no wonder that the individuals beside him regard him with the gaze typically reserved for fools. Vegeta has also come to understand. This individual must indeed be the true master of combat. Has he unwittingly launched an assault against the strongest among them? Might this be likened to lifting a stone only to strike his own foot? This is the final fragment of Vegeta's consciousness before he succumbed to an abyss of darkness. As for what transpired thereafter, it became wholly irrelevant to him. Observing the twitching form of Vegeta, charred and tender from his own energy blast, Whis rested a hand on his forehead, casting a bemused glance at Goku, murmuring, Goku, is it true that all members of your Saiyan lineage possess such ferocity? You truly open my eyes. Goku, however, looked at Whis with utter bewilderment, replying, Mr. Whis, what are you saying? I don't quite understand. Indeed, Whis silently lamented, realizing that his question might have been somewhat inappropriate. Yet, witnessing the expressions around him, he found solace in the fact that the current disparity between the realms of angels and destroyers was still vast. Perhaps in the future, Goku and Vegeta would grasp the profound implications of his inquiry. Meanwhile, Krillin shrugged and approached the twitching Vegeta on the ground. Grasping Vegeta's tail, he hoisted him into the air. Glancing at the shadowy figure of Vegeta, Krillin cast a disdainful look at the worn-out shoes revealing his toes, contemplating that this fellow was indeed a miser, devoid of any riches. However, allowing him to languish in such a state seemed rather inappropriate. He then turned to the instigator, Luo Hao, asking, "By the way, Luo Hao, how should we deal with this fellow?" Luo Hao shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "It matters not. Handle him however you wish. Such a minor character should not trouble me." His words carried a casual air, as if he were not the one who had ultimately brought Vegeta to this state of unconsciousness. Yet, the truth remained that it was indeed Luo Hao standing before them who had rendered Vegeta incapacitated. Despite his seemingly innocuous demeanor, he exuded an unsettling aura. Krillin then shifted his gaze back to Goku, who raised an eyebrow and stated, "Let him go. I have a feeling that there will be a fair chance for combat with him in the future. It seems unwise to relinquish such a formidable adversary. Forgive my stubbornness." "Krillin," he added. Krillin frowned, remarking, "Goku, you truly have a soft heart." At that moment, Whis appeared to recall something, exclaiming, "Indeed, Krillin. Let us return Vegeta to his original spacecraft. Leaving him on Earth would be a waste of resources. Yet, it seems this fellow is already quite impoverished. And even on Earth, he would yield little benefit. Perhaps releasing him is the wisest course." Suddenly, Whis reconsidered his phrasing, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Krillin. "Perhaps this individual may yet fight for Earth in the future." What? This statement caused Krillin to pause in surprise. This fellow will fight for Earth in the future? Chapter 108. Vegeta finally leaves Earth, observing Whis's composed demeanor, which did not seem to hint at jest. Krillin pondered for a moment. Perhaps this individual truly had traversed to a future timeline, and it was conceivable that the Vegeta of that era had experienced extraordinary adventures. Well then, since no one voiced any objections, let us release this fellow. He cast another glance at Vegeta's patched-up personal spacecraft and sighed in resignation. How unfortunate it was that these scions had fallen to such depths, with their shoes tattered and even their spacecraft bearing repairs. Yet, upon further reflection, if this individual were indeed to contribute to Earth in the future, then forging a benevolent connection now seemed a wise course of action. He gestured to Gohan. "Gohan, please fetch a new pair of shoes, a fresh set of armor, and a scouter. Let's leave this scion with a glimmer of hope." This individual was simply too destitute. It was hard for him to bear. Gohan nodded, somewhat bewildered. "Uncle Krillin, you are truly kind-hearted." Krillin patted his own head. "Of course." Yet inwardly he mused, this gift costs me nothing, as it's merely Ms. Bulma's surplus stock. Even if I give it away, the most I might face is a bit of her ire later on. If I don't give it, I may never cross paths with him again, so I'll consider it a simple act of goodwill." He simply could not bear to witness the plight of this scion visiting Earth. Alas, such is the hospitality of our people. He then proceeded to stow the gifts, along with Vegeta, into the dilapidated spacecraft. As the hatch of the ship slowly closed, it roared to life and automatically ascended, departing from Earth. The tale reaches a temporary conclusion, and everyone returns to their respective homes, each attending to their own affairs. The only source of internal conflict among them revolves around Gohan, who is torn between the decision to return home or not. After all, he has been away for over a year, accumulating a mountain of assignments and studies, and he is at a loss as to how to explain this to Chi-Chi. Goku, sensing Gohan's apprehension, expresses his own trepidation about facing Chi-Chi's wrath, uncertain of how to justify his prolonged absence. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others resume their activities, unconcerned about Goku's worries. Only Krillin breathes a sigh of relief, contemplating that, regardless of the circumstances, as long as the two of them return home, it is likely that Mr. Goten will find some solace. It remains uncertain what transpired during the past year of Gohan's training with Piccolo, and whether Goku has been diligently training as well. Chi-Chi has nearly dismantled Master Roshi's turtle school in her quest for order, and one can only hope that everything will resolve itself smoothly. Before departing, Whis leaves them with a benevolent warning. You are all aware of the formidable strength possessed by the Scions. To be candid, there looms an even more terrifying enemy behind them, so it is wise to prepare for the future. I am offering you an opportunity, alongside Roheo. I shall establish a new martial arts academy. Should you wish to partake in our training program, feel free to enroll. Rest assured, we will enhance your abilities. If you are inclined, do reach out to Miss Bulma. With that, he vanishes in a dazzling flash of light, akin to a star, alongside Roheo. The group stands momentarily stunned, while Roheo, hurrying to the restaurant, frustratedly questions, Whis, what are you doing? Are you seeking trouble? Running a restaurant is sufficient. Why establish a martial arts school? What is the purpose of this training program? Whis chuckles, oh, it's nothing much. I merely wish to bolster their strengths in preparation for future cosmic evaluations. In his mind, Whis continues to grumble, it's all for your sake. If Goku decides to unleash a spirit bomb again, you will inevitably find yourself contributing divine power once more. The current situation is quite perplexing. To guide Goku and these individuals onto a proper training path, and to mitigate unnecessary chaos and trouble in the future, enhancing their capabilities is indeed the prudent choice. Roheo, indifferent to Whis's musings, considers that the immediate issues have been resolved, and suspects that Bulma is likely in a fit of rage back at home. At present, it is of utmost importance for Luo Hao to devise a means to pacify the enraged Bulma. 15 days hence, at planet Frieza 79. The green button on the exterior of the medical capsule pulsated with a vibrant glow, signifying the completion of medical procedures. As the healing liquid within the capsule gradually receded, Vegeta abruptly opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he had regained consciousness once more, a stroke of fortune indeed. However, prior to this, he thought to himself with a smirk, those wretched scoundrels had better brace themselves. I shall return forthwith to make them acquainted with the fury of a scion. At this moment, Vegeta, gritting his teeth, emerged from the medical chamber with measured strides. Meanwhile, a sycophantic attendant, who had been attending to Vegeta, approached him with an obsequious demeanor and spoke in a reverent tone. Esteemed Lord Vegeta, your medical expenses have depleted all your credit points within the Frieza planetary system. Should you require any additional services, you presently lack sufficient credit points for payment. Vegeta retorted with a disdainful grunt. I understand. Spare me your superfluous chatter. Truly, you have an uncanny knack for stating the obvious. This has struck a nerve with Vegeta, as he currently finds himself in a dire situation, utterly impoverished. However, he suddenly notices a glimmer of hope, despite the earlier claim that he had exhausted all his credit points. Why then does a brand new set of combat attire and armor stand before him? Though the design is somewhat peculiar, one thing remains indisputable, it is undeniably a new product. How could this be? He is clearly devoid of funds, so why this splendid equipment appears before him is baffling. The obsequious subordinate, ever eager to please, promptly responds, Lord Vegeta, allow me to clarify. This equipment did not originate from Planet 79. It is something you brought back yourself. I am quite astonished that someone would place such luxurious gear aboard your spacecraft. Vegeta, taken aback, muses, how can this be? I returned from that impoverished corner of Earth. Could it be that the Earthlings have offered me charity? How outrageous. This is nothing short of blatant ostentation. Chapter 109. Vegeta aims to thwart Frieza suddenly. He recalls that upon his arrival on Earth with Nappa, these individuals had indeed opened a warehouse brimming with various items. Not only combat armor, but even rare strategic resources seemed to be abundant. Furthermore, it appeared that each of them possessed a new model of detector. This is an absolute disgrace. Has he truly sunk so low as to rely on the charity of Earthlings? Yet, Vegeta swiftly regains his composure. All of this can be set aside. Regardless of the Earthlings' intentions, the equipment now lies before him. Better to make use of it than to be left with nothing but those tattered shoes exposing his toes. Perhaps when he next visits Earth, he shall express his gratitude by delivering them a swift end. Initially, he had contemplated tormenting those insufferable beings, but with his newfound power, he could simply annihilate them on the spot, sparing them considerable suffering. A form of mercy, perhaps? As Vegeta grins wickedly at this thought, he suddenly recalls something and looks up to his sycophantic subordinate, inquiring, what about the gear I discarded? The subordinate, seemingly at a loss, shrugs, Lord Vegeta. Are you referring to that tattered outfit? Given your stern expression, I shall rephrase. The equipment you replaced has been utilized as a repair fee for your spacecraft, paid to the planetary warehouse. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? It appears that he truly is destitute. Without the combat attire and armor graciously bestowed by the Earthlings, he might very well find himself fighting in the nude next time. Vegeta feels an overwhelming sense of desolation. When did he become so wretched while serving in Frieza's army, relying on a remote and impoverished planet for sustenance? Very well, all of this shall soon pass. Let it be but a fleeting nightmare. With that, Vegeta meticulously arranged his attire and donned his brand new armor. Indeed, the material and design were quite befitting of his physique. These Earthlings have provided remarkably considerate service in this regard. He cast a glance at his pristine boots, feeling a pang of bittersweet nostalgia. At last, he was free from those shoes that exposed his toes. However, regardless of the circumstances, the Dragon Balls of Earth and the secrets of the Super Scions are treasures I must acquire. You lot think such trifling gestures will persuade me to spare this planet? What a jest! With a resolute expression, Vegeta strode purposefully toward the hatch, heading straight for his spacecraft. Meanwhile, the sycophantic subordinate called out from behind, "Lord Vegeta, you forgot your scouter." Yet, without turning back, Vegeta retorted, "Humph, I have no need for such devices anymore. I am boldly and unapologetically powerful." The subordinate stood there, dumbfounded. "Lord Vegeta, are you not aware that this is a brand new scouter? It costs quite a number of Frieza credits." But gazing at Vegeta's unwavering back, the subordinate pondered, could it be that this fellow has encountered some wealthy benefactor? As he rounded a corner in the corridor, Vegeta unexpectedly encountered the last person he wished to see, his nemesis, Choi. Choi regarded the impeccably adorned Vegeta with a mocking expression, tauntingly declaring, "Oh, I thought who it might be. It turns out to be our illustrious Saiyan Prince. Quite impressive. It appears you've had some fortuitous encounter to be dressed so splendidly. However, the quality and style do not seem to originate from our Frieza planet. Have you perhaps charmed some affluent lady out there? Humph. Do you think you could pull that off?" Vegeta coldly scoffed. "Choi, you scoundrel, do not obstruct my path. I have no time for your drivel. Get out of my way." Choi responded with a disdainful snort. "Foolish wretch, let me enlighten you. If not for Lord Frieza's magnanimity, you would have long since been reduced to mere ashes." Vegeta's eyes narrowed sharply. "What of Frieza?" "Humph. Without your conversation with Raditz, Lord Frieza would remain oblivious to the secrets of the Dragon Balls. He has already assembled his forces and is en route to Namek. Once Lord Frieza fulfills his desire for immortality, you Scions will find your arrogance at an end." "What? Such a development is unfathomable? This is quite dreadful. I truly did not pay attention and inadvertently disclosed such crucial information. Now, I am in deep trouble. I must urgently reach that planet before Frieza to locate the Dragon Balls and fulfill my desire for immortality. The next step will be to travel to Earth to uncover the secrets of the Super Scions and search for the Dragon Balls there. Yes, the plan must be altered. I must thwart Frieza." Vegeta, demonstrating remarkable decisiveness, swiftly returned to where his bewildered subordinate stood, snatching the scouter from his hands and affixing it to his own face. The subordinate weakly inquired, "Lord Vegeta, didn't you say you would give it to me?" Vegeta coldly retorted, "Get lost." Instantly, he accelerated to the utmost limit, dashing towards his spaceship and plunging inside, hurtling towards Namek. Behind him, Choi stared in astonishment at Vegeta's audacious maneuver. "You scoundrel. I haven't even shared the important news yet, and you dare to flee like this?" Without further ado, Choi rushed into the spaceship, following Vegeta as they swiftly departed planet Frieza 79. In West City, at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, Miss Bulma's laboratory, formerly referred to as a laboratory, it is now more aptly termed a research base. Following the fierce battle with Vegeta, Whis and Luo Hao decided to establish a martial arts training program, garnering enthusiastic support from Miss Bulma. Without hesitation, Bulma resolved to transform the entire golf course surrounding the laboratory into a brand new training facility. Indeed, it is a facility, complete with various gravity chambers, medical pods, and all the high-tech equipment and materials seized from Frieza's fleet. Everything has been dedicated to this training base. This serves as Bulma's significant contribution to Whis and Luo Hao's training program. At this moment, the base's opulence is astonishingly unparalleled. In terms of equipment, functionality, and supporting facilities, it has reached a first-class standard. Even soldiers from Vegeta's army would be taken aback, as the technological sophistication here rivals that of Frieza's headquarters training apparatus. Chapter 110. Luo Hao tours the newly established training base. Meanwhile, Whis was joyfully showing the carefree Luo Hao around this newly created base. Observing familiar faces engaged in rigorous training within the gravity chamber, Luo Hao felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Do these individuals not require a life outside of this relentless training? What is the purpose of such exhaustive practice? Whis, we merely intended to provide them with some minor guidance, didn't we? What is the meaning of this entire operation you've orchestrated? Whis chuckled lightly, remarking, "There is no helping it. The pressure of the future is quite substantial. After all, this group is relied upon to uphold our facade. Wouldn't you agree, Luo Hao?" Luo Hao pondered for a moment, seemingly finding merit in Whis' words, and then sighed, "But doesn't Goku need to return home?" Whis beamed and replied, "Goku wouldn't dare return. You know well what his wife, Chi-Chi, is like. At once, Luo Hao shuddered, recalling Goku's wife, who indeed instilled a sense of dread. So it turns out there was a reason for Goku's relentless training here. No wonder he was so fervent in his efforts. As Whis walked, he gestured towards a pristine white area, saying, "Behold, this is the state-of-the-art medical pod created by Miss Bulma. Even if they are left with but a breath, the presence of this pod will swiftly restore them, allowing them to resume their training. With such a miraculous training apparatus, I am confident their prowess will surge dramatically. Should any unforeseen events occur on Earth again, we shan't face the same turmoil as the spirit bomb incident." "What turmoil concerning the spirit bomb?" Luo Hao inquired, a puzzled expression on his face. Whis wiped his brow and replied, "You truly know nothing, do you? Very well, if you are unaware, then let it be. I shall say no more." Luo Hao then raised an eyebrow and said, "So, Whis, we must devise a training plan for this martial arts class. That should be agreeable?" Whis snapped his fingers, and instantly a stack of documents, equivalent to his height, appeared and was handed to Luo Hao. "Here, this is the training regimen I have formulated for each individual. This is a detailed outline. As for the specifics, you can sift through the details, and I will assist you in finding more, for the content is quite extensive." Upon seeing the mountain of documents, Luo Hao was rendered speechless. It seems Whis was indeed quite earnest. Since this angel was intent on undertaking this task seriously, he had no reason to hinder him. After glancing at the towering stack of plans, Luo Hao finally asked Whis, "You need not provide such elaborate introductions. Simply tell me what your training plan entails." Whis smiled faintly. "My training plan is quite straightforward. Train until you cannot endure, and then train even harder." At that moment, 3 crows flew overhead, leaving 6 spots in their wake, leaving Luo Hao utterly astonished, speechless, while he was momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't shake the feeling that Whis was somewhat peculiar. Was there something happening that he was unaware of? Why did Whis appear to derive a sense of pleasure, almost vengeful delight, from pushing Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others to their limits? Was it possible that training these individuals brought Whis excitement and happiness? This indeed is a peculiar scene. Accompanied by Whis's explanation, Luo Hao finally realized that this training base significantly enhances everyone's abilities. However, it is universally acknowledged that effort and reward are often proportional. Just as Whis was exuberantly boasting about the fruits of his labor during this period, he suddenly stiffened, and then, in a daze, drew his staff from the void. The light emitted from the scepter flickered with an unusual urgency, prompting Whis to furrow his brow. It was an expedited communication, and a highly classified one at that. Could it be? What is destined to arrive will inevitably come. Whis stood there momentarily in a daze, but soon regained his composure, exchanged a nod with Roheo, and vanished without a trace. Roheo, perplexed, wore an expression of bewilderment. This enigmatic was truly seemed to harbor significant matters. Well, it was not as if this individual could cause any chaos on Earth. He might as well go about his business. However, observing the likes of Sun Wukong, Krillin, Piccolo, Tan, and Lepin fervently training in the gravity room, he inwardly marveled. Indeed, this is a world of cultivation. Perhaps allowing them a semblance of peace would lay a solid foundation for the future. It appeared that Whis's notion was quite astute. Regardless of Roheo's thoughts, Whis swiftly reached an undisclosed chamber. Upon entering, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, hoping it was not too late. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the scepter and erected numerous layers of barriers around the room. Once the barriers were established, Whis exhaled a sigh of relief. Gazing at the incessant notifications urging him to connect, he suppressed the turmoil within. What is meant to come will come. One must face it with courage. Whis, you are a valiant angel. Do not fear authority, nor the terrifying messages that may ensue. At worst, you might face demotion. Apprentice angels have endured worse. One can always ascend from the ranks of males gradually. What is there to fear? What is destined will arrive, whether one extends their neck or withdraws. The outcome remains the same. Resolutely, Whis adopted a valorous demeanor and initiated the highly classified and urgent communication. As he had anticipated, the elegant figure of the high priest materialized before him. With a serene expression, Whis bowed respectfully to the high priest, and before the latter could speak, Whis hastily declared, "Esteemed high priest, may I inquire what directives you have? I acknowledge my previous error. It was indeed a lapse on my part, and I am willing to accept full responsibility for that incident. I humbly request your punishment." Unexpectedly, at this moment, Whis maintained an exceptionally positive mindset. devoid of any inclination to shirk responsibility or concoct excuses. He stood there with utmost respect, prepared to accept the divine wrath of the high priest and the subsequent consequences. The worst-case scenario, he mused quietly, would involve his demotion to a novice angel, starting anew. However, the high priest across the screen plunged Whis into an entirely different state of bewilderment. Chapter 111. The high priest assigns Whis a secret mission and a departure from his usual stern demeanor. The high priest regarded Whis with a gentle gaze, clearing his throat softly. A voice as melodious as celestial music wafted into Whis' ears. Whis, let bygones be bygones. Do not dwell on the past. It's all right. I have not come to reprimand you this time. Hearing the high priest speak so kindly left Whis in a state of utter astonishment. He had mentally prepared himself for a psychological battle, bracing for the high priest's thunderous ire. To his surprise, the high priest offered him such comforting words. Was he hallucinating? Or perhaps experiencing auditory illusions? Observing Whis' puzzled expression, the high priest sighed in resignation and continued gently, Whis, I understand this unfortunate incident was unintended. Since it has occurred, let us focus on avoiding such situations in the future. I will bear the consequences for now, so do not carry any psychological burden. Simply continue with your tasks. Could it truly be like this? Whis stood there, utterly dumbfounded. But, esteemed high priest, this is entirely out of character for you. Noticing that Whis remained dazed like a fool, the high priest cleared his throat once more. Well, setting aside other matters. Although this incident resulted in considerable loss and adverse effects, just look behind me. With that, the high priest shifted, revealing the newly restored Divine King's temple, standing resplendently before Whis. He was momentarily taken aback. Esteemed high priest, this has been restored just like that? Without any aftereffects? The materials used for constructing the Divine King's temple are exceedingly rare and far beyond my current financial means. How on earth was this accomplished? The high priest chuckled lightly. As I said, do not feel any pressure. The materials used for the restoration were provided by me, your father. So, let the past remain in the past. As for the labor and reconstruction, that was handled by Knik and Katra, who happened to be here for their reports. I did not waste their efforts. I supplied the materials and allowed them to work. Therefore, you need not worry about the aftermath. Indeed, since Lord Zhenwang has successfully navigated this challenge, it seems to be of little consequence. Suddenly, Whis recalled a pressing issue. High priest, what did you say? You wish for Quitella and Knik to undertake the restoration of the palace of the All-King? Those two must surely harbor a deep resentment towards me. The high priest gently waved his hand, reassuringly, do not fret. I have issued a strict gag order to them. Rest assured, they will remain silent. Even if they bear a hint of animosity towards you, time shall inevitably soften all grievances. When the opportunity arises, you may offer them some form of recompense. Very well. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. I now have an important task to assign to you. Upon hearing of this significant duty, Whis thought to himself, so all this groundwork was merely to sweeten the deal before the slap. It seems the main event is upon us. However, he quickly reflected and calmed himself. Recognizing the gravity of the situation he had caused, bombarding the palace of the All-King and tearing off its roof was no small transgression. Now, the high priest had brushed it aside nonchalantly, taking the blame upon himself. If he were to now assign Whis some covert task, it would be entirely understandable. Immediately, Whis' demeanor shifted to one of composure. He stated earnestly, I thank you, high priest, for your protection and care. Please, what arrangements do you have for me? With a resolute gaze, he prepared himself for any sacrifice. The high priest cleared his throat, his face slightly flushing. It is not a grand matter. Merely a small task that you can accomplish with ease. If you perform well, then all will be well. A small task that can be accomplished effortlessly? Whis felt a wave of skepticism wash over him. If he were to believe the high priest's words, he would no longer be the angel Whis. Yet, he maintained an outwardly respectful demeanor, concealing any disdain or doubt, and asked, Please, high priest, what is the task you wish to assign? The high priest, now suppressing his amused expression, replied with a serious tone, You have been getting along quite well with that fellow, Luo Hao. Haven to you? Whis nodded vigorously, indeed. He is not only immensely powerful but also possesses a remarkably gentle temperament, devoid of any airs of superiority. I have enjoyed our interactions greatly. Is it your intention to meet with him? At these words, Whis distinctly noticed the high priest stiffen momentarily, followed by an almost imperceptible shiver. The high priest's expression turned grave as he replied, No, I have no intention of meeting with him. I am merely conveying a directive from Lord Zhenwang. Why does this conversation lead back to Lord Zeno? Whis inquired, a look of skepticism on his face. Great Priest, if there is something you wish to convey, please do so directly. There is no need for such obfuscation. It is rather unsatisfactory. The Great Priest's face flushed with embarrassment. Very well, I shall be straightforward. Since you have a good rapport with that fellow, Luo Hao, I will be candid. Recently, Lord Zeno has been rather bored due to the destruction of his palace and has expressed a desire to peruse Luo Hao's limitless technique. Do you grasp my meaning? In an instant, Whis comprehended everything. So, it was his father who had set his sights on Luo Hao's limitless technique. How enlightening. His heart felt as clear as a crystal. He swiftly buried this surge of emotion deep within, mechanically responding, "Is this an instruction from Lord Zeno?" The Great Priest's face reddened further as he cleared his throat. Yes, it is indeed a request from Lord Zeno for a brief perusal. He merely wishes to borrow it, with no ulterior motives. If you have the opportunity, perhaps you could casually mention to Luo Hao that Lord Zeno wishes to borrow his limitless technique. However, if it proves inconvenient, then let it be. Do not press the matter. Remember, do not press the matter. Whis coldly scoffed inwardly. How absurd. If you desire to learn his technique, just say so plainly. Why use Lord Zeno as an excuse? Merely borrowing it? Is this not an attempt to steal knowledge? How disingenuous. Why must you make it so pretentious? Nevertheless, he recognized that the Great Priest was the steward of all beings and a figure of authority. If he were to lay the matter bare, it would indeed tarnish the Great Priest's dignity. Chapter 112. I assure you, the seventh universe is secure with solemnity. Whis addressed the Great Priest. Very well. I shall ensure the task is completed. I will exert all my effort to acquire the limitless technique for you. Is there anything else Lord Zeno wishes to convey? The Great Priest pondered for a moment before responding. Confidentiality. Yes, absolute confidentiality. This matter must remain undisclosed to anyone. It is of utmost secrecy. Understood. Whis? Whis inwardly scoffed. Confidentiality? Is it not simply fear that I might confront Lord Zeno, thereby exposing this plan? Is father truly so apprehensive over a mere technique? Must it be handled with such furtiveness? However, given the Great Priest's serious demeanor, he dared not confront this secret directly. Understood. I shall exert myself fully to accomplish this task. Is this acceptable, Great Priest? The Grand Priest, however, was exceedingly pleased with Whis's performance and responses. Very well. You truly are the promising lad I have always believed you to be. Nevertheless, do not maintain such formality with me, in the presence of others. You may address me as Grand Priest, but when we are alone, simply call me Father. Why must you be so distant? Whis harbored a deeper disdain within. Father. Truly? Is this your way of offering a slap followed by a sweet date? Very well. It seems the true scapegoat should be Lord Zeno. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The task at hand, though somewhat challenging, should not pose a significant issue given my current rapport with Luo Hao. Suddenly, as if recalling something vital, Whis promptly inquired, Father, there is another matter I must report to you. The Grand Priest raised an eyebrow. What is it, Whis? Your Universe 7 appears to be functioning well. Why are you not on Earth diligently fulfilling your duties, yet you have matters to discuss with me? Whis shrugged, displaying an expression of helplessness. I am without options. Some time ago, Lord Beerus awakened and mentioned that a nightmare had been haunting him. He claimed that due to the decline in our universe's overall rating, Lord Zeno and you intended to erase Universe 7 entirely. Is there any truth to this? This concern has troubled me greatly and has indeed hindered my ability to perform my tasks effectively. I beseech you, Grand Priest, for a definitive answer. The Grand Priest silently cursed under his breath. This insufferable lad truly knows how to seize an opportunity. He then spoke with gravity. Very well, I comprehend the situation. Universe 7 will proceed as it should. Before you complete these two tasks, I assure you that Universe 7 will remain secure. Is that satisfactory? With the Grand Priest's assurance, Whis felt a sense of contentment. Well then, with Father's promise, should Lord Beerus inquire again, I shall have something to convey, thus preventing this individual from constantly dozing off while shifting all responsibilities onto me. After all, my current covert mission on Earth, if it were to indeed result in a decline in Universe 7's overall rating, would at least spare me the absurdity of Lord Zeno erasing him in his slumber. This can be considered my way of justifying my actions to Beerus. With this thought, Whis couldn't help but smile. Very well, dear Grand Priest, no, my esteemed father. Please await good news. I shall fulfill your request as swiftly as possible. The Grand Priest responded with a slight smile. Enough, Whis, I shan't waste further words with you. To be candid, The recent incident did indeed frighten Lord Zeno. I must go and soothe his spirit now. Farewell. With that, he abruptly ended the call. After hanging up, Whis couldn't help but pout in exasperation. What is this nonsense? It seems I truly find myself in a predicament, regardless of how ludicrous the tasks assigned are. The havoc I wreaked remains a fact, and I have yet to face any consequences. However, the greater challenge lies in how to address that fellow, Luo Hao. Though he typically exudes a demeanor of grace and composure, requesting his ultimate technique in front of him feels rather inappropriate. How does one even broach such a subject? This dilemma has thoroughly ensnared Whis. Yet, Whis is not the only one in a quandary. Within the confines of the base, ever since Whis departed, Luo Hao has been wandering aimlessly. Observing the new facility, he reflects on his mixed feelings. Whis, when serious, proves to be quite dependable, as Luo Hao meanders without purpose. Suddenly a figure flashes before him, and an irate silhouette stands directly in his path. It is none other than Bulma. Bulma, who had been absent for quite some time, now unexpectedly blocks his way in the corridor of the base. Luo Hao's expression morphs into one of confusion, yet upon witnessing Bulma's furious demeanor, he inwardly gasps, best not to provoke this young lady. I wonder which unfortunate soul has once again incurred her displeasure. The formidable and domineering female CEO seized Luo Hao's arm with fervor, and without a backward glance, she dashed away with unrestrained vigor. Those nearby were left in a state of astonished disbelief. What scene is being enacted once again? What affliction has the young lady succumbed to today? Why has she set her sights upon Mr. Luo Hao? Poor Luo Hao truly seems to be unfortunate. Yet, he makes no attempt to resist or take action, allowing Bulma to dictate his every move. What has gotten into this girl today? It is truly perplexing. With a sudden bang, Bulma forcefully kicked open the door to her office, unceremoniously tossing Luo Hao inside, before slamming the door shut behind her. This turn of events left those present quite astonished. Could it be that Miss Bulma has a penchant for such matters? It certainly seems unlikely. And one can't help but feel a twinge of pity for Luo Hao as he stands on the precipice of an uncertain fate. As Bulma ushered Luo Hao into the office, he cast her a fleeting glance and inquired, "What is it? Is there something you need? Why the urgency?" "I must inform you, I am not someone to be trifled with." Observing Luo Hao's audacity to jest in such a situation, Bulma shot him a pointed glare. "Are you still in the mood for humor at a time like this? This is no laughing matter. I am in serious trouble." "Serious trouble?" Luo Hao replied, slightly taken aback. "What predicament could possibly exist that you, a prodigious genius, cannot resolve? Just how grave is it? Please elucidate." Chapter 113. Luo Hao agrees to Bulma's request. Noticing that Luo Hao was unfazed by her previous actions, Bulma adjusted her demeanor. She produced a plethora of experimental materials and placed them before Luo Hao, exhaling a resigned sigh. "I initially hesitated to disclose this, as it is rather humiliating. However, I can no longer bear this burden. Luo Hao, I need your assistance in finding a solution." Luo Hao glanced at the documents before him. "Is this truly your serious trouble?" Bulma responded with exasperation. "This is merely the record of my experiments." "Very well, I shall be forthright. Ever since the time machine we constructed self-destructed, I have gone on to create 78 more, only to have each one meet a similar fate during the final stages of testing." This left Luo Hao momentarily taken aback. What? They all self-exposed? What could have caused that? Now it was Bulma's turn to feel even more vexed, gazing at Luo Hao with a look of deep resentment. "This is precisely why I sought you out. If I could uncover the reason myself, why would I come to you?" Luo Hao pondered for a moment. "Could it be that there is an issue with your design and improvement plan?" This statement directly incited Bulma's displeasure. "Am I likely to encounter any issues regarding technological matters? Don't be absurd. Consider this. I successfully constructed the very first time machine. Would subsequent improved models truly present unforeseen complications? Surely there must be some underlying reasons unknown to me. Well then, what is the purpose of summoning me here?" Luo Hao inquired. Bulma took a deep breath and extended a hand towards him. "What does this signify?" Luo Hao gazed at Bulma, perplexed. "What is going on with you lately? You speak in riddles, always leaving things half-explained. Hurry up. If there is something to discuss, let us get to it. If not, I need to return to rest, as I have no time for your frivolities." "Frivolities? Very well. Since you are so forthright, I shall be direct. The last batch of spaceships you retrieved with Whis, I require another set." "What? You've exhausted all those spaceships?" "No." It was Luo Hao's turn to be astonished. This girl certainly has a voracious appetite. The previous retrieval had included all the assets of both Gula and Frieza's legions. Could it be that within such a short span, Bulma had consumed them all? Earlier, while touring the experimental base, Luo Hao had observed numerous warships and models left behind by Frieza's army, still arranged in neat rows. Was it possible that, having faced setbacks with the time machine, Bulma intended to raid Frieza in a fit of frustration? Noticing Luo Hao's skeptical gaze, Bulma sheepishly offered an explanation. There is simply no alternative. Each time machine requires the power engines of those spaceships you brought back. Only the energy cores within those engines can serve as the energy core for a time machine. Thus, every time a time machine is decommissioned, it results in the loss of an energy core from a primary warship of Frieza's Legion. You brought back a total of 80 spaceships, and now all the energy cores have been completely consumed. If I wish to develop new time machines, lacking these energy cores renders the task insurmountable. Energy cores, you say? Can't you replicate them? With your intellect and capabilities, surely you can. Luo Hao's remark only deepened Bulma's expression of exasperation. The materials and structures of their spaceship's energy cores are of a unique nature. I have found no comparable substitutes on Earth or the nearby planets. In essence, their energy cores are singular. To construct entirely new time machines, it is imperative to acquire another batch of spaceships of the same design. Do you comprehend this? Luo Hao finally unraveled the intricacies of the situation. It turned out that the issue lay with the time machine. I had remarked on how Ms. Bulma had been acting rather mysteriously of late, and it became clear she was at odds with the time machine. Who would have thought that the energy core of Frieza's fleet would be an essential component for the time machine? He then addressed Bulma, saying, "You are an adult now. Why engage in a rivalry with the time machine? We have already experienced a journey through time. It was merely a taste of life. Why do you insist on creating an entirely new time machine?" Bulma, however, retorted with irritation, "Isn't that rather dull? You are well aware that I have thoroughly explored the technology of Earth. There is truly nothing novel left for me to investigate. I simply cannot stand idleness, can I? Luo Hao, please lend me a hand." At that moment, Bulma surprisingly displayed her charmingly vulnerable demeanor, leaving Luo Hao feeling quite overwhelmed. The girl is at it again. With a steely resolve, Luo Hao straightened his face and declared, "No more. This time, I absolutely refuse to intervene. I have already provided you with a fine energy core. If you cannot manage on your own, do not come seeking assistance now. Other matters may be negotiable. But if you expect me to venture out to procure equipment for you again, that would be utterly unreasonable." With that, he turned to leave Bulma's office. However, at that moment, a cunning glint appeared in Bulma's eyes as she swiftly unveiled her trump card. From a corner, she produced a stack of tickets and dramatically placed them before Luo Hao. He stood there, utterly bewildered. "What are you scheming now, you rascal?" Bulma, with a triumphant smile, replied, "Fine. Since you claim that my research on the time machine is a waste of time, I shall not contest that anymore. Look here, these are concert tickets. And this is a reservation for tomorrow's restaurant. These outline my schedule for the next week. How about it? To spare me from a dull time. Accompany me. We shall first attend the concert and then dine together." As Bulma elaborated her plans, Luo Hao felt a headache coming on. All right, I cannot let this girl remain idle. Otherwise, my future days may indeed become quite miserable. With her relentless nature, constantly attending concerts, shopping, and dining, she might drive me to distraction. How could I possibly maintain my own life? However, had it not been for his growing bond with Bulma since his awakening, he might have completely ignored this troublesome girl in the past. Yet now, Luo Hao found himself in a predicament. Resolutely, he decided, very well, I shall arrange for another batch of Frieza's fleet energy cores. If he could keep her occupied, perhaps his own days would be more tranquil. With this determination, Luo Hao promptly stated, "All right, Bulma, your modest request poses no challenge for me, but you must grant me a few days' time. I will consult Whis to see how Frieza and Cooler S factions are organized, and if there are any surplus fleets available for our use as materials for the time machine. That should suffice, wouldn't it?" Chapter 114. Luo Hao agrees to the interstellar journey. At this moment, Bulma revealed a sly smile, as if she had successfully executed a clever plan. Luo Hao, curious, observed her, and she smirked. Those were merely your excuses to evade responsibility. But I'm afraid I've already devised a solution for you." Subsequently, Bulma retrieved a pristine detector from the drawer and placed it atop her head. With a press of the button on the device, she exclaimed, "Hee, Luo Hao, this time I have thoroughly prepared myself, so do not attempt to evade responsibility." Luo Hao looked at Bulma in bewilderment, asking, "What does this mean?" "I am not trying to shirk. I genuinely need to confer with Whis first. At the very least, I must ascertain the location of Frieza's army. The vastness of the universe is immense. How can I find the corresponding fleet without pinpointing their position? Bulma, brimming with confidence, replied, I have already considered all of that. Hee hee, the detectors you brought back last time serve as a communication tool for Frieza's army as well. Furthermore, I have intercepted all their recent communications. It seems that Frieza has indeed organized a brand new fleet, and this time, their target is planet Namek, as they are in search of some new original Dragon Balls. Yes, Dragon Balls. Do you not realize that Piccolo is a Namekian? Luo Hao remained perplexed, merely nodding in response. Yes, but what does that have to do with Piccolo? Bulma explained. Perhaps it was the conversation between Vegeta and Raditz that led Frieza to discover that the Namekians can create Dragon Balls. Now, with his newly formed fleet, Frieza aims to venture to Piccolo's homeland, planet Namek, to seek out the Dragon Balls and fulfill some unknown wish. Therefore, there is no need for you to consult Whis. I have already pinpointed the location of Frieza's army. All you need to do is accompany Whis to planet Namek and bring back their spaceship. What do you say? How about it? Not at all. Luo Hao shook his head helplessly. You, my dear, are going to great lengths for the time machine. Yet, even so, I must discuss this with Whis. After all, planet Namek is not exactly nearby. We must take our time to fly there and back, which will require a considerable amount of time. At that moment, Bulma snapped her fingers excitedly, declaring, This time, you need not trouble yourselves. To be frank, I have already prepared the spaceship for the journey to planet Namek. Hee hee, as long as you take me along, the rest is for you to worry about. What? You want to go to? Bulma replied with pride, Of course. The spaceship I personally designed is now the fastest vessel traversing the cosmos. It incorporates all the advanced technology from Frieza's ships, and aside from the propulsion system, which I have newly designed, everything else is constructed from the materials and equipment of their vessels. I want to experience the sensation of space travel. Not only time travel, but also interstellar travel must be accomplished. So what do you say? Take me with you. Take me with you. Bulma had once again entered her nagging mode, and Luo Hao felt a splitting headache. This girl was at it again. All right, even if you are fully prepared. Shouldn't you at least inform Whis? After all, Frieza and Cooler were subordinates of Whis' friend. Isn't it rather inappropriate to continually borrow equipment forcefully? Regardless of whether it is proper or not, it is essential to give Whis a heads up, right? At this point, Bulma pondered for a moment. It seems that Luo Hao's words held considerable merit. After all, he is associated with Whis, and it is indeed necessary to greet him. However, since Luo Hao had already consented to this interstellar journey, all other concerns could be set aside for the sake of this endeavor. A radiant smile broke across Bulma's face, dispelling her earlier gloom and eye-rolling attitude, making a complete turnaround. All right, Luo Hao, I won't keep you any longer. Hurry back and discuss things with Whis. By the way, are we just going the three of us? Is it possible to bring someone else along? This time, it was Luo Hao's turn to feel a touch of frustration. Must you bring the entire entourage for an interstellar journey? However, Bulma beamed with a smile. Since we're heading to Namek, we ought to take Piccolo along, right? He hasn't been back to his homeland either. Sighing, Luo Hao conceded. Fine. I shall not concern myself with the details. You may bring whomever you wish. I will just inform Whis and we can discuss it further. With that, Luo Hao hastily departed from Bulma's office. Once outside, a wave of melancholy washed over Luo Hao. Have I truly indulged this girl, Bulma, too much? It appears I have spoiled her, allowing her to make such unreasonable requests, and I have acquiesced. Yet, upon reflection, he considered that this might be connected to his own cultivation technique. After all, it was the art of following one's heart. It seemed to align with his thoughts, acting upon whims and feelings. As long as he was not overtly resistant or unwilling, he could comply with any request made by others. However, if he sensed that he could never reconcile with a particular act, he would firmly refuse, for everything must resonate with his heart's desire. It was clear that Bulma held considerable significance in his heart. Very well, let it be considered as indulging her. Yet, another concern crept into Luo Hao's mind. How should he broach this subject with Whis? After all, the last time he had plundered the fleets of Frieza and Cooler. It felt rather disrespectful to Whis. Now, embarking on another raid so soon, could the enemy's fleet have possibly recovered in such a short span? Moreover, according to the information Bulma provided, the adversaries were heading to Namek. Could it be that they sought the Dragon Balls to restore their fleet's might? Well, he decided to cast all these worries aside. Why should I fret over this? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Luo Hao. I understand now. I finally comprehend. He had uncovered the reason behind Bulma's perpetual failures with her time machine. It must be Whis' doing. Indeed, after their last time travel, Bulma had cluttered Luo Hao's backyard with a plethora of artifacts looted from the Kaioshin. Each time Whis laid eyes upon that heap of pilfered treasures, he would incessantly murmur, lamenting, "What a transgression! Such sins! How could one engage in such deeds?" Chapter 115. Whis unintentionally confesses time travel is, in essence, a taboo within the universe. A privilege reserved solely for the Kaioshin, with strict prohibitions placed upon other deities and mortals. Furthermore, time machines are inherently products of temporal inversion, entities that ought not to exist. Yet, Bulma had audaciously utilized the time machine for consecutive journeys, even daring to plunder the Kaioshin in the future. This, indeed, is a vast pit, one that perhaps in the future will require Whis to gradually fill. Whis has been incessantly rambling about this matter, to the point that it has caused Luo Hao to develop calluses on his ears. It now appears that the failure of Bulma's time machine can be traced back to none other than Whis himself. There can be no doubt about it. In a bid to avert any further damage and repercussions to the future timeline, this fellow Whis resorted to underhanded tactics. It must be so. Upon contemplating this, Luo Hao managed to weave together all the clues. Despite Whis' seemingly warm and gentle demeanor, he is, in fact, rather mischievous. Very well. Since it has come to this, the pit you have dug must be filled by you alone. Did you truly believe that by destroying all of Bulma's time machines, she would simply acquiesce? The girl astonishingly set her sights upon herself. Since her own life was fraught with difficulties, she resolved that Whis should not have it any easier. However, a feeling soon emerged within him, a sense that perhaps this journey was a calling from the heavens, and that his venture to Namek would align with his deepest desires. With this in mind, he thought to acquiesce to fate. A trip it would be. Yet, as for Whis, did he think he could escape? Absolutely not. No matter what, this insufferable brat must be brought along. Humph. Does he wish for me to bear the blame? Not a chance. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he spotted Whis emerging from some shadowy corner, wielding his staff and humming a tune, making his way towards him. Without hesitation, Luo Hao stepped forward to obstruct Whis' path. The scene before him startled Whis momentarily, as he felt a twinge of guilt. After all, he had just been concocting schemes with the high priest on how to deal with Luo Hao's unpredictable powers. Before he could formulate a plan, he found himself directly confronted by the very person he wished to evade. With a hint of unease, Whis stammered, "Luo Hao, what are you doing here? What brings you to this place?" Observing Whis' furtive demeanor, Luo Hao chose not to dwell on the boy's ulterior motives. After all, every individual harbors secrets unknown to others, and Luo Hao had no desire to delve into them. However, seeing the suspicious expression on Whis' face, Luo Hao proceeded to relay Bulma's request directly to him. Upon hearing it, Whis shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum. "Absolutely not. I refuse to go. Not a chance, not even under duress. What concern is Namek or Frieza's fleet to me? Humph, Luo Hao, must you look at me with such disdain?" Whis' mind was rife with indignation. "What? You want to confront Frieza? Can you not be so unreasonable? Even if one were to take advantage, it should not be at the expense of a single sheep. In such a brief span of time, can Frieza's fleet truly regain its strength? Should another encounter occur, that scoundrel Frieza might very well find himself destitute, begging for alms. Previously, this fellow somehow managed to locate Lord Beerus, and that gluttonous deity even sought me out to express his ire regarding the matter. I barely managed to placate him then, and should a similar situation arise again, I shudder to think how I might contend with the wrath of the irascible Lord Beerus. You, my friend, truly have no comprehension of the tribulations of managing one's household. You have placed me in a most difficult position. Very well, at this juncture, Whis has resolved to abstain from meddling in your disputes. As for your intent to rob Frieza, by all means, go ahead. This time, at the very least, do not let it fall upon my shoulders. Otherwise, I would have no way to explain myself to Lord Beerus." Meanwhile, as Luo Hao observed the flickering gaze of Whis, he secretly concluded that this individual must be harboring some undisclosed matters. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. He lightly inquired, "I am curious as to why Miss Bulma's time machines have all been self-destructing one after another." "Whis, could it possibly be your doing?" Whis promptly defended himself, stating, "This has nothing to do with me. I have not meddled in any way. How could the self-destruction be attributed to me?" He then hastily covered his mouth, realizing he had inadvertently spoken too much. Seeing the mocking glint in Luo Hao's eyes, he understood he had inadvertently confessed, and he lamented his misfortune. He had been preoccupied with pondering matters concerning Beerus and the Frieza Force, only to be ensnared by Luo Hao's probing questions, leaving him at a loss for words. However, Whis adopted a nonchalant demeanor, asserting, "Very well. Even if it were my mischief, so what? The time machines are a cosmic taboo. The last time we traveled through time, it already contravened my angelic principles. To contemplate creating another time machine? Absolutely not." Luo Hao did not even entertain such thoughts. Then, as if recalling something, Whis exclaimed, "Luo Hao, surely not? Have you already promised Bulma? Are you truly going to Namek with her?" To his surprise, Luo Hao calmly nodded. "Indeed, I have agreed to accompany Miss Bulma to Namek." "What of it? Is there a problem?" At this moment, Whis' expression turned exasperated, as he facepalmed while gazing at Luo Hao, embodying a sense of despair at his friend's lack of principles. "You, my friend, have become nothing more than Bulma's sycophant. You indulge her every whim. She asks you to go to Namek, and off you go. Where is the sense in that?" Yet Luo Hao shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "In truth, this cannot be blamed on Bulma. First and foremost, the predicament that led us to Namek originated from your actions. I am merely cleaning up after you. A good brother should uphold loyalty. Since you caused this mess, is it not reasonable for me to help bear the burden? Secondly, Bulma's request is of no consequence to me. You are well aware that I practice the art of following my heart. As long as this endeavor does not contradict my true intentions and I sense that this journey to Namek may yield novel experiences and inexplicable discoveries, I deem it worthwhile to embark on. Is there truly a problem with my desire to go?" At this juncture, Whis found himself utterly speechless. "Very well. If you wish to seek solace, just admit it. There is no need to fabricate such grandiose justifications, as if you were somehow elevated above the rest." With a sudden seriousness, he declared, "Well, no matter what excuse you come up with, I absolutely refuse to go this time, even if it means my demise. I will not attend." Let us see what you can do about it. In Chapter 116, as Katra and Kik departed from the realm of nothingness, Luo Hao casually remarked, "This time, it's not just me. It seems that both Goku and Piccolo are also going, and according to Miss Bulma, that fellow named Vegeta appears to be on Namek as well. Perhaps they will engage in a brand new battle, and I must admit, I am quite looking forward to it." Upon hearing this, Whis' eyes widened, his pupils constricting to the size of pinpricks. "You mean Goku is going to fight that Vegeta again? And you'll be there too?" Luo Hao leisurely nodded. "Indeed. It's quite possible. If Goku employs that spirit bomb technique again, I might just lend a hand." "What?" This statement left Whis momentarily immobilized. As if struck by a petrifying spell, "Another spirit bomb? Surely you jest. The last incident has yet to settle, and you wish to provoke it anew?" "Goku, my friend, my urgent plea for you to enhance your abilities was solely to prevent you from wielding that fearsome technique again, was it not?" Nevertheless, Whis quickly readjusted his mindset and earnestly assured Luo Hao, "When do we depart? Count me in. I must participate this time." "Do you think you can leave me behind?" "Not a chance." Seeing Whis make such a complete turnaround, Luo Hao was taken aback. It appears that the previous turmoil surrounding the spirit bomb did not frighten Whis in the slightest. Outside the Grand King's palace, Katra and Kik stood respectfully, awaiting the Grand King's inspection. The Grand King, however, flitted around the newly renovated palace, giving it a cursory glance before nodding in approval. It seemed the repairs had met his satisfaction. Noticing the two who had tirelessly labored for 3 days to complete the palace repairs, the Grand King merely nodded slightly and retrieved 2 lollipops from a spatial rift. Just as he was about to hand them to Katra and Kik, he suddenly remembered something, withdrawing one, leaving only a single lollipop. At the moment Katra reached out to accept it, the Grand King appeared to have changed his mind, snorting coldly before retracting the last lollipop as well. Thus, he left Katra and Kik, who were left dumbfounded, as he flew back to his palace without a backward glance. After all, the two had spent 3 sleepless nights tirelessly working to restore the palace within the stipulated time. Yet the Grand King departed without uttering a single word of gratitude, leaving only a disdainful snort in his wake. Just moments ago, he had intended to reward them with 2 lollipops. Now, not even a scrap of candy wrapper remained. What could possibly explain this? What truly occupies the mind of the Omni King? Could it be that their respectful demeanor towards the Omni King and Kik has inadvertently offended this formidable being? It remains a mystery. Yet, the two dare not voice their indignation, suppressing even the slightest expression of discontent. After all, this is the Omni King. They can only swallow their grievances like bitter pills. At this moment, The profound sorrow and resentment within Ketla and Kik are unparalleled, and they yearn to escape this heart-wrenching locale, eager to devise strategies following their research in the fourth universe. Alas, they wish to avoid the Omni King's palace in the future, for each visit leaves them feeling rather displeased. Just as they hesitated to depart the Omni King's palace, an uncanny scene unfolded before their eyes. A flash of golden light illuminated the space, and the Grand Priest appeared silently in front of them, his gaze penetrating as if he could read their thoughts. What? Do you intend to leave the Omni King's palace so easily? Caught off guard by the revelation of their unspoken sentiments, the two nodded vigorously in agreement. Resembling chicks pecking at grain, Kik, seizing the moment, responded first. Indeed, our tasks here are complete. The Omni King has not provided any new directives. Grand Priest. May Ketla and I return to the fourth universe? Ketla echoed his sentiments, nodding earnestly. Yes. They longed to vacate this sorrowful place and later devise ways to retaliate against that rogue, Beerus. Their grievances had reached a boiling point, and the Grand Priest, as if privy to their very souls, calmly advised, you two should abandon any thoughts of revenge. I urge you to return to your fourth universe. Matters concerning the seventh universe are beyond your purview. With that, he turned to survey the newly restored Omni King's palace, offering a faint commendation. I must admit, your craftsmanship is commendable. After a laborious day, the Omni King merely uttered a dismissive grunt, and the Grand Priest acknowledged their skills. Leaving them to ponder, was that truly the end of the matter? As they clung to a flicker of hope, the Grand Priest gently waved his hand. What are you still doing here? Do you wish for me to keep you for a meal? It appeared they had indeed received their marching orders. A mere verbal commendation and nothing more. With gritted teeth, they chose not to linger further. Kik summoned his angelic staff, and in an explosion of radiant light akin to the stars, both he and Ketla were enveloped, vanishing without a trace from the courtyard of the Omni King's palace. These two fellows, The High Priest let out a disdainful sneer. I am well aware that these two young men are bound to be relentless. Alas, I hope they heed my counsel. Now that they have ventured into the seventh universe, they are certainly destined to provoke Luo Hao. However, it must be said that wise words often fall on deaf ears. Ha. Regardless, I have expressed my concerns. If these two choose to seek their own misfortune, there is little I can do. I merely hope that Luo Hao does not create too much of a commotion. Otherwise, it may truly lead to an undesirable outcome. Yet, I must admit, the craftsmanship of Kik and Ketla is indeed commendable. Perhaps I should invite them once more to restore my own palace to its former glory? Quite splendid indeed. At this moment, Ketla and Kik have swiftly exited the realm of nothingness, and in the next instant, they have entered the space of the fourth universe. At this moment, Kik and Katra exhaled deeply. Katra forcefully hurled his hard hat into the void of space, his voice filled with righteous indignation as he addressed Kik. Kik, can you truly tolerate this? I cannot. It infuriates me. Kik, too, removed his helmet, raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation, and replied, Do you have any other thoughts, Lord Katra? Did you not heed the Grand Priest's instructions? Recalling the Grand Priest's admonition before their departure, Quitra's furious emotions abruptly subsided, replaced by a steely resolve as he gritted his teeth and said, Kik, tell me, what do we call this? Is this not an unwarranted calamity? After painstakingly honing our destructive powers for centuries, we find ourselves expending it all on repairing the Grand Minister's temple and hauling bricks. Where is the justice in that? The chaos caused by Beerus has left you and me to foot the bill. In the end, we received nothing more than a mere compliment from the Grand Priest on our craftsmanship, not even a single candy from the Grand Minister. Can you endure this? I truly cannot. Kik, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth, sighed in agreement. To be honest, am I not in the same predicament? After laboriously cultivating my angelic powers for centuries, they are squandered on palace repairs. I cannot swallow this bitterness either. I, too, am at a loss with Whis providing no explanation. Thus, two furious angels and a god of destruction found themselves in perfect accord. Suddenly, a glint of inspiration sparked in Quitra's eyes as he devised a plan. Did the Grand Priest not say to refrain from causing trouble in the seventh universe? If any issues arise, we cannot bear the consequences. However, seeking clarification should not be a problem, right? Let us first explore the seventh universe. I suspect Beerus is still slumbering there, and it seems that Whis is the root cause of this entire predicament. If we do not confront Beerus, surely we can investigate the origins of this matter? Upon hearing Quitra's words, Kik's eyes brightened. Indeed, although we have suffered unjustly, Even if we do not seek revenge or trouble with Beerus, it would be reasonable to clarify the details of this situation. We must demand an explanation. Even if there is no resolution, we must uncover the circumstances behind our misfortune. Lord Katra, you are indeed a genius. With that, the two swiftly changed course, executing a sharp 180-degree turn, heading towards their destination, the seventh universe. Kik, now brimming with pent-up frustration, embodies the paradox of angels. Although each possesses a generally amiable temperament, there are those among them who exhibit a volatile disposition or a melancholic nature. In this instance, having clearly been wronged, even if vengeance is unattainable, the ambiguity surrounding the circumstances leaves both Kik and Katra in a state of unease. With a resolute spirit, they set forth to investigate the matter. Eagerly journeying towards the seventh universe, entirely disregarding the great priest's admonitions, they resolved to avoid any unnecessary entanglements with Beerus and Whis. Yet it was imperative that they uncover a reasonable explanation for the events at hand. Thus, they soared through the cosmos, entering the seventh universe. In the vast expanse of space outside the planet Kurd in the seventh universe, a fully manned fleet conducted its routine patrol with great authority. Among the ranks of this formidable armada, a cheerful figure gazed contemplatively out at the cosmic vista. This individual was none other than Cooler, the brother of Frieza. The young man has recently been brimming with confidence and pride, unable to conceal the smile that adorns his face. Leaning against the window of this brand-new warship, Gula's spirit soared. Ever since a few years ago, when his entire fleet was legally and effectively seized by someone named Luo Hao and another called Whis, the Gula Legion has been living a life of destitution, scraping by through borrowed means. However, fortune has smiled upon him. After several years of recuperation, Gula's fleet and legion have gradually regained their vitality, settling all past debts. Remarkably, he has even secured a new batch of warships from his father, King Kurd, which has propelled Gula's spirits to new heights, filling him with exuberance. With his current equipment and capabilities, the dreams of wealth seem within reach. Gula fantasized about leading such a lavish fleet into battle, envisioning the high-priced planets falling effortlessly into his grasp. What fills Gula with the greatest sense of pride and accomplishment is the distribution of these new warships. Frieza's foolish brother did not even bother to personally approach King Kurd for his rightful share, instead merely sending the 5 incompetent members of the Ginyu Force. How could they possibly be his rivals? With just a slight exertion of influence, Gula had reduced those 5 Ginyu Force members to tears, leaving them with neither the energy nor the inclination to claim any of the fleet's ownership. Thus, he astonishingly absorbed the entirety of the 100 ships into his command, while Frieza's side was left with only a few so-called new model detectors. He must be pondering how to explain this to Frieza. Yet, that was no concern of Gula's. At this moment, he felt that their father, King Kurd, was remarkably wise and heroic, truly an idol in his eyes. Thus, aboard the newly acquired fleet, Gula was indeed filled with exuberance, feeling almost buoyant. As he savored a sip of the red wine in his hand, life felt simply splendid. Suddenly, the hatch of the command ship swung open with a swish, and his subordinate stood before him with utmost respect. Gula furrowed his brow. "What is it? Is there something amiss?" The subordinate replied with deference, "Lord Gula, the fleet is fully prepared, and the legion is ready. May I inquire about our next destination?" Gula pondered for a moment before asking, "Where is my unfortunate brother at this moment? Please ascertain his whereabouts." The assistant, upon pressing the device atop his head, swiftly acquired the information desired by Gula. "My Lord Gula, it appears that Lord Frieza is currently en route to a place known as Namek." However, as Gula began to contemplate this revelation, he raised a hand, halting the report of his subordinate. This fellow truly remains undeterred. Yet, one cannot help but admire his ambition. Is the allure of immortality truly so potent? He seeks the Dragon Balls on Namek, does he? Very well. It seems he is quite determined. Relay the orders. Our target is Namek. Set course at full speed. I shall present my dear brother with an entirely new surprise. With the assistant's affirmative response, he stepped forward, and the entire fleet, invigorated as if by a surge of energy, altered its course and accelerated to the utmost, streaking away in a flash of brilliance. The newly supplemented warship presents capabilities that are truly incomparable to its predecessors, particularly in terms of speed, which is nothing short of breathtaking. Chapter 118. Gula continues to tempt fate. Meanwhile, within the command ship, Gula gently caresses the hull of this brand new warship, secretly marveling at its prowess. With the fleet's current speed, the time it would take to reach Namek should be nearly indistinguishable from that of Frieza, wouldn't it? Huh. This is what one might call losing sight of the larger picture while focusing on trifles. Frieza, your ambition is so grand that it has led you to misplace your priorities. I wondered why you were so compliant this time. Merely dispatching the Ginyu Force to secure your share of the fleet, only to discover you were executing a clever feint. Your primary objective remains the Dragon Balls on Namek. Using this opportunity to distance yourself from me in order to independently seek the Dragon Balls and fulfill your desire for immortality. Unfortunately for you, this well-laid plan is destined to fail. You could never anticipate the remarkable speed bestowed upon us by my father, King Cooled. By the time you arrive on Namek, I shall already be there, and the ownership of the Dragon Balls may yet remain uncertain. The entire fleet is now under my command. And should I seize your Dragon Balls, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to rise again. At this moment, Gula's pride swells as he observes the fleet racing towards Namek with newfound velocity. The smile gracing his lips fills him with an almost euphoric exhilaration. Yet, just as Gula reaches the pinnacle of his elation, the entire fleet unexpectedly executes a sudden halt in the void of space, leaving all ships in a state of complete immobility. Gula is momentarily taken aback. This is a critical juncture. Should we delay? The ownership of the Dragon Balls would fall into Frieza's hands, rendering our efforts futile. He swiftly summons his aide. What is happening? Why has the fleet come to an abrupt stop in midair? At this moment, the aide is drenched in sweat, hurriedly processing incoming information, anxiously reporting to Gula. My lord, there are two peculiar beings hovering directly in our path, and we are unsure of their intentions, which is why the fleet has halted. What? Gula erupts in fury. What is the meaning of this? How dare anyone obstruct our fleet? Are they seeking death? However, it must be noted that Gula has indeed tempted fate. His prior exuberance and smugness have now led him to a precarious edge. The individual surprisingly did not instruct his aide to transmit the projections of these two peculiar entities to his flagship. Instead, he casually commanded, eliminate them on the spot. Truly, must such trivial matters be reported to me? Should my schedule be delayed, I would not hesitate to annihilate all of you right here. Upon receiving Gula's directive, the aide promptly relayed the order to attack to the entire fleet through the sensors without a moment's hesitation. Gula, too, is recklessly charging forward on the path of self-destruction, akin to a wild dog unleashed from its restraints. Opposite him stand two peculiar individuals, the recently arrived Knik and Katra, who have just crossed from the 4th universe into the 7th. These two individuals arrived with bated breath, and upon their arrival in the 7th universe, they were met with the sight of a peculiar fleet. Quatella was initially astonished, pondering the origins of this opulent armada. The technological prowess displayed by this fleet could easily rank among the elite, even within their own 4th universe. Moreover, the fleet advanced towards them with unrelenting speed, leaving Quatella to wonder if this was some form of greeting orchestrated by Beerus. Yet, it seemed improbable to send mere cannon fodder to welcome them, even in unfamiliar territory. He found himself perplexed by the motivations of the inhabitants of the 7th universe. Just as Quatella and Knik were engulfed in confusion, the opposing fleet executed an unexpected maneuver. The heavy artillery aboard the ships began to pivot, aiming their formidable black barrels directly at Quatella and Knik. This sudden action plunged the god of destruction and the angel into a state of utter dismay. They had silently entered the 7th universe with the intention of investigating the inexplicable destruction of the king of all's temple. How could the denizens of the 7th universe launch an all-out assault against them without so much as a word? Who had instilled such audacity in them? Did the 7th universe lack divine presence? The adversaries seemed intent on attacking without seeking clarification or awaiting a response from the very individuals they targeted. This is nothing short of an attempt to shatter a stone with an egg, a blatant overestimation of one's own capabilities. At that moment, Ketla revealed a sinister smile. Very well, I had initially come here with Knik, both of us harboring a deep-seated resentment. Since these fellows show such disrespect towards the divine and have come rushing to their own demise, I shall not hesitate to accompany them on their journey. Immediately, the fleet unleashed a torrent of cannon fire upon Ketla and Knik. Meanwhile, the hatches of several colossal warships slowly creaked open, and warriors clad in standard armor surged forth from the confines of the vessels, launching a relentless assault against these unwelcome guests. This marks Lord Gula's inaugural command, and it is the first occasion for this legion to undertake the eradication of peculiar beings after enduring years of frustration. Now is not the time for mercy. Should we succeed in eliminating these two scoundrels on the spot, no matter whose heads they are, considerable rewards will undoubtedly await us from Lord Gula. This is the most exhilarating thought for the minions of Gula, who never anticipated that their initial foray would encounter such misfortune. Unbeknownst to them, they had not merely kicked against an ordinary steel plate, but rather against a diamond barrier. It is not just the minions who are unaware. Even their commander, Gula, would likely have his soul shaken if he realized that he had commanded an assault against the god of destruction Katra and the angel of authority Konik from the fourth universe. As fate would have it, in a moment of unwarranted bravado, Gula launched a full-scale attack against an adversary he should have never provoked, and the consequences were, as one might expect, dire. Meanwhile, a colossal spaceship, belching black smoke, gradually descended onto the surface of Namek. As the vessel came to a halt, Frieza, situated in the command cabin, exhaled a long breath of relief, casting a sidelong glance at the shattered wine glass in his grasp, before glancing helplessly at the diminutive craft he occupied, silently cursing his predicament. Years prior, an inexplicable scoundrel had ravaged his legion, leaving him burdened with astronomical debts. After years of frugality and self-denial, he had finally repaid his external obligations, hoping that the days ahead might prove more favorable. Yet he harbored an unimaginable hope: the Dragon Balls. Chapter 119. The complete annihilation of Gula's fleet? Indeed, the Dragon Balls now represented Frieza's only hope. After all, the god of destruction Beerus loomed over him like a sharp sword, ready to strike him down at any moment. Only by gathering the Dragon Balls and fulfilling his wish for immortality would he be able to disregard Beerus. At that juncture, not even Beerus nor his father King Cold, including Gula, would matter to him. Everything would be but a fleeting cloud. However, before that could happen, he must endure humiliation and cling to life. Gathering the Dragon Balls and realizing his wish, otherwise, it would all be in vain. Frieza had never anticipated that Gula had mastered the fifth transformation. With his current overwhelming power, he had gained unprecedented favor from King Cold. The outcome was truly beyond Frieza's expectations. According to reports from the Ginyu Force, their fleet had been allocated a mere 5 scout ships, a flagrant disgrace. Yet, Frieza soon erupted into a sinister cackle, reveling in his cunning. Gula, even if you take the entirety of the fleet, what of it? I shall take advantage of this time difference, arriving at Namek ahead of you. Once I gather the Dragon Balls and realize my wish, everything that is yours will become mine, and what is mine shall remain mine. Upon contemplating this, Frieza erupted into laughter. However, his expression soon hardened. They had already arrived at Namek, and this was not the time to squander. He promptly shouted towards the hatch, Dodoria. Open the hatch. Dodoria appeared before Frieza with utmost respect, cautiously inquiring, Lord Frieza, what are your orders? Frieza replied coolly, is the army fully prepared? Yes, Lord Frieza. Dodoria answered, continuing to tread carefully. Very well, disperse all the troops to search for the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls on Namek. This is of utmost urgency. Dodoria acknowledged the command and was about to depart the command room when, with a resounding crash, the hatch was violently breached, revealing a familiar figure that caused Frieza's pupils to constrict. Who is this? How dare they display such disrespect? Are they unaware that their spaceship is in a state of disrepair, incapable of withstanding any violent assault? Should this blow reduce the entire vessel to mere fragments or scrap, it would spell utter disaster. Upon recognizing the visitor, Frieza was overtaken by a wave of irritation, for it was none other than his subordinate commander, Zarbon. Zarbon, you imbecile. What are you doing? Are you seeking death? Do you not comprehend my rules, nor the perilous state of our ship? At this moment, Zarbon was beyond caring for protocol. Drenched in sweat and trembling, he rushed to Frieza's side, forgetting even to bow or kneel, and shouted fervently, Lord Frieza, it's dire. Something grave has occurred. Witnessing Zarbon's uncharacteristic display of panic, Dodoria was equally astonished. Given Zarbon's usual composure and sagacity, what calamity could provoke such a reaction? It was utterly incomprehensible. Yet, Frieza, surprisingly, did not exhibit anger or assign blame. Instead, he calmly inquired, Zarbon, please, take your time to explain. There is no need to rush. Reassured by Frieza's composed demeanor, Zarbon inhaled deeply and solemnly reported, My Lord Frieza, the latest news from the Ginyu Force indicates that Lord Cooler's fleet is targeting Namek. So that was the matter at hand. A sly smile crept across Frieza's lips. I had anticipated this development. Cooler has been a thorn in my side for years. which is precisely why I have refrained from visiting Namek. Had it not been for his greed, seizing 99 of the equipment quota from our father, I would not have had the opportunity to arrive at Namek first. Rest assured, even if their newly assembled fleet hastens at full speed, they will be too late. By the time they arrive, I shall have already gathered the Dragon Balls and fulfilled my wish. Humph, do they truly think they stand a chance? Noticing that Zarbin remained in a state of disarray, gazing at Frieza with a look of sheer terror, Frieza furrowed his brow slightly. I have made myself abundantly clear. What are you still doing here? Meanwhile, Dodoria, unable to contain himself, rubbed his hands together in frustration and exclaimed, "What is wrong with you? Why do you hesitate? Can't you relay the information in one go? If you keep this up, I might just have to teach you a lesson." Despite the outward discord between him and Sabo, the two shared a profound bond, navigating their existence under the command of Frieza with a sense of mutual reliance. Presently, should Sabo provoke Frieza's wrath, he could very well meet his demise at Frieza's hands. It would be prudent for me to enlighten Sabo before Frieza acts, perhaps tempering Frieza's fury and preserving Sabo's life. This unspoken rule of mutual support is vital for their survival. Yet, at this moment, Sabo disregarded Dodoria's goodwill and the icy glare emanating from Frieza, continuing to report the intelligence he had received with a vacant expression. "Lord Frieza, this time it's truly monumental. What has happened with Lord Cooler?" Frieza, visibly irked, retorted, "Isn't it merely that Cooler is coming to Namek? Am I to be intimidated by him? We have lingered here for quite some time. Can I not handle a few Dragon Balls? This is absurd." At this juncture, Sabo delivered a revelation that left everyone present utterly astounded. Lord Cooler's fleet appears to have been completely annihilated. What? This announcement rendered both Frieza and Dodoria speechless. The atmosphere in the command room akin to a moment frozen in time. For a full 10 seconds, an eerie silence prevailed, interrupted only by Frieza's heavy breaths. "How can this be?" Dodoria stammered, still reeling from the shocking news. "Lord Cooler's fleet has been obliterated? How is that possible?" Frieza gritted his teeth and demanded, "Sabo, clarify this at once. Who confirmed that Cooler's fleet was vanquished? How could this happen? Who could possibly challenge our Frost Demon clan in this universe? Moreover, after years of accumulation, the Cooler army is robust and well supported by our father, King Cold. They should be well equipped and prepared. Their objective was Namek, was it not?" Chapter 120. Who is this rat? As Frieza unleashed a barrage of questions, Sabo wiped the cold sweat from his brow and replied, "This is merely fragments relayed by the Ginyu Force. They reported that at the moment of their separation from Cooler's fleet, they had only acquired 5 sensors. While they were hastily en route to Namek, they observed that Cooler's fleet seemed to abruptly halt in midair, as if encountering an adversary with whom they were set to engage. Thus, a disagreement ensued, leading Cooler's fleet to launch a full-scale assault against the two peculiar individuals opposing them. However, an odd scene soon unfolded. Frieza, brimming with frustration, yearned to strike Sabo for his prolonged vagueness. Enough with the preamble. Get to the crux of the matter. Sabor gathered his thoughts and, with some hesitation, articulated, "Ultimately, those two peculiar individuals caused no harm whatsoever. In an instant, a flash of violet-red light enveloped them, and Lord Gula along with his legion vanished without a trace. Such is the essence of the matter." "What?" Upon hearing this, Frieza's pupils constricted sharply. The violet-red light caused the entire legion of Gula to disappear? And then what transpired? This time, Sabo truly managed to adjust his emotions, finally articulating his thoughts with clarity, no longer stuttering as he spoke. Subsequently, the Ginyu Force utilized their new detector to assess Lord Gula's life signs and the reactions of his fleet, only to discover an absence of targets. They had inexplicably vanished. The precise reason for this eluded the Ginyu Force, and these 5 individuals lacked the courage to investigate further, opting instead to relay the information to us. They are now hastening towards our location at the utmost speed. As it turns out, Frieza also fell into deep contemplation. A purplish-red aura? That is impossible. Could it be Lord Beerus, the god of destruction? No, that can't be. Lord Beerus is still sound asleep in his realm of destruction. Moreover, that fellow would not casually engage in combat, as he is an angel. Yet, the opposing force utilized purplish-red energy, which undoubtedly signifies destructive energy. But who could those two individuals be? They appeared in pairs, simultaneously emerging and annihilating Gula's entire fleet, leaving not even a trace behind. It seems Gula had no opportunity to discern his fate, as he was obliterated into cosmic dust by a single strike from his adversaries. Who, apart from the god of destruction, could possess such formidable power? Certainly not Lord Beerus, as I am, in a sense, a subordinate of Lord Beerus. You must consider our frozen demon clan's fleet, if only for the sake of appearances. After all, I have undertaken numerous clandestine missions on behalf of Lord Beerus. Moreover, would that fool Gula dare to launch an attack against Lord Beerus, even if there were issues or conflicts? This is simply impossible, given the multitude of impossibilities. A pressing question arises. What manner of individual could cause Gula and his fleet to vanish entirely, without a trace, in an instant, leaving no opportunity for resistance? Observing Frieza, who was plunged into deep contemplation, Sabo suddenly smacked his forehead. My apologies, Lord Frieza. There is yet another matter I have failed to clarify with you. Another matter? Frieza furrowed his brow. Do not interrupt my train of thought. It appears that our Gula has indeed landed himself in serious trouble, and I hope it does not implicate us in any way. You mentioned there is another issue? Speak plainly. At this moment, Frieza was ablaze with fury. Had it not been for Sabo's unwavering loyalty, he would have likely dispatched this insolent wretch on the spot. Without further hesitation, Sabo continued, it seems that before the Jinyu force retreated, they transmitted some footage to us. Perhaps within that footage, Lord Frieza might discern some useful clues. So that's how it is, you scoundrel. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Hurry, transmit the footage to me. Subsequently, with a series of deft maneuvers on the device, Sabo uploaded the information to the antiquated craft occupied by Frieza. As Frieza pressed a button on the craft, a 3D projection materialized before the three of them. They scrutinized the chaotic visuals. Although hastily captured, the footage at least allowed them to discern the peculiar appearance of the two strange figures. From a distance, one appeared to be wielding a long staff, remarkably reminiscent of the scepter held by the angelic Wes. This individual also possesses long, silvery hair, adorned in an angelic robe akin to that of the celestial being Vis, unmistakably identifying him as an angel. Beside him stands a figure grasping a purplish-red energy, whose attire remarkably mirrors that of the god of destruction, Beerus. The sole perplexity for Frieza lies in the fact that this being is, astonishingly, a mouse, and he sports an earring identical to that of Beerus on his large ears, which should signify his status as a god of destruction. It appears he is indeed one of them. This revelation completely clarified the situation for Frieza. It appears that although the individual provoked by Cooler is not Beerus, he must certainly be another god of destruction of comparable stature. Well, one could say that Cooler is courting his own demise. Rather than merely seeking death, he is recklessly hurtling down a path of self-destruction, akin to a wild dog unleashed, racing forward with no possibility of restraint. This fellow has always yearned to forge a connection with the god of destruction, seeking to cling to such a formidable ally. Now that the opportunity lies before him, why does he fail to cherish it? Instead, he commands the fleet to launch an offensive against these two enigmatic beings, a god of destruction and an angel, whose origins remain a mystery. It is truly baffling. At this moment, Frieza is engulfed by a wave of helplessness. Yet suddenly a chilling realization washes over him. No. The Lord Beerus of this universe has proclaimed himself the greatest deity in existence and the sole god of destruction of this realm. So, from whence does this mouse emerge? Could it be a false god? Yet, that cannot be. The energy and decisiveness exhibited by this individual unmistakably mark him as a god of destruction. Nevertheless, the question lingers, from where has he come? Should this matter not be promptly communicated to Lord Beerus? Otherwise, the entire universe may descend into unprecedented chaos. Furthermore, the individual standing behind him, wielding a scepter, emanates no hint of malevolence. Yet, the overwhelming sense of his indifference towards all living things sends a shiver down Frieza's spine. Chapter 121. The Complete Annihilation of Planet Kurd. Could this being truly be the terrifying deity alongside that mouse? That seems implausible, reflecting on his acquaintance with Whis. He only sensed warmth and amiability from him. Why then does this figure exude an aura of coldness and apathy? Indeed, they are strikingly different. Yet both evoke within Frieza an abyssal terror. Well, regardless of the unfortunate predicament faced by Gula, having encountered an insurmountable obstacle, he still possesses Lord Beerus as his formidable support. Moreover, this incident transpired in Gula's domain of the cosmos, a far cry from his own concerns. All he must do is to diligently seek the Dragon Balls to fulfill his desire for immortality. No matter the stature of any adversary, Frieza shall not regard them with any esteem. Chuckling at the thought, a subtle smile crept across Frieza's lips. It seems that misfortune has turned into fortune, Gula. You audacious fool, not only sought to curry favor with me at King Kurd's court, but also dared to invade Namek for my Dragon Balls? Now, Having met with utter defeat, you have reaped what you sowed. Your demise paves the way for the future of the Frost Demon clan to rest solely upon my shoulders, leaving King Kurd with no choice but to accept it. Ah, truly, fortune favors the bold. Just then, the device on Sabo's forehead emitted a series of beeps. Could there be new information coming through? Frieza regarded Sabo with skepticism, eager to glean any fresh tidings from him. At that moment, the composure that Sabo had just managed to achieve teetered on the brink of collapse. He felt his knees weaken and, unable to withstand the turmoil, sank to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. What fresh calamity is this? Today's misfortunes seem to outnumber those of the past several decades. Nevertheless, Frieza, being Frieza, maintains a composure that is essential for his survival as a being of extraordinary talent. He patted Sabo on the shoulder and said, "Sabo, speak plainly. There is no need to be so flustered. You are making me look foolish. Even the annihilation of Goldo's fleet hardly registers as a concern here. What could possibly be more significant than an entire fleet being wiped out?" At this moment, Sabo was gradually recovering from the chaos of battle, gazing at Frieza with despair in his eyes as he murmured, "This is truly the end, my lord Frieza." Frieza, growing increasingly impatient, retorted, "What is it? Speak clearly and refrain from rambling." Sabo's demeanor was indeed lacking today, his speech hesitant and his manner dismal, unbefitting of his title as Frieza's foremost general. He continued to murmur the details. Not only has Lord Goldo's fleet been completely obliterated, but the fleet dispatched by Lord Kurder has also met the same fate. Frieza, having mentally prepared for the worst, furrowed his brow and urged, "Speak quickly. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to eliminate you on the spot, sparing you the wait for that dreadful individual to come and do the deed." Sabo shivered at the thought. Indeed, before him stood Lord Frieza, and he wondered if his reaction had been overly dramatic. His standards had certainly slipped. The glint in Frieza's eyes jolted Sabo back to his senses, regaining his composure. Sabo assured himself, after all, if the sky were to fall, there would be a tall figure to uphold it. Worrying excessively serves no purpose, he promptly declared. Not only has Lord Kurder's fleet been utterly vanquished, but it seems that both the entire Kurder Star and Lord Kurder himself have also vanished without a trace. At this moment, Frieza's heart lurched upon receiving the news. This was indeed a catastrophic blow. Even his father, King Cold, along with his fleet, had been utterly annihilated along with Planet Cold. That man is truly terrifying. How could such a calamity occur? This is undoubtedly the most severe assault and horror the Ice Demon clan has ever faced. Moreover, even other organizations would be powerless in this matter. For it is a war that genuinely involves the divine. Is the holy war truly upon us? Frieza's palm trembled involuntarily. What now? Presently, Frieza was deeply concerned about his own safety, while the despondent Zebon murmured, "The Jinyu force is racing towards Namek with all their might. As for whether those two killing gods can accompany them, only the heavens know." Having relayed all the information, Zebon collapsed to the ground, utterly drained, resembling a marionette deprived of its strings. Meanwhile, Dodoria was left speechless, stunned by the relentless waves of news, staring vacantly with unfocused eyes, his face shifting through multiple shades of expression, continuously reflecting his inner turmoil. Then, Frieza clenched his teeth, as if resolved, and coldly commanded, "Zebon, Dodoria, you too. Immediately gather all the soldiers of the Legion and distribute the last two scanners. Split into two groups at the fastest pace and seek out the Dragon Balls of this planet. At all costs. Remember speed. It is imperative to be swift." With Frieza's command, Zarbin and Dodoria hesitated no longer, swiftly darting through the hatch, equipped with two scanners and their respective teams, embarking on a quest to locate the Dragon Balls in opposite directions on planet Namek. Alone in the command pod, Frieza gazed out at the clear azure sky, contemplating that this venture was indeed a gamble for wealth and power. Regardless of the outcome, gathering the Dragon Balls was of utmost importance. Nevertheless, Frieza had prepared for multiple contingencies. He extended his hand, and with a surge of energy, a black box emerged from a concealed corner of the command pod, hovering expectantly before him. Casting a glance at the box, Frieza felt a surge of reassurance. Its presence might very well serve as his last resort for survival. Without it, he would have lacked the courage to waste time searching for the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, Frieza's eyes narrowed, and a beam of crimson energy erupted from them. Contrary to expectations, the black box did not explode from Frieza's aerial assault. Instead, it began to rotate gently in midair, gradually spiraling as if it had activated some hidden mechanism, revealing delicate silver patterns across its surface. Chapter 122, Bulma constructs a brand new spaceship. What on earth is this bizarre operation? It must be Frieza's treasure chest. Perhaps it truly is. As the infusion of Frieza's energy concluded, this small black box quietly descended before him. With a soft click, the ebony container slowly revealed its contents, which turned out to be nothing more than a silver button resembling a mere coin. Yet, Frieza regarded it as a precious gem, bending down to gently cradle the button-sized artifact within his palm. This, indeed, is the very essence of Frieza's audacity. One must express gratitude towards Lord Beerus. Without him, this button would not exist. To be candid, Frieza currently harbors a sense of uncertainty. Recently, Beerus discovered that the Omni King had bestowed a button for summoning him to certain favored acquaintances, prompting Beerus to devise a similar stratagem. Consequently, he presented Frieza with one of these buttons, albeit with a stern warning. It must not be pressed lightly unless a matter of great significance or life-threatening urgency arises. Otherwise, without any intervention from Beerus, the unique energy of this button would obliterate Frieza amidst a cataclysm of destructive force. This could be considered a peculiar form of benefit bestowed upon Frieza by Beerus. Gazing at this modest button, Frieza felt a semblance of reassurance. Regardless of the origins of those two formidable beings, within this universe, Lord Beerus stands as his formidable ally. If those two were to arrive slightly later, allowing him the time to collect the Dragon Balls and fulfill his wish for immortality, then all would become inconsequential, even in the event of unforeseen complications. The existence of this button would grant him the ability to summon Lord Beerus to Namek, thereby affording him a measure of time. With this thought, a faint smile finally graced Frieza's features. Very well, now that all preparations are in place, it rests upon Dodoria and Zebon's actions, as well as the progress of the Dragon Ball search. Although Namek is relatively large among planets, with the aid of the detectors, locating the 7 Dragon Balls should prove quite effortless. Moreover, Frieza possesses some understanding of the Namekians' combat prowess, which peaks at a mere 3,000 to 4,000. While Dodoria and Zebon boast a combined strength of 20,000 to 30,000, supplemented by numerous subordinates. Thus, the quest for the Dragon Balls should not pose a challenge. Now, he need only bide his time, for as long as he adeptly manages the summons of Beerus with this button, everything lies within his grasp. However, the notion of preemptively pressing the button to summon Lord Beerus is one Frieza dares not entertain, should he act on such an impulse. Who could withstand the wrath of Lord Beerus? Nonetheless, while the fates of Cooler and King Cold instilled a twinge of fear within Frieza, they also sparked a flicker of excitement. Perhaps this time, he might indeed emerge as the ultimate victor, if he were to gather the Dragon Balls and realize his wish. And subsequently, with the downfall of Cooler and King Cold, his standing within the Frieza force could ascend dramatically. At that juncture, not only his fleet and legion, but everything would begin to unfold in the direction he envisions. Perhaps this truly is a fortuitous opportunity, as long as he can endure this impending calamity. A brighter future awaits. Frieza gradually succumbed to the allure of his own fantasies. On the outskirts of West City, Bulma stood triumphantly before a gathering of onlookers. Opposite her were 4 bewildered individuals, Ro, Whis, Son Goku, and Piccolo, summoned at the crack of dawn by Bulma, their expressions reflecting utter confusion as they regarded the spirited Miss Bulma. "What game are you playing this time? Why summon us so early?" they inquired. Bulma, however, responded with a mysterious smile, declaring, "Ha. The moment of witnessing a miracle is nigh." With that, she produced a small, exquisite remote control from her pocket and began to manipulate it. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, causing a cacophony that could easily be mistaken for an earthquake by those unaware. Yet, it was clear that Bulma's companions did not perceive this as an ordinary seismic event. Before them, a vast expanse of land underwent an astonishing geological transformation as an enormous spaceship, akin to a small city, began to ascend slowly from the ground. Is this the masterpiece of Miss Bulma? How did she craft such an immense spacecraft? At first glance, it resembles a space fortress. Indeed, it is truly befitting of Miss Bulma's artistry. A vessel the size of a city magnificently unfolds before the eyes of Luo Hao, Whis, and the others. The 4 individuals were utterly mesmerized, while Luo Hao cast a glance at Bulma, who appeared to be enjoying herself, and remarked, "Bulma, dear girl, is it truly necessary to make such a grand spectacle? What is going on here? We are merely crafting a fan fiction set in the Dragon Ball universe. Are we not? Have you perhaps mistaken the script? Are you intending to adopt a space battleship theme?" Bulma, seemingly bewildered, shot Luo Hao a significant eye roll and retorted, "What do you know? This is my latest masterpiece, and I have aptly named it the Space Battleship. Oh? How did you come to know the name of my new spacecraft? Well, I'll concede that you've guessed correctly. Piccolo, equally perplexed, pointed towards the immense cylindrical structure at the rear of the colossal vessel and inquired, Miss Bulma, what is that? With a sense of pride, Bulma declared. What a silly question. That is, of course, the engine of this magnificent ship. Without formidable power, how could it possibly deserve the title of space battleship? This represents my pinnacle of technological achievement. What do you think? Krillin and Tien Shinhan were not fortunate enough to witness my superlative creation. Goku. Why are you lost in thought? Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head and asked, what purpose does such a large spacecraft serve? What have you equipped it with? Bulma smiled enigmatically and sighed. It is, of course, entirely empty. Though it appears to be a battleship from the exterior, in reality, it is a vast transport vessel. A transport vessel? Why would you require such a massive one? Aren't you merely setting out to borrow an energy core? Surely, you do not need a ship of this size? It seems to be the size of an entire city. Whis, seemingly grasping something, remarked, Bulma. Have you constructed this gigantic battleship with the intention of completely relocating Frieza and Cooler's forces? Are you planning to assist them in moving? I must say, I am truly impressed. Bulma, somewhat irked, replied, Humph, I am well aware of how much equipment you all brought back last time. Since I am personally involved this time, there shall be no repeat of the unexpected events from the previous occasion. I have meticulously planned and prepared, which is why I constructed such a massive ship. Well, what do you think? At the very least, I won't allow you to feel embarrassed, right? Luo Hao timidly pointed towards the numerous cables and attachments on the exterior of the ship and asked, what do all these extras signify? With an even broader smile, Bulma explained, isn't it obvious? I'm simply being prudent. No matter how large the ship, internal space is always limited. These external cables and attachments are meant to accommodate additional equipment. In the event we encounter a planetary fortress or equipment that cannot fit within the spacecraft, we can simply attach it to the exterior and bring it back, can't we? It turns out that this girl truly attends to every minute detail, considering even the most trivial aspects, leaving everyone speechless. It seems that the notion of embarking on a so-called space journey is a mere fabrication. The reality lies in plundering the possessions of others, does it not? Even the planetary fortress of others has caught Bulma's attention. She truly is a mad scientist of sorts. The crowd was utterly at a loss for words. Observing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Bulma casually tossed a universal capsule before them, and with a resounding thud, a series of spacesuits materialized strangely before them. Everyone's gaze followed the capsule to the ground. What, pray tell, do these earth-tone spacesuits signify? Such an oversized head. And what unsightly attire. What is the purpose of this? As Bulma extended her slender, delicate fingers, she earnestly proclaimed, for humanity's inaugural journey into space, we must prepare thoroughly. Behold, this is the custom-made spacesuit I have designed for each of you. What do you think? Try it on and see if it fits. The first to emit a mournful wail was Piccolo. His head shook vigorously, akin to a rattle drum, as he vehemently protested, what on earth is this? I would rather die than wear it. No way, absolutely not. Goku examined the attire in his hands, remarking, the material seems decent, Miss Bulma. But what is the significance of wearing this? It appears rather unappealing. Meanwhile, Whis gazed skyward, his eyes cast at a 45-degree angle, as if he had completely overlooked the garments and helmets. Rohu wore a disgruntled expression, saying, is this truly the special gift you have prepared for us? By the way, didn't Krillin and Gohan express a desire to embark on this space expedition as well? Where are they? Bulma replied with irritation, Humph, it's true. Those fellows possess quite peculiar tastes. When I mentioned traveling into outer space, they were eager to join. However, when I suggested donning these specially designed spacesuits, they declared their withdrawal from the journey, criticizing the design as too hideous and not to their liking. Piccolo nodded vigorously in agreement, exclaiming, indeed, great minds think alike. I refuse to wear such an unsightly garment. Goku, will you wear it? Goku, no longer fixated on the attire, picked up the metallic mask atop the suit and timidly inquired, Miss Bulma, what is this? Realizing Goku had inquired about the crux of the matter, Bulma burst into a triumphant laugh, declaring, this is the true essence of my spacesuit. Although the outfit may appear unattractive and cumbersome, the core component is this helmet. Rohu and Whis have brought back numerous advanced extraterrestrial technologies, and I have crafted these all-metal helmets based on their designs and my own concepts. Do not underestimate these small items. Once donned, They will equip you with the ability to survive in the cosmos, though time is limited at the very least. You will not perish instantly due to a planet explosion or being ejected from the spacecraft. This is the finest gift I have prepared for you all. While I have made ample preparations for this interstellar journey, who knows if this spacecraft can withstand the cosmic storms? I have never ventured there myself. Thus, I have provided these innovative spacesuits and cosmic survival helmets, as their existence will offer maximum protection for your safety. All right. It turns out that Miss Bulma's gesture was well-intentioned, yet a wave of skepticism washed over everyone. Gazing at the space survival mask that resembled a pig's head, they were left speechless. Furthermore, the suit's hue was a rather unappealing shade of brown, which certainly did not endear it to anyone. Observing the constipated expressions on their faces, Bulma let out a cold snort. This is my heartfelt intention. If you find it so unappealing, perhaps you ought not to accompany me on this space journey. I can go alone. After putting in so much effort, to be met with disdain from you all, are your standards truly that low? Piccolo, however, spoke earnestly. Very well. Miss Bulma, regardless of the attire, you must take me to Namek. I insist on seeing it for myself. Sun Wukong immediately affirmed with determination. Yes, if Piccolo is going, I shall go as well. Miss Bulma, you mentioned that a certain Vegeta would also travel to Namek. For that reason alone, you cannot leave me behind. He managed to escape on Earth, but this time to Namek. I shall not grant him any opportunities. All my training must not go to waste. Although the attire is somewhat unsightly, I shall endure it. Upon hearing this, Whis was instantly displeased. Wukong, so you only just discovered that Vegeta would be on Namek, which is why you wish to go there? Sun Wukong, bewildered, nodded. Yes, I only just made this decision. What of it, Mr. Whis? Whis looked at Luo Hao with a face full of indignation. Luo Hao, how could you deceive me? Luo Hao, feigning innocence, replied, What? Whis, do you take issue with this? Are you going or not? Whis let out a soft sigh. Very well, since this dangerous fellow Wukong intends to go, I find no reason not to accompany you. After all, one must risk life to accompany a nobleman. With all of you gone, I would find myself rather bored on Earth, so I shall join you. Miss Bulma, I wonder how you have designed the entertainment and dining within your spacecraft. Do you require my assistance? Chapter 124, Bulma seeks equipment from Frieza again. With unwavering confidence, Bulma declared, do not underestimate my capabilities and my taste. Though this grand spaceship has ample empty space, I have designed it with great consideration. Each individual will have their own private room, as well as exclusive access to a gym, dining facilities, entertainment options, and swimming amenities. Do not underestimate my space fortress. This is, after all, the most luxurious, fastest, and most robust vessel that humanity has ever constructed. So what do you say? If there are no objections, let us don our spacesuits and embark on our journey. The group was left speechless. Your spaceship is so impressive. Do we really need to wear spacesuits? However, Luo Hao spoke with righteous determination. Since your spaceship is so secure, there seems to be no need for us to wear them. How about we store the spacesuits away and only wear them if absolutely necessary? Bulma pondered this for a moment, finding it to be a reasonable suggestion. After all, wearing such bulky spacesuits within such a luxurious and flawless vessel seemed quite inappropriate. She relented, saying, All right, just keep them handy and be cautious. After all, in critical moments, these suits are life-saving tools. Noticing the reluctant expressions on everyone's faces, Bulma smiled mysteriously. You truly should not underestimate my spacesuits. They come with surprises. You have seen the red button in the center of the suit. If an emergency arises, pressing it could yield unexpected results. But please refrain from pressing it indiscriminately. It is a one-time product, and there will indeed be surprises. With that, Bulma tossed her beautiful ponytail and dashed into her space fortress. Meanwhile, Whis observed Luo Hao's expression intently. Luo Hao, are you certain you wish to accompany this girl on her wild escapade? I have previously researched that planet Namek. What is the purpose of this endeavor? Luo Hao, however, smiled mysteriously. Strangely enough, I have a premonition that our trip to Namek may yield unexpected rewards. Whis, you should trust me on this. My instincts are usually quite accurate. Whis replied with a hint of exasperation. Very well, you are the boss, so I shall defer to your judgment. In that case, I have no further reservations. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Whis shouted, Miss Bulma, please hold. Bulma turned back with a puzzled expression. Isn't this the guy who has been dragging his feet? Now that the moment has arrived, he calls me back? Does he have another trick up his sleeve? She rolled her eyes at Whis. Mr. Whis, what is it now? Speak quickly. We are about to depart. Whis shrugged his shoulders and addressed Bulma. We have all agreed to accompany you to Namek, and we cannot go back on our word. What are you so anxious about? I simply have a question that I must express. Eh? Mr. Whis, the omniscient angel, has a question? Bulma replied with a hint of amusement. Well then, feel free to ask, and I shall share whatever I know. This time, Bulma was surprisingly agreeable, refraining from further mocking Whis. Although she had always held reservations about his indecisiveness and laziness, she understood that Whis was indeed a formidable angel, and there was no need to engage in disputes over such matters. Suddenly, Whis exclaimed, "Are you intending to borrow some brand new battleships from Frieza and his army? Is that your purpose?" Bulma nodded vigorously. Yes, that is indeed my true intention. After all, the experimental materials you brought back last time have been completely utilized. In order to advance my time machine, I must seek out additional energy cores from them. Is there a problem? I've already informed you about this, haven't I? Whis adopted a childlike expression and replied, Miss Bulma, have you forgotten? The Dragon Balls also exist on Earth. Why not make a wish to the Eternal Dragon and gather some of those energy cores instead? Why do you need to return to Namek? Isn't that redundant? Going through all this trouble to construct such a colossal spaceship, and it may tarnish your reputation. After all, Frieza's army belongs to the Sith organization and is under the command of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Your bold attempt to borrow equipment from them can be perceived as a rather audacious endeavor, perhaps akin to attempting to rob a band of thieves. This poses certain risks, both morally and logically. Wouldn't you agree? Bulma, upon hearing Whis's remarks, paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. Mr. Whis, while I appreciate the compliment of calling you an omnipotent angel, surely I can fathom the issues you raised. To be frank, I gathered the Dragon Balls not long ago and made a wish to the Eternal Dragon for this very purpose. Alas, the dragon informed me that due to its limited powers, it was unable to fulfill my wish. What? Unable to fulfill it? What did the dragon say? Whis inquired. His curiosity piqued. Bulma replied somewhat irritably. The dragon stated that the materials and energy cores I requested are high-tech products from an extraterrestrial origin, which cannot be found on Earth. Thus, my wish cannot be granted. In pursuit of suitable high-tech products to serve as energy cores for my time machine, I have no choice but to turn to Frieza's army. Furthermore, we previously mentioned that we are merely borrowing, not robbing. If you are willing to accompany me to borrow a few more, I believe that Frieza, being familiar with you, would not be so miserly. With a hand pressed to his forehead, Whis sighed in exasperation. Well, it seems you have accounted for everything. This dragon of Earth truly appears to be inept. Unable to secure even this minor material from outer space, yet you wish to act under my banner for nefarious deeds? Very well, for the sake of Goku and Luo Hao, I shall accompany you this once. Perhaps a grand surprise awaits us. Thus, Whis and Bulma did not linger on further disputes, and the group smoothly boarded the colossal spaceship. The space fortress, crafted by Bulma. Inside the command cabin of this magnificent vessel, the crew marveled at its opulence and exquisite craftsmanship. Particularly, Piccolo discovered a training room adjacent to him, presumably intended for his own use. Chapter 125. Off we go. To Namek. Piccolo remarked with a tinge of resignation. Bulma has indeed put forth great effort, providing each individual with an appropriate training facility. However, he lamented the unfortunate appearance of her spacesuit, which had dissuaded many from participating in this expedition. Goku, brimming with enthusiasm, gazed at a gravity training room the size of a football field below, exclaiming, "What a considerate design! The gravity apparatus here can amplify Earth's gravity by 200 times. It truly seems custom-made for me." He was thoroughly pleased. Meanwhile, Whis and Luo Hao exchanged bewildered glances, marveling, are we truly to embark on Miss Bulma's spaceship? Whis sighed, what a twist of fate. Here I am, a cosmic angel of authority, reduced to traveling in a spaceship. It is both amusing and disheartening. Luo Hao, equally resigned, replied, come now, Whis, be grateful. At least we have a spaceship. Do you wish to fly on your own? I cannot fathom your thoughts. At this point, Whis, with a hint of exasperation, said, fine. Last time you had me hauling an assortment of oddities back, so if someone else is willing to take the burden this time, I shall refrain from exerting myself. Truth be told, had anyone witnessed our previous endeavor, I would have been utterly embarrassed, reduced to a mere scavenger. How absurd. Very well, let us regard this as a vacation to refresh our spirits. The two watched placidly as Bulma excitedly maneuvered her massive vessel. With a commanding voice, she declared, let us set sail for Namek. In that moment, the entire ship resonated with a hum, its colossal rear engine emanating a violet glow. With a thunderous roar, the spaceship ascended into the boundless void. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs, sipped tea as he gazed skyward, observing the brilliant streak of light. Amused, has she finally embarked on her journey? Dr. Brief's wife, Bigny, who was also the mother of Bulma, approached her husband carrying an exquisite fruit platter. Expressing her astonishment, this girl has truly become increasingly spoiled by you. I cannot fathom what her dreams might be, especially after constructing such a colossal spacecraft. Dr. Briefs replied with a sense of comfort. It's of no concern. Let her be. After all, she creates and consumes her own inventions, so she can experiment as she pleases. As long as it doesn't lead to any major disasters, it's all fine. However, one cannot help but acknowledge that she has surpassed her mentor. My expertise merely allowed me to develop the universal capsule. Yet she has dedicated her thoughts to the time-space shuttle. Still, it is a unique avenue of technology and might indeed bring significant advancements to human society. If it poses no threat to us, then let us observe its evolution. With the blessings of the elder couple, the super-luxurious spacecraft, dubbed the Space Fortress, swiftly departed the solar system. A spirited Bulma emerged from the command cabin, exuberantly shouting to the crowd, "What do you think? My rhythm is impeccable, isn't it? In this moment, we have already exited the solar system. We shall reach Namek in less than 5 days." However, she soon realized that there was no one to share her excitement. Only she was proudly announcing their journey, while Piccolo coldly remarked, "You all do what you must. I shall continue my training." With that, he abruptly closed the door to his training chamber and retreated to meditate on his techniques. Son Goku scratched his head, feeling no embarrassment at all. Instead, he offered Bulma a sincere smile before heading towards his gravity training room. Seemingly indifferent to her words and the technological marvels aboard the ship, his primary aim was to quickly acclimate to the higher gravity, as it would enhance the power of his Kaioken technique, which was the main reason he agreed to accompany Bulma on this space voyage. As long as his training was not impeded, he was willing to partake in any activity. Meanwhile, Whis and Luo Hao languidly lounged in a discreet corner of the ship. Whis weakly exclaimed, "What a so-called high-tech product this is. The speed is abysmally slow. It will take 5 days to reach Namek. I find myself regretting not utilizing my angelic powers." He sighed. "How shall we pass the time over these 5 days? Luo Hao, do you not think this will be quite the ordeal?" Surprisingly, Luo Hao did not counter his comment, but instead nodded in agreement. Indeed, to be confined within this hollow vessel for 5 days is truly unbearable. With such a pace, does Bulma genuinely find satisfaction in this? Upon overhearing the conversation between the two, Bulma found herself on the brink of furious indignation, transforming from a gentle lady into a raging she-dragon in mere seconds. With gritted teeth, she stormed over to their side, exclaiming, "What are you two rascals discussing? Do you dare to belittle my high-tech invention? This is the fruit of my labor and dedication. It is one thing for that imbecile Piccolo and Goku not to comprehend it, but you, who claim to be an omniscient angel, and you, a close friend of the angel, do you dare to cast doubt on my spacecraft? 5 days to reach Namek. Do you comprehend how astounding that speed is? Just a year ago, even the fastest spacecraft designed by my father would require 4,000 years to traverse from Earth to Namek. That is 4,000 years. And yet my creation accomplishes it in a mere 5 days. Do you grasp the significance of this? Do you understand the magnitude of such velocity? And here you are, nitpicking. Do you possess the means to make my ship arrive any faster? If so, I wouldn't mind placing a wager with you." With that, Bulma crossed her arms and regarded Whis with a challenging gaze. "So, Whis, are you brave enough to take my bet?" Whis, however, languidly reclined on the table, replying, "What is there to wager with a little girl like you? Are you promising me some extraordinary surprise?" In a flash of inspiration, Bulma replied, "Very well, Whis. I know what you desire. If I lose, I shall craft a brand new coffee machine that produces the finest coffee on Earth. Isn't that the choice of your dreams? I guarantee that the coffee brewed by this machine will far surpass anything made by Luo Hao. What do you say? This is my utmost sincerity." At this juncture, Luo Hao's eyes sparkled with interest. "Bulma, with your technological prowess, creating such a new coffee machine seems hardly a challenge. However, your willingness to commit is commendable. Since you are eager to wager, I shall gladly oblige. Now, what is your other stipulation?" Bulma's expression brightened as she revealed her radiant visage. "Of course. If you happen to lose, you must refrain from obstructing my future endeavors in creating a time machine." and you shall not employ any underhanded tactics that would jeopardize my plans." Upon uttering these words, Whis found himself at a loss for words. He initially believed that his subtle maneuvers had been executed with sufficient discretion, yet to his astonishment, this girl had discerned his intentions. However, upon reflection, he considered the absurdity of a dignified angel wagering against an ordinary woman from Earth. Should he lose, it would be more fitting for him to seek a block of tofu and end his existence. This girl truly has no sense of her own limitations, daring to challenge him in such a manner. Yet, he soon found solace in the thought, "Very well, Miss Bulma. If you are willing to craft a brand new coffee machine for me, I shall indulge you in this game of chance. What shall we wager?" Bulma scoffed lightly. "What else could we possibly wager? Did you not claim that this spaceship is lethargic? If you can propel my vessel to a velocity tenfold that of its current speed towards Namek, then I shall concede my defeat. However, it is imperative that your speed surpasses mine by that factor. Otherwise, I shall emerge victorious. What do you think? Is that not a reasonable stipulation?" "Indeed, it is quite reasonable," Whis mused inwardly. "Reasonable, you say? I possess full knowledge of your spaceship's capabilities. I am an omnipotent angel." Prior to boarding, Whis had conducted a comprehensive scan of the immense spacecraft. Through this examination, he was acutely aware that, in terms of both structure and material, this vessel could only enhance its speed by a maximum of threefold. Any further increase would result in its catastrophic disintegration in the void of space. Bulma could not possibly be ignorant of the limitations of her ship's structural integrity, and to propose a tenfold challenge was clearly a paradox. This girl is certainly plotting against Whis. It is evident that she holds a significant interest in the time machine, and is acutely aware that Whis' greatest weakness lies in his fondness for the coffee crafted by Luo Hao. By presenting the coffee machine as a wager, she has indeed pinpointed Whis' vulnerability. In an instant, Whis comprehended all the crucial elements at play. Well, it seems that recently he has been indulging in a childlike whimsy, finding the time to engage playfully with Bulma. However, since she is eager to play, why not indulge her? After all, this journey has been rather tedious, and teasing Bulma could provide some amusement. With a newfound sense of youthful exuberance, Whis nodded earnestly. "Very well, Miss Bulma, as you wish. Let us commence." Bulma, with a mischievous glint in her eye, thought to herself, Whis, no matter how formidable you are, can you truly maintain control over such a colossal spaceship? Do not jest. Am I not aware of the capabilities of the spacecraft I constructed? When you falter, my spacesuit may play a pivotal role, and only then will I truly surprise you." These two schemers, each with their own motives, decided to stake this brand new and immense spaceship as their wager, seemingly indifferent to the lives and fates of those aboard. Only Luo Hao recognized that these two had retained their childlike spirits and were capable of such frivolous banter. With a sigh of boredom, he mused, "Have your days on Earth been so carefree that you can afford to be so trivial? What a tiresome pair you are. Angels not resembling angels, and humans not resembling humans, what a lamentable state of affairs." However, observing their enthusiastic demeanor, he chose not to interrupt, thinking, "Let them enjoy their game." A peculiar sensation began to envelop him. Luo Hao was now more concerned about what events would unfold on Mexstar, while Whis flashed a smile. "Miss Bulma, I shall begin now, so prepare yourself." Bulma replied with a hint of pride. What can you truly do? I am right here watching." The spaceship has now reached a steady velocity. "If you are able to fulfill your promise, I will see it right here." She added playfully, Mr. Whis. Do not let me down." Whis, however, refrained from uttering any further unnecessary words, and, with a flick of his wrist, summoned his angelic staff. Upon seeing the staff, Bulma felt a twinge of conflict. Whis was commendable in many aspects, yet he was excessively stingy. This angelic staff was treated as if it were his beloved spouse. Treasure beyond measure, never to be touched by anyone else, truly miserly. Do you think that merely producing your staff will enable you to conjure something unexpected? Let us observe your performance. Meanwhile, Whis merely smiled faintly, gently tapping the staff he held against the deck of the spaceship. With 3 soft vibrations, accompanied by the infusion of angelic power, the ship's engine erupted with a thunderous roar, resonating with the ferocity of a wild beast. As if receiving a potent surge of vitality, the colossal spacecraft surged forward like a wild dog unleashed, accelerating frantically towards the distant horizon. This sudden turn of events caught Bulma completely off guard. Accompanied by the blaring sound of the red alert within the command cabin, the spacecraft surged through the cosmos at 3 times its previous speed. This maneuver plunged Bulma into a state of sheer panic. How audacious of Whis to push the ship to its absolute limits. However, this was already the extreme. Was there any way to accelerate further? Any additional speed could lead to disintegration. Fortunately, I had made ample preparations, distributing a set of space suits to each person. Soon enough, you will all realize just how crucial a space suit can be. It was truly outrageous how they once looked down upon my high-tech products. While Bulma reveled in her little scheme's success, Whis wore a confident smile. He struck his staff against the deck of the ship once more, enveloping the entire vessel in his overwhelming divine angelic power. Chapter 127. Luo Hao brings the farce to an end. In that moment, he astonishingly enveloped the entire spacecraft with his celestial powers, ensuring that regardless of the speed at which the vessel accelerated, there would be no risk of disintegration or collapse. This maneuver was indeed something that Bulma had never anticipated. After all, Whis is an omnipotent angel, and his abilities and energy far exceed Bulma's imagination. The girl, a mere mortal, could never fathom the extent of Whis's formidable power, regardless of how hard she tried to comprehend it. For Whis, however, this was merely child's play. Often, one's limited experience constrains their perspective, which is an unfortunate reality. As Whis enveloped the entire spacecraft in his divine angelic power, a fresh surge of celestial energy poured into the vessel's engine. Accompanied by a deafening roar from the engine, the entire spacecraft accelerated in an inexplicable manner. For times. 5 times, 8 times, 9 times, 10 times. Indeed, it elevated the spacecraft to a remarkable speed, tenfold of its previous velocity. The sight before Bulma left her utterly astonished. She had never imagined that the spacecraft would traverse the cosmos at such an unimaginable speed, and remarkably, it remained intact. Confounded, Bulma pondered how Whis managed to achieve this. Meanwhile, Whis silently sighed, questioning his own predicament. Why was he engaging in such trivial games with an ordinary girl from Earth? What had come over him? Was he truly influenced by Roheo? That seemed improbable. Although he had spent considerable time with Roheo and had absorbed some of his influence, it should not have altered his angelic nature to this extent. Whether this transformation was beneficial or detrimental remained uncertain. Presently, Whis appeared to be drifting away from his divine essence, resembling an ordinary human more than an angel. Was this what they referred to as being grounded? Whis was still perplexed and unable to comprehend it fully. Despite his playful antics, the spacecraft sped towards Namek at an extraordinary velocity. However, in Whis's eyes, it fell woefully short. As an angel, he possessed mastery over the first cosmic velocity. In other words, among all beings in the universe, only angels could reach such speeds. The only phenomenon that could surpass them was instantaneous movement. Yet, such teleportation was a taboo within the cosmos, and neither gods of destruction nor angels could wield this unique skill. The only entities capable of utilizing instantaneous movement were the Supreme Kai and the Omni King. Some rare human races had also acquired this technique, but its use was strictly forbidden. Perhaps this was a forbidden practice. Yet on their spacecraft was an individual who fell outside of these restrictions, Roheo. Observing Bulma and Whis bickering, Roheo found it absurd that Whis, with an air of arrogance, had increased the spacecraft's speed tenfold under the guise of playfully tormenting a young girl. Whis, how exceedingly dull you must be to engage in such frivolous games with Bulma. And Bulma, you reckless girl, of all the bets you could place, why choose this omniscient angel? It was inevitable that you would lose. Look, Bulma appeared on the verge of tears, which only added to Roheo's growing headache. Seeing these two tiresome characters, Roheo felt a surge of helplessness. Was he truly unfortunate in his encounters? This awakening had led him to such peculiar company. Perhaps it was simply his fate. Perhaps frequent interactions with such individuals would alter his own character. Whether this change would be beneficial or harmful remained to be seen. But it was time to put an end to this farce. Just then, Piccolo and Goku, who had entered the training room, rushed out in a flurry. Upon witnessing the chaos outside, they were left utterly bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't they just departed from Earth? Why was the spacecraft continuously sounding alarms? Is this the rhythm of disintegration? Observing the starkly contrasting expressions of the four individuals, Luo Hao resolved to put an end to this farce. With a single hand braced against the floor, he called out to Whis, "Enough of this nonsense. Stop playing around." Whis momentarily paused, caught in a predicament, and upon receiving Luo Hao's admonition, recognized the impropriety of his actions. He found himself perplexed, questioning why he had engaged in a contest of wills with Miss Bulma. A wave of regret washed over Whis, but without further hesitation, he retracted the angelic energy he had unleashed, allowing the spacecraft to decelerate to a normal speed. with the surrounding divine power gradually returning to his being. Was it truly over? As the vessel emitted a faint hum and trembled slightly, a radiant glow enveloped Luo Hao. While the others were still preoccupied with the recent alarm from the ship, they suddenly realized that the entire spacecraft had come to a complete standstill in the void. Neither advancing nor retreating, as if it had reached its destination, quietly suspended in the cosmos. Whis, taken aback, exclaimed, "Luo Hao, what have you done?" Luo Hao merely smiled serenely, lifting his hand from the floor and giving it a gentle clap. "All right, your little performance must come to an end. I can only say that we have arrived at our destination. Do you believe your competition holds any significance now?" Upon hearing this, Whis remained unperturbed. Yet it was Bulma who was struck with astonishment. She dashed to her control panel, and with a flurry of intense maneuvers, a holographic 3D projection materialized before her. Gazing at the enormous planet depicted in the projection, Bulma was rendered speechless. Is this truly Namek? Indeed, it corresponds precisely with our plans. In the distance, 3 stars are slowly orbiting. Could these be the 3 suns of the Namek system? How could such a phenomenon occur? Bulma was utterly bewildered. However, Roheo merely shrugged. I am equally perplexed. Perhaps Whis has employed some mysterious magic or technique, and it seems we have instantaneously arrived in the outer space of Namek. Bulma, let us not dwell on these trivial details. We must devise a method to descend, for we are likely at our destination. What? At that moment, Bulma was completely taken aback. You casually inform me that we have reached Namek in the blink of an eye? Surely, this cannot be true. Such jesting is not to be taken lightly. Yet, gazing at the scenery outside the window, there was no doubt it was indeed Namek. What was meant to be a 5-day journey at full throttle had, astonishingly, been accomplished amidst their banner. Chapter 128. Bulma's spaceship lands on Namek. Whis, however, was fully aware of the situation. Humph, Roheo, you were just criticizing me for displaying my angelic powers, yet here you are, effortlessly employing your divine abilities to teleport this colossal spaceship directly to the surface of Namek. You accuse me of cheating and lacking shame. Yet it seems you are even more shameless. You accomplished this remarkable feat and have placed the blame squarely on my shoulders. Am I to be the infamous scapegoat? Observing the mockery in Roheo's eyes, Whis felt a wave of exasperation. Very well, you are the boss, and your word is law. Since we have arrived, there is no point in continuing this debate. It seems Roheo has graciously provided Whis an exit. The most astonished, apart from Bulma, were Piccolo and Son Goku, who utterly failed to accept the current reality. These two, who had been as blank slates outside of their training, were suddenly informed they were bound for Namek, only to be told moments later that they had arrived. Neither had even begun their training, and they had yet to fully comprehend what their training room was like. Yet they had somehow reached their destination. This is truly peculiar. However, despite their astonishment, the two quickly urged Bulma to descend, unveiling a brand new planet before their eyes, igniting their excitement. Particularly for Piccolo, after so many years, he was finally able to return to his homeland, which was indeed a rare opportunity. Gazing at the enormous green planet of Namek, his heart brimmed with boundless imagination. While Bulma was still preoccupied with the sudden arrival on the surface of Namek, Luo Hao, with a hint of exasperation, clapped his hands and said, Miss Bulma, shouldn't we find a place to land? It seems rather inappropriate to be hovering in the outer space of someone else's planet. Additionally, have you forgotten our purpose for visiting Namek? Luo Hao's words served as a wake-up call for Bulma, who instantly realized, yes, we are here to borrow equipment from that Frieza fellow. How could I be dawdling in midair? With Bulma's epiphany, a flurry of operations commenced, and various components of the spacecraft began scanning and searching. Soon, a brand new image appeared before them. Yet, Bulma's expression soured, resembling someone who had just tasted bitter melon. What's wrong? Luo Hao inquired casually, observing Bulma's dejected demeanor. He questioned, Miss Bulma, weren't you just brimming with enthusiasm? What could possibly be unsatisfactory now that we have arrived on Namek? With a frown, Bulma replied, do you understand? There is a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which would you prefer to hear? Luo Hao shook his head. Are you being serious? Do you still have the energy to jest at a time like this? It seems your gloom is feigned. He then carelessly chose. Just tell me the good news. Good news? Humph. Bulma maintained her glum expression. I believe I have found that Frieza you mentioned. He is currently on this Namek planet. That counts as good news, doesn't he it? Luo Hao nodded nonchalantly and glanced at Whis, who also showed no objections. Frieza's presence on Namek was anticipated by Whis. So could there be any other discrepancies? Without waiting for Luo Hao to inquire further, Bulma continued, but there is also bad news, which is truly dreadful for me. Whis and Luo Hao exchanged glances, pondering what could cause Bulma such despair. That accursed Frieza! She exclaimed angrily, he only brought one battleship, just one. After all the effort I invested in designing a massive transport ship, enduring countless hardships to come to Namek seeking this wealthy Frieza, and yet he only possesses a single battleship, just one. Before her stood Bulma, utterly exasperated, pointing at the screen displaying that unremarkable vessel. Is this truly the soul worship Frieza has brought? What on earth is he thinking? Has he remained this impoverished after all these years? The equipment you retrieved last time was from him, wasn't it? How could Frieza have fallen to such depths? This is utterly intolerable. What shall we do? Whis, Luo Hao. You must provide me with an explanation. Faced with Bulma's unreasonable fury, Luo Hao could only smile wryly. Miss Bulma, it appears that your concerns stem from your own assumptions. First, regarding your claim about borrowing equipment from Frieza, he has no connection to me. The last time, I merely asked him for a favor. And he is merely a subordinate of Lord Beerus, whom Whis serves. Ultimately, it has nothing to do with me. If you have questions, you may direct them to Whis. Secondly, why he finds himself in such dire straits is equally irrelevant to me. Why not inquire with Mr. Whis? At this, Bulma's ire shifted to Whis. Her gaze, seething with intensity, Whis cast a disdainful look at Luo Hao, remarking, you truly have a knack for shifting blame, don't you? Nevertheless, he shrugged in resignation. To be honest, Frieza's current state of destitution does come as a slight surprise. I had thought that the frozen demon clan possessed greater strength in the universe than to have fallen to this level. Yet, upon witnessing Bulma's murderous glare, Whis felt compelled to offer a rationale. Perhaps you have overlooked something? What if you are merely seeing the tip of the iceberg? There may yet be additional forces at play behind them. Bulma, introspective, realized she might have been too hasty in her judgment. It was possible that this was merely the advance force of Frieza's army. After all, her ship had arrived at Namek in an instant, perhaps bypassing the main contingent. However, with Whis and Luo Hao as her allies, she decided not to fret. A ship is still a ship. Even the slenderest mosquito leg is still a morsel. With that, Bulma dismissed the two and pressed the landing button for the ship. Gradually, the massive transport vessel descended towards the location of Frieza's ship on Namek. As the ship glided through the atmosphere, Luo Hao cast Whis a knowing glance. Let us hope Miss Bulma is not disappointed this time. Otherwise, your desire for coffee on Earth may truly be in jeopardy. Whis, slightly taken aback, replied, what? Are you suggesting that without Miss Bulma's coffee machine, I cannot enjoy the finest brew? Do not jest. I am an omniscient angel. Yet, Luo Hao let out a resigned sigh and remarked, well, even if you possess the most sophisticated coffee machine in the world, what does it matter? Currently, all coffee beans on Earth are monopolized by Miss Bulma's family enterprise. Are you truly considering using your angelic powers to pilfer from her? If that is the case, V's, you are truly descending into depravity. Is that so? It seems I was mistaken. V's appears somewhat taken aback. It appears that one must tread carefully around Miss Bulma, after all. She is the daughter of the world's wealthiest individual. I can see now, Luo Hao, why you often acquiesce to her bizarre requests. You are indeed compelled by circumstance. Luo Hao waved his hand dismissively, saying, I am not like you. She is my classmate and a friend. I will assist her whenever possible. However, do not even entertain thoughts of coercion. I am well aware of your ulterior motives, but I simply choose not to engage with you on that front. Upon hearing this, V's felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of unease. Could Luo Hao have discerned the plans and intentions of the Grand Priest? That is impossible. This individual could not possibly know. Moreover, the Grand Priest has been exceedingly discreet about this matter. It cannot be. It will absolutely not be leaked. As long as nothing is divulged from the Grand Priest's side, I will ensure that it remains unspoken on my end. Unless Luo Hao possesses mind-reading abilities. How could he fathom such thoughts? Upon observing the clarity in Luo Hao's gaze, devoid of any peculiar or sinister undertones, V's felt a slight sense of relief. Yet, an odd sensation lingered. Perhaps it would be wise to be more candid with this friend. Nevertheless, that is a matter for another time. Let us take things one step at a time. There is no point in overthinking now. We should see what strange occurrences will unfold on planet Namek. However, given Luo Hao's self-assured demeanor, it seems quite possible that there might be some fortuitous adventure awaiting us. Subsequently, V's unleashed his angelic powers, conducting a thorough scan of planet Namek. After the scan, V's expression gradually stiffened as he realized the distinctiveness of this journey to Namek, plunging him into deep contemplation. Is it truly strange that such events occur? Yet, since we are here, we must make the best of it. Perhaps these happenings are destined. With this thought, Whis glanced at Luo Hao beside him and felt a sense of reassurance. The massive spaceship, the Star Fortress, slowly descended onto the surface of Namek, landing directly opposite Frieza's vessel. With a resounding thud, the ship settled firmly on the ground, and the hatch gradually opened. Luo Hao, Whis, Bulma, Goku, and Piccolo stepped out of the spaceship, thereby setting foot on the soil of Namek. Suddenly, the incessant chatter of Bulma ceased, as an astonishing scene unfolded before her eyes, rendering her utterly speechless. She beheld 7 individuals kneeling in perfect alignment at the entrance of Frieza's spacecraft. Indeed, clad in battle attire, they knelt there with remarkable precision, each cradling a colossal Dragon Ball in their hands. This Dragon Ball is indeed the size of a basketball, significantly larger than those found on Earth. Could this possibly be the Dragon Ball from Namek? This thought left Bulma in a state of perplexity. However, as she glanced around, she realized that none of the individuals present were familiar to her. What on earth is happening here? Why are these 7 individuals kneeling in unison at the entrance of Frieza's spaceship, each cradling a Dragon Ball in their hands? Bulma cast a glance towards the back end. Although she did not recognize the first 6, the last figure seemed somewhat familiar. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in her mind. Indeed, the final person was none other than Vegeta. Yes, it was the very same spiky-haired warrior from the battle on Earth. How curious it is for this fellow to manifest here, cradling a Dragon Ball adorned with 7 stars. What could this possibly signify? Not only is Bulma engulfed in bewilderment, but nearby, both Goku and Piccolo are equally ensnared in confusion. Indeed, what is the meaning of this spectacle? Are these individuals engaged in some sort of sacrificial rite? Or perhaps a celebratory ceremony? Why, with all 7 Dragon Balls gathered, is there no intention of utilizing them? Instead, each person kneels here, cradling a Dragon Ball, leaving one utterly perplexed. Yet, Luo Hao regards Whis with an expression of bemusement. Whis exhales softly, fully cognizant of the underlying dynamics at play, internally musing. Conic, Katra, you two truly possess a peculiar sense of humor. Do you believe such an ostentatious introduction could intimidate me? Nevertheless, having arrived, one must extend a greeting. However, it must be said that those who arrive with ill intentions seldom come bearing goodwill. Given that Conic and Katra have stealthily entered their 7th universe, it is clear their motives are far from benevolent. This dramatic entrance suggests that their grievances run deep, based on the past camaraderie shared with Conic. While a confrontation may not be imminent, the animosity between Katra and Beerus is profound, rooted in irreconcilable conflicts from their previous contests of strength and their ongoing cat-and-mouse rivalry. This time, the two arrived together, surprisingly not heading straight to Beerus's planet or the realm of destruction, but instead waiting in this place called Namek. It seems that something rather peculiar has indeed occurred. Well, even an unsightly daughter-in-law must eventually meet her in-laws. Bulma gazed at the 7 Dragon Balls, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Truly, one might tread countless miles in vain only to find that the most coveted treasures are often at hand. Could it be that she has gathered all the Dragon Balls of Namek so effortlessly? This is simply perfect, even without acquiring Frieza's fleet. Possessing the Dragon Balls makes the journey worthwhile. Observing the considerable size of the Dragon Balls on Namek, it appears that the divine power they contain should far surpass that of the Dragon Balls from Earth. In this manner, perhaps one's hardest desire might truly be realized. Just as Bulma was about to approach and inquire, an extraordinary occurrence unfolded. Chapter 130, a quarter hour to fulfill your wishes. From the depths of Frieza's spaceship emanated a dissonant sound, first a cackling laugh reminiscent of a villain, followed by a chilling proclamation. The Dragon Balls have gathered for you. Have you not yet devised any means to oppose me after all this time? Do not claim that I have not granted you an opportunity. The chance has already been offered, and if you fail to seize it, do not blame me for my cruelty. Pitiful creatures, your disrespect towards the divine and the god of destruction warrants your extinction. Do not hold me accountable now. Accompanied by this peculiar voice, the 7 individuals kneeling outside were rendered speechless, drenched in sweat from shock, at a loss for words. At this moment, Vegeta's pallid visage betrayed his inner turmoil as he clenched his jaw, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Could it be that this individual was truly bent on annihilating this group entirely? Among the 6 unfamiliar figures, one was none other than the principal target of his impending heist, the tyrant of the universe, Frieza. Presently, Frieza had utterly relinquished the aura of a sovereign and the dignity befitting a ruler. Much like Vegeta beside him, he knelt quietly, clutching a Dragon Ball. His countenance shifting between shadows of uncertainty, lost in contemplation. The 5 individuals flanking him were his most capable subordinates, the renowned Ginyu Force. The 5 individuals, each clutching a Dragon Ball, appeared to be engulfed in a struggle. At that moment, the 7 of them simultaneously heard a discordant sound emanating from within the spacecraft, leading to a myriad of expressions and reactions that varied dramatically among them. Frieza and Vegeta were entangled in a dilemma regarding their next course of action. Despite having gathered the Dragon Balls for quite some time, they found themselves utterly perplexed. The wish for immortality was tantalizingly close. Yet they soon realized that even with all 7 Dragon Balls assembled, their efforts were in vain. Regardless of the methods employed by these 7 individuals, the Dragon Balls remained unresponsive, devoid of any inclination to grant their wishes, driving them to the brink of madness. This had been their last flicker of hope, now extinguished. Moreover, the terrifying creature known as the Old Rat had granted them a mere 15 minutes. Once that time elapsed, he would take action. If their wishes remained unfulfilled, would they truly meet their demise here? The most disheartened among them was Vegeta, who, upon learning of Frieza's quest for the Dragon Balls on Namek, hastened to the planet. Little did he anticipate that his arrival on Namek would mark the onset of his misfortunes. The first casualty was the relentless Cho-E, who, despite not even landing on Namek, was struck mid-air. Not only was the spacecraft obliterated, but Cho-Yi's very being was reduced to cosmic dust in the explosion, leaving him with no grave to speak of. This is merely the beginning of terror. What soon filled Vegeta's gaze was Frieza's legion on Namek, vanishing inexplicably like dust in the wind, swallowed by a flash of crimson hue. In an instant, even Frieza's formidable generals, Dodoria and Zarbon, were effortlessly obliterated as though they were mere insects crushed beneath a boot. The so-called Cosmic Emperor, Lord Frieza, was stripped of any semblance of resistance or bravado. He had lost even the courage to stand. Frieza knelt, murmuring in disbelief. How is this possible? A god of destruction? Where did this god of destruction come from? It cannot be. This is utterly inconceivable. He seemed to be spiraling into madness, muttering incessantly, his eyes devoid of focus. Was this truly the infamous Cosmic Emperor Frieza that Vegeta once knew? How could such a scenario unfold? As the bizarre events continued to unfold, Vegeta was once again rendered speechless, robbed of any inclination to flee. For 5 miniature personal spacecraft arrived, bearing Frieza's most potent force, the Ginyu Force, successfully landing on Namek. The moment these 5 warriors stepped out of their ships, they beheld the mouse-like figure and the one wielding a scepter, completely bereft of the will to resist or retaliate. They muttered in astonishment, demons? How could these 2 demons be here? Lord Cooler's fleet, Lord Goldo's fleet, but there was no further development. The onlookers were left in a state of stupor, their expressions blank, leaving Vegeta utterly perplexed. Where exactly did these 2 individuals originate? How could they possess such astonishing power? Even the formidable Frieza, who sweeps across the universe, along with his elite Ginyu Force, has utterly lost the courage to resist. This left Vegeta utterly engulfed in despair. Yet, at this most hopeless moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The murderous mouse-like creature, seemingly altering its strategy, began to patiently inquire about Frieza, the Ginyu Force, and the purpose of Vegeta's arrival on Namek. Remarkably, Frieza, almost inexplicably, revealed the secrets of the Dragon Balls and their intentions without any attempt at concealment. This also plunged the devil amidst the carnage into a moment of contemplation. Soon after, the rat-like figure chuckled mischievously, stating, "Well, don't say I haven't given you a chance. Perhaps this is a turning point in the events unfolding." He then greeted the silver-haired individual wielding a staff, who merely waved it, unleashing a brilliant burst of silver light. An extraordinary scene unfolded before the eyes of the onlookers. In an astonishing display, 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a basketball, soared through the air and gathered around this individual effortlessly. There was no need for collection or search. A mere flick of the staff had assembled all 7 Dragon Balls from planet Namek. The enigmatic, oddly dressed rat then smirked at the 7 individuals, saying, "Now, don't say I haven't provided you an opportunity. The 7 Dragon Balls are now in your possession. Hurry and make your wishes. However, time is limited to just 15 minutes. If you cannot overcome me within this span, do not blame me for not giving you a chance. Today, I find myself in a rather good mood, so let us see if you can seize this opportunity." With that, the 2 departed, leaving the Dragon Balls behind as they returned to Frieza's spaceship. Frieza, the Ginyu Force, and Vegeta remained kneeling, each clutching a Dragon Ball. deep in thought as they pondered how to fulfill their wishes and become immortal to defeat the terrifying demon. Chapter 131. The Ginyu Force abandons Frieza. Time slipped away. Second by second, as they failed to devise a strategy or determine how to utilize the Dragon Balls. The group fell into a state of confusion again, questioning what the fearsome rat-like creature was truly plotting. Suddenly, the massive spaceship hovering above descended, prompting a flicker of realization among the group. Could it be that the rat and the silver-haired figure with the mysterious staff were waiting for this colossal spaceship? However, the individuals emerging from the craft caused Vegeta's pupils to narrow in shock. It was them? Could it be that these two terrifying demons were anticipating the arrival of these Earthlings? This was simply inconceivable. The strength of these Earthlings is slightly superior to my own, yet they are merely comparable to beings of my caliber. How could they possibly stand a chance against this group of demons? Have these demons overestimated the capabilities of these Earthlings? Accompanied by Vegeta's bewilderment, a surprising scene once again unfolded before his eyes. This time, however, it was the 5 members of the Ginyu Force who made an unexpected appearance. The 5 individuals, through a communion of beliefs and an exchange of glances, appeared to have reached a resolute decision. They simultaneously directed an enigmatic smile towards Frieza, and in an instant, cast the Dragon Balls before him. The orbs transformed into a brilliant arc, scattering across the sky, each racing towards a different direction. The swiftest among them, the leader of the Ginyu Force, shouted, "Lord Frieza, hold off the enemy for now. We shall train diligently and return to avenge you. Please take care." Thus, at a critical juncture, these individuals abandoned Lord Frieza in their quest for self-preservation, each fleeing for their lives. However, Vegeta did not perceive anger or fear in Frieza's gaze. Instead, he discerned a hint of pity. How could this be? How could Frieza, of all beings, harbor compassion? Once more, a horrifying scene unfolded as a calm voice echoed from within Frieza's spaceship. "A bunch of fools." As soon as the words fell, a flash of crimson light erupted, and the scattered Ginyu Force was utterly obliterated in the blink of that red gleam. Instant annihilation. Once again, it was a swift extermination. What peculiar crimson radiance is this? Yet, with just a fleeting glimpse of that color, the formidable Ginyu Force has once again been reduced to cosmic dust, as if they had never existed. Observing Frieza's demeanor, it appears that everything unfolds precisely as he anticipated, which only heightens Vegeta's terror. Could it be that Frieza is familiar with this terrifying entity? It seems as though every action of this monster is within Frieza's foreknowledge, and astonishingly, he has managed to provoke such a powerful being. As the hatch of Frieza's spacecraft gradually opens, the mouse-like being and the silver-haired young man wielding a scepter slowly emerge. Is this to be their final judgment? A whirlwind of emotion swirls within Vegeta, leaving him utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Frieza stands in a state of shock. The trembling fear that once filled his eyes has vanished. As the figure of Whis materializes before him, could there be a connection in all of this? Well, now every circumstance has completely transcended Vegeta's control. He finds himself akin to a fish upon a chopping block, at the mercy of others. Since he cannot resist, he might as well embrace the situation. In this surreal atmosphere, it is Whis who first breaks the silence. Standing before the assembly with a disgruntled expression, he points at Katra and Kik and remarks, "Do you two find this amusing? Arriving quietly in our 7th universe, what is the meaning of this? When did it become your prerogative, as deities of destruction and angels from the 4th universe, to dictate terms here? Is this not a bit excessive?" With Whis's inquiry, it is not Goku and Piccolo who are astonished first, but rather Vegeta and Frieza across the way. It seems Whis's words have woven together all of Frieza's memories, revealing the truth at last. No wonder these two beings possess such extraordinary strength, and their attire bears a striking resemblance to that of Whis and Lord Beerus. Even their abilities appear to rival those of Lord Beerus, marking them as formidable super deities of destruction. But from whence do these deities originate? Frieza is utterly perplexed. After all, in this universe, he is beholden to Lord Beerus, and it seems this individual shows no regard for Beerus's authority. Moreover, the angel accompanying him appears to possess abilities that are hardly inferior to those of Whis. The two monsters materialized out of thin air beside them. Not only Gula but even King Cooler and Frieza himself were rendered utterly defenseless, left to be at the mercy of these formidable beings. However, a single statement from Whis illuminated the source of Frieza's bewilderment. It became clear that these two entities hailed from another universe. While the concept of alternate universes remained elusive, one undeniable truth emerged. These beings were akin to Lord Beerus in their nature. It was no surprise that they possessed such terrifying power and overwhelming capabilities. They were indeed individuals of equal stature to Lord Beerus, and now they had unwittingly stumbled upon a true source of peril. Gula, you scoundrel. Even if you are intent on courting disaster, do not drag us down with you. Well, it seems that not only Guldo and his legion, but also the Kurdish royal planet, including Frieza, are likely to be drawn into this inexorable predicament. One can only surmise that the frozen demon clan is also about to be ensnared in this unyielding net. Reflecting upon all these circumstances, Frieza now finds himself utterly engulfed in despair, languishing helplessly upon the ground. He is at a loss regarding where to voice his grievances. Yet, just when a glimmer of hope seems distant, an unexpected turn of events occurs. The being known as Katra, self-proclaimed god of destruction, approaches Frieza with a warm demeanor. Placing a reassuring hand upon his shoulder and declaring, "Indeed, young one, perhaps fortune smiles upon you today. In any case, you need not face death just yet." At these words, Frieza's pupils dilate in astonishment. What? Is there a chance for redemption? Why would this deranged god of destruction suddenly spare my life? As Frieza gazes at Katra with suspicion, the latter chuckles, "Your luck is indeed fortuitous. A certain individual named Whis has arrived just in time. If you perform a task for me and execute it well, we may consider our past grievances resolved." In that moment, Frieza's eyes rekindle with the flicker of hope for survival. Chapter 132, Katra proposes, "Shall we engage in a wager?" Who would willingly embrace death when there exists a glimmer of survival? Although uncertain of Quitra's intentions, it appears that beings of their caliber are decisive and unwavering. Since he is being afforded an opportunity, perhaps he truly need not perish. At this juncture, Frieza's desire for survival is reignited, while Vegeta, standing nearby, is utterly bewildered. He cannot fathom the unfolding events, resembling a mere onlooker, his face a mask of confusion as he observes the dramatic interplay, entirely ignorant of the underlying circumstances. To him, Frieza embodies an insurmountable force, an entity beyond reach. Just as he grapples with his bewilderment, Katra suddenly lunges toward the newly arrived Whis. Addressing him in a sharp tone, "Whis, you scoundrel, what mischief have you wrought? Do not presume that your arrival renders you immune. Now tell me, where is that rascal Beerus concealed? What have you two done? Shouldn't you provide a reasonable explanation to Kik and me?" Now not only is Katra exuding an intimidating aura, but Kik as well regards Whis with a somber expression. Whis, in turn, appears utterly perplexed. "What are you two up to? Weren't you intending to create chaos in our seventh universe? How can you approach with such audacity?" Observing Whis' innocent demeanor only fuels Katra's ire further. Scanning the gathering crowd, he spots Piccolo and Son Goku. Yes, it is indeed these two. Particularly the one named Son Goku. Why does his presence feel so eerily familiar? Indeed, if I am not mistaken, the spirit bomb that wreaked havoc upon the palace of the Omni King must contain the essence of Sun Wukong. How intriguing. So he is the instigator behind this chaos. Given the current circumstances, Whis, do you intend to continue feigning ignorance? However, since Beerus is absent, it would be inappropriate for Katra, as a god of destruction, to confront Whis, the angel. Moreover, Kik cannot justly accuse Whis of any wrongdoing, as the spirit bomb, though launched from their seventh universe, is not directly associated with him. Yet the two of them pondered in their hearts, undoubtedly suspecting that Beerus is orchestrating some underhanded scheme, and that this individual named Sun Wukong is also implicated. Given his unmistakable aura, the audacity of Whis to maintain his pretentious demeanor is utterly intolerable. With this thought, Katra and Kik felt a surge of indignation. However, having heeded the Grand Priestess' admonitions prior to their departure, they could not simply dismiss his words. That was not their style of conduct. Upon witnessing Whis' irritating nonchalance, the two exchanged knowing glances, as if recalling something. "Whis, under these circumstances, allow us to clarify that our visit to the seventh universe is not intended to incite trouble." "Oh, not here to stir up discord?" Whis found himself somewhat perplexed by their intentions. "Then what brings you two to our seventh universe, creating such a commotion? It seems you even vanquished Lord Beerus' subordinates. Surely an explanation is in order?" Katra and Kik shared a sinister chuckle. "Very well. It appears that some do not weep until they see the coffin. To be candid, we too are under the Grand Priestess' orders not to provoke matters in your seventh universe. However, those reckless individuals below dared to launch a full-scale assault upon us. As gods of destruction, we cannot simply allow ourselves to be slaughtered, can we?" Now it becomes clear to Whis. Indeed, if the likes of Gula and King Kurd dared to attack a god of destruction, it would be entirely reasonable for the deity to retaliate decisively and annihilate them on the spot. There is no clear delineation of right or wrong in this scenario. As for Frieza, they can only lament their misfortune, Having provoked an entity of such a formidable caliber, other circumstances are beyond their control. Ah, it seems they are merely experiencing bad luck and cannot blame society for it. However, the hasty arrival of these two in the seventh universe surely indicates they have some matter to resolve. Contemplating this, Whis inquired, "Were you not in the temple reporting to Lord Omni-King and the Grand Priest? How do you find the time to grace our seventh universe with your presence?" Upon the mention of the performance review, the expressions of Katra and Kik immediately darkened. In a fit of rage, Katra bellowed at Whis, "I shall not waste my breath with you any longer. Tell me, where is that scoundrel Beerus? Bring him forth to speak with me. What do you angels mean by this? You linger in the shadows, engaging in unsavory deeds. Hurry, deliver that rascal Beerus to me." Now it was Whis who found himself utterly perplexed. What did they mean by what has happened to our angel? Were they seeking Lord Beerus? It seemed he was still indulging in slumber in the realm of destruction. Without further ado, Whis merely waved his staff, and a 3D projection materialized before the gathered crowd. In this projection, a vast bedroom came into view, featuring an enormous bed upon which lay a creature reminiscent of both man and cat, none other than Beerus himself. Frieza's pupils narrowed slightly as he observed this. Indeed, Whis was undeniably connected to this being. And it appeared that the destroyer known as Katra had some ties to Lord Beerus as well. It seemed these formidable figures were not to be trifled with. Perhaps acquiescing to their whims might allow him to escape with his life. Yet, there was a troubling thought. Katra seemed to pose a threat not much less formidable than that of Lord Beerus himself. This was truly perilous. However, at that moment, Quitra's gaze was fixated on Beerus, who continued to snore blissfully. Did he not comprehend the magnitude of the chaos stirred up by the seventh universe? Ultimately, it was he and Kik who bore the brunt of the repercussions while Beerus remained in his carefree slumber, and Whis, that rascal, paraded about with the very instigator of this turmoil. It was intolerable. With this thought, Quitra's eyes gleamed mischievously, and he cackled. "Very well, since Lord Beerus is in dreamland. Let us have a word, Whis. My companion and I have no ulterior motives in the seventh universe. We are not here to cause trouble. We merely wish to engage in a wager with you. Surely, that poses no issue? A wager?" Whis was momentarily taken aback. Did the two of them truly harbor an interest in such a contest? Chapter 133, Katra prepares the soul contract after all. Whis had the formidable support of Luo Hao behind him. No matter how much mischief Katra and Kik conjured, Luo Hao would undoubtedly be able to address them. Whis was adept at reasoning with others, but he was not one to be trifled with. Every individual possesses a temper, and these two had arrived in the seventh universe, wreaking havoc and treating Lord Beerus with utter disregard. Moreover, their arrival was not marked by random chaos. They had clearly set their sights on Lord Beerus's subordinates, indicating a deliberate focus on him. Given this clarity of intent, retreating was not in Whis's nature. He decided to observe the true motives of these two. With a resigned gesture, Whis said, "Since you wish to engage in a wager, then let it be so. Whatever you intend, I shall meet it head-on." Upon witnessing Whis's unexpected acquiescence, Katra and Kik exchanged a momentary glance of surprise. They had anticipated that Whis might use Beerus's slumber as a pretext for evasion, and had prepared an array of arguments accordingly. To their astonishment, Whis readily consented. With his approval, Katra ceased to hesitate, promptly snapping his fingers. A time-worn and weathered scroll materialized, hovering gracefully in midair. Whis's eyes widened in realization. This was a soul contract. "Katra, what is your intention?" he inquired, slightly taken aback. Katra cackled ominously. "Oh, it's nothing much. Since we are engaging in a wager, we should formalize it with a written agreement, don't you think? Clear as day. On paper, to avoid any misunderstandings. I wouldn't want you to claim that I, Katra, took advantage of Beerus's slumber to bully a mere angel. Fairness is paramount, is it not?" He continued, "This is the sole contract I have prepared. Kik has already affixed his signature, and once you and Beerus sign, our wager will be established. From that point onward, everything shall be left to fate. How does that sound?" Whis furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that these two had come well prepared, even bringing a soul contract with them. Nonetheless, he responded with a hint of amusement. "Very well, let me see what mischief you two have concocted." He smirked. "Do not assume that just because you, Katra, once triumphed over Lord Beerus in an arm wrestling contest, you can swagger into our seventh universe with impunity. I, Whis, am not so easily trifled with." Katra, undeterred, swiftly passed the soul contract into Whis's hands. Whis examined the document closely, revealing the true intentions of these two intruders. It was stated therein that they intended to engage in 3 battles, adhering to a best-of-3 format, Victory would be claimed by whoever triumphed in 2 out of 3 encounters. 3 matches? Yet only Katra and Kik had arrived. Did they harbor additional plans? Was Kik truly considering stepping into the fray personally? Would Katra confront Beerus as well? Surely not. Did they wish to provoke a rift between the 2 great universes? However, as he perused the subsequent terms of the wager, Whis' eyes widened in disbelief. The stakes were astoundingly high. The format stipulated 3 matches with no restrictions on participants, potentially a trap laid by them. Yet, the final wager was undeniably explicit: 5 planets, each boasting a comprehensive index rating of 5. 0 or above. 5. Such a monumental gamble. Upon observing Whis raise an eyebrow, Kik and Katra exchanged knowing glances, indicating that their plan had come to fruition. Whis, the only thing I fear is your refusal. The moment you dare to affix your signature to this contract, all the losses incurred by them at the hands of the Grand Minister will be fully compensated. Kik and Katra had arrived in the 7th universe fully prepared to stir trouble, confident that Whis would not resist their machinations. Should you choose not to sign and decline this wager, while Beerus continues to slumber, they will have free reign to cause minor disturbances in the 7th universe, which will be more than enough to vex you. However, for a destroyer god, venturing into other universes poses little risk, as long as he refrains from acting first. Any unwary individuals who dared to confront them would keep Whis occupied for quite some time, thus rendering him unlikely to compromise. Moreover, although the stakes were significant, they remained well within Whis' authority. As the angelic overseer of a universe, presenting 5 planets with an overall rating exceeding 5. 0 constitutes the upper limit of Whis' jurisdiction. In this regard, Kik and Katra refrained from deploying any further tactics. Should the wager exceed this threshold, it would surpass Whis' capabilities, providing him with a valid excuse to withdraw. With this understanding, Kik and Katra were resolute in their approach, having made ample preparations. After all, 5 planets with a comprehensive rating above 5. 0 represent a considerable treasure for any universe. To clarify, planets rated above 5. 0 are of paramount importance to each universe. Why, you may ask? Because in the formation of the cosmos, the comprehensive rating index serves as the highest evaluative standard for each universe. Should a universe's overall rating fall too low, it risks being ruthlessly obliterated by the Grand Minister, establishing a competitive benchmark for existence among the various universes. Otherwise, the destroyers and angels would languish in idleness, accomplishing nothing of substance, resulting in a chaotic and stagnant universe, an outcome neither the Grand Minister nor the Omni-King wishes to witness. Thus, planets boasting a rating above 5. 0 are fundamental to the sustenance of these universes, and their emergence is not a matter of chance. Each one requires millions of years of gradual accumulation and sedimentation before such a gem may occasionally materialize. This passage begins with the Kaioshin, who initiates the establishment of a universe. The creation of new planets inhabited by humanity is a continuous endeavor undertaken by the Kaioshin. These celestial bodies evolve and flourish along their predetermined trajectories, gradually enhancing their comprehensive rating index from 1, 0 to 2, 0, and eventually to 3, 0. This is a lengthy process that demands patience. However, as the inhabitants of such planets ascend to a certain level of development, deviations may arise, potentially giving birth to malevolent forces or ideologies. These planets, which have strayed onto a misguided path, face a perilous fate. Either they will self-destruct due to their inherent contradictions, or they will attract the attention of the god of destruction, who, upon discovering their severe developmental deviations, will annihilate them. Thus, this planet, which has the potential to elevate the overall rating of the universe, would be obliterated in an instant. Chapter 134, Luo Hao, the stakes are rather modest. Consequently, the resources of each universe are finite, and the planets created by the Supreme Kai are also limited. Truly exceptional planets, boasting a comprehensive rating of over 5, 0, are exceedingly rare, with each universe housing only around 100 such celestial bodies. Presenting 5 of these as stakes constitutes an immense fortune for any universe. These 5 celestial bodies may have formed gradually over millions of years, constituting treasures of the universe. It is utterly unexpected that Kik and Katra would seize the opportunity to take advantage of Beerus' slumber, intending to carve out a substantial portion from Whis' domain, revealing the true malevolence of their intentions. However, Whis, with clarity of mind, gazed upon the soul contract and comprehended the situation entirely. These 2 truly believe that the 7th universe is a soft target. Do they think that just because Lord Beerus is asleep, I cannot handle you? They are woefully ignorant of the formidable presence that lurks within the seventh universe. Otherwise, with their meager courage, would they dare to act so recklessly? Perhaps this also serves as an opportunity. Whis's eyes glimmered with a persistent light, suggesting he harbored new plans. Meanwhile, Katra and Kik exchanged glances, each perceiving a sense of disdain in the other's eyes. Perhaps this fellow Whis might indeed fall into their trap if he dares to sign this soul contract. The subsequent matters would be dictated by them. Prior to their arrival, the two had already conspired, regardless of the circumstances. A best-of-3 format ensured that as long as Katra and Kik were present, victory was virtually guaranteed. Though Kik typically remains discreet, he possesses the capability to engage Whis. While a 100 victory may not be assured, a 50-50 chance is certainly plausible, even if they do not reach a stalemate initially. Katra harbors considerable confidence in his own strength. He has not squandered his years, unlike Beerus, who seemingly spends his days in slumber. In their previous arm wrestling contest, Katra had narrowly triumphed over Beerus. Engaging in a contest between themselves would pose no issue whatsoever. Moreover, the two had conducted thorough research on the seventh universe prior to their arrival. Currently, the most powerful beings within this universe are the frost demons, namely, the obliterated Gula, King Cold, and the present entity known as Frieza. Although some formidable beings remain hidden, the three strongest they could encounter are those. Gula and King Cold have already been deftly eliminated by Katra in the cosmic void, leaving only Frieza, who seems utterly terrified. Given Ketra's earlier display of both threat and persuasion, convincing Frieza to battle on their behalf poses no challenge. In light of this, who within this universe could possibly stand against them? It is imperative to secure the 5 celestial bodies within the 7th universe, each boasting an impressive rating of over 5.0. If we can successfully claim these planets, it would indeed be a moment of triumph, allowing us to settle all past grievances in one fell swoop. Should Whis, in a moment of impulsiveness, affix his signature to the document, our plan would be utterly fulfilled. However, Whis's gaze flickered with contemplation, suggesting he was deeply engrossed in thought. As long as he remained in deliberation without outright rejection, it appeared that our scheme still held promise. Meanwhile, the yawning Luo Hao ambled over to Whis, boredom evident in his demeanor. He casually snatched the wavering soul contract from Whis's hands, scrutinizing it with a dismissive yawn. What did I expect? It's merely a promissory note for a wager. In simpler terms, these individuals aim to exploit our 7th universe for their own gain. Humph. Do they truly believe our universe lacks capable individuals? While that rascal Beerus slumbers, it seems, Whis, you might indeed be on the verge of being taken advantage of. Yet it matters not. I shall handle everything. Do they truly think our 7th universe is so easily bullied? Observing Luo Hao's commanding presence, Whis's demeanor brightened, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He had long awaited this affirmation, fearing Luo Hao might remain silent. With Luo Hao's words, it mattered not whether they were Katra or Kik. Even if they doubled their numbers, I would stand resolute, prepared to confront any challenge. Witnessing such a formidable figure influencing Whis's thoughts, Kik and Katra exchanged cautious glances, beginning to scrutinize the audacious speaker before them. This individual possesses an audacious demeanor and seems capable of swaying Whis's thoughts. Could he truly be an extraordinary figure? Despite Ketra's various tactics, no discernible clues emerge from Luo Hao's demeanor. He appears to be an ordinary human, devoid of any remarkable traits. Meanwhile, Kik discreetly wields his scepter, conducting a series of scans and observations, only to uncover nothing unexpected. It turns out he is merely an average person, perhaps entangled in some inexplicable relationship with Whis. Perhaps he is a friend of Whis, unaware of the true gravity of the situation, yet audaciously attempting to take charge, seemingly dismissive of both the destroyer and the angel. Is he merely a frog in a well, croaking away? With such a character present, it seems fortuitous. Perhaps this individual's meddling could incite Whis to hastily finalize the soul contract, thereby accomplishing half of their plan upon arriving in the 7th universe. Indeed, it feels serendipitous to encounter such a character. How was it previously unknown that the 7th universe harbored such talent? Just as the two exchanged knowing smiles, Whis raised his hand to sign the contract, when suddenly, the assertive figure beside him, who intended to act on Whis's behalf, exclaimed, "Wait." This remark startled Katra and Kik profoundly. "You scoundrel, it was you who spoke of signatures, and it was you who spoke of waiting. What mischief are you plotting now?" At that moment, Katra and Kik could scarcely suppress their desire to deliver a resounding slap to this troublemaker. Truly, was he about to stir up yet another debacle? The individual named Luo Hao casually patted Whis' shoulder and said, "Whis, considering that Lord Katra and Kik have traveled from afar as guests, do you not think that this wager is somewhat trivial?" Trivial? Upon hearing this, the two angels and the god of destruction present felt their pupils constrict and a cold sweat trickle down their backs. Is this truly trivial? 5 planets with an overall rating exceeding 5.0. Let us not forget, even if one were to aggregate all the planets in the 7th universe, the total would still amount to a mere 95. For how many years has this development occurred without surpassing 100? Presenting 5 is already the utmost limit that Whis can bear. Chapter 135, Whis, awaiting the spectacle. Indeed, 95 orbs represent their entire wealth. Wagering 5 as a bet signifies Whis' maximum authority in his pursuit of becoming the supreme angel of the 7th universe. This angel lacks the power to propose a greater stake, as any larger wager would require the simultaneous consent of both the god of destruction and the angel for it to be valid. The reason why Katra and Kik have set the stakes at 5 is that they have grasped Whis' limitations, understanding that his authority extends only within this bound. Should the number exceed this threshold, Whis would no longer have the power to decide. Under such circumstances, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of Beerus, and the outcome would remain uncertain. In this manner, with stakes raised slightly, it is they who will bear the losses. As if this minor strategy is entirely within Luo Hao's grasp. Calm and collected, he gazes at the guest before him, a harbinger of chaos and an angel alike, and nonchalantly states, "Indeed, your stakes are rather trivial. I have no interest in partaking in your game. However, should you wish to increase the wager, I might consider representing Whis to formalize this contract." What? Increase the stakes? Katra, almost possessed by an unseen force, inquires. Very well. How much do you propose? I am genuinely curious about the depths of your ambition. Luo Hao, dismissing Katra's provocation, leisurely replies, 5 is rather inconsequential. Let us set our wager at 50. This arrangement would be equitable for both parties. The entire wealth of your 4th universe comprises merely 97 planets with a comprehensive rating above 5. Offering 50 would indeed be somewhat taxing for you. Yet isn't the thrill of gambling what we seek? 5 is simply too miserly. Let us raise it to 50. Upon hearing this audacious young man casually escalate the wager tenfold, both Katra and Kik were rendered utterly speechless. As if struck by a sudden realization, what does he take this for? Are these mere jelly beans? What an absurd jest. This is indeed 50. The entire 7th universe combined has only 95, and even the 4th universe, at its fullest, barely reaches 97. Yet, with just a casual exchange of words, one dares to wager 50? Katra seemed to recall something, suddenly pointing at Luo Hao. You, explain yourself. Who exactly are you? He then burst into raucous laughter, directing his finger toward Whis. Whis, I must admit I underestimated you. I never anticipated that in your reluctance to sign a betting contract with us, you would resort to employing a mere pawn like this. Truly, I am impressed. At this moment, upon hearing Katra's insight, Kik emerged from his state of shock. Indeed, this Whis fellow clearly lacks the courage to sign the contract for 5 planets, instead opting for this inexplicable ruse to inflate the stakes, thereby undermining our confidence in entering into an agreement. So it was, the wisdom of Lord Katra shone through, effortlessly discerning Whis' cunning ploy. The two individuals, astonishingly, conjured up a myriad of conspiracies and schemes, envisioning Whis as an enigmatic figure of profound depth. In the midst of his bewilderment, Whis could not help but reveal a wry smile, conceding, "Well, truth be told, I have no stake in this matter. It is truly up to that fellow, Luo Hao, to take charge. However, you have certainly exaggerated my role in this affair." Yet, Whis pondered, since Luo Hao wishes to play it this way, it signifies that he possesses unwavering confidence in his approach. Thus, Whis found himself rather pleased at the prospect of these two troublemakers facing a significant setback. If they were not to experience a harsh downfall, the friction and entanglements between the 7th and 4th universes would persist, as the two approached with their necks outstretched. A decisive blow was indeed warranted. Failing to do so would be a disservice to Katra and Kik. It could be considered a lesson for the prying monkey. With this maneuver, who would dare to venture into the 7th universe to stir up trouble again? Humph. Very well, let us await the spectacle. Following this, Whis played along, wearing a look of utter bewilderment. What are you all saying? Observing Whis' expression, Katra grew even more resolute, pointing at Luo Hao and exclaiming, "Hee hee. It seems you've truly overstepped in seeking this pawn for your performance. Do you genuinely believe we would shy away from signing? Very well, do not offer us any excuses. It is merely a matter of multiplying the stakes tenfold, and I am more than willing to engage fully. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Knik. Despite a foreboding feeling lurking in his mind, a moment of contemplation brought him solace. After all, it was merely a tenfold increase in stakes. With Whis as the only one present, even should they propose 50 planets as the wager, the absence of Beerus guarantees that such a contract would hold no validity. And considering the enormity of the stakes, even Beerus himself would undoubtedly hesitate to affix his signature. With this realization, a sense of relief washed over him. This token is undoubtedly intentional. It appears that this time, the stakes have been raised considerably. These cunning individuals from the 7th universe are indeed shrewd. Alas, they are confronted by Lord Katra and the exceptionally astute Knik. Otherwise, they might have truly succeeded in their schemes. Without uttering a word, Knik suddenly unleashed a surge of divine power characteristic of angels. A trace of angelic power wafted through the winds and found its way into Ketla's grasp. Without hesitation, Ketla's body shimmered with a resplendent crimson light, merging seamlessly with the divine energy bestowed by Knik, fully integrating into the scroll of the soul contract. As the scroll emitted a resonant hum, it unfurled to reveal that the stakes had shifted to encompass 50 planets, each boasting an aggregate rating exceeding 5.0. This can truly be deemed the grandest gamble in the cosmos, for never has any destroyer or angel dared to ink such a monumental wager. To stake one's utmost resources in a perilous gamble of this magnitude is indeed an unprecedented venture. Observing Knik and Ketla, who had completed their signatures, I noted their triumphant gazes directed at Whis. In contrast, Whis exhibited a flicker of pity in his eyes. These two were indeed treading the path of self-destruction like two unbridled wild dogs, racing ahead without restraint. Very well. If that is the case, it is futile to offer sage advice to the damned. Thus, Whis, without hesitation, unleashed his divine angelic power, swiftly signing his name at the bottom of the contract. At that moment, Ketla chuckled mischievously. Whis, do you truly believe me to be a mere child? Whis, taken aback, responded, what do you mean? I have consented and signed. The wager and contract are now in effect. Does Lord Ketla wish to retract? Chapter 136. Luo Hao creates a space rift. Ketla continued with a mocking grin. Whis, spare me your trivial ploys. Do not make a fool of yourself before me. As an angel, you can only sign for a maximum of 5 planets. This is 50, given your status and capabilities. Do you truly think you can claim half the assets of the 7th universe? Do not jest. Unless you possess Beerus's signature, do not treat us as children. Do not assume that a mere signature will validate this substantial wager. Without concurrent signatures from both an angel and a destroyer, this agreement is utterly void. You think you can dismiss us with such tactics, regardless of whether you win or lose. You won't want to honor your word, will you, Whis? Your intentions are exceedingly vile. I never anticipated that the little angel Whis would develop such deep-seated cunning. I truly underestimated you. Faced with Ketla's scornful jibes, Whis felt a surge of indignation. You two have no sense of decency, coming to our 7th universe merely to provoke and create chaos, all while disrupting our balance. If it weren't for the presence of the Grand Priest, I would have long since dealt with you. Yet, to my dismay, you have only escalated your antics. This is intolerable. Even the most composed individual has their limits. Just as Whis was on the verge of exploding with fury, a languid voice interjected once again. Luo Hao stepped forward, taking charge of the situation. Very well. If your contention is that Whis' signature is worthless, may I add mine as well? This prompted another round of raucous laughter from Ketla. You? A mere pawn? What weight does your signature carry? Do you think it can validate our soul contract? Do not be absurd. Our side is already signed. Unless you can summon Beerus to sign, all else is moot. We will stick to 5 planets as the wager. What say you, Whis? Could you refrain from being so evasive? What business do you have that requires your presence here? In response, Katra let out a furious roar. Whis, do you dare assert that all matters of the 7th universe are managed entirely by your friend? If you truly relinquish control, only then will I believe in your integrity. Observing Quitra's vehement outburst, Whis could only muster a resigned smile. Very well, as you wish. I shall entrust all my affairs to Luo Hao henceforth, and I will no longer concern myself with these trivial matters. Are you satisfied now? This moment completely stifled the torrent of meaningless chatter that followed Katra. This fellow dares to utter such words, completely entrusting everything to that individual, Luo Hao. Yet another conspiracy. Whis, you are truly laughable. Immediately, the one he mocked as a pawn, Luo Hao, gently clapped his hands and remarked, Whis, There is no need to engage in further banter with them. These two are evidently here to provoke us. Thus, let us indulge them. As for this soul contract, Ketla is correct. Without the signatures of both a destroyer and an angel, it appears that the establishment of a contract involving planets with an overall rating exceeding 5.0 is indeed impossible. In that case, why not simply summon Beerus to sign? Upon hearing this, not only was Whis taken aback, but Ketla and Kik were also left in a state of utter bewilderment. You, clearly a pawn. Who do you think you are to suggest summoning the destroyer of your 7th universe to sign such a monumental wager? Are you jesting? Do you take us for fools? In the next moment, an occurrence that left Kik and Ketla completely baffled unfolded right before their eyes. Luo Hao swiftly seized the signed soul contract scroll from Whis' grasp and laid it out gracefully before him. What is the purpose of this? Is this individual intending to overstep his bounds and sign on behalf of another? Observing Luo Hao's actions, both Kik and Katra were utterly astounded. They witnessed him gently extending a finger from his right hand, which astonishingly transformed into a delicate golden hue in midair. With a swift motion, it appeared as if he had severed the very fabric of space, revealing a shimmering golden rift before him. Unfazed, he calmly reached his left hand into this ethereal opening. What is this individual up to? Could it be that he has genuinely created a rift in space? Moreover, is he able to extract something extraordinary from this spatial fissure? Shortly thereafter, an astonishing scene unfolded before the two. The angelic staff wielded by Whis continued to project the slumbering figure of Beerus, the god of destruction. Yet within this 3D projection, a golden rift indeed materialized. The fissure appeared precisely above the grand bed where Beerus slumbered. From this crevice extended a hand, strikingly familiar. Ketra's pupils constricted as he suddenly realized that the hand he had glimpsed emanating from Whis' staff belonged to none other than Luo Hao. Can this individual truly create rifts in space? No, it must be an illusion. It has to be mere sleight of hand. How could he, an ordinary mortal, possibly breach the fabric of the universe at will? Even as a god of destruction, such feats would be far from effortless. How is it that this individual possesses such formidable strength? This is merely a mortal planet within the 7th universe. Yet the location he operates in is none other than the realm of the destroyers. From the mortal realm to the human domain and then to the divine sphere, there exists an insurmountable spatial barrier. How on earth has this fellow accomplished such a feat? Let us see how you attempt to weave your illusions here. Immediately, Katra and Kik found themselves utterly unsettled. For a hand emerging from the spatial rift began to grasp around, and suddenly, as if it had pinpointed something, it seized Beerus by the neck. Indeed, this individual had utilized the hand extending from the spatial tear to directly clutch Beerus by the throat, while Beerus remained blissfully unaware. Soundly sleeping, this scene plunged the present destroyers and angels into utter chaos. What is this absurdity? As the god of destruction of the 7th universe, he exhibits a complete lack of vigilance. Here he lies in slumber within his own abode, only to be inexplicably seized by the neck through a spatial rift, while the so-called destroyer continues to slumber soundly, utterly unconcerned. Is it all merely an illusion? Yet, their fanciful aspirations were swiftly dashed. In Chapter 137, Bruce pressed his paw upon the soul contract. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Hao seized Beerus by the neck and, with a swift motion, utilized the spatial rift to transport Beerus' very essence onto the surface of Namek. Indeed, Beerus was dragged forth like a lifeless creature, brought directly before Katra. Katra was acutely aware of the destructive energy emanating from Beerus' form. This was no mere fabrication. Given his divine stature and the energy fluctuations, it was undoubtedly the true Beerus. Was this also an illusion? In that instant, Katra rubbed his eyes vigorously, fearful of having misperceived the spectacle or having fallen prey to some illusion cast by the adversary. In the next moment, Luo Hao did not allow the astonished pair to linger in disbelief. He forcefully pressed one of Beerus' hands onto the soul contract before him. However, merely leaving an imprint proved futile, as it lacked the divine power of a god of destruction, although Beerus' essence was present. The absence of destructive energy rendered the contract ineffective. Katra looked upon this purported savior with derision, pondering, while this individual possesses remarkable illusionary skills, it is utterly impossible for him to act on behalf of the god of destruction. After all, the soul contract is a sacred and equitable agreement. Without the divine power of a god of destruction or an angel, one cannot hope to have it acknowledged through mere illusions. Yet, once again, Luo Hao shattered their understanding. He pressed down on Beerus' paw, furrowing his brow in realization that it bore no effect, and then, rather audaciously, delivered a kick to Beerus' rear. This This is the god of destruction. Does this fellow not fear that Beerus might awaken and obliterate him on the spot? Yet, a miracle unfolded. One could see that the cat's paw print on the contract indeed emanated a faint aura of divine destruction. Suddenly, the entire soul contract trembled violently and astonishingly. It was successfully signed. Is this acceptable as well? The seamless execution of this operation left the onlookers utterly mesmerized. The technique employed in signing on behalf of others was executed with such fluidity that it seemed as though it had been practiced numerous times. Who was this enigmatic agent summoned by Whis? How could he possess such extraordinary abilities? Not only can he extract individuals from afar, but he has also brought forth the formidable Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, which has left everyone astounded. However, what is even more astonishing is that he managed to procure a soul contract from Beerus while the deity lay in slumber. What a stroke of genius. No, this is beyond the capabilities of even a god. Currently, Katra and Kik find themselves utterly bewildered. Their principles and worldviews have been shattered beyond repair, and their hearts feel as fragmented as minced meat. The situation only worsened for the two as they witnessed Beerus signing the contract, thus validating the soul agreement. To their utter disbelief, this individual named Luo Hao casually discarded Beerus as if he were a mere bag of refuse, tossing him back into the rift of space with nonchalance. Is this truly acceptable? The golden radiance of the spatial rift gradually dissipated, revealing a scene observed through the staff of Whis. Indeed, that rascal Beerus had been unceremoniously cast back onto his grand bed by Luo Hao, continuing to slumber soundly within the confines of his shattered divine realm. To everyone's astonishment, Beerus remained utterly dormant, manipulated like a marionette at the whim of others. Is this truly the god of destruction of the seventh universe? Has the divinity of the seventh universe descended to such depths, reduced to mere puppets of ordinary mortals? How could this be possible? The two individuals shook their heads and rubbed their eyes, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. Yet, the soul contract undeniably manifested in front of the crowd, pulsating with a life of its own, resonating in the air with subtle waves of energy. At this moment, Katra and Kik were utterly dumbfounded. The contract had been fulfilled, and they could hardly believe that this individual had indeed summoned Beerus and successfully executed the agreement. What unfolded next was yet another unforeseen spectacle that left the onlookers in astonishment. The contract, which buzzed incessantly in midair, suddenly transformed into 3 copies. One floated delicately into Whis's hand, while another gracefully soared into Kik's grasp. Is this the successful signing of the agreement? Never before have such significant stakes been placed. And this time the wager has evidently garnered the approval of 2 great universes, as it is signed by both the angel and the destroyer of these realms. What astonishes everyone is that previous wagers were typically executed in duplicate, with each party retaining 1 copy. However, this time, a remarkable 3rd copy has emerged. Perhaps due to the immense stakes involved, this 3rd document ascended as a beam of golden light, soaring towards the palace of the King of Nothingness. Could it be that the magnitude of the wager necessitates an official copy to be sent to the esteemed king? With this thought in mind, Luo Hao swiftly approached Whis, glancing at the still-dazed angel and destroyer, and said with a grin, "Now that the agreement is established, how shall we proceed? You two should come down quickly." Indeed, the contract has been signed, yet the terms of the wager remain unaddressed, plunging Katra and Kik back into a state of confusion. Who bestowed this fellow with such confidence? He has yet to establish the rules of the wager, yet he hastily signed the agreement. Well, it appears that there remains ample room for maneuvering. Initially caught in a state of bewilderment, Katra and Kik have now regained their composure. Indeed, as long as they can manipulate the established rules slightly, perhaps they could still gain the upper hand over the seventh universe. Regardless of the audacity of this brash individual, from whence he emerged, it matters not. No matter how extraordinary his methods may be, the terms of the contest are still to be determined by them. With this thought in mind, Katra immediately embraced his resolve, expressing with a hint of melancholy, "Very well, since it is thus, let our wager officially commence. As per tradition, since this is a contest between universes, it shall naturally be a test of strength, settled by the might of our fists. What say you?" Before Whis could nod in agreement, Luo Hao clapped his hands and interjected, Indeed, there is no question about this. Matters should always be resolved through strength and by the power of our fists. I wholeheartedly concur. Come now, if you have any thoughts, speak them forth. Chapter 138. Goku, you will fight first. Katra promptly proclaimed, In that case, let us establish 3 matches, a best-of-3 format. Whoever wins 2 matches shall emerge victorious, a most equitable arrangement, Would you not agree? Luo Hao scrutinized Quitra's expression, well aware that this individual was likely not as straightforward as he appeared. Nevertheless, since his opponent proposed such a notion, Luo Hao simply smirked. No matter the tricks you may conjure, I shall meet them head-on. Observing Luo Hao's confident nod, Katra inwardly mused, this fellow is certainly a formidable opponent, though regardless of the circumstances, as long as he maintains a semblance of fairness, there may indeed be a glimmer of hope. Katra erupted in laughter, gesturing towards Frieza. This individual should now be considered my subordinate, should he not? He shall represent us in the first match. Do not accuse us of unfairness. Since you speak so nobly, I have no qualms in revealing our second contender. Katra pointed to the angel Kik behind him. Our angel of the fourth universe, Kik, shall contest the second match. As for myself, as the god of destruction of the fourth universe, I shall take charge of the climactic final battle. A best-of-3 format. What say you? Do you dare accept? Should you falter, it would be prudent to concede early, and I shall acknowledge your loss by granting you half of the wager, merely 25 stars. With that, he broke into uproarious laughter. Upon hearing this, Luo Hao remarked, this fellow is indeed cunning. He has arranged for Frieza to fight in the first match. And this is clearly one of our own from the 7th universe, now become your ally? In the vast expanse of the universe, it seems that individuals capable of surpassing Frieza are indeed exceedingly rare, and this character named Katra has certainly seized an opportunity. Subsequently, a sense of clarity washed over me. Katra is truly a cunning individual. In the first round, he surprisingly sent forth an ordinary mortal, which means we cannot dispatch angels or destroyers to the arena. We too must rely on mere mortals to confront him. His second choice, however, was none other than Kik. As an angel, while he cannot fight to his fullest potential, there must be an underlying reason for his participation under specific circumstances. There are undoubtedly many layers to this strategy. As for the best-of-3 format, should they secure victory in the first 2 rounds, it would render our choice for the final confrontation with Katra rather inconsequential. It appears that this fellow has devised such a plan, initially deploying a human to restrict our selection of powerful beings, followed by the formidable Kik. Knowing that angels possess a slight edge over destroyers. After all, the Kais of various universes are apprentices of angels, while angels are typically understated and neutral in their dealings. This time, Kik is cast in the role of an enforcer. Ultimately, regardless of the outcomes of the first 2 rounds, Katra himself will take to the stage for the final battle. Even if Beerus were to intervene personally at that point, it would not guarantee a definitive victory over Katra. This serves as a double insurance policy for that clever lad. He first uses a common human to hold our ground, then sends forth the strongest angel, and finally, he, as the destroyer, will make the grand finale, truly a masterful calculation. However, no matter the tricks you employ, they are but childish play in my eyes. With a spark of enthusiasm in his gaze, Luo Hao addressed Katra. Very well, since the rules have been established, let us not waste time and commence forthwith. Yet, Vados furrowed his brow and remarked, Luo Hao, you should not have sent Lord Beerus back. Since Katra is the one instigating trouble, it is only fitting for Lord Beerus to personally step into the fray. Otherwise, what chance do we have? Moreover, it is evident that they intend to field Frieza in the first match. He is a mortal of our 7th universe, and now he is set to exert himself on behalf of their 4th universe. This simply does not sit right. Even as an ally, one should not turn against their own. Accompanied by Vados' grievances, Luo Hao gently patted his shoulder and replied, it matters not, Vados. Given that these fellows are clearly here to provoke, can you reason with them? As I have said, Quitra's assertion holds true. Everything is settled through the might of one's fists. Rest assured. Thus it was, upon witnessing Luo Hao's composed demeanor, Whis refrained from further deliberation. However, as he gazed at Frieza across the way, an overwhelming sense of resentment filled his heart. How could it be that we, the elite of the 7th universe, find ourselves entangled with the likes of you from the 4th universe? Your audacity has indeed broadened my horizons. Yet, Luo Hao's words held merit. Since the adversary sought confrontation, even in the absence of Frieza, he would likely employ other means to vex us. With that in mind, let the contest commence. Whis stepped forward, ready to take the stage. Although I am an angel unable to fight at full strength, dealing with a mere Frieza poses no challenge whatsoever. Furthermore, given Luo Hao's prowess, dispatching Kik should be a trivial task. Therefore, in a best 2 out of 3 format, we shall secure the first 2 victories, and by the time the 3rd match arrives, it matters not who faces Katra. Victory is assured. Even wagering 50 planets holds no significance. As long as we triumph in this contest, all will fall into place. Observing Whis' eagerness, Katra raised an eyebrow. Incredulous. Does Whis truly dare to defy convention and personally engage, employing angelic power against an ordinary mortal? Understanding Katra's unspoken thoughts, Luo Hao swiftly grasped Whis' arm and asserted, "Whis, your involvement is unnecessary. Since the opponent desires a thrill, let us indulge in a daring spectacle, showcasing the strength of humanity from the seventh universe. It would be unreasonable to employ your divine status against a mere mortal, and such an act might provoke Katra and Kik to escalate their mischief. Fear not. I shall handle all matters personally, resolving them with my fists. We will not only subdue these troublemakers, but also shatter their confidence, ensuring that no one dares to disturb our seventh universe lightly in the future." "Huh? Did you truly think I would allow you to enter the fray personally?" Whis exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "Not you? Are you suggesting that Luo Hao intends to confront Frieza himself? Surely, you just with such a notion. Given your strength?" Luo Hao waved dismissively. "You overestimate the situation. Is it necessary for me to deal with Frieza directly? Come, Goku, step forward for the first match." Chapter 139. Kik constructs the betting arena. Meanwhile, Goku, still in the role of an onlooker, wore a bewildered expression, pointing to himself. "Wait, me? Am I really supposed to be the one to fight? You can't be serious. Although my strength has indeed increased recently, taking on this guy seems somewhat far-fetched. Although Sun Wukong possesses considerable confidence in his growing prowess, the prospect of facing the cosmic tyrant Frieza fills him with trepidation. This battle transcends mere victory or defeat. It is a wager that determines the fate of the entire universe, leaving Sun Wukong in a state of agitation akin to a tumultuous sea, utterly perplexed by the enigmatic intentions of Luo Hao. Meanwhile, the ever-observant Vegeta grits his teeth and exclaims, "Kakarot? Do not jest. How could you possibly stand as a rival to Frieza? Even if your strength exceeds mine by a fraction, do not delude yourself regarding this fiend known as Frieza. Are you aware that my home planet, Vegeta, was obliterated by his hand? He is an arch-nemesis of our Scion race. At this moment, Frieza has fully regained his composure from earlier confusion. It becomes evident that dealing with these two Scions, or rather, just one of them, is a trivial matter for him. However, upon witnessing the domineering demeanor of Quatella and Kik, Frieza understands that these two are not to be trifled with. Initially inclined to decline participation in the upcoming tournament against Universe 7, fearing that even a victory might render his existence untenable within that universe, he realizes that failure to engage could lead to his immediate demise. Quatella, astutely aware of the intricacies of human nature, pats Frieza on the shoulder and assures him, "Fear not. As long as you triumph in this contest, I shall take care of all matters henceforth. Should you wish to distance yourself from Universe 7, you are welcome to accompany me to my Universe 4, where you will reign supreme. Do not think that only Beerus can offer you support. I am a destroyer whose might surpasses his. With my backing, what have you to fear?" In that moment, Frieza comprehends the gravity of the situation. It appears that Quatella is indeed earnest in his proposition. A wise warrior does not shun immediate losses. Since the opponent has extended a promise of protection, Frieza believes that such an esteemed figure would not deceive him. Thus, if he can vanquish this ordinary scion before him, it would resolve myriad issues. After all, for the cosmic emperor Frieza, the most formidable terror lies in the scions. The emergence of a legendary super scion or the notorious Majin Buu would spell the greatest nightmare for his Ice Demon clan. Given that Whis has shown no intent to unleash Majin Buu, Frieza dismisses the threat posed by an ordinary scion entirely. This individual, regardless of their strength, could hardly be considered a worthy opponent. Much like Vegeta beside him, whose current power, in Frieza's eyes, rendered him akin to a mere insect on the ground, easily squashed without a second thought. Now, another contender appears, seemingly on par with Vegeta. Could they truly stir any trouble? What a farce. At this moment, Frieza had fully regained the confidence characteristic of a cosmic monarch. He was poised to strike down the oblivious scion before him, fulfilling the task assigned by the god of destruction of Universe 4 and ensuring his own survival. Vegeta, gritting his teeth, interjected, "Frieza, you traitor of Universe 7. How could you so readily acquiesce to the god of destruction of Universe 4? Do you not feel any shame?" Despite Vegeta's fervent protests, Frieza remained deaf to his words, internally berating him. "You fool, what do you understand? When faced with a formidable enemy, disobedience could lead not only to dire consequences in the future, but to immediate demise in the present." With this thought, Frieza steeled himself, genuinely preparing for battle. Meanwhile, Luo Hao grasped the entirety of the situation. Given the opponent's utter lack of scruples, he harbored no reservations. If they wished to engage in a game, then let it be a grand spectacle. It seemed that the fateful arrival of Namek would indeed yield significant rewards. With a sly grin, he considered the 50 planets at stake. Possessing these would likely elevate Universe 7's overall standing, not to the pinnacle, perhaps, but certainly within the top 3. As for how Universe 7 would navigate their circumstances thereafter, that would be their own dilemma. Indeed, one must not tempt fate. An extraordinary sensation enveloped Luo Hao's heart, rendering his mood unexpectedly delightful. He called out to Knik in the distance. "Ah, is that not the angel Knik? Now that our wager is firmly established and the rules set, I have a modest request. Would you be so kind as to assist in constructing an arena?" Such a request. Knik pointed incredulously at himself. "What? Are you asking me to create an arena for you? Why on earth should I?" Luo Hao merely shrugged and replied, "Firstly, an arena crafted with your angelic prowess would undoubtedly possess superior sturdiness, allowing us to observe the competition seamlessly. Secondly, I have heard from Whis that your craftsmanship is quite commendable, particularly suited for masonry work." Upon hearing Luo Hao's words, Whis wore a perplexed expression, while Knik was visibly infuriated. "This is deliberate. It must be intentional. This fellow must surely be aware of the encounter he had with Katra in the divine temple of the king. And now he is deliberately using this incident to humiliate me. Truly, you have gone too far." However, upon noticing Katra's affirmative gaze, I pondered, it matters not how you choose to criticize me now. As long as we emerge victorious in the competition and manage to profit significantly from your 7th universe, everything will be restored. Let you bask in your temporary triumph. What of it? Meanwhile, Knik immediately suppressed his anger and revealed a subtle smile. "Very well. Since you hold my skills in such high regard, I shall not mind putting on a show." With a gentle wave of his angelic staff, a colossal arena materialized, perfectly aligned before everyone. It was astonishingly modeled after the renowned martial arts tournament on Earth, creating a grand stage. Upon witnessing the arena's emergence, Sun Wukong felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. How reminiscent. Is this Namek? Why does it evoke the feeling of returning to Earth for the martial arts tournament? Indeed. With such an environment, I am quite eager to give it a try. Chapter 140. Luo Hao, the renowned protector of his own kind Frieza, however, wasted no time with idle talk. His life now hung by a thread. Without hesitation, he leapt onto the newly constructed arena created by Knik. Under Luo Hao's guidance, Sun Wukong also ascended to the stage. Whis raised an eyebrow, stifling his inquiries, but ultimately could not resist whispering to Luo Hao, "Is Wukong going to be all right?" "This is no jest." Luo Hao offered Whis a reassuring glance. "If we are to engage in play, let us indulge in something thrilling. Since this is a contest between humans, it should not involve a deity like yourself. Otherwise, who shall contend with Knik? Would you have me fight him? Do not jest. I have no interest in bullying children." "What? Are you suggesting I battle Knik?" Whis, bewildered, responded, "What do you mean by that?" Luo Hao chuckled. "It is nothing much. I have only heard that angels cannot fight at full strength, but I have never witnessed a duel between angels. This presents a perfect opportunity for me to observe. Moreover, Whis, I have considerable faith in you. Even if you cannot match Knik, ensuring you do not face defeat should be quite manageable, no?" Upon hearing Luo Hao's rather mischievous inclination, Whis felt a shiver run down his spine. "You, of all people, at such a critical juncture, still harbor such thoughts? You wish to witness an angelic showdown? If that is your desire, you need only say so. I could easily find someone to engage in a match for your viewing pleasure, but we are dealing with a serious wager of 50 stakes. Can you truly jest like this? Moreover, the rules are clearly stated, a best-of-3 format. Should we inadvertently suffer a defeat this time? Half of the 7th universe could face destruction at your hands." Contemplating Luo Hao's identity, Whis chose to restrain his complaints, firmly believing that someone of Luo Hao's stature would not pose a threat to him. Furthermore, given Luo Hao's profound affection for the 7th universe, he would never engage in frivolous actions that jeopardize its future or the prosperity of its esteemed planets. When it comes to his sentiments towards the 7th universe, one could assert that they are at least on par with those of Whis and Beerus. After all, this individual awakened on Earth within the 7th universe, and his fierce protection of both the planet and its inhabitants is well known. A wry smile crossed Whis's face as he thought about the impending sorrow awaiting Katra and Kik. As for Luo Hao's motives for such actions, perhaps there exists a rationale known only to him. After such an extended period of time, Whis has come to understand Luo Hao's character quite well. Since this fellow wishes to indulge in a wild escapade, why not accompany him in his revelry? After all, When everything ultimately reaches the monarch, having Luo Hao as a figurehead is an invaluable asset. In the future, should Luo Hao's true identity become public knowledge, the prospect of seizing another opportunity to acquire 50 planets with an overall rating exceeding 5.0 would be utterly unattainable. This time, it is indeed that fellow Katra who has delivered himself to our doorstep. Alas, one could say this individual is rather unfortunate. All of Luo Hao's actions seem to be a clever guise to conceal his true identity, aiming to reap considerable profits, with the ultimate goal serving the greater good of our seventh universe. At this moment, on the arena, Frieza and Sun Wukong stand poised, ready to engage in battle. Yet, in a fit of rage, Vegeta bellowed, "Kakarot, you fool. Frieza's combat power is a staggering 530,000. With your meager abilities, how could you possibly be his match? Do not embarrass yourself any further. No, Luo Hao, let me take over." This proclamation surprised everyone present. When did Vegeta become so dramatic? It left many feeling somewhat perplexed. In contrast, Sun Wukong clenched his fists and replied, "Vegeta, the current me is entirely different from the one you knew on Earth. Do not compare my earthly strength to that of this adversary. Nevertheless, with such a formidable opponent, I can feel the blood within me boiling with excitement. Leave this to me. Rest assured, I will handle it." Frieza, with a sinister grin, gazed at Sun Wukong and remarked, "You foolish wild monkey. It was I who obliterated planet Vegeta, fearing the emergence of a legendary Super Saiyan among your kind. Yet, those fears are now mere memories. The remnants of the Saiyans are reduced to but one, Vegeta, and unexpectedly, you as well. This time, I shall eradicate you all once and for all, ensuring my future is free from worry." With that, Frieza clenched his fists, declaring, "But I must apologize. What you see is merely the fade of our Frieza race. We, the Frost Demons, are capable of transformation. I'm afraid you may be in for a disappointment." He then adjusted his aura and unleashed a fierce roar, causing an explosion that enveloped him in a cloud of smoke. Within that haze, Frieza's power saw what is happening here. Could it be that this individual is capable of enhancing his combat prowess through transformation? Although there appears to be no visible difference on the surface, the aura emanating from Frieza instills a sense of trepidation in both Goku and Vegeta. This fellow has indeed managed to augment his fighting strength. As Frieza's pressure diminishes, his second form materializes before Goku. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Bulma stand by, utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that this traitor from Universe 7 possessed such a hidden card, which is rather surprising. However, Bulma does not regard Frieza's transformations with much concern. After all, he was once a subordinate of the god of destruction whom Whis served. If that is the case, what does it matter how powerful he becomes? Presently, Bulma's thoughts are primarily occupied with the figure of Kik, who is adorned in the same attire as Whis and wields an angelic staff. In an instant, Bulma seems to recall another individual. Yes, that would be Bardoss, whom she encountered in a future timeline. The mere thought of Bardoss overwhelms Bulma with pressure. In terms of beauty and grace, Bulma is confident in her own attributes. Yet, ever since that fleeting glimpse of Bardoss, her confidence in this regard has waned considerably. Now, upon seeing Kik, Bulma finds herself inwardly lamenting. Chapter 141. Frieza surprisingly transforms before Luo Hao. Initially, she had assumed that all members of the angelic race were strikingly beautiful. Yet it turns out that Kik sports a large fringe that obscures his face. Contemplating this, Bulma exhales deeply. It appears that beautiful and handsome angels are not so abundant after all. Just how many siblings does Whis have? She must inquire with Luo how to clarify this matter. It seems her competitive edge is indeed precariously close to a critical threshold. Meanwhile, Piccolo gazes in bewilderment at Frieza, who is demonstrating transformations, silently lamenting his predicament. He had previously regarded Vegeta as an exceptionally powerful and monstrous adversary, with Goku's primary objective this time centered on Vegeta. After a period of intense training, Piccolo has significantly improved his own strength. However, witnessing Frieza's transformation leaves Piccolo feeling utterly disheartened. He had initially thought that their ability to regenerate limbs was already an extraordinary talent. But seeing this individual enhance his combat capacity through transformation evokes a sense of inexplicable fear within Piccolo. This individual claims to be the Emperor of the universe. Could he truly be as fearsome as he asserts? The most astonishing of all is Vegeta. One can see that Vegeta's legs are trembling, and his teeth are chattering. Could it be that Frieza typically utilizes an ordinary form rather than his combat form? This time, in the state of transformation, It seems that both the aura and energy have been augmented by more than merely a fold. This caused the proud prince to descend into a state of utter disarray. How can one even engage in battle? Even in its initial form, I was utterly no match for it. Let alone the fact that this creature can effortlessly alter its shape and strength in an instant. This is nothing short of a recipe for disaster. Humph, Kakarot. With your meager abilities, do you truly believe you can triumph over such a formidable Frieza? It is utterly inconceivable. Having completed its transformation, Frieza gazed upon the trembling Vegeta and the blissful Goku, showing no urgency to advance and attack. Instead, it merely offered a faint smile, saying, "Humph, two ignorant wild monkeys. Do you presume this is my limit? Do not be ridiculous. This occasion marks the debut of the esteemed Lord Katra. Thus, I must present a semblance of earnestness. At the very least, with both Luo Hao and Whis present, there is no need for me to conceal any further, though I initially intended to keep my trump cards hidden. The presence of so many powerful figures compels me to avoid any disservice to the audience. Very well, your name is Goku, is it not? I shall grant you neither the opportunity nor the thought of retaliation. Allow me to showcase the true extent of my power." With another furious roar, Frieza unleashed a tremendous force, causing a colossal vortex to form around its body. Can this guy transform again? At this moment, Vegeta was utterly consumed by madness. Just moments ago, he had believed himself to be on the brink of annihilation, only to discover that this being named Frieza could indeed undergo yet another transformation. In the past, he had foolishly entertained the notion of challenging Frieza, contemplating that if a direct confrontation proved futile, a stealthy approach might suffice. Little did he realize that Frieza possessed such a plethora of hidden cards. It was truly terrifying. As Vegeta's fear escalated, Frieza did not disappoint. He effortlessly shifted into his assault form, a manifestation emblematic of the Frost Demon clan's enduring battle stance. Whenever confronted with combat or extraordinary circumstances, the Frost Demons would adopt this form to confront their adversaries. It not only exuded an aura of sinister terror, with a long, elongated head adorned with various horns, but it also represented a relatively balanced state in terms of offensive and defensive capabilities. While Frieza's ultimate form could elevate his power to an astonishing 12 million. Maintaining such a state proved arduous, often resulting in the unintentional destruction of planets or even stars, a significant loss for the Frost Demon clan. Thus, they would refrain from utilizing their ultimate form unless faced with exceedingly formidable foes. However, in the presence of gods of destruction and angels, even with mastery over his 10th transformation, Frieza acknowledged that he would not stand a chance against them. In this regard, Frieza was acutely aware of his limitations. Confronted by an ordinary scion, he felt that employing his assault form represented the utmost respect for his opponent. Perhaps this fellow truly possesses strength. I might as well allow him a glimpse of my assault form. Just as the two prepared to engage, a languid voice from Goku interrupted. "Hey, Quitella, you're being a bit unfair, aren't you? Why choose someone who can transform? This competition seems a tad unbalanced." Quitella shrugged, a smug smile gracing his face. "Humph. A competition is a competition. We merely selected the participants. Who says they cannot transform to enhance their combat prowess? I believe we are not in violation of any rules here." "Well, such tactics are indeed shameless," exclaimed Luo Hao, chuckling at Frieza's display of transformations. "So, are you implying that transforming isn't a foul play?" At that moment, Quitella was too elated to ponder further, responding proudly, "Of course. Transformation is merely a capability of their race. What else there to discuss? The strongest prevails, as per the rules of our universe. The one with the hardest fist calls the shots. What else matters? Moreover, this is a matter of earning one's livelihood through personal skill. There is no need for excessive fuss." I never anticipated that Quitella would still be here seeking excuses for transformation. In light of this, Luo Hao offered a faint smile. "Very well. If we are to engage in transformation, grant me a minute. Is it not merely a matter of transformation? We are capable as well." "A minute?" Quitella shot Luo Hao a disdainful glance. "All right, let it not be said that I am bullying you. I shall give you 3 minutes. Do you truly believe you can teach your comrades to transform in that time? Do not jest." "Humph. I'm not oblivious. These two, those scions, are merely ordinary combatants. Can they possess any extraordinary talent for transformation? I find that hard to believe. Can you genuinely broaden my horizons? If you succeed, even if we cannot defeat you, I shall concede this match." Chapter 142. Luo Hao seeks to borrow the angelic staff of Whis. It appears that Quitella is confident that Luo Hao cannot enable Sun Wukong to transform. After all, The ability to transform is a rarity among the various races in the cosmos. One cannot simply utter a few words and expect the other party to transform. Such folly. Observing Quitella's unwavering confidence, Kik furrowed his brow. He sensed something peculiarly unsettling about this individual named Luo Hao. Although he could not detect a shred of energy or divine power emanating from his being, Luo Hao exuded an aura that was profoundly terrifying and hazardous. While Quitella boisterously challenged his opponent, Kik felt an unsettling strangeness about him, inducing a sense of profound unease. This, however, was merely an aspect of his innate abilities. An inexplicable phenomenon. Why did he feel this enigmatic sensation? Kik was utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, as events had unfolded to this point, he could only allow Quitella to continue his performance, leaving the consequences to be judged by those who witnessed them. Now, Kik could only silently pray that this individual harbored no terrifying background. However, hope remains hope, for it is eternally just that, hope, regardless of Kik's tangled emotions. Quitella stood arrogantly at the edge of the arena. What? Do you truly have no means to enable your comrades to transform? If not, then hurry along with whatever you intend to do. However, should you choose to concede, I would not object. Heh, as I have stated before, should you concede now, I shall temporarily consider accepting half of your wager. How does that seem? A reasonable request, I trust? Half indeed. That amounts to 25. Sufficient for your 7th universe to enjoy a round. Upon witnessing Quitella's audacity, Whis raised an eyebrow, pondering. Master Luo Hao, just what are your intentions? Can you truly expect this being known as Sun Wukong, a scion, to unleash some form of transformation? After all, this individual has grown right before our very eyes. When it comes to Sun Wukong, we are entirely familiar with his essence. Is there anything extraordinary about him that could possibly elude my divine perception? Let us not jest. Luo Hao, what method do you possess? Pray, unveil it swiftly. At this moment, Luo Hao is stroking his chin, immersed in contemplation. Indeed, based on his fragmented recollections, he possesses some knowledge regarding scions. There exists a legend that in their era, the progenitor of the scions bore a certain name, which escapes Luo Hao's memory. However, he recalls that this ancestral scion was capable of numerous transformations, exhibiting a plethora of peculiarities, which has sparked faint memories within Luo Hao. Unfortunately, the passage of time has rendered these memories somewhat hazy, compounded by the incompleteness of his recent awakening. What he does know is that scions, when experiencing significant emotional fluctuations and meeting specific conditions, can indeed undergo transformations. As for the exact nature of these transformations, he seems to struggle to recall the terminology. Perhaps it was something akin to Super Saiyan. Nonetheless, such details have become inconsequential, given his understanding of Sun Wukong. The integration of scion cells within him has undoubtedly reached the threshold necessary for transformation. What remains is merely the generation of sufficient emotional turbulence within Sun Wukong. If he can elicit a potent emotional response, there is indeed a possibility for transformation. Observing the current situation, it appears that without transformation, relying solely on his Kaioken and spirit bomb, Sun Wukong stands little chance against the cunning Frieza. Yet, Luo Hao harbors unwavering confidence in Sun Wukong. Should he manage to evoke a surge of excitement or intense emotion, it is conceivable that Frieza could be decisively overcome. Initially, Luo Hao is filled with confidence regarding his arrangements, but it is hardly acceptable for the first match to end in defeat due to Sun Wukong's shortcomings. It is quite surprising that Frieza has resorted to such treachery, even under duress. Serving Quitella in this manner seems unnecessary. Perhaps it is time to properly instruct Frieza. Considering his origins lie within the 7th universe, yet it remains unclear what motivates his actions. As a subordinate of Beerus, how could he so easily defect to Quitella's side? Is it perhaps that he perceives himself as an easy target? Did he fail to leave a sufficiently profound impression the last time they encountered one another? However, discussing those matters diverges from the pressing issue at hand. It is imperative that Sun Wukong decisively confronts Frieza, or else all will be mere empty talk, leaving others to mock our plight. Since Sun Wukong has presumably met the prerequisites to ascend to Super Saiyan, a significant emotional upheaval should suffice. Yet, this predicament leaves Luo Hao in a quandary. Given Sun Wukong's carefree demeanor, how might one provoke such intense emotional turbulence? Should one contemplate the drastic act of slaying Piccolo before him, or perhaps even the audacious notion of crushing Bulma? Thus, it seems that Sun Wukong might indeed succeed in transforming. However, Luo Hao quickly cast aside these impractical thoughts. After all, Piccolo, Bulma, and Sun Wukong could be considered his friends. Despite the vast differences in their identities, statuses, and abilities, they had grown up together as close comrades. To orchestrate something devious for the sake of Sun Wukong's transformation would seem to weigh heavily on his conscience. Indeed, one's identity, decisions, and the cultivation techniques one practices must be pursued freely, and any actions contrary to one's own will should not be entertained. Since he was inclined to follow his heart, he pondered what weaknesses Sun Wukong might possess and how he could provoke a significant emotional upheaval within him. Suddenly, Luo Hao snapped his fingers in midair as he recalled Sun Wukong's vulnerability. Yes, if he could strike at this weakness, it might just serve as the catalyst for success. Well then, having conceived this plan, he wasted no time. His eyes gleamed with determination as he extended his hand toward Whis, exclaiming, "Hand it over." Whis furrowed his brows. "I possess nothing of worth. What do you seek from me? Could it be?" Luo Hao grinned mischievously. "No need for ambiguity. I require your staff. This time, it will surely serve a significant purpose." Whis raised an eyebrow. "Surely you jest. Are you contemplating?" He suddenly recalled the last incident in the future realm when Luo Hao, in a fit of fury, had seized Bardas's angelic staff and dealt a severe beating to the god of destruction, Kampa. Was he about to unleash his wrath once more, wielding Whis' staff against Quitella? Chapter 143. Can the angelic staff be borrowed? However, the current circumstances were entirely different from those in the future. After all, both parties had established a wager. No matter how severely Quitella was beaten, should they lose the bet this time, the seventh universe would face dire consequences. With this thought in mind, Whis intended to intervene once more, but Luo Hao, growing impatient, interjected, "Oh, fret not. I am fully aware of what I am doing. Quickly, pass me your staff. The outcome of this contest may well rest upon it." Whis found himself utterly perplexed. You best not engage in reckless folly. Yet, considering Luo Hao's status, he refrained from further resistance. With a swift motion, he gracefully handed his angelic staff to Luo Hao, cautioning, "Whatever you do, be gentle. Do not damage my staff." This, astonishingly, is the very issue that now preoccupies Whis. At this moment, Roheo cast a significant eye roll at Whis, exclaiming, "You rascal! Do you think I could possibly damage the staff? What a ridiculous notion." Although this matter may seem trivial, Roheo holds the angel's staff in his grasp and gently taps it, remarking, "Indeed, the quality is acceptable. Yet the divine power contained within appears slightly inferior to that of Bardas's." Such a seemingly inconsequential gesture, however, incites a considerable uproar among the onlookers. The first to react with fervor is Frieza, who is acutely aware of Roheo's formidable strength. To him, a mere flick of Roheo's wrist could obliterate half a planet. A feat Frieza could hardly withstand. Yet here is Roheo, wielding an angel's staff with an intimidating demeanor, akin to a nefarious villain, which stirs a sense of trepidation within Frieza. Could it be that this individual, Roheo, is indeed unpredictable? Should he take the stage and engage directly? Frieza speculates that he might not even have the opportunity to resist, but rather be annihilated on the spot. Such an outcome would be a travesty. Condemned to eternal infamy only to be dispatched with a single strike. How unjust that would be. In a discreet manner, Frieza retreats a couple of steps, contemplating hiding behind Ketla. However, Ketla casts a piercing glare at Frieza, asserting, "Is there truly cause for such fear? That individual, Roheo, has already forged a soul contract. If he dares to deviate from our agreement, it will be your seventh universe that will rue the day." With a sly grin, Ketla muses, "If that transpires, Frieza, your demise would at least be fitting." Contrasting sharply with the sentiments of Ketla and Frieza is the angel Konik, who stands behind Ketla. Though his expression remains impassive, a tempest of bewilderment surges within him. How can this be? That is Whis' angel staff. When the Grand Minister bestowed the supreme artifact upon each angel, it was under strict orders that this staff belonged solely to them, serving as a personal, bound equipment. No one other than the angels themselves should dare to touch or wield their respective staffs. Thus, if Whis' staff were to fall into Konik's hands, he would possess no means to utilize it. In essence, should the staff falter, so too would the angel associated with it vanish without a trace. The ironclad rule of this scepter artifact has unexpectedly undergone a transformation in the hands of a fellow named Luo Hao. How is it possible that he can wield the staff of Whis? This single act has utterly subverted all perceptions and cognitions regarding Konik's status as an angel that have persisted for so long. Could it be that the High Priest is deceiving them? Are angelic staffs truly interchangeable? This defies all logic. Throughout the many years, Konik has conducted numerous experiments, especially after collaborating with Ketla for such an extended period. Ketla has indeed attempted to lay claim to Konic's staff, yet each endeavor has ended in failure. Not only has Ketla been unable to wield it with ease or employ it as an ordinary weapon, but even the slightest touch eludes him, the moment such thoughts arise. Konic's staff manifests an overwhelming resistance. Were it not for Konic's utmost restraint, the power contained within the staff would undoubtedly obliterate Ketla on the spot. Thus, Konic has always held firm confidence regarding the ownership and usage of the angelic staff. However, the peculiar maneuvers of these two individuals have completely transcended his understanding. This is simply inconceivable. In his heart, Konic can only scoff repeatedly, "Impossible, impossible. How could this be possible?" Yet, the next moment, Luo Hao's actions rendered the genuine angel Konic once again petrified in place. For Luo Hao, holding the staff of Whis, made no extraneous movements. He simply grasped it quietly in his hand. As a flash of golden light radiated from Luo Hao's grip, the staff of Whis, seemingly aggrieved, lost all its former vigor. Collapsing into a state of utter despondence, as if it had been needed for an extended period, languishing limply in Luo Hao's palm. Is this the rhythm of subduing the angelic scepter? Konic's heart surged like a tempest. He felt that the shocks he experienced this year utterly overturned all his previous understandings. Even the events that transpired within the royal palace did not astonish him as profoundly as this. The angelic scepter, resembling a strand of noodle, underwent a peculiar transformation in the hands of Luo Hao. Without hesitation, Luo Hao began to knead the limp scepter as if he intended to pulverize it into dust. What on earth is this fellow attempting to accomplish? At present, Whis is in such agony that he can scarcely breathe. That is his cherished artifact, and it is being so brutally mistreated by this individual. One cannot help but wonder what Luo Hao's true intentions are. Does he harbor a grudge against me? Or have I inadvertently offended him at some point? As the two angels are on the verge of exploding with frustration, the rest of the onlookers remain utterly bewildered. What mischief is this rascal Luo Hao up to? Could there possibly be a unique connection to Sun Wukong's transformation? Regardless of the speculations swirling among the crowd, events continue to unfold. Chapter 144. Sun Wukong transforms into a Super Saiyan. Although Katra is equally astonished, he remains resolute in his conviction. I am eager to see what peculiar tricks this fellow can devise. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong gazes at Luo Hao in utter confusion, pondering what scheme he is concocting. Luo Hao does not disappoint. As he twists and manipulates, the angelic staff in his grasp undergoes an astonishing transformation, albeit one that leaves the onlookers even more perplexed. He has transformed Whis' staff into an enormous syringe. Indeed, a syringe. Beholding his proud creation, Luo Hao chuckles sinisterly. I never anticipated that my shape-shifting skills would prove so adept. It has been a while since I last employed them, and perhaps there are minor imperfections. But that matters little. As long as it enables Sun Wukong's transformation, that is all that counts. Amidst the crowd's bewilderment, Vegeta's eyes widen in disbelief. What is this character Luo Hao up to? Piccolo and Bulma share in the confusion. What on earth does this lad intend to achieve by producing such a colossal syringe at this critical juncture? Only Whis observes Luo Hao with a contemplative expression, though the pain etched upon his face is unmistakable. The sight of his staff's fate is truly unbearable for him. Luo Hao, grinning wickedly, fixates on the visibly trembling Sun Wukong, offering a chilling smile. Hehe, Wukong, do not blame me. I am merely assisting you in your transformation into a Super Saiyan. Without this intervention, it would likely take you several more years to succeed. Alas, if I wish to triumph in this contest, I am left with no choice but to resort to such desperate measures. At that moment, Sun Wukong, trembling at the sight of the enormous syringe in Luo Hao's hands, can only think of fleeing. Is this truly intended for me? This individual is utterly terrifying. At this moment, Sun Wukong finally comprehended that, throughout his life, the individual who truly understood all of his weaknesses and flaws was none other than Luo Hao. If Luo Hao wished to bring him down, it would indeed be an effortless endeavor. Furthermore, given Sun Wukong's carefree disposition and pure soul, he appeared to have no legitimate reasons for fear or trepidation. However, the greatest vulnerability of Sun Wukong lay in his aversion to syringes, regardless of the situation. The mere sight of a doctor or a syringe would amplify his feelings of dread to an overwhelming extent, marking it as one of his most significant shortcomings. Nevertheless, Luo Hao showed no mercy in this regard. If he aspired to transform into a Super Saiyan, he required intense emotional fluctuations, and administering a swift injection to Sun Wukong's backside seemed to be the most direct and efficient method. After all, having boasted about his capabilities, he was determined to complete this task within a minute. Otherwise, it would be more than mere embarrassment. It would be akin to a slap in the face. With that in mind, Luo Hao, wielding the enormous syringe, approached Sun Wukong with a sinister grin. "Wukong, it's nothing, just a quick jab. It won't hurt." Yet Sun Wukong recoiled in disbelief. "No way. Are you serious? I'm done playing. Please let me go." As Sun Wukong pleaded for mercy, Luo Hao showed no sign of compassion, brandishing the massive syringe and preparing to plunge it into Sun Wukong's body. After realizing his pleas were futile, Sun Wukong let out a desperate cry and attempted to flee. Luo Hao, seemingly endowed with foresight, anticipated this move. With an inexplicable surge of strength and speed, he swiftly maneuvered behind Sun Wukong just as he leaped into the air and sent him crashing to the ground. In that moment, Sun Wukong felt as if he had lost all courage to rise, and just as he was about to crawl away, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his backside. Turning to glance back, he was horrified to discover that the scoundrel Luo Hao had indeed inserted the enormous syringe, complete with its needle, directly into his rear. At that moment, Sun Wukong resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, erupting in fury right on the spot, accompanied by a shrill cry of despair. A surge of golden energy suddenly erupted from within his body, radiating forth from his chest. In an instant, his entire aura and energy shifted to an entirely different level. Had he truly succeeded? Luo Hao's eyes sparkled with realization as he swiftly removed the syringe from Sun Wukong's rear. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong remained kneeling on the ground, his body engulfed in golden flames, his hair standing erect, and his once black pupils transformed into a brilliant blue. Is this truly the transformation of a Super Saiyan? At this moment, Sun Wukong can no longer focus on the pain in his lower back. Instead, he is acutely aware of the surging power within his body, seemingly ignited by the intensity of his emotions, which has indeed catalyzed a remarkable transformation. This series of actions left Vegeta, who was reveling in schadenfreude nearby, utterly dumbfounded. Is this truly the legendary Super Saiyan? How can this be possible? With Kakarot's meager strength, he is merely an ordinary low-class warrior. How could he ascend to the status of the fabled Super Saiyan? Both Piccolo and Bulma found themselves utterly astounded. This feat is simply beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, Frieza stood nearby, completely engulfed in a state of bewilderment. Is it really possible for a Saiyan's transformation to manifest in such a manner? Yet, the most conflicted of all was Katra. For as a god of destruction, he could distinctly perceive that, although this Saiyan was indeed no match for Frieza prior to this transformation, the emergence of the golden flames had brought about a profound metamorphosis within Son Goku. While others remained oblivious, Katra, attuned to the energies of the universe, could unmistakably sense the elevation of his power level. This represents a remarkable 50-fold enhancement. How could this seemingly ordinary Saiyan possess such immense potential? It utterly surpasses Ketla's comprehension. While it is understandable that transformation can augment one's power, a mere transformation resulting in a 50-fold increase seems implausible. Ketla now gazes at Luo Hao with a somewhat peculiar expression. Could this fellow be up to some trickery? Yet, that cannot be the case. The artifact he wields is unmistakably Whis' staff, beyond any doubt, and it is impossible for Whis' divine powers to be infused into this Saiyan. If any form of deceit were at play, based solely on his keen sight and divine perception, he would not be deceived. It is evident that the latent potential and capabilities contained within this young man have merely allowed him to elevate his combat prowess 50-fold upon transformation. Although the magnitude of this enhancement is considerable, it remains his own strength. Chapter 145 finds Luo Hao observing Whis with an expression of deep melancholy. It appears that this battle is not as straightforward as he had anticipated. Perhaps Ketla now harbors mixed emotions, filled with resentment. He had not expected such an impressive transformation from his opponent. Nonetheless, he still retains a degree of confidence in Frieza. That individual named Cooler has already achieved a 5th transformation, while Frieza seems to have only attained his 4th. Perhaps there remains a genuine opportunity for victory. Regardless, Ketla does not possess absolute certainty, ultimately placing his hopes on Kik and himself. Should Frieza take the lead, even in defeat, he still believes they hold a fair measure of assurance. Let us observe how events unfold. Ketla's ability to self-regulate is truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, Kik has fully regained his composure from the earlier explosive confrontation. This individual is indeed no ordinary character. The recent display suggests a significant connection to the angelic lineage. Perhaps Lord Ketla has indeed encountered a formidable challenge this time. Regardless of the outcome, this experience has certainly broadened Kik's horizons. Ultimately, he recognizes that he must report these events to the Grand Minister and the Omni King, which may very well constitute his greatest achievement. Very well, then. He shall calmly observe the progression of events. Although this individual possesses the ability to facilitate the Scion's transformation, the mystery of how he came to wield Whis' staff presents a tantalizing intrigue, while he may not fully comprehend it. One thing remains certain: the incident at the Omni King's palace is likely connected to this individual named Luo Hao. Given the series of maneuvers displayed by this person, it is undeniable that he is the architect behind that incident. Yet, how fortunate Whis is that such a prominent figure has emerged within their seventh universe. Contemplating this, a sense of imbalance lingered within him. Yet, Knik recalled the High Priest's parting counsel, leading him to ponder whether his journey alongside Lord Katra to the seventh universe had indeed been a misstep. Nevertheless, having arrived, he resolved to accept the circumstances as they were. The notion of competitions had become insignificant to him. What truly intrigued him was unraveling the identity of this enigmatic individual named Luo Hao. What divine authority did he wield to stir such turmoil in the seventh universe? Regardless of the chaos he might unleash, the High Priest and the Omni King would ultimately be accountable. With this thought, Knik's apprehension dissipated. Although their actions might be somewhat audacious, if they created sufficient commotion, it was certain that the High Priest and the Omni King would intervene on their behalf. With this realization, Knik found peace. Very well, he decided. He would continue to observe how events would unfold. At that moment, Sun Wukong, despite having transformed into a Super Saiyan, was still reveling in the surge of power coursing through his being. Was this truly his strength? Was Luo Hao's notion of transformation to be understood in this manner? It was entirely beyond his comprehension. Meanwhile, Vegeta, gritting his teeth in frustration, cursed under his breath. This is truly a Super Saiyan. That rascal Kakarot has managed to outpace me. As the most exceptional genius among the Scions, how could he be eclipsed by a lesser warrior? Furthermore, judging by their current power levels, Kakarot should not be far behind him. Yet in terms of combat spirit, Vegeta believed himself to be far superior. So why had this individual become a Super Saiyan? If what Luo Hao stated was accurate, that intense emotional fluctuations would trigger the transformation, then considering Vegeta's tumultuous feelings, akin to a roller coaster of extreme imbalance, why was he unable to attain the status of Super Saiyan? Perhaps there lies a secret yet unknown amidst this. But now that this matter has concluded, one must remain by the side of this fellow named Luo Hao. By following him, there exists a genuine possibility of ascending to become the next Super Saiyan. I cannot allow that scoundrel Kakarot to surpass me. In this moment, Vegeta gritted his teeth, wishing he could strike himself in frustration. Observing Son Goku's continued state of bewilderment, Luo Hao glanced at the syringe in his hand and let out a resigned sigh. Suddenly, he tilted his head and was taken aback to find Whis gazing at him with an expression of forlornness. Such a look sent shivers down Luo Hao's spine. How could an angel harbor such a melancholic demeanor? Upon reflection, it made sense. After all, he had used Whis' staff to jab Goku, and it was only natural that Whis would not be in high spirits. Indeed, when he had wielded Beerus' staff to deliver a beating to Kampa, Whis' expression had seemed rather peculiar. Might there be an inseparable bond between an angel and their staff? Perhaps he truly owed Whis an apology. With this thought, Luo Hao gently laid the syringe down and began to manipulate it, soon revealing a staff of resplendent brilliance. As if newly forged, now resting in his hand, this individual has astonishingly reverted it back. How has he accomplished this? It is no longer just Knik and Katra who are unsettled, but even Whis is thoroughly perturbed. Initially, it was assumed that Luo Hao merely intended to wield a scepter to strike Kara, yet unexpectedly, he orchestrated such an elaborate maneuver. While the onlookers remain oblivious, merely spectating the spectacle, Whis, as the party involved, is acutely aware. From the moment his scepter was seized by Luo Hao, he sensed a mournful cry emanating from the angelic scepter. Indeed, the angelic scepter exists in conjunction with his very soul, even if he were amenable. The scepter's descent would render it nearly impossible for another to wield it. However, under the oppressive might of Luo Hao, his angelic scepter exhibited no capacity for resistance, and it was effortlessly appropriated by that fellow. While one might concede the loss, hoping it would be returned after use, Whis was taken aback to discover that this individual had employed some peculiar methods and techniques, the specifics of which eluded him. Astonishingly, he utilized the transformed scepter to assault the entity known as Saya. Regardless of the humiliation inflicted upon a scepter, it appeared devoid of any power to retaliate. For the disparity in their levels was indeed insurmountable. It is truly bewildering how this individual has achieved such a feat. Chapter 146, Kik, allow me to take the second round. Ultimately, what astonished Whis was not only this individual's ability to morph his scepter, but also his capacity to revert it to its original form. This is a significantly greater challenge than merely damaging a scepter. Is this truly the legendary art of capricious mastery? Is this the exquisite essence of his miraculous technique? To wield his staff with such finesse is indeed unparalleled. The melancholic emotion displayed by Whis did not stem from Luo Hao transforming the angelic staff into a syringe to poke Sun Wukong, but rather from the profound humiliation the staff felt after its transformation, evoking a mournful gaze from Whis. After all, to incite such a unique emotion in an angel, Luo Hao must be quite exceptional. However, as the staff reverted to its original form, Luo Hao seemed utterly unconcerned, casually tossing it back to Whis. Yet, Whis heard the joyful hum emanating from his staff mid-air, a sign of its return to a state of elation. "My dear staff, how you have suffered." Contemplating this, Whis gently cradled the staff back into his grasp. Upon contact with Whis's palm, the staff emitted a resonant hum. Was it one of sorrow, grievance, or lament? A myriad of emotions surged within Whis's heart, nearly bringing him to tears. How much indignity had his staff endured, all thanks to that rogue Luo Hao? Was it truly necessary for the transformation into a super scion? Was it worth subjecting his weapon to such humiliation? Meanwhile, Luo Hao remained oblivious to Whis's mournful expression and the staff's palpable discontent, merely patting Sun Wukong on the shoulder and saying, "Wukong, I can assist you no further. Your task now is to deliver a sound thrashing to that fellow named Frieza. If you emerge victorious, perhaps I shall bestow upon you a grand surprise." At this, Sun Wukong retorted, "What surprise could you possibly have for me? Surely it won't be another fright? You are truly outrageous, knowing my aversion to syringes. You still dare to use one to scare me. This time, it seems I've been thoroughly cast aside." Yet Luo Hao paid no heed to Sun Wukong's complaints, only chuckling. "Regardless, your strength has seen a tremendous enhancement, has it not?" At this point, Sun Wukong found himself at a loss for words. While the two engaged in the seemingly trivial banter, a cold voice from Ketla interjected, "Enough. You two. This has gone on long enough. You've wasted ample time. Let us commence. Should our time be squandered listening to your unproductive chatter?" Clearly, Lord Ketla was somewhat impatient. "Very well, let us dispense with the pleasantries. The competition now begins." With that, Luo Hao leaped beside Whis, patting him on the shoulder. "Oh Whis, do not be so petty. Later, comfort your staff well, and it shall heal." At this, Whis felt his heart bleed. "You make it sound so simple. It's not your sacred artifact." As anticipated by Luo Hao, the transformation of Son Goku into a Super Saiyan proved to be an unequivocal success in confronting the cosmic tyrant Frieza without any unforeseen occurrences. Goku decisively subdued Frieza, pummeling him mercilessly into the ground, and the ensuing outcome unfolded precisely as the onlookers had predicted. The sole source of frustration for Katra was the realization that the warrior he had placed such high hopes upon, Frieza, was indeed being ruthlessly dominated by the Super Saiyan Goku. The individual known as Sun Wukong appears to be quite distinct from other Saiyans, astonishingly. He refrained from delivering a fatal blow to Frieza, merely rendering him unconscious, much like discarding a tattered sack, before casting Frieza at Quitra's feet. At this moment, Katra is consumed by profound regret, lamenting the decision to allow them to engage in transformation. It seems he has unwittingly brought misfortune upon himself. It is evident that this entity named Frieza possesses no further capacity to fight. How could this troublesome lad named Sun Wukong possess such remarkable potential? Though baffled, the outcome of the first match was inevitable. They suffered a defeat. Immediately, Katra gritted his teeth, hesitated not a moment longer, clenched his fists, and prepared to enter the arena. With me, Katra, even facing two opponents does not instill fear. For Katra, taking on two adversaries posed no significant challenge. Moreover, he harbored absolute confidence in his own abilities. Unless the formidable Beerus from Universe 7 intervened personally, he regarded the others as inconsequential. Even in the unlikely event that Beerus did appear, Katra felt boundless assurance, recalling how he had once managed to break Beerus's arm in a past arm wrestling competition. Although he resembled an ordinary giant rodent, this rodent was the most powerful of its kind in the universe, and in this regard, Katra remained steadfastly confident. Just as Katra was about to step onto the battlefield, a dreamlike angelic staff suddenly materialized before him, halting him mid-air. Katra was momentarily taken aback, recognizing that it was his angel, Kik, who wielded the staff. Kik gently sighed. "Lord Katra, please remain patient. As the ace of our team, It would be prudent to save your strength for the final round. Allow me to take the second match. We can ill afford another loss. However, Katra retorted with irritation. Kik, what do you mean by that? Do you truly believe that if I personally engage in the second match, we would still be defeated? Spare me the jest. While you, as an angel, have imparted many skills and abilities to us, do not forget that as an angel, you cannot fight at full strength. If the opponent proves excessively formidable, requiring your utmost effort, you might inexplicably vanish. In such a scenario, I would rather we lose our wager than risk losing you as a valuable companion. At this juncture, Kik felt a flicker of emotion, surprised that despite Quitra's usual frivolity, he genuinely cared for his well-being in critical moments. Yet, Kik soon sighed again. Lord Katra, my decision to intervene this time is not solely for our wager. Do you not find this fellow named Luo Hao to be rather peculiar? After Kik's subtle hint, Katra appeared to grasp a notion of the situation. The identity and abilities of this fellow, Luo Hao, were indeed extraordinary, distinctly surpassing those of the ordinary individuals he had encountered. In Chapter 147, The Battle of Angels. Although he sensed that Luo Hao's methods were rather peculiar, he did not genuinely regard Luo Hao's strength as a concern. After all, within the vast cosmos, angels could not exert their full power. In Ketra's perspective, only a destroyer could contend with another destroyer. He dismissed everyone else entirely. Of course, the Supreme Kai and the Omni King in the Void Realm represented a different concept, one not comparable to entities within the ordinary universe. However, upon witnessing Kik's unwavering gaze, Katra felt a flicker of unease. What do you mean? Why must you personally intervene? Kik sighed again, stating, isn't this a matter of necessity? I sense that Luo Hao's identity is exceedingly enigmatic, and his abilities defy conventional understanding. I believe it is prudent for me to participate in this match. At the very least, I can ascertain his weaknesses or hidden cards. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. Even if we cannot engage in full combat, I can at least gauge his capabilities. Consider this. If I thoroughly comprehend his identity and methods, when you, Lord Katra, take the stage, what new surprises could they possibly present? It would be impossible. However, if I am to conclude the match, I cannot unleash my full potential, which would significantly diminish my combat effectiveness. What do you think, Lord Katra? Katra pondered for a moment. That seems reasonable. Allowing Kik to test the waters is wise. Although Kik cannot unleash his full power, even if he cannot defeat the enemy, he is unlikely to lose. As long as Kik either ties or wins this round, it would greatly expand the tactical options for Ketra's subsequent entry. After all, Beerus is currently absent, and the opponent's strongest contender is likely that brooding figure, Whis. Once Whis is dealt with, this Luo Hao fellow will not be able to conjure any new tricks. With these calculations in mind, Katra made a decisive choice. Very well. You shall personally enter the fray for the second match, but heed this. Do not engage in a fierce battle, for I cannot withstand the wrath of the Supreme Kai. Kik responded with a reassuring glance. Do you not trust me on this? I would never recklessly undertake a suicidal mission. It all depends on whom they send. At this point, Kik stepped forward, wielding his angelic staff, and smiled at Whis. For the second match, I shall be your opponent. Who do you intend to send forth? Seeing Kik's calm demeanor, Whis was momentarily taken aback. What? They are sending an angel to battle in the second match? This completely shattered Whis' expectations. He had anticipated that the second match would inevitably feature Katra himself. However, with just a slight maneuver from Luo Hao, defeating Katra would pose no challenge. In this best-of-3 format, having already secured 2 victories, there seemed to be no need for a third battle. To my astonishment, in the second match, the opponent dispatched the Angel of Universe for Kik. What was this unexpected turn of events? Did they not comprehend that angels cannot fight at full capacity? Or did they believe that an angel could effortlessly deal with Luo Hao? Surely not. It appeared that the opponent was genuinely oblivious to Luo Hao's true capabilities, as they deployed such a formidable force, leaving Whis in a state of perplexity. However, upon further reflection, clarity emerged. Kik was merely being cunning. He was convinced that with a legitimate angel on his side, no one in an ordinary universe could contend with them. Moreover, he seemed determined to probe the depths of their opponent's strength, for they could no longer afford to lose. Given this, if Kik were to engage in battle and they emerged victorious, it would still result in dire consequences. As provoking an angel to fall due to such a trivial incident would undoubtedly be difficult to justify before the Grand Minister and the Omni King. Realizing this, Whis discerned Kik's strategy. He was emboldened by overconfidence. No matter how powerful an ordinary human might be, they could never rival an angel. Furthermore, should a true master face an angel, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. Regardless of Luo Hao's might, confronting a genuine angel, even if he were to overpower Knik, would lead to severe repercussions. If he were to force Knik to unleash his full power, the entire universe would suffer irreparable harm, and the ensuing chaos would be monumental. With a soft sigh, Whis thought, Knik, you truly overstep your bounds. Yet, he soon devised a counter-strategy. You are blissfully unaware of the terrifying existence you are confronting. Contemplating Luo Hao's identity, he mused, if you were aware of who Luo Hao truly is, I doubt you would be so eager to engage in combat. And as for you, Katra, you fool, even now you cannot see the tremendous strength of your opponent. Such ignorance tarnishes the title of the foremost destroyer of Universe 4. However, I can seize this opportunity to observe Luo Hao's true prowess. Though I cannot fight Luo Hao with all my might, Knik, if you choose to court your own demise, then I shall not be to blame. With a hearty laugh, was prepared to push Luo Hao into the fray. Only for Luo Hao to cross his arms and gesture to Katra with a tilt of his chin. Very well, since you are so insistent on sending forth your angel, it would seem somewhat unfair for me to deploy another. Whis, you shall take the field for the second match. Whis was momentarily taken aback. What? This fellow actually dares to suggest that I step into the arena? He then pointed to himself in disbelief. Are you referring to me? Do you truly want me to fight in the second match? Seeing Luo Hao nodding earnestly, he remarked, of course. This is a once-in-a-millennium battle of angels. Although it may seem rather dull, I have never witnessed such an event and wish to bear witness to it. What do you think, Lord Katra? Katra, taken aback, stammered. What is this? An angel fighting an angel? I've never seen such inner conflict among angels before. He recalled that while there had been disputes between the 12 angels and the 12 destroyers, he had only heard of disagreements between destroyers and Supreme Kais. Throughout his tenure as a destroyer, he had never observed a battle between angels. Though he had heard of minor frictions among certain angels, none had escalated to physical confrontations. Luo Hao's words ignited a flicker of anticipation within Kara. Perhaps this time, he would indeed witness something extraordinary. Chapter 148. Luo Hao is on vacation on Namek. The prospect of a confrontation between Knik and Whis might truly be the most significant gossip in millennia. He chuckled to himself. Considering that this event would be worthy of boasting about in history, the thought of angels clashing had never even crossed his mind until now. All thanks to the innovative Luo Hao. Not only did he wish to see it, but Katra also felt a swell of excitement. He genuinely hoped Whis would agree to participate. In terms of strength, the battle between these two would undoubtedly be cataclysmic, casting the sun and moon into darkness. But that would be a matter for another time. At the very least, both angels had cultivated their time reversal abilities to an extraordinary level. Even if they were to inflict significant damage upon the seventh universe, as long as one retained even a shred of divine power, they could fully utilize time reversal, ensuring that the seventh universe would not suffer irreversible harm. Should the two truly find themselves in dire straits, the Grand Minister would undoubtedly intervene. Did they dare to escalate things to such an extent? It seemed unlikely, given the timid natures of Knik and Whis. Nevertheless, despite the unforeseen nature of it all, witnessing a full-scale battle between angels would validate this journey. With this thought in mind, Katra nodded repeatedly, much like a chick pecking at grains, exclaiming, Yes, yes. I am truly looking forward to this. I have never seen a battle between angels before. Suddenly, Katra felt a twinge of discomfort regarding his identity and position. It seemed rather inappropriate for him to voice such sentiments. This statement should have belonged to that fellow, Luo Hao. Yet, in a moment of self-satisfaction, he had unwittingly disregarded the feelings of Knik and Whis and had nodded in agreement. However, once words are spoken, they cannot be retracted. Regretting them now would serve no purpose. Reflecting on it, it was clear that Knik had insisted on participating, making Whis' involvement entirely justifiable. At this point, Katra had cast aside all burdens, and regardless of the outcome, witnessing the clash of angels was indeed worthwhile. Knik twisted his stiff neck and glanced at Katra. Observing Quitra's enthusiastic demeanor, he sighed helplessly, pondering how much Katra yearned to witness the internal strife among them angels. However, it made sense. Since coming of age and being assigned by his esteemed father, the Grand Priest, to oversee the fourth universe, he had never witnessed siblings engaging in combat within any universe. Perhaps this would set a precedent. Nevertheless, it mattered little. After all, they were merely siblings, and a friendly sparring session with Whis was hardly a significant affair. Internal conflicts among angels, though previously unseen, did not imply they would not occur in the future. With this thought, Kik felt a sense of relief and smiled openly, saying, "Well then, Whis, let us commence." Whis, with a resigned smile, replied, "Very well, it has indeed been a while since I last sparred with my siblings. Let this be our occasion for practice." He then sighed, lowering his head as he made his way to the center of the arena. Kik also refrained from lingering on the matter any further and leisurely walked towards the arena's center. The most astonished observer of this scene was none other than Bulma, who had been watching with keen interest. Excitedly, she grasped Luo Hao's arm and exclaimed, "Luo Hao, I must say, this is quite an eye-opener. You've always claimed Whis as a master. I can hardly wait to witness such a skilled combatant in action. Should we perhaps take cover? I've heard that battles between masters can result in widespread destruction. Is that not the case?" Luo Hao merely stifled a yawn. "Indeed. But battles between angels can be rather dull, Bulma. Perhaps you should release my arm. Your concerns seem misplaced. Do you truly believe Whis will engage in physical combat akin to Goku and Piccolo?" He continued, "Let me inform you, Whis is a genuine angel, a true master among them, and his prowess is beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings." Bulma huffed in response, "Humph, as if I were unaware. Can this fellow even perform any impressive feats? Regardless, should we not prepare ourselves as spectators? After all, this will be my first formal encounter with Whis in action." Luo Hao pondered for a moment, realizing that Bulma's words indeed held a semblance of truth. Observing the excited expressions on the faces of Son Goku, Piccolo, and Vegeta, he mused, "These three fellows are drastically outmatched by Whis. If they wish to achieve victory, they are merely indulging in fanciful thoughts, for the disparity in their levels is simply too vast. Furthermore, Bulma, a mere genius girl from Earth, surprisingly exhibits an interest in such violent confrontations. Has her prolonged association with me led her astray? Nonetheless, none of this truly matters. If we are to witness the battle of angels, we shall do so with clarity." With that, Luo Hao extended a hand towards Bulma, saying, "Hand it over, Bulma." Bulma paused momentarily, bewildered. "What on earth is this?" Luo Hao retorted, somewhat irked. "What else could it be? Naturally, it's the interstellar cooking utensils you prepared. Aren't you going to bring them out?" "What? New cooking utensils?" Whis is about to engage in a life-or-death battle with his opponent. "And you still have the presence of mind to think of a picnic?" Luo Hao clapped his hands, asserting, "You're overthinking it. Whis and his adversary hold little reference value to one another, and their battle will likely extend for quite some time, rendering it rather tedious. I cannot quite fathom why I feel this way, but regardless, if we intend to observe the match thoroughly, one ought to treat oneself well." Bulma contemplated briefly. "That seems reasonable. The previous battle between Goku and Frieza concluded so swiftly that I scarcely felt its impact. With this next match about to commence, and Luo Hao claiming it will be a lengthy affair, having someone to prepare delicious food would not be unwelcome." With a smile brightening her face, Bulma promptly retrieved a brand new universal capsule from her pocket. With a pop, an array of various cooking utensils from Earth materialized before everyone. Piccolo, Son Goku, and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances, bemused by the spectacle. Isn't it amusing? Do they not comprehend the nature of their mission and plans on Namek? Could it be that these two truly believe they are on a leisurely holiday? However, seeing how thoroughly Bulma was prepared, Luo Hao felt a wave of exasperation. This girl seems to genuinely regard this journey to Namek as an ordinary interstellar vacation. Well, if it is indeed a holiday, then let us indulge in a festive feast. Chapter 149. Vegeta resolutely aligned himself with Luo Hao's faction. Observing Whis and Kik assume their positions and exchange formalities, it was evident that these two possessed a modicum of martial virtue, truly a rare sight. At this moment, Katra stood there, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he fixated on the battle between Kik and Whis. In Katra's perception, angels were not a warrior race. Although his skills and abilities were meticulously imparted by Kik, witnessing Kik engage in combat with someone of Whis' caliber was an unprecedented experience for him. Meanwhile, Roheo, with a bright demeanor, called out to Katra, "My Lord Katra, are you merely going to stand there and watch? Why not consider joining us for this gathering?" "What? You expect me to partake in a gathering with your lot? Don't be ridiculous." Katra retorted coolly, standing with arms crossed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Kik and Whis. Fearing he might miss even the slightest detail of their confrontation, a monumental loss indeed. Among the myriad of destructive deities, witnessing a genuine clash between angels was a rarity he cherished. Contemplating this, Katra felt a flicker of pride within him. How utterly ignorant these humans of the seventh universe were. Such a rare angelic battle unfolding, and they wished to engage in a mere barbecue soiree? They clearly lacked an understanding of priorities. Associating with such a crowd felt like a disgrace. If it weren't for the significant stakes involved in this wager, I certainly wouldn't waste my time here with you. As Whis and Kik took their positions, they exchanged a knowing smile. Whis summoned his angelic staff, and Kik, with a graceful motion, presented his own celestial artifact before them. Thus, both held their staffs, their bodies gently levitating as they gazed into each other's eyes with profound intensity. As if two kindred souls were engaged in a heartfelt conversation, Katra pondered in disbelief over this seemingly profound exchange. Meanwhile, following Luo Hao's playful remarks, the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Bulma set up a barbecue grill brought from Earth, while Goku and Piccolo amusingly prepared skewers. Only Vegeta remained, utterly perplexed by the display of camaraderie between the two factions. It seems preparations for an outdoor barbecue are truly underway. What are these Earthlings thinking? Although Katra across the way appears nonchalant on the surface, an undercurrent of tension courses through him, suggesting that this celestial battle may not be as straightforward as he had anticipated. Considering the identities of Whis and Kik, Vegeta is equally riddled with anxiety. As Vegeta grapples with his inner turmoil, he suddenly feels a gentle pat on his shoulder. Taken aback, he turns to discover none other than son Goku, who is merrily engaged in the barbecue. Goku, with a warm smile, invites Vegeta, "Would you care to join me? One must be well fed to muster the strength for battle. Perhaps once they are finished, we may yet have that anticipated duel." Gazing at Goku's amiable demeanor, Vegeta's teeth grind in frustration. "You wretched fool, are you not taking advantage of me? I distinctly saw that you have learned to transform into a Super Saiyan. And now you seek to battle me? We are not even on the same plane. Is this simpleton, who appears so naive, actually a cunning strategist? Does he intend to use this opportunity to obliterate me on the spot? No, it cannot be. Kakarot, this lowly creature, has become a Super Saiyan. How is this possible?" Vegeta remains unwilling to confront the harsh truth, yet reality strikes him with undeniable force. Until he learns to transform himself, he will never be able to rival Goku. A fact he understands all too well. He glances over at Frieza, whom Goku had just bested, still unconscious and discarded like a tattered sack. Yet, this being has long claimed the title of Cosmic Emperor. Though his current strength may be insufficient, his future potential remains uncertain. Moreover, the enmity of the entire Saiyan race now rests upon Vegeta and the unconscious Frieza. At this moment, Vegeta is overwhelmed with conflicting emotions, utterly incapable of settling down to reflect. Observing Goku, he recalls that, at his current strength, Goku should not be his equal on Earth. How could such a short span of time have allowed him to master the Super Saiyan transformation, facilitated by that individual named Luo Hao, with just a massive syringe? This Luo Hao transformed Kakarot into a Super Saiyan and subsequently had him mercilessly dominate his ultimate adversary, Frieza. Though Vegeta struggles to accept this reality, it seems that everything originates from this figure, Luo Hao, a truth he has witnessed firsthand. This individual not only possesses the ability to handle everyone present, but even his formidable ally, Beerus, appears somewhat inadequate in the presence of Luo Hao. What remarkable qualities does this Earthling possess? He is certainly no ordinary being. However, all this curiosity and contemplation were swiftly dismissed by Vegeta. What he truly needed was to enhance his own strength. Only by elevating his power could everything become comprehensible and justifiable. If he could successfully transform into a Super Saiyan in the future and decisively overcome Kakarot, everything would fall into place. Perhaps this was indeed the most opportune moment to infiltrate Earth. The man named Luo Hao seemed entirely indifferent to his presence, and Kakarot had even extended a gesture of goodwill towards him. The usually taciturn Piccolo was also unusually quiet, taking advantage of Frieza's deep slumber. Perhaps establishing a rapport with them could provide him an opportunity to become a Super Saiyan himself. Enduring humiliation and aligning with Luo Hao for a while might yield significant breakthroughs. With this resolve, Vegeta clenched his teeth, determined to proceed. Despite his bloodshot eyes and the visible strain in his demeanor, he forced a smile and approached the barbecue grill, grabbing a skewer of meat and devouring it voraciously. Regardless of the circumstances, I must master the Super Saiyan transformation. Otherwise, where would I, Vegeta, find my place in this world and the universe? Thus, Vegeta resolutely aligned himself with Luo Hao's faction. Chapter 150. The two great angels engage in a fierce battle. This series of audacious maneuvers by Vegeta left Goku and Piccolo momentarily astonished. How could this proud scion choose our side so swiftly? Moreover, he appeared to be indulging himself without any regard for his outsider status. A glance at Luo Hao revealed that he seemed completely unconcerned with Vegeta's actions. This young man appears to be utterly indifferent to the thoughts or actions of a minor character like Vegeta. Well, since the formidable Luo Hao has remained silent, Goku and Piccolo have also chosen to disregard him. After all, if even Frieza has been subdued by Goku, why should they fear any new antics from this insignificant Vegeta? Meanwhile, Katra has no inclination to engage with such a trivial figure, as he perceives Vegeta's abilities as scarcely worth consideration. However, the most maddening occurrence for Katra has already transpired. On the arena, Kik merely holds his staff lightly, gazing at Whis with a subtle smile. He neither unleashes his power nor adopts a combative stance. He simply gestures gently towards Whis with his staff. In an astonishing mirroring of this action, Whis, too, raises his staff and lightly points it towards Kik. Thus, the staffs of both parties unexpectedly converge in midair, touching softly without any display of force or energy. This gentle contact causes the two staffs to gradually coalesce in the void above. What on earth is this? Could this be a battle between angels? Both parties, wielding their staffs, displayed grave expressions as they slowly closed their eyes. At this moment, Quitella's heart was tumultuous, filled with a storm of thoughts. Did battles among angels require some form of ritual? He had never heard of such a thing. Although he had listened to Kik recount tales of friction and conflict among angels, he had never been informed of any battles between them. Was it possible that this encounter with Vizzy required an angelic ceremony? That seemed utterly implausible. Now, Quitella found himself racking his mind, struggling to recall any prior experiences regarding conflicts among angels that might grant him insight. This is entirely unconventional. If this is indeed a battle among angels, it verges on the absurd. It seems this just has gone a bit too far. Meanwhile, Luo Hao sighed nonchalantly, acknowledging that, as he recalled, battles between angels were rather tedious. He wondered how long Whis and Kik would prolong this farce. Thankfully, he had adequately prepared, for otherwise this period would have been exceedingly arduous. After all, whether a match is exhilarating or visually appealing is secondary. At the very least, it could serve to pass the time. Yet, observing the angels' conflict, where the two simply stood in silence, eyes closed, engaged in a meditative struggle, lacked any semblance of beauty or thrill. In this moment, Luo Hao remained focused on his barbecue. Rather than squander time alongside them, it was far more prudent to satiate his hunger. Perhaps that was the priority at hand. Noticing the bewildered expressions of those around him, he sighed inwardly, pondering how much longer this angelic confrontation would continue. It was hardly their fault, after all. No one had witnessed what an angelic battle entailed. With this thought, Luo Hao sighed softly, contemplating whether his barbecue might entice his appetite, potentially hastening the conclusion of the conflict with Kik. Otherwise, who knew how long this would drag on? However, it mattered little. After all, the ideal adversary for an angel was another angel. Any other opponent, regardless of the outcome, seemed unfavorable for them, since Kik had taken the initiative to engage. There was no alternative but to let Whis take the stage as well. In that case, he could later deal with Katra, ensuring a certain victory. Bulma, Vegeta, Goku, and Piccolo, however, were utterly perplexed by the unfolding scenario. Bulma, with concern etched on her face, tugged at Luo Hao's sleeve and inquired, "Luo Hao, what is Whis doing? Are they engaging in some sort of ritual?" Luo Hao gently shook his head. "No, their conflict has already commenced. Did you not notice? It appears quite intense." "What?" Even the technologically astute Bulma could no longer maintain her composure. The two stood there, eyes closed, smiling at one another. Was this truly the essence of a battle among angels? Their staffs merely brushed against each other in midair. Was this the commencement of a match? How dreadfully dull. Indeed, Luo Hao raised his hands in exasperation. I mentioned earlier that battles between angels hold no significance. Well, they must be constructing their own spiritual realms, engaging in sparring within those confines. After all, the power of angels is formidable. Should they clash in an ordinary cosmic space, it would inflict irreversible damage upon the universe, something they surely wish to avoid. In other words, the angelic race is a peace-loving species, and it is rather unrealistic to expect them to engage in frenzied combat with full force. However, should they wish to distinguish between strengths and weaknesses, they would construct an entirely new realm of the soul wherein they could fully engage in various experiences. This would be their optimal choice. Are you unaware that if Whis were to unleash his full power, he would inexplicably vanish? Accompanied by this series of explanations from Luo Hao, Bulma became even more bewildered. Well, I never anticipated that such a legendary expert would adhere to so many rules. Therefore, Luo Hao shrugged his shoulders. There is no alternative. To prevent any unforeseen incidents involving the angels, we must allow them to contend with one another. As this is the best resolution, you may enjoy your barbecue in peace. Perhaps I will grill a bit more to enhance the flavor. If Whis succumbs to temptation, he might awaken all the sooner. One can only hope. Bulma could only sigh in response. Son Goku and Piccolo, however, were somewhat unconvinced and inquired, Luo Hao, isn't this their ritual? Can they truly maintain this stance indefinitely? That seems unlikely, doesn't it? Observing Son Goku and Piccolo's skepticism, Luo Hao chuckled, it matters not. If you wish to watch, feel free, as long as you do not interfere with them. Who knows how long it will last? On the surface, their strengths appear comparable. Yet a victor could still emerge. However, should they truly engage in a full-fledged battle on site, our universe might struggle to withstand the consequences. Even if it could endure, these two would unleash their true might, perhaps resulting in their simultaneous disappearance. You wouldn't desire to lose a good friend like Whis, would you? The two nodded vigorously in agreement. Chapter 151, The Dull Battle of Angels. Given this, refraining from allowing them to fight in their angelic manner may indeed be the wisest choice, that you shall not witness any thrilling scenes. If you wish to observe their celestial conflict, there exists an alternative avenue, though it seems premature to discuss it now. Should such an event arise again, you may consult Whis about witnessing their battle in the realm of souls. It could greatly enhance your martial prowess. However, pondering such matters now holds no significance. Let us seize this moment to dine. How does my barbecue fare? Son Goku exclaimed with delight. I previously only knew you for your delicious noodles, but I had no idea your barbecue was even more delectable. I also heard from Whis that your coffee is exceptional. Luo Hao retorted playfully. Goku, you are truly excessive. Have I become your personal chef? Your appetite is insatiable. If I were catering to an ordinary person, I could provide ample sustenance. Yet look at Piccolo, he can satiate himself with merely a glass of water. Piccolo retorted with irritation, we are Namekians. We have no choice but to drink pure water. Devoid of these trivialities, Sun Wukong, with an expression of disdain, replied, Piccolo, you possess many admirable qualities, yet you fail to savor the joys of life. What do you mean, old son? Just because you can transform into a Super Saiyan, you believe yourself to be unparalleled? Piccolo countered defiantly. These two individuals unexpectedly found themselves embroiled in a trivial exchange of words. Bulma cast a discontented glance at the voraciously devouring Vegeta, pondering, how long has this fellow gone without a meal? Why does he eat with such reckless abandon, akin to Goku? Is it possible that all Saiyans possess this peculiar talent? At that moment, Vegeta had initially intended to partake in only a couple of symbolic bites. But upon tasting the delectable flavor of the roasted meat, he could not restrain himself. He had never experienced such exquisite cuisine before. How can this be possible? This individual possesses not only extraordinary strength but also remarkable culinary skills. It is no wonder that someone like Whis, a servant of Lord Beerus, willingly chooses to stay by Luo Hao's side. With mere delicacies, Luo Hao can attract formidable talents to his vicinity. Perhaps enhancing one's culinary abilities would be a commendable pursuit. Although Whis may not overtly display his prowess, the demeanor of the god of destruction, Katra, suggests that Whis is certainly not an ordinary figure. It is evident that Lord Beerus is absent from the scene, and Katra has been in negotiations with Whis throughout. This implies that Whis holds a significant position here, one that is not trivial. Reflecting upon this, it becomes clear, Frieza, who claims to be the emperor of the universe, fears nothing but is most terrified of Lord Beerus. Katra, who clearly shares a comparable status with Beerus, must be a formidable entity in his own right. Thus, while Vegeta appears to indulge in the feast, his focus remains fixed on Whis and Kik. Since both parties have declared this a battle of the century, it certainly warrants special attention. It is also crucial to keep an eye on Luo Hao, who, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, does not strike one as an ordinary individual. Consequently, all attention remains riveted on the two angels, Whis and Kik, eager to witness their every move. However, the spectators soon find themselves engulfed in a profound sense of disappointment. As time flows swiftly like a gentle stream, a minute passes, and the two stand silently, staff in hand, their expressions grave, eyes tightly closed. Seemingly engaged in a soul-stirring contest, yet exhibiting no discernible changes. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes glide by unnoticed. Bulma, patting her round belly, exclaims, "I'm so full," and loses interest in the duel between Whis and Kik, opting instead to attend to her own affairs. An hour and a half later, Goku and Vegeta feel utterly stuffed, and these two scions drift into their own pursuits out of boredom. Even Piccolo, who had initially been focused on observing the battle, yawns in disinterest. Are these two even fighting? With both Goku and the brilliant Vegeta losing interest, one cannot help but wonder what is transpiring here. As Piccolo yawns, time continues to pass languidly. 3 hours, 5 hours, and soon an entire day quietly slips away. Even Frieza, deeply unconscious on the ground, begins to rouse. Bewildered by the scene before him, what on earth is happening? How could the pain be so excruciating? Moreover, it seems as though I have been in slumber for an eternity. Quatella, that fellow, is trembling slightly. Could it be from excitement or perhaps fury? Yet, Lord Quatella remains standing here, which indicates that my massacre may not have wrought irreversible devastation. In light of this, I shall continue to feign death, biding my time until they determine the victor. Perhaps I might seize an opportunity amidst the chaos. Thus, our illustrious cosmic emperor, Lord Frieza, lies upon the cold floor, persisting in his charade of death. For should he awaken now, whether confronted by Quatella or Son Goku, he would find himself in a rather awkward predicament. Consequently, Frieza opts to maintain his ruse. Throughout this day, the once confident Quatella has now descended into a state of utter bewilderment. What is the situation, exactly? Is the battle of angels merely two individuals staring blankly at each other? This, indeed, is exceedingly unexpected. I never anticipated that Kik and Whis would resort to such tactics. However, since events have unfolded as they have, we can only await the subsequent outcomes in silence. Observing Whis' companions indulging themselves in a leisurely sunbath while listening to music, one might wonder if this is the demeanor befitting a sacred battle. They appear rather indifferent, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the outcome of this conflict holds the fate and direction of two universes in its balance. Such a frivolous attitude is astonishing. At this moment, Katra finds himself less concerned about the clash between the two angels and more infuriated by their nonchalance, nearly provoking a cerebral incident. Chapter 152, Bulma's Brazen Theft. Yet, upon reflection, one can adopt a more carefree perspective. Indeed, as a god of destruction, I fully comprehend the significance of this battle. However, to a group of mere mortals from an ordinary universe, what do they truly understand? It is rather absurd that I am here, engaging in earnest discourse with these mortals. As long as that rascal Whis draws breath, my soul contract with him remains unbreakable. Even if the matter escalates to the realm of the Omni King and the Grand Priest, he will have grounds to argue. With such thoughts, Katra finds solace. As long as Kik does not falter in this critical second round, he remains confident in a potential reversal, provided Beerus does not intervene. Nevertheless, what if Beerus does arrive? Would he truly dare to engage in a fierce battle within this mundane universe? Even if Beerus were to forsake everything and confront him head-on, Katra is no pushover. At that moment, the entirety of the seventh universe shall tremble beneath my feet. Should you acknowledge your transgressions, I shall reclaim these 50 planets for our fourth universe, elevating it to a premier status among universes. At that juncture, even the Omni King and the Grand Priest would find no justification to erase our fourth universe from existence. Thus, the seventh universe would become mere history. Once it is obliterated, the sixth universe shall not endure for long either. Zampa, Bardos, your days of ease are numbered. Yet, at present, you remain unaware that a fierce battle is unfolding here. Were you to realize this, the future would hold surprises unimagined. Time gradually flowed by, and 3 days passed in quietude. The two magnificent angels remained as they were, standing solemnly in the arena, staffs in hand, their expressions grave. The crowd had descended into a state of utter madness. Is this truly the legendary angelic battle? 3 days have elapsed, and even the grass has begun to sprout around them. Yet, neither their movements nor their expressions have shifted even slightly as they continue to stand in silence. How much longer must we wait? The crowd has completely shifted their focus away from the two angels. Time passes swiftly, and everyone remains industrious. Bulma is the first to realize that witnessing the battle between these celestial beings is indeed a squander of her life. Taking advantage of the fact that the cosmic tyrant Frieza is currently incapacitated, she does not hesitate to dash towards Frieza's sole remaining vintage spacecraft, armed with her toolbox, and audaciously begins to dismantle the last energy engine aboard. Perhaps this is the final hope for Bulma to construct a brand new time machine. With such boldness in her scientific endeavors, she truly possesses a remarkable spirit. In the realm of technological prowess, everything can be revisited. While Bulma busies herself with her tasks, Piccolo and Goku also find their respective pursuits, as continuing to watch the celestial duel proves to be rather tedious. Suddenly, Goku recalls that their spaceship appears to house a brand new gravity chamber and training room. Since boredom abounds, he decides to train there to enhance his strength. After all, Roheo had previously informed him that even achieving Super Saiyan status is not the zenith of a Saiyon's potential. Recognizing that there is room for improvement, Goku resolutely engages in rigorous training within the gravity chamber. For someone of his caliber, any means of strengthening himself is acceptable. Thus, Goku maintains his training regimen in the form of a Super Saiyan. Indeed, he learned from Roheo that to augment his power, mere conventional training would not yield significant results. By consistently retaining his Super Saiyan state, he would gradually acclimate to its demands, ultimately enabling him to enter a full-powered Super Saiyan mode. This will undoubtedly lay a solid foundation for the transformation into Super Saiyan 2 or even Super Saiyan 3 in the future, with a clear training direction established. There is no reason to squander time here. Thus, in plain sight of Vegeta and Piccolo, Goku fervently engages in his training to enhance his strength. At this moment, Goku's relentless pursuit of improvement leaves Vegeta utterly astounded, his anger simmering within. This Kakarot, astonishingly, seems entirely unbothered by the competition. Having meticulously devised a training regimen and now fervently pursuing his ascension, is he not already sufficiently powerful? If this continues, perhaps I will find my own strength drifting ever further from his. How could such a thing possibly occur? This was utterly unacceptable to the proud Vegeta. At this moment, his thoughts turned to the 7 Dragon Balls resting on the ground. Indeed, how foolish he had been. While fixating on the battle between the two angels, he had entirely overlooked the existence of the Dragon Balls. Wasn't he his primary purpose for coming to Namek to gather all 7 Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish for immortality? Even if the dream of eternal life could not be realized, he could at least make a wish to the eternal dragon to become a Super Saiyan, thus narrowing the gap between him and Kakarot. Resolute in his decision, he set forth to act, seizing the opportunity while the others were preoccupied. Each seemingly engrossed in their own affairs, he thought that if he could acquire the Dragon Balls, everything would fall into place effortlessly. Vegeta's spirits soared with this notion. However, he soon faced the disheartening realization that despite the lack of attention on the 7 Dragon Balls, no matter how he arranged them in peculiar formations or how intense his desires were, the Dragon Balls remained inert, devoid of any reaction, driving him to the brink of frustration. Although he had gathered all 7, it appeared he was incapable of using them, plunging him into a profound state of inner turmoil. The irony of having the Dragon Balls before him yet being unable to utilize them was staggering. Vegeta found himself cursing his fate. What transgression had led to such a woeful predicament? He could not avenge his grudge against Frieza, while Kakarot's strength surged ahead, leaving him feeling like a mere jester, trapped in a limbo from which he could neither advance nor retreat. How could his proud nature endure such humiliation? Now, all hope lay before him, yet he felt utterly powerless. Ultimately, Vegeta recognized the futility of wasting time in this manner. Ah, wasn't there a Namekian by the name of Piccolo? Perhaps this Piccolo fellow might possess some innovative ideas. Thus, Vegeta feigned indifference, redirecting his focus to the clash between Whis and Kik, momentarily setting aside thoughts of the Dragon Balls. Yet, within the depths of his heart, he remained restless, constantly churning with concern over their fate. Chapter 153. Vegeta's unyielding ambitions. Piccolo's actions did not disappoint Vegeta, for he suddenly perceived a transmission, as if receiving some directive. With a delicate gesture, Piccolo extended a finger toward the assembled Dragon Balls, and in that moment, the 7 orbs rose into the air, soaring toward an unknown destination. This action, however, went entirely unnoticed by everyone, with the sole exception of Vegeta. Was this fellow truly intending to seize the Dragon Balls? He chuckled to himself, pondering that if he stealthily followed, he might uncover the secrets of the Dragon Balls, thereby fulfilling his own desires. Without hesitation, Vegeta soared into the sky in pursuit of Piccolo, who remained blissfully unaware of Vegeta's presence, his thoughts solely fixated on the Dragon Balls. He had merely received a telepathic message from the Elder, instructing him to return with the 7 Dragon Balls to the Elder's residence. Although the recent conflict on Namek had not inflicted widespread damage, the Namekians had previously endured assaults from Frieza's forces. In an effort to recover from these losses, the Elder had sent word to Piccolo, urging him to ensure the safe return of all the Dragon Balls. In this manner, by utilizing the Dragon Balls, it might be possible to restore the losses suffered by the Namekians to their former state. This serves as the rationale behind Piccolo's sudden departure with the 7 Dragon Balls. However, he was unaware that the insidious Vegeta would be closely trailing him, intent on seizing the Dragon Balls for himself. Soon, the unfortunate Vegeta realized that, although Piccolo had brought the Dragon Balls to the Grand Elder of the Namekians, his aspiration to claim them as his own was utterly dashed. Before the Dragon Balls could fulfill any wishes, the Grand Elder's guardian, Nail, unexpectedly chose to merge with Piccolo. The resulting fusion created a Namekian with an unfathomable battle power, rendering Vegeta, who had been concealing his energy, completely exposed. Vegeta, emboldened by the absence of formidable foes and guardians, scoffed at the notion that these Namekians could pose a threat to him. He believed that by demanding the life of the Grand Elder, he could uncover the method of utilizing the Dragon Balls. In Vegeta's eyes, the other Namekians were mere insignificant beings, lacking any real power. Thus, he revealed his malevolent nature, preying on the weak, with the ultimate goal of acquiring the means to harness the Dragon Balls. Yet, he was unprepared for the overwhelming strength of Nail, now fused with Piccolo, which surpassed anything Vegeta could have fathomed. No matter how fiercely Vegeta struggled, he was but a mere shadow in the presence of the fused Piccolo and Nail, utterly outmatched and unable to contend with his opponent. Is this still the ordinary Namekian? This is nothing short of a super Namekian. After enduring a brutal beating, Vegeta now finds himself barely clinging to life on the ground, utterly helpless as he watches this group of Namekians summon the Eternal Dragon using their unique language and fulfill their so-called wishes. Although the Eternal Dragon has emerged, it seems entirely disconnected from Vegeta, who has just been mercilessly battered. At this moment, despair has fully engulfed Vegeta's heart. However, to his astonishment, this Namekian named Piccolo refrains from delivering the final blow, seemingly due to the intervention of the Grand Elder of Namek. Thus, after enduring such humiliation, Vegeta is unexpectedly brought back to the tournament arena by Piccolo, and by some stroke of fortune, he is placed in the medical room aboard Frieza's spaceship. Perhaps the universe has a sense of irony, for the medical pod swiftly heals Vegeta's injuries, and he soon realizes that this grave wound has significantly enhanced his combat abilities. Reflecting on the remarkable resilience of Science, Vegeta's thoughts of vengeance against Piccolo begin to stir once more. Yet, this time, Vegeta pauses to reflect. Although his strength has indeed increased, he recognizes that he still falls short against Goku, who can transform into a Super Saiyan, and against the fused Piccolo, who possesses considerable power. Given this disparity, he understands that rash actions are ill-advised. Instead, his focus must shift to discovering how to achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan, which is the true path to augmenting his strength. If he desires to become a Super Saiyan, the most reliable approach would be to seek out Roheo. After all, Roheo's extraordinary methods managed to propel that scoundrel Kakarot into becoming a Super Saiyan, thus all hope rests upon Roheo's shoulders. Yet, another challenge arises. Roheo appears to be shrouded in mystery. To extract the secrets of the Saiyans from him, Vegeta realizes he has only 2 options, either to capture him and subject him to brutal interrogation, or, if Roheo possesses formidable strength, to employ subtler tactics to gradually elicit the means of transformation from him. With his mind made up, Vegeta no longer hesitates. After all, time is on his side, and it remains uncertain who will be sent into the next match. If only Luo Hao could personally take to the field, perhaps we would discern the true extent of his prowess. Although the currents remain elusive, devoting all one's energy to the so-called Dragon Balls appears rather impractical at this juncture. After all, the might of Kakarot and Piccolo is beyond my capacity to challenge. Therefore, it is wise to endure, a strategy in which Vegeta excels, patience. Indeed, Vegeta has surprisingly chosen to bide his time, blending seamlessly into Whis' camp, presenting an almost innocuous demeanor. This transformation has piqued the curiosity of both Goku and Bulma. How could such a proud individual return from an outing with Piccolo so grievously wounded? It seems he has undergone some psychological upheaval, a stark departure from his usual self. Nevertheless, all of this is unlikely to capture the attention of the others. After all, Vegeta is now merely a minor character, existing at the lowest echelon. The focus remains steadfast on the 2 immobile figures on the battlefield. Kamek and Whis have yet to determine a victor, even after such a prolonged standoff. Presently, the collective gaze of the onlookers is firmly fixed on Luo Hao, especially since he had previously remarked, with a yawn, that their contest was exceedingly dull, as if he possessed foresight. Could it be that he truly has the ability to predict the future? Or does he possess knowledge of the unique characteristics and hidden secrets of angelic combat? Chapter 154. Whis. I have lost. Meanwhile, Luo Hao is engaged in an activity that defies comprehension. Out of sheer boredom, he has unearthed a small booklet from some unknown recess and procured a pen, sitting idly as he doodles and scribbles within its pages, all the while chuckling to himself in a manner that sends an unsettling chill down one's spine. Is this fellow out of his mind? Has the tedium of angelic warfare driven him to the brink of madness? At this moment, Quitella regarded Luo Hao with a disdainful gaze, pondering the peculiarities of his behavior. How could this individual be so flawed? Why does the civilization of their universe remain so primitive? Are they still reliant on paper and pen for writing? Have they not yet progressed into the electronic age? All of this perplexed even him, the god of destruction from the fourth universe. Moreover, this fellow named Luo Hao was merely using common paper and pen, scribbling away and frequently chuckling to himself. What on earth was going on? Could all these bizarre antics possibly be related to the ongoing battle with the angels? No, that couldn't be the case. Observing the skirmish between Whis and Kik, it appeared that neither side held a definitive advantage, both evenly matched. If this were the case, a third match was certainly inevitable. Had this individual not considered who would be the contender for the upcoming battle? Surely, he would engage in battle alone. But who among his opponents could possibly rival this destroyer? Perhaps this individual is here devising a strategy. However, the subsequent actions of Luo Hao left Bulma and the others utterly perplexed. This fellow suddenly tore apart his meticulously crafted masterpiece, reducing it to cosmic dust, seemingly dissatisfied. After a period of profound contemplation, Luo Hao unexpectedly retrieved a small booklet, upon which he began to scribble anew. Was he displeased with his prior creation? Was this a mere replacement? Thus, he continued the cycle of tearing and writing, repeating the process over a dozen times. Ultimately, after Luo Hao emitted a serene chuckle, the final draft was effortlessly cradled in his embrace. What on earth is this fellow up to? Is he concocting yet another deceitful scheme? Yet, that seems implausible. After all, this individual is merely the proprietor of a noodle shop, and aside from engaging in some odd ventures, he appears to possess no significant accomplishments. The transformation of Sun Wukong into a Super Saiyan has indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. At present, Bulma finds herself lacking the energy to concern herself with Luo Hao, as her attention has once again shifted towards Piccolo. Piccolo, feeling a chill, inquired, "Miss Bulma, what do you mean by that?" Bulma chuckled lightly. "Oh dear. I seem to have overlooked a rather significant question. I heard that you have returned the Dragon Balls to your esteemed Namekian elder. I wonder, could you lend me the Dragon Balls for a moment?" Piccolo, perplexed, responded, "What do you need our Dragon Balls for?" Bulma grinned, "Of course. I intend to use them as the energy core for a time machine. You see, this fellow named Frieza appears to be rather impoverished. Creating a new time machine may indeed require the assistance of your Namekian dragon. The dragon here on Earth is utterly useless. It cannot even fulfill my modest request with the current equipment. It's quite frustrating." At this point, Piccolo interrupted Bulma. "Our Namekian Dragon Balls are indeed omnipotent. But one must wait 130 days before wishes can be granted again. Although 3 wishes can be made at once, our dragon also requires a cooldown period." Understanding the situation, Bulma, having received the answer she sought, decided not to linger on the matter with Piccolo any further. 130 days, you say? Perhaps we can return by then, she mused. As long as I have the dragon here, my wishes are sure to be fulfilled. With this thought, she dismissed her slight disappointment at acquiring merely an energy core during this visit to Namek. Even though she had dismantled Frieza's ship into pieces, Bulma felt no guilt, reasoning that this individual was a disgrace to the 7th universe and likely no good at all, especially given his dire financial state. What troubled her now was her initial intention to borrow additional ships and equipment from Frieza, only to discover him lying comatose on the ground, leaving her uncertain whether he was genuinely unconscious or merely feigning death. With the Dragon Balls capable of granting wishes, she chose to set aside her concerns about Frieza. Her current vexation lay in the prolonged battle between Whis and this Corinne. When would a victor emerge? Just as the onlookers began to lose patience, the 2 angels in the arena suddenly trembled, and their staffs began to part slowly. Could it be that their contest was nearing its conclusion? Indeed. They did not disappoint the crowd. Before long, Kik and Whis gradually distanced themselves. Their staffs no longer crossed, but returned to their respective hands. The 2 celestial beings slowly opened their eyes, exchanging gentle smiles without any shouts or insults, simply offering each other a warm, amicable grin. However, it was the god of destruction, Katra from Universe 4, who appeared most anxious. He swiftly flew to Konnik's side and inquired, "Konnik, how goes the battle? I never anticipated that the conflict among you angels would endure for such an extended period." Konnik, however, bore a resigned smile as he replied, "My apologies, Lord Kara. But I fear I must disappoint you. It seems I have lost this battle." "What? You lost?" Katra gasped in disbelief. "How can this be? You have sustained no injuries and have not been repelled by your opponent. How can you claim defeat?" Meanwhile, Whis broke into a smile upon receiving a telepathic message from Luo Hao, who sternly urged, "Whis, you must not allow Konnik to concede. If he surrenders, how will I have the opportunity to confront Kara? No, this must be considered a draw." Whis paused momentarily before coming to terms with the situation. It seemed Luo Hao had been stifled in Universe 7. Observing his enhanced strength compared to their previous encounter with Zampa and recognizing the necessity of a true master to help him refine his control over power, Whis suddenly grasped Luo Hao's intentions. With this understanding and a desire to support his friend, Whis grinned and addressed Konnik and Katra, saying, "In truth, I am the one who has lost this match." Chapter 155. The purpose of Angel's existence at this moment. Not only was Konnik rendered speechless, but Quitella also found himself utterly bewildered by the current situation. What on earth are these two angels up to? Engaging in such a lackluster battle for an extended period without a hint of physical contact. As it has just concluded, both sides surprisingly concede defeat. Is there truly such a twist? At this moment, Quitella feels a flicker of unexpected delight, for regardless of the circumstances, the mutual concession signifies that the match ends without a victor. If that is the case, then he still has a chance to partake in the third round. Otherwise, if what Konnik claimed is accurate, that he has already lost to Whis, then Whis would have 2 victories, rendering a third match unnecessary. Ah, now it makes sense. Observing Whis's playful smile, Konnik seems to grasp the situation, silently lamenting. "Lord Quitella, do you truly believe this is a fortuitous outcome? It is likely that Whis and that scoundrel Luo Hao are concocting yet another scheme. Well, since you are so intent on vying for a third battle, I shall refrain from voicing my objections." With a resigned sigh, Konnik concedes, "Very well, Lord Quitella, let us consider this encounter a draw, a 50-50 split, leaving no victor. Are you satisfied now?" Indeed, indeed. Such a substantial wager is akin to a sacrifice for Quitella. Losing the match in this manner would be unbearable, especially since he is yet to compete. Now, as long as there is an opportunity for him to participate in this decisive match, he has no objections. Presently, it stands at 1 loss and 1 draw. Should he triumph in the third round, there exists the potential for reversal. As for the battle between Whis and Konnik, who wins and who loses ultimately rests upon the words of the 2 angels. If he can secure victory in the third round, it would then be 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw, allowing for further debate. After all, the soul contracts signed between both parties are quite tangible. The final judgment still affords him a degree of opportunity. As long as he does not concede on the spot, he can proceed. Now that Quitella feels reassured, he is in no haste to initiate the third match. Instead, he shifts his gaze toward Whis and Konnik. "What were you 2 up to just now? Engaging in such a tepid battle? Although the outcome has been declared, it was spoken by you yourselves. How is it that we outsiders could discern nothing? What exactly were you competing over? Why does your celestial confrontation feel so dreadfully mundane?" Observing the troubled and skeptical expression on Quitra's face, the others looked at Whis and Konnik with eager anticipation, hoping that the recently engaged angels could provide a resolution satisfactory to both parties. Konnik exchanged a glance with Whis, feeling immense gratitude for the respect Whis had shown him in front of the crowd. He had publicly conceded defeat, and regardless of Whis's ulterior motives or schemes, he had at least preserved his dignity as the angelic ruler of the 4th universe in the eyes of the onlookers. With this in mind, he chose not to prolong the debate, simply gesturing towards the assembly and candidly stating, "The conflicts among us angels are unavoidable, as our powers are exceedingly formidable. Should we engage in close combat or unleash energy blasts, the very fabric of this universe would likely be unable to withstand it. Before a victor is determined, the aftershocks of our clash could cause complete collapse of this cosmic space, which would be profoundly unjust to the entire universe. Furthermore, we angels are inherently neutral beings. Any disputes involving destroyers, mortals, or supreme beings have no bearing on us. Our purpose is to maintain the equilibrium of the universe and ensure its development, which is the fundamental essence of our existence. Should we contravene this purpose, our existence would hold no significance. Thus, If our battle were to inflict irreversible harm upon the universe, it would signify the end of our own lives as well. Kik began to earnestly explain this to the assembly. However, Katra interjected, "That is not entirely accurate, Kik. If such a calamity were to occur, don't you angels possess a skill known as time reversal? Even if the universe were to suffer great damage, couldn't you simply reverse time by 10 minutes, making it as if nothing had ever happened? What irreversible concerns could there be?" Kik shot Katra a sardonic glare, exasperated that it was his own destroyer who was undermining him. He understood Quitra's nature all too well. If he did not clarify the matter, Katra would persist indefinitely. Thus, Kik raised his hands in a gesture of concession and continued to elucidate. "It's rare for you, Lord Katra, to touch upon the crux of the matter. Time reversal is indeed a skill that every angel must master, yet the duration to which we can reverse time is contingent upon our cultivation. Moreover, a critical point to consider is that time reversal also has a cooldown period. Each use expends a significant amount of our divine power. Our divine power is accumulated gradually over time, not something we can summon at will. Hence, the frequency with which we can employ time reversal is dictated by our own capabilities. Surely, you can appreciate this, Lord Katra?" Ketla nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the truth of the matter. It appeared that whenever extraordinary events transpired, if Kik were to forcibly employ time reversal, he would inevitably endure a period of weakness. Kik continued to elucidate. "Indeed, given the limitations in this regard, both Whis and I are divine angels of the cosmos. Should we engage in a fierce battle, it is uncertain whether the repercussions could be borne by this universe. Even if an entire universe were to be obliterated, time reversal could restore the present state. However, after a monumental clash, whether we could still harness the remaining divine energy for time reversal remains questionable. Even if it were feasible, after an extensive duel where neither side sustains significant harm but devastates the battleground, what purpose would it serve? It would not yield a victor." Ketla then inquired, "So, you opted for an alternative method of combat?" Chapter 156, The Perfect Arena for Duel. At this moment, Kik, seeing that Ketla had grasped the situation, nodded in resignation and remarked, "Yes, thus, if angels engage in disputes or contests, we must resort to a different approach." Ketla persisted, "But what is this alternative approach? Is it merely to sit in silence?" After an extended explanation that failed to clarify matters, Whis cast an impatient glance at both Ketla and Kik. "Such a simple concept. Yet you two have convoluted it so. Allow me to clarify." Whis interjected, seamlessly taking over the conversation. "To put it plainly, in order to conduct our battles fairly and justly, we utilize a soul space collaboratively established through our divine powers. All our conflicts and energies manifest within this soul space, thus conserving our divine strength while yielding impartial and equitable outcomes. This is precisely how it functions, because we have constructed this soul space. Outsiders perceive us merely as staring blankly at one another. Do you comprehend now, Lord Ketla?" With Whis' explanation, Ketla finally understood that the two had indeed forged a novel soul space in which to engage in combat. However, an ominous feeling stirred within Ketla. This, while it may be a conflict among you angels, remains invisible to outsiders. Who can ascertain the criteria for your victory or defeat? Is there no element of leniency involved?" This remark offended Kik. "Do you, Lord Ketla, believe I would intentionally concede? I am an angel of our fourth universe, and within the soul space, I have faced Whis in numerous contests. The truth is, I am indeed less skilled. Whis possesses a slight edge over me." Whis, however, humbly waved his hand. "Not at all. In reality, we are quite evenly matched." Seeing Whis extend such courtesy, Katra decided not to dwell on the matter any further. Indeed, conceding defeat in front of the crowd seemed impossible to justify. Since they could argue it was a 50-50 chance, Katra and Kik were willing to accept the terms. With this in mind, Quitra's eyes sparkled with mischief. "It sounds harmonious, but does your spiritual realm allow only your angels to engage in battle? Are others not permitted to witness the contest?" This has directly crossed the line for Katra. Does he still doubt the existence of the soul space between us at this point? Observing the anger of Kik, Katra hastily waved his hands, saying, No. What I meant was, if your soul space can be utilized. I was considering whether we could conduct the next match within that realm." Upon hearing Quitra's suggestion, both Kik and Whis were taken aback. Indeed, it was a brilliant idea. If there were truly any destructive gods or individuals of their caliber with grievances to resolve, engaging in combat within the soul space would not pose a threat to the universe. Furthermore, it seemed that such a contest would not excessively deplete their divine energy. making it an ideal arena for dueling. Evidently, Katra was not only powerful but also notably clever. Exchanging glances. Kik and Whis quickly understood Quitra's intention. He likely wished to hold the third match in the soul space. Well, it was a reasonable consideration, as he, being the god of destruction of the fourth universe, would indeed find it inappropriate to create too much of a commotion in the seventh universe's battle. It seemed both parties were in agreement. Whis glanced at Luo Hao, who was yawning in boredom. All right, the soul space sounds acceptable. Conducting it in the real universe is also an option, though it feels somewhat unfair. If you, Katra, are planning to personally participate in the third match, I wouldn't mind joining you. However, regarding the venue for the final, you may decide whether it be in the real universe or the soul space crafted by the angels. I have no preference. Katra cracked his knuckles ominously and grinned at Luo Hao. In the real universe, as you know, I am a bona fide god of destruction. If I truly unleash my power, it would not bode well for your seventh universe, since the angels can create such a splendid environment and serve as impartial judges. Why not engage in an exhilarating battle in the soul space they fashioned? Luo Hao regarded Quitra's theatrics with disdain. Are you certain about entering the soul space? Do you not have any regrets? Katra declared with a booming laugh. Humph. As a god of destruction, would I jest with someone like you? Let this be a decisive battle. Should I lose, not only will our wager be fulfilled unconditionally, but I shall also bow to you in any future encounter. How about that? It is a privilege never before offered, a benefit for you. However, if you were to lose, would you be able to bow to me in the presence of that fellow Beerus? Luo Hao chuckled. Humph, I cannot make such a promise. What? You cannot make such a promise? With a faint smile, Whis remarked, very well, should you emerge victorious, I shall represent Lord Beerus, and in the future, if we encounter your fourth universe, we shall retreat with utmost caution. He continued, now, without further ado, create the soul space for me. I am indeed curious to experience what resides within it and to ascertain the extent of my combat prowess therein. I sincerely hope that your soul space can withstand the magnitude of my god of destruction power. At this juncture, Katra, brimming with confidence, playfully pinched his little rodent-like claws, reveling in the exhilaration of the impending duel. After all, being constrained by the universe had significantly hindered his ability to wield his destructive powers freely, marking a considerable limitation for a god of destruction. Now, with the prospect of a soul space, the perfect arena for a duel, he was eager to delve into this new experience. However, the opponent before him, blissfully unaware of the peril he faced, believed he had gained an advantage. Oblivious to the fact that a god of destruction capable of unleashing their full might was an utterly formidable entity. This time, it would serve as a lesson for the arrogant Luo Hao, who had never previously encountered such a situation. Yet, Luo Hao dismissed Katra as threats and bravado with a nonchalant remark. If that is the case, let us commence. Regrettably, Goku and Piccolo would not witness their battle. Chapter 157. Luo Hao enters the fray. Goku scratched his head, unconcerned, and said, Is that so, Luo Hao? Is this Katra fellow truly formidable? Is there anything in his combat style from which I could learn? Surely, you jest. He continued, nonetheless, should I prevail, perhaps he could further enlighten me on more advanced techniques. The last time you mentioned maintaining the Super Saiyan state, I have indeed gleaned some insights. If I persist in this state, I sense my strength is continuously augmenting. Luo Hao replied with a cheerful demeanor. In truth, it's quite simple. As long as you can sustain this state, you are likely not far from achieving the second form of Super Saiyan. What? There exists a second form of Super Saiyan? How could such a thing be possible? Goku exclaimed, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. Luo Hao refrained from elaborating further, stating, Just follow my guidance in your training, and your strength will continue to escalate indefinitely. At this moment, Vegeta, who had been eavesdropping intently, felt his pupils constrict in astonishment. There's a second form of Super Saiyan? What transformation is this? How many more secrets does this Luo Hao conceal? It seemed that he had indeed made the right choice in his team, for had he aligned himself with Katra or the so-called Kik, he might have faced utter annihilation. As long as Luo Hao can triumph over Katra, his choice will undoubtedly prove to be entirely correct. Presently, Vegeta gazes upon the fallen Frieza with an expression of pity, remarking, What a shame. Though your power is formidable, your vision appears rather myopic. A myriad of thoughts swirls within Vegeta's mind. Meanwhile, Goku catches sight of Piccolo, who has merged with Nail, and exclaims with delight, Piccolo, I never anticipated such a significant enhancement in your energy. Have you encountered some extraordinary fortuity? Piccolo chuckles softly. It's nothing too remarkable. I received some unexpected benefits from the Elder, which have bolstered my strength recently. However, Goku, I still fall short in comparison to your Super Saiyan form. Goku responds with enthusiasm. All right then, let us not squander any more time here. Piccolo, allow me to gauge the extent of your newfound prowess. The two eagerly move aside to spar, seemingly oblivious to the impending battle of the weary god of destruction Kara, which incites his ire. You wretches, do you dare to underestimate me? Luo Hao, unfazed, retorts, you requested a battle in the realm of the soul. Outsiders cannot witness it. What grievances do you have? He continues, enough idle chatter. Let us expedite this. Fulfill your promise and proceed without further delay. I have a noodle shop to open. What? A noodle shop? This revelation leaves Namek and Katra bewildered. What on earth does this fellow do? Engaged in a cosmic battle yet preoccupied with his noodle establishment? They struggle to comprehend the peculiar thought processes of humans from Earth and the seventh universe. Meanwhile, Whis offers a subtle smile, exchanging a knowing glance with Namek. The two swiftly ascend into the air, positioning themselves between the opposing parties. With remarkable synchronicity, Namek and Whis gently cross their angelic staffs before them. Then simultaneously address Luo Hao and Kara. The realm of the soul has been constructed. Please, step inside. How do we enter? Katra inquires, perplexed. Are you suggesting we fight in such a manner? Namek retorts impatiently. It's quite simple, Lord Katra. Just place your arm upon my back, and you will access the soul space I have created. Whis adds, the same applies here. Anyone wishing to enter the soul space for battle merely needs to place their hand on my back. Whis then scolds Namek. Have you never explained such a straightforward matter to Lord Katra before? Must you elaborate on every little detail here? Katella rolled her eyes dramatically and remarked, who on earth engages in battle within the soul space? It is entirely reasonable that this was not mentioned. Do you truly believe that Beerus from your seventh universe frequently enters your soul space? Upon such reflection, Whis found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It appeared that Kanek's assertions held considerable merit, leaving him speechless. With that, he decided not to linger on the matter any further. As for Luo Hao, he was well versed in this domain. The realm of the soul was, for him, far from a mystery. Since the battle was to take place within this ethereal space, he preferred not to exhibit any extraordinary astonishment. Should he reveal his true prowess in the ordinary universe, it might inadvertently instill a sense of psychological dread among others. The thought of retreating to a secluded life on Earth seemed increasingly unrealistic. Beside him, Bulma fervently encouraged Luo Hao, exclaiming, "Go for it, Luo Hao. You must triumph." Her enthusiasm evoked an odd sense of amusement in Katra and Kik, as if she were sending him off to combat moles. The cognitive patterns of the humans from Universe 7 were indeed quite distinct from their own. Although Whis maintained an air of mystery, there was something about Luo Hao that struck Katra as unreliable. Perhaps it would not be unreasonable to tidy up this matter with Luo Hao within the soul space. Resolute in her decision, Katra chose not to dwell on it further. After all, within this shared realm, regardless of the outcome, as long as it was a soul space crafted by Whis and Kik, any eventualities would first be known to these celestial architects, thereby eliminating any potential for foul play. It seemed a prudent choice indeed, reigniting a long-dormant fervor within Katra, allowing her to engage wholeheartedly in this endeavor, a source of profound joy. At this moment, Katra failed to consider what might transpire if she proved no match for Luo Hao. Her unwavering faith in her own capabilities blinded her to such possibilities. With that, Katra pressed her hand against Kanek's back, and in a flash of invisible light, her entire form vanished from sight. It appeared she had indeed entered a peculiar realm. Perhaps this was the unique essence of the soul space constructed by angels, where not only the mind but the physical body seamlessly integrated within. Chapter 158, Namek, if you're unsatisfied, you may leave, though she remained unaware of the limitations and influences she might encounter within. Katra placed her complete trust in Kanek's every maneuver. Meanwhile, Luo Hao exhibited no hesitation, refraining from asking any questions. He cast a reassuring glance towards Bulma, gently placed his hand on Whis's back, and with a swift motion, his form too disappeared from sight. Thus, both individuals seamlessly melded into this wondrous space. Perhaps the enigmatic soul space that eluded common understanding. Only between angels can such a stable and vast realm of souls be constructed. Ordinary beings, even if endowed with the peculiar ability to create such a soul space, would likely falter under the cataclysmic intensity of a battle of divine proportions. However, when it comes to the two great angels, the comparison is indeed inapplicable. Upon entering the soul space, Katra was abruptly enveloped in darkness, only to be startled by a sudden illumination, revealing that he stood in an eerie jungle. How could he have unexpectedly found himself in a forest on another planet? Was this a special location? Meanwhile, the resigned voice of Kik echoed in his ears. Lord Katra, welcome to my soul space. This is the actual representation of my soul realm. Actual representation? What does that entail? How does it differ from the battle that is about to unfold? Katra inquired, his expression one of skepticism. At this moment, the voice of Kik continued to resonate in his ears. It is nothing extraordinary. This is merely a fragment of my soul's domain, a minuscule personal space under my control. Now, if you proceed along this woodland path and open the grand door before you, you shall enter the battlefield we have established together with Whis. There, you will encounter your adversary, Luo Hao. The battleground lies within. Does this make sense? After pondering for a moment, Katra grasped the concept. He was still under Kik's dominion. And beyond that door lay the main battlefield where he might confront his foe, Luo Hao. With this realization, Katra hesitated no longer. So that is how it is. Very well, I shall meet this fellow named Luo Hao and see what kind of formidable individual the seventh universe has cultivated. How audacious to challenge a god of destruction here. He is blissfully unaware of the true might that a god can unleash, truly. He is like a frog at the bottom of a well. Well, let us allow Whis and his ignorant companions to witness this. Then, as if recalling something, Katra inquired, Kik, is this truly the depths of your soul? Could it be? At that moment, Kik's voice echoed from afar. Indeed, Master Katra. As you can see, this is the innermost sanctum of my heart, our angel's greatest vulnerability. Are you satisfied with this revelation? I see, Katra sighed contentedly. I simply wish to convey that the deepest recesses of your heart are a tranquil forest. Is there a problem with that, Master Katra? Kik responded. Katra chuckled lightly. I merely wanted to express that your taste is rather poor. The ambience here feels quite oppressive. Upon hearing this, the voice outside rose an octave. What? Master Katra, do you find something unsatisfactory? If you are displeased, you may choose to exit. I can promptly expel you, if that would suffice. No. I was merely jesting, Katra replied with an awkward smile. He had not anticipated that Kik would take offense so readily. It was merely a light-hearted quip. Nevertheless, to catch a glimpse of the serene depths of Kik's soul made the journey worthwhile. As Katra strolled towards the door, Whis was met with further jests from Luo Hao. Upon entering Whis' soul space, Luo Hao did not encounter any forest but rather an interminable corridor. Where is this place? Suddenly, Luo Hao recalled a location. It seemed to be a passage within the ancient castle of that being, Beerus, the god of destruction. To his astonishment, Whis' soul space manifested itself in the form of an archaic castle. How intriguing! As he gazed upon the shadowy corridor, with torches crackling beside him, Luo Hao could not help but inwardly scoff. It appears that this fellow, much like a newborn calf unafraid of a tiger, had been blissfully ignorant. Had the Grand Priest, that insufferable lad, not informed them that the soul spaces created by angels are their most vulnerable aspect? Should an adversary's power surpass that of an angel, sharing their soul space with others could prove to be an exceedingly perilous endeavor. If Luo Hao were a nefarious individual at this moment, indulging in mischief within Whis' soul space, it would inflict irrevocable harm upon Whis. This audacious young man truly dares to relinquish his soul space so carelessly, allowing others to intrude, which can only indicate his utter lack of experience. Any seasoned individual would never permit such neglect. It seems that Kik and Whis are also embarking on their inaugural venture to construct a novel battlefield within the realm of soul space. Perhaps I should seek an opportunity to impart some wisdom to Whis and Kik. These two reckless individuals have indeed opened their hearts so freely. Fortunately, it is just myself and Katra who have entered this realm. Ketra's abilities are limited, and thus, he cannot stir up any trouble here. Had I been a malevolent scoundrel, both Whis and Katra would have surely met their demise. If it were an otherworldly demon that had come here, I dare say these two would likely perish without even comprehending their fate. Being subdued by an adversary would inflict catastrophic damage upon both the sovereign and the high priest. Well, with such considerations in mind, Luo Hao resolved within himself. Thankfully, preparations were made outside. Although I intend to impart a minor lesson to Whis, it is perhaps best that I refrain from taking matters into my own hands. Indeed, I shall seek an opportunity for the high priest to deliver a thorough lesson to his sons. After all, must I concern myself with every trivial matter? Upon reflection, it hardly matters now. With a gentle pat on the stone wall of the passage, Luo Hao smiled faintly. Whis, I truly did not expect your soul-less domain to possess such an ancient and serene quality, which has genuinely taken me by surprise. At that moment, A cheerful voice echoed through the corridor. What's the matter, Luo Hao? Do you have any objections? No, none at all. Luo Hao sighed deeply, I must say. Considering your usual nonchalant demeanor, I never anticipated such a composed side to your character. Yet, he was met with Whis' indifferent reply. Is there a problem, then? Chapter 159. Whis acquires the art of unfettered while Luo Hao gently patted the wall of the passageway, expressing his resignation. Whis. There are many matters that require careful consideration in the future. For instance, any thoughts lurking within the depths of your soul should not be carelessly exposed to others. While you often approach situations with a carefree attitude, there was indeed a degree of recklessness in your dealings with Kik this time. Is that so? Whis fell into a brief silence. Is there truly anything amiss? Noticing Luo Hao's silence, Whis too became contemplative. What sort of character is Whis? He is a remarkably intelligent angel. Though Luo Hao had not articulated his thoughts fully, he recognized that he had indeed acted somewhat impulsively. He realized he understood too little and resolved to inquire further with the high priest when the opportunity arose. Perhaps this matter hadn't been handled as well as it could have been. However, having chosen to allow the other party entry, one must maintain absolute trust in them. Luo Hao's admonition could be seen as a gesture of goodwill, perhaps. Now, Whis could only conceal this kindness deep within his heart, gradually accepting it. Thus, Luo Hao made his way slowly to the end of the corridor, where an ancient wooden door stood before him. He smiled softly, pondering. I truly wonder what effects will arise from the fusion of your souls with Kik. It is indeed quite intriguing. Just as Luo Hao was about to push open the grand door, Whis' voice interrupted. What's wrong, Luo Hao? Are you still researching this? Isn't the soul space randomly generated? Luo Hao paused momentarily, taken aback. Randomly generated? Surely not. Whis. You two have already managed to create a battlefield within the soul space, yet you remain unaware of its fundamental principles? Very well, let me enlighten you. It's quite simple. The internal structure of each person's soul space is determined by the deepest aspects of their hidden character. For instance, if it were Makalita or Bardos, their soul spaces would be entirely different from yours, as they are female angels. This technical structure shifts according to individual personalities. Alright, I can comprehend that. However, when two individuals merge, the resulting space will depend on the interplay of your personalities. For example, what kind of space will emerge from the fusion of Kik's character with yours? That is dictated by your respective natures. In other words, when one angel aligns with another, the resulting realm is entirely distinct. However, one thing is certain, given the prowess of both of you, the stability of this space is unequivocally assured. With that said, Luo Hao refrained from further elucidation for Visto, abruptly thrusting open the ancient wooden door before him. To his astonishment, he was greeted by a vast and resplendent garden, reminiscent of the grand gardens behind ancient castles. It appeared thus, evidently. His judgment regarding Kik's character was astutely accurate. A smile blossomed on Luo Hao's face as he remarked to Visto, hee. I never anticipated that the spatial architecture you both share would be so remarkably harmonious. It seems you and Kik are indeed kindred spirits. With that, he stepped forward. Yet Visto momentarily hesitated, perplexed. What does this signify? Noticing Luo Hao's lack of intention to clarify, Visto chose not to press the matter further. After all, collaborating with Kik to construct a platform for their soul space as a battleground was a necessity in this moment. The future of their partnership remained uncertain, rendering such concerns presently futile. Just as Luo Hao was about to cross the threshold, his foot slipped unexpectedly, causing a small object to tumble into the corridor of Visto's soul space with a soft thud. What is this? Yet, Luo Hao seemed entirely unconcerned as he stepped into the shared realm of both parties, entering the battlefield before him. The object that had fallen fortuitously landed right inside the grand entrance. This is indeed the exclusive domain of Whis. How could anything possibly fall here? Initially taken aback, Whis soon noticed a figure standing silently at the end of the corridor. Staring at the object on the ground, Whis found himself momentarily dazed. At this moment, he was able to project his soul entirely into his soul space, a unique ability he had just discovered. He had not anticipated that within his soul space, he could accomplish tasks that were otherwise unattainable. Could this be the domain the High Priest had previously spoken of? Nevertheless, considering the High Priest's immense power, his domain encompassed a vast expanse, while Whis' domain seemed confined to maneuvering within his own soul space. How enlightening! Upon seeing the small booklet on the ground, Whis' pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, and his heart raced uncontrollably. How could Luo Hao have inadvertently dropped such a crucial item into his own soul space? This is an artifact fervently sought after by the High Priest. It now lies quietly before Whis. At this moment, Whis finds himself utterly bewildered. How could this be? This was a top-secret mission assigned by the High Priest. Could it truly be completed so effortlessly? Before him rests a manual of unfettered divine arts, inscribed with somewhat crooked characters that, despite their lack of aesthetic appeal, unmistakably bear the mark of Luo Hao's hand. Could it be that this individual, in a moment of negligence, has carelessly allowed this treasured technique to fall right at his feet? Whis can scarcely believe his eyes and senses. Everything is unfolding too rapidly, overwhelming him with a sense of madness. To acquire this technique and fulfill the clandestine mission bestowed upon him by the High Priest, Whis had previously exhausted every possible effort, racking his brain for ways to obtain the manual discreetly from Luo Hao without arousing suspicion. He never anticipated that this individual would so conveniently drop the manual before him just prior to battle. Casting a quick glance around, Whis reassures himself that they are indeed within his soul space, where no outsiders could witness the unfolding events. The only other presence, Luo Hao, is completely oblivious to the situation. Chapter 160. Whis anticipates Luo Hao's surprise. Whis forces himself to regain composure. Although the coincidence is almost too surreal to accept, reality remains unyielding. Since the task can be accomplished so smoothly, he hesitates no longer. With unprecedented speed, he darts forward and seizes the manual of unfettered divine arts that Luo Hao has inadvertently discarded. The texture feels light and thin, reminiscent of ordinary paper produced on Earth. Yet the divine energy contained within is undeniably genuine. Ah, what a treasure this is. Hihi, Luo Hao. I truly did not anticipate that you would arrive here and orchestrate so many events, ultimately bestowing upon me such a delightful surprise. Perhaps this is indeed the most significant gain from our journey to Namek? Regardless of the outrageous matters you may have entangled yourself in with Katra and Kik, the Grand Priest shall undoubtedly come to your aid. Hihi, one could say that this time, fortune has emerged from adversity. Whis is now contemplating hastily concluding this tiresome battle, regardless of the outcome, as he longs to return instantly to the All-King's temple within the Void Realm, to locate the Grand Priest and fulfill the highly confidential task entrusted to him. Humph! At that moment, his status and everything about him shall undergo a complete transformation. Will it not? At present, Whis has entirely liberated himself, yet while his aspirations are resplendent, reality remains unforgiving. After all, the soul space he has constructed with Kik is currently the stage for two formidable figures poised for a life-and-death showdown. With this in mind, Whis feels somewhat reassured. In this moment, he forcefully suppresses his surging emotions and excitement, maintaining an exterior that reflects his usual refined demeanor. Clutching the precious tome, he refrains from tearing it, fearing he might inadvertently damage this invaluable artifact. Internally, Whis grapples with the desire to glimpse what secrets lie within the coveted technique that even the Grand Priest yearns for. According to Luo Hao, even the technique bestowed upon them by the Grand Priest appears to have been derived from this very tome of boundless mastery. How powerful must this technique be? Several times, Whis finds himself on the verge of peaking, yet ultimately, rationality prevails over his so-called desires. Subsequently, he envelopes this effortlessly acquired technique with his angelic divine power, allowing it to rest quietly within his angelic robe, providing him with a profound sense of reassurance. Very well. Since everything is now prepared, let us see what surprises this fellow Luo Hao shall bring forth. Although Whis has never doubted Luo Hao's prowess to confront Katra, the foremost among the destroyers in the soul space, is indeed a formidable challenge. Humph. I wonder what astonishing actions Luo Hao will exhibit in the presence of a fully committed destroyer. Whis is filled with eager anticipation. Now, with his heart set at ease, Whis harbors no further concerns. He floats serenely above the battlefield, locking eyes with Kik, and offers a subtle smile. Who would have thought we would meet again so soon? Kik chuckles in response. Well, let us hope this soul space serves its intended purpose. At this moment, was felt an overwhelming joy bubbling within him, having unexpectedly exceeded his task despite a minor mishap. This exhilarating state, however, was one he needed to conceal from Kik. Thus, he donned a facade of nonchalance and remarked, Kik, with the passage of time, Lord Quitra's strength may exceed our expectations. Kik, feigning a sigh, replied, who could argue otherwise? Last time, it was merely a stroke of luck that allowed me to best Lord Beerus in a half-hearted contest. But pray tell, how does this individual from your seventh universe possess the audacity to challenge a god of destruction? Who bestowed upon him such boldness? Whis, he continued, can you speak candidly in private? Is this fellow your apprentice? Are you truly preparing to cultivate a candidate for a god of destruction? Whis, taken aback for a moment, responded, "You were overthinking this. How could I engage in such juvenile antics? Merely conjuring a soul space for you and allowing my disciple to battle you? Do you jest?" His opponent is none other than Lord Katra. Seeing Whis' earnest demeanor, Kik was somewhat taken aback. "If that is the case, can you enlighten me about this individual named Luo Hao? What gives him the audacity to provoke us? Furthermore, he even dared to sign that soul contract on behalf of Lord Beerus. This is utterly inconceivable. And to top it off, he carries himself with such indifference. Pray, what is his true identity?" "Whis," Kik pressed, "we have reached this juncture. Can't you divulge the details within the soul space?" Whis, with a beaming smile, simply replied, "Guess." And then, silence ensued. Whis remained there, smiling enigmatically, while Kik, exasperated, thought, "This fellow is truly insufferable. Forcing me to guess? If I could deduce it, why would I bother asking you? Moreover, this is your 7th universe, not our 4th. Even if I were an omniscient angel in the 4th universe, could I possibly wield divine power to probe into this fellow's secrets in your realm? It would be a wonder if you, Whis, did not turn against me. However, since you prefer silence, I shall refrain from making a fool of myself. Soon, when the two of them engage in combat, the victor will be unmistakable. At that point, even if you wish to hide, it will be futile. Nevertheless, judging by your calm demeanor, it seems you possess considerable confidence in Luo Hao. However, it must be noted that in this universe, the only beings capable of besting Lord Katra appear to be the Omni King and the Grand Priest. Even if Lord Beerus were to intervene personally, it seems unlikely he could achieve victory. Therefore, I shall cease my idle talk. I am eager to witness what unique abilities this Luo Hao possesses. Surely, he cannot rely solely on mundane tactics. Moreover, observing Whis' actions, one might surmise that the utilization of Whis' angelic staff could indeed suggest a potential connection to Whis himself. This individual is shrouded in mystery, appearing to bide his time. Yet who can discern the covert maneuvers he may be plotting behind the scenes? Very well, let us not dwell on this any longer. Chapter 161. Quatra's determined entrance below on the battlefield. The atmosphere starkly contrasts the seeming tranquility above. Quatra burst forth from the realm of souls, striding confidently to the center of the arena. He surveyed his surroundings, emanating an aura of destructive power, attuning himself to the prevailing energy. Quite impressive indeed. Quatra murmured to himself. The spatial structure here is remarkably stable. I never anticipated that the two angels could create such an exceptional combat environment. This truly aligns with my aspirations, and perhaps it is time to reveal my true strength to my opponent. However, the moment Quatra spotted Luo Hao, an overwhelming fury ignited within him. This individual seemed utterly unfazed, leisurely admiring the scenery. Is this the demeanor of one prepared for a battle in the realm of souls? He appeared as though he were merely wandering about, exhibiting an utter disregard for my presence. What could this fellow possibly mean by such insolence? Currently, Luo Hao's attention was not on the eager Quatra, but rather on reflecting upon the perfection of his earlier performance when he dropped that secret manual, pondering whether any flaws might have been detected by Whis. Judging by his current demeanor, it seemed he had executed his plan exceptionally well, and his objectives were indeed being realized. This could very well be a favorable choice. Although he was aware that Whis had been dispatched by the High Priest to undertake certain specialized tasks, seizing this opportunity to unsettle the High Priest might also evoke some childhood memories, perhaps. At this moment, Luo Hao's spirits were undeniably elevated. Observing Quatra, he appeared so innocuous. Yet, this image was far from pleasing in Quatra's eyes. This bold individual dared to disregard the existence of a destroyer. Perhaps he had encountered other destroyers before and deemed them insignificant due to their lack of strength. However, facing me now, in such a unique combat environment, I must deliver a surprise to this arrogant character. Quatra was resolute in his intentions, acting without hesitation, showing no inclination to hold back or engage in further banter with his adversary. After all, the current score was 1 loss to 1 draw. Should he be defeated, he would have no chance left. Such arrogance and pretense were not in Quatra's nature. At this moment, he had firmly resolved to topple this opponent with a single strike, lest he face humiliation beyond measure. With that, Quatra steadied himself, and with a powerful roar, an intense surge of rich purplish-red energy erupted from within him. This, indeed, symbolizes the utmost manifestation of the god of destruction's energy. Is this fellow truly intending to unleash his full power right from the onset? In midair, Whis was momentarily taken aback. Could it be? Is this god of destruction overly eager, commencing with such an elevated level of destructive energy? Is he preparing to settle the battle with a single move? Surely not. Even if Lord Beerus were present, he would first gauge the strength of his opponent before fully committing. Noticing Whis' momentary astonishment, Knik couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, "Humph, no more pretense for you. You no longer need to guess, do you? You may be unaware of Lord Quitra's temperament. Regardless of the adversary he faces, he always exerts his utmost effort. Do not presume that every god of destruction behaves like your Beerus from the 7th universe, who puts on an act and escalates his power only upon sensing a formidable opponent. Lord Katra harbors no such penchant for malevolence, irrespective of his adversary's strength. He will relentlessly annihilate any foe that stands against him. Perhaps this time, he will indeed present you with a grand surprise. Do you now feel regret?" Witnessing Whis' incredulous expression, Knik felt an overwhelming sense of pride within. Well done. Truly worthy of being the god of destruction from the 4th universe, Lord Katra. And indeed, Katra did not disappoint Knik, channeling his destructive energy to its fullest potential. With a gentle clasp of his hands, the entire divine power inexplicably vanished without a trace. This revelation left Whis suspended in astonishment. This is no ordinary destructive power. It must be the culmination of Quitra's self-cultivated mastery, the self-extreme technique. I never anticipated that Katra could refine this technique to such profound depths. What an astonishing surprise. Not only can he elevate his destructive power to its zenith, but he can also harness the self-extreme technique to completely contain all his destructive energy within, not allowing a single ounce to escape. With this formidable energy, his current prowess rivals that of Lord Beerus in his prime, if not surpassing it. Who would have thought that the god of destruction from the 4th universe possessed such remarkable skill? The sheer ability to compress destructive energy entirely within his being raises questions about the magnitude of his instantaneous combat strength. Even Whis, an angel, felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, a true expert reveals their prowess with a single move. Although it is commonly understood that Quitra's strength surpasses that of Beerus only by a slight margin, this difference is nonetheless significant. Perhaps it is merely in terms of physical power that Katra holds the upper hand. However, when it comes to the application of destructive energy and the mastery of self-extreme techniques, both warriors stand on equal footing. This has been a conclusion drawn from their prolonged rivalry over the years. Unexpectedly, within the realm of the soul, Katra commenced the battle with full force, unveiling all of his hidden cards. Had he been pitted against Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe, the latter would undoubtedly have faced defeat. It is astonishing that this cunning individual would reveal all his strategies right from the outset, surprising Whis in the process. While Whis harbors unwavering confidence in Luo Hao, he now finds himself anxious, doubting Luo Hao's ability in the face of Quitra's ferocity and mastery of techniques. Conversely, Luo Hao appears utterly unfazed by Quitra's formidable skills, casually wandering about, admiring the surroundings. Whis, however, is filled with impatience. Luo Hao, my dear brother, what are you doing? Do you not realize the level of mastery Katra has attained with his self-extreme techniques? He has the ability to completely contain his destructive energy, a feat that would challenge even the Grand Minister should he arrive. Though Katra currently holds the title of the god of destruction of the 4th universe, his skills are such that if he were to face the Grand Minister, the latter would surely find himself at a disadvantage if he were to underestimate Katra. It is truly surprising that Katra possesses such profound capabilities. It seems I have underestimated the heroes of this world. Synopsis: in the realm of Dragon Ball, on Earth, the young Luo Hao awakens memories spanning eons, discovering that his childhood friend is, in fact, the Grand Minister. With the return of his unrestricted divine powers, Luo Hao is poised to embark on a new legendary journey in this vibrant era. Grand Minister, my childhood friend has awakened. Whis, your mission is to fulfill all his requests, as long as he remains within the 7th universe. Zeno, what? Luo Hao has awakened? I must enter seclusion soon. Do not disturb me, even if the universe collapses. Whis, who exactly is this individual?